Every time this guy cleared the tower's 100th floor, for some damn reason the system would throw him back to the very first floor for 12 straight years. He beat the living daylights out of every monster in the tower over and over. And now, Jiang Jun's power had reached a level beyond measurement. But still nothing changed. Lying there in utter defeat, he suddenly received a notice. The unable to log out restriction had been lifted. Congratulations, you are now approved to begin completing the next tower assault. He jumped up in joy because he could finally get the hell out of this godforsaken place. Desperate to go home, he leapt in one move from floor 55 to floor 99. The strongest boss here was still standing around, dumbfounded, when it took one hit from Jiang Jun and dropped dead on the spot. At last, the tower opened a door, confirming a brand new record had been set. The moment Jiang Jun stepped out and took in how the city had changed over 12 years. Staff from the observation office approached and confirmed he had indeed escaped the tutorial tower. The young man couldn't contain his excitement and started bouncing around. However, after checking the roster, the observer was stunned. Jiang Jun wasn't on the list for the second time. His name was on the list for the first tutorial tower instead. No one understood what the hell had happened here. Him, Jiang Jun, the one who returned from the first tutorial tower, was officially confirmed to have escaped the tutorial tower after 12 years. In the VIP waiting room of the tutorial center, the guildmaster of the Airang Guild, Lai Xiujang, the Soul Guild's guildmaster, Kim Sijin, and the GIL Guild's guildmaster, Han Xiuhun, were all eagerly awaiting the appearance of Kim Jong-un. 12 years had passed, no one knew how strong he'd become. Back here, Jiang Jun, snack bag in hand, was with the new hunters, getting ready to step into the promotion evaluation test, especially with the uniforms all the candidates were wearing. He wondered why everyone had won. Except him, maybe he'd overslept and missed the handout. The tutorial center announced that all trainee hunters should leave the waiting room and move to the competition's starting point. Jiang Jun was completely confused again. What is this now? This place was the maze used for promotion evaluations by the Seoul Tutorial Center. The hunters and rookies would enter in order. This is David, an A-rank hunter in charge of supervising the test. As for the first test, the obstacles they had to overcome, as hunters came in many forms. Different types, one of them being the maze. True to its name, the maze contained countless different traps. Just as everyone was focusing hard on entering the test, Jiang Jun walked up and asked David, "Hey, you, the glasses-wearing uncle. You said earlier that no matter how we do it, we just have to make it through the exit gate, right?" David looked at the lead with the most helpless stare imaginable at his downright country bumpkin getup. Someone standing there yawning like that, did he even intend to take the test seriously? Was this really how a rookie was supposed to act? After David warned him, the lead shot back with a swaggering line. "If you've got questions, just keep your eyes on those hardworking guys running up front." David felt his blood boil at the young man's arrogant attitude. No candidate had ever acted so blatantly out of line. Jiang Jun proposed a bet. Within 20 seconds could he clear that? If he succeeded, David would have to pay Jiang Jun 1 million won. Jiang Jun even provoked him. "If you're scared, forget it, we don't have to bet." His pride stung, David raised the stake to 10 million won, basically his entire monthly salary. When the young man suddenly braced himself with one hand and started climbing the wall, nobody had a clue what the hell Jiang Jun was doing. But in just a few seconds, he succeeded and reached the gate on the opposite side. After witnessing Jiang Jun's skill, everyone was beyond shocked. There was nothing else to say. With swagger to spare, he was thrilled that the 10 million won was finally his, proof that getting rich could be this easy. According to reports, besides Jiang Jun, there were several noteworthy newcomers, including Li Kanghayan. He had always wanted to become a star, so he pushed himself hard, no matter the danger. He was a level 4 swordsman and an experienced trainer who had won most fencing competitions worldwide. Li Kanghayan, back when he was still in the guidance tower, was the strongest hunter among the knights. From the very beginning, he attracted attention, and from that point he walked the path of success. However, an incident occurred when he encountered Jiang Wan. How many spotlights did Jiang Wan steal after that last scene? The press room at the ranking evaluation contest was in a frenzy following the recent explosion. It happened so fast that they couldn't capture anything. Honestly, they thought no one would care about a guy in cheap sandals. Every photo they managed to take featured Li Kanghayan. In the contestants' waiting room, while Jiang Wan was calmly sleeping nearby, everyone was buzzing about the explosion in the contest just now. People realized the media had called Jiang Wan a master. Hearing this, Kanghayan felt more irritated than ever, and he wanted to reclaim everything that belonged to him while the protagonist was still asleep. The ranking contest organizing committee announced that the order of today's evaluation contest categories had changed and would restart after 15 minutes. The fantasy monsters used for training were created by combining the most advanced technology and mana crystal. This was the category to compete over how many monsters one could defeat in the same period. The media was extremely excited by news that a hunter, fresh out of the tower, had used magic. It seemed a new talent had appeared when time ran out. Li Kang-hyun had defeated 78 monsters on his own, and this score was the highest among all devices. According to observers, his combat senses were excellent, and he could also use the power display. This time, it seemed the knights had the upper hand and would take the lead. The next participant was hunter number 34. Kim Jiang-won. His contest category would be goblins, and the time limit was 120 seconds. Unlike the other contestants, the protagonist's demeanor was unusually calm. In other words, this was a state of indifference to the world. His speed was so fast that no one could capture any footage. Within seconds, all the monsters were gone. People wondered if he had also used magic. By observing the guild leaders, they realized it wasn't magic but his spiritual power. Related to speed, Jiang-won simply approached the monsters, punched their faces, then moved to the next target and repeated the process. This was precisely due to his incredible speed, making the monsters appear headless. His speed was unbelievable. That was human movement without using magic. Everyone questioned what Jiang-won had done alone in the tower. They said that sometimes, when hearing rumors about Jiang-won, they thought it might be true, but witnessing it firsthand, it seemed he had completely become a monster. A real monster. When the system announced the time was up, it also tallied the total number of monsters Jiang-won had defeated on his own. The result was exactly 248 monsters. No more, no less. Jiang-won's monster slaying was broadcast live, and viewers were stunned, admiring, unable to believe the score. This was the truth. Some even thought the protagonist was an S-rank mage. Li Kang-hyun felt both jealous and disappointed in himself. Despite having prepared meticulously and sacrificed everything, he still could not surpass that bastard Jiang-won. After that contest, the protagonist met directly with the deputy head of information of the Korean Hunters Association and received a list of guilds wanting to meet him. She was Alice, representing the association, to congratulate Jiang-won. She said, "Congratulations on your return after 12 years. While she spoke, the protagonist seemed indifferent, his only concern being what he would eat later. Jiang-won exemplifies the strong yet indifferent heroes in this world. He wondered whether delivering this to him was really the job of the deputy head of information of the Korean Hunters Association. This young man suspected they had come for another purpose. She had truly come to witness firsthand the person who shook the entire world and also wanted to give him something. She proposed a contract related to Alice's guild, a renewal of the members' rights and obligations. Reading the first line froze the young man for 5 seconds. When Party A and Party B cooperate, Party A will immediately transfer the entire amount to Party B. The contract's value was a one-time payment of 10 billion won. Jiang-won looked serious as he said, "Since when has the value of our currency dropped so much? Is it any better than the Zimbabwe dollar?" Due to the monsters, the situation was indeed a bit chaotic. A little, but luckily there wasn't any kind of economic crisis. Instead, land prices shot up by quite a lot. Alice showed the protagonist the current market price of the land near where he lived. A plot that used to cost 3 million won had now become 3 billion won. She kept trying to recruit the young man with extremely tempting benefits. No matter how much housing prices or anything else went up, Hunter Jiang-jun didn't need to worry because 10 billion was the real value of the contract. In Alice's guild, if Hunter Jiang-jun wants, then after the contract expires, we'll pay double the originally offered amount, and we even intend to renew the contract. At that moment, Jiang-jun's eyes lit up like car headlights when he saw the 20 billion waiting for him right in front of him. However, to get it, he would have to share the loot obtained from the dungeons with his guildmates. The split would be very favorable to him. The protagonist had another question. Signing a contract with this guild was also part of the job of the Hunter Association's deputy director of information. Jiang-jun thought to himself that he'd clearly heard you couldn't get scouted while you were employed at the association. About the contract, that was exactly why. He replied, "I prefer going solo to joining a guild. It's way too much hassle." Sure, the money sounded great, but he didn't like being tied down. He said that, but in truth, he knew full well nobody in this world would just hand him 10 billion for free. If he took it, a whole pile of hassles and things he didn't want to do would obviously come crashing down on him. 5 days later, he met the 3 guild masters again. The protagonist was utterly shocked that Seo Guan, who had been the same age as him, had now turned into a middle-aged uncle, and Kim Si-hyung had now become a mature, handsome man. On top of that, Seoul had become very different from their high school days. Seeing the three of them made the protagonist so happy that he wanted to eat the entire sushi spread without sharing it with anyone. Thanks to the three of them, they learned that what he did in the tower even made it onto TV. The young man panicked when he realized everything he'd done had been witnessed by the whole world. Chances were the whole clearing a dungeon naked incident had been seen by everyone too, along with the time he cosplayed as a goblin to clear a dungeon. However, the most famous scene was when Jeong Jun danced a few weird moves while capturing the dungeon boss. There was also the part where he climbed from floor 1 to floor 10 by kicking straight through everything with his legs. All of it matched exactly what he'd done in there. Seo Guan said that during the recent ranking evaluation, "I thought you'd become a monster, but I didn't expect that hearing you tell it in person would make me feel even more certain." Back when Jeong Jun was still in the tower, he even saved a little boy and took him in as a disciple. His life was like something out of a comic. In novels, the plot is that the protagonist gets trapped somewhere, then realizes something and escapes. Even though he taught that boy extremely carefully after everything, maybe it was still just a messy brawl, using brute force to beat monsters, that's all. The protagonist thought it over and over and still felt guilty toward the boy. What's more, his personality had been awful, so the more he thought about it, the guiltier he felt. But thankfully, he'd been wearing a mask, so he swore he'd never meet his student again in real life. Jeong Jun checked his status window. The line that used to appear after his stats, "maximum limit reached in the tutorial tower," was gone, and the number 36 tied to his age had disappeared too. His age stayed at 24, meaning he still kept the same appearance he had before entering the tower. What Jeong Jun wanted now was to make a certain amount of money and live a life where he only did what he wanted. However, when he looked back at the system panel, the words "unable to log out" had been removed, but it was still here. Under that was a mission to clear at least 3 more dungeons. All of a sudden, the protagonist got word that someone from Ares wanted to meet him. They even said that even if he refused, they would still make sure to bring Jeong Jun over no matter what. The security guard said the other party was from the Ares Guild. It might be a bit troublesome, but he hoped the protagonist would consider the situation. Jeong Jun felt that if he didn't make himself crystal clear once and for all, they would keep coming to bother him. So the young man decided to go meet them. The man was Kang Byung-ho, the head of HR for the Ares Guild. He asked Jeong Jun, "If you don't join our guild, do you really think you can still succeed? If you join the Ares Guild, we guarantee you won't have to suffer hardships you don't deserve." What was with this attitude? Jeong Jun thought they were deliberately trying to intimidate him. After the protagonist said that, the bald guy flew into a rage and shouted at the brat. "You dare talk to us like that?" the HR chief calmly asked again, hoping Jeong Jun would reconsider one more time. Ares was rumored to be an overreaching organization, looking down on everyone and controlling more than half of South Korea's dungeons. The Ares Guild was taking 66% of the dungeon rights, especially complete control overall. D-ranked dungeons for newcomers and A-ranked dungeons that gave better loot. After that, they sold entry tickets for cash. Newcomers who wanted to build experience or keep a lifeline to make a living had to. Buying a ticket to the dungeon is extremely expensive, or you'll have to join the Ares Guild. Everyone is forced to choose between the two. Kang Byung-ho warned Jang Won that even if this is the guild's territory, he shouldn't let his mouth run too far. "Do you think there's no one from our group in the guild? I'll just say one thing, you should think very carefully about this offer." To show his power, the bald guy smashed the table and declared that this hunter was very strong. "He has all ability stats at level A. Do you really think you can defeat him?" Hearing this, Jang Won found it utterly ridiculous. Having these guys talk big right here was truly annoying. He picked up a sandal, a bit shabby but confidently said, "Do you believe that with just this, I could summon people to carry your coffin for you?" Just as it seemed a fierce battle would break out, the bald guy instantly got a painful hit to the face from Jang Won's sandal. Even with such a light strike, the guy's head went straight into the wall. Looks like it's time to meet his ancestors. At this moment, Kang Byung-ho was truly impressed. Could this be the master everyone talks about? He realized the protagonist seemed much stronger than he initially thought, though still just a frog in the dungeon. He assumed that Jang Won might now think he is the strongest. But if he meets someone truly powerful, could he still do this? Kang Byung-ho was confident that the accumulated power and strength of the Ares Guild would make Jang Won kneel. That's what he thought, that everything should have gone that way. However, something felt off. Jang Won could hit so hard without using magic. He trembled and dared not act at that moment. Jang Won stepped forward and said, "Do you know what I hate most? What I hate most is being threatened." Jang Won decisively slapped him across the face, then they got thoroughly beat. Back home, the young man calmly enjoyed his meal. Yet his friend worriedly said, "Jang Won, you really don't know how to behave. Those Ares guys are extremely fierce. The consequences of their actions are no joke, so unless provoked, no one touches them. They can pressure others from joining different guilds, or handle things quickly in a dungeon. Or more accurately, they might just kill. because inside a dungeon, no one knows what will happen. Yet Jang-won didn't seem to care much, only feeling that this world is truly cruel. Kim Si-hyun now wanted the protagonist to join his guild. However, Jang-won still insisted on not joining any guild because he had personal matters to attend to. In the Idrin research chamber, Jang-won had been studying it for 12 years but still couldn't understand why he alone was trapped in the guide tower. Jang-won was furious and wanted answers. Who created this tower and trapped him for 12 years? If he discovers the tower's secrets and identifies the masterminds, they will surely be executed. Idrin's research chamber is a C-rank dungeon. It's said to be a great dungeon for new players to train, but still, Jang-won probably can't enter because Ares has a monopoly over the dungeons, and Idrin is one of them. Jang-won felt extremely frustrated by this absurdity. What's the government for? No anti-monopoly law. Yet the government or politics can do nothing. The dungeon is dangerous, so no police dare enter. And if someone dies inside, it's all ruled an accident. On the surface, Ares is a model new company, and besides oppressing hunters, they maintain a good public image. Jang-won considered sneaking into Idrin, but Ares soldiers were always stationed there. Jang-won didn't give up, saying he must find another way to get in. A way that few dare attempt, confronting Ares directly. Even if he becomes their enemy, the protagonist would accept it, because after handling Kang Byung-ho, he was already effectively their enemy. Persian Gu, the head of the Ares branch in South Korea, an S-rank hunter, upon receiving the projected ability analysis of Jang-won, was extremely surprised. Based on video monitoring in Jang-won's guide tower area, these were the estimated results from the newly acquired analyzer. They were highly skeptical, but according to the analysis, even with a large margin of error, it was only within about one level. Gu felt intensely curious and excited. If these results were real, then they had to recruit Jeong-jun no matter what. However, the head of HR reported that the attempt to recruit Jeong-jun had failed. Even so, Gu figured that if it came to this, there was no need to hire people like that anyway. Anyone brought into the guild had to be useful to the guild. To be blunt, with stats like these in dungeons and labyrinths, you'd rack up overwhelming results, and it would bring us an insanely huge profit. But what if he gets dissatisfied with his position and starts eyeing mine? Turns out the branch manager was afraid the male lead would become a poisoned apple. Looks delicious, but you only learn the consequences after you take a bite. Gu came up with an idea. Stop trying to recruit Jeong-jun and instead give him a light accident to injure him a bit. Suddenly, someone came sprinting back to urgently report to the department head about the situation in the research room. In Aaron's research room, a girl was desperately trying to enter a C-rank dungeon, but she'd been stopped by the Ares Guild checkpoint. They barred her from hunting there and claimed that people with no ability and no money would never get to live comfortably. No matter how necessary it was for her, they still insisted on keeping that rule. Right then, Jeong-jun appeared. His blank, spaced-out look made them suspicious, as if he were searching for a restroom. Jeong-jun calmly replied that he wasn't looking for a restroom. He had business inside the dungeon. One guard warned Jeong-jun that even if you're crazy, you should pick the right place to be crazy. Who the hell are you? Truth be told, the male lead is pretty hot-tempered too. That was all it took for the young man to feel offended, and he had no intention of letting them off. Jeong-jun pulled out the legendary slipper that could humble any top expert. I'm trying so hard to be friendly, don't I look approachable to you? In an instant, Jeong-jun unleashed his power, sending the guard flying and slamming straight into the checkpoint before flipping onto his back. Not only did he show off his strength, he even acted like it wasn't on purpose. Oh no, looks like I should have dialed the force back a little. Jeong-jun even took the chance to bully the other guard and snatch the new shoes he'd just bought. He even praised them. Looks like a chunk of iron, but they're surprisingly light. Jeong-jun had gone a bit too far and completely wrecked his own worn-out, bargain bin slippers he'd been wearing for years. He even swaggered straight inside Aaron, leaving the checkpoint attendant stunned. He believed that as long as no one messed with Jeong-jun, nothing would happen. But if someone confronted him with hostility, he'd set his sights on defeating them and reveal a fight-to-the-end nature. In any case, no one understood why Jeong-jun was so stubborn. Jeong-jun, meanwhile, was absolutely thrilled with his new shoes. The other day, Kim Si-hyun talked with the male lead and heard about raising people's stats. A group of people were still fumbling around inside Aaron looking for a boss, hoping to increase their stats. All of a sudden, they spotted men wandering around alone inside. He didn't look like a hunter. Facing the growling boss, Jeong-jun stayed remarkably calm. He held a massive syringe and threatened it. The new research material has arrived. So where should I start my research? Eyes, heart, or spine, just tell me what you want. No matter where it is, I'll grant your request. 12 years ago, the male lead's friends learned what Jeong-jun went through as a child. He had to live confined in an orphanage. When his parents died in a traffic accident, a cousin uncle sent him to the orphanage and stole all the assets. Who knows it? Perhaps Jeong-jun was disappointed in himself, or maybe not like his usual self. Even if Jeong-jun said he was fine, if anyone tried to control or suppress him. He would never argue. He would dump all that pent-up frustration onto the other person. That's why when he faced the boss, he acted on pure instinct. Before long, he had dealt with that huge boss. After watching for a while, the group realized he was the famous Hunter King, ranked #1 on the forum. In other words, a top-tier expert everyone knew. That tracksuit and hairstyle were unmistakable. In the manager's office on basement level 5 of the Aries Guild's Korea branch, the Korea branch management chief, Gushin Myung, received the head of HR. They exchanged information about a newcomer who had just escaped the tower guide with 2 A-level ability stats. After reading the analysis chart, they couldn't believe their eyes and thought the analysis might not be entirely accurate. The accuracy might not be 100%, but regardless, they had to admit that Jiang-won was truly top tier. At this level, he was no longer just top tier, he had reached monster level. They intended to handle Jiang-won gently. They also heard that the protagonist had raided their exclusive dungeon, but at that moment, the dungeon's guarding hunters were active. It was utterly humiliating, and he felt frustrated inside. Gushin Myung thought that if men had ability stats at this level, it would be difficult to cause him moderate harm. They would quietly handle it so that the branch chief wouldn't have to intervene. After all, he was already troubled with entering the Chinese market. The newly established Chinese guild was called Pedo. Since its founding 2 years ago, it had controlled 52% of China's exclusive dungeons. The guild master, 4 years after leaving the tower, had led Pedo to become a great guild. The leadership of the guild consisted of renowned individuals with monster-level ability. But more surprisingly, the Pedo guild master, ranked S and 5th on the global public leaderboard, still had a mysterious background unknown to the world. Gushin Myung thought there was no need to worry about Kim Jiangon, since they were dealing with Pedo and would not waste manpower. Just to inflict moderate damage on Jiang Quan, they wanted to assign a well-trained individual to handle the protagonist efficiently. From another perspective, Jiang Quan was lounging comfortably, marveling at this development. The world was now capable of things once thought impossible. He was also amazed that he could take a beautiful photo of Kim Si-hein just by using a smartphone. Si-hein scratched his head in confusion. Originally, the phone was bought for Jiang Quan to communicate, but now the protagonist had been glued to it for 3 hours straight with no sign of letting go. Si-hein reported that the Deep Forest Tribe dungeon Jiang Quan mentioned in the Soul Guild seemed to have no boss. The monsters there had been captured. A few weeks ago, this was somewhat different from the tower guide. In the tower, bosses usually respawn within a day, similar to regular monsters, but in actual dungeons, it was different. Ordinary monsters continued to appear endlessly, even if one was killed. However, if a boss died, it took considerable time to respawn. Each dungeon was different, but the Deep Forest Tribe dungeon took about a month. Jiang Quan panicked. Did that mean he had to wait a whole month? However, the Deep Forest Tribe boss had been defeated nearly 4 weeks ago. In other words, it would respawn in about 2-3 days. As for the swamp dungeon he mentioned, that was Pedo's exclusive dungeon. Jiang Won felt extremely weary at how troublesome it was just to capture one monster. Kim Si-hein wondered when the protagonist would register with the Hunter Association. Jiang Quan was still clueless and asked, "Is that really necessary?" However, registering was beneficial, as it allowed access to limited guild support equipment, and even cash rewards. Hearing this, Jiang Quan was startled and excited about money. "So I just register and relax and I get money? How much?" He was truly the type who wanted to reap rewards without effort. Si-hein explained that a real battle was required once every 2-3 months. As for money, B rank earned about 1.3 million won, A rank got 2.5 million won. S rank earned even more. Si-hein received about 7 million won per month. Hearing this, Jiang Quan's eyes widened, mouth agape, and he even urged his younger brother to register immediately. Once the blood was up, there was no stopping him. At the Hunter Association's energy measurement office, Jiang Quan and Si-hein arrived. The clerk was shocked when he heard the protagonist's name, realizing he was the one who had cleared and left the tower after 12 years. He thought, so it's Jiang Quan. No wonder everyone registering today was asking about him. It was just that his ability test showed slightly impressive results, nothing to make such a fuss about. The clerk remained calm and said that his personal information had been verified. Then take this. What he handed to the protagonist was the explorer's eye. Jiang Jun's rank status will appear on the hologram beside him, and that rank will be officially recognized. After taking the eye for inspection, Jiang Jun was classified as rank B. If he had truly become a phenomenon, he should have been B+. Suddenly, the man was shocked when he heard Jiang Jun say that he possessed luck and magical power. He was stunned and could hardly believe his eyes. Because of that, all the hottest news articles focused on the protagonist for publicity. Keywords such as "master becomes a hot topic" and "Jiang Jun has gone crazy" were being searched extensively. Aside from magical power, all of the protagonist's other abilities reached rank A. They only learned this information because the measuring staff member shouted it out. Everyone discussed how perhaps no one in the world could compare to Jiang Jun. Didn't that mean He had already taken the position of the #1 hunter. Thousands of jealous eyes turned toward Jiang Jun. The protagonist felt helpless. This world was unbelievable. It had only been a few hours since the test, and everyone already knew everything. According to Si Hyung, Jiang Jun was a hot figure these days, which was why everyone paid so much attention to him. The protagonist had even single-handedly cleared the Ares Guild's dungeon. That meant many factions were currently keeping an eye on Jiang Jun. Si Hyung wondered whether his brother even cared about such things. The Ares Guild had probably already gathered all the information and news about Jiang Jun, considering today's ability assessment. Along with the fact that Jiang Jun had dared to interfere in their territory, they certainly would not let it slide. Although his younger brother worried so much about him, Jiang Jun seemed to care the least. No matter what was said, he openly looked at his phone and laughed loudly at other people's worries. The protagonist was currently fascinated by the crazy figure on the screen. He was extremely excited by the game's loading screen. However, ever since yesterday, this had appeared every time he moved toward a dungeon. That insane pose combined with the aura effect looked absolutely amazing. Hunters really could do anything, Si Hyung said helplessly. Big brother, the one you're watching is me. Hearing that, Jiang Jun snapped out of his excitement and put on an elegant air, trying to calm himself as he said, Seo Aquin and Seo Xian both seem very busy. Only you are free. Si Hyung sighed helplessly at his country bumpkin brother. I'm a guild master too, why wouldn't I be busy? Right now, I'm just trying to arrange my schedule so I can follow you around. After the Ares Guild Management Office received Jiang Jun's assessment results, Gooch and Myung finally understood why the branch director wanted to deal with the protagonist. To handle Jiang Jun, they had even summoned Shin Chen. He was a hunter rumored to be on the verge of reaching rank S in China, and he was strong enough to confront Jiang Jun. The protagonist headed to Si Hyung's dungeon. This place was the Deep Forest Tribe and the boss would soon respawn. Jiang Jun was extremely excited about entering it. Out of nowhere, he ran into Park Ga-mun. He was the support member and would carry the loot. Here, drops from the main boss had market value. They were worth around 20 to 35 million. Jiang Jun was shocked after picking up the loot because he had no idea what it was used for. Si Hyung thought that the protagonist had a point. After all, someone who dressed and behaved like Jiang Jun would never think about such things. Inside dungeons, drops are used to forge weapons or defensive equipment. Park Ga-mun suggested filming the protagonist to upload videos to YouTube. He agreed immediately with only one condition. They had to split the ad revenue equally. At the moment, entering the Deep Forest Tribe was no different from entering a maze. Si Hyung appeared extremely serious and cautious. In contrast, Jiang Jun was still fooling around, trying to look good on camera and make money. The young man continuously showed off flashy attacks and overwhelming strength to make the footage look better. This accidentally agitated the boss at the entrance of the Deep Forest Tribe dungeon. With a single move, he opened a path and even drew the boss out. He truly deserved to be called a master. The more he filmed, the more excited the protagonist became. While he was at it, he might as well show off a little, together with his legendary slippers. Jiang Jun rushed forward, smashed the boss's face, and climbed onto its shoulders. Before long, he had thrown it to the ground and left it rolling around. Unbelievable. Park Ga-mun filmed while tears streamed down his face as he witnessed such an unreal sight in real life for the first time. This was truly the hottest video of the era. The man who had been watching the protagonist's every move was Shin Chen-gang, the one summoned by Gooch and Myung. Even he had to admit that Jiang Jun was indeed a monster, just as the rumors claim. The protagonist has no magic power nor special skills, relying purely on physical strength and immense combat ability. But it's understandable that Jiangun couldn't compete with him. After receiving the information that the main character would enter the dungeon managed by the Ares Guild tomorrow, Shinshin Gang confidently declared it a perfect opportunity. At the swamp entrance in sight, Jiang Quan stood there arrogantly, yet he felt a slight unease within himself. He opened his phone and saw a message from Seo Xian. You're heading to the dungeon, right? Don't forget what I told you yesterday about the Ares Guild. The young man didn't understand why his little sisters were so worried. Jiang Quan calmly charged in. He believed that knowing a few things about the guild wouldn't help much anyway. Seo Xian anxiously asked, why do you want to enter the dungeon controlled by the Ares Guild? Isn't it because you plan to stir up trouble with them? Without hiding anything, Jiang Quan coolly and excitedly admitted that there was some truth to that. His little sister was helpless because worrying about him now would be useless. She had already seen Jiang Quan's stats through Si Hyung. She had even watched videos of him fighting in dungeons on YouTube. Even though she knew Jiangun was very strong, she truly didn't want him to mess with the Ares Guild at all. She only hoped he could handle it quickly. The swamp before them was an A-rank dungeon, and it was a prime location, with the Ares Guild waiting for the boss's resurrection to start their competition. Although Seo Xian had warned him, in reality, the protagonist remained fearless and careless. He recalled her advice about not touching the guild members. Jard, the young man, realized that advice would be difficult to follow. Jiangun thought the guild's flashy swordplay would never change. Even when he first entered, their constant disdain for him was exactly the same. That's why Jiang Quan absorbed their attacks. They all had to take the full force, no difference between them. Even when threatened, they would pull out the Ares guild name and go berserk. How could they all be exactly the same from start to finish? As expected, the gatekeeper rushed forward and everything repeated as before. He got slapped flat by Jiangwen. His old, worn sandal was damaged again. Jiangun entered the dungeon alone and immediately encountered a massive swamp boss called Mega Alligator. Recalling Xiao Xian's warning, its skin was thick and tough, highly durable, making it valuable, even its teeth. The protagonist was thrilled and charged at it like a delicious meal. Jiang Quan sang as he fought, moving swiftly and stripping its skin. In moments he grabbed both of its tails, leaving even the boss helpless. For the first time, the boss showed a fearful look. He spun at 180 degrees in a whirlwind. By now, not just humans can get dizzy. The boss nearly passed out. It opened its eyes and cried in a man dialect. By this point, it was agitated and extremely enraged. The protagonist aimed for a finishing move, but a chain blocked him. Shinchin Gang ambushed Jiangun from behind. For a moment, Jiang Quan didn't understand what was happening. Shinchin Gang had used a magical chain. The protagonist turned to the hunter with a bewildered look. What the hell is going on now? He had made an appointment and even introduced himself as if he were impressive. This is a precious gift Ares personally sent for you. Jiangwen remained expressionless. You mean Ares sent an assassin to ambush me? To assassinate me? He laughed smugly. Not long ago, he had watched the protagonist spin the Mega Alligator. That act shocked him greatly. The protagonist had even struck it so hard its head flew off. Shinchin Gang admitted that Jiangun was very strong, but even so, being bound by the magical chain turned him into a puppet. After stretching and scratching, Jiang Quan saw the chain didn't budge. It was clearly not an ordinary chain. Once bound by it, he couldn't use magic anymore. Its power exceeded even A-rank individuals. Shinchin Gang claimed Jiang Quan seemed scared, yet no trace of fear showed on the protagonist's face. Ian Wu even glared with teary eyes and asked him, "What? Am I supposed to be scared in this situation?" My strangely calm attitude drove him completely insane. He thought that everyone he had ever fought was basically the same. When caught off guard and captured, they would pretend to stay calm at first, then use every trick to break free. Jiang Jun replied indifferently. Oh, so that's how it is. That crazed state made the hunter almost lose control. He couldn't hold it in anymore. Jiang Jun wasn't just strong, he was also great at driving people mad. He charged forward, using poison bombs and activating his ability to wipe out the protagonist with a flurry of ghostly bones. Yet Jiang Won's face remained unmoved. He was utterly shocked. When his attack had absolutely no effect on Jiang Won, at this point he began stepping back hesitantly, unable to understand why. Once again he gathered all his strength and rushed in to attack. However, Jiang Won rewarded him with a punch that smashed his face and sent him flying. Jiang Jun chuckled and said, "If you want to capture me, you'll have to chain up my whole body. Wrapping me with a few bones like this won't stop me from moving." At this point, Shinchin Gang could do nothing but curse, calling Jiang Won a monster. As if it were nothing, Jiang Won smiled and said, "It suddenly loosened up. Am I supposed to just stay still?" The young man delivered a decisive kick with his legendary slipper. The smacking sound was painfully satisfying. Jiang Jun told him that if he came to kill someone, he should at least be prepared. Even the boss was now trembling, forced to stop with nothing else he could do. Jiang Jun even let him experience what it felt like to fly through the air. Suddenly, the system announced, "Congratulations, you have fulfilled the minimum requirement. Your status window has been updated with new information and the final data will be unlocked." Jiang Jun was stunned, still not understanding what was happening. At the management office of the 5th floor of Jude Ares, Shinchin Gang was reported dead. By the time they discovered it, the tree he had been tied to had sunk into the swamp. His body could not be recovered, but he had already been devoured by the swamp monsters. It was said that the hunter Shinchin Gang had reached S rank and possessed 7 skills. No one could believe that someone as ordinary as Jiang Won had defeated him. Still half asleep, the protagonist was startled awake when he noticed the notification window was in temporary protection mode. It seemed something had changed. Jiang Jun had thought he was receiving information about the tower, but instead he had been frozen for more than 2 hours. Suddenly he discovered a new skill he had just acquired. However, the skill was still incomplete. Seeing his older brother getting all worked up and angry, Si Hyun felt intimidated just watching him. Jiang Jun figured that although this was a troublesome skill, there had clearly been a change in him. If he received an invitation from the system or something like that, he might learn more, including information about the tower. Out of nowhere, Jiang Jun suddenly appeared in a strange space as a guardian. The person in white introduced herself as Jiang Won's assistant, named Avi. Now the protagonist understood some things and finally learned the reason why. He had been imprisoned in the tower for 12 years. Jiang Jun stood there blankly as if waiting for an explanation, but Avi said nothing. When the young man finally asked awkwardly, "Hey, aren't you going to explain anything?" she replied with an innocent expression, What exactly do you think I need to explain? This provoked him even more, making him irritated. Are you messing with me? Didn't you invite me because you were going to say something? However, Avi's duty was only to answer the questions that Jiang Jun asked. Only then did he understand the issue and try to focus on forming a question. Who was the one that locked him in the tutorial tower? However, she could not reveal this because it was top secret information that someone with the lowest information clearance could not access. Jiang Jun thought back to the notification window and realized how complicated this was. It seemed that only someone with a higher information clearance could know who had imprisoned him in the tower. Jiang Jun asked Avi what the tutorial tower was, but once again she responded with the same redundant line. This was also information that could not be disclosed to someone with the lowest information clearance. The protagonist stubbornly continued asking more questions, such as the reason the tutorial tower was created and why monsters appear. All of these questions were outside the scope of what she could answer. Wasn't this just toying with someone? Whatever Jiang Won asked, he received no satisfactory answer. He was so angry he let out a sharp, irritated laugh. Seeing that, Avi grew a little afraid and added one more piece of information. I can tell you one thing, you are the guardian. Men's expression was exactly like, oh, this info is top-notch, thanks, you're actually helpful. Jiang Quan tried to regain his composure and asked another question, but it still didn't work. Avi explained that he is currently a temporary guardian. Once he officially becomes a guardian, everything he wants to know, even things he doesn't want to know, will be clear. Becoming an official guardian takes 5 days. In Jiang Quan's area, deep inside, there's a key to upgrade informational powers. If he obtains it, he will become an official guardian. After learning this, the protagonist's skill was upgraded, so she sent the info back to Jiang. Jiang Gun Men was extremely curious to see the final result. Jiang Quan arranged to meet his 4 friends to ask about Kravas, and was told that it's a major disaster. The people in the Aries Guild were furious when hiring a VIP pro couldn't handle Jiang Gun. This time, Gushin Miyoung wanted to corner Jiang Gun, so he decided to spend a large sum to pick a few people stronger than the previous hunter. Only after dealing with Jiang Gun could they focus on Patazul. They were on alert. If China reached here, they would surely wipe out all their members with their army. Strange, however, if they failed, the consequences would be unpredictable, and they didn't even dare to think about it. Hansel waved a ring worth 2 billion obtained from entering the Crimson Hell. Different labyrinths yield different items, and this ring is also an artifact. In the dungeon, one can obtain special resources or, when killing monsters, get gems and byproducts. Items taken from the labyrinth's mystical treasure are effective from the start. This ring was enchanted. In other words, enchanted items are much stronger than ordinary ones. After staring at the ring, the protagonist's skill was activated, allowing him to inspect it with his new skill. Still, it was just a gimmicky skill with no real effect. Now, after finishing necessary tasks, the protagonist must enter the labyrinth. If this ring is worth 2 billion, Jiang Gun would confidently order all the food here, and of course, Seo Hun would pay. Speaking of Kravas, it's when the ground suddenly cracks and monsters continuously rise from below. China or Germany have experienced Kravas. It's also called Hellgate. Jiang Quan thought everything was normal because Avi's family revealed nothing. The protagonist wondered what would happen if Kravas occurred in Korea. It seems it can be contained, but even at the lowest C rank, the area would be completely destroyed. When Kravas occurs, their guilds and some guilds in Korea will participate. But Arazu would definitely react very slowly, perhaps sending only 1-2 people just for appearances. The more Jiang Gun heard, the more annoyed he became. They were truly beasts. Men warned everyone to eat well and rest in the coming days, as something would happen soon. There's a secret base in the tower, and they received information that the 9th floor had awakened. Soon there will be a guaranteed position. They were eagerly watching to see what Jiang Wan would actually do. A harsh reality unfolded as Kravas struck the international airport. All residents within a 5 km radius were ordered to evacuate immediately. The airport was closed and guild-affiliated hunters continued to participate. However, monsters kept emerging from the Kravas crack. The situation worsened, everything was chaotic. Countless monsters attacked soldiers and hunters. Any carelessness now would be fatal. The captain charged to take down a few monsters, but it was nothing compared to their numbers. The situation was urgent. Even if they killed some, more would continuously pour into the Gimpo airport, where the Kravas crack appeared. Suddenly an A+ rank monster appeared, named Giant Skeleton. Even combined, everyone could not confront it. One by one, they were crushed. As it prepared to crush the unconscious, the protagonist appeared. Seeing the legendary black sports outfit, everyone recognized Jiang. As expected of Hyun Woo, he just appeared and shattered the A+ level monster instantly. System notification, you have a mission. Prove your ability by obtaining the key in this area. Time remaining 22 minutes 32 seconds. It seems the protagonist will now have to enter the airport. While he remained fully focused, everyone else was completely stunned. All of them were wide-eyed and open-mouthed. They truly could not believe someone could defeat a skeleton with a single strike, while everyone was distracted. The monsters quietly appeared right behind them. Jiang Quan had initially planned to let others handle them, but that would have been somewhat cruel, so the young man decided to help a little. Hyun Woo grabbed the massive weapon of the Gen skeleton. With a single pull, the protagonist jumped and hurled it at the monsters with tremendous force. With time limited here, everyone felt reassured and confident they could hold out until reinforcements arrived. Everyone now converged toward the protagonist. However, he said, "Why come to me? Take care of the rest yourselves." In an instant, Jiang Quan disappeared. At this moment, the remaining people in the tower began crying in panic. They were bewildered, unsure how to handle this mass of monsters. Although these were called the remaining monsters, their numbers were still uncountable. By now, everyone was exhausted and seemed powerless to deal with the monster. The team leader gritted his teeth and shouted, "No, we cannot fall here. If we fall here, all outsiders will die in vain. Everyone must unite and endure a little longer. Reinforcements will surely arrive." While the monsters rampaged, Kim Si-hein appeared just in time. Everyone was overjoyed that help had finally come. Additionally, Lee Seo-zeon and Han Seo appeared. They scanned around looking for Jiang Quan. The team leader informed that he had entered the center of the tower earlier. With that, they all wanted to give it a try. Si-hein with his divine fire slash and Lee Seo-zeon with his electric power quickly eliminated the monster. Jiang Quan still hoped that outside, his younger comrades could manage on their own. At the bottom, many monsters were climbing up the path. The protagonist did not expect there to be a route for them. While hesitating, he noticed a vehicle dangling above. This seemed like a prop for Jiang Quan's current idea. It wasn't useful at all, just destructive. When the young man grabbed it, the door shattered, serving as a prop for Jiang Quan to execute his flying dream. Jiang Quan intended to clear them all in one go. The monsters saw him as a strange creature falling from the sky. The moment he landed was also the moment all the monsters were sent to meet the King of Hell. One had to wear proper sports shoes to jump like that. Yet he did it in sandals, handling everything. In an instant, all the monsters were gone. The spot he stood on was the bottom of Krava's and the final boss emerged. It carried a key that would grant the protagonist's certification. It approached boldly and was now Jiang Wan's ultimate target. However, it seems the protagonist slightly underestimated it. Its counterattack was incredibly powerful. Though Jiang Quan did not fully understand what was happening, he had to admit this monster was terrifying. The protagonist rushed to strike it, but its strength blocked him, even blowing him face first. It was not only strong, but far stronger than Jiang Quan anticipated, and somewhat different from the foes he had faced in the tower. Suddenly, the protagonist remembered he had a secret weapon. At that moment, the young man challenged the boss with all his might. Now die. Jiang Quan would now have to use a technique he had been reluctant to use again. While the protagonist was trapped in the tower, the martial arts novel said, "With enlightenment in martial arts, one can escape." At that moment, Jiang Quan was in a rush and tried everything. Then he began to practice martial arts. Although martial arts were just things he had seen in movies, TV, or web novels, did that matter? He hoped that becoming a master and achieving his goal would bring something significant. Initially, Jiang Quan mimicked the silly martial arts moves he had seen, but they were all meaningless. However, the accumulated ability points while trapped in the tower, clearing hundreds of floors, turned those meaningless actions into reality. Jiang Quan did not want to recall that dark history, but at critical moments he had no choice. Buck had to redo the 1-inch punch method that General Jiang had used directly on the boss monster. After dealing with that creature, the young man looked around, and luckily no one was here. His embarrassing habit of shouting out technique names was something he never wanted to bring up again. System notification: you have successfully captured Hong Ma ACO and proven yourself. Please become an official guardian in the system. When the remaining time in the system runs out, you will receive an invitation. In this moment, all of General Jiang's long-standing questions could finally be answered. Suddenly, the protagonist noticed a camera drone flying along behind him, tracking his every move. Over at the Ares Association, they were still discussing General Jiang's case. The documents they had weren't an analysis from the research team, just raw metrics. However, the boss was furious. According to the video, General Jiang definitely wasn't just A-rank. His power couldn't be awakened, and no one had ever proven it. It was supposedly just sports gear. The director asked Section Chief Du whether he'd gathered enough material. By now, he had collected everything possible. In the director's view, there were things that couldn't be solved by overwhelming force, so he'd made a new plan. Be ready once it's set, they'll move immediately. The next day at the Korean branch of the Hunters Association. The association's medal ceremony was held for the hunters who had contained the Grava's situation. General Jiang was, of course, there to receive an award as well. Many people were live streaming it with hundreds of viewers. However, the old outfit General Jiang never changed made the Minister of National Defense consider whether he should buy the kid a new set of clothes. Even with good intentions, Hyun-woo replied that there was no need to worry about it. That answer only got the keyboard warriors even more fired up. The old minister, seeing someone talk back so brazenly for the first time, was utterly enraged. He'd barely finished receiving his award when General Jiang ran off without even saying goodbye. This was on the outskirts of Beijing's capital area, at Padojo's Manor, where a woman was soaking in the water, watching General Jiang's video intently. She was shocked and asked what that person's name was. The servant replied that he was the one who had just left the guidance tower in Korea. His name was General Jiang. After hearing that, she wanted a complete investigation into the protagonist, leaving nothing out, everything from the past to the present. This time, the people of Pado Castle successfully seized all the southern dungeon. However, during the process, they clashed with Ares Gui, and some of their people were kidnapped. The lady of the house said coldly that anyone of that rank getting snatched by those idiot Ares was just pathetic. If they couldn't make it back alive, then there was no place here for people like that. Speed up the takeover of dungeon rights, don't let the land go to waste. Elsewhere, Li Xiaoxian was still at a loss when it came to her famously foolish older brother. General Jiang looked at his little sister with an innocent, wide-eyed expression. The young man had no idea what was going on. After the fiasco at the award ceremony with the Minister of National Defense, stories about General Jiang exploded and became clickbait headlines. General Jiang thought that whether it was 12 years ago or now, reporters still pulled the exact same tricks. No matter how he tried to justify it, Li Xiaoxian still felt that taking the award and then leaving on his own was unacceptable. He even showed up to accept the award in sportswear and flip-flops. Not a shred of ceremony. General Jiang only figured he'd never see them again anyway, so there was no need to care about attitude or manners. That was also why, for so many years, he'd always done things his own way. General Jiang was the reason Ares became an enemy, and public opinion fell into chaos. He hadn't been out of the tower for long before he'd already made so many enemies. Who knows what General Jiang planned to do next? Only Han Zio-K-gun believed that General Jiang wasn't the kind of reckless person who acted without thinking. System notification, please become an official guardian. When the remaining time runs out, you will receive an invitation. Time remaining 14 seconds. At this crucial moment, General Jiang accepted and became an official guardian. Meeting Avi again, he asked right away, "How far have my information access permissions increased?" However, she replied that after dealing with Hong Ma Acre, the protagonist's information access had risen from the very lowest tier to the low tier. What the hell is this nonsense now? Jiang Gun angrily said, "Are you kidding me?" Avi was afraid he might do something reckless and stopped him. "I'm only saying what I was taught. Please calm down." At this point, nothing could stop Jiang Gun. "Which bastard taught you that?" The male lead looked completely disappointed. After grinding the boss so hard, leveling up was no longer easy. To make it worse, Avi added that although there was a lot of information available to read, later on he would definitely gain access to it. He had officially become a guardian, so she could now seriously tell him what he had to do. After taking care of these matters, he would get what he wanted. From now on, the male lead would have to stop the climbers, the ones who climb the tower. Although Jiang Gun had stayed in the tower for a long time, this was the first time he had heard them called climbers. However, Avi was not. Referring to the tutorial tower he mentioned, there were 12 floors in total, including Earth itself. That was the tower she meant. The male lead was currently protecting this place, the 9th floor out of Earth's 12 floors. His mission was to stop the climbers from reaching the 9th floor. Jiang Gun only wanted to know who had put him in the tower. However, that turned out to be far more difficult than expected. As a result, the young man felt more frustrated than ever. The things he had to do kept increasing, making everything more and more complicated. Avi said that if they failed to stop the climbers, the 9th floor would be destroyed. That meant Jiang Gun and the place he lived in would also disappear. Jiang Gun was still upset and flared up again, making the poor girl tremble in fear. "So you're saying that since this is something that has to be done anyway, I should just shut up and get on with it?" She had not meant that at all. His attitude hurt her so much that she burst into tears. Avi was one of the managers of the 9th floor system. He did not need to be that aggressive. She calmed herself down and explained, "The reason we chose you as guardian in the end was for your own sake, and everything is for your benefit. Moreover, there were rewards. The more climbers he dealt with, the higher his achievements would rise." Jiang Gun now wanted to confirm one thing. To obtain information about the one who created the tutorial tower and how he trapped him there, what level of information authority was required? To know that information, the the male lead would need the highest level of information authority. That also meant that if he captured the climbers, his rank would increase. Jiang Gun still wondered how many of them he would have to capture to reach the highest rank. The answer depended on which climbers he captured. Simply put, there were 5 high-ranking climbers. Capturing that many would probably unlock the highest level of authority. The red goblin he caught was a low-ranking climber. For now, it seemed Jiang Gun roughly understood the situation. The system announced that his information authority was low. When a climber ascended, an alarm would be triggered. The young man felt the whole situation was getting far too complicated. He could not live with such a constant headache. He only cared about this matter. Suddenly, he received a call from Li Xiaozhan. She told him that something big had happened and urged him to turn on the news immediately. The news reported it as a shocking story, throwing public opinion into chaos. Hunter Jiang Gun kills an Ares member. This referred to the recent Kravash attack incident. After hearing this nonsense, Jiang Gun merely let out a faint laugh. At Han Xiao Kun's house, Jan Gun's phone was burning up from hundreds of incoming calls. Emily was so worried she was on the verge of tears. Who stirred things up like this? Do you realize that spending 12 years in the tower before escaping has already made you incredibly famous? A few days ago, you handled Kravash alone. Other countries had started paying attention to you, and now you're being labeled a murderer. Ever since the issue with Ares happened, I've been worried sick. Despite her anxiety, the protagonist acted as if nothing had happened. Lying back and relaxing, he replied with the coldest answer possible, "Don't worry about me. Why are you all fussing?" She nearly went crazy. "Do you think this is still inside the tower?" Seeing her reaction, Jiang Gun innocently asked, "Do you like me?" The question left the girl completely stunned. At this point, she had to take deep breaths to deal with her eccentric brother. "Say one more word and I'll let you taste lightning." The male lead only made a light joke and she was already this furious. If he seriously teased her, it would truly be a disaster. When he opened his phone, there were thousands of calls. It was the first time Han Xiaogan had ever had so many missed calls. Even the trending searches had Jiang Jun at the top, and his juniors were getting dragged into it too. Jiang Wen wasn't worried at all, he was actually thrilled. Was this his first time hitting one on the trending list? Talking to this guy was genuinely hopeless. Every article was reporting, murder suspect Jiang Wen. Did his colleagues have the same tendency too? And then there was testimony from another victim in Arasud, someone Jiang Wen had beat. The damage the high-ranking hunter had caused to Ares and their statements. Hundreds, thousands of articles all ran with Jiang Wen in the headline. Now it wasn't just the male lead, everyone was under public scrutiny. In 30 minutes, they would begin the press conference. Zhang Guan had asked Xiao Guan to gather the reporters, but the kids were still furious that their boss had prepared nothing and was just calling a press conference like this. Even if that's your style, are you planning to go up there and just run your mouth? Are you going to smash every reporter's head in and wreck Arasud or something? Jiang Wen was at a loss, because in their eyes, he looked no different from an idiot. On Ares' side, they were feeling extremely pleased, because everything was going smoothly, just as planned. The moment they released the information, almost every broadcast last night reported on the case. After that, there would be further discussion. This only proved even more that social media was in a state of intense controversy over Jiang Jun. They believed that, given the current public mood, no matter how the male lead showed up, steering public opinion would still be extremely difficult. That made Ares even more confident they could secure the win. What they wanted now was to control everything. They would keep clinging to the outrageous things Zhang Guan had done before, make a show of it, and move one step ahead of the male lead. And the more his fame surged, the more poisonous it became for Jiang Gu. At this point, the upcoming press conference would be live-streamed on a massive scale. On Ares' side, to guard against any surprises, they sent a few people over. At the Mo Dong press hall, Jiang Jun was the main figure today, yet he sat there in a posture so sloppy it was beyond criticism. It just goes to show, real heroes do things their own way. The reporters kept firing off aggressive, rapid questions. Was the information being spread true? "Mr. Kim Jong-un, why did you attack Ares? What do you think of Ares?" Jiang Jun stayed incredibly calm and replied, "First of all, I don't know how a press conference is supposed to work, so I'll do it my way." He took out a phone and told all the reporters, "Listen to what I'm about to play, then decide." To be frank, I don't really know why Ares did this either. Before, I once rejected a recruitment offer, but I didn't expect that person to pop up like this. Jiang Jun played back all the audio recordings. The voice of the hunter Ares had hired to carry out the hit. Every word was crystal clear to the reporters. He even threw in a few razor-sharp images. Jiang Jun said calmly, "I'm sure you've already gotten information from Ares. That's the swamp where a hunter named Sin Cho on Kang was killed. I went there to hunt a boss, but I didn't expect something like this. The way the media reported it is pretty amusing. You made it sound like only Ares took losses." The reporters were completely stunned and pressed again. So you're saying Arasud framed you? Can you guarantee that recording is real? I think in today's 4 era, voices are very easy to edit. Jiang Jun decided to lay everything out. At this point, holding it back would be a waste. If you think it's edited, then I think I can give you enough proof. If you want, this is the assassin's phone, the hunter who came to kill me. Right now, because it's password locked, I can't examine it in detail. But I'm certain that if you hand it to a security firm or the police, they can investigate it easily. Jiang Jun said, still, I brought it here first so you can see what Ares' assassin was planning to do to someone. I'm just a rookie who just came out of the tower. He suddenly came at me, so the only thing I could do was fight back with everything I had. I did everything I could to keep myself from dying. Unfortunately, while that assassin was fighting me, he was suddenly swallowed by a mega alligator. A dungeon boss, it was a death no one could have predicted. However, earlier Jiang Won had casually told the reporters that he was the one who killed that man. In a twist no one saw coming, the young man replied, I said that back then because in a way, you could say his death was on me. He only tried to steer the story like that because he got into a fight with me. I've heard a lot of people say Arasud is a very wonderful place, so I wanted to let it pass quietly, but I didn't expect them to blow it up like this. After explaining everything, Jiang Gun left calmly and leisurely, without caring about the outcome. Sure enough, just as expected, the media immediately reported that the whole fake accusation was something Ares cooked up using Jiang Gun's name. A perfect case of getting hit by your own stick. There's nothing more painful than that. The boss went crazy because he couldn't do a thing. Even in shallow water, Jiang Gun could still flip the boat. It looked like this was a chance to tear into Ares, so the reporters didn't want to miss it. Honestly, this kind of article was even more interesting than news about a hunter. Kim Si-hein was stunned by how cleverly Jiang Gun handled it. The main character was like someone who could see the future and knew what was coming. Watching the broadcast, everyone was amazed. He even brought Zinchen Gang's phone with him. With his usual I'm the boss attitude, who would have thought he also had a meticulous side. Still, Jiang Gun said that this smartphone wasn't originally the assassin's phone, but the recording was real. Everyone knew how vicious Ares Jun was, and when the peel is thick, you need sharp nails, that's why. Jiang Gun had turned on recording in advance, and he didn't expect he'd end up using it. In a situation like this, Li Xiaoxian worried that if they checked the phone, wouldn't they get found out? However, Jiang Gun insisted the phone definitely wouldn't be discovered, because before it ever reached the security company, RSR would get to it first. Arasud's headquarters are in the United States. It's a massive conglomerate with dungeons all over the world. Among them, no country has lost dungeon market share like South Korea. The question now is, how are they going to show up? Either they'll pull something stupid or they'll offer a deal. Either way, if you go head-to-head with Jiang Gun, there's a lot to lose. But not for Jiang Gun. He wanted to take a walk alone and told Si-hein not to follow him. When he arrived, a group was already waiting. He was genuinely curious what would happen if he went out alone, and sure enough, they appeared immediately. They said someone wanted to see Jiang Gun, so they demanded that he come with them. Suddenly, the young man laughed foolishly. Why are you dressed like that? Alright, so you're people from Great Xia. Ha ha ha. Let me guess, some high and mighty Ares big shot wants to see me. The masked man said that if he came quietly, he'd find out. Jiang Gun responded by brazenly challenging me. And if I don't feel like going, then what? You going to drag me there? Thanks to Kravas, I'm even more famous now. If you still do this knowing who I am, you've got some nerve. They reached out. But before they could do anything, he pointed right at their faces, making every one of them flinch. He even called them out like they were there to pull radishes by the roadside, driving them completely mad. They rushed him all at once, each with a skill, speed, extreme burst, gravity reinforcement. They surrounded Jiang Gun. All the blades converged on him, but they were utterly shocked when their attacks did nothing. He only asked mildly, "Are you done fooling around?" Then, without another word, he flung all of them away. Now they could only surrender. Jiang Gun grabbed one by the collar and asked, "Who's looking for me?" In the outskirts of Wangju, Gyeonggi Province, there was a hidden basement hideout of the killer organization, the Spider Assassin Group. To build this basement area, they'd spent a fortune just to have a comfortable place to operate. Today, Team 1's mission was to bring in a famous figure named Jan 1. In their assessment, Jiang Gun had been showing up on TV a lot lately, so he wasn't some coward. Just imagining him being dragged here by Team 1 made it obvious the higher-ups would be pleased. And today, they could do anything they wanted down in the basement. But just when they thought Team 1 would haul Jiang Gun in by force, the situation turned out to be the complete opposite. The captain of Team 1 even had to kneel and beg for mercy in front of him. With that kind of presence, one look was enough for them to guess he was Jan 1. The moment he stepped into their secret base, he thought they really did have money to burn, building an underground place like this to hide out. When asked why he'd come, Jiang Gun declared, "I'm the one who's going to send you to the other side." In a room filled with countless tools for torture, a girl from the Pedo-Do Guild was being held hostage, tied up tightly. Just looking at her body, You couldn't imagine how badly they'd abused her. Gushin Myung went this far just to force her to reveal internal information and her guild's manpower weaknesses. From the other side, however, this girl is truly resilient, refusing to utter a word even in the face of death. Because of this, he went insane, ordered someone to drag her away, and taught her that death can sometimes be better than life, better than living. The hunters were slightly worried about killing her, but Gushin Myung shouted loudly that there was no need to care. After all, she isn't saying a word, just do it. At the moment they were about to strike the girl, Jian Quan, giving a fan a shout, "Is that you? You've come looking for me, haven't you?" Gushin Myung was both panicked and furious. "How did you get in here? Where's the captain of Team 1? Jian Quan smiled innocently and warmly, replying, "Oh, are you talking about the ones who were supposed to come find me? They're probably still lying on the road asleep." The protagonist even challenged him, giving him a choice: either be thoroughly beaten or sit down and talk politely. Suddenly, a zealous thug rushed in, aiming to stab Jiang Quan, but before he could do anything, the protagonist shoved him away. "I'm clearly the one invited here. Why are you getting so worked up?" Gushin Myung assessed everything Jiang Quan had shown and concluded that he definitely wasn't an A rank. The thugs in this basement are at least B+, and the stronger ones are only A+. Not to mention there's already S rank sent to fight Hyunwoo directly. Even so, no one could defeat the protagonist. He even handled Kravas alone. He wanted to believe that monster rank didn't matter. But in truth, Jiang Quan could already be S rank, or even higher. Even though Gushin Myung is S rank and armed, victory is not guaranteed. That's why he had to restrain Jiang Quan, telling him to sit calmly and talk. Before knowing Jiang Quan's true strength, he wouldn't act rashly and would first assess the situation. Jiang Quan suddenly mentioned the reward. The protagonist demanded they compensate for the damages caused by Ares. "Even if you thugs came to kill me, it wouldn't be enough because you were in the wrong first. You even tried to bite me using the guild rules. Do you think I'd accept that easily?" The protagonist demanded 1 billion in currency and some of the beginner dungeons they currently own. Hearing this, Gushin Myung lost his composure and yelled, "Do you think you have the right to make demands?" He thought this was already being lenient, since for Ares it's just a small sum. Gushin Myung could only curse silently. He thought 1 billion was fine, it just needed a little time to settle. However, Jiang Quan also wanted to claim the right to receive beginner dungeons. He thought for a long time, stalling, so the protagonist proposed adding 500 million more. This was the opportunity of the year. He gritted his teeth, negotiating. "Thug Jiang Guan, maybe you shouldn't maintain a bad relationship with us, right? Whatever you want, as long as you join Ares, you'll get support, and I guarantee this." He even persuaded that compared to making enemies, cooperating would be more beneficial. Isn't that wiser? Jiang Quan disliked the roundabout talk and felt extremely irritated. Clearly, he was talking about compensation, yet he kept babbling nonsense. Men replied, "Why are you all exactly the same? Thinking he's so great? Meet me, I'm Ares. If even that simple power can't be given to me, what can I achieve in this world?" Every line the protagonist spoke hit straight at Gushin Myung. Hyun just wanted a clear answer from them. Either accept his terms or more people will die. In the end, he would have to grit his teeth and agree. Hyun returned home carrying a girl who was barely conscious. 11 billion coins and 4 dungeon buyback tickets. Plus, the girl was part of the compensation for Jian 1. He was very curious how the protagonist could snatch her from someone as powerful as Sol Yu. Jian 1 brought this girl home as a hostage, and he was also a little curious about personal matters. Right now, C would have to go out because today was a special day for the bosses, so he had to catch them all. Observing closely, this tattoo looked like a meaningless beginning, truly starting from self-abandonment. At the same time, the mask formed from that statement was strikingly similar to her tattoo. Could this just be a coincidence? According to the system check, she was poisoned and had B+ power, so she wasn't particularly special. In the protagonist's memory, she didn't exist. Jian Hu decided it was better to wait until she woke up and then ask directly. Suddenly, the protagonist got a notification. Klimber was starting to climb to the 9th floor. Hyun Woo's remaining prep time was 5 days. After being summoned, Avi informed Hyun that he had arrived. Another tower climber had come. Hyun wondered who it was and when he would arrive. According to the info, Klimber was much harder to deal with. Before he got there, Gordon needed to quickly prepare something. He had to awaken his mana, or it would be very dangerous. This time, Klimber seemed high-level, but not exactly. If a high-level Klimber climbs, mana alone isn't enough. If a high-level climber came, the world would be destroyed. Without mana, even mid-level opponents couldn't handle it. It seemed they didn't know where they would appear, and the protagonist was also very curious whether Kravash would show up this time. However, Avi couldn't reveal that info yet. Kravash might appear or not, but another form might appear, depending on Glimber's ability and achievements. Hyun got angry again at this useless info and, as usual, tried to punch Avi in the head. Men who don't understand compassion. Avi nervously asked, "Why do you keep getting mad and hitting me? Didn't your parents teach you not to hit weak women? Truly ill-mannered." At this, Giant Golden lost face. "My parents died in a traffic accident when I was young. But the protagonist didn't care much, so no need for her to apologize. Now Avi realized that Hyun might not be as bad as she thought. At the Aurangzeb high-rise mansion, Hyun was shouting in chaos, thinking the magic ring was a scam. Seo Xian thought he would feel the mana soon, but what the heck was going on? Seo Xian excitedly cheered, telling him to try to destroy it. A magic battle worth 5 billion coins. Wizards usually focus their magic to support each other, but had never heard of magic being blocked like this. C had joined in and was puzzled on the fourth day without figuring it out. He came here to deliver a letter to Hyun. It was from the Korean Hunter Association Dungeon Establishment Committee. Everyone was shocked that their brother had established a dungeon without anyone knowing. Not only that, the protagonist also had a dungeon and planned many things. He named Jude as Gordon, in other words, the Guardian. Hyun suddenly remembered the girl he brought home that day, wondering if she had woken up. However, she still hadn't regained consciousness. The young man wondered if she might be brain dead. Either way, she had been checked by a doctor, so now it was just a matter of waiting. Hyun helplessly shouted, "Every day is like this, will mana appear or not?" So far, he still hadn't felt anything. Seo Xian was also helpless. Better to find someone to pierce the magic hole. It seemed he was referring to Nakagawa Yasumi. Speaking of piercing magic holes, Master Izanami Zun's skill was very special. I heard she can directly puncture the blood vessels of hunters who can't use mana to force a dirty upgrade. Jiang Jun was stunned that such a method even existed. But to meet this person, they'd have to go to Japan, and that was a hassle. With a single careless moment, Jiang Jun ruined the Xian Star magic circle. Seeing that, senior brother Mao Yingxi flew into a rage and berated him non-stop, even though it wasn't his fault, in front of the intermediate labyrinth of Suriname City. Tokyo, Japan. This woman is Nakagawa Yasumi, a leader under Judy Janami. She was in an unbelievably brutal battle. A man with a ponytail holding a mirror blade stepped forward and said, "Even if it was luck, you still dodged my mirror blade. I'll tell you who I am, but what name should I use? Your kind calls me by countless names. Some call me Klimber, others call me the Destroyer, the Demon, and some even call me the Lunatic. But my exact title is the Heavenly Demon." The system announced that D-Climber had reached floor 9. Time remaining 0 minutes 0 hours 0 seconds. Current location, Suriname, Tokyo, Japan. This information arrived out of nowhere. Men couldn't afford to waste a second and told senior brother C to get the car immediately and wait to pick him up. By now, the news was already reporting on the emergency response order, the damage, and the casualties. This incident was clearly caused by Klimber wreaking havoc. Senior brother C was utterly baffled by how sudden it was, and he couldn't understand why they had to go to Japan when earlier. Jiang Jun had said drilling into blood vessels was a huge pain. More importantly, they didn't even have passports, so this whole situation was getting messier by the second. In the conference room of the Japan Hunter Association, Nakagawa Yasumi had just come back from the brink of death. After those people heard that, in the battle against the Heavenly Demon, she had died. However, thanks to an artifact, she was able to revive. The Heavenly Demon was unbelievably strong, and she had to admit it. News outlets worldwide reported the death of Nakagawa Yasumi, the S-rank leaderboard's #1. Yet not a single hunter dared to come and help. Even if they came, they'd be ignored, and in the end, their rank would wind up the same anyway. Right now, there were no reinforcements at all. Even the hunters allowed in had no way to intervene. Countless civilians had died too, and they couldn't just stand by and do nothing. On the projector screen was footage of Jiang Jun facing off against the Heavenly Demon. At this moment, the male lead used his information authority, but it wouldn't work on Klimber. After looking at the Heavenly Demon, Jiang Jun wondered if Grimble's concept this time was some kind of Eastern historical drama. Even the Heavenly Demon didn't know Jiang Jun's title. He stood there and casually threw out a few basic sword forms. Since the male lead dodged his blade, he decided to introduce himself as the Heavenly Demon. Even though his power and swordplay were insanely fast, Jiang Jun still managed to evade. At a glance, it looked like an attack, but it was actually him gathering energy and swinging his sword. If you got hit, you'd be sliced into dozens of pieces. The key now was to stop the Heavenly Demon from swinging, and getting in close would favor Jiang Jun more. At the same time, he couldn't let the distance get too far. Before long, the male lead had drawn the Heavenly Demon's attention. Only then did he finally treat Jiang Jun as an opponent. All the floors he'd passed through until now, no one had ever been his match. The moment Jiang Jun got off the plane, he sprinted off without saying a word. Now, Senior Brother C saw his brother standing right there. Senior Brother C wondered if he'd known in advance when Cravat would appear. In the clash with the Heavenly Demon, Jiang Jun looked more fired up than ever, and he had no idea what kind of freakish skill this was. The Heavenly Demon explained that those attacks were simply his Thunder Command Divine Art, and the slash aimed at the male lead was the Heavenly Demon Divine Sword. Nothing he used came from the system's power, nothing you'd call a skill. His sword flurries were too fast, and Jiang Jun had to avoid them. In an instant, he realized he needed to retreat a little. Now that the space had opened up, all he needed to do was charge in and attack to rack up points. The heavenly demon didn't react in time and kept taking damage. Jiang Jun used the Overlord Punch and slammed a godlike blow into his body. But shockingly, it did nothing to him at all. He stepped forward and declared, "Let me say it again, you're not only interesting, you're outstanding. Ever since I started climbing the tower, I haven't used it, but it seems I'll have to change that now." Jiang Jun was the first person who made him use his hidden power. Before acting, the male lead needed to close the distance. The reason he was called the Thunder God or the Heavenly Demon was the annihilating power of the heaven-slaying Thunder Spirit Divine Sword. He really was a ridiculously overpowered monster. After Jiang Jun's clean, no-frills maneuver, the Heavenly Demon had to admit Jiang Jun was incredibly sharp because he'd already moved to a position right behind him. He grabbed the man's sleeve as the man swung his sword. Even so, the Heavenly Demon confidently insisted that the protagonist wouldn't be able to dodge every single one of his attacks. Jiang Jun trembled violently. Electricity crackled all over his body. The system announced that mana had been activated and the first level was. He forced mana infusion into the body. The forcibly activated mana continued to surge. "What the hell is going on?" Jiang Jun chuckled softly. This move was his own ability, not a system skill. In countless martial arts novels I've read the Heavenly Demon. If someone was called the Heavenly Demon, they'd all reach the pinnacle of martial arts. He was the embodiment of demonic path power. After taking his heaven-destroying Thunder Spirit Sword, the protagonist still chose to fight to the end, and that only made him find Jiang Jun more interesting than ever. Jiang Jun even challenged him, saying, "You think I'm scared?" The Heavenly Demon replied, "So arrogant you can't defeat me," still refusing to accept it. With that kind of power, Jiang Jun can't win. However, it seemed the lightning he summoned struck the boy's acupoints. While trapped in the tower, the protagonist had trained in many martial arts. Among them was a technique he couldn't even properly imitate. In the martial world, those who master it are called the unrivaled supreme divine art under heaven. Jiang Jun had no internal energy and didn't understand acupoints, so he couldn't learn that technique. He'd only been copying it from that novel. That was truly a shame. But now Jiang Jun could confidently declare, "Within 10 moves you'll lose." Hearing that, the Heavenly Demon froze. Jiang Jun had learned it from the Heavenly Demon himself, and it seemed it was time for him to show it. Jiang Jun gathered all his strength into a single point. Everything that happened in this battle had already been recorded in full. The system announced, "Successfully captured Klimber, the Heavenly Demon." The efficiency of the Information Authority began to rise in the city of Pedo. Master had been watching Jiang Jun's battle. This only made her even more certain that this person was her former master, the one from back then, when she was nearly exhausted and felt like she couldn't hold on any longer. At that moment, Jiang Jun appeared and defeated all the monsters. He even taught her martial arts. He was the first to support her, comfort her, and give her the strength to keep going. The remaining area was the dungeon to the east of Guiyan. If they took that place, all shares across China would become Pedro Gui's. What they wanted now was to seize them within a month. This time, the queen decided to go along. She had sworn that when her master returned to the world, she would devote herself to him. She was extremely nervous, because she was about to meet her benefactor again. The moment Jiang Jun stepped out of the international airport, tens of thousands of cameras and reporters swarmed toward him like he was a global superstar. The protagonist looked completely speechless and muttered, "What the hell is going on again?" The reporters fired questions nonstop. "What technique did you use to fight the Heavenly Demon? As far as we know, you don't have mana. Why have you been hiding it all this time? Did you know Kravas would happen in Japan?" Jiang Jun shouted for everyone to be quiet. Senior Brother C also had something he wanted to ask, but since he didn't know how to answer the reporters, Jiang Jun delegated the Q&A to Senior Brother C. In the blink of an eye, men sprinted away for dear life to escape the reporters, leaving Senior Brother C utterly bewildered. As soon as he got home, Jiang Jun saw that the girl he'd rescued from Ares had woken up. She bowed deeply in thanks. "Thank you again. You're my lifesaver." This investor was named Hong Jin. She was an officer under Pedro Dutt when Ares Dutt seized their dungeon. They captured her and she suffered greatly. But that wasn't what Jiang Jun wanted to know. It was the familiar tattoo on her shoulder. Hong Jin explained that the tattoo symbolized Pedro Gui. She had asked Master Gui and learned it was the emblem beneath the heavens. Master personally tattooed it on her. During the process, he told Hong Jin, "Nothing can be above you, only one can heaven itself. Other than that, everything will be beneath you." Before she could even finish, Haiyan Wu felt utterly panicked. His reaction terrified Hong Jin. Haiyan Wu didn't want to recall the mistakes he'd made in the past. The thing he most wanted to forget from his time in the tower came out of Hong Jin's own mouth, making the young man's head pound. That was the period when he still believed that if he trained in martial arts, one day he could leave the tower. Back then, the protagonist had a syndrome. He believed he was born in darkness alone and would be imprisoned in the abyss forever. Hyun-woo believed and followed whatever he saw on the web, in novels or in cartoons. Right now, some jerk wants to expose his dark past in a way other than through tattoos. After thinking for a while, Hyun-woo remembered that kid. It had to be him. He just happened to save someone and ended up running into the Kids Guild member from years ago. He reminded Hong Jin that when returning to Do Guild, to tell the guild master not to look for him under any circumstances. A few days later, Hyun-woo took Hong Jin back to China. On a Hunter Knowledge TV program, they invited Hyun-woo as a guest for an interview. While watching TV, the kids were stunned and shocked to see their legendary older brother sitting there so casual. Hyun-woo announced that if there was nothing else, he had a small announcement to make. I'm going to form a new guild. Anyone interested, please apply. The young man even went around putting up flyers and wanted to gather the guilds for a press conference. If we help with these tasks, Oppa will let us use the beginner dungeon, right? That's how it is after all, the master called us here. I'm the only one doing all these types of work. While fiddling around, Seo-won asked Jan-won why he needed to form a guild. There's more than one or two things to worry about. Don't you find it bothersome? Jang-gun replied casually. I just want to make money. It's an easy win. As long as I dominate the dungeon and manage it, the money will flow into my pocket, right? Si-hun, full of question marks, thought, isn't he already rich enough? Probably grew up tough, so that shaped his personality. After reviewing the ponytailed young man's file, Jang-gun bluntly declared him rejected. The guy jumped up. Why? Among C-rank hunters, I'm the strongest. Did you even read my resume? He seemed calm, maintaining his composed image. Unexpectedly, Jang-gun shouted back loudly, I read it, but it's unsatisfactory. Get out, leave. The guy sulked and walked away. Many others were waiting for interviews outside. They murmured, isn't that the famous hunter who conquered the C-rank dungeon? And yet he got rejected? How high do you have to be to pass? Jang-gun had his reasons. In the introduction sheet, the lowest ability score was D, which wasn't a problem. But the tendency was listed as selfish, and you can't choose someone with that tendency. This time using a new skill, huh? At first, I thought it was useless and cursed loudly. Avi excitedly declared, congratulations on capturing Glimper, the Sky Demon. We invited you this time to upgrade your new skill. What Jang-gun wants now is just the information authority. He's irritated by these useless rewards. I'll let you choose your information authority skill. The information feature you have will be upgraded slightly. Check what tendency it is and what part is being upgraded. That said, seeing it in the interview, the information authority seems to have actually increased. The girl in front of him has a socialist tendency. He was a bit confused, unsure if it was good or bad. Glancing at the two people next to her, one had a self-sacrificing tendency. The other had a peaceful tendency. Jang-gun was excited. Here it is, exactly what I was waiting for. He stood up and declared the three people in front would be selected. They jumped for joy, continuously thanking Jang-gun. You just need these people to perform their tasks, no extra hassle needed. This is enough. Just after leaving the car, the CEO wondered what the older brother had interviewed about. That it only took an hour and a half. He had already picked those who would bring money back to the guild. That's sufficient. So he confirmed he chose competent people for the guild. Even if he didn't, it's fine. He would handle difficult matters himself. Suddenly, Jang-gun remembered there were no S-rank candidates. Si-hyun helplessly said, brother, S-rank hunters aren't many. There are only 5,000 worldwide. 5,000 isn't many. What's your rank among them? This quarter, I'm 163, Seo-won Hyung 175, Sozian 161. If you're ranked 200 or above, people notice you everywhere. Reception gets chaotic. Jang-gun switched to poor mode, thinking, this guy is formidable. Jang-gun asked further, last time I saw the S-rank hunter rankings by generation on YouTube. Many names disappeared midway. Why? Because they died. Isn't S-rank very strong? Why do so many die? They want to rank up and get SD plus rare artifacts, so many die. Each hunter has a limit to their power increase. If just leaving the tower with C-rank power, that hunter can't increase beyond C-rank. Rank is fine. Normally, 3-level increase is the limit. To go further, you must find SD plus level artifacts. Jang-gun asked, so that labyrinth becomes the grave of old S-rank hunters. You could say that. Some hunters don't find SD plus artifacts, while some hunters possess them. In other words, they kill many people to take them. Those killer hunters are removed from the rankings. Even S-rank isn't exempt, so the hunters Aries Wu sent to you are of that type. Jang-yuan likes to think we're all filthy alike, a bunch of flat-brained fools. One of the 4 primary dungeons stolen from Aries truly stands out. Jang-yuan stands here, breathing in deeply. From now on, this place is my crimson dungeon. He tells Si-hyun to go ahead. He has to go catch boss Lee Sen and wants to see how much money he can earn. If you want a lot of money, you must be quick. He approaches, opens the door, and steps in. As soon as he appears, the 2 men inside laugh heartily upon recognizing Jang-gun. Jang-gun also beams brightly in return. Already calling someone by name upon first meeting, wanting a beating too. They recall past events and immediately trigger psychological shock mode. I'm entering the dungeon now, it's mine. There shouldn't be any problem, right? Huh. The transfer isn't complete yet, he shouts in his place. Jiang Guan smiles brightly again and asks, well, no, please come in. It's been a long time since I last came here. On the way, he meets a brother. Seeing him, one greets, hello, welcome, Lord Kim Jiang Guan, who are you? Aries Gui again? I am indeed required by Aries Gui to come, but I do not belong to that team. The Hunter Corporation along with Hunter Pandemonium. Have you heard of them? Those who know that name and origin cannot help but feel fear. It is a hunter corporation composed of top-tier hunters, ranked within the top 100 of S grade. If the price is right, they carry out any assassination mission. Success rate is 100%. Gunslinger Beautiful rank 72S, Vibram ASEO rank 86S, Mater Aslan rank 91S, Sucker Ania rank 52S. If you become the target of these formidable individuals, no one can survive. Jiangun excitedly points at the girl standing in front of him. Wait, she's a rank 52 mage, has some skill then. Her face full of questions. Why does everything sound so ridiculous? Claiming to be a hunter but not knowing I'm top ranked in the world. Jiang Guan, provoked further, asks again. Truly arrogant, provoked successfully, the female mage goes berserk. S-grade hunters above rank 50 will die by my hand. Don't ask why they die. Because of Anya's debuff, Anya activates a binding spell. Immediately something tightly wraps around the people of Guan. She only knows this magic battle. Now is not the time to question. Still unaware of the situation, fool, Jiang Guan sighs, of course I know. I'm asking only to decide whether to kill you all. Hot-headed after this declaration, Anya's expression darkens. Everyone charges at Jiangun at once, leaving her speechless in Xi'an, China, the city beneath the Gaisangui dungeon. It is said this is the most important place of Gaisangui. This muscular man is Shagulai Dorchin, rank 82S. Compared to my expectations, truly disappointing. Arrogant one. If I end things here, my superior will arrive immediately. Can you handle it alone? Silk Eyes smirks, feinting an attack. He rebelliously swings weapons at her but misses. Pity with the skill used, but I want to meet my master soon, no other way. Silk Eyes activates the Heavenly Thunder command sword. Li Dachin is struck by the whirlwind. After the powerful strike, he lies completely flat. Silk Eyes recalls the words of her subordinate. Don't look for me. He asked me to convey that message. I feel very happy that Hongjin has met the master she wanted. Though a bit angry, also glad because the master is waiting. Don't look for me. If you haven't fulfilled your oath, don't come for me. Probably that's the meaning. For the master to meet the master, I must gather everything in my hand. Master, please wait for me. After the battle, Yonggon carries a small Anya back, Jun like a plow. Seo Jian is like, what the fuck? He brings her back to repair the formation. Jiangun turns with a frightening face and asks Anya, hey, can you do it? I can. But if I do it, will you spare my life? If you've decided, then quickly begin. Yes. Seo Xian is still amazed as his brother brings back the world's 5th-ranked S-grade mage, rank 52, like a banana basket. A shattered assassin hunter. How could he bring a criminal here? Aries Gui had to come again. He spares her teammates, only guides her back. Seo Jian shocked again. Teammates, could Pandemonium have come to Oppa? Has he defeated them all? Wait, Oppa's ability clearly isn't of a class that could easily win. Jiang Guan, bewildered, feels something is off. Yeah. You also think his ability score seems unusual. After all, it's just an info page. Youngsters like to think even if they ask Avi, there's not enough authority. That girl is scared, so she'll behave well, don't worry. She's the type to do anything just to survive. Jiang has already got the upper hand after seeing the attribute board and recognizing her survivalist tendency. Along with the utterly desperate please, spare my life, I was wrong. I can create a magic formation with anyone however many times. Please spare my life, I'll do anything. Jiangun angrily examined Seo Xian, heard that even without a staff, one could still adjust a magic formation. Could even be done without any skill. Come on, take that guy's stuff. S-grade staff cup plus S-grade roto, I'll be right back. At school, she's careful. Where is he going? Once you get a gift, you must return the favor. The young man went to a grocery store, carrying a bag full of items. Right, definitely need to reciprocate with a pair of slippers and a familiar set of clothes. He trudged to Aries. The moment he stepped in, everyone there was already on alert in defensive stances. Get out of here now. This place is off-limits to non-members of Aries Wu. Calmly, he asked, is Xingu here? From his bag, he pulled out a righteous staff. I'm here to give a gift. Surely no one would sue me over being hit by this, right? Thuds and terrified screams echoed continuously. The Aries staff were utterly baffled. What is going on? Just with a toy hammer, they're struggling this much. Jiangun remained satisfied. You guys have great spirit, not running away and constantly trying to stop me. Are you all ready to go to heaven or what? After this chaos, they finally had to call the representative office. Branch chief, right now, Kim Jiangun is wielding a pneumatic hammer and causing chaos. The phone rang continuously. The man in the representative office seethed internally. This crazy Kim Jae-gun isn't someone money can handle. Attacking here with a pneumatic hammer, if it becomes public, Aries Gui will lose face. What should we do? We need support from headquarters. Moon, no, that's not possible. If the issue at the South Korea branch worsens, my own authority will be in jeopardy. Before Hong Chen could even be considered, Jae-gun kicked the door in, laughing ho-ho. The branch chief looked stunned, but Jae-gun first asked, "Long time no see, how are you?" At the sight of Jae-gun, his face darkened. Jae-gun raised the hammer high. "First we hit, then we talk, darling." He toppled forward, hitting his back against the bookshelf. "We just mentioned compensation and you're already sending me gifts. Don't want to live anymore," the branch chief stammered. Pandemonium is no match for Kim Jan-woon. With nothing else to do, he got straight to the point. Compensation. You want compensation for what? Jae-gun quickly replied. Prepare the compensation money, about 2 billion, okay. The branch chief gritted his teeth, muttering, "This guy is crazy." But he stammered, "I'll try to prepare it." Not stopping there, Jae-gun continued to press the pneumatic hammer onto his head. "I don't care how many people you send after me, but every time be ready with the compensation to send to me. Now quickly call for backup for your subordinates." After speaking, he didn't leave. The branch chief remained seated. Anger turned to fury. "Kim Jae-gun, I'll definitely take it. If Pandemonium can't handle it, we'll need another approach. He must disappear. No support from headquarters can be accepted. But there's a way. Go to China, bring back someone ranked S500. Long and Guy immediately dispatched. All info about Jae-gun causing chaos with the pneumatic hammer was reported. 150 hunters at Ares were hospitalized due to the pneumatic hammer. Keyboard heroes continuously discussed, easily guessing the culprit. Meanwhile, Jae-gun lounged, reading news about himself. Han Seoku had transferred the dungeon to Kim Jae-gun. How did it come to this? Must have been exposed at a weak point. Sihun Liuang Thuong approached. "Brother, do you know 47 rescue vehicles have arrived at the Ares building? Even if you didn't tell me, I've seen the news. If Ares reports you, you'll be arrested immediately." "Is that okay?" Jae-gun sighed, seeming unconcerned. Being reported just threatened his life, just self-defense. "Besides, I only hit them with a toy, nothing serious." Sihun helplessly, "Very few can do what you do." Suddenly, Jae-gun realized with shock that it was time for class. "If late, no fee will be given. The beginner's lecture requested in Japan recently, remember? Too troublesome, so skipped it. Class fee is 50 million. Naturally, any fair pay motivates work." Climber announcement, new climber starting tower climb, currently on floor 9. Remaining time, 4 hours 12 minutes 32 seconds. Please note, when the remaining time ends, you will have 1 hour. While busy carrying monsters, must also pay attention to this notice. Another climber waiting while the young man is teaching extra classes. The student spins the axis. Even the assistant has to remind Jae-gun to focus. "Nothing special, I'll show everyone how to catch monsters barehanded. Let's go." An hour later, Jeonggan was summoned again. "Why is Climber here again already? I just caught a heavenly demon, but my info clearance still didn't increase. Are they trying to screw me over?" Avi explained, your info clearance didn't increase, but it was accumulated. This time, I'll tell you Climber's information in advance. Kimber isn't coming alone this time. He has a lot of teammates. Like that Krava's monster I saw the first time. It's different from those. Kimber is low tier like a Hong demon, and he drags Krava's monsters along. The system summoned monsters to help low-tier climbers destroy the world. So the monsters that appear with those low-tier climbers can't be called teammates. Jeongjun asked, "Then is Grimper high-tier or mid-tier this time?" Kimber is mid-tier, but among those with him, there are some higher than mid-tier. Stronger than a heavenly demon? That's great. If I catch Climber this time, my info clearance will increase. Seeing that, Avi also cheered the young man on to stay motivated. "This super tall building is Erangui. How's the magic formation? Your dad told you not to kick doors open so many times. Do you want to wreck it completely? Why are you here?" He said he came to see how things were going. Anya still hadn't gotten over her fear. The formation was almost restored, its effects were better than before, and it would last much longer. "Really? Then can you do one more thing? Your special skill is teleportation, right? That can only be used inside the magic formation." Anya had to agree reluctantly, but Seo Xian sensed something was off. If her special skill is teleportation, then why didn't she just run away? Andrea explained, with my mana I can't activate that skill. I need the formation's support to use it, so even if I want to escape, I can't." Suddenly, Jeongyun received a notification. Climber had arrived on floor 9, location, Germany. Jeongjun needed to get there immediately, at Berlin's Central Square, Federal Republic of Germany. The swordsman was Master Schweizer Gott. "Surrender, monster, and I'll spare your life." "You'll spare my life? Ha 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 ha, how arrogant." Weiser still wouldn't back down. "Don't you see how many of us there are? No matter how strong you are, you can't break through the firepower of this many S-rank hunters." This man sat in deep thought at the German Hunters Association. He was watching everything unfold. Your confidence comes from numbers. It's ridiculous, but fighting with comrades is better. I'll fight with comrades too, this isn't your fault. The moment another monster appeared, everyone panicked. Allow me to introduce myself. I am your long-standing fear. The ruler of everything you imagine when you stare into the dark. The representative of monsters who steals your courage. I lead the night parade of 100 demons. Monstrous power that throws the gods into chaos. Then she summoned a rampaging beast into the sky. Jiang Jun sat there, bouncing his leg as he calculated Germany, Korea. The average flight time between Germany and Korea is 11 hours and 10 minutes. The young man, growing impatient, asked Anya how much longer the magic formation would take. About 5 more hours. Hurry it up for me. After scrolling on his phone for a while, Xiao Xian finally realized. It was already showing that cravat happened in Germany. Oppa received a request for reinforcement. The media was in total chaos. Jiang Jun held his phone and read. Kim Janwon, the proud hero of the Republic of Korea, is becoming more famous after the cravats incident in Japan. A call for Korean hunters to provide support. Kim Jong-yuan requested aid from the Korean Hunters Association. The young man groaned, "Oh heavens. What the hell are these reporters writing?" Xiao Xian wondered if Oppa was going to stop cravats this time. Yeah, she froze for a moment. Jiang Jun, Oppa is someone who devotes himself completely. Jiang Jun kept scrolling and read more news, the most viewed story. An unreasonable proposal. Cravat's ultimate agony. Come at me with everything you've got. The rules are simple. I'll stay in this city for 24 hours. If someone defeats me, I'll stop conquering and obediently return. Come alone or bring the whole pack, it's all fine. But if you can't stop me, I'll keep destroying this city. Crystal Bechko, the head of the Germany branch, was getting a massive headache over this. As things stand, countermeasures have been issued, but an estimated 2,000 people have already been killed. The disaster is still ongoing and the losses will rise. As for hunters, 32 S-rank hunters and 68 A-rank hunters have been wiped out. The situation is far worse than the Kravas incident in Japan. The International Association sent reinforcement requests to the top 5 top-tier hunters, but none of them could be reached. Crystal Bechko, head of the Germany branch, was furious. A bunch of money grubbers. Suddenly, the assistant's phone rang. Hello, if it's important, speak quickly. I'm busy. Really? Branch chief, reinforcements have arrived. It's a hunter from Korea. Who is it? The one who came is Hunter Kim Jong-un, the man who killed the heavenly demon during the cravats incident in Japan. With Anya's help for instantaneous teleportation, Jiang Jun arrived in Germany safely. Wow, magic is impressive. In the blink of an eye, he was in Germany. He landed right where the monsters were wreaking havoc. With his divine sandals, he jumped high and stomped straight on them. Not those monsters. The young man jumped to another creature. What, one strike and it's over? Jiang Jun punched relentlessly, striking the giant monster again and again. After it was exhausted and collapsed, he gripped its tooth tightly and asked, "Where's that girl?" All events were being broadcast live by the flycam. The audience grew even more excited at Jiang Jun's appearance. Crazy breaking news, Kim Jong-jun appears in Germany. What, where, when? Has the ancient master arrived? Terrifying. Jiang Jun is now approaching, facing the female enemy. He's here. He's really here, a living legend. The female monster has been waiting here impatiently. Oh, you're the first challenger. Jiang Jun smirked. You. This little girl talks like that, pretending to be angry. The brat is annoyed, but her words are still sharp. If you're going to appear, you should do it quietly. This city is already in ruins. You're responsible, right? The young man is really good at annoying others. Already the girl is going crazy. Responsibility. Are you arrogant or just stupid? You're talking nonsense to me. Whether I'm arrogant or stupid, what does it have to do with you? She has truly gone mad. Normally, the first opponent should fight comfortably, but you've crossed the limit of danger. Fool, let's see if you can handle it. Chain is 5 steps. The most arrogant giant endured 7 steps. Let's see how many you can endure. Jiang Quan didn't really understand what she was saying, so his face went blank. She started counting, 1 step, 2 steps. Jiang Quan began to sense the atmosphere growing strained. This is the power of magic. Her magic is expanding and compressing space. 3 steps, it seems that step is critical, must stop her, not let her go further. 5 steps, 6 steps. Jiang Quan decided to fight using his full technique. 7 steps, the magic is completely uncontrollable. It not only doesn't create pressure but causes an explosion of power. Jiang Quan's whole body felt like it would tear apart, but he had no choice. He broke through, rushing forward to regain his courage. She praised him. Oh, you're better than the previous top fighter. 8 steps, 9 steps, Jiang Quan activated the beast-slaying king kick. He barely missed the kick. The girl chuckled lightly. Congratulations, you almost stopped my 9th step, but you won't stop my final step. 10 steps. She unleashed extreme destructive power. Jiang Quan felt it clearly. His own magic seemed to surge. A little more and he would have been torn apart. The young man persisted. Ho-ho, impressive, not only enduring the aftershock of the 10-step execution, but also blocking most of its destructive force. Excellent, thanks to your endurance, the damage to this area is minimal. Previously, I could destroy the city in just 5 steps. To Jiang Quan, she was just a lunatic. He confirmed she was stronger than the celestial demon. It was truly painful. What will you do now? You blocked my attack but cannot defeat me. Won't you beg for mercy, or hold on to pride while awaiting death? Jiang Quan tried to stay calm, standing up, pointing forward. Listen, I have only one choice. I will destroy you myself. The girl froze for 2 seconds, then laughed. Very well, you're different from the other fools. In that case, I'll follow the rules and put all my power into confronting you. I am the leader of the 100 Demons Night March. My supreme magic is chaotic beast power. I will show you once and for all. The space now feels different than before. It's much heavier. Jiang Quan's whole body ached again. At that moment, the system announced, prevent the surge of magic inside the body. Endurance level increased. Jiang Quan's current endurance level is S. This is how he managed to withstand it. If his endurance increases further, he can resist even more. Magic from outside is invading the body. The magic is being refined. The magic rank has increased. Jiang Quan's sensations also change. This is similar to when he faced the celestial demon. Right? Stay focused. Remember facing the celestial demon. While in the tower, I encountered tens, hundreds of thousands. Like web novels, comics, animation, movies. For ordinary people, these are fiction, but for me, all are master teaching. The martial arts they taught me. One of them was Achilles' technique to restrain demons in mythology. The young man recalled and applied it, activating his power. The leader of the 100 Demons Night March froze. What is it really? He tried to take another step, but the other foot was blocked. The girl went crazy. How dare he grab my foot? 8 steps left. The 10-step execution is a repeating technique. This is a superior method. You don't need real steps, just repeat the footwork. Magic from Jiang Quan's circle blocked the 3rd step. He used that strange technique to stop her. The demon power of the 10-step execution no longer worked. But did you really think you could stop me? The girl took 4 steps. The pressure from space compressed Jiang Quan again. Feel the destructive force of the 10-step execution. It's like everything is concentrated on you. You must endure all the pain until the end. At exactly 5 steps, she was blocked again. Her bewildered face still didn't understand. Jiang Quan now seemed to adapt. Nothing special, not much different from before. The girl was shocked. She had used half her power, yet Jiang Quan still stood firm. Now it's Jiang Quan's turn to show his power. My turn. A magical flower lit up. The young man activated the fire seal strike. System announcement, successfully captured the Climber demon via chaotic beast power. Remaining time, 0 hours, 0 minutes, 5 seconds. Immediately, Jiang Quan returned to Avi. Fighting the chaotic beast power so fiercely, he must have been exhausted. With this combat result, your information authority has increased from low rank to low medium rank. So we invited you here to inform you about the information authority you've received. The young man's face remained frozen. No, just caught Climber and immediately called here. This is the first time, right? Well, I was just too excited and wanted to tell you quickly. Alright, Gun, notice this room seems to have expanded. Avi explains, every time the Guardian handles Climber, this environment also changes. This low-medium information authority comes with many changes. One of them is that you can decorate this system room. Just think about the room's interior and press a button and the scenery will transform. Jiang Gun followed along and blinked. The room transformed into the first floor of the tower. Pressing the button again revealed a spacious militia room, leaving Avi only able to say, wow. I thought even if you knew how to use it, you wouldn't be able to. This is also the first time I've seen a human's room on the 9th floor. You usually live only in this room. Since I gained awareness, I've been here. Jiang Gun was a bit surprised that all activities occurred in this dark little room, just this tiny space. So you sleep here too? Yes, when I feel tired, I lie on this table to sleep. Jiang Gun fell silent for a moment, suddenly feeling that this girl was truly pitiful. He went straight to the point and asked, besides this, what else is there? Notifications and information authority skills have been upgraded, and a new skill called Entry-Exit has been added. This skill allows the Guardian to return here once a day, even without my invitation. Oh, so I can ask freely about other questions. Now that your information authority has increased, you can ask whatever you want. The young man opened his status panel. It seems some of my information is a bit strange. Besides catching the chaotic monster and gaining ability this time, I feel like my abilities are stronger than what's displayed. Can you tell me why? Yes, since your information authority is low-medium, I can't tell you a few things. Jiang Gun was excited to finally dig out some information. Right, what is it? Speak quickly. Avi began to explain. The tower's creator wanted to prevent abnormal powers inside the tower, so the ability points were not increased too much. Simply put, the ability stats were capped, but this is just a locked feature in the system. So your displayed ability points will differ from reality. The young man's face froze, understanding nothing. Can you explain more simply? Aside from information about the lock system, the Guardian's body continues to develop. Hearing this, Jiang Gun crossed his arms and found it ridiculous. Just that simple? Then how different are the information window and my actual ability? Since your information authority isn't enough, I can't tell. Almost, Jiang Gun became agitated. Then what else? Why am I trapped in the tower and can't get full information? Because your information authority is still low, I can't tell. Jiang Gun raged, then when will the senior Grimber come here? Can't I level up my information faster? Avi stammered, then what about the worlds destroyed by the storm? At the Gaisan Gui mansion in Shanghai, China, the flames were growing stronger and stronger. The man foaming at the mouth is Haiyanshin, the black tortoise. Rank 17 S level, Parian is torturing him painfully. Thought you were a high-level figure in Gaisan Gui. What a disappointment. Uncle Nai Yang, prepare to go. Yes, this is the Gravets video from Germany. The battle is over. After watching Jiang Gun's supreme performance, Parian felt very happy. The master always surpasses what I imagine. Report the current situation of all GUI areas, including the recently occupied region. Yes, we've taken 92% of the dungeon. This is the last one. The remaining 8% are Pedagui's followers. In fact, we've completed occupying all GUIs worldwide. Baryang sighed and smiled. Finally, it's time to fulfill the oath to the master back then. Master, when you leave the tower, I will prepare a position worthy of you. It will be the highest place. I will prepare it in advance. The time has truly come. It's time to meet the master again. Returning, Jiang Gun received many papers detailing rewards. It said he could live in Germany. Si Haiyan curiously picked one up to read. Apart from rewards and items from the chaotic monster, everything else was a full tax reduction. They also provided a car and housing in Germany and a certificate from the GUI office. Han Siok One was thrilled. This reward is far better than the one in Japan. What about the demon's sword from back then? Si Haiyan said Jiang Gun had given him the sword. Finding it was easy, On felt relieved he wasn't included. Jiang Gun explained, you already had a good magical battle, what more is there? It's also the item hanger receipt. Ah, right. But Oba didn't list the items obtained from the chaotic monster. Then why did he go to intercept Kravas? The CEO said he was also curious about that, and even CEO Quan was intrigued. Jiang Nguyen smiled brightly. There's nothing special about it. If I were to say it, my hobby is to tease someone strong. The younger guys thought their brother was serious. From inside the building, the guide tower looked massive. Jiang Quan stood quietly, reflecting on everything. One day, the guide tower suddenly appeared with monsters and forcibly summoned humans. You were the first to be forcibly summoned. For 12 years trapped in the tower, from floor 1 to 100, you destroyed it thousands of times. During the periods when companions left the tower, you also reset floor 1 thousands of times. Now the young man truly wants to know why he was kept in the tower. Gravas level 3, authority to access information from the lowest to low medium. Slow, but at least there's some change. Seeing his brother standing blankly, Sehun told him to go home quickly, guessing Opa must have a headache. Headache? No need to worry, it's nothing special. 10 days after handling the chaotic force god, Jiang Nguyen was back on live television. Hello everyone, I'm Li He Jiang, the host of this live show Exploring Hunter. This broadcast's guest is none other than Hunter Kim Jong-un. The young man, though live, hardly paid attention. He scrolled his phone casually. Kim Jang-gul, at the last press conference you said some very interesting things, didn't you? What? Oh, that I was just telling the truth. Indeed, Hunter Kim Jong-un, this is the main attraction. Ladies and gentlemen, let's look at the screen and go through his biography. Finally, we reach the last question. Here's the final one. Could you briefly explain the special skills you possess? The young man was so bored he kept picking at his ears and nose. Special skills? Nothing special, I have no special skill. I only use the martial art I created myself while in the tower. Nothing that should make the host act excited like a fool. Oh, the Q&A is over. Could you demonstrate the martial arts you mentioned? They even invited martial arts experts for a detailed view. Jiang Quan glanced at the wings, looking excited. What about them? The two old men began demonstrating. If one understands the flow of natural energy, practicing our Azure Dragon Sword technique, their martial arts would surely reach a supreme level. The immortal entry technique is taught as practical combat. After 10 years of practice, the practitioner's body becomes an invincible weapon. Jiang Wan found it ridiculous. Do these old men think they can fool me? Jiang Quan stomped as if objecting to the nonsense the old men spoke. Seems like they misunderstood. I'll speak frankly. Recently, there have been many bad rumors about me. I ask, can people who don't understand the essence of martial arts truly become stronger by trying to learn it? A strong person is strong because they themselves are strong. Martial arts don't make someone stronger. So I'll show you. Jiang Quan grabbed a sword. Red light began emanating around him as he practiced a few basic moves. The old men froze in shock. Oh no, that stance is the Azure Dragon energy seal I demonstrated earlier. Jiang Quan smiled brightly and declared, watch closely, this is how you use a blade. Not long ago, Jiang Nguyen read something similar in an online novel about the celestial dragon divine staff. He wanted to try it. Activating the Azure Dragon Pierce on set, the ceiling seemed to melt. It tore apart and the crew almost suffocated in smoke. After finishing, the the young man warned the old men. If I practice more, I'll be strong because I'm strong. Martial arts are all the same, so don't drag me into your theory. Back at his company, Jiang Quan was surprised by Anya's new appearance. She was still afraid of him as before. Sir, you're back. She changed her face so no one recognized her. You don't mind working at my guild, do you? Yes, enough work, right? Hearing this, Anya shied away. Yes, enough. Jiang Quan began to explain. I said before, I hate enemies, but I saved you because you're useful. I'll treat you like ordinary hunters, so don't like it. No, I like it very much. With a sly smile, Jiang and Gyuan continued, like it. Then as long as you do betray me, just do your tasks. But if by chance you run away, you know the consequences. That said, if you need anything, tell me. I was just joking earlier. The moment Jiang Quan left, Anya revealed complete helplessness. It's been 10 days since I took this accounting job. Life isn't too bad. Work isn't hard, no night shifts, the pay is fine. No need to live in the shadows. But is this really the life I want? The transfer of Ares Guild's dungeon has been completed. Meanwhile at Incheon Airport, Branch Chief, wait, do you really want to rely on Pedro Gisao? That's very dangerous. No doubt that bastard Kang Gon on the other side has already secured the dungeon transfer rights. He probably took the money too. You know damn well we've already lost. What else is there to say? Even the manager has gone silent. This isn't just a loss, it's a total wipeout. From winning the monopoly system to losing our power. And in the end, we wind up like the people we used to swallow whole. I'll skewer him no matter what. Whatever tricks you're pulling won't do a damn thing. Relax, I won't let anyone get away. We're already on the edge. He's been driven into a corner for real. Our monopoly is finished. Even adding a few dozen more dungeons won't change anything. Take everything we can, the dungeon transfer rights. Cash, shares, relics, anything that looks tempting to them. Send them all of it. He absolutely has to get the hell out of New York. This is the office of the founder of Arisqui, Matin Brand. The Korea branch has transferred part of its dungeons to another guild. According to the report I reviewed, the market for the Korea branch. Yu Hosak-gu made a mistake. Matin Ren flicked his finger against the desk. A mistake, everyone makes mistakes, don't they? You and I both. What matters is fixing it. Only then is a mistake acceptable. When you report to me afterward, use the word mistake. But if you still haven't handled it properly, if you haven't corrected it and you come back to report, then call it a failure. I'm sorry, no, you don't need to apologize. The failure is that man. And Arisqui has no need for failures. Do you understand what I'm saying? Take care of everything, sir. Make it clean. And bring back every dungeon that was transferred, then erase that failure. Hosak is now standing before Pedagui. They said they wanted to see the face of the one asking for a favor, so they demanded I come to this palace. What do? I've put down plenty of them before. They've always been hostile to Arisqui, yet now I have to rely on them. It's dangerous, but if it can make Kim Kang-won disappear, I'll pay any price. Hosak-gu decides to go inside. The moment he enters, someone comes to greet him. Hosak can't help feeling excited. Kim Kang-won, you're finished. All the gate guards wear Pilo's signature hornbull masks. Siak stands there thinking. In this place, the boss of this mysterious guild is called the Bloodline. Of Pedo Parian, the moment he steps in, he's stunned. A child, this little girl is the Pedagui Guild master. Greetings, my lady. I'm the head of RSV's Korea branch. I know. I heard you came to Pedagui to ask us to eliminate someone. Who? Ah, yes, that's right. What's that person's name? Siak suddenly freezes and can't get the words out. All of a sudden, it feels like saying it might be a bad idea. No, even if I turn back now, it's still a dead end. There's no going back anymore. Hosak-gu lowers his head and blurts it out. I don't know if you've heard, but the hunter Kim Kang-won is the one who killed the rampaging mad god in Gravas, Germany this time. If you can get rid of him, I'll transfer 20% of the Korea branch's dungeons to Pedagui, along with 80 billion won. Parian sighs and stands up, so that's what this is. If you're saying that, then you're asking me to kill Kim Kang-gon. You're asking me to kill my master. An ignorant punk steps straight into a sea of flame. Parian snaps and knocks him out on the spot. He's completely baffled, not understanding what's happening. What the hell is this? I came here to request Kim Kang-won's death, so why is the guild master reacting like this? Wait, she just said something about a master. Siak screams, wait, let me ask. I get that Pedagui is refusing, but did you just say Kim Jong-un is your master? That's right, may I ask where you met my master? Inside the tower. Siak catches the key point and starts calculating. So that's it. That's why she mistook Kim Kang-won for her master. Then there's a way to survive. He presses further. So you're Korean. No, then Kim Kang-won may not be the master you're looking for. Hess, why would you think that? You should know there are 158 towers on Earth in total. Those 158 towers are managed by different regions. The tower built in Korea only summons people from Korea. And the 15 towers built in the US are divided by state. So if you're Chinese, there's no way you could have met Hunter Kim Jong-un, who was once trapped in the tower in Korea. That's what you wanted to say? Siak nods naively over and over. And then boom, A second blow drops the punk again, who said you could pass out. I held back because I wanted to see what kind of vermin would try to harm my master. And this is what I end up hearing. You're saying I mistook my own master. Siok trembles violently. Parian lifts him by the collar and continues. That's right, you're correct. Each tower is under a different regional authority. I understand why you'd suspect that, but unlucky for you, I once cleared the tutorial tower in Korea. Back then, I truly hated it. I came to Korea because of my adoptive father's words and got dragged into the tower. But luckily, I met my master. Siok is still stubborn. But how can you be sure her master is really Kim Jan? Paris, you were furious, now you're even more furious. You keep denying my master, but you only know half the story. Because when you deny my master, you're denying me. Everything about me now is based on what my master wanted. The way I dress, my long hair down my back, the mark on my back, and even my name, Parian. And you still dare to deny me completely, you pathetic vermin. Don't dream of dying peacefully. You tried to kill my master, then denied both my teacher and me to save yourself. I'll personally show you just how great that sin is. Meanwhile, in Avi's room, how's this TV? More fun than sitting stiff in front of a desk, huh? Avi looks thrilled. At first it just felt strange, but the more I use it, the more I like it. I can press a button and watch any movie I want. Now the little girl switched to begging mode. Gordon, can't you make that too? Games or something? Games? What? I've watched TV before, but I want to try playing games at least once. Can I? Hello, can't you make one? Beside me, there's only the system and Guardian. I can't create anything else, but she looked so pitiful that I snapped out a tooth, pressed a button, and a PC and game set appeared instantly. Avi was so happy she nearly cried, hugging the tooth and sobbing. Thank you so much, I can do what I want now. All of a sudden, the young man felt something was off. Wait, I'm not even married, so why does this feel like I have a daughter? There's something I need to tell you. I might be mistaken though. But there's no way to know beforehand, so I wanted to let you know. Not sure what he overheard, but when he got home, Jang Won stood there blank-faced. No matter who asked, he didn't seem to hear. Remembering what Avi said, Grimper might also exist on floor 9, where Gordon lives. Still, it was only speculation, nothing certain yet. Before Gordian left the tower, Kravas had appeared 3 times. When the boss died, Kravas disappeared too, but 2 of the 3 Kravas holes didn't vanish. I can't say for sure, but there's reason to stay on guard. As planned, 3 days later, Jang Gyuan would head to Germany again, and the younger ones tagged along, claiming they wanted to sightsee. As for the ruins in Germany, Xiao Xian was optimistic. If a mage used an array network, then even via France the city could recover quickly, building structures that would take 10 years in just. But the problem was the dead and injured. Jang Gun was puzzled, so even if monsters appeared and a Kravas incident happened, there wouldn't be any city completely destroyed. If there are mages, there's nothing to worry about. Then why does everyone have to go to Germany for fun? There are plenty of beautiful places, sure. But after you go to Germany to receive your reward, the next day is the council's opening day. Jang Gun felt confused. What are these ridiculous events? Sihun said he'd explain later. In short, it's an auction hosted by the International Hunters Association. This time the auction would be held in Germany, and even though Leipzig was destroyed, the schedule wouldn't change. So everyone was going to that auction. And then what? Don't tell me you all want to move in an instant. You don't need to fly to attend an auction. Seeing the kids keep pretending. Looks like he hit the nail on the head. She and the young man were relaxed too. If that's what you want, fine. Sioku looked delighted. Oh really? The International Hunters Association only uses strictly vetted items, so if you go, you'll see some really interesting stuff. Jang Gun started thinking about the Hunters Association. In his view, the association was determining whether Kravas could still exist depending on its rank. If Avi's suspicion was right, there were currently 2 climbers on floor 9. Tower climbers don't have information access privileges, so checking them one by one could reveal the truth. But that would be a hassle, and Jang Gyuan still had things to do. He had to become stronger than anyone. It was safe to say that after that battle, he had grown stronger than before, but they were only mid-tier climbers. What if a high-tier climber showed up? Obviously, he needed thorough preparations. 3 days passed faster than he expected. A knock rang out, the auction was about to begin. The group arrived at the International Hunters Association in Germany. The assistant, Xianggu's teammate, was burning the transfer papers for ownership and management rights to the dungeon. Xianggu had gone to meet Pedagui's owner. An hour had passed since he took Pedagui's call, and he still hadn't returned. Something definitely happened. Looks like he got dealt with by Pedagui. I'd better run fast too. Now that I've destroyed the evidence, all I have to do is gather the money and escape. Anyway, headquarters will only punish Xianggu. I'm just his assistant. They definitely can't deal with me. Just as he was about to push the door open, a sword struck from behind, slicing clean through his hand. Oh sorry, I meant to finish it in one hit, but I guess I cut the wrong part, your hand. Why, you're a knight. Wow, you knew. And you're a manager too, so of course you'd know who we are. We're hunter assassins under headquarters, Captain Knight. The Night Squad are monsters, ranked in the top 40 of the Hunter leaderboard before their names were erased. The manager was certain he couldn't escape. Why did the Night Squad come here? Hey, why are you asking that? You're the one who should know best. 2 more strikes, no time to plead or beg, he'd be eliminated permanently. Aries Gui's traitor must die. After dealing with him, another person opened the door and entered. Such a trivial matter takes no time for them. Have they dealt with Seo Gu yet? That guy is being held by Pedro Gui, so we have to wait until he's released. Looks like there's no need to wait. Not long after he stepped in, a surge of magical power erupted in Pedro Gui's palace, enough to give goosebumps. Hung, so he's done for, most likely, and if not, we'll have to deal with him anyway. Now let's go get the guy who received the dungeon transfer rights from Han AO. Numbers 4, 7, 9, and 10 will handle him, not us. 4 people taking on 1 person. Ah, that guy, the one who handled the recent disaster. Makes sense for someone of that caliber. The red-haired knight stood there naive and optimistic, almost revealing his identity. No matter how strong he is with the artifacts given by Master Gui, we could reach before he could finish, his mouth was blocked. Watch your words, number 8. Don't you know our identities are secret? Ah, too sensitive. Anyway, we have nothing else to do. It seems the hunt has begun. Many people arrived early for the auction. Still in his legendary sportswear, Seo Gu felt embarrassed. Who knows when Jiang Gun would take it off? The young man even expressed himself innocently. Why are the others saying that? Must we laugh? Sihun stammered, if it were private space, it's fine. But wearing this in public, isn't it a bit odd? What? You're always in sportswear. I think it looks youthful and good. Whatever needs covering is covered, nothing to complain about. The kid was too bored to respond. Never mind, everyone's used to seeing him like that anyway. He did wear this outfit when receiving awards, but no article ever mentioned the outfit. Seo Jian was surprised that this auction had no S+ grade items. Those are rare anyway. Hearing S+, Jiang Gun flinched. He's hiding S+ grade Chaotic Beast crystals in his pocket. This time, he received the monster info sheet. Chaotic Beast crystals, S+ grade skill, none. Information writes, the Chaotic Beast Wiei was born in the form of a small monster, without help from anyone. She survived by devouring monsters in the basement. Eventually, she captured all the monsters and integrated them to obtain their essence. Jiang Gun was curious about skills and supplements. There are absolutely no skill. The young man was frustrated, wondering how long it would take to see the full chart. Usable weapons are too few and attributes lack information rights. Jiang Gun opened other items. Meanwhile, the auction was still lively. 1 billion, this guest bids 1 billion. Anyone higher? The Jade of Ayatagas was auctioned to guest number 32. Jiang Gun sat there with no excitement or anticipation. Thought it would be thrilling. Explaining to those who follow his instructions shouldn't be a problem. Continuing the auction, the item up for bid is Aslan's Great Spear. Starting price, 3 billion, Aslan's Great Spear S grade. Supplement none, skills, extreme speed, ball transfer. Information writes, this is a fully restored version of Aslan, who built an empire using only a spear. Although restored, its abilities lack information rights. Aslan devoted his life to the spear, lacking information rights, and the techniques he mainly used also lack information rights. He learned things without information rights that suited the empire's philosophy. I tell you, it's frustrating. Without information rights, it can't be fully explained. Too annoyed, the young man decided to step outside. When the auction ends, he'll call. It was dark outside. Just stepping out, the cops with flashlights were shot and collapsed. Jiang Gun sensed something was wrong. He narrowly dodged an ambush. What now? A whole group wearing hoods sneered. You Kim Jong-un, right now the 4 knights will make you vanish. We're all in the top 30 S-rank hunters worldwide. Suddenly appearing and flexing like that, Jiang Wan is fed up. He shot back at them immediately. Why are you always like this? If you want to fight, fight, stop yammering. Let me kick the mouthy lot away to ease the annoyance. The young man grinned ferociously, frightening them. This situation is exactly like life playing a joke. Meanwhile, the assistant reported to Aries Gui's leader. So Hossein Gui is not dead. According to number 5's report, that's correct. Relay to number 5, if you make another mistake, don't return here. What about that guy? They're ambushing him now, likely in combat. But is this really okay? The opponent is still a hunter who has eliminated disasters twice. Do you doubt the capabilities of the Night Squad? The Night Squad sent to handle Kim Jiang-1 consists of AIs numbered 4, 7, 9, and number 10. Alright then, anyway, I didn't think the 4 of them could handle Kim Jiang-1. What I'm doing is just an experiment to see whether that guy can withstand my artifact. As expected, with just a few basic moves, Jiang-1 brought down all 4 knights completely. Elsewhere, the masked figure radiating a purple aura is sitting, watching the situation. How's it going? Currently, 2 climbers have been stopped. Who were the climbers that reached the 9th floor? It was Thien Ma and the chaotic force of the 100 Ghosts Night March. Ho ho, let's just consider those 2 as sacrifices for the Grimper. Nothing to worry about. Who's the next climber? It seems it hasn't been decided yet. I see, a different roadblock has appeared from the original plan. It'll be interesting to see what happens next after yesterday's events. Jiang Wan brought back a huge sack. Si-hun asked what it was and he answered it was loot. The kid is still so innocent. Oh, the auction yesterday. After the auction ended, we went outside and saw you standing among a pile of corpses. We were completely shocked. Did Jiang Wen know that? Luckily, the CCTV captured everything that happened earlier. Hee, do you know who those strangers were? Know what? I was interrogating them too, but they bit their tongues and committed suicide. Besides, how did the CCTV even record it? That, it seems there was a perception-breaking spell. They bit their tongues fine, but why did you smash their heads like that? Jiang Wen was actually talking about a concealment spell, so he hesitated a bit. He was fighting, after all. How could he control his power? Si-hun, too alert, looked into his eyes. Brother, from what I see, you intentionally killed them, didn't you? Jiang Wen was also surprised by the connection between the artifact and those people. So a little experimentation was necessary. Breaking a few things during testing is normal. Anyway, there was no way to know the background of those strangers. Even with their faces and perception-breaking magic, nothing special could be found. Surely before becoming assassin hunters, they had digitized all their records. After asking, Si-hun turned away, demanding to buy souvenirs before returning home. Who for I don't know. As soon as the kid left, Jiang Wen opened the sack. Activated Information Authority skill. Shah Hassan from Belgrade, rank unknown, max acceleration skill. Acceleration, due to Information Authority, the truth was revealed. Baker F173, rank S+, max acceleration skill. Acceleration, no authority and information skill. Copy, no authority. New window, Faker F119, Faker F151. Baker F12, Faker F199. All the artifacts of those strangers were named like this. Bakers are imposters and scammers. Calling them maze artifacts wouldn't be quite accurate either. There were also strange names and explanations. Could these be artificially created artifacts? Jiang Wen is examining them carefully. Could it be? No crafting info or related details are visible. Something unusual must be here. He recalled last night's events. Those strangers, compared to hunters he had faced before, were capable. They knew where he was and had prepared to attack. So there are only two possibilities. They belong to the Ares Guild, or they're mercenaries. But other than the Ares Guild, he had no enemies, so no need to guess who the culprit was. But then what exactly is this? Ultimately, digging deeper is pointless. The origin of these artifacts doesn't matter. What matters is who sent them. Could Hosien-gu really be out of commission after one hit of the hammer? This time, I won't let it slide. He went back to the office, causing chaos, demanding to find that bastard Hosien-gu. All the staff were beaten to a pulp after being told the branch chief was away. Jiang Wen was even more astonished. Who wouldn't know about that? Looking at his office, I could tell. Now where is he? They tried to stall again and refused to talk, until Jiang Jun raised his fist and they immediately begged, I'll talk, I'll tell you. Branch Director Q told me the destination. He's been missing for 4 days now. Exactly where, no one's sure. That day he went to China. Beijing, China. That day he went to meet Pedro Gui. Jiang Jun curled his lips slightly, a little surprised. That night at Si Hyun's place. Si Hyun, what do you know about Pedro Gui? Why are you asking? Well, Pedro Gui has basically taken over all the dungeons in China. Jiang Jun looked utterly shocked after hearing that. What? Last time I heard he only owned 50%, but lately it sounds like he's swallowed everything. Why does that sound so simple? Of course it isn't simple. Hyung took them by force. China's situation is very different. Raw strength alone isn't enough. Jiang Jun let out a sigh. And yet they still got taken over, just pure bullying with brute force. Honestly, China's laws weren't like that to begin with. At first, every dungeon on China's side was owned by the state. The transfer process was even more complicated than this. So why did it change now? I think it was 3 or 4 years ago, out of nowhere it changed like that. There are rumors the one behind the legal revision is Pedro Gui's owner. The timing was perfect, right after the law changed. Pedro Gui appeared and expanded his power. Pedro Gui's owner has been a major figure in China for a long time. Still, it's hard to believe. Jiang Jun froze for a few seconds. Have I ever talked about outside matters with my disciple? Thinking back to those conversations with that girl, do you even know who I am to dare act like this? Shut it. Starting today, you're my disciple, so learn some manner. What the hell is this? I have to climb up with my teammates fast if I want to survive. It's so loud. Save me, master. I don't want to die. Oh, who dares do that to you? You're my proud and precious disciple. I won't let you die, not a chance. Go on, by now I've taught you everything there is to teach, but I haven't learned anything from you yet, master. You don't need my teaching anymore. You're not timid like you used to be. Don't force people to do what they don't want to do, and don't let anyone else command you. Okay, at the moment of parting, the female disciple Parian cried her eyes out. Now go, once you're out there, don't forget what I told you. That nothing can ever be above you. Only one person can stand above you, me. Everything else must be beneath you. Thinking back now, Jiang Jun realized how ridiculously cringe he was back then. Who says that to a kid? At the time, it sounded inspiring and praiseworthy, but now he sees he was pressured into it and just spewed nonsense. So now he can't even even remember everything he said. Seeing Hyung's face tense like a drawn wire, Hyun guessed he'd come up with something again. Jeongjun suddenly asked, besides that, is there anything else? Well, if it's not that, there's a rumor it's a very special GUI. It feels like a kingdom. Other than that, I don't know. I don't have the leisure to investigate what's going on with foreign GUIs. After saying that, Jeongjun stood up again, insisting on going to China. The exact place he wanted to go was Beijing. At Pedro Gui's palace in Beijing, China, Parian still couldn't fall asleep despite the warm blankets and soft bed. 4 years had passed, yet those memories were still vivid. Climbing the tower was a turning point for me. For the first time, I learned there are things money can't buy. I realized how pitifully weak I was. When I was at my lowest, I met Master. The way my father, a politician, raised me, I always lived like a mindless puppet. To me, feelings were something money could buy. Unlike that vile father who never saw me as his daughter, Master was the one who taught me how to stand in this world on my own. Master is the one who saved my life. Now, in China, there's no force left that can stand against Pedro Gui. I'm about to bring Master back. It won't be much longer, Master. Just wait a little more for me. At a hotel in Beijing, China. The information was delivered to the 2 knights tasked with dealing with Hossein Gu's assistant. Numbers 4, 7, 9, and 10 have failed. Numbers 8 and 5 are taking over the mission. What the hell is this? They want us to stop the guy who skewered 4 knights? You've got to be kidding. Who would do that? Don't make a scene. How can you be this calm? I'm shocked too, but it's not like there's no way out. The Night Order has to prioritize the assigned mission. Until we kill Hossein Gu, we can stay anywhere we want. Number 8 sounded excited after hearing that. That works. But why are we being told to stop Kim Jong-un? Elsewhere, the leader of Ares Gui was still racking his brain analyzing it. He's too strong, there isn't a single opening. It's clearly strange. At first, sending numbers 1 through 3 should have been enough. The Ares Night Order has a total of 10 members, numbered by strength. However, it's not necessarily true that the lowest ranked member is weak, because each person has enhanced ancient guardians, making their combat potential unpredictable. Yet he killed 4 knights by himself. Number 8 and number 5 were warning each other not to touch the squad when suddenly the ground shook. Number 8 was slammed violently into the wall. You're the ones who took care of Myung, right? Who are you? Why did you? Don't blame me. It's me. Just because you dealt with Myung, the one Master intended to kill personally, I have no choice but to send you off. The next day, in the training room in the basement of Arang Ui, Seo Xian pleaded. If Oppa doesn't want to go, then it's fine not to go. I want that too, but everyone has a past they don't want to recall. Since turning 10, Jiang Won's parents had passed away. Focusing on survival made that dream unrealistic, but the tower had requested it. If you play this game without leaving the tower, it's fine. But now your disciples are spreading chaos across China. Every time I read about it, it's shocking news. Enough, I won't think about it. Just catch Hossein Gu and get out. That's right, that's enough. Why is Jian worried? But Oppa could cross borders using the previous magic array in Europe. In emergencies, it was acceptable. This time it's a legal stay abroad, isn't it? It's not sightseeing, we're just going to capture Hossein Gu. No, that's not the issue. So what trouble are you planning this time? Before she finished speaking, the young man stepped into the magic circle. Jian felt uneasy. Now Jiang Won handles everything very well, but I have a feeling this time he won't manage it. Anya is screaming miserably from exhaustion. Suddenly, Jiang Won had to reach Petal Gui, so she had to work through the night. In the blink of an eye, Jiang Won arrived, and seeing him now shows how magnificent this place is. At the gates of Petal Gui Palace in the outskirts of Beijing. After reading the sign on the castle stating that only the sky exists above EM, Jiang Won understood the implication, causing the students to freak out. This is exactly what he once said. Nothing can be above you. You only have one above, you are the sky, everything else must be beneath you. Still panicking and unable to speak, he was stopped by the guards. Where are you going? Declare your identity. Emergency situation, this can't be allowed. The young man dashed forward only to be stopped again. He leapt straight into the wall. First, destroy these damn things. Then handle Hossein Gu. The moment he ran inside, the emergency alarm sounded, summoning soldiers. Jiang Won thought these people were slightly different, but this was clearly his own reflection. After dodging their attacks, he was shocked to find even the combat techniques were his, but they executed them with minor technical errors. From concept to martial arts, it's all Jiang Won's. Did his disciples teach them this way? Hyun Woo began to enjoy himself, performing some basic moves. Not like that, it should be used like this. A loud explosion sending all the soldiers flying. The young man thought that adjusting his power to this level would prevent Hunter from dying so much. Just then, a familiar voice spoke. Master, he turned to look into those eyes. She had taught him martial arts, skills, and stance with pride in her gaze. Master, it's really you, right? Long time no see, disciple. Jiang Wan decided to bring the artifact to Avi's room, though unsure this wasn't an artifact. Artifacts are created on different floors. The system uses elements like legend and victories for ranking, adding extra skills, then placing them in the maze. They become artifacts. Hyun Woo asked further. So if I already have the item and toss it to another floor, does anything change there? It's hard to say because carried items will be destroyed. To become a climber and ascend the tower, carried items must first be discarded. He offered a glowing ring. So what is this? When I saw it, I thought it was fake. Maybe Grimper made it. Jiang Wan was stunned. Could Aries Gui and Grimper be related? Avi had previously informed me of these two climbers. Can I search for Aries Gui and gather clues about the climbers at the same time? Looking around the room, the young man changed the topic, frustrated by Avi's messiness. Food, books, even gaming gear all scattered everywhere. He imagined and pressed a button, returning everything to its original place. Before he could thank her, he turned around and the gaming console was gone. I'll confiscate it until I return. Avi screamed and flailed. What? No, I can't. I'll behave. I'll clean, throw away the ice cream wrappers. I'll tidy up what I've eaten. Give it back. Jiang Wan felt thrilled at having such authority. At Pedagui in China, someone was secretly watching and sneaking in through the floorboards. He came here to rescue the two knights in prison and eliminate Hosak. Before he could do anything, Parian appeared right behind him. Spot the rat. You're part of Araswia too. The other guy was confused, unable to sense Parian's presence at all. She erupted in fury. Whether it's right or wrong now doesn't matter. Just endure it. I need to vent a little. A single explosion in the dead of night is enough to reveal what happened to that guy. Jiang Jun hadn't even rested yet and was already feeling a headache. He never expected the kids to send a message asking for rescue. Handling these kids is really exhausting. He just opened his eyes and saw two guys standing in front of him. What's happening? They were happy to see Jiang Wan. Oh, finally back. Jiang Wan suddenly looked at the clock with concern, remembering that Si-hun had to leave early for filming today. One of the team members sneered. Don't worry about them. When we got here, no one was around. Jiang Jun was briefly puzzled, then declared, what are you guys doing here? Well, it doesn't matter whether I know or not. Anyway, whoever I face, I'll just take them out. All three broke the glass and went outside to confront them. Snow Ice, rank 8S, charged first. The other supported him, attacking together. As they launched their swords, Jiang Wan lightly caught them in his hands. Aha, let me return the favor. He raised his sword to strike back, but it vanished in an instant. One stood right behind and tried a sneak attack. Jiang Jun activated Fear Askew, the information authority. The window belonged to Sonic, SS plus rank, enhanced agility, skill return. If it falls into another's hands, it immediately returns to its owner, revealing the truth through information authority. F-137 Mech, SS plus rank. Now you understand why it disappeared. A dozen sheets of paper flew everywhere and instantly formed a sphere. The one descending with the books was Madasa Hunter, the leader. The highest level magic user, Madasha Hunter, was quite annoyed at Jiang Jun's teasing. You're still laughing, why not? Indeed, you're quite arrogant. Jiang Jun dodged but was still surprised. This guy was clearly faster than the ones before. However, they were still slower than him. He pushed him away, only to be attacked again. The surroundings were hazy with dust. Snow Ice 8 used the opportunity to strike from behind. They coordinated to drive Jiang Jun into chaos. Jiang Jun felt he hadn't fully mastered these yet. The two circled around, unaware. Where Jiang Jun was, he suddenly played hide-and-seek behind them. Surprised, this is called positional swap. He made a decisive strike against them. Positional swap is an instant relocation technique, but the previous attack failed. Madasa Hunter gasped and sneered. You think I came unprepared? Ridiculous, let's see what you can do. In fact, Jiang Jun was a bit drained from using magic too quickly. They combined their attacks simultaneously. One blew up the magic window to hinder Jiang Jun's movement. The other held onto him to prevent approaching the first guy. Absolutely deadly. At this point, time needs to be extended. Positional swap skill takes a while to activate. Cannot use it. Seeing Jiang Jun stand frozen, Madasa Hunter panicked. What is he doing just standing there? Is this a trap? Probably not. All right, if you don't dodge, I'll strike you down. An explosion went off. The other thought it was over. But life isn't a dream. Jiang Wan appeared. Got you. Here's something interesting. Wanna hear? My strength ranking is S++. He threw him far outside. His powerful hand pressed against Madasa Hunter's face. Ever tried extreme sports? Or never had the chance? Now you will. The fight didn't last long, but the aftershocks were immense. Too much. Seo Yoon had a psychological crisis seeing the destroyed house upon returning. Yeah. In one night, the house was gone. Jiang Jun innocently stood by, patting shoulders to comfort. It's not Hyung's fault. Who said it's Hyung's fault? You didn't know when you'd finish cleaning all this. Then Seo Xian stepped in, shocked. Wow, it's like a trash heap. Si-yoon sighed helplessly. Hey, did you come here to tease me? At least this was carefully arranged. I heard the government. And the Hunter Association will compensate. Apparently no one died or was injured. That's true, but check this out. The video hit #1 trending in the apartment complex. CEO Xian watched, extremely excited. Looks like public reaction wasn't bad either. The main issue now? Jiang Jun wanted to avoid reporters, so he gave them CEO O's phone number, even passing all reporter questions for CEO O to handle. Thanks to this, CEO O's phone was flooded with 192 missed calls and 420 reporters. All my little brother could do was cry in his native dialect. I changed my phone number less than a month ago. Only Jiang Won was still bursting with energy. Hey, don't worry so much. Hyung, where's your conscience? It looked like Jiang Gun was going to reuse that magic formation. He tossed an item to Si-hun. Take it, block with this. Hyung, you and Seo Xian can just come have some fun and then go home. Si Hyung was completely stunned when he realized it was an Eddie Engrade relic. He suddenly felt fired up. Hyung, leave it all to me. That's what they say, material conditions shape consciousness. Jiang Gun headed for the magic circle. He recalled the face of the assassin who tried to kill him. That guy clasped his hands and begged over and over until he finally talked. First, the one who ordered my death was Merton Brandt, the owner of Ares. Second, he has a secret mark inside the dungeon. Right now, Jiang Gun had all the evidence he needed. The young man turned to Anya. Are you okay? Ah, yes. Then let's start right now, in front of Ares' main headquarters. After that, he tossed Anya a phone. Take it. Anya was still so shocked she couldn't close her mouth when Jiang Gun added, that's from Seo Xian. Keep it safe. Even though she'd been exhausted, Anya suddenly felt energized. Fully switched on in the blink of an eye, the young man arrived. But this place is pitch black and eerie. Where are we? Did Anya betray me? Right then Merton Brandt appeared, only showing up now. Nice to meet you. Merton Brandt, oh you know me. Jiang Gun felt excited. Looks like intel really is useful. He shot back, you sent people to assassinate me multiple times. Of course I'd know you. So what are you going to do? They all failed anyway. The knights were just bait. What matters is I've figured out what kind of person you are. For example, you're the guardian of the 9th floor. Jiang Won stared him down, but he still couldn't check information clearance. Could he be a climber? I thought something was off, but the master of the Ares Guild is Grimperdy. Jiang Gun shouted, then that's perfect. I can deal with all these headaches at once. Figures, the words of someone who can block 2 climbers hit different. You know why I changed the teleport destination and brought you here? What do you mean? Because you're confident like those two, right? Wrong, because this place has traps. Jiang Gun thought this lunatic is way too kind. He's telling me there's a trap up front. Scary. He threw a straight punch forward, but it hit a barrier. This is nothing like that shabby magic. Right then, Jiang Gun was blasted back. He looked up in a daze. Countless weapons were floating overhead. Merton Brandt curled his lips. Well then, let me introduce myself. I'm someone who always seeks reason and the essence, especially in those without power. I am a sacred existence. To those with power, I'm no different from a devil. To those without power, I grant strength they could never attain. The rest call me the Destroyer, however. I'm also called the Copycat Faker. He shoved the weapons toward Jiang Gun, nearly catching him before he could dodge. He couldn't get close to those things. I'll have to use displacement swapping. If he has a barrier like this, overtacking will only drain stamina. So Jiang Gun decided to go all out from the start. He activated his power. Using the Usura Flame Spear would take a bit of time. This was the moment. He charged up and challenged him. If you've got the guts, take this. Activating the king-beating monster god kick, Jiang Gun attacked again, and the guy's face was still blank, planning to use those divine sandals and just keep kicking non-stop. But just as he was getting into it, Merton Brandt cut him off. Not bad, summoning mana of this level in just a few seconds. He coldly shoved Jiang Gun away. After that, Jiang Gun's hands couldn't draw mana back in. Merton Brandt declared, it's useless, your mana is frozen right now. I've been watching you for a long time. I've always been searching for the guardian of this floor. After observing your battles with the Night Squad, I found that most of your skills require mana. Jiang Gun, exhausted, snapped back. You talk way too damn much. Merton Brandt continued arrogantly, don't you realize what situation you're in? You can't use any skills right now. Jiang Gun replied cheerfully, aren't you the same? That's right, I can't use mana either. But I can make use of my artifacts. Jiang Gun tried testing it and realized, oh, this is good. When I can't even use transformation magic. Seizing that opening, he struck straight at him, injuring Jiang Gun. Don't try to resist me. You trust your endurance way too much. All my items are S+ rank and above. Right then, Jiang Gun panicked. What do I do? Looks like there's no way out. He tried to search for where it was. There had to be something freezing mana. And finally, he found it. There would be a barrier there, but it wasn't strong enough that he couldn't break through, so it didn't matter. Jiang Gun stubbornly rushed forward. A powerful burst of light hurled him back out. His flip-flops were the only thing keeping him balanced. At super speed, Jiang Gun gathered himself and charged again. This morning, he'd read a bunch of interesting stuff in Lightning Warrior, Volume 51. He decided to try applying it. Even if he couldn't use mana, he could still use technique. The young man activated the Heavenly Thunder God Kick. It worked the barrier. The next time Merton Brandt blocked him, Jiangwen spun around and snatched his weapon. Merton Brandt was impressed. Even though I've seen this before, I'm still amazed. You broke my guard without using mana. I didn't expect you to reach this level, so I'll show my respect and reveal a few of my skills to you. This is the hero Asgurun's sword. Do you know what makes it special? It can borrow a skill from another weapon. Legend says that hero always fought alongside his teammates. If you use it, you can do this. Activate the speed skill, maximum acceleration, secondary acceleration. Double acceleration, extreme point, double extreme point. Single strike twist, single extreme, double attack, ultimate power boost. Explosion, flame, ultimate explosion, ultimate flame, combo, double combo, deadly poison, silver blade, shadow blade. The miraculous sword. The moment he moved, Jiangwen could see the motion but couldn't avoid it. This awakened skill froze his mana. Jiangwen withstood a devastating strike. Merton Brand continued raising his weapons. Ice Aragon, Solar Eclipse Divine Spear, Venom Spider Star. Jiangwen unfortunately coughed up blood. Now for the finishing move. This is the only weapon I haven't created, but I possess the original. The giant sword Gigantomatia, Farewell Kim Jiangwen. The moment the tip of the sword plunged down, a flash of light appeared. When it faded, Jiangwen had shed his coat. With his body battered, he appeared in front of him. Ho ho, you're still alive. As expected, your endurance surpassed my prediction. Jiangwen spoke. Hey, let me ask you something. Merton Brand looked disdainful. Now you look like a little lamb. Since you're about to die, I'll listen to your last words. Why are you trying to kill me? Because killing you is the easiest way to destroy this floor. Why do you have to climb the tower? The reason we climb is to sit on the throne. The throne isn't that reason enough. Now it's over. Jiangwen thought to himself, S+ grade artifact, that critical strike wasn't just leaving scratches. Haha, the power of this damn thing. What are you laughing at? Going crazy because you're about to die? Fine, I'll end this turn. Even in danger, Jiangwen still taunted. End my ass, you think I was stalling? Since you had the advantage using an item, now I'll use my power. Merton Brand's face dropped to his stomach. Oh fuck, that's mana. But the mana freeze hasn't gone away. No, that's not Kim Jiangwen's mana. Jiangwen laughed loudly. Hey, thanks for the info and thanks for showing me how you fight. See you later. You bastard, a boom, flames erupted. All that remained was endless curses. Damn it, you son of a bitch. In an instant, Jiangwen returned to Avi's room. His whole body ached. He pressed the control button so the other couldn't locate him. Merton Brand seemed to be going insane. I can't find his coordinates. I have to find him before he recovers. Suddenly, Merton Brand noticed a strand of mana floating in the air. Teleportation connects one coordinate to another, jumping through space. That mana strand is used for that. He guessed the strand should have vanished. When the teleportation ended, if it remained, it meant Jiangwen had escaped to another space. After thinking, he was smug about his intelligence and skill. Not everyone would notice this. Now I can find him. Avi and Jiangwen are on the first floor of the guidance tower. Even though Jiangwen's wounds were treated with mana, they were still severe. Avi stood there wishing, that would be great. If we had a potion or a restoration artifact. Too bad I only have a first aid kit. A tower climber can copy artifacts and freeze mana. That's a very bad situation. Gordon can only stay here 20 more minutes. Before he could worry, Jiangwen sat up and declared, done. Really? Training? What training? Avi grew more worried, looking unnatural. Is he really okay? Already, Jiangwen was about to continue. Shouldn't he use this time to strategize? Jiangwen rubbed his head and said he'd be fine. This time would be different. Jiangwen teleported once more to Merton Brand's position. Kim Jiangwen, welcome back. Jiangwen laughed like an idiot, leaving the other baffled. Sorry, it's ridiculous that you returned openly without knowing. That your grave was ready for you. Merton Brand was driven crazy. You dared deceive me. If you wanted to disappear that quickly, I'd grant it. Only Jiangwen knew he had mastered countless martial arts in the tower. Most were imagined from novels. What he practiced in the end wasn't martial arts. It was lethal spell techniques, similar to a concept from wuxia novels, also called soft techniques, in the end because he couldn't learn that skill. So you stopped training. The reason is that you have many masters, yet no one to challenge you. However, in the short span of 6 hours just now, you achieved enlightenment inside the system chamber. Jiang Quan kept doing everything as described in the manuals and recalled battles against the celestial demon and the chaotic force god. The opposing fighting styles of these enemies helped you grasp the principles of the Dazai Dai technique. Right now, Jiang Quan remains in place. Merton Brand is still stunned, thrown back, eyes wide open. He wonders silently, what is happening? Surely he hasn't changed at all. His wounds are still there and he carries no relics. But is this really the guy I faced 6 hours ago? I was planning to toy with him before killing him, but now that's impossible. I need to deal with Kim Jiangwen immediately. And Jiangwen is exactly the type to say, hurry up. Then he points a hand forward. You think you can block this with one hand. Fool, the moment his sword tip approached, Jiang Quan stopped it with one hand. He even twisted Merton Brand's arm with that same hand. He screamed in pain, creating a ruckus for Jiang Quan. He clenched a fist and used the defeated king extreme fist. He punched him so hard he was launched away. Taking the opportunity, Jiang Wan hit him with a water god palm, then another strike. Merton Brand seemed crushed to the ground. Yet he regained his composure and stood up. Damn it, Mana, no, is that some kind of power? Gigantomachia can seize the strength of other weapons. Merton Brand began to taunt. You think you can surpass this? Jiang Quan laughed gleefully, seeing how many childish toys he had. Merton Brand felt he couldn't handle this power, so he decided to end it with a single strike. Jiang Quan stood there. One hand was enough to block the pressure that sword was exerting. Then he casually lifted it with one hand, leaving Merton Brand stunned. Mana, no, that energy is mine. Jiang Quan flew up close to his face, taunting, that's right, yours, here I return it. Activating the first Dazai Dai technique, Heavenly Void Reincarnation. Merton Brand couldn't believe his eyes, everything seemed reversed. This is absurd. Jiang Quan decided to deliver a finishing blow, completely obliterating Merton Brand. System notification. You have defeated the tower climber in hiding, location New York. USA, you have successfully defeated Faker Hasubun. Your information authority has been upgraded. Your information authority is low-medium level. After that intense fight, Jiang Quan acquired a bat. Although it was on his body, it was not lost. Hasubun's pocket dimension, rank S++. Adjustment none skill pocket dimension. Stored objects 0 of 15. Identifying objects stored in the pocket dimension. This means it can hold anything. The sword was absorbed inside, and the current stored object count is 1 of 15. The giant sword Gigantomachia. Gigantomachia rank SD+. Adjustment, combined power, skill, collective strength. Information authority. Treasure used by the level 3 guardian, the king of giants. This sword can destroy a mountain and split the sky with a single strike. It can unleash power beyond ordinary information authority when wielded by a giant. Jiang one side. HMPH, this thing is stingy. Why doesn't it allow me to store everything inside? Wouldn't that be better? Time to head back, but my clothes are all torn. No phone, and I have no idea where I am. While in a panic mode, his assistant suddenly announced, Sir, it's almost time. This morning's meeting, seeing Jiang Quan standing there with a wicked smile, the other guy was shocked. Then he rushed forward and punched him. I'm a bit tired, so I'll go easy. Start by taking off all your clothes and giving me your phone. 3 days later, at the Korean Hunters Association headquarters, reporters were in chaos. Photographers, writers, document preparers all asking each other, is it true that Kim Hyung-gu will reveal the assassin of Si Hyun Kim's house? What will he say this time? Soon after, Kim Hyung-gu stepped up to the podium. Instantly, reporters shouted, there he is. Hey, he appeared, back to your places. Everyone scrambled to capture every hot news angle. Kim Hyung-gu sighed and looked at the swarm of reporters. Blandly, he said, I will leave right after saying what needs to be said. Surely everyone knows that some intruders came to see Hyun's house to assassinate me. Kim Hyung-gu raised his phone and confidently declared, I know who is behind all this. Then he played a recording on the phone. A clear voice spoke. The person who ordered your assassination is Ma and Brent. That's all the evidence needed to confirm the mastermind. After hearing this, the reporters looked around at each other in confusion, unable to believe it. Mean Brand, isn't he the chairman of VRS? Kim Hyung-gu smiled, then raised his phone and said, some of you may think I'm making this up, but the surveillance camera captured the video. And we also have plenty of other evidence. Kim Hyung-gu grinned challengingly, looked straight at the reporters and clearly said, I hope Guy Aries will soon offer an explanation for everything. I'll see what they say. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. On Gangzong Street, reporters were gathering in front of Kim Hyung-gu's house. Shouting over each other, they asked, Hunter Kim Hyung-gu, there's news that the URS manager in South Korea has disappeared. Does this have anything to do with you? Netizens are very shocked by the current situation. Please give us an official statement. Looking at Kim Hyung-gu, whose body was covered in bandages, Lee Seorong's voice trembled as he asked, so, as you said, we are inside a tower and Earth is actually the 9th floor. Han Seo Kagun pondered for a moment, then sighed. It's not that I don't believe you, but this sounds too unbelievable. Lee Seorong nodded and said, same here, I can't believe it. And you're also a military guardian tasked with protecting the floor from strange. Kim Hyung-gu leaned back on the sofa, cheerfully saying, what's the big deal? Everyone just needs to think. Ah, I get it, then ignore it. Lee Seorong quickly replied. I roughly understand, but seeing everyone with such incredulous expression, sighing all at once, I also feel a bit guilty inside. HMPH, I didn't expect things to turn out this way. It's quite shocking, but sooner or later they'll have to know. Kim Si-hyun lowered his head and sighed, not surprised that with his reckless nature, he rushed everywhere to block the cracks. Hearing this, Kim Hyung-gu thrashed and shouted, hey, what do you mean by reckless? Lee Seorong curiously looked at Kim Hyung-gu and asked, So that means you went to stop Kim Bo at that time? Kim Hyung-gu shook his head and replied, no, I went to give Guy Aries a good thrashing. Han Seo Kagun, while browsing information about Guy Aries, widened his eyes and asked, Guy Aries still looks fine. Kim Hyung-gu lazily replied, I don't care about Guy, but Chairman Guy Aries is a grimper. That way, one shot hits two targets. This news left Kim Si-hyun, Lee Seo-hyung, and Han Seo Kagun wide-eyed and confused. Kim Hyung-gu was enthusiastically explaining everything to everyone, but suddenly the reporter's noise was even louder than before. Kim Hyung-gu, feeling his blood boil, angrily swore, honestly, these reporters are too noisy. I need to step outside for a bit. Kim Si-hyun said, but you're still injured, do you want me to go with you? Confidently, Kim Hyung-gu removed his bandages, put on his jacket, and cheerfully said, don't worry, I'm fully recovered. Seeing Kim Hyung-gu step out, the reporters shouted, oh, he's out, Hunter Kim Hyung-gu. We can, but before Kim Hyung-gu could say anything, the sound of a car startled him sharply. In front of Kim Hyung-gu was a luxurious, elongated limousine, accompanied by bodyguards wearing demon masks. Blocking the reporters with a red carpet at his feet, in front of Kim Hyung-gu was a girl bowing respectfully. Micheong bowed and smiled, Master, your disciple has arrived. Kim Hyung-gu panicked. Stammering disciple. In his mind, Kim Hyung-gu shouted, why is she here? After Kim Hyung-gu and Micheong entered, the other three in the house all looked on with expressions like, what the hell? What is going on? Kim Hyung-gu looked at Micheong and called, hey, disciple. Micheong obediently knelt down. Behind her were 3 or 4 serious-looking men wearing demon masks. Micheong replied, yes, master. Kim Hyung-gu looked at the men in demon masks and curiously asked, who are these people? Micheong smiled and said, they are the personal bodyguards I prepared for you. Kim Hyung-gu sighed, they look so intrusive, tell them to leave. Micheong replied, yes, master. Immediately, the group of demon-masked men quickly disappeared in the blink of an eye. Han Seo Kagun came up to Kim Hyung-gu, eyes full of disbelief, asking, is that Kim Hong Dragon, the head of Gillipedo? Kim Hyung-gu asked in surprise. Kim Hong Dragon? Kim Si-hyun timidly explained, that's the nickname of the world's 5th-ranked S-class individual. Hearing this, Kim Hyung-gu stared at his disciple, nodding vigorously, astonished. What in his mind, Kim Hyung-gu thought, my disciple is ranked 5th in the world. When I taught her, I taught according to my own style, so I'm sure I didn't teach her anything useful beyond some flashy martial arts tricks. Looking at Mission's innocent, baby-faced expression and her big, round, pink eyes, Kim Hyung-gu couldn't make sense of it. How the hell was this girl so strong? All of a sudden, Mission slammed her forehead to the floor, then shouted, I'm sorry, master, making Kim Hyung-gu flinch and blurt out, what is this? Then Mission squeezed her eyes shut and kept yelling, this useless disciple couldn't keep my promise to you. Kim Hyung-gu stammered, what? Right after that, Mission rattled off, you said no one is allowed to stand above me except. Hearing that, Kim Hyung-gu panicked, mouth hanging open, and shouted, order. But Mission still didn't get the hint. She charged forward, bawling, I'm sorry, I'm a useless disciple. Master is heaven. Kim Hyung-gu realized words weren't going to work. He immediately stepped in and took action, raising his hand and chopping straight down on the top of Mission's head, making her yelp in sharp pain. Kim Hyung-gu scolded, don't make me say it again. It was nothing like the usual reaction. After taking the hit, Mission stared at Kim Hyung-gu with huge, sparkling eyes full of affection. Then she started squirming coyly and replied in a soft, sweet voice, please forgive this lowly disciple. Kim Hyung-gu couldn't bring himself to look her in the eye anymore and clutched his head, groaning loudly. His dark past, at that moment Kim Si-hyun timidly called out, Hyung. Kim Hyung-gu lost all patience and snapped, what? Kim Si-hyun stammered and called softly, Mission. But before he could say anything else, he saw Mission turn like a demon, radiating killing intent. A thick, stifling aura poured out as she ground her teeth and said, how dare you call me by the name Master gave me? Kim Si-hyun was so scared his head was slick with sweat, thinking in horror. I can hear her voice echoing in my head, while Han Seo-ga and Lowly Seo were leaving. And when you're not allowed to call out yourself, you ask me, ask for my legs, ask for your legs, and ask for your legs. Only when you call out yourself without asking is it just asking for your legs. Kim Hyung-gu reached out and rubbed Mission's head dotingly as he gently chided, you too, don't go around telling everyone you want to kill them. Mission obediently replied like a kitten, I'm sorry. Kim Si-hyun felt like his entire worldview had been turned upside down. He asked in confusion, the world's rank 5 is your disciple. Kim Hyung-gu calmly replied, yeah. At that moment the voices of the reporters started drifting in again. Kim Hyung-gu's head throbbed as he grumbled, why are those people outside so damn loud? Hearing that, Mission eagerly stepped closer and volunteered, this disciple will take care of them. Her kitty-like face lit up with excitement as she clenched her fists and laughed, now I'll kill everyone outside. But Kim Hyung-gu quickly shouted, don't talk like that. Mission lowered her eyes and asked softly, looking dejected, am I not allowed to do that? Kim Hyung-gu turned and asked, what do you think? Suddenly Kim Hyung-gu's phone displayed a notification. Kim Hyung-gu has received a message. Seeing it, the corner of Kim Hyung-gu's mouth curled up meaningfully. Seeing his older brother about to get up and go somewhere, Kim Si-hyun asked curiously, "Where are you going?" Kim Hyung-gu replied lazily, "I'm heading over to Sungnam Street for a bit." Then Kim Hyung-gu grinned and said cheerfully, "Aries has sent their reply." A little later, Kim Hyung-gu arrived at a cafe. A man was already waiting there. As soon as Kim Hyung-gu sat down, he folded his arms and said with a smile, "I'm here. You said you wanted to talk to the person directly involved. All right, let's hear it." Vice chairman of the Aries Guild. Hearing Hyung-gu's words, Kagut could barely even swallow. Kagut frowned, head pounding, thinking, "Damn it. Why do I have to clean up this mess after the chairman vanished?" And on top of that, the paper this guy pulled out at the press conference implied that rank 6 also disappeared with the guildmaster. Maybe this guy defeated the guildmaster. He's not someone I can go up against. Either way, conflict inside the guild has only been escalating because of this. I need to settle this as soon as possible. After thinking for a long time, Kagut asked bluntly, "So what do you want?" Kim Hyung-gu replied at once, "Weren't you the one who said you'd tell me?" Kagut immediately backed down and offered terms. "We'll do everything we can to meet Hunter Kim's demands." After hearing that, Kim Hyung-gu said, "Then hand over all your dungeons and get the hell out of Korea." Hearing that, Kagut slammed the table and yelled indignantly, "That's ridiculous." Kim Hyung-gu just curled his lips, shrugged, and asked, "Why is it ridiculous? If I demanded more, you'd be completely wiped out." Kim Hyung-gu broke into a bright smile and provoked, "You've been doing plenty of shady things behind my back, haven't you?" "Yeah, thanks to one of your friends, I know everything." Kagut sitting there like a mute was proof that Hyung-gu was right. Kim Hyung-gu said smugly, "See, I barely said anything." But it hit a nerve, didn't it? Kim Hyung-gu knew it was time to reel them in. He flashed a perfect smile, looked at Kagut and said his terms, "All right, fine. Since you worked hard to get those dungeons, I'll show some mercy. Just 40%. Give me 40% of the dungeons you own." Hearing that, Kagut knew he was finished. This Aries guild was done for. After the deal was settled, Mark Kagut bowed his head in misery. Kim Hyung-gu walked out, beaming and practically humming. At that moment, Mission and the demon-masked group knelt flat on the ground. Mission asked respectfully, "Master, are you finished handling everything?" Kim Hyung-gu said unhappily, "Didn't I tell you not to bring those guys along?" Immediately, the demon-masked group vanished. Mission obediently said, "I'm sorry, Master." Suddenly, Mission noticed something and reached out to touch Kim Hyung-gu. Hyung-gu also said, "Don't do that again next time. All right, let's go home." Seeing Mi Kyung hiding her hands behind her back, Kim Hyung-gu asked curiously, "What are you doing?" Mi Kyung just smiled and replied, "Nothing at all." After Kim Hyung-gu walked to the car, Mi Kyung turned to look at Ko-gut, who was still clutching his head in pain inside the shop. Mi Kyung looked at Kim Hyung-gu gleefully with the limousine, using her hand to crush the eavesdropping device. Silently, she gave an order. "Masked soldier, assemble." At that moment, a wailing scream echoed in a deserted building. Ko-gut was controlled by a dark force. He struggled and screamed, "Help me, I want to live." Suddenly, the dark force slammed Ko-gut against the wall, causing him immense pain. A person in white clothes wearing a demon mask stepped forward and said, "You are nothing." Ko-gut, terrified, stammered, "Why? Why is the Paido Guild's special unit here?" The person in white raised his sword and said, "Don't blame us, it's your fault." Ko-gut panicked. "Oh, I didn't do anything." But the sword accidentally continued to pierce Ko-gut, making him collapse in pain. The white-clad figure spoke steadily, "Remember, we don't care what you do. However, if you anger that person again, we will meet again no matter where you hide." Suddenly, Avi's voice shouted, "You're so selfish." Avi hugged herself and scolded, "It's really cold here." Kim Hyung-gu scratched his head awkwardly, looked at his phone and asked, "Then why didn't you call me?" Avi explained, "I was restricted." Kim Hyung-gu said in surprise, "Restricted?" Avi sat down, crossed her legs and said, "When the guardian enters the system room, I can't call it for the next 5 days." Kim Hyung-gu suddenly leaned closer to Avi and laughed, asking, "Anyway, Eve, any skills upgraded this time?" Avi's eyes widened. "Ah yes, open your system screen." After Kim Hyung-gu opened the system panel and checked the stats, he clicked his tongue and said, "Agility stats increased, but wasn't this already announced? Anything else besides that?" Avi happily replied, "The character personality display has been upgraded." Kim Hyung-gu recalled the system panel clearly and exclaimed, "Oh, that skill, it's really useful." Avi explained, "It seemed very simple before, but now it will be presented in an easier-to-understand way." Hearing this, Kim Hyung-gu asked excitedly, "And what else?" But Avi coldly said, "Other features require your information authority level to be average in order to upgrade." Upon hearing this, Kim Hyung-gu felt completely drained. He collapsed back into his chair, sighing. "How can I level up if things stay like this?" Avi comforted him. "Ah yes, Woojin, perhaps those climbing the tower again can help with that." Kim Hyung-gu asked curiously, "How's that possible?" Avi said. There are people called reclimbers. They climb again after reaching the top, though I don't know why. Kim Hyung-gu chuckled. You're saying because they've climbed it before, they will know information about the tower, right? Inside, Kim Hyung-gu thought, Baker, in the end, everything is for the top position. He said this, but not understanding, he thought. Next time he meets the reclimbers, he must interrogate them. After gathering all the information, Kim Hyung-gu prepared to stand. Then I'll go. But Avi waved her hand to stop him. Guardian, wait. Avi's eyes shone brightly, and her hands mimicked a gaming gesture as she demanded, You have to get me a PlayStation before you leave. Kim Hyung-gu's smile froze. In the end, Avi won and successfully got the gaming console she had long desired. Kim Hyung-gu could only quietly leave with a hole in his wallet. A few days later, in Hanam, Gyeonggi-do, looking at a building under rapid construction, Kim Hyung-gu asked curiously, What's this? Mi Kyung bowed respectfully. It's a villa for you, master. Kim Hyung-gu froze and stammered, This is a house. Kim Si-hyun quickly pulled out his phone to check. There's another place like this in Hanam. After seeing the result, Kim Si-hyun was speechless and alarmed. Is this the land that was supposed to be reserved for the new city? Kim Hyung-gu worriedly asked, Disciple, how much money did you spend here? Mi Kyung gently replied, Not much compared to what I've received from you. Kim Hyung-gu reluctantly thought in horror, In the end, how much is it? Seeing Mi Kyung's attitude toward him, Kim Hyung-gu wanted to swear, What the hell, what's going on? Why is she suddenly being so nice to me? Mi Kyung asked, Do you want to see inside? Kim Hyung-gu nodded, All right, but inwardly he remained suspicious. Does she have another plan or a hidden personality? At this moment, Mi Kyung widened her eyes at Kim Hyung-gu and called, Master. The system immediately displayed her personality as extremely loyal, with Kim Hyung-gu as the target undoubtedly. Suddenly, Kim Hyung-gu stammered, Disciple, could it be? Facing Michong's affectionate gaze, Kim Hyung-gu boldly asked, Are you a pervert? That stunned both Kim Si-hyun and Michong so much they froze. Then Kim Si-hyun reacted, shouting, Hyung, are you crazy? Back at the apartment, Kim Hyung-gu scratched his head, recalling Kim Si-hyun's scolding, thinking reluctantly, What am I saying to a kid like this? She's not that young. Kim Hyung-gu looked at Michong approaching and asked, Hey disciple, aren't you going back to China? Hearing this, Michong felt hurt, lowering their head, biting their lip and stammering, Am I bothering you? Kim Hyung-gu quickly waved his hand and replied, No, not at all, but you're the head of the sect. Michong smiled happily, sincerely saying, My place is by your side. Kim Hyung-gu felt a headache and after a moment managed a few words, All right, forget it, don't worry about it, just do your own work. Michong quickly replied, Yes, sir. After Michong left, Kim Si-hyun looked at Kim Hyung-gu and asked, Hyung, did something happen between you and Long? Kim Hyung-gu lazily propped his feet on the chair and said, Why do you ask? Kim Si-hyun mimicked Michong's coquettish behavior. She talks as if she's deeply meaningful to her disciple. So grateful, with a sly smile on her lips, Kim Hyung-gu was speechless and pretended not to notice. Kim Si-hyun sat down and immediately asked, So Hyun, when are you going to the US? Kim Hyung-gu was surprised. Why there? Kim Si-hyun said. Didn't you get the message? The news said the International Hunters Association is inviting you. Kim Hyung-gu was quite surprised. Really, just like that? Kim Si-hyun replied, Probably because of that world-class S-rank evaluation. Kim Hyung-gu recalled and then said, the thing you get money just for signing up. Kim Si-hyun sighed. I don't understand why you remember it that way, but that's exactly it. Kim Hyung-gu blew his horn, throwing money around with both hands, arrogantly saying, Do I really need to go? I'm rich now. Kim Si-hyun crossed his arms, smiling, It's better to go. Raising your world ranking is quite an honor. That means you're in the top 1% worldwide. Kim Hyung-gu clicked his tongue. Fine, I'll go then. There's nothing else to do anyway. After a few days, Kim Hyung-gu arrived in the US, seeing the grand facility. He marveled, It's huge. Is all of this owned by the International Hunters Association? Michong replied, Yes, sir. Then Michong turned to Brad. Master, I could also build a park this big. Kim Hyung-gu waved his hand, That's too big. Suddenly Kim Si-hyun saw someone approaching and greeted. Long time no see, Senator Liam. Senator Liam approached and shook Kim Si-hyun's hand. It has been a while, Hunter Kim Si-hyun then cheerfully said aloud. Kim Si-hyun introduced Senator Liam to Kim Hyung-gu. Hyung, this is a Supreme Council member, Senator Liam. Senator Liam offered a greeting, Call me Liam. He shook Kim Hyung-gu's hand and praised, I've seen your amazing performance. Kim Hyung-gu happily replied, Oh, wonderful. But before he could finish, Liam ignored him, stepped in front of Michong and said, Seems Long also arrived. But all he got in return was a blank stare and eerie silence. Kim Si-hyun broke the tension. Anyway, did the special senator come to meet us? Senator Liam smiled. Yes, I admire Hunter Kim Hyung-gu. First, is Hunter Kim Hyung-gu here to inspect the firm? Kim Hyung-gu grinned. Other than that, I have no reason to be here. Senator Liam laughed. Follow me, I'll show you. Then the group entered a room. Senator Liam explained, This is the inspection room dedicated to S-rank. Kim Hyung-gu looked around, curious. This is it. Senator Liam pointed to a pedestal with a glowing 5-colored orb. When you place your hand on the orb, it will compare you with the recorded information of other hunters and rank you. Kim Hyung-gu was a bit underwhelmed, a little boring. I thought there would be a test or something. Liam just chuckled, the simpler the better, right? Kim Hyung-gu looked at the orb and slowly placed his hand on it. The orb glowed, and everyone outside waited in breathless silence. Suddenly, a notice appeared before Kim Hyung-gu. After reading it, his expression flared. What the hell is this? After defeating the monsters, Lee Seojong cheerfully said, "Everyone did well." The others responded comfortably. The guild leader also worked hard. Lee Seojong wiped sweat and muttered, "Phew, seems like monsters are getting stronger, smarter even." Thinking this, Lee Seojong laughed, but probably just my imagination. Then she pulled out her phone to check the news. Seeing the latest news about the International Hunters Association, Lee Seojong felt uneasy. Didn't Hyung-gu Oppa just go there? I wonder what trouble he'll stir up again. Lee Seojong sighed. Si Hyun came along too, but he was barely there. A few days ago, Lee Seojong had asked in surprise, "Do you want to postpone the labyrinth expedition for another 2 weeks?" Kim Si Hyun nodded while looking over the documents. "Yeah, Mr. Sukagun agreed too, so we can take a break for a while." Lee Seojong smiled and asked, "Hey, you're going with Hyung-gu Oppa, right?" Kim Si Hyun jumped, caught off guard, and asked back nervously, "So you're not going?" Lee Seojong laughed, "Not exactly." Then she stood up, "All right, that's it. Today's meeting is over." Suddenly Kim Si Hyun's voice rang out, wait a moment." His whole body trembled as he muttered, "I have something I want to ask you." Lee Seojong asked curiously, "What is it?" Kim Si Hyun looked at her wide-eyed, stammering, what kind of gifts do girls like?" Hearing this, Lee Seojong was completely stunned, her mouth wide open in shock. Meanwhile, over at Gui Aries, Kagut was having a rough time. He slumped next to a mountain of paperwork, headache pressing him. If Gui Aries' stock plummets uncontrollably after Ma Yun Brent's death, and all of his artifacts disappeared along with it. Kagut's body shook as he thought, the biggest problem here is... Suddenly, he jumped up, overturned his desk, and shouted, "That damn Kim Hyung-gu 40%? Are you kidding me, bastard?" At that moment, Kagut's door suddenly opened. He scowled and shouted, "Didn't I say no one enters right now?" Suddenly, Kagut froze and asked in confusion, "Mr. Masters?" Ma-sun, a senior council member of the International Hunters Association, smiled. "Long time no see, Kagut." Kagut hurried to him, "What brings you here?" Ma-sun raised a hand. "Ma Yun Brent, I had some connection with him." Hearing that, Kagut panicked. "Ah, they were quite close." Ma-sun glanced around the room, remarking, "Looks like things aren't going well here." Kagut stammered, "I'm sorry." Ma-sun then said, "Don't worry. I'll support you." This surprised Kagut, who asked, "Really? But why would you help me?" Ma-sun explained, "I'm not helping you. I'm helping Ma Yun. How would he feel returning to find his guild collapse?" Ma-sun patted Kagut's shoulder with a fake smile. "So what I want you to do is simply follow my instructions." Back to our main character, Kim Hyung-gu. He was staring at the notice board, utterly confused. Seeing the 4 words "unable to determine" on the screen, Kim Hyung-gu went insane with anger. He shouted, "What is this? How can it be like this?" Senator Liam behind him frowned in concern. Liam said anxiously, "Nothing like this has ever happened before." Kim Si Hyun stepped forward, raising her hand. "Let me try." As soon as she touched the screen, the number 172 appeared. Kim Si Hyun frowned, saying painfully, "I've dropped in rank." Kim Hyung-gu yelled, "This is unreal, it's not broken. How can this happen?" Senator Liam was worried, "I've never seen it like this before." Only Mission remained calm, finally speaking, "Truly a bunch of losers." Then Mission clearly shouted, "My master is the best. It's obvious my master is number." But before he could finish, Kim Hyung-gu's yell cut him off. "Order!" The veins on Kim Hyung-gu's face bulged. He angrily said to Liam, "So I came all this way for nothing." Senator Liam quickly smiled. "Calm down, the party is about to start." Kim Hyung-gu asked curiously, "Party?" Liam explained that today was the International Hunters Association anniversary. "I promise you'll eat your fill there, all right." Seeing no response, Liam sighed. Thinking what to do, this should work. Soon the party began. The plates were cleared clean as if new. Senator Liam smiled, rubbing his full belly, looking at Kim Hyung-gu. "Ho ho ho, I see you really enjoy the food." Mission eagerly scribbled notes beside him. "My master's favorite dishes are..." Liam asked Hunter Kim Hyung-gu, "Do you..." But before he could finish, a rude voice interrupted. "Oh, look who's here." Both Kim Hyung-gu and Senator Liam were startled in turn. Only Mission remained absorbed. The newcomer was ranked 3rd on the world S list. "Saint Chak Rock," Senator Liam said, "I don't have time to see you now." Saint scoffed, "An old man like you trying to see me? Ha ha ha." Everyone's attention turned to the conversation, buzzing with curiosity. Kim Hyung-gu disliked the giant's attitude immensely. He said irritably, "He talks too much, my ears are about to fall off." Kim Si-hyun warned you'd better not mess with him. Kim Hyung-gu asked, why? Kim Si-hyun explained. He's notorious for brutality, abusing his hunter authority, and brazenly breaking the law. They say he should be classified as a killer hunter for his actions, but there's no evidence. Suddenly Saint squinted at Kim Hyung-gu with interest. Oh, you look familiar. Aren't you the one causing chaos everywhere just for stopping a disaster? Saint stepped up to Kim Hyung-gu, taunting. You'd better know your place. Saint tapped Hyung-gu on the shoulder. I'm very good at dealing with guys like you. Kim Hyung-gu smiled back. Gently flicking Than's finger aside, he replied, I'm the one who should be saying that. Than, feeling insulted, grew furious. He was too arrogant. HMPH. Looks like you need a punch to learn some manners. He clenched his fist and swung straight at Kim Hyung-gu. Senator Liam anxiously intervened. Stop if you fight here. At that moment, Kim Hyung-gu quickly ducked to avoid the attack, then laughed confidently. You're the one who needs to learn some manners. Kim Hyung-gu swung his fist in a powerful king's strike, sending him flying into the wall. The wall cracked, dust filling the air. Kim Hyung-gu licked his lips, scratched his head and said, Did I go too hard? Than quickly recovered, jumped up, cursing, damn it. Seeing Than stand up so quickly, Kim Si-hyun was a bit surprised, thinking, I heard he's a true genius, practically immortal. Than grabbed a huge chunk of rock and hurled it straight at Kim Hyung-gu. Kim Hyung-gu smiled brightly, excited, then swiftly raised his hand and gracefully shattered the rock. Suddenly Tank seized the moment, lunging behind Kim Hyung-gu, shouting, Die! And punched him, sending him flying several meters. Everyone was terrified by the brutal fight, running chaotically, screaming, Ah, run! Senator Liam watched anxiously, concerned for Kim Hyung-gu. Worried, he thought, I have to stop them. This will only make Maxon's side stronger. Than looked at the wreckage, arrogantly saying, Now do you understand? Guys like you are nothing compared to me. Senator Liam quickly ran over, saying, Wait, we should stop. But before he could finish, Kim Hyung-gu's arrogant voice rang out, sneering, startling both Than and Senator Liam. Kim Hyung-gu calmly stood up, dusting off his pants. That's enough. Had your fun, now it's my turn. Kim Hyung-gu had already rushed straight at him. In his panic, Than raised his fist quickly. With a direct strike, Than was sent flying meters away. Crawling up, he cursed, Damn it! But Kim Hyung-gu was already behind him. Cracking his knuckles gracefully, he taunted, Think you can handle this? You're the perfect punching bag for my moves. Then Kim Hyung-gu unleashed a relentless flurry. 1 strike, 2 strikes, 3 strikes amid Than's pain screams, witnessed by Kim Si-hyun. Kim Si-hyun, Senator Liam, and Mission, who were filming, watched. Kim Si-hyun said, He's enduring surprisingly well. Senator Liam was terrified. Finally, Than collapsed and Kim Hyung-gu stepped on him while wiping sweat, looking extremely heroic. Suddenly Kim Hyung-gu remembered, Oh, wait, isn't this guy world rank 3? Then he glanced at Kim Si-hyun, Senator Liam, and Mission, who looked at him with admiration and said, So if I defeat him, that means I'm world rank 3 now, right? Kim Hyung-gu's fierce, determined eyes blazed red. I'll climb to the top to meet my master. Scene change, a phone shows news. Kim Hyung-gu defeats Lysio. He picks up the phone, reads the news, and smiles sheepishly. I hope he left some impression like this. Zukwin eating asks, You worried about Hyung-gu? He'll be fine, he's very strong. Lysio worried replies, Yes, but I'm concerned the worst-case scenario might be disastrous. Zukwin ponders, True, he's really strong. Thinking back, images of Kim Hyung-gu arrogantly sweeping away weaklings in the hunter world with ease appear. He ate while recalling everything with delight. He's the kind of person everyone wants beside them. Lysio asked, bewildered, Ama suk buon oppa, have you heard from Kim Si-hyun? He was surprised. Why? She replied, I think he already has a girlfriend. Scene change, Kim Si-hyun holds a red gift box, surprised then smiling contentedly, lost in love. Inside the room, someone notices and asks, Who's there? Kim Si-hyun startles, quickly hides the box in a large bag. Mr. Liam opens the door, cheerfully asking, Do you like this place? From afar, Kim Si-hyun watches them converse. Mr. Liam says, On his behalf, I apologize for yesterday. She responds, Oh, no need to be so formal. Scene shifts to police moving, a patient on a stretcher being taken to the hospital. In the crowd, people converse. After that kiss incident, the party was cancelled and Than was taken for medical care. The most notable was Hyung-gu. He observed the people and gossip around, and Liam invited him to stay at the 5-star hotel. Liam asked Hunter Kim Hyung-gu, If you don't mind, can we have a word? Hyung-gu paused and asked, You're not busy, right? Then he said to his disciple Miriam, All right, I'll return, stay here. Angry, she glared at him with hatred. She slammed the door, stepping forward deliberately. The room was filled with awkwardness, only Kim Si-hyun and her. He glanced at her, thinking how to approach, better to sit close. But it seemed impossible. He thought she was naturally cheerful, always smiling near him. Then he gently asked, Miss Miriam. When she turned to look, he inwardly thought, What should I say? Then considered her favorite subject. But he asked instead, So how did you and Hyung-gu meet? He looked smug, but Miriam stayed cold. Fine, I'll tell you. But there's one condition. He blinked in confusion. What is it? She replied shyly. What does master like? Kim Si-hyun said, Whatever Hyung-gu likes. He likes it, right? The moment he left the tower, he loved food. Then she asked, money, and she walked off, leaving him gaping. All right, fine, I'll come by for a bit. He stepped out and slammed the door, leaving Kim Si-hyun stunned. He muttered, crispy dumplings. Inside the room, Hyung-gu was sipping tea with Liam. Liam asked calmly, does the tea suit your taste? Hyung-gu answered evenly, it's fine, let's not dance around it, get to the point. He was munching biscuits with clear enjoyment. Liam smiled. Straight to the point, huh, fine. Liam got right to it. I'm sure you know Ma Sun, another member of the association's High Council. He's backed by the US government and he's also one of the hunters. Even among the top 10, he has support from number 1, number 3, and number 6. He's usually measured, but right now we need a new card on our side. As he spoke, he clenched his fist with resolve. I want you on my side. Seeing Hyung-gu deep in thought, he turned back to his room, exhausted. You're back, he handed the bag of biscuits to Kim Si-hyun. The boy looked up, bewildered. You're back early, he replied. Yeah, Hyung-gu glanced at the gift bag by the chair. I've been wondering about that. What is it? Kim Si-hyun casually dodged the question. Just a souvenir, he pressed, but it looks like a present. Who are you giving it to? Kim Si-hyun got embarrassed. Just someone. Then he changed the subject. So what did you and Liam talk about? Hyung-gu answered at once. He said you don't need to do anything. Kim Si-hyun froze at the answer, thinking, Liam is that accommodating. And he's the mentor of the world's number 5. And he brought down Gui Aries. A Gui ranked among the best in the world, he himself is a weapon. Hyung-gu stared blankly, unsure what the other was thinking, and Kim Si-hyun continued, it's because there are rumors you're on his side. With your reputation, even Ma Sun wouldn't dare mess with Liam. I'm guessing you've helped a lot, even if you don't get involved in their affairs. Kim Si-hyun asked, what did he propose? Hyung-gu answered vaguely, I'm not sure, but he said it's fine. The whole room burst out laughing. And you can use a teleport gate whenever you want, and that was never mentioned before. Kim Si-hyun asked again. He said it's fine, that's pretty strange. Hyung-gu replied cheerfully, yeah. He said if you want, you can attend the top 50 banquet in 2 weeks. You can go through a teleport gate too. Kim Si-hyun said after hearing that, that's not bad. The scene shifted to Gui Aries' main office. Ma Sun was discussing something with Kogut, Gui Aries' vice chairman. Has the issue been resolved? Kogut answered, yes. The wild beast has gone quiet, it's all thanks to you. Ma Sun smiled, really, then that's good. Kogut thought, what is he planning, and I don't understand why he's helping me. Then meeting Ma Sun's affectionate gaze, he thought, the story about Mean Ben was just an excuse. No, that's enough, doubt will become poison. I just need to protect what's within my reach. Seeing Kogut's pensive face, Ma Sun asked, you look like you're thinking a lot. Kogut snapped back to himself and answered steadily. I'm sorry, I still have many problems to deal with. Ma Sun slipped a hand into his inner pocket and said reassuringly, it's fine, and I have something for you. Kogut opened his palm to receive the mysterious item and asked. This, Ma Sun, wearing a sinister smile, said, from now on, listen carefully to what I say. If you help me, you'll be able to control Gui's members. Outside the Washington statue, rain poured through the night in front of a hospital. In Than's hospital room, he sat up with a face twisted in pain. Damn it, lightning split the sky, flashing bright and revealing Ma Sun standing in one corner of the room. You're finally awake, Than jolted. Ma Sun. Ma Sun approached the bed coldly. As he walked, he said, I told you to be careful of Sting Kim Hyung-gu. Than snarled, what the hell is with that bastard? The pain cuts through even indestructible diamond. I'm sure he used a technique like Musin. The moment he finished, a voice echoed, he used a technique like mine. The two turned in shock and it was Musin, the one Than had mentioned. Musin said coolly, it's been a while. Ma Sun asked, now that you're here, does that mean it's finished? Musin replied, yeah. Ma Sun gave a satisfied chuckle. Good, Musin has completed the preparations, now it's our turn. Time passed. 2 weeks later outside a crowded high-rise building. Inside a room, Liam drew back the curtain, looking out with anticipation. Looks like Kim Hyung-gu really isn't coming. Another voice followed, you're still waiting for him? Eden ran over and opened the door. Forget it. If he hasn't come, it means he's not coming. You do care? S-rank, world number 4, Swordmaster Eden. The girl Jia Lai, S-rank, world number 7, replied in a quiet, icy tone. Don't people usually leave a message by letter or a note? Liam kept watching through the gap in the curtain. He's a bit different, he probably thinks this is necessary. Another sound drew everyone's attention. All right, it's time to go out there, Senator. Liam said, let's go. In the lavish setting of the party, everyone was dressed impeccably. Lord Liam sipped his wine. Eden looked at the group of senior officials. The senior officials were slippery as usual, probably because they came from different countries. Riley said coldly, everyone was busy networking. Liam was talking to a guest. He said, I heard the banquet hall was destroyed 2 weeks ago. It seems it has been restored. Liam laughed it off, all thanks to the mage hunters. Before he could finish, behind Eden, something terrifying caught his eye. Hey Liam, look. A group of people, including Musin. Riley exclaimed in surprise, why is he here? He hasn't appeared at the guild since making the top 5. Liam thought, strange, something feels off. Musin asked clearly, are all the hunters here? A guest in a white suit asked, have you seen everyone who arrived? Besides, I didn't think you'd show up, Musin. Muzin replied mysteriously. Then there's no reason to wait any longer. He reached out and grabbed the face of the guest in the white suit, snapping his head off. Amid the shock of everyone, Muzin's face remained cold with a few drops of blood on it. Scene shifts to a high-rise building. Guild airing Li Xiaojang asked, "Why don't we do this somewhere else?" Hyungu replied, "Why?" She answered clearly, "Seems you forgot this is my guild." He smiled lightly. "But there's no one here, right?" She responded. "Of course, I've restricted access here." Suka Anya asked in panic, "Really? Should we move somewhere else? If we change location, won't we have to start over?" Hyungu turned to her calmly. "So what?" Seeing her utterly dejected, Suka Anya dragged herself out. "I hate night shifts." Hyungu scratched his head, comforting her. "You can relax and take your time." Suka Anya, exhausted, still had to draw the magic circle after finishing her work. If she had to redraw it, it would take another 2 weeks of overtime. Li Xiaojang said, "Then just draw it in the morning at work. I can arrange other tasks for you." Suka Anya was pleasantly surprised. "Really?" She bowed to Hyungu. "I will do my best, Guild Master." Li Xiaojang asked him, "But you've already decided to accept Liam's proposal, right?" Hyungu replied, "Yes, it'll be convenient to travel with the magic circle." Li Xiaojang worried, "I don't think it's meant for leisure." "Isn't it for emergencies?" Hyungu answered. "Since I always have work, I can move around easily." In his heart, he would be upset if anyone was harmed because he was late. Hyungu was about to ask Suka Anya, "Hey, how long?" when a rapid knock came along with desperate screams. "Help, is anyone there? Please save me." To everyone's surprise, Li Xiaojang remembered. "Oh right, the guy you caught. I forgot he's still locked in here." She ran to the door emitting cries for help and opened it shyly. "Go outside." When the guy poked his head out shouting, Light is here," she slammed the door shut. Hyungu asked blankly, "Why did you close it?" She smiled lightly. "I was a bit startled." Hyungu gently opened the door. The guy was collapsed weakly. "Please, I'll tell everything. Please save me. Just let me see a bit of light." Hyungu thought, he's been locked less than a month, but this torment seems extreme for him. Hyungu coldly smiled with a hidden meaning. "So you'll tell everything." Scene shifts to Lord Liam's banquet. The scene was chaotic, everything destroyed, blood everywhere, people lying on the ground. Voices screamed, "Help, run." Hunters attacked officials and guests at the party. The battle was fierce and terrifying. Lord Liam shouted to the survivors, "This way, hurry." S-ranked individuals in the world's top 50 titles were brutally killed. All in less than 5 minutes, Liam thought. Behind him, Tank's angry eyes shouted, "I warned you." Then he attacked Liam. Eden blocked Tank's assault with his sword arts, sending him sprawling. "What is this crazy guy?" Meanwhile, Riley cast her magic against the villain. She shouted, "Liam, run!" At the same time, Eden was struck and fell. Liam shouted, Why are you doing this?" Muzin killed many people. He coldly replied, "Because it is necessary for the end of the world." Liam, terrified, What are you saying?" At that moment, Hyungu and his disciples arrived, witnessing the horrific scene. "What is happening here?" The chaos intensified as the hunters continued their assault. Hyungu realized the situation was critical and readied himself to intervene. He was furious, eyes full of murderous intent, staring at Muzin. Bewildered, he asked, "Why is this place in ruins?" He approached Liam and sneered. "Why didn't you tell me what happened?" Liam sobbed and stammered. "Why you?" A voice shouted. "Are you that person?" "The one who defeated Than," Kim Hyungu said coldly. "Who are you?" He put on his hat and introduced himself calmly. "I am Muzin." Kim Hyungu asked the girl. "Who's that?" The disciple smiled. "He's at the top of S-rank, master." Kim Hyungu smiled awkwardly. "The one with that ridiculous name." Muzin shouted fiercely, "You came at the perfect time. I need to destroy you." Kim Hyungu frowned suspiciously. What are you talking about? Do we know each other?" Muzin stammered, "No, I just need to kill you to climb the tower." Kim Hyungu was shocked. "What?" Muzin attacked him with all his strength. Kim Hyungu puzzled. "To climb the tower?" He smirked. "You're a climber." System notification, authority skill info. Name Shin Chunggu, age 33, male, condition, excellent. Stats, strength 5+, agility 55, endurance 5, stamina 55, HP 55, luck. Skills, memory creation, unique skill equipped. According to the info I received, he's not a climber yet. Muzin arrogantly said, "I'm not a climber yet. But soon I will become a climber. I need to leave here to reach my goal, so you must die. I will kill you right here." His punch grazed Kim Hyungu's face. Kim Hyungu growled angrily. "This madman." Kim Hyungu was thrown by the attack. He cursed in frustration. "Damn, he caught up with me." Muzin said coldly, "I heard you also practice martial arts. Why don't we spar?" Kim Hyungu was hit and sent flying. The disciple ran forward. "Master." She tried to rush in, but the inspector raised a hand to stop her. He smirked. "Come play with me." The girl glared at him with murderous intent. Kim Hyungu stood up furious and fought back. His strength was insufficient to hold Muzin, and he roared in anger. You, why did you say you're not a climber? This pressure feels no different from a climber. Damn it. Then I'll give it my all from the start." Musin sneered, you'd be embarrassed if you ran. Kim Hyung-gu smiled confidently. Unexpectedly, the mana around here is rising. 2 weeks of research wasn't wasted. The Tu-La Flame Strike isn't very effective. It's strong but takes time. But if it immobilizes the enemy, that's a different story. Even without using the 10-step Fatal Strike to temporarily boost mana, 1 step of it is enough. I'm guided by the Lord's mana, he shouted. Tu-La Flame Strike. Musin lightly absorbed life force, looking smug. Kim Hyung-gu thought, what the hell, the Tu-La Flame Strike should have put him on the ground. Musin coldly said, for someone like you, it's disappointing. Kim Hyung-gu was relentlessly attacked by Musin, whose moves were like a drunkard's. Musin frowned in annoyance. This style of movement mocks martial arts. Kim Hyung-gu blushed with anger. So what? Does it affect your meal? Musin disdainfully said, your martial arts are entirely inaccurate. All your mana does is flow in your veins. It just releases mana without any finesse. That's your limit. I've practiced martial arts for hundreds of years. Don't think you can beat me. Kim Hyung-gu smirked. What, hundreds of years? You're not human. System reminder, check his stats. Authority skill info, name Shin Chung-gu, age 33. Male, condition, excellent. Stats, strength 5+, agility 55, endurance 5, stamina 55, HP 55, luck. I think reaching world-class rank will be difficult for them. Likely because of this skill, memory creation, unique skill equipped, Musin shouted. Of course I'm a normal human, but my skill allows me infinite time to train. It lets me practice all kinds of martial arts. That's why I can temporarily escape the mundane world. Kim Hyung-gu cursed angrily. Damn, unreal. Musin mocked. So for you, the delusional one, I will show you the true meaning of martial arts. The true meaning of martial arts is that I must kill you. A single strike made Kim Hyung-gu spit blood. Musin unleashed consecutive attacks. Blue Dragon Kick, Continuous Kick, Blood Wind Fist, Evil Dragon Punch, Heavenly Dragon Steps. Ultimate Technique, Divine Aurora. He glared at Kim Hyung-gu and said, your endurance is impressive. Kim Hyung-gu thought irritably. He's too strong, this destructive power, if it were anyone else they'd be done for. Should I prepare like last time? But if I do, his next target will be the disciple. Musin coldly stared at Kim Hyung-gu. Kim Hyung-gu thought, without using that skill, I'd be done. My body can't withstand it. System notification, you have withstood all extreme attacks. Endurance increased. Musin said calmly, I must admit you're very strong. But now I'm going to end this. Phantom Hidden Dragon Steps. Kim Hyung-gu used a stealth technique that irritated Musin. Did he just vanish? Kim Hyung-gu appeared right behind him and laughed. Surprised. Musin charged furiously. Watch me use the Heavenly Demon Fist. This time, Kim Hyung-gu's blow enraged him and he cursed, bastard, how can you do that? That terrifying amount of mana was gone. It wasn't being used to enhance his body, so there had to be another reason. But how? Kim Hyung-gu burst out angrily. I'm giving you back everything I took from you. Azure Dragon Kick, Lotus Emperor Kick, Aurora Saint Shift. Musin stared blankly. How is that possible? Kim Hyung-gu sneered. You really thought I'd been beaten. You didn't realize you were being watched the whole time. I fed mana into my eyes and watched how you used yours. It was pretty easy to learn because it's so delicate and rhythmic. I mean your martial arts techniques. He thought, the cost is huge, but if I don't do this, I have no chance of winning. Musin spoke in disgust. No way, you learn them just by watching. Kim Hyung-gu thought, that's a fair question. There's a massive gap between seeing and doing, but with the experience I've built up until now, and with the enormous drain, plus my wide, sturdy mana channels, I pulled off what should have been impossible. He smiled confidently at him. So why don't we test what I've learned? Amid the rubble, the two stared each other down. Liam thought, this is bad. None of the other hunters are doing anything, and Miriam is only rank 5. She can't beat a rank 3 and a rank 6 at the same time. The inspector barked aggressively. So Miriam's just a kid, huh? Miriam snapped, get lost. He grinned stupidly. So what are you going to do? Think you can read something off that bastard's face? Miriam said with confidence, I want to watch my badass master, but I guess I can't. If I let you live, you'll just get in my master's way. So I'll kill you right here, he froze. What? She had already crushed one of them underfoot, making the inspector panic. How the hell, he thought, I thought she was weaker than us. Miriam said coldly, you're next, you've committed plenty of crimes. The inspector ground his teeth in rage. Don't say such scary things, you'll die the most painful death. Kim Hyung-gu confidently attacked him. He was beaten until he couldn't resist anymore, collapsing to the ground. He cursed at Hyung-gu, you bastard, you keep getting stronger. Is that talent? It's something an ordinary person can't do. Even a genius can't. Only someone with supreme martial mastery can use it. So Musin will strike back with all my power. Watch me. A glow enveloped him, forcing Hyung-gu to step back. After a brutal exchange, a fierce gust swept across. Kim Hyung-gu raised an arm to shield himself. A moment later, he looked up and was stunned by what stood before him. Kim Hyung-gu had been hammering Musin non-stop. pushing him to unleash every ounce of his power and transform into a true monster. Because he was the descendant of the demon lord. Kim Hyung-gu staggered to his feet and said in a scornful tone, "Huh, what kind of freak climber is this?" Humiliated, Musin seethed with rage. "You won't be able to do anything to me anymore." Kim Hyung-gu sneered. "Oh, is that so?" A black and crimson aura spread from his body. He slipped a hand into his pocket and strolled toward him, coolly saying, "I can do the same thing." Kim Hyung-gu wiped his nose with his thumb and curled his lips into a grin. "You're not the only one with martial skills." Then in a low voice he said, "I still remember the martial art the heavenly demon used. Even though I won back then, I couldn't copy his technique, but now I understand the principles of martial arts." Kim Hyung-gu spoke slowly. "It's like a thunder god." With that, he imitated the skill and countless bolts of lightning wrapped around him. Round 2 began. Over on Mission's side, with overwhelming strength, she quickly brought her opponent down. Still unwilling to accept it, he spat out curses. "You bitch. How can you?" Mission didn't react at all. Seeing her stay silent, the battered inspector grew even angrier. "Kim Hyung-gu, Musin, and now you too. Why are my skills nothing compared to yours?" The moment he finished, Mission's foot slapped straight into his face. At last, the inspector lost consciousness. Mission casually touched her cheek and said slowly in contempt, "How stupid. It's not about skills, it's about martial arts." After dealing with him, she looked outside through the hole that had been punched earlier, her face full of anticipation as she softly called, "Master." Meanwhile, the fight between Kim Hyung-gu and Musin raged on. Kim Hyung-gu kept overwhelming Musin, but Musin was as stubbornly tough as ever. They seemed evenly matched. Two massive forces collided, triggering a violent shockwave. Both of them were blasted back, and Kim Hyung-gu struggled to stand. His mana had been drained too heavily, leaving his body weakened. He could feel his whole body starting to give out. Musin on this side had calculations of his own. Worried, he thought, "If this keeps up, I can't win." Kim Hyung-gu weakly raised his hand, his spiritual power only a trickle. He was anxious, it didn't look good. The mana consumption was terrifying. "I'm about to run out." But Musin thought differently. He didn't seem tired at all. They stared at each other for a long time, and Kim Hyung-gu finally made up his mind. The other guy wasn't backing down either. Musin's face hardened. "Fine." Decision made, they charged back in, clashing again, eyes locked, sneering at each other. No more wasting time. Just as Kim Hyung-gu prepared to strike, he suddenly froze. Musi unleashed his power, forming a round black sphere of spiritual energy. Its aura was unbelievably oppressive, sending a chill through Kim Hyung-gu. He staggered back and cried out in panic, "Oh no, that's a wraith." At his feet, the black energy kept circling. Musin stayed focused, maintaining that sphere above his head. He said with relish, "Looks like you know exactly what this is." Kim Hyung-gu broke into a sweat but still asked, "What are you doing?" "That isn't martial arts. Who piles up that much mana like that?" "So what, I'm just like you were earlier," Musi snapped irritably. "Doesn't matter, I'll do whatever it takes to deal with you." Now a bottomless hollow opened in the center of his chest, spewing a torrent of dark magic. Sensing the moment, Musin roared out the move, Demon God Annihilation. A devastating surge of darkness shot straight at Kim Hyung-gu. Musin was brimming with confidence, sure it had worked. But in the next instant he was blasted back, eyes wide in shock at what was about to happen. What? That terrifying torrent was torn apart and blocked by Kim Hyung-gu's lightning cleave, making Musin cry out in horror. "How is that possible?" Kim Hyung-gu beamed, standing at ease, slowly dispersing the remaining spell power. Musin still couldn't believe his eyes and demanded again. "You blocked my wraith with lightning cleave," Kim Hyung-gu said smugly, "because you taught me earlier. So now I'll teach you back." Kim Hyung-gu said, "I improved it too, go on, try taking it." Musin could only stammer out a few words. Kim Hyung-gu continued, using Thunder God Reborn combined with lightning cleave, forging a terrifying power. He shot straight at Musin, bleaching the sky white, then a massive boom erupted. The blast swept through, and Musin was nowhere to be seen. A moment later, Kim Hyung-gu appeared looking cool, both hands in his pockets. The system displayed, "You have defeated Heavenly Marshal," a reserve Grimper who called himself Musi. Another notice appeared, resetting Heavenly Marshal's ranking. Information access has been changed from low to medium. Current access level, medium. You will be invited into the system in 3 days, 3 hours, 8 minutes, 12 seconds. Kim Hyung-gu was so exhausted he could barely breathe after spending too much mana. He quickly slumped down to sit on the ground, and items appeared on the ground beside him. Sweat dotted his face as he sank into thought. At last he reached out and picked up the item. The system continued. Heavenly Marshal's origin is incomplete, class 5+, no skill. Heavenly Marshal's training manual. The one known as Musin followed his first master, but he lacked sufficient information access. He became a climber with the help of limited information. He could learn countless martial arts from creations, and eventually named himself Musi. Because he was only on the reserve climber list, he had to gamble his strength to climb the tower. Stone maze gauge, 0%. Holding the item, Kim Hyung-gu asked in confusion, reserve list, stone maze, what are those? While he was still puzzled, a voice suddenly called, Master. He looked up and saw Mission running over. Kim Hyung-gu felt relieved and let out a laugh, then relaxed and lay back on the ground. It was hard, but I finally won. The air fell quiet. Michai stood there watching her master rest on the ground. At this moment, in a secret base, a mysterious figure was preparing to report Musi's death to the designer. The tower designer didn't believe it and asked again. Both the anonymous Grimper and the reserve Grimper were defeated. The mysterious figure nodded. Yes. The designer stroked his chin with interest. His gaze sharpened and then he let out a cold snort. Then he continued, I thought of this before. This is the role of crisis. No living creature evolves easily. Have you noticed how the ecosystem on each floor is stable now? Only when disaster strikes do they struggle to survive, and through that struggle for survival, they grow. The mysterious figure across from him voiced a question. You mean he is the crisis for the Grimpers? The designer nodded. Very possible. Has he ever encountered an upper-tier Grimble? The mysterious figure quickly responded, never. Those on the reserve list almost defeated him but ultimately died before becoming an official Crimper. The mysterious figure paused for a moment, then hesitantly continued his speculation. But Gordon will never meet the high-level Grimper, because the former deities overseeing the constellations are deeply hidden. Reporting from the 8th floor, the designer agreed with this, so the statement is correct. At this moment, Kim Hyung-gu was still lying on the ground resting. He smiled with satisfaction. According to the designer's assessment, he will die sooner or later. A day after the incident, Gordon was at the security office and everyone kept chatting. Have you seen the news? The whole world is in shock. An excited person stepped forward and asked, what happened at the top 50 party? Hong Jin frowned and told them, exactly, I heard it was a complete massacre. But no one paid attention to her words, only interested in the fight. Have you seen the fight clips? Absolutely insane. The other person responded with excitement. Isn't our guild leader just epic? This left Hong Jin speechless. Their commentary continued echoing before her. Now his name is famous worldwide. He's incredible. The massacre occurred at the party of the top 50 hunters. Out of 42 present, 33 died, 9 survived. 4 people could no longer continue as hunters due to severe injuries. Hong Jin held her phone, reading each major and important news piece. No country has officially concluded the matter. They will need to conduct a thorough investigation into the person behind this. Those who had been cheering non-stop earlier were thrilled to participate in the event. Lord Kim Hyung-gu is unrivaled, Hong Jin exclaimed. It seemed everyone had stopped caring about that issue. At that moment, a voice came through the media, startling Hong Jin. It was Sucker Anya. She looked at the computer screen and continued, most of the top 50 have been eliminated. That will make people anxious, so they promoted a star to distract the public. Hong Jin turned back, agreeing, and added, yes, if the guild leader knew this, he might not have suggested it. Sucker Anya warned, that's why we shouldn't mention it. Meanwhile, in the US, Lee Seo-dong anxiously asked the person in front, how is his injury? Kim Hyung-gu's entire body was carefully bandaged like a wrapped dumpling. Along with one broken arm, he even smiled and said, looking like this and still asking. Lee Seo-dong replied gently, I asked out of courtesy. She continued, even with a capable healer, your condition is still like this. No wonder Si Hyung is worried. Kim Hyung-gu only cared about his results and said, HMPH, at least I won. Lee Seo-dong sighed, still concerning. Then she quickly stepped out, I'll return after completing your procedures. Kim Hyung-gu weakly waved, all right. After Lee Seo-jong left, he grimaced from the pain. He raised his bandaged hand like a mummy, gazed for a moment, and sighed. HMPH, the aftereffects aren't mild at all. Kim Hyung-gu recalled the battle and thought, fortunately, it wasn't too severe. If it were an ordinary person, they would instantly lose control of their energy. Kim Hyung-gu lay on the bed, thinking, embarrassed. I acted instinctively, so I didn't grasp all the techniques I used. Maybe I need to read more books. It would be great if I could learn from someone. Suddenly, he remembered something. Maybe this could be useful. Kim Hyung-gu took out the item he found earlier and asked, do you know how to use this? 2 days in the ARB space. Avi, his assistant, spoke. Is this the origin of the heavenly martial art that someone named Mew wants to own? Kim Hyung-gu pointed at the system board and continued. May Stone, right, I want to know how to complete this so I can investigate. Avi, the assistant, tapped and calculated something and many screens appeared before her. A moment later, the girl opened her eyes and said, there's a clue. Then she slowly explained, Gordon, I think you need to go to the dungeon maze. I don't know if the maze stone is a monster mana stone or something else, but it says Grimper must pass through a dungeon to move to the next floor. You can find the answer there. Kim Hyung-gu nodded in agreement. All right. Suddenly he noticed something and jumped up to ask, right, do I have any new skills? Avi, the assistant, pointed at him and said, yes, open your status window. He quickly opened it. Name, Kim Hyung-gu, guardian of floor 91, age 24. Gender male, very healthy, strength 5, agility 5+. Endurance 5, stamina 5, wisdom A+, luck B skills, average information authority, access to logical philosophy. Kim Hyung-gu sighed in relief. Most of my stats went up. He wondered, psychology, is that a new skill? How do I use it? Avi replied, twice a day, you can read other people's thoughts, as long as you have access rights to their information. Kim Hyung-gu frowned, thinking, looks like I can't use this skill on the Grimbers. Well, better than nothing. Avi, his support, said with interest, your notification system is basically perfect now. From now on, it'll signal the time and location of gamers. At that moment, the table was covered with game discs. Avi, his support, glanced over and remembered, there's something else I want to mention. Seeing her look, Kim Hyung-gu teased, what, you want a game console? Avi, his support, answered awkwardly flustered. It's not like all I do is play games, I don't just play games. Kim Hyung-gu asked, so what is it? Avi turned serious. This is something I discovered recently. No, to be accurate, it's only a guess. At the hospital, Mishing kept calling him master in her heart. Kim Hyung-gu, who could now read it with his new skill, was drinking water and immediately spat it out. Mishing looked worried and quickly stood up. Master, are you okay? He replied, I'm fine, I just choked a little. Outside, Mishing bowed her head quietly. Yes, but deep down, a nasty thought sprang up, is Master really okay? His body might not be fully recovered yet. Is there a professional healer in Gaipto? Could we use a relic? Anyway, if Master's body is injured, I can touch it. Reading those words, Kim Hyung-gu blushed and turned away. I just saw something I shouldn't have. Mishing asked again, where is Asio-jun? Did she go handle the paperwork? She heard Master would be discharged soon, so she used a magic circle. She went somewhere else. Mishing still looked anxious as she lifted her head to him. Master, are you really okay? There's a crowd gathered downstairs, you must be really annoyed. Hearing that, Kim Hyung-gu looked out the window and saw a huge crowd below. Who? Ah, the reporters, Mishing said coldly. If you allow it, I'll kill all of them. He hurriedly slipped on his slippers and got off the bed, saying slowly, no need. No matter what we do, they'll find a way to cling to me. It'd be better to hold a press conference. Kim Hyung-gu decided to go down. At once, the reporters surged toward him with questions. Hunter Kim Hyung-gu, can you tell us? Hunter Kim Hyung-gu, Mr. Kim Hyun. They kept pushing and shoving, squeezing him like dough in the middle. It was extremely uncomfortable. He tried to persuade them. Calm down, everyone. Someone took the chance to ask. Hunter Kim Hyung-gu at the meet-and-greet party. Exhausted, he flailed his arms too wildly. Shut up, all of you, let me through. He even roughly drove an elbow into the chest of a nearby reporter. Kim Hyung-gu grew irritated. Move, get out of my way. A man nearby snapped photos with ill intent, thinking, I knew Kim Hyung-gu was rude, but this is too much. It turned out this was the malicious reporter John Michael. John stared at him with a crafty look. He must be looking down on reporters. I'll show him what reporters can do. After a moment, when the atmosphere finally quieted a little, Kim Hyung-gu picked at his ear and said indifferently, since I'm not feeling well, everyone's questions. Before he could finish, someone spoke up. Kim Hyung-gu, John kept pressing, there are rumors you took advantage of the massacre at the party to kill the hunters you dislike. Is that true? The malicious question made everyone freeze. Kim Hyung-gu shoved both hands into his pockets, annoyed. I haven't said anything yet. But the reporter John kept attacking. Can I take that as confirmation of the rumor? Kim Hyung-gu didn't answer, but he smiled with amusement. That made John curl his lip, thinking he liked that expression on his face. That's what you get for ignoring reporters. Then Kim Hyung-gu suddenly shouted, hey, get lost. It left John bewildered. Kim Hyung-gu said in a mocking tone, you're standing that close and you can't hear. At that moment, someone came over and leaned to his ear to whisper, internet connection, where is their internet? Yeah, Kim Hyung-gu emphasized what he just said. 30 seconds, if that guy isn't gone, there won't be any interview today. John ground his teeth in anger. What? Watching from afar, Mishing couldn't stand it anymore and quickly ordered her subordinate, handle him. Yes, ma'am. Mishing observed from a distance, making sure Kim Hyung-gu was safe. Soon after, in a certain building, the morning interview news about Kim Hyung-gu quickly shot to the top. News flash, John's rude question to Kim Hyung-gu plunged the press conference into silence. And Kim Hyung-gu didn't act like he usually did. He very politely asked John to leave. Someone repeated in shock, very politely. Kim Si-hyun was stunned after reading it too, unable to believe his eyes. Hyung being polite? I can't even imagine it. Looks like he really changed. Kim Hyung-gu's voice rang out, Si-hyun, I'm back. Kim Si-hyun replied happily, oh, welcome back, how are you? Better? Kim Hyung-gu braced a hand on the sofa and got straight to the point. By the way, I'll be heading to a dungeon soon. Kim Si-hyun was extremely surprised. You're going to a dungeon? You haven't been fighting for money lately. Are you looking for a relic? Kim Hyung-gu leaned back on the sofa and replied, no, I need to confirm a few things. Kim Hyung-gu directly suggested it. He wanted your Gui to come along. Kim Si-hyun was surprised. Why not your Gui instead? Kim Hyung-gu said he doesn't have a map. Without it, he would face many difficulties navigating the dungeon. Kim Si-hyun thought that made sense. True, He wouldn't know where to rest or where monsters are concentrated. It would be a disaster to get lost. He continued, we can depart next week. By now, Michhyang had sat down beside Kim Hyung-gu. He smiled, patted her head, and said, perfect, let me know the location a day before we go. Michhyang sat dazed, her face flushed. Kim Hyung-gu looked up at her. Suddenly he remembered Hanarin, his second disciple. His eyes grew worried as he wondered. I wonder if that kid is okay. Their conversation continued. The image of Hanarin standing with Kim Hyung-gu appeared when I was stuck in the tower. I tried playing the role of a mentor and then disappearing, but it didn't work out. Then I abandoned that masked act, but the kid took the initiative to ask me to be their teacher. Hanarin placed a hand on their chest and seriously said, please accept me as your disciple. In another scene, Hanarin and I faced challenges. The story continues because the kid was in that rebellious age. So I didn't teach real martial arts, but since the kid wanted to be stronger, I still trained them. This rebellious age describes kids with big illusions, wanting to show off and convince themselves they have superior intellect or hidden power. That, in turn, could be useful. Back to reality, back to chatting without recounting past events. Kim Hyung-gu patted Kim Si-hyun on the shoulder and said, they say no news is good news, so the kid must be fine. Kim Si-hyun picked up the device and looked up thoughtfully. It seemed his mind had wandered again. Kim Si-hyun suddenly noticed a notification on the device. Looking down, she realized it was an alert about a new article. Kim Si-hyun was surprised. This article, John Michael. The information stated that reporter John Michael went missing after being demoted from chief reporter. Kim Si-hyun thought, wasn't that the suspicious reporter from before? John Michael's image appeared in her mind. Kim Si-hyun wondered, that guy went missing. She looked over and saw Kim Hyung-gu patting the girl's head. She thought back, that's not something he would do. The girl seemed to be enjoying herself, feeling the warmth from his hand. She was both shy and happy, looking very cute. Kim Si-hyun read the article, thinking, I froze, fearing I might be the next to disappear. Unsure, she hugged herself, clutching the device. A quiet moment passed, no one spoke. Kim Si-hyun thought she shouldn't provoke him. Elsewhere at the Ares headquarters in South Korea, the skyscraper had countless rooms reaching the clouds. Truly a massive headquarters. A voice rang out, sir, Kim Hyung-gu has arrived. Inside a small office, a young man in formal attire stood quietly. Upon hearing the announcement, he exhaled. He adjusted his tie, thinking, there's not much time left. I can't let Kim Hyung-gu take 40% of the dungeons. Kagut worried thought of Marson, then realized he couldn't rely on him. Imagining the hunters, Kagut pondered. The massacre had shocked the world. The perpetrators were hunters aligned with Marson. Images of Marson facing countless stares appeared. Kagut continued thinking, regardless of Marson's involvement. It was hard to avoid everyone's gaze. Another image emerged, Liam. Kagut thought further because of that event. Liam had gained significant political power. Kagut heard a sound break the silence, returning to reality. Kagut turned around. Kim Hyung-gu was calmly opening the door and walking in. He smiled, it's been a while. He looked so casual standing before Kagut in formal attire, seeming like someone who rose from the bottom in others' eye. Kagut and Kim Hyung-gu sat down in the room to talk. He said, I want your answer. Kagut exhaled. Thinking before speaking, I'll try to persuade him to reduce it as much as possible. Kagut began, wait a moment. He ignored Kagut's words, raised a hand, and smiled. I don't want to be long-winded. Kagut responded seriously. You don't want to talk much either, right? So let's keep it simple. He didn't want to talk much, just address the point. Kim Hyung-gu pointed directly. All right, from now on your answer is just yes or no, understood. Kagut reluctantly accepted his tone. Standing, pounding the table, he shouted, what the hell? Kim Hyung-gu remained calm, legs crossed, hands spread, smiling. It's not a big deal, after all, it's a reasonable figure, just 40%. Everything will be as if you never committed any crimes. Kagut fumed. Gritting his teeth, thinking, this bastard, Kagut said, hey. Suddenly a sound rang out, not from either of them. But then a different voice called out, please, save me. It turned out he was holding a transmitter playing a recorded clip. The voice continued, I'll confess everything, so please, just let me see a little light. No, please, he held the device as the voice from the speaker overflowed with emotion. Please don't lock me in there again. Don't lock me in the storage room again. I don't want to go in there, I don't want to. The voice was utterly desperate. Hyung-gu Kim turned to Kagut and said, you recognize that voice too. Do I? Hearing the recording, Kagut flinched as the image of that young man flashed in his mind. He was left speechless in shock. Number 6 set the device on the table and said, all right, think it through, you can't get away, kid. And just to be sure, I'll give you a little advice. He raised his voice. If you refuse the request, then he added seriously, Ares will have it even worse. Kagut trembled all over, sweating as he fell into silence. He continued, so I'll ask one last time. He pressed his hand firmly onto the table. Tell me, do you want to see how this ends? Kagut's hair stood on end at those words. He fidgeted, not knowing what to say. Kagut placed both hands on his knees, steadied himself, and answered no. Elsewhere in Hanam City, The villa basked in sunlight. The young mistress stood by the window, looking out, pensive and at ease. Mirian's subordinate knelt and reported that they had eliminated all other factions. He continued, "We've completely taken over our rivals' dungeons." The young mistress turned back and said, "All right, good work." Mirian's subordinate studied Mirian in silence. Lord Mirian was beaming. Just a few months ago, he never showed any emotion on his face. But now Mirian was openly expressive, looking truly happy and cheerful. The subordinate thought he seemed like a completely different person. The young mistress asked, "Have you dealt with that reporter completely?" A horned figure appeared from a corner. Batman said, "I'm sorry," a third party intervened. Hearing that, Mirian turned and asked, "Who?" Judging by the traces of resistance, it seemed the man had been cornered and taken. When we arrived, he was already gone. Mirian's gaze grew harsher than before. "You know who did it, don't you?" Mirian's subordinate stepped forward and showed Mirian a device. Mirian couldn't understand the characters on it and asked, "This is?" Lord Mirian dabbed, "This is the only clue. This symbol was drawn on the table." The subordinate added, "It's like they wanted you to know." Mirian braced his hand and thought, "How strange, investigate it." The young mistress flicked her hand, issuing the order. The horned one replied, "Understood." The young mistress said to Mirian's subordinate, "You may withdraw as well." The subordinate answered, "I understand. However, may I ask, how much longer do you plan to leave your post?" The young mistress tossed her hair back and said bluntly, "When master arrives in China, we'll be gone for that period too. I'll hand over management of Gui to you." Mirian's subordinate fell silent, saying nothing more, his flushed face clearly showing embarrassment. He was acknowledging me, Lord Mirian, who never trusted anyone. The subordinate bowed his head, thinking, "He's trusting me." He replied, "I'll do my best." Mirian, still shy in his own happiness, quietly delighted and thought, "Master." Sihyu Kim asked, "Why don't you stay in the house Parian built for you?" Hyungu Kim replied, "It's more comfortable here." Si-hyun Kim turned and asked, "How did the negotiations with Ares go?" He leaned back into the chair. He said smoothly, "Within 2 weeks the issue with Ares's GUI will be settled. Before that I need to take care of a few things." Kagut said, "It'll break past 40% in mind infiltration skill, given how things have turned out." Kagut thought it over. He had no choice but to install it in the dungeon as Maxon instructed. Lying there scrolling on his phone, he thought he'd expected him to hesitate. But he hadn't known the man was also connected to Marzano. Holding his phone, he smiled. "If I just stand by and watch this happen, that'd be pretty rude." Elsewhere in an A-rank dungeon, there was a sinister hidden gate in Uejongbu. Footsteps echoed. It was the eerie movement of 2 skeletons. The 2 skeletons moved as if nothing were wrong, making Hyun Osak, who was hiding, panic and clamp both hands over his mouth. The skeletons slid past him. He trembled all over, not daring to scream. Hyun Osak revealed himself. He was from the QRS control room. He figured that with his concealment skill, he didn't need to worry about the monsters. But he didn't want to be in here alone. He picked up the black sphere and thought, "But I could get promoted to an operations officer, as long as I follow Lord Ko's orders." He sat down and scraped at the ground. He said, "I just need to bury it in the sand, right?" As he was about to make his move, an unfamiliar foot suddenly appeared in front of him, startling Osak Hyun. When he looked up, he saw the man still wearing that friendly smile. "Hello." Kagut stood braced against the door, panicked, like he'd seen a ghost. The air around him grew heavy and anxiety twisted in his gut. "What exactly is going on here?" An excited voice rang out in the middle of the room. "Wow, you're a bit late." Hyungu Kim was already waiting inside. He sat smugly on Kagut's secretary's back, who was sobbing miserably from being trampled with a swollen lump on his head from a punch. Beside them stood Michhyung, Hyungu Kim's first adorable disciple, with an unmistakably extraordinary aura. Waiting calmly, Hyungu Kim waved with obvious amusement. "It's been 6 hours already, huh?" The unlucky secretary lay beneath them in agony, practically turned into a blood-smeared table. "Guildmaster, please save me." Kagut clamped his mouth shut, sweat beading on his skin, not daring to breathe too hard as his thoughts spun in chaos. "Damn it, I'm really going to end up dead cold." Hyungu Kim said sweetly, chuckling, "Since you're here, why don't we have a little chat?" That only made Kagut back away in greater terror, clinging to a tiny shred of hope. "Where are the guards?" As he retreated toward the door, Kagut bumped into a huge, muscular body and came to a dead stop. When he turned around, his heart nearly leapt out of his throat. Behind him stood 2 strange figures in full-body outfits, wearing masks that only exposed their mouths. Somehow Hyungu Kim was already right up close. He leaned in until his face was inches from Kagut's, laughing in a haunting tone. "Hey, you're dead for sure, you're not getting out, kid," to be continued. Those words turned Kagut limp like porridge, and then, with a thud, blood sprayed out, followed by a piercing scream. "Ow, ow, it hurts." Kagut clutched his head and rolled across the floor, screaming nonstop. "Ow, ow, it hurts." He screamed like he'd never screamed before, echoing through the whole room until Hyungu Kim had to cover his ears from the noise. "That's loud enough." He sighed and said calmly, "I'll go easy on you, so stop running your mouth." At that, Kagut froze. He hurriedly covered his small mouth with both hands so not a single sound could slip out. Still terrified, he watched as Hyung-gu Kim smiled in satisfaction and lightly raised an eyebrow. With a shameless look he complained, "At this rate, people are going to think I'm the bad guy." Kagut's secretary crawled along the floor, glaring at Hyung-gu Kim in resentment. "You really are?" Staring at Hyung-gu Kim sitting right in front of him, Kagut couldn't help wondering. Where did he even get that information? As if reading his mind, Hyung-gu Kim spoke the thought out loud. "You're wondering how I know, aren't you?" The words startled him. Hyung-gu Kim looked down at the wretch kneeling before him and let out a weary sigh. He sneered, "You start begging for mercy only after you realize you're definitely going to die. Every last one of you is the same." Michiang nodded vigorously, fully agreeing with her master. Out of nowhere, Hyung-gu Kim picked up a stone about the size of his palm. "Should I tell you why I know?" He hurled the stone into Kagut's head. "Because every bastard among you is exactly the same." Hit by a literal stone, Kagut's mind went blank, his face turning deathly pale as he cried out. "GHK!" Hyung-gu Kim grabbed the stone again. He tossed it up and down and curled his lips into a grin. "Now spill everything you know." Or else, still clutching his head from the pain he'd just tasted, Kagut shook as he sobbed and screamed. Hyung-gu Kim's anger flared. He snarled, almost roaring, "Or else." Kagut sensed the danger and looked up in terror, holding his head. Hyung-gu Kim threatened, "Ever wonder what it looks like when a rock smashes a skull? I should give it a try." He giggled, lifting the stone up to shoulder height, his face full of malice. Kagut couldn't take the crushing pressure anymore and blurted out, "Wait." Then time rewound back into the past. Earlier. Ares, Kagut held a small, marble-like sphere in his hand. "You want me to bury this in the dungeon?" Hyung-gu Kim took over. Inside the room, Kagut was speaking with a white-haired man. Judging by the way he addressed him, the man was likely very powerful. "What is this?" Kagut kept questioning the man who was gazing at the stars by the window. The man turned back with a sinister smile. "It's a detonator." Kagut instantly stiffened, listening closely as Ma Sun continued explaining. "You know what a monster wave is, right?" Looking down at the table, Kagut replied carefully, "Yes. In the early days when the tower first appeared, it was a disaster. Our understanding of the tower was still very limited. Back then, only a small number of hunters were in charge. The tower, newspapers kept reporting on it non-stop, and of course, there were still dungeons that couldn't be conquered. If the monsters in a dungeon aren't cleared before the set deadline, an incident occurs, the monsters break out and wreak havoc. They chase down and attack humans. That's what's called a monster wave." Standing beneath the waning moonlight, Ma Sun seemed satisfied with the answer. "Good, you understand it well. I'm planning to create a monster wave." The words made Kagut look anxiously at the marble in his hand. Mason reached out, elaborating on his dark engraving plan. "After that, he would be boycotted by the entire world for his lax oversight. After that, we'll take back the dungeon. It really is a perfect plan." Master's calculating gaze slid toward Kagut. "If everything goes smoothly, I'll teach you how to straighten out GUI." Back in the original room, Kagut knelt timidly before him. That's how it happened. After hearing all that, Michai hugged her doubts close. "How strange." She stepped toward Kagut, revealing a slender back branded with a skull. She pressed Kagut for answers. "Why would Mason follow that man's plan? The time you mentioned was when Mason and Master had nothing to do with each other. Going that far just to drive Master away was unnecessary." The more she spoke, the more killing intent seeped from her. She stared at Kagut darkly. "Unless you're lying." Then, Kagut shrank back, face turning pale, stammering, "Don't, I think so too." Kim Hyung-gu propped his chin on his hand. "So Mason only pretended to help me, but behind the scenes he had another plan. He wore a face full of doubt. No way, so he even agreed to let." Meanwhile, in Washington, a decanter and a chessboard were laid out on the table like a battlefield. Mason held 2 large detonation marbles in his hand. He sighed, "Just so it ends up like this." He sipped red wine, bored, thinking about Musen's failure. That boy was a key step in destroying Floor 9. In the dark room, thin light crept across Mason's face. It cut across one of his eyes, sharpening the calculating look in it. "Did I underestimate the situation?" Mason sank back into thought. An image of Earth floating in space surfaced, back when I'd first climbed to the main floor. I thought it was an easy floor to topple. The image of Earth slowly shattered. It plainly showed his disappointment. Then I met Hasbalman and I was sure. We prepared to destroy this world step by step. A low-rank Grimper doesn't have the power to self-destruct. The plan proceeded smoothly without any issues. Only the final step remained. Using VRS, I can monopolize every dungeon on Earth. A meticulously calculated plan. He'd arranged the moves on the board that clearly. With my power, I successfully brought Musen and the other hunters under my command. Now, if I plant the fuse in Gui Ares' dungeon and Musen's slaughter begins on time, Floor 9 will end. On the chessboard, Mason swept his piece forward, knocking away his opponent's piece, as if to show the process of victory. But ever since the Guardian, Kim Hyung-gu, left the tower and opened the gate, if I just sit still and wait, the gamers who made it up there will investigate first. Even the Hasbal figurine on the board had its head snapped off, but what he left behind was still there. Even though that assistant is pretty crafty, he isn't very smart. I didn't pay him much attention, thinking everything would be fine as long as I kept controlling him. Kim Hyung-goo's appearance shattered all the potential pieces Mason had in hand and ruined his plan. And then Musen was defeated. By that guardian, thinking of it, Mason ground his teeth in rage and crushed the half-finished wineglass in his hand. Damn it, what did the glass ever do? With a cold, detached face, Mason looked at his hand soaked in wine and snorted. Then he took a cloth, wiped his hand, and looked up at the chessboard. No matter, I still have plan B. I'll use the organizations built in the shadows. To Mason, those organizations were just expendable pawns on the chessboard. After finding Musen, I watched him closely, and I thought the plan would collapse if I didn't have the nerve to assassinate him. After checking, I realized he'd developed on his own. He became incredibly strong, and as a result, rows of huge crates filled with explosive marbles were set before Mason, and he exclaimed in satisfaction, "Wonderful." As he basked in it, a voice spoke from somewhere. "Feeling pretty happy, aren't you?" Mason was still delighted, not noticing anything strange. "That's right." Oh, before he could finish, he jolted and whipped his head toward the voice, only to find Kim Hyung-goo standing there calmly. Mason shouted, his voice thick with shock, "So it's Kim Hyung-goo." In reply, he got only an arrogant smile. "Wow," you stepped forward. "Why is Abe always right whenever it comes to deductions like this?" Mason rose in fear and stumbled back a few steps. Abe's image flashed up with his reasoning. Guardian, the one called Mason, may be a grimper hiding on floor 9. Time rewound to Abe talking in a cozy living room. "I searched the internet and the news all the way back to when the first rift appeared. There's no evidence that Mason ever existed." That cute face analyzed seriously. "Then he suddenly appeared and got involved in shady business. On top of that, he has a secret connection with Musen." She used logic to lay out her suspicions. How could Musen, someone who's neither a guardian nor a grimper, know the truth about this world? Someone told him. Kim Hyung-goo thought it made sense, so he mulled it over. Eve looked worried. This is just my guess." Excitement was written all over her face, but she still said, "If you think it's wrong, then don't go looking for him." A voice cut through everything. "Your body hasn't fully recovered yet." Back in the room with Ma-sun, Kim Hyung-goo smiled faintly and tilted his neck to stretch. "I've waited a long time to deal with you myself, but it was worth it." Ma-sun nervously turned his head to look at the prepared explosive marbles. Kim Hyung-goo continued, "You brought all the evidence here." The man challenged him, but his voice trembled. How did you get in here?" Kim Hyung-goo smirked and said, "You don't need to know. System notification. Skill Information Access Authority." Red text appeared above Ma-sun's head, "Unverifiable." His face went pale with fear as Ma-sun grit his teeth and stared at Kim Hyung-goo. He really was a gamer. Without wasting time, Kim Hyung-goo gathered his inner power and lunged straight at Ma-sun to attack. The entire room burst into a blinding flash. Along with it came Kim Hyung-goo's ferocious shout, "You rat, run faster!" Taking Hyun-woo's strike, Yoon Ryong screamed in pain. ARGH and shot straight up. Before he could react, Hyun-woo leapt behind Yoon Ryong, grinned wickedly, and slammed a blow into Yoon Ryong's back. Ryong couldn't fight back at all. After taking Hyun-woo's hit, Ryong crashed hard to the ground, pain exploding the moment he landed. Furious, Ryong turned on Hyun-woo and cursed, "Bastard." Before he could finish, Hyun-woo struck Ryong in the face again. Ryong howled in agony. "You are..." Hyun-woo, brimming with killing intent, said, "Hey, Ma-sun." Hyun-woo laughed in delight and boasted, "Let's finish this quickly." Ma-sun turned half his face, frowning as he glared at Hyun-woo with pure hatred. Suddenly, Ma-sun curled his lips into a grin and roared, "Stop." Just as Hyun-woo was about to swiftly finish Ma-sun with the Thunder God twin halberds, his entire body suddenly wouldn't move. The foot he'd lifted froze midair in an eerie way. Hyun-woo gaped, not understanding what was happening, and blurted, "What the hell? My body won't move." While Hyun-woo was still trying to figure it out, Ma-sun stood up, face full of murderous intent, and let out a cold snort. Hyun-woo fell and Ma-sun stared down at him. Ma-sun suddenly exploded with rage and screamed, "You damn mutt." Then he kicked and swung an attack at Hyun-woo. Even though Hyun-woo had fallen, he still lay motionless on the floor, stuck in the same pose as before. Kim Hyung-goo still didn't understand what was going on, thinking, "What's happening? My body's frozen like a rock." Ma-sun stepped forward, leaned in toward Hyun-woo and said, "Ignorant. You broke into my home without any preparation." Ma-sun conjured a book and said, "Do you think everyone will just lie still and wait for you to defeat them?" Suddenly, multiple beams of light shot straight into Ma-sun's body. He laughed and said, "I was going to leave you to someone else, but it looks like I have to act myself. Let me introduce myself. I am the voice of everyone Yoon Ryong saw." At that moment, Ma-sun had changed into different clothing, and a brilliant light flared around him. He spread his arms, cleared his throat with a smug grin, and said, "And this place is the restricted zone I've spent years painstakingly creating. No matter how strong you are, as long as you're in here, you can't defeat me." After hearing that, Hyun-woo felt a jolt of worry. "This is bad. So you can only use your power inside this zone?" Ma-sun chuckled. "That's right," Hyun-woo thought, "taking out the Guardian is extremely important for me. Yoon Ryong is nearly unbeatable inside this zone, but he'll become extremely weak if he leaves. Besides, no matter how large the zone is, its radius is only 200 meters, yet he still chose to step in here himself. Suddenly, Yoon Ryong forced Hyun-woo back against the steps and said, "Any last words?" Hyun-woo said, "I only have one question." Ryong looked puzzled and narrowed his eyes. "Huh." Hyun-woo looked at Ma-sun and asked, "How many gamers are there right now?" After hearing the question, Ma-sun chuckled in confusion, thinking how ridiculous, as he finally gotten desperate. Then Ma-sun answered Hyun-woo's question. "You're about to die and you're still asking that? Sorry, but I can't answer that, because new gamers are appearing even at this very moment." Hearing that, Hyun-woo frowned in anger, thinking, so he doesn't know either. Hyun-woo continued, "Then I'll ask one last question. Do you know anything about the tower reclimbers?" Ma-sun thought for a moment, then said, "They're the ones who fell from the constellations. They lost their power, were kicked down, and they climbed the tower to reclaim what they lost. Simply put, they're the former gods." Hyun-woo was slightly startled by Ma-sun's answer and asked suspiciously, "Former gods?" Ma-sun grew impatient, not wanting to say more, and said, "Our conversation ends here. This much mercy is more than enough for someone about to die. Right, this is already far too much for someone about to die." After that, Hyun-woo detonated his power and sprang up, saying, "Is that so?" Seeing Kim Hyun-woo stand, Ma-sun was utterly stunned and said in fear, "How can you move?" Ma-sun stumbled back. "That's impossible inside the restricted zone." "How?" While Ma-sun flipped through the book at lightning speed in shock, Hyun-woo said, "Of course, I already know all your tricks." Hyun-woo smiled and slowly walked toward Ma-sun. "Go to hell with your Yoon Ryong whatever, this is just mana control." Hyun-woo frowned furiously. "Bastard." Then he thrust out his hand and released a wave of magic. From Hyun-woo's side, "Stand still, stop breathing, go commit suicide," yet all attempts fail. Hyun-woo acted as if he wouldn't let the wave of magic infiltrate his body. Seeing this, Sun was extremely terrified. Hyun-woo looked at his hand and thought, the battle with Mo was truly useful. I don't know the name of this noon entity, but it easily suppresses mana intrusion into the magical flow. When he blocked Tula Firestorm, he used this technique. I still lack experience. Then Hyun-woo leapt high, gathered his power, and said, "Now it's my turn to strike." Hyun-woo unleashed Tula Firestorm, attacking the combat zone toward Ma-sun, causing an enormous explosion. After finishing, Hyun-woo smiled and said, "He's nothing special either." Suddenly, Hyun-woo gasped, KLG, I don't sense any trace." Before Hyun-woo now was a chaotic mess, yet Ma-sun's figure was nowhere in sight. Hyun-woo said, "He must have run away." HMPH slippery. Ma-sun was now sitting on a chair, his body battered. Ma-sun said, "If I hadn't used teleportation, I'd be dead. The damage to my body is severe, but in this state it's still manageable." Ma-sun sat in the middle of the room, flanked by bodyguards, thinking, Plan B. The plan was initiated by the Underground Mexico organization, but now it is a secret group that has engulfed all of Europe. As long as I still hold this organization in my hands, I can restart. Ma-sun smiled while thinking, when suddenly a voice spoke. "There you are." Ma-sun looked toward the voice, smiled, and said, It's been a while." Footsteps advanced toward Ma-sun. A girl with purple hair entered, escorted by a male bodyguard behind her. The girl was Hanarin. Hanarin smiled, looking toward the favored side. The sun rose high, sunlight shining onto every rooftop, reflecting straight onto the glass floors of the skyscraper. In the center stood a building that stood out above all. This was the headquarters of the Global Hunters Association. Senator Liam held a phone, watching a 33-second recording. He spoke, puzzled. "This doesn't seem urgent or rushed at all." Kim Hyun-woo shrugged lightly, calmly telling the senator, "Just listen first." Liam pondered, following his advice, and pressed play. Eyes focused, anticipating the content of the audio. A clear worry appeared on his face. From the recording, a familiar voice played, making the senator pale. He showed obvious astonishment. Eyes fixed, sweating profusely. What could make a high-ranking senator so fearful? The recording continued, the voice kept playing. "To destroy the 9th floor." Despite the ongoing content, Liam panicked and shouted to Kim Hyun, "This voice is." Given his expression, Mark Liam was in a panic. Hyun-woo smiled faintly, noting the subtle features at the corners of the mouth. He still hadn't answered Liam's question, so the senator continued listening to the recording. From the recording, the person controlling the world identified themselves as Unryangsa. Wasn't this the same person Kim Hyun-woo's disciple had eliminated? The senator wanted to confirm his own suspicion and asked, "Is this real?" To verify, Hyun-woo gently closed his eyes and nodded in agreement with the senator's statement. Senator Liam, having understood the situation, fell into deep thought, hands on the table, reflecting. The truth about Ma-sun was shocking. Yet he was pondering how Unryangsa had been eliminated so easily. A brilliant idea sparked in the senator's mind. With this, we can surpass Ma-sun's faction within the Hunters Association. He planned to hand this recording to his subordinate. In his mind, he envisioned that even if Ma-sun was criticized, he remained flexible in the political arena. but this recording was enough to completely undermine him, a dirty scheme exposing all his secrets. Holding a powerful weapon in hand, Senator Liam returned to talk with Kim Hyun-woo. Knowing his purpose, he handed it over readily. He asked, "You brought this for me. You must have some requests as well, right?" Efficiently, if anyone understood as the senator did. Kim Hyun-woo cheerfully stated what he wanted. "Deal, I'm glad you understand quickly, nothing much. I just need you to manipulate the media slightly, just a little. I mean to moderate the narrative." "Ah, you mean that." Not only I was shocked, but even Liam Lo, the supreme authority, was astonished after hearing it. "Media," he casually said. "Exactly, I don't want reporters bothering me further." Kim Hyun-woo confidently claimed his position. Raising his hand, he felt his terms were extremely favorable to the senator. This was a mutually beneficial condition. The senator would weaken Ma Sun's power and I would gain more freedom. Seeing no disadvantage in Hyun-woo's request, Liam agreed, though slightly uneasy. "All right, if this anonymous report is being transmitted. Surely they will do everything to conceal it. But things will differ if I become the leading senator, essentially, taking more while ensuring double benefits." Kim Hyun-woo agreed. "Good, let's proceed as planned." After achieving the objective, he concluded the conversation. He pulled his chair back. "I will leave now." It seemed Liam Locks still wanted to speak. "Wait, one more thing, inform him, hold on." He stated his request plainly. "Can I ask you a few things?" Kim Hyun-woo flinched slightly at those words and turned his eyes toward him. The senator raised the issue he was curious about. "Before you arrived, I saw on the news that there was a massive mana explosion at Ma San's estate this morning. Today, the scene before them was nothing but collapsed ruins, no trace left behind." Without hesitating, Liam spoke his mind and asked for confirmation. "Did you kill Ma San?" It was hard to know what to say, what would be right, or what would satisfy both sides. Kim Hyun-woo looked a little drained, scratching his head in thought. In the end, he confirmed, "No, not yet." That meant not the time yet, not "I didn't kill him, Senator." Sooner or later, Ma San would fall by his hand. He hadn't killed him for a reason, and Hyun-woo relayed that to Liam. "Miriam and I searched the area, but we couldn't find any trace of him. He definitely got away." Digging through his memory, Kim Hyun-woo recalled that Kim Baeo usually vanished after dying, but he hadn't received any notification at all. Annoyed, Hyun-woo clicked his tongue. "So that's how serious you are pulling that 'oh no, whatever shall I do' face at the slightest thing." Kim Hyun-woo pouted, his expression drooping as he blamed himself. From now on, he shouldn't get involved in politics anymore. And yet, he had to hunt that rat down again. What a pain, but I'm in it now, so I have to see it through. What, am I going to bail halfway and act irresponsible? What kind of man does that? To further his own mission of taking the enemy down, Kim Hyun-woo put on a polished, professional smile and asked Liam for help. "Senator, I need you to track down MAS." Before he could finish, a strange blue-violet light appeared before his eyes. It blocked his view, making him widen his eyes in shock. Scene changed to Kim Hyun-woo's second disciple. That was Hanari. She stepped over the corpses sprawled across the ground. A chilling smile spread across her face as she approached Unryang-sa. Hanari greeted him. "You look tired, sitting in that lofty chair of yours." Seated there, he clutched the wound in his chest and said, "I have a few problems to deal with." At that, she looked skeptical. "Problems?" He got straight to the point. "Kim Hyun-woo is that bastard who's been in my way." Hanari jerked in surprise, because the name he'd just mentioned was her master. Knowing he meant harm, she lifted sharp eyes and shot him a cold glance. In a calm voice playing dumb, she asked, "Oh, is that so?" Unryang-sa thought she was on his side. He complained to her, "Because of him, our secret plan has had to drag on even longer." Step by step up the stairs, Hanari went along with him. What a shame, he had no idea Hanari was on Kim Hyun-woo's side. Trusting her, he said, "Don't worry. With you as my right hand, the organization has grown this far. Taking this world won't be a problem anymore." It was a fine plan, except that meant he wasn't the main character. Suddenly, Hanari pushed back against his words. "No, that's not it." Unryang-sa panicked a little. His face fell, cold sweat beating as a huge question mark formed in his mind. A wet thud sounded. Blood sprayed as a sharp sword thrust from behind the chair, piercing straight through Unryang-sa's chest. Stunned, he lowered his gaze to look down. He probably never imagined this would happen to him, before he could even process it from behind the chair. Hanari's face slowly leaned into view. She wore a wicked, eerie grin. As for Unryang-sa, taking a full blade to the chest left him writhing in agony, veins bulging in his eyes as he let out a furious, grief-stricken scream. Willpower, but faith placed in the wrong person. Stepping forward, Hanari spoke in a razor-sweet tone, mocking him. "I almost feel sorry for you being this stupid, but you still can't believe what's happening right in front of you." Unryang-sa glared up at her with hatred. As his body weakened from blood loss, he trembled all over, whimpering like an abandoned dog. He darted his eyes elsewhere, desperate to find a lifeline. Was someone like him really going to die this pointlessly? Eyes like a hawk, Unryang-sa looked down at his underlings below and reached out for help. "Someone, what are you doing?" He still barked orders for them to seize her, catch that bitch, but when his command rang out, the underlings stood motionless like statues. Maybe they'd already switched sides to Hanari because they no longer wanted to serve under him. Watching everyone betray him at once with his own eyes, Unryang-sa's resentment choked him silent. All he could do was grit his teeth and accept his fate. Even then, Hanari still didn't let him go in the final moments of his life. "Why are you so shocked?" Impaled by a sword, he still forced himself to grab her clothes and demand, "Why, how dare you betray me? What can I say? Your luck just sucks." Ignoring his obvious despair, she gently brushed his hand off her collar and fired a question back, as if to corner him. "What are you even saying?" Hanari, overflowing with presence, planted a hand on her hip. With the other, she pointed straight at his face, making the meaning of his words painfully clear to him. "It seems you don't understand what betrayal even means. Are you saying you and I were ever on the same boat?" Inside the spacious hall, under the solemn lantern chandeliers, Hanari's commanding words rang out loud and clear. "I really received a lot of support from the initial exchanges with you. I wasn't planning to continue writing." Her face showed obvious displeasure. She was complaining that it was all his doing, so now he has to pay. "Until recently, I still couldn't believe the words of someone with no self-respect like you. Then you must have learned a lot from Nam Kao's Lao Hat. It's sad for a person who doesn't know shame." Hanari seemed to unleash all her long-held anger in one go. "I built this organization from scratch, and yet you say I'm your right hand. Do you think I should hand Illumidi over to someone like you? Too true to argue against." Unryang-sa now just clutched his wound, grinding his teeth like a wild dog. Show him what courtesy means. Every word from Hanari made him understand hierarchy. "Then you foolishly deluded yourself. The head of Illumidi has already been decided." Under the multicolored sunlight shining through the glass, Hanari raised her hand to receive the light, proudly reminding him. "Wasn't this organization created from the start as a gift for that person?" Yoon Ryong-sang seemed very surprised. "What? Neither too fast nor too slow." Hanari slowly pulled the sword she had stabbed into him, then said, Should I tell you why you have to die?" This snail-like guy, even if she said it, he might not understand. She was still drawing her sword slowly. Suddenly Hanari jerked sharply, dragging a trail of blood across the bench. It caused Ryong-sa pain, spitting blood from his mouth. She held the blood-stained sword back, her eyes wide, sternly warning him in his final moments. "You are not the master of Illumidi. You tried to harm my master and you think I'd sit idly by." Now, Inryong-saenarayan WMF was motionless, head bowed. It's unclear whether he had truly lost consciousness or was just preparing an escape plan. Hanari ordered the people she had assimilated. "Deal with him, throw the chair away too," but there was something unusual about him. His hand, resting on the chair, suddenly moved quickly. He wasn't running away. Because his body was the grim bed, so when he died he would vanish. In a flash he was gone. This shocked Hanari, her eyes wide. He had disappeared. Witnessing this transformation, Hanari immediately thought of the two people, the 100-demon Night Walker and the Celestial Demon. She concluded about IH that he truly was one of them. Her hand lightly touched the skull with two horns beside its shoulders. It was like an accessory. Hanari pondered. "Master, no matter the battle you face," she touched the skull, closed her eyes with a smile and promised herself as well as Kim Hyun-woo that she would help him at any cost. The camera returned to our Kim Hyun-woo, a large system board displaying a message. "You have found and eliminated a major system board. Crimper hiding, Mexico City location. You have successfully captured Crimper Unryong-sagran." Avi, Kim Hyun-woo's assistant, raised her hand to the screen and drew a conclusion. No doubt Yoon Ryong-sa was dead. Our Kim Hyun-woo could hardly believe this. He asked again to be sure. "Really? I even thought there might be some error while sitting with Liam." Avi explained to him. His authority points had increased. Still unable to fully grasp the situation, Hyun-woo rested his chin in thought. "What happened? My disciple surprised me and I didn't notice. Giving another favor, I could only think he was taken down by a move I had kept in reserve. He was hit before, but the timing was strange." He focused his thoughts, seeing the illogical. Could he have been killed by someone else? Because he fled while severely injured. Though outwardly fair-skinned, his brain wrinkles were plenty. The more he thought, the more discouraged he became. He ignored the reasoning, for the enemy was down. He relaxed, leaning back in his chair. Whatever, knowing why he died isn't useful. Just finish the task, to ensure his work. He questioned Avi. "There shouldn't be any more hiding Grimpers, right?" Avi answered uncertainly. "Yeah, I think so." Receiving the answer he wanted, Hyun-woo relaxed. "All right, now knowing you have nothing more to do here," Avi said. "You're leaving?" Kim Hyun-woo quickly made an excuse. "Yeah, I have a few things to handle." He smiled enthusiastically, leaning close to Avi. "What's up? You want a few more game discs?" His words seemed to hit a soft spot. she awkwardly objected. No, it's not that. She denied with her mouth, but her actions said otherwise. She pulled Hyun-woo forward. He was confused, only following her. Avi pointed to a modern device on the computer screen. She expressed her wish, this one. Looking at it, Hyun-woo was astonished by her request, unable to hide his surprise, exclaiming, a flying device. Seeing he wanted to refuse, she used sparkling eyes full of hope to coax him. This is the latest trend. With it, I can work more efficiently. Unable to refuse such eager eyes, he reluctantly agreed. All right. After finishing the conversation, he stepped out of the gate wearing his classic white three-striped sandal. The path to the iron gate gradually opened. Outside, Michai was already waiting. She bowed respectfully. Master, here you are. Seeing his disciple waiting, Kim Hyun-woo asked, what about the others? She replied, letting him think that everyone was ready. Finally, the two got into the white car. As it started moving, Kim Hyun-woo lowered his voice. All right. He reached over and patted Pedro Gyula's head beside him. Receiving the head pat, she shyly lowered her gaze, blushing. He commanded, let's go to the labyrinth dungeon. Worried that the plan might be flawed, she looked up and asked, Master, if the others aren't ready, is that okay? It's fine, my dear, but that's what others say. For Kim Hyun-woo, he needs to go alone. Michai, not very fluent in Chinese, felt embarrassed and unsure of his meaning. They're unnecessary as long as there's play, that's enough. With this trap, how can you escape? Hearing this, Michai was flustered. She cupped her cheeks adorably. Master, why would you say that? He replied. What else can I say? He meant to borrow her power, not what she was imagining. Over-the-top antics, oblivious to his little disciple being mesmerized. Kim Hyun-woo beside her still focused on checking information on his phone, deep in thought. On his phone were a series of hot news articles. The death of Un Ryung-sa and the truth behind the Hunter massacre. Sun was the mastermind behind it. Shocking news about Musin's massacre. Maseon invited Kim Hyun-woo to assassinate him. A high-ranking official named Sun said, I have no relation to him. Reading the latest report. Kim Hyun-woo scoffed. In less than half a day, he handled it efficiently, just as expected. Satisfied with what Liam had done, he pocketed his phone, unconcerned. It seemed there was no need to worry about that matter anymore. Holding a piece of cloth, the system screen displayed a new mission. Actron's origin is incomplete, labyrinth stone level 0%. He resolved to give his all. An ugly, tiny gopher rushed straight at Kim Hyun-woo. It cared nothing for survival or strategy. It just charged like a moth to flame, its brain mushy. It rammed into him, causing him pain, but not enough to stop it. Looking at Kim Hyun-woo's 5 punches, one could see their power, white smoke still lingering on his fist. He showed clear boredom with the weak gophers. Not worried about strong enemies, just annoyed by the sheer number. It's going to waste a lot of my time. Why so many? I thought I'd cleared them all, but Michai said, Master, more are coming, let's deal with them. Still with his hands in his pockets, he showed visible excitement, telling her, no need. His hands moved like an illusion. Around him, magic energy reverberated in red power. He blinked through the gophers with a sinister laugh, like a predator. His move was the Three Kings Annihilation Fist, wide area pressure, immense power that sent them flying everywhere, each struck like a fledgling bird learning to fly. The distant teammates watched his rapid enemy takedown. Hanseo couldn't hide his admiration. Wow, he was unbelievably strong. Lee Seo-gyuang agreed, knowing it beforehand but still surprised each time. Kim Hyun said nothing. He pondered. With Ozian and Ansak combined, the three could defeat the hidden numbers. But it wouldn't be as easy. Looking pitiful in sports shorts and three-striped sandals, yawning, he looked like a street brat. Yet Kim Si-hyun fully respected his strength. Is this the gap between us and him? Suddenly an excited voice called his name. An Si-hyun. Hearing it, he turned. It was Park Gamma. He held a camera recording Kim Hyun-woo defeating the gophers. His face lit up, thrilled to follow along. Thanks for letting me film. He replayed the battle, great live stream, huge views, excellent. Accompanied by lively comments, they nicknamed Kim Hyun-woo We Sin the Entrepreneur. Kim Si-hyun, seeing the likes, was amazed. He was extremely popular. While watching, the battle owner called out, Hey, come upstairs. Kim Hyun-woo was calling. Kim Si-hyun, startled, said, we're still only on the 14th floor. Yet the system reported mission completion. Labyrinth stone level 100%. All right, we've met the quota. Kim Hyun-woo gripped the cloth, trembling with anger. The master requested monster kills so the level would rise. Didn't expect it to be this easy. What was I worrying about? After finishing the mission, he asked Han with concern, Everyone, whatever we do down here doesn't really matter. Will everyone be okay? Totally fine, my ass. As expected, when they heard him say that, they were confused. Their group was worried about Leon and wanted to be sure, so they asked again. You don't have a map, will it be okay if only 2 of you go up? Wait, do you 2 even know how to read a map? Someone who only knows how to use brute force like Kim Hyun-woo obviously wouldn't be good at this. He glanced at his disciple, waiting for an answer. She turned her face away and muttered under her breath. No matter what, there was no escaping. Kim Hyun-woo declared, disciple. She pouted and replied, "Yes, master. I'm not trying to make things hard for you." He gave an awkward smile to brush it off. "Forget it." Hearing that, she finally relaxed. "Yes, master," the kid blurted it out, hands faster than his brain. Su Fong offered to lead them. "Let me go with you too, I can read maps." He looked like a tag-along, but he was surprisingly quick. Still, Kim Hyun-woo didn't really need him. "I don't care either, but if you leave now, won't you lose your pay?" He didn't care about a few coins of wages. What he was after was live stream money. The kid said excitedly, "Anyway, I just need to make money through streaming." Decision made, he shouted boldly, "All right, follow me." Meanwhile, at Naren's castle, a bucket of cold water was splashed straight into John Michael's face. The cold water jolted him awake from his daze, back to himself at last. Seeing his whole body tightly bound to an ice-cold chair, John Michael panicked and screamed, demanding, "Why are you doing this to me? What did I do wrong?" The orange-haired underling smugly threw the question back at him. "Who knows? I don't know either. Maybe it's because you pissed off our boss, makes you want to punch something, doesn't it?" The same excuse every action movie uses. From behind the sealed cell door, Hanari peeked in. The underling noticed her presence and turned to look. No beating around the bush, Hanari was furious, arms crossed, and went straight to the point. "Was it you, the one who messed with my master? You're not getting away, boy, Tobe Canties." Hearing that, he freaked out, sweat pouring off him. John Michael still didn't know who she meant. Master. He had no idea why, but the more it went on, the more terrified he became. He even started stammering. "Messed with, what do you mean, Hunter Kim Hyun-woo?" Wow, a rare moment of intelligence at last. Without another word, probably to confirm what he just said, Hanari walked to a row of control buttons. She put on a professional smile, but it carried a dangerous edge. The moment she pressed the red button, a powerful current surged through the metal chair, shocking John Michael so badly his whole body went numb and rigid. She warned him. "You understand now?" He writhed in agonizing pain. "Azza!" John Michael was crying one moment and laughing the next. Trembling, he begged Hanari, "Please stop, help me, I didn't know." "You think not knowing means you're innocent." For someone who adored her master like Hanari, she would dig to the very end. "You didn't know?" To stay alive, he hurriedly played along. "Yes, I really didn't know." She was only asking for show. Hanari already knew the truth. She taught him physics with the right-hand rule and slapped his mouth hard. With a stern face, she said sharply to John Michael, "Do you know the news about my master is tightly controlled?" Hearing that, John Michael seemed to realize something. "Is it because of that?" Figuring it out now is probably too late. "What can you do? You're not the main character of this story." Staring at the small logo on his collar, Hanari saw a very familiar emblem, and it made him remember. It was earlier in the guest lounge, while John Michael was getting water from the dispenser, he gossiped with someone beside him. "Hey, doesn't this whole thing stink?" The person next to him looked puzzled. "What do you mean?" John Michael immediately voiced what he was thinking. "I mean Kim Hyun-woo. Why does everything about him sound so heroic?" "Because he is a hero. What, jealous or something?" The office worker beside him didn't hesitate to speak his mind. "It's simple, he's the one who captured Musin, the guy who started the massacre." Right? Even though it sounded convincing, it still couldn't erase John Michael's suspicion. It felt like everything about him was being covered up. John Michael fired off questions he'd been thinking for a long time. How is there not a single conspiracy article or rumor about him? Don't reporters always want to write something different to make a name for themselves? Before he could finish, the office worker cut him off. "Don't dig too deep." Just as he was getting into his sarcastic groove, he got corrected, and John Michael frowned. "Huh." The office worker told him to just do what everyone else was doing. These simple stories about Kim Hyun-woo get more reads than any scandal about him. Like he was warning John Michael in advance. The guy patted John Michael on the shoulder and said standing out won't get you anything. Don't do anything stupid. If you still don't get it after that, then I can't help you. And yet John Michael still didn't get it. When someone tried to hint at it, he frowned in confusion. He grabbed the young man's hand tightly, about to ask, "Hey, so back in." Before he could speak, a familiar eye tattoo appeared on the back of the young man's neck. He asked, "W8, you've had that tattoo this whole time." Afraid he'd noticed something, the boy quickly covered it with his hand and made an excuse. Only recently. Ever since returning to the present, the same familiar scene had been right in front of John Michael. Hanari crossed her arms and asked with a dangerous smile, "Do you remember now?" But nothing could save him anymore. Saying that was only to force him into denial in the final moments of his life. He was trembling in terror now, staring as Hanari's hand drew closer, snot and tears running down his face. He still couldn't believe it was happening. "So fast, how can your information control level be that high?" She grabbed his head and started applying some very physical discipline to him. Letting him enter an electronics class, she also delivered his final last-ditch excuses. "Isn't that a disciple's job?" John Michael went berserk from her lightning magic, screaming like a child who'd lost his mother. "If you ask me, Hanari has silently sacrificed far too much for ingratitude. Let's hope our Kim Hyun-woo doesn't disappoint her." When the old man was completely erased, the scene cut to Kim Hyun-woo. His system panel pinged with a new notice. Labyrinth stone level 100%. The labyrinth stone is fully charged. Therefore, you can only use Actron's power once. Seeing the system reward, he broke into a grin, his whole face lit up with excitement, with a huge saber in hand. Kim Hyun-woo steeled himself. All right, the system panel is offering a choice. Do you want to use Actron's origin? Sword of the Demon's Circle is honor. Kim Hyun-woo cheerfully told Mitch, disciple, I need to go to a few places, so handle the dungeon. She asked, puzzled, where are you going? He only murmured, I need to meet a few people. The system panel still showed his honor. One look and you could tell our guy had already decided. The moment he tapped one option, Kim Hyun-woo was teleported to an unfamiliar place, nighttime, with a sky packed with stars. It felt ancient. After scouting the area, Kim Hyun-woo looked at his hands and muttered, so I can probably bring the gear after a quick glance around. He froze at the figure before him. Where did that guy come from? It looked like he had just passed right through him. Turning to investigate, he didn't know what to say or what expression to wear. His face felt stiff as if it had been sprayed with glue. That familiar back with long hair wasn't a woman but a man, like someone from ancient times. The man held a sword identical to the one Hyun-woo had been holding earlier. Before Hyun-woo could even process it, the man turned to look at him. How could he mistake that face? It was the heavenly demon. Or by another familiar name, Tron Ma, the white moonlight he'd been searching for day and night, the one now standing before Kim Hyun-woo. On the 8th floor, the dragon used its last bit of strength, wide jaws, wings still mostly intact, to move, forcing itself onward with its wounded head. It clenched its eyes shut in pain, then strained them open and said, Is that all you can do? The tassel on the Monkey King's headpiece flicked outward. The Monkey King snorted, sitting cross-legged in midair, and laughed. I thought you were some kind of guardian. Scratching his head, he grinned smugly. The dragon bared its teeth and glared. Who are you? I can't believe a half-man, half-beast body can hold power like that. Wukong hopped onto a nearby jagged rock. People with eyes like yours are fools, judging others only by appearances. With that, the Monkey King raised his hand. A ribbon of ice appeared out of thin air, spiraling and glowing as it twisted through the air. Eyes closed, the Monkey King smiled lightly, full of self-satisfaction. I'll show you just how special I am, idiot. The icy ribbon tightened, forming a staff. The Monkey King said, Watch closely, you stupid lizard. I'm no ordinary existence. He swung the staff behind him and laughed. I'm the one who once turned heaven upside down. The Monkey King Wukong and Kim Hyun-woo stared at the heavenly demon's back. Suddenly, the heavenly demon jolted and spun around. How did you get here? Hyun-woo stood there blankly. Hyun-woo forced an awkward smile, thinking, he recognizes me. He had been sure about what Axion's skill was, a form of past travel. It let you move into the past and learn martial skills from the owner. Abe had confirmed it, but after seeing his reaction, the heavenly demon calmly asked, How did you enter this cycle dimension? Hyun-woo blurted, What? A cycle dimension? The heavenly demon replied evenly, Did you die too? Hyun-woo shouted, How could I be dead? The heavenly demon lowered his gaze, indifferent. Then you can't enter this place unless you've died. Hyun-woo snapped, Hey, whatever, just let me in. The heavenly demon couldn't be bothered to answer and simply turned away. Hyun-woo fumed, He's completely ignoring me. Then he closed his eyes to steady himself. Fine, calm down, analyze the situation first. I used Axion's power and successfully returned to the past to meet Tron Ma. The two of us shouldn't have known each other at all, yet he recognized me. He was suspicious. By the way, the system had previously notified him that the source's effect had been reduced. He thought more about what he was seeing. Then Hyun-woo scratched his head. Exactly what does this mean? I came here to learn martial arts and Chan Ma, the one who can teach me, is standing right in front of me. Thinking that, he clasped his hands together and said, Hey, teach me some moves. Chan Ma glared at him and said, Are you kidding me? Then Chan Ma spun around and walked away, leaving him frozen. He didn't give up and followed, saying, I said, teach me martial arts. Chan Ma replied coldly, Stop buzzing around here. He got angry and persisted, Teach me. Chan Ma remained unmoved and shouted, Get lost. He bit his lip hard in anger, smirked, and thought to himself, Calm down, I need to stay calm. Who would want to teach their skills to someone else? Thinking that, he pursed his lips, gritted his teeth, and smiled pleadingly. Siwon's Jujutsu Mishimoteng could understand it as, Could you show me a few basic moves? Chan Ma remained completely unmoved and replied coldly, Go to hell. His face stiffened, clearly shocked, breaking his last thread of patience. Then he blurted, What did you just say, you bastard? Chan Ma turned his face and coldly repeated, I said get lost. Didn't you once call your teacher some 10-second insult? Use your pile of mana somewhere else. Hyun-woo, hearing that, shouted, swearing. Then Hyun-woo laughed, clenched his fists. Behind him, a large red mana circle spread out. He arrogantly said, Want a taste of your own swearing? Chan Ma stood watching, letting out a small seemingly indifferent, unchanged. He said calmly, Your crazy pile of mana is still the same, No, I guess it's improved a bit. Seeing Chan Ma's indifferent attitude, Hyun-woo grumbled. You're pretty relaxed even though you lost before, Losing again wouldn't be a problem, right? Thin Ma smirked and slowly stepped down the stairs. As he walked, he said, "No, that won't happen again." Preparing to draw his sword, Chan Ma continued, "Because you can't kill me." Hyun Woo smiled confidently and rushed forward, preparing to punch Chan Ma while shouting, "Let's see if I can." The powerful attack made Chan Ma step back slightly. But when he stopped, Chan Ma had already blocked the attack effortlessly with one hand. He twirled his other hand and said, "I'm much faster than before." Then he pushed with the hand holding the block, sending Hyun Woo flying hard and bouncing back, scattering dust everywhere. Hyun Woo slammed into the wall, cracking it. He sat holding his stomach, panting, thinking, "I didn't see that coming." Thin Ma thought, "Faster than before, and I'm stronger too." Then he waved his hand teasingly. "Want to try again?" As fast as lightning, Hyun Woo rushed forward. Once again, his attack was blocked with one hand by Thin Ma. He quickly attacked with his other hand, but Thin Ma easily dodged again. Then he grabbed Hyun Woo's other hand. Hyun Woo bent down with effort. Grimacing, he tried to brace with his legs. As he kicked straight up, he shouted, "How is this different from before?" Then Chan Ma suddenly released both hands, leaning back to dodge. Hyun Woo gritted his teeth in anger, thinking, "I could have beaten him before." Thin Ma spoke as if reading Hyun Woo's thoughts. "Isn't it obvious? I have my own restricted zone." Hyun Woo asked curiously, "Restricted?" Thin Ma replied, "Yes, I was a climber when we fought before." Hyun Woo held his stomach and asked, "What did you say?" Thin Ma continued, "I can't use my full strength because it's sealed." "How much do you know about Climber, the ninth floor guardians? Do you think Climber are ranked based on personal strength?" "Wrong, it's based on their achievements. Doesn't matter if they're world-saving heroes or world-destroying villains. In this world, there's no absolute right or wrong, good or evil. The tower calculates rankings based on the gamer's achievements." Hyun Woo rubbed his shoulders and asked, "So, once a Climber reaches mid-level, is their power limited?" Thin Ma put on a slightly surprised expression. "I thought you were stupid, but you catch on fast." Thin Ma, holding his sword, looked up thoughtfully. "My combat ability is equal to a top Climber, but inside the tower. It's limited because I lack achievements, just like last time we fought." While speaking, Chan Ma raised his sword and lightly drew it. "Why don't we stop chatting? You said you want to learn martial arts, right? Then I'll show you since I'm bored." Hyun Woo was cautious, thinking too sudden. Chan Ma raised his sword and added, "That is, if you can kill me." Hyun Woo raised his hand confidently. "Of course, I thought you changed your mind." Hyun Woo smiled, clenched his fists and said, "I can't learn martial arts if I kill you, so I'll beat you thoroughly." Thin Ma calmly replied, "Don't worry, show me everything you've got. If you die here, you won't truly die." Hyun Woo asked curiously, "What do you mean?" Thin Ma raised his sword. "You need more experience to learn." Then he swung his sword, moving like lightning, creating a slash. The slash hit Hyun Woo, drawing blood. He could only mutter, "This is." Before he could make sense of anything, he was struck by a slash, leaving him frozen in shock. "The first time I died, that was Hyun Woo's final consciousness." Under the night sky outside the high-rise apartment, Kim Si-hyun asked. Hyun Gu went missing after confronting Chan Ma. Miriam replied irritably, "That's right." With only the two of them in the room, a tense atmosphere unfolded. Si-hyun thought, "What is going on now? He might not be normal, but it would have been better if he had warned me. This scene is an image to me. Miriam looks like a discarded puppy." Then he quietly gazed at her, which made her angry. "What are you looking at?" Si-hyun turned away, thinking sadly, "She's always like this whenever Hyun Gu isn't here. Better I just stay out of it." Suddenly, two masked figures with horned skull masks appeared on the ceiling, startling him. When he noticed them, the two quickly escaped. Kim Si-hyun cried silently, "How many times has this happened? I can't even rest in my own home. I need to return immediately after finishing the renovation." With a cold gaze, Miriam glanced at the tightly bound brown bag on the chair. Inside, a sound could be heard only by her. She thought, "I see she can hear my voice." A mysterious golden light radiates from the bag. Miriam reflected, "It's real. I'm the only one who can hear that voice. It's not magic, but still very suspicious. If it's not my master's item, I will." While pondering, a voice from inside the bag reached Miriam's ears. "You can wield my power even stronger." "Child, don't you want power?" Miriam was confused. "What is it saying? Who is it?" She looked at the mysterious bag. Inside, a girl raised her hand to cover her mouth, licking her lips with her tongue. Golden mystical light continuously emanated around her, and she chuckled. The teasing girl then spoke to Miriam. "You don't need to be overly cautious with me." She added, "I can't do anything without your permission anyway." Next, she sat with her legs crossed in the void within the bag, as if leaning on a comfortable chair. Around her were golden rays and water-like ripples beneath her feet. She introduced herself. "I am the master of all monsters, the chaotic divine power." In some forest, dense stars illuminated the night sky. Suddenly, something fell to the ground so fast it was invisible to the naked eye. A foot slammed onto the grass, creating a long sliding sound. Hyun Gu tried to throw a punch at Chan Ma but was quickly blocked by him, his expression completely calm. Then, he circled his arm downward. Grabbing his shoulders, he finally pulled Chan Ma down and began driving his knee into his face. Although it happened in a flash, Chan Ma blocked the knee with his hand. Then Chan Ma regained control, stood upright, and twisted Hyun Gu's knee. spinning his body through the air. Immediately after, he looked at him with smug mockery, drew his sword, tilting his head, asserting, "I remember I told you your attack is too basic." As he drew it, the blade gleamed sharply. Still spinning in midair, Hyungu's body was swiftly struck by the sharp sword, leaving him unable to react. Hyungu then fell to the ground with a heavy thud. At the same time, blood began to spurt from his abdomen. Seeing this, he couldn't help but cough repeatedly. Cough, cough, then angrily swore, "Damn it." Then Hyungu jumped to his feet, face full of anger and blood. His abdominal wound was already healing itself. He shouted, "Stop," then pointed at him again, swearing, "Bastard." Finally, unable to hold back, he grimaced and pointed at him defiantly, while the wound inside his abdomen continued to heal. "You said you would give me advice while teaching me martial arts," he added. "You said in this demon world I cannot die, but do you know how many times you've killed me already?" he demanded. Seeing this, Chanma remained completely calm, holding his sword, and replied, "HMPH, maybe about 99 times." Hearing him remain so calm, Hyungu grew even more furious, steaming with anger, shouting to correct him, "No, it's 100 times." At this, he tossed his head back, closed his eyes with a satisfied smile, and softly said, "I'm quite pleased with that too." Next, he shamelessly asked him, "I've vented enough, so why don't you fight back?" Seeing such disdain, Hyungu clenched his fist. His face darkened, trembling with rage, grinding. His teeth chattered as he cursed shakily, "Chanma, stop messing around, you bastard." Then he provocatively asked Hyungu again, "You still want to fight me?" Hearing this, Hyungu's clenched hand suddenly froze. Next, he spoke up again to warn him. "You should know that right now." Chanma cut him off, then spoke again with absolute certainty, "You cannot defeat me." Hearing that, Hyungu's face tightened and fell silent. He was right, there was no way to argue. Then he looked at Chinma's fierce expression, and the damned status number above his head. In this battle, he had lost countless times, and seeing Chinma's serious gaze, Hyungu finally accepted the truth that Chinma was incredibly strong right now. Then he recalled the night parade of 100 demons and added his own judgment. He wasn't the type to give up martial arts. Hyungu then remembered Hasaban and reflected further, even when he was cornered. He remembered the deadly battle with those demons and judged once more. Even if he had significant weaknesses and no special skill, the images of those three people shattered in his mind like broken glass. And Hyungu finally admitted to himself, "There is no way I can defeat him." Returning to reality, Hyungu collapsed onto the ground, then immediately sprang back up. His fighting spirit flared. "Not yet, don't jump to conclusions." He pointed at Chinma, "Even if you win this match, it doesn't mean you'll win forever." Chinma shook his head in exasperation. "More nonsense." Hyungu took his stance, determination blazing. "We'll see right now." Next, Hyunwoo closed his eyes to steady himself. In his mind, he reminded himself, "Focus." At the same time, sweat streamed endlessly down his face. Then he urged himself again through the sound of his own dripping sweat, "Focus on just one thing." The drops of sweat gathered thicker and thicker in his mind. Then came another command, "Strike." He hesitated briefly and thought. A large drop of water enveloped his opponent in his mind, the sound of water forming ripples as droplets fell. He shouted, confirming his target in his mind, "Chinma." Back in reality, he leapt up and sprinted toward Chinma with boundless power. Chinma spoke coldly, "How troublesome." He drew his sword to counter. A sharp slash rang out as the blade cut into Hyungu's abdomen, fragments bursting forth, but they seemed to knit back together instantly, returning to their original state. Chinma paused at the sight. He was different from before, charging again immediately after dying. He unleashed countless slashes at Hyungu, the attacks coming one after another. 100 strikes, 104, then 120, 150, 200, 300, 500, 600, 700. Chinma poured all his strength into attacking Hyungu, but Hyungu answered fiercely, "Don't think you can defeat me with that technique. You can't execute moves by boosting your MP like that." Hyungu mocked him, "You're not just foolish, you don't even understand Tai Kai. That's not martial arts. You're truly stupid to flaunt your martial arts before me." Hyungu raised his fist and declared powerfully, "Death, dying, and mockery cannot stop me." A series of images from his past flashed, times when he was always bullied, always struggling in life, always enduring alone, always the target of his friends' gossip. He trained to enter the tower, then fought the cold-blooded enemies who shaped him into who he is now. With eyes burning red, Hyungu shouted with resolve, "I will never give up." In the stillness of the night sky atop the mountain, an explosion suddenly echoed. 2 explosions rang out, caused by Hyungu. He slammed his attacks into the ground. Chinma thought, "He's crazier than I expected." In the silent space, dense trees surrounded them. The star-filled night sky glittered deep within Chinma's thoughts. This place is a virtual space. It's where those who fail to climb the tower remain until they get another chance to try again. No one dies here, no one at all. This is a place where the concepts of life and death do not exist. The rule is that no one can enter except its owner. But somehow this guy managed to. What he said sounded utterly ridiculous coming from the one who had killed me. Shin-ma gazed quietly. Thinking about Hyung-gu, I don't know if he's insane, but I accepted his request and even added a ridiculous condition. From the beginning, I never intended to teach that bastard martial arts. I was bored and decided to play along with his petty request. Yes, from the very start. Shin-ma continued attacking, using his swordsmanship to defeat Hyung-gu. I still felt satisfied every time I killed him. When looking into Hyung-gu's eyes, Shin-ma noticed. His eyes were always full of mockery and prejudice. They were filled with astonishment, but it was truly troublesome. When he realized that Hyung-gu was not subdued at all despite being killed repeatedly, he grew uneasy. Hyung-gu only wanted to fight more and more, which irritated him, clearly shown in his hateful glare. Shin-ma struggled internally, and from that moment on, I began to use my full strength. I stepped in and struck him 200 times, strangely enjoying watching him die without being able to withstand even a single blow. Then on the 400th time, Chan-ma defeated Hyung-gu. With a smug smile, he looked at the man who couldn't last 3 seconds. The rocks shattered again. On the 700th time, he defeated Hyung-gu. It was quite satisfying to destroy his strongest attacks. On the 1000th time, Hyung-gu fell before Chan-ma's blade. I completely shattered the martial arts he had built. I was sure he couldn't rise again, with everything he had built rejected. But he stood up. Chan-ma was surprised at Hyung-gu's persistence, standing up to fight after being defeated thousands of times. Chan-ma's grip on his sword tightened. Angry, he continued to strike Hyung-gu. This discomfort gripped my chest. He couldn't even withstand a few of my moves, so why did I feel so uneasy? Chan-ma's eyes, full of hatred, fixed on Hyung-gu with determination. I was still struggling internally. My doubt led to questions. After killing him 2009 more times, I finally realized what this feeling was. It was the feeling I had sensed long ago. Something I had only felt once since becoming a climber. It was that feeling. Small, but definitely a sense of danger. Could it be because he never gives up? Thinking this, I kept fighting Hyung-gu, making him fail many times. The surroundings were affected by the battle. Chan-ma gritted his teeth. Don't make me laugh. I will crush you so you can never rise again. Then Chan-ma attacked but lost his timing, being too absorbed in those thoughts, revealing an opening. I rushed too quickly. Seizing the chance, Hyung-gu swiftly punched Chan-ma in the face, sending him flying backward. Hyung-gu smirked exactly the 299th time. What did I say? Nothing lasts forever. Chan-ma frowned angrily after being defeated once by Hyung-gu. Scene shifts to the fiery, dark underworld where Ngo Kong sits waiting for something. Then Lam Su's voice came from behind. Are you done? Ngo Kong stood and asked, why so late? Lam Su replied, stop nagging. Ngo Kong angrily, you would nag too if you were in my place. It had been 3 months since I crushed that lizard god's head. As he spoke, Ngo Kong pointed to the dead lizard behind him. He then asked, being here means you're done with your task, right? Lam Su continued, of course. Ngo Kong looked puzzled. What about your other brothers, Bok Chuang and Dai Feng? Just then they arrived, we're a bit late. Lam Su asked, did you clean up thoroughly? They replied, we've cleared the west. And the east as well. Ngo Kong shook his head with a light laugh. Ridiculous. You're climbers who have reached the throne, yet it took 5 months just to destroy one area. Lam Su and the 2 others angrily. Hey, you were recognized as high rank because all your achievements were known. But the only thing we got recognized for was the existence of the 3 Satadong Demon King. Narration introduces the 3 Satadong Demon King. It is said they devoured 100,000 soldiers with a single bite. They crushed legendary beasts with tusks and trunks. They destroyed everything, and they wiped out a kingdom, devouring the king, nobles, and citizens. With just those feats, they became mid-rank climbers. Ngo Kong chuckled, you're just making excuses. Suddenly, the ground shifted, revealing a towering skyscraper before Ngo Kong's astonished eye. He jumped down. All right, let's plan before we climb the tower. Lam Su sighed, hasn't it always been like this? Ngo Kong opened the mystical teleportation gate, a purple vortex with no visible bottom. I'll head south. Lam Su will handle the north. Bok Chuang goes east and Dai Feng goes west. Before leaving, Ngo Kong reminded everyone, the most important thing is to complete everything within 2 months this time. I still have work to do. Then he vanished into the void. Scene shifts to a high-rise building. Inside, suddenly a phone on the table rang. It was the administrator's number, Team Captain Ma. Kim Si-hyu picked up, hello. Before he could speak, the voice on the line said, Hunter, I am Si-hyun, this is an emergency. Where is Hunter Kim Hyung-gu now? He was puzzled. What's the problem? The voice replied, it's a disaster level alert. Within 3 hours, a catastrophe will occur in South Korea. We need Hunter Kim Hyung-gu's help. Miriam, head down, suddenly looked up, eyes filled with fear toward the sword in the glass case. Back at the scene, the battle between Hyung-gu and Chan-ma raged on fiercely. Day after day in this space, the 2 men fought relentlessly. Time was measured by their battles with no end in sight. Neither man would give an inch, both attacked without mercy. Hyung-gu feinted a kick at Ma's leg, then pulled it back and threw a sky-splitting punch, grinning smugly. That was just a decoy, you bastard. The fight kept going. Come on, John Ma thought with a faint smile. That crazy bastard has probably died for the 5,000th time already. Hyung-gu was still smug. Nobody said you could beat a madman. John Ma suddenly felt uneasy. What is he? How can he fight like this? Hyung-gu charged at Chan Ma like a lunatic, fists blazing with a red force. Chan Ma thought, 5,000 times I killed him, 5,000 times. Is it even possible to fight a battle and lose 5,000 times without resting for even a moment? And he should have fallen into despair after every effort came to nothing. When I started using the Thunder God's secret art from his 3,000-second death. After being beaten, Hyung-gu lay on the ground and reached up to grab Chan Ma by the collar, startling him. Chan Ma stared into Hyung-gu's eyes and thought, even in that state they were still unwavering. Hyung-gu stayed arrogant. Looks like I caught you again. Chan Ma chuckled and grabbed Hyung-gu's hand. You really are a rabid dog. Hyung-gu stayed firm. Thanks for the compliment, and the battle resumed. Chan Ma sank back into thought. The sense of danger I once felt had disappeared long ago. What I feel now is astonishing. When I recall my battles with other players, I climbed from a street beggar to a place above the heavens. I met all kinds of people while climbing the tower, but I've never met anyone like Kim Hyung-gu. If I had to describe him, he has an undying will. From wandering swordsmen to those who call themselves the strongest in the world, every one of their wills shattered when they faced me. Because I broke the sword arts they built their lives around. But what about Kim Hyung-gu? He knew he had no chance against me. If I killed him 1,000 times, he would return the 1,001st time to challenge me again. I crushed everything he built, and he still stood back up. Seeing Kim Hyung-gu's hungry, unyielding eyes, John Ma thought, it's like he doesn't even understand the word give up. That's why I'm amazed by Kim Hyung-gu. Not a heavenly demon, just a human being. The battles continued. When Hyung-gu used a technique, Chan Ma glanced over. That's the shapeshift swap feint. Not quite, just looks similar. He dodged Hyung-gu's move with ease. You need 3 steps to use shapeshift swap. Hyung-gu realized something and kept fighting. Even the techniques Hyung-gu tried to use to defeat John Ma drew criticism. Martial arts aren't flashy tricks, you have to see the essence. That's not how someone truly uses technique. Heavenly Demon, stop fantasizing and focus on the 3 fundamentals. The original Thunder God secret art is fundamentally different from other martial arts. You can try to copy it just by watching, but gaining real power is never that simple. Even as they fought, Chan Ma explained the technique to Hyung-gu. What matters isn't creating lightning. Lightning has to exist naturally within your mana. On his 8,000-second death, Chan Ma was still talking. The battle never stopped. Once lightning is already within your mana, you must give it form. It becomes the basic shape in any situation. Even after hearing the instruction, Hyung-gu was still defeated for the 8,423rd time. Hyung-gu thought blankly, after this loss, how many times have I died now? Whatever, I don't even know anymore. Every step is different than before. This is the power of martial arts. He looked at his hands and kept practicing the techniques he'd learned. But he still failed. Chan Ma continued. Now break the form created by the person. Technique and the inner energy within the body will follow you through every stance. On the 11,000-second death, Chan Ma stood atop a high roof with overwhelming power, looking down at Kim Hyung-gu on his 14,000th death. Chan Ma said, the mana flowing through every meridian will naturally produce lightning and dozens of other techniques. To sustain the Thunder God secret art, you only need a precise amount of mana. Hyung-gu kept his steady gaze. It was perfect. Chan Ma looked down coldly. All right, now for the final step. You've learned the form of the Thunder God's secret art and broken it. What's left is to create your own martial art. Hyung-gu clenched his fist and thought of the past. Back then, what was he even talking about? Everything I saw before was only an illusion. My martial technique was limited because I couldn't find the answer. But now, I understand everything. Hyung-gu's eyes said it all. Even after failure, the two of them continued to fight. Blinding lightning flare. Cut to the control center of the International Hunters Association in the United States. A gray-haired girl spoke into the intercom. The civilian evacuation is truly in total chaos. Sir Liam's footsteps approached as he asked, how much time do we have left? The guy in the back replied, estimating about 10 minutes left. Rewinding 31 hours earlier, we weren't worried when a disaster was identified in the US, because there was already the hunter Kim Hyung-gu. But just a few hours later, disasters were also identified in Thailand and Mexico. Finally, a disaster was confirmed in South Korea. Liam stared at the map with its alarming red dots. There was only one hunter, Kim Hyung-gu, yet there were 4 disasters. What is the situation in those countries? Mr. Gray hesitated to answer. Thailand and Mexico have mobilized most of their guilds at home and abroad, and have also invited high-ranking hunters. On our side, Hunter Jia Lee and most of the guilds have prepared for the disaster. Liam, anxious, covered his eyes and told everyone, that's right, we have set our priorities first. Although we're worried about South Korea, where a disaster has been confirmed, that's where Hunter Kim Hyung-gu lives, so there probably won't be any problems. We can't get in contact with him, but it should be fine. He can fight for humanity unless he has already left the Earth. Cut back to Kim Hyung-goo's home. Kim Si-hyun looks worried. Hyung-goo isn't here right now. You could say he has disappeared from the earth. Crystal, Bechko, and Lysio look anxious. We have to keep it secret from everyone because it could cause chaos, but it's already been a month since he vanished. We can't just keep waiting for him like this when we don't know when he'll return. Kim Si-hyun said fiercely, we must rely on ourselves. We have to face this disaster. Then he turned to look at Hyung-goo's disciple. What are you going to do? Miriam looked coldly at the three of them. Kim Hyung-goo's ND death. The number of deaths kept increasing because he would not allow the heavenly demon to kill him even once more. A beam of light surrounded Kim Hyung-goo. The heavenly demon was startled. I didn't expect him to have reached that level already. It was no longer just a massive concentration of mana. The concept of reflected incarnation lay within his black wings. The notion of boundary itself was embodied within that black sphere. The one revered as the thunder god was forced back. The pit of divine black flames, even after dying tens of thousands of times. The two faced each other with heavy killing intent, and the heavenly demon said coldly, why don't you kill me? Hyung-goo stammered, a disciple doesn't kill his master, right? Kim Hyung-goo burst out laughing. The heavenly thunder raged, are you mocking me, you damn dog? When did I ever accept you as my disciple? Hyung-goo laughed loudly. Oh my, the heavenly demon said coldly, if you're done then get lost, I can't even rest because you keep bothering me. Hyung-goo grinned foolishly, even if you didn't say it I was going to leave anyway. Hyung-goo slowly walked off, provoking his so-called master. Thanks, you really are one hell of a master. The heavenly demon gave a faint laugh, you crazy bastard. A disciple who keeps coming back after death isn't so bad. In Montana City, USA, at a training camp. Riley tensely gave the order, it's appeared fire, explosion. The whole sky exploded. The hunters stared tensely at the flames. Riley said firmly, what a warm welcome ceremony. Beside him, Wukong grinned slyly. I planned to wipe everything out with my clone, but now I've changed my mind. Riley made a call, just as expected, it was ineffective against a disaster. Everyone, take your positions. Continue with Plan B, Wukong chuckled smugly. Since it's come to this, I guess I'll have to deal with you myself. First, eliminate the weak ones. Grow, Rui stick. Another disaster strikes Thailand, the entire city ablaze. Deepung rose from the rubble. He said indifferently, at this level it still looks pretty rudimentary. A voice echoed, oh my, who are you? Deepung was stunned. What? Hyung-goo spoke. Approaching me despite seeing me, Deepung, who turned this place into rubble. Are you crazy? Deepung growled. I'll make sure to kill you, specially after I'm done toying with you. He roared fire, making the flames so thick that Hyung-goo became invisible. Hyung-goo joked, what's this guy with a funny name saying? You're Grimper, right? Deepung burned, shouted, impossible. Hyung-goo snapped his fingers, smirking. An announcement rang out. You have successfully defeated Deepung, one of the 3 demon kings of Sada Jong. Location, Bangkok, Thailand. You have successfully defeated Greenberg Deepung. Fallen Bird, your information authority has increased. Your information authority is now intermediate. He exclaimed, huh, Thailand, what? Why am I in Thailand in Ui Pyeongbu, South Korea? Why is Zion lying injured under the rubble? Why is Kagun pinned unconscious in place? Lam Su said proudly, you think those blows could scratch me? Mitch, I delivered a crushing punch. He smugly said, you're quite entertaining since you're different from the others, but now I'm bored. Watch me, Mitch, I couldn't block, screamed. Hyung-goo stormed toward Avi. He asked her, so you're saying Climber is appearing worldwide and wreaking havoc? Avi widened her eyes, that's right. This has been going on for some time. Hyung-goo asked thoughtfully, can 4 climbers appear simultaneously? And before that, the fruitful night demon also appeared with a group of subordinates. Avi shook her head. No, that's impossible unless it's an extreme coincidence. Hyung-goo asked, so what's the situation now? Avi's eyes widened, most likely they have a leader. I mentioned this before, right? It's Slumber who can bring others depending on their achievements. There must be a leader among those 4. Hyung-goo curiously stood close to Avi and asked, and this one brings along 3 other climbers. Avi replied, possibly. If it's a high-level Grimper, their power rivals that of a disaster. Hyung-goo thought solemnly. I came to ask why I appeared in Thailand, but now that doesn't seem important anymore. He asked, so if I defeat the leader, will the others disappear too? Avi replied, I think so. He asked Avi again, where is the leader now? She pointed to the map and said, I think it's here, in the US. He pondered. The easiest way might be to just take down the leader to eliminate the others, but an announcement rang out, a climber has reached floor 9. Remaining time, 0. Location, Montana, US. Announcement. A climber has reached floor 9. Remaining time, 0. Location, Mexico City. Announcement. A climber has reached floor 9. Remaining time, 0. Location, Gyeonggi-do, South Korea. If I go to the US, what will happen to the people in Korea? Even if Miriam is there, she can't face a Grimper alone. What should I do? A light flashed in his mind. He imagined Ryong being attacked in a distant place. Miriam angrily cursed, damn it. Yang heard a voice, where the heck is Hyung-goo? Miriam wondered, what was I just thinking? I told myself we must protect Korea on our own, but I relied on him. From the start, it wasn't his fault. It's all because I'm too weak. Damn it, I can't die here. It hurts, my martial arts moves are ineffective. All my confidence was passed down from my master. My master once said, imperial martial arts are extremely powerful. If they can't counter an opponent, then it's only due to childish weakness. I thought, I never considered myself strong. The only strong one in the world is my master. Anyone weaker than me is ordinary. This mindset made me weak. I looked up at the power but stood still, never thinking to push myself further. Lam Su smirked, proudly said, I should finish this, right? You should feel honored. I'll show you victories over hundreds of thousands of soldiers. With a loud roar, Lam Su exerted full power, making Mirian's eyes white. A voice echoed, seems like you need some healing, right? Mirian was stunned. She thought, this is the voice I heard earlier. Then the voice continued, let me help you. All you need to do is accept my power. Mirian shouted irritably, I refuse. My master told me no power comes without a price. The powerful voice asked, so you won't accept my power because you fear the price. All right then, a beam of light surrounded Mirian before she could react. She screamed, what? The mysterious person spoke. This time there will be no price to pay. Feel my power, the ruler of all demons, the leader of the 100-demon night parade. My power, the grace of the 100-demon night parade, flows into the girl, filling her with vitality. Smugly, she seals Blue Lion's mouth shut. Blue Lion growls through clenched teeth. He thinks to himself, why can't I open my mouth? What is this mana around here? Mitchie curls her lip in contempt. What are you supposed to be? Whatever, it's too late now. I'll swallow up all this mana too. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps, 4 steps, 5 steps, Blue Lion stammers in irritation. I can't move my body. The mysterious figure says flatly, how ridiculous, showing off your pathetic little accomplishments. She blurts, what did you say? She takes her 6th step. The mysterious one says coldly, if my achievements were widely known, someone like you would be easily, even if they were widely known. You still wouldn't have any chance of beating me. Why? Because I'm the same as you. You think you're the only climber with unrecognized achievements. She takes her 7th step and says confidently, if all my achievements were known, I'd introduce myself under a different name. 8 steps, 9 steps. I wouldn't be called the Claws of the 100-demon night parade, the 10-step lethal technique. I'd be called the Lord of all monsters. In the ruined city of Mexico, White Elephant stands frozen in place, scowling as he wonders why. Why can't I move? Suddenly I hear a voice. Isn't it a bit flashy? He asks coldly. You're the one behind that voice. You, what did you do to me? Hana Jin's eyes go wide, then she bursts out laughing. It was just a little test. Lately I've picked up a lot of useful skills. Heh. White Elephant turns red with rage, gritting his teeth as he curses. You crazy bitch, Hana Jin replies evenly, I don't want to hear that from a monster who wiped out an entire city. Fine, whatever. I should thank you too for helping me kill the people I wanted dead, and for becoming a lab rat like this. White Elephant roars in fury. You, what kind of monster are you? She smirks. Well, I don't think that's what you should be worrying about right now. Now back to the main point, shall we? The 4th ranked one on Darkwing's world list. This is an experiment to test a soul's loyalty, you understand. In the hospital, Seo Jiun lies there after being knocked unconscious, but after a while Seo Jiun suddenly wakes up. Hansel Kagan anxiously asks, Celsian, you're awake? Seo Kagan is stunned. Seo Kagan opa. She sits up in pain, panicking. A hospital? What happened? Seo Kagan says heavily, I don't know either. Looks like the climber who showed up in South Korea has been dealt with, and they said, Jin Hyen carried us on his back and ran us here. Seo Zion cries out in shock. What? Furious, she calls him to chew him out. That jerk. Seo Kagan bursts out laughing. Leave the kid alone, he must have had his reasons. Elsewhere, Hyen Gu is annoyed after letting that guy fall. He punches the wall hard, frowning. Damn it, running is the only thing I can do. Then he spots someone up on the Imperial Fortress. Their eyes widen as they stare at each other. Hyen Gu asks awkwardly, who are you? In the massive blaze in Montana, Wukong sits under the dead of night, deep in thought. Is there something out there? I only need about 300 clones to clean up floor 9. Since our strength is still that of a low-tier climber, but half my clones were wiped out instantly. I knew it. Hyen Gu grins, you're the real body, aren't you? Wukong whirls around in shock only to get sent flying by a single punch. Enraged, Wukong charges back. Take this. Wukong powerfully knocks Hyen Gu down off the wall. He still won't let it go, just you wait. Enlarge the Rui staff. The staff expands so huge that Hyen Gu bolts in fear. He leaps to the next building, gasping for air. Wukong beams, you're pretty interesting, state your name. Hyen Gu laughs dumbly, I'm just a zookeeper. I take care of a beast like you at the zoo. Wukong laughs loud, you've lost your mind. Hyen Gu bursts into laughter, I'm pretty pumped, first time I've ever gone monkey hunting. System notification, you have defeated a climber. Location, Jeon. South Korea, you have successfully defeated climber Blue Lion. Notification, you have defeated a Greenberg. Location, Mexico City. You have successfully defeated Greenberg White Elephant. He thinks smugly, I don't know why the other climbers got wiped out. But now let's see how far my training has gotten. Wukong goes wild with his divine techniques. Rui staff extend, Rui staff retract. Hyen Gu looks at Wukong with a crazed gleam. while Wukong confidently chants his spell. Enlarge the Rui staff, watch this. He slams it down once and the entire city explodes, bursting into flame. Wukong says disdainfully, walking into a fight when you've got nothing. Before he can finish, Hyengu reaches out from the rubble and grabs Wukong's leg. It panics and screams. Hyengu swings him around like a windmill and smashes him into the ground. Hyengu curls his lips smugly. I didn't lie to you. Wukong grinds his teeth in rage. Hyengu says confidently, is that all you've got as a high-tier climber? All you do is run your mouth. Now shall we start over? Sun Wukong sprang up fiercely, stubbornly swinging his staff at Hyengu. Hyengu hadn't even joked yet and had already cursed angrily. Damn it thought. Who the hell is this guy? Where did a monster like him suddenly come from? I've been climbing the tower all this time and never faced danger like this before. And since my achievements as Sun Wukong are widely known, climbing the tower should have been easier for me. Hyengu smirked smugly. Why are you so quiet? Are you scared? Power like that shouldn't exist on the 9th floor. He said in annoyance, talking won't help anyway. Even though it's a waste to use this skill on this floor, I'll show you. Activate achievement, release the seal. Look closely at the true power of the one who wreaked havoc in the heavenly palace. The real power of the Monkey King. Blinding light surrounded Sun Wukong. He shouted, strike. Below, Hyengu laughed disdainfully and said, buddy, can't we just call a truce? Sun Wukong flared up with anger. What? Hyengu sneered, a skill like that. I can do it too. Under the gaze of all the agents watching the sky where Hyengu was fighting, Liam stared intently as he battled. The fight was intense. Sun Wukong kept using his classic techniques while Hyengu remained confident and battle-hungry. Sun Wukong lost his composure. I have to land a critical hit on him. Hyengu grinned smugly. You think you can do anything to me? Sun Wukong grew even more furious. Gritting his teeth, he glared at Hyengu. Just you wait. You're pretty tough, Hyengu said calmly. If you're only focused on those lightning bolts, how are you planning to dodge my attack? Sun Wukong was struck by Hyengu and sent flying into the air. He clenched his teeth and frowned in rage. Hyengu said to him, all right, it's too late now. Watch this Tola flame spear. Sun Wukong shouted irritably, that mana fluctuation, it's too strong. I can't block it, you bastard, he thought. No way, how could I lose to someone who's just a floor resident? Hyengu burst out laughing. You're not bad for a monkey. Sun Wukong roared, how dare you, no one can look down on me. The Monkey King, fine, even if I can't climb the tower anymore. I'll drag you down with me. Sun Wukong glared at Hyengu with killing intent. Hyengu laughed cheerfully. What a surprise, you've got some spirit. Sun Wukong shouted, this will be your end, I'll kill you. Hyengu watched carefully and smiled smugly. Sun Wukong's blood boiled with rage. This will be your end, 18-fold thunder. Boom, the explosion shook thousands of streets. Unable to see Hyengu, Sun Wukong wondered. Has he been destroyed? The flames burned even fiercer. Hyengu stepped out confidently. His aura made Sun Wukong furious. What? How is that possible? Hyengu thought to himself. The true secret of reconstruction doesn't come from the outside but from within. The extreme isn't about pouring in everything you have, but about precise balance, calculating to the point where you can completely control its center of gravity. You can absorb it. Watch this absolute killing strike. He absorbed all of its power, knocking it down instantly. The entire street became desolate and ruined. A notification rang out. You have defeated a climber. Location, Building 5, Montana. Your information clearance has been upgraded from intermediate to upper intermediate. Your current information clearance is upper intermediate. You have successfully defeated Climber Monkey King, Sun Wukong. Your information clearance has accumulated. Your information clearance has been upgraded from intermediate to upper intermediate. Your current information clearance is upper intermediate. Hyengu laughed happily. His limbs were still intact and his mana was circulating normally. Good, I plan to take down a few climbers without getting too badly injured this time. I used to need 2 or 3 days of rest after every battle. My training with the Heavenly Demon has been very effective. He praised himself confidently. Notification, Rui Jingubang, level 55. Additional skill, Unbind Reaction. Information clearance. This is the weapon once used by the Monkey King, Sun Wukong. It was taken from the Heavenly Palace when he caused chaos there. He needed a weapon for himself. It was once merely the sea-calming divine needle, but it became a weapon when Sun Wukong claimed ownership of it. It can extend, shrink, and enlarge at the user's will. It has virtually no limit as long as the user's conditions are met. It can temporarily awaken into the Jungang Rui Jingubang. At that time, all stats increase, and the user can borrow power from its original body. Thinking of the Monkey King, Hyengu held the Rui Jingubang and laughed loudly. I'll read the notification later. First, I need to go somewhere I can contact everyone. He walked down the street happily. At one point, he suddenly realized the building of the International Hunters Association was right in front of him, wasn't it? He shouted, extend Rui Jingubang. The Rui Jingubang lifted him up to the large building. 2 skyscrapers stood side by side, their exteriors covered in gleaming glass. This was the headquarters of the World Hunters Federation. The male lead's voice rang out, "Thanks for letting me borrow it. I'll put it on." Kim Hyung-gu smiled brightly, one hand in his pocket, the other raised. He admired his new sports outfit, a black jacket paired with black pants, with 2 white rings on the right sleeve and the right pant leg. Hyun-woo kept praising it, clearly delighted with the outfit. The design wasn't bad either, and the senator standing beside him was still stunned by this young man. Senator Liam was still in shock as he recalled the moment the lead fought the Monkey King. The kid came out of that battle completely unharmed, and he was the one who survived. The senator was utterly astonished to see Hyun-woo hovering in the sky, standing on a stack. He had appeared in a bizarre way, too. Even more shocking was learning that he was also a tower climber. Hyun-woo asked, "So all the tower climbers vanished, and Korea still hasn't suffered much damage, right?" Senator Liam answered awkwardly. "That's right, nowhere near as much as other countries." Then the senator asked, "But there's something I want to ask." Hyun-woo looked curious, not sure what he was about to ask. On the phone screen was a status post from the Extreme Hash account. Posted 9 minutes ago, Kim Hyung-gu had stopped the disaster. Click here to watch the official clip in full. It was confirmed within a few hours, and we believe the disaster has been located and prevented. I truly witnessed the entire truth and wrote it here. What's the conclusion? Korean pride. P.S. Oh right, except for Mexico, we still don't know who stopped the disaster. Kim Si-hyun finished reading the post on social media. Glancing over, Hyun-woo was lying with his head on Maryong's lap. Holding her phone, she looked a little embarrassed, face flushed, body stiff, not knowing what to do. When they visited Seo-jeon at the hospital, Hyun-woo had come as well for a checkup. Clearly, Maryong was tangled in hard-to-name feelings that had her blushing. Si-hyun ignored Maryong's presence and asked the lead character, "You said you got sent to Thailand, so how did you get here?" Hyun-woo answered like it was obvious, "Oh that, I ran and swam." Si-hyun couldn't believe what he'd heard. "Huh, swam? What are you talking about?" Hyun-woo looked up and replied calmly, "I did a triathlon minus the biking." "No, you've lost it." Si-hyun still didn't believe him, suspicion filling his eyes. A girl in a hospital gown was walking toward the door. Behind her, a bunch of voices were chiming in. "Hyung, you said you trained with Chin-ma, right? The sword aura?" "Yeah, that's right." The beautiful Seo-jong was still carrying her IV bag, walking in brightly toward the lively chatter of her friends. She and her four-wheeled IV stand rolled up to the doorway. "Can I come in?" The voice sounded out as Seo-jong looked into the room. Si-hyun was standing there, weighed down. He suddenly blurted, "Huh." She had heard what Si-hyun said. "I'm exhausted." She still didn't know what to say. Thinking back to earlier, she shouted Kim Si-hyun's name. "Why did you just take off on your own yesterday? I was really worried." As she spoke, she smacked Si-hyun hard and he could only lean aside to take it. Mumbling an apology, Si-hyun lowered his face slightly. "Actually, I'm not disappointed, I'm just angry because I'm too weak." "Is it because of On-sa?" "Yeah, he's rated as extremely strong, he's a tower climber." Seo-jong worried about her friend. Si-hyun denied it. "No, not just Chin-sa." Si-hyun stood there, remembering the image of Maryong with sharp horns on her head, and also the Dragon Emperor. Seo-jong thought back to what she'd seen then, a skull tattoo with long horns and sharp fangs. A trace of fear still lingered. "I was so shocked when I saw it, but it was truly incredible, even just from the way it moved. Last time, I only denied the truth, telling myself Hyung would drop off the rankings, but my thoughts changed after going through all of it." Si-hyun helplessly recalled Hyun-woo with one hand in his pocket, the other covering a yawn, wearing flip-flops as he walked. Si-hyun looked at his own hand. "I have to protect what matters to me with my own hands." He clenched his fist and made up his mind, "So I have to get stronger." Seo-jong felt a bit more at ease. She poked Si-hyun and teased, "Well, I think you've been way too tense." He answered awkwardly, "Ah, not that much." Back in the present, even though she could still sense some gloom in Si-hyun, she believed that after everything they'd been through, he would act soon. She really admired him. He had improved. In the room, Si-hyun sat in the chair across from the sofa while Hyun-woo lay on Maryong's lap. The image of Chin-ma, jet black all over, holding a massive blade, rose in Si-hyun's mind. The man spoke calmly, "Only if you can kill me." Si-hyun suddenly wondered. Did Chin-ma even teach him properly? Hyun-woo spoke up. "You can't walk for now, right? I'll help you with a few things." Si-hyun smiled, "Thanks, Hyung." At the same time, Seo-jong came in and exclaimed, "Oppa Kim Si-hyun, they said I can leave the hospital tomorrow." "Really? That's great. How much stronger did you get after coming back from the imaginary space?" "Did your average stats change?" Si-hyun asked. Hyun-woo rubbed his head and sat up. "Who knows, I haven't even checked the stat board." Maryong, cheeks flushed, watched Hyun-woo. A status window appeared. Name Kim Hyung-gu, 9th floor guardian, age 118. Male, condition excellent, strength S+, skill S++, endurance SS, HP S+, mana S+, luck B. Skills. Hyun-woo looked and thought to himself, didn't change much. It seemed the lead character realized something. He yelled in panic, "What the hell is this?" His hand slammed the switch, turning it red. The room changed completely. A TV, speakers, tables, and chairs appeared before Hyun-woo and Avi. She shouted in pure delight. "Sir," he grinned and asked, satisfied. Avi was absolutely thrilled. "Yes, the room has been expanded because the entrusted resources increased. I can finally set up a gaming room. My dream has come true." Hyun-woo glanced over. She was even happier than when I defeated the tower climber. Avi shyly, "Of course not." Hyun-woo's expression was full of pride and satisfaction. He asked seriously, "But why am I already 118 years old?" After returning from the imaginary space, Avi replied, "I think I know the reason. It's because the scoreboard counted the time spent in the imaginary space. But in reality, it was only a month in the outside world. That's the time difference between the tower and the imaginary space." Avi raised a finger and explained excitedly, "It seems that 1 day here equals 1 year inside there." "Yes, that must be it." Hyun-woo asked again, "So that's possible?" Avi smiled. "The only way to explain why the guard's age suddenly increased without reason was because the protagonist was shocked. I spent 100 years in that place. Am I really 118 years old? Is this a mistake?" He sat down heavily, thinking. "The guide tower too, I've been through this before. Right, I'm not an old man," he tried to reassure himself. Avi suddenly remembered, exclaiming, "Ah, that's right, now I recall. Did you find anything in the guide tower? I want to tell you about the creator of the guide tower." He was surprised. "Oh, the creator of the guide tower is the creator." Avi affirmed. Hyun-woo doubted, "Really? And the creator, what about them?" He didn't understand, Avi replied with surprise. "That's what I mean, the creator is the creator." Hyun-woo placed his hand on Avi's head, emphasizing, "That's all there is." Avi flustered. "I tried to gather all the guard's information." He removed his hand and said, "Ah, it's fine. My fault for expecting too much from you." Avi's surprise turned into frustration at Hyun-woo's words. She slammed the table, shouting, "5 days." Hyun-woo was startled by her reaction. Hyun-woo stared at Avi. "No, give me 7 days. I think I can find where the creator is." She clenched both hands in determination. "Of course, I can't guarantee 100%, but please trust me." "All right, I'll trust you." Hyun-woo smiled. "Mariang, female, 21 years old, in good condition?" Hyun-woo asked. The essence that Ziaki Azio mentioned, she borrowed its power. He held a small brown pouch. His disciple replied, "Yes, master." Hyun-woo looked seriously at Mariang, who was bowing. "The successor, I can call it that. It seems the power of some tower climbers still remains on this floor. One in Korea, the other in Mexico." He recalled Avi's words and pondered. "The power Eve sensed in Korea is probably Hihaki Azio, but in Mexico there's a successor there." A notification appeared. "You have located and defeated a hiding tower climber. Location, Mexico City. You have successfully defeated Sword King Grant." "Ah, now I remember, Ma Sun died in Mexico." He connected the events together. "This is related to his death." He looked at his disciple sitting nervously. She lowered her head, thinking, "Surely Master will be furious, since I used it without permission." Hyun-woo smiled gently, patting Mariang's head to comfort her. "All right, disciple." Her eyes widened in surprise, not expecting this. He praised, "Everyone might have died if it weren't for you." "Right, well done." She looked up at her master. She smiled brightly, cheeks lightly flushed, letting go of all worries. "Thank you, master." At the World Hunter Union in the distance, high-rise buildings with blue and white tones. "Excuse me, but Liam, wearing a gray suit, hands clasped on the table, asked worriedly, "Could you repeat that?" Fingertips brushing the pure white matchstick, smiling while holding the column, he said, "You still don't understand what I said. Rui Bang belongs to the state of Montana." A chubby middle-aged man in a suit sat cross-legged, acting as if he were the senator of Montana. "Aitlek bot, I'm reporting activities. Your attitude and treatment of the people show that the senator lacks skill or connection. Only that he has a lot of money. Rumor has it he collects rare statues, but I don't expect him to want Rui Bang." Liam at the head of the table gave his reasoning, trying to convince him. "Hunter Kim Hyung-gu has prevented disasters in Montana." Adelaide Pod frowned in displeasure, interrupting. "You mean our organization didn't participate in disaster prevention?" Before Liam could finish, he continued, "I want a private talk with Hunter Kim Hyung-gu." He closed his eyes habitually, stroked his beard, calmly requesting, "I'll handle the rest." The senator was so worried he was sweating profusely. "That's the real problem." Suddenly, the wooden door opened. "What kind of fun conversation is this without me?" A defiant voice sounded. Liam stood up, shouting, "You!" He shuffled closer in slippers, saying, "Can you repeat that?" Kim Hyung-gu bent down, smiling brightly at Aitlek bot, asking, "What do you intend to do with my Rui Bang?" He leaned back in panic upon seeing him. "You are Hunter Kim Hyung-gu." After a few seconds of composure, he cautiously confirmed. He glared at him again. I left the World Hunter Union since I learned that speaking up was necessary for their process. As he thought, he recalled the conversation. He cheerfully handed Liam his weapon, and I also understood the implication. Liam stood up, resting his hands on the table, and said to Theo, "No, I am Atelic Bot, Senator of Montana. Over there, he's introducing himself to you." While we were talking, Kim Hyung-gu raised his hand to cut in. I've heard everything they've been saying about you. Basically, although I am the one who prevents disasters, you have also dealt with the damage and injuries I caused. You responded cheerfully. Hearing your words, he asked satisfied, "So you're saying you accept giving Dai Bank back to us, right?" He smirked sarcastically and praised, "You have good awareness." Then he curiously asked, "But what if I don't want to hand him over?" You didn't hesitate, then I won't be sitting here anymore. At that moment, Liam gave up trying to stop it, held his face, tiredly called 911 and thought, "It's over." Kim Hyung-gu smiled warmly. A few seconds later, a shocking yell echoed throughout the skyscraper. "Damn it. Unbelievable, do you know who I am? Damn it!" He screamed in pain and anger. Sitting on the floor, one hand holding his head, the other pointing at you, shouting loudly. "Do you think you'll survive after doing this to me?" You calmly looked at him. "You'll never be a hunter again." Before finishing the sentence, he got another hit to the head from you. The blow knocked him unconscious, smoke rising from his head. You casually put your hands in your pockets and said, "I've earned enough to quit being a hunter." Senator Leander didn't know what to do. Understanding the senator's concern, you turned and said, "I'm not going to kill him, don't worry." Liam helplessly asked, "How are you going to handle this?" But Kim Hyung-gu grinned mischievously and said, "Don't worry about that, just return Dai Bang to me." The next day in the underground parking lot, a man in a suit carrying documents approached a car. Upon getting in, the blond man asked, "Hey, Evan, what did Than Cha say?" Evan recounted. "He wants to spread bad rumors about Kim Hyung-gu to the media." He repeated Atelic Bot's order. "If he doesn't have it, he gets transferred." "You guys need to think," he yelled angrily. You asked with interest, "He's funny, have you come up with anything yet?" The middle-aged, brown-haired man replied seriously, "Should I take care of him?" "Atelic Bot," he curiously said, "Oh, such a quick decision, you've served him for 10 years. Evan was a bit sad. "I still haven't received anything from him." Evan calculated the pros and cons. "Of course, that's compared to what I've received here." He glanced and smiled as if he understood your intentions. "Everything is for the boss." At that moment, a purple-haired girl appeared, turning her back. On her left shoulder was a deer-like protective piece, surrounded by thorny purple roses. Our organization, Illumitu. In Hanam, Kim Si-hyun was surrounded by green trees and high mountains. He looked at the scale fragment in his hand and asked, "Is this the source of Actron?" Kim Hyung-gu gently explained, "Yes, if you place it on the True Devil's sword, the system panel will open." He smiled, clutched the scale fragment tightly and said, "Thank you." Suddenly he turned right and saw Sucker Anya sitting next to him, drawing a magic circle. He exclaimed, You look exhausted." Your eyes darkened. Her face was pale. Kim Si-hyun gently reminded her, "You said you were going to Mexico, right? You shouldn't wander around there. They are in the process of recovering." Understood. Kim Hyung-gu looked at his disciple and said, "It's okay, I need to check a few things." Eve briefly explained about the successor. The appearance of the successor was no longer too rare. Staring, Miriam widened his eyes, tilted his head, and looked up at his master. But the problem was they couldn't be predicted. The tower climber had the task of climbing the tower. At that moment, a tall gray tower appeared. On the left were sword-wielding monsters, grinning wickedly as they climbed. On the right were shield-bearers descending seriously with guards blocking them. Kim Hyung-gu thought, both have their own roles. However, the successor did not. Various monsters appeared through the gate, each with their own personal goal. Some used magic circles. A successor trying to protect their floor was considered a guard. A long-haired man with a wide-brimmed hat appeared strong and large. Another successor became a tower climber, lying idly reading a book. Or they did nothing. The muscular man clenched his hands, face stern. Or they used their power to reverse the world. In any case, it wasn't necessarily bad. Those thoughts seemed like smoke drifting from the bag in his hand. "I trust you, Mariang." Mariang imagined Kim Hyung-gu looking at her intensely and saying. The words pierced her heart like an arrow, causing her to collapse in infatuation. He casually turned his back. "Wait until I return." She raised her hand to her cheek, shyly replying. "Yes?" he asked with concern. "Si-hyun, you're going straight inside." Kim Si-hyun clenched his fists, determined. "Yes." Surrounded by purple light, "Deliver my message to the true devil." Before leaving, he challenged with a pointed finger. "I'm using the martial arts he taught me. It's very, very effective." He appeared elsewhere with dust and debris scattered all around. He looked around. In Mexico City, rubble was everywhere and mages were rebuilding the city. He raised his hand to his forehead. Scanning left and right, he said, "There's nothing here. How could I find traces of the successor?" At that moment, a man in a black suit appeared beside him, and he looked over in surprise. The man raised his hand to his chest and bowed respectfully. "I've been waiting for you, Kim Hyung-gu." He put his hands in his pockets, confused, staring at him, not understanding what was happening. The eye-shaped badge glimmered on the man's jacket. Calmly, the man said, "Please allow me to escort you to the master." A system voice sounded as Kim Si-hyun held a sword in both hands. "Do you want to use the Actron core with the round sword?" "Yes." "No." Kim Si-hyun stared at the sword in his hand, surprised, both puzzled and curious. Oh, Kim Si-hyun looked around the house, the interior simple in tone. He sighed. It had only been a short time since he rebuilt this apartment. Yet here he was, living like this. Remembering a prior warning, he pressed his hand and a line of text appeared before him. Hyung had told him not to linger and cause trouble with this man because his personality was terrible. Even Hyung had said that, so this man must be even worse than Hyung. After pressing the text, a sudden blue light shot directly at Kim Si-hyun. He froze in surprise. When the light vanished, the scenery before him began to change. The room transformed into towering rocks surrounding him. Kim Si-hyun looked around, panicked at the sight. Kim Si-hyun still didn't know where he was. The scene was filled with dense trees. "This is..." Kim Si-hyun widened his eyes, fearful, as a sound came from behind him. "Who are you?" The man in the mysterious black outfit sitting before him was Chan Ma, staring intently at Kim Si-hyun. Kim Si-hyun instinctively turned his head back, thinking to himself that this really was Chan Ma. What should he say? Should he mention that Hyung had introduced him here? Kim Si-hyun's face began to sweat as he thought continuously. No, he came here to be independent from Hyung. He needed to tell him his real reason. Kim Si-hyun turned fully. Hands clasped together facing Chan Ma. "I am here to learn martial arts from you." Chan Ma began to frown. "What kind of scum like you crawls out from a hole like that?" Chan Ma stood as he spoke. "This is the last warning." Chan Ma glared. Kim Si-hyun quickly spoke. "Wait." He was terrified, still holding his hands in the same position. "Don't tell me you have business with Kim Hyung-gu, right?" He thought he had a bad premonition. Chan Ma clenched his fist and punched the pillar in front of him. The loud impact almost shattered it. Chan Ma's anger flared, flames twisting around him. "Damn it. I just came back from a dormant state and he wants to piss me off like this." Kim Si-hyun stepped back, frightened. Kim Si-hyun suddenly remembered. "Sorry, Hyung, I didn't think I could deliver your message to him." Chan Ma said sharply, "Get lost." Kim Si-hyun looked at him in shock. "What?" Chan Ma turned and walked away while speaking. "Anyway, you'll never truly master it." Kim Si-hyun froze at Chan Ma's words. Remembering past events, he pleaded, "Please at least teach me once." Kim Si-hyun faced Chan Ma, hand on his chest. "I need to become stronger because I have something I must protect." Kim Si-hyun continued, pointing at Chan Ma. "If you keep refusing me, I will follow and bother you until you agree." Chan Ma gritted his teeth at Kim Si-hyun. "From the nonsense you're doing, I can tell you're a friend of that psycho. If you really want to learn, I'll show you how I dealt with that bastard." Kim Si-hyun pressed on. "Then try to beat me." Chan Ma used his power to rush toward Kim Si-hyun as he spoke. "Then I'll teach you my martial arts." A loud sound erupted. Smoke filled the surrounding. Kim Si-hyun fell on the spot. A system voice announced. Kim Si-hyun died for the first time. In a different scene, surrounded by rocks of various shapes, Kim Hyung-gu looked at the person opposite him in surprise. "What, master?" David bowed. "Yes, sir." Kim Hyung-gu looked pleased. "What if I refuse? Then I'll take new orders from the master." David continued. Kim Hyung-gu asked, "So who exactly is this master?" "I think you should go and find out yourself," David said. Kim Hyung-gu began to think seriously. "So he means he won't reveal any information. Now I don't think he could defeat me." Kim Hyung-gu looked at David, but most importantly, perhaps the master he mentioned is the same person Eve talked about. "All right, lead the way." Kim Hyung-gu exclaimed at the elaborately decorated gate before him. "What is this?" David gestured toward the elevator, explaining. "This elevator connects to our headquarters." Kim Hyung-gu stepped in, looking around. He thought to himself that they must have used real diamonds to decorate the elevator. An elevator decorated with diamonds, transparent walls showing the outside. Truly an extravagant investment. In front of Kim Hyun-gu were two lines of people waiting in the back, which took him by surprise. Kim Hyun-gu exclaimed in confusion. "What the hell?" a voice rang out. "I've been waiting for you for a long time." It was none other than the girl with the striking purple hair, Hannah Rin. Hannah Rin smiled at Kim Hyun-gu. Master Kim Hyun-gu suddenly froze. "I have two disciples, one is Michio and the other is..." The past came rushing back. "We're finished." Kim Hyun-gu pulled his mask up. His eyes turned toward the voice. "With our current strength, we can't escape the tower. Who knows, maybe we'll level up, so kill people instead of killing demons." A man holding a sword pointed it at Hannah Rin and said, "Sorry, Hannah Rin." Hannah Rin glared at the man in front of her. "Traitor." Then, someone in a mysterious mask covering their face appeared. It was Kim Hyun-gu. With one hand, he punched the two men straight into the air, stunning Hannah Rin. Hannah Rin looked at him with admiration. "This girl, Hannah Rin. Honestly, the relationship between me and her is pretty strange. She's more like my companion than my disciple. Back in the present, Kim Hyung-gu looked up and thought, well, I did train her just like Michio. At first she didn't feel like a companion at all, but little by little, after so long together inside the tower, she started to feel more and more like one. The two of them each carried a huge log, laughing and talking the whole way. Then she left the tower after a year and a half by my side. Hana Rin smiled. A brilliant violet light surrounded her. I'll prepare everything you need, master, after saying those final words. So you're the one who killed Ma-sun. Holding a glass of water, Kim Hyung-gu sat on a throne and asked Hana Rin. Hana Rin smiled at him and explained, I should have killed him before he could lay a finger on you, master. But back then, I wasn't strong enough. But why did you build this underground castle? Kim Hyung-gu kept wondering. Well, you're the one who said it, master. Having an underground castle is pretty fun, isn't it? Kim Hyung-gu was startled and unconsciously pointed at himself. Hana Rin excitedly continued. Also, I've prepared everything you wanted, master. First, I have 14 plots of land in the United States. I built a secluded villa in every European country. I also prepared a casino and enough money for you to spend for the rest of your life. And also, Kim Hyung-gu raised the glass to drink and said, when did I ever say I wanted any of that? The moment he said it, Kim Hyung-gu suddenly remembered. More memories flooded in. Master, what do you want to do after you leave the tower? Hana Rin asked while watching Kim Hyung-gu nap with his head propped on his hand. Kim Hyung-gu cheerfully replied, I've got tons of things I want to do. Kim Hyung-gu went on. Sleep all day, live comfortably without working, and live the life of a billionaire. You know, so you want a lot of money? Hana Rin asked. That's right, like spoiled rich kids, no work required. Just travel every day, throw parties in a private mansion. And it'd be even better if it were underground. A castle or something like that, I see. Anything else? Kim Hyung-gu continued. Las Vegas. I've always wanted to gamble in a casino. And also, as he remembered, he stiffened and spat out all the water he'd just drunk. He thought, don't tell me she actually made those stupid wishes I blurted out back then come true. Hana Rin offered a towel to Kim Hyung-gu. Kim Hyung-gu took the towel, mind-reading skill. Hana Rin clasped her hands together and beamed at him. I've prepared everything you wanted. Master, next came thousands of master ringing in his ears. Kim Hyung-gu thought, has she lost it? Hana Rin wore a sinister smile. She kept repeating the word master over and over. It made Kim Hyung-gu break out in a cold sweat. The system panel displayed Hana Rin's information, age 24. Female status, extremely excited. Along with stats, strength, speed, stamina, vitality, mana, luck. Personality, extremely loyal. Ultimate skill, insufficient authorization to view. Kim Hyung-gu thought her stats looked pretty similar to Miriam. The successor, Kim Hyung-gu asked, so you became the successor thanks to the book you obtained after killing Ma-sun. So what are you going to do from now on? Hana Rin paused for about 5 seconds. He said, how do you plan to use the power you have? There was a small problem here. This girl could become a guardian or a tower climber. Kim Hyung-gu looked a little worried. Of course, with some psychological techniques, she probably wouldn't do anything against his wishes. But you can't trust the system 100%. If she becomes a tower climber, I'll have to. At that moment, Hana Rin replied, how will I use this power? My power is for you, master, so I'll use it for you. Kim Hyung-gu agreed and continued questioning her. So you're the one who killed that player? Hana Rin answered, yes. He was the perfect subject for me to test the successor's power. Kim Hyung-gu asked again, so you only used the new power you just gained? Hana Rin replied, no, I also used my original stack poison technique. This new power's output is pretty low. Kim Hyung-gu gave a nasty grin. So you really struggled to take him down? Hum made the whole city descend into chaos like this. Hana Rin laughed too. Oh, it wasn't that hard, master. I deliberately took him down slowly. That line shook Kim Hyung-gu's entire worldview. Hana Rin said, last time you told me that if you had enough money, you'd buy an entire city just because it suited your taste. Now we've got enough. You said it like it was nothing, so you can even mess around with this whole city if you want. Exactly the way you like it, master. Faced with Hana Rin's excitement, Kim Hyung-gu went stiff with dread. He thought she was even worse than Miriam was at the beginning. What the hell? And at this point, Hana Rin already had a big bump on her head. Kim Hyung-gu asked why she was only meeting him again now. Hana Rin cut him off. Because I wanted to see you after I got what you wanted. Kim Hyung-gu asked again. And the reason I never got dragged into conspiracy theories or nasty rumors, that was you too, Hana Rin answered. I controlled all of it. Kim Hyung-gu stared at her like she was an alien. Just as he'd thought, the way her mind worked wasn't normal at all. Why are all my disciples like this when I'm so normal? Wait, am I sure I'm normal? Like master, like disciple. Then Kim Hyung-gu started walking. Anyway, the job's done, so I'm heading back now. Hana Rin clung to him with regret. You're going back? Then what about everything I prepared for you? Kim Hyung-gu just wanted to slip away, so he said, I'll take a look later. Hana Rin replied, understood, then let me see you off. Kim Hyung-gu agreed, sure, I'll take you up on that, while thinking to himself, she's not clinging to me. Cut to elsewhere, Kim Hyung-gu said again, why are you following me? Hanarin answered, the only place I belong is by your side, master. Always like family. Kim Hyung-gu asked, then what about your organization? Hanarin said, I trained them until they were grown enough to run things on their own without me. This felt awfully familiar. It reminded him of Miriam. What is this, deja vu? Whatever. Bringing her along doesn't really cost him anything. Kim Hyung-gu said, stay close. We need to be in the center of the magic circle. Hanarin beamed, yes. Kim Hyung-gu began to teleport. He remembered Anya saying she'd already improved the magic circle. If he didn't need her now, he could still use it with mana alone. Really convenient. Meanwhile, in Hanam, hey, are you listening? The voice on the other end contacted Miriam through a ruby. Don't tell me you're pretending you can't hear me again. Miriam replied, I'm thinking about the conditions you propose. To herself, she thought, Master said I'm allowed to have the crystal, but I can't decide this on my own. There's no telling what tricks she might pull. Then Miriam asked, what was your offer again? It turned out the other side was Hayeki Yagio. She said, you're doing this on purpose to wear me out, aren't you? Fine then, first share all of your senses with me. Second, if you encounter a demon lord, hand control of your body over to me. Stay in that state. Where in the contract does it say you can rethink anything? Not amused, Hayeki Yagio grew tense. Miriam hurriedly replied, pretty sure it says all of it. Hayeki Yagio shouted, stop spouting nonsense. Miriam said, better safe than sorry. For example, if I share my senses with you now, isn't that basically letting you inspect my body whenever you want? Hayeki Yagio grew even angrier. That's impossible. Didn't I already tell you, once a contract is offered? Its terms are absolute. Mizu questioned the meaning of life. That just makes it even more suspicious because these terms aren't actually bad for her. Suddenly a beam of light appeared. Miriam jumped up. Master! She was as excited as a kid greeting their mom back from the market. Before she could finish, Miriam got glued in place. She choked out, Emma, no, your master is leading someone this way, and they were even linking arms. Miriam was completely mentally shattered. Kim Hyung-gu asked, were you waiting for me? Miriam stammered, Master, who is the girl next to you? Kim Hyung-gu asked, why are you hugging my arm like that? Hanarin said as if it were obvious, Master, you told me to, you said to stick close to you. Kim Hyung-gu replied, I don't think I said that. Miriam, standing to the side, looked ready to explode. Get away from Master. Kim Hyung-gu spoke up. All right, everyone's here now, so let me introduce you. This is my first disciple, Miriam, and this is my second disciple, Hanarin. Miriam trembled as she asked. Second, hearing that, Hanarin asked, Master, so she's your disciple. Miriam panicked even more. Master, Hanarin meanwhile stayed perfectly calm. Why are you acting like that? Miriam faltered and pointed awkwardly. Well, I didn't know you had another disciple. Hanarin had found Miriam's weak spot. She leaned onto Kim Hyung-gu's shoulder while he pushed her away. Hey, I told you to stop. Hanarin said again, I'm doing this to show how happy I am to see you after all this time, Master. Confused Miriam. Shocked beyond belief, Miriam's soul felt like it drifted into nothingness, drifting and drifting, never able to return. Then Miriam decided to call on Hayeki Yagio's power. Hayeki Yagio replied. What? Miriam said, I accept your proposal, leaving Hayeki Yagio stunned, dazed, dumbfounded, knocked flat. Why did you change your mind all of a sudden? Miriam blazed with fighting spirit as she answered. I just thought sooner or later I'd have to use this power anyway. A moment later, in Eve's room, Kim Hyung-gu was speechless at the scene before him. It's such a mess, so you found it? Avi asked innocently. Found what? The next second, she flinched at Kim Hyung-gu's gaze. No, I've found it. You're talking about the creator, right? Right, Kim Hyung-gu replied, so where's the information? Avi collapsed under the weight of her own abilities. First, unfortunately, I couldn't locate the creator's current position. No matter what I tried, the information was locked because I don't have the privileges. But I found another lead. Kim Hyung-gu asked excitedly, another lead? Avi replied, it's the premium package. No, I mean I found the location of an artifact. It might lead the way to the creator. Just as Lee Si-rong was about to open the door and enter, a sudden argument erupted inside. How dare you, you little brat! Just hearing snippets of this verbal fight made Lee Si-rong sweat, thinking in disbelief. I left the documents inside, but now I don't want to go in at all. It must have been just a few days ago. Lee Si-rong crossed her arms and called out. Sir, Kim Hyung-gu asked coldly, what? Then she asked curiously, what are those two doing? Before her, a fierce battle was unfolding between Mission and Hanarin. She loudly confirmed. I'm the master's first disciple. Kim Hyung-gu explained calmly, I heard they were just having a verbal spat. On one side, Hanarin raised an eyebrow arrogantly and said, so what, shorty? As soon as she finished speaking, they both charged at each other, sending rocks flying everywhere. A loud explosion echoed across the area. Lee Si-rong was utterly shocked. This is a life-or-death battle. Verbal spat, really. Just as Mission jumped and kicked straight at Hanarin, she quickly used the book in her hands to easily block the kick. Mission was still shocked by Hanarin's defense, so she gritted her teeth and said, stop. But her opponent just smirked, making Mission growl in frustration. HMPH. Without warning, Hanarin suddenly raised her fist and struck Mission in the eye. The sudden attack made the girl in intense pain, forcing her to cover her eye. Lee Seorong asked curiously. Why don't you stop them? Kim Hyung-gu smiled. They won't listen. Hearing this, she froze and immediately tried to advise. At least try doing something. If this continues, something will happen. Using continuous techniques, Mission shouted while questioning. Where did someone like you crawl out from? Hanarin quickly blocked the girl's strike and sneered. Someone like me is the most suited for the master. Seeing things getting out of hand, Kim Hyung-gu said, all right, charging straight. Forward, Mission loudly declared, the master is mine. Hanarin quickly rushed over and yelled, shut up, shorty, unable to tolerate it any longer. Kim Hyung-gu suddenly jumped down and tapped each on the head, then angrily shouted, stop. Hanarin quickly rubbed her head and spoke loudly. Questioning, but master, you allowed us to spar. Glancing at the broken railing, he loudly asked, is this what you call sparring? Then Kim Hyung-gu looked at the ground, dented by their fight. He was speechless, thinking, oh my god, they're like cats and dogs. Thinking this, Kim Hyung-gu pointed to the house and sternly suggested, go inside and reflect until I return. Mission replied. Yes, Hanarin added reluctantly, fine. As she passed by, it made Lee Seorong extremely curious. She quickly asked, but who is that girl? She wasn't inferior to Emperor Long in the heir's form. Kim Hyung-gu calmly replied, my second disciple. Hearing this, Lee Seorong was surprised and exclaimed. Thinking she didn't hear clearly, Kim Hyung-gu repeated, she's my second disciple. Shocked by this harsh reality, Lee Seorong could only shed tears and scream internally. He even has another disciple. If another troublemaker appears, I won't be able to handle it. She trembled looking at the chaotic scene with the two wild disciples, feeling exhausted. I can't even stop them if they fight. At this moment, Hanarin crossed her arms and arrogantly said, you Mission immediately questioned, you want. Lee Seorong again screamed internally, where are you Hyun-woo? At the same time, he kept picking his ear like he was ticklish. The one named Avi asked, what's wrong? Kim Hyung-gu calmly answered, my ear itches too much. After scratching, he smiled brightly and asked, whatever, can this artifact really lead to the creator? Avi frowned seriously. It's on the 835th floor. He asked in surprise, the 835th floor? Where is that? She replied, I just recently learned about it. Then Avi continued her explanation. Floors 1 through 9 share the same framework and are relatively similar. Basically, they're alike in that each has living civilizations, but their structures are different. She raised her hand and opened a virtual space to illustrate. For example, the 8th floor is built from multi-dimensional space, and although floors 1 and 3 also have civilization, their scale is relatively smaller than the other floors. Kim Hyung-gu folded his arms, put on an intellectual look, then broke out in a cold sweat as he replied, I kind of get it now, I think. He said that, but in truth, he didn't understand a thing. Kim Hyung-gu immediately pushed it out of his mind. Then he smiled and asked Avi, that's not the main issue, right? Can I go to the 8th floor? She answered at once, you can go to the 8th floor right now if you want. However, Avi added, but you'll need to enter an artifact to find the route there. As she spoke, she quickly conjured a list that included the blind man's compass, the hand of time, the giant's heart, the giant's eye, the giant's tooth. Kim Hyung-gu couldn't help asking skeptically, 5 things. Hearing that, Avi started sweating and reassured him, but you'll find them quickly. While reviewing the file in her hands, she continued, the locations of 2 of them are already known, and the remaining 3 all belong to a single person. Look, she said, lifting it up for him to see. Kim Hyung-gu curled his lips into a smirk. Then he quickly stood up and declared firmly, all right, I'll be back later. At that moment, his gaze drifted to the file beside him. Kim Hyung-gu muttered to himself, looks like it won't take long. At the same time, Michhyang grew a little curious and asked, what's that on your shoulder? Hanarin asked back arrogantly, you mean this mask? Then she gave a scornful laugh and flicked it lightly. My master gave it to me. Michhyang sprang to her feet and demanded loudly, what? No way, master took such careful care of that mask. Hanarin let out an impressed oh. Then she smiled and asked, so you haven't received a gift? Michhyang boasted at full volume, master taught me martial arts. Hanarin replied with a bright smile. Really? That's amazing. I guess you can just keep learning from him and stay a disciple forever. Michhyang clenched her fist, blazing with anger, and warned, I'll kill you. Just as the 2 were about to go at it again, someone suddenly spoke up to scold them. I told you 2 to take a good look at yourselves. And you're arguing again. Seeing Kim Hyung-gu, both of them called out at once, Master, Master. He suddenly frowned and silently blamed himself. I really shouldn't have brought Hanarin along, huh? He thought they'd get along because they acted so similarly, but he'd been wrong. After that thought, he cleared his throat and said, anyway, I have a few things I need you 2 to do. Both of them looked utterly surprised. Michhyang quickly glanced at Hanarin, then chuckled to herself and asked, just give the order. Master just shot the girl a sideways look. Hanarin followed up, what do I need to do, Master? Kim Hyung-gu immediately assigned the tasks. Michhyang, go to Hong Kong and bring back the blind man's compass. Hanarin, go to Mexico and find an artifact called the Hand of Time. Hearing that, Hanarin chuckled and asked, anything else you need? He replied, no, just bring it back here and try not to cause trouble if you can. Understood, she answered firmly. I will. Meanwhile, in the state of Montana, an old man was furious, shouting into the phone. How is that possible? He yelled, as if he were about to drop the phone's speaker. I said any amount of money. The person on the other end replied awkwardly, no matter how much money it is, it can't be done. Hearing that, Bot flew into a rage and barked. What? The director of Sixth Era, the biggest TV network in the US, is saying it can't be done. The voice on the other end answered softly. I'm very sorry. They continued in a gentle tone, and I sincerely advise you, sir, you'd better not get involved with him. Hearing that, he slammed the phone onto the floor and cursed, damn it. Then he covered his face with one hand and said gloomily, everything they say is nonsense. Why can't they do anything about that bastard Hunter? Why? The secretary suddenly spoke. Senator, you have a visitor. Aitlit Pot asked in surprise. What did you say? I don't have any appointments today. The secretary replied, I forgot to mention it. This isn't someone who's scheduled ahead. Then, with a sinister look, he added, it's a one-sided notice. He scowled, clearly annoyed. What is this guy talking about? The moment Aitlit Pot finished speaking, a huge crash suddenly rang out. It came with a storm of rubble and choking dust. Seeing the wall punch through with a massive hole, Aitlit boss panicked and screamed. What? Suddenly, someone stepped in and snapped irritably, shut up, my ears are going deaf. He didn't know who he was seeing, but his mouth fell open as he cried out in alarm. You Kim Hyung-gu thought you were someone unknown, but it turns out you were staring at me with extreme arrogance. Peering before me, I smashed a large section of the wall with my strength, staring directly at Aitlit Pot. The Montana state senator was shocked by the scene. Jun, my brother-in-law, pointed straight at Kim Hyung-gu and shouted, what the hell do you think you're doing? How dare you destroy my house? Kim Hyung-gu replied softly, what am I doing? Then he calmly said, according to my investigation, all you do is nonsense. You can't fool me. For example, bribing investors to manipulate auction results. Hearing this, Aitlit Pot froze completely, unable to move, drenched in sweat. He shouted as if startled, what the hell are you talking about? I'll sue you for breaking into. Before Aitlit Pot could finish, Kim Hyung-gu kept attacking. In no time, the traditional newspaper of the kid hunters made Aitlit Pot unconsciously recoil in fear. Kim Hyung-gu continued with a sarcastic tone. News channel, a Western U.S. press company, Owen Central. He looked at the paper in front of him, smirked slightly, and said wearily, damn, I'm too lazy to read all this. Then he bluntly asked, have you done nothing else but call these people all week? Saying that, Kim Hyung-gu tossed the paper onto the table in front of Aitlit Pot and slowly asked, you must really enjoy manipulating the media, right? Aitlit Pot trembled as he interrogated Kim Hyung-gu. How do you know? Kim Hyung-gu said nothing, just smiled brightly in this situation. Aitlit Pot turned to his secretary and yelled, don't tell me, you're the one doing this to Evan, right? The secretary gave a sly smile and slowly said to Aitlit Pot, well, you should have treated me well from the start. Aitlit Pot's anger made his face red, jaw clenched. He overturned the table, sending everything flying, and pointed at the secretary while shouting, you bastard. The secretary bowed, holding out the document folder to Kim Hyung-gu and carefully said, here is the list of gangs this person hired to harm you, Kim Hyung-gu. He calmly said, let's see, you also hired some gangs to attack me, trying to do it like the Aries gang. Pot froze in place, eyes wide, only able to utter, huh. Fear consumed him, his face fell. Face flushed, tears in his eyes. Thinking I'm in trouble, it's all over. That bastard will kill me. Kim Hyung-gu snapped Aitlit Pot out of his panic, saying, honestly, I wanted to solve this by releasing all these documents everywhere. Aitlit Pot sank to the floor, pale from every word. Kim Hyung-gu continued, but that would be too cruel, right? Kim Hyung-gu sat down to match Aitlit Pot's level, negotiating, so let's compromise a bit. He continued gently. I heard you've been obsessively collecting artifacts, right? Looking at the display cabinet full of items, Kim Hyung-gu continued. Hand over the artifacts in the giant collection you've gathered over 10 years, and I'll keep this secret until I die. He smiled brightly at Aitlit Pot. How about it? Isn't that a pretty smooth solution? The scene shifted to a magnificent Gothic mansion. Sunlight streamed through stained glass windows, creating a magical and luxurious atmosphere. Choi-en, known in the press as a master alchemist, confidently believed he bowed to no one. Moments later, Choi-en appeared with a forced smile, reluctantly saying, yes. Sweat poured down as he clasped his hands together. He bowed to Mission and continued softly, may I ask why Miss DeLong has come here? Mission looked at him and clearly stated her demand, give me the blind man's compass. Choi-en asked again, you mean? Mission slammed the table and shouted, startling Choi-en, cutting him off. Though he smiled, his face had gone pale and bloodless with fear. He immediately agreed, clasping his hands, understood, we'll prepare it as quickly as possible. Give me 3 days and… Mission interrupted. 3 hours, Choi-en questioned, excuse me. Mission arrogantly crossed her legs, calmly ordering, bring it to me in 3 hours. Choi-en tried to protest, but the artifact is on the mansion's island, we can't. Suddenly, flames of hatred surrounded them. Mission sprouted demon horns. Her face turned dark and ominous. Seeing this terrifying sight, Choi-en didn't dare delay and loudly said, I'll go get it immediately. Mission leaned back in her chair and said, Number 1, follow and assist him. The attendant immediately acknowledged, understood. Hanarin suddenly appeared in Mission's mind. She arrogantly said, Don't worry, master, I'll bring it back in 3 hours. Mission was furious and thought, no matter what happens, I have to get it before that girl, no matter the cost. Now the compass was safely in Avi's hands, the blind man's compass. List 5, no addition. Use search, information authorization. No authority, blind yet able to see through everything, created this artifact for a companion. The blind man's compass lets its user pinpoint any place they want. However, its power was lost when the tower floor was destroyed, and it can't operate accurately. Unable to hide her surprise, Avi asked skeptically, So Master collected all of this in 2 days. I thought it would take at least a week. Kim Hyung-gu lounged in his chair and said, Things went pretty smoothly. He thought cheerfully that Hanarin had brought his items in under an hour, and Mirian had done the same. Michio glanced at Hanarin, sparks practically flying from her eyes with jealousy. Kim Hyung-gu asked Avi, Either way, it's good to have these right. Avi answered at once, Exactly. All we need to do now is merge them into one. Kim Hyung-gu was surprised by Avi's capability. He widened his eyes and asked, You can craft artifacts too. Avi was busy with the machinery. Without looking up, she drawled, You could do it too, Kim Hyung-gu, if they were one from the start. In the dim room, only the eerie blue glow from the machinery lit the space. She set the blind man's compass into the device. A series of beeps signaled the activation sequence had begun. Avi focused and continued working through the remaining steps. Kim Hyung-gu could only stare. Avi flipped a switch, fully concentrated, ignoring everything around her. The compass, which had been dormant, suddenly came back to life. The needle danced nonstop, casting glittering rays of light. The beam shone straight into Kim Hyung-gu's eyes, forcing him to shield them with his hand. After a few more adjustments, the blind man's compass debuted in a new form. A heart-shaped compass with 2 serrated gears, one large and one small, plus a jade-green little figure. A system message appeared, Blind Man's Compass, complete form. Rank 55, bonus 0, skills, pathfinding, search, detection, information authorization. A blind man who could see through everything created this artifact for a companion. The blind man's compass lets its user pinpoint any place they want. However, its power was lost when the tower floor was destroyed, and it can't operate accurately. It can find any destination the user wants and detect nearby danger. Kim Hyung-gu beamed, grabbed the compass, and shouted with delight. It changed both its appearance and its description. Avi replied with a proud, smug look. This is the compass's true ability. She lifted her chin, swelling with pride in her own skill. Kim Hyung-gu gazed at the compass, entranced, and couldn't help asking Avi, So that means I can go to floor 8, sector 35 now, right? Sitting on the floor, Avi looked up and answered, Yeah. If you use your power inside the labyrinth, the compass will guide you. Kim Hyung-gu said excitedly, All right, great. The scene shifted deep into the labyrinth. Kim Hyung-gu, wearing his legendary slippers, had arrived. He let out a long yawn. Skulls littered the area. Corpses lay scattered everywhere, still clad in iron armor. Kim Hyung-gu glanced down at the compass. A thread-thin beam of light at its tip pointed the way forward. He licked his lips, growing impatient, and muttered, How much deeper do I have to go? Kim Hyung-gu surveyed the darkness and murmured softly, There's no light down here, so I don't even know how many days have passed, and I'm out of food. He paused. No, forget the food. The real issue was, Kim Hyung-gu suddenly remembered what he'd told his 2 disciples back home. You 2 stay here, you need to protect this place in case anything happens. Hanarin quickly volunteered, pleading with him. Then Master should take me with you. Michio immediately scowled at Hanarin and snapped, What did you say? Hanarin lifted a hand to her cheek and taunted Michio, Because my fellow disciple is Master's first disciple. Isn't she enough to protect this place on her own? Michio refused to back down, raising her voice with a sneer, You don't know a damn thing. A fellow disciple, the only one who can help our master is me, Master's first disciple. Neither side yielded, openly provoking each other without a care for anything else. Hanarin curled her lips into a contemptuous smile and added, Didn't Master say we have to protect this place? Then you should be the guard dog. I mean, you should stay here and guard it. Michio glared wide-eyed at Hanarin and said mockingly, I wish I could tear your mouth apart right now. Should I do it? Far away, Kim Hyung-gu could only fall silent. Kim Hyung-gu stomped his foot and snapped back to reality. He thought to himself that those 2 might be verbally tearing into each other right now and wrecking the whole city in the process. Suddenly, a goblin sprinted in and broke his train of thought. It let out a shriek, and countless goblins came rushing in to surround Kim Hyung-gu. He made them taste his crushing fists. One swing sent them flying 100 meters away. Kim Hyung-gu rubbed his chin, wiping sweat as he thought. At least they'd started using honorifics after I told them to stop fighting, but it's just a change in what they call each other. Nothing more. The goblins lay dead at his feet, tongues lolling out. Kim Hyung-gu grabbed one goblin by the hand to check it, then said slowly, "Come to think of it, these monsters seem to be getting weaker and weaker, don't they?" A sly smile spread across his face, which means, clutching the blind man's compass tightly, Kim Hyung-gu walked on beneath its otherworldly guiding glow. A radiant grin blossomed on his lips. He blurted out, "I'm almost at the labyrinth's exit." The radiant morning light bathed the apartment building, and a clear voice rang out. "Hello, Hunter Lee Seorong." From the other side came the reply, "Hi, Anya." Hunter Lee Seorong carried 2 cups of freshly bought coffee. Out of breath, she said to Anya, "I was going to see my dad off before he went into the labyrinth. Has he already left?" Anya glanced at Lee Seorong and answered calmly, "Yes, that's right." Disappointed, Lee Seorong held out the 2 coffees toward Anya. "I told him to contact me before he left." "Oh my God, he's still the same. Miss Anya, could you drink this coffee for me?" Sensing something was off, Lee Seorong widened her round eyes and stared at Anya. Then she asked, baffled, "Huh?" Anya avoided Lee Seorong's gaze. She gently twirled the straw while Lee Seorong's attention fixed on the sword propped beside her. "That," Anya continued timidly. "Yeah, I wanted to ask you something," Lee Seorong encouraged her. "That's unusual, go on." Anya answered hesitantly. Slowly, she asked, could you tell me when Hunter Kim Si-hyun will be back?" The moment Anya finished, Lee Seorong froze, her round eyes fixed on her friend. Anya's question was genuinely a tough one. On the 8th floor of 53 in the Atlant Empire, screams of pain echoed everywhere. Fresh blood sprayed everywhere. Suddenly, an axe flashed past, spattering blood across its blade. At that moment, the old man carrying the axe glanced down and said with a smug grin, "This is boring." He was Bretta, a tower climber. At Bretta's feet, soldiers lay strewn across the ground. Only one man remained standing, gasping repeatedly to steady his breathing. Unable to hold it in, he let out a shout. Gah! He was a master swordsman, the lord of the Atlant Empire. Facing Bretta, Swilos thought helplessly. He really is a monster. Swilos believed he was the strongest man he had ever met. Then Swilos turned back and rallied his comrades. "Cavalry Unit 1, don't give up." A few soldiers struggled to sit up. Swilos shouted, "If we fall, the Empire will." Before he could finish, a sweeping slash cut across, triggering a powerful explosion. Rock and debris blasted in every direction. Swilos stared, speechless, at the sudden attack. The struck soldiers could only groan in agony. Gah! Everyone was beaten to the point of vomiting blood. Swilos trembled at the horrific scene before him. Bretta snarled, "I've had enough of this." He flashed a deranged grin and said, "I'll show you my achievement." As he swung the axe down, he continued, "The achievement I earned as the last survivor of Bretta Gotti." A beam of light appeared in the sky as Bretta roared. "I the ghoul of gluttony." Suddenly, a loud voice cut him off. "Grow bigger, wish-granting staff." Now Bretta, wearing a bloodthirsty expression, grinned like a madman and raised his axe to slaughter the remaining soldier. But a massive metal pillar suddenly drove into the ground. "Gah!" Bretta's mournful scream echoed across the area. Swilos raised his sword defensively, reeling in shock. What the hell? A young man in a tracksuit let out a sharp breath. It was Kim Hyung-gu. He looked up at the light in the sky where the staff had reached and cursed. "Ah, damn it, I didn't think the exit would be way up in the sky." Kim Hyung-gu stared blankly at the system, a question forming. The notice says I killed a tower climber. And where the hell is the Atlant Empire?" Swilos and his soldiers could only stand there, stunned, mouths gaping so wide their jaws nearly hit the ground. Kim Hyung-gu retracted the wish-granting staff and said excitedly, "I've got to keep going." The wish-granting iron staff instantly settled snugly into Kim Hyung-gu's palm. He nodded, eyeing the ring with an intrigued look. "Looks like I made it." Someone called out, "Hey." Kim Hyung-gu turned, bewildered. Swilos, still stunned, approached while hesitantly asking who Kim Hyung-gu was. Behind him, a limping soldier clutched an injured arm. Elsewhere, the clash of weapons rang out. Kim Si-hyun was drenched in sweat, his face twisted with fury, teeth grinding. "Erg!" Kim Si-hyun took a hit. The terrifying force sent him flying, and he cried out involuntarily. Then a pair of legs strolled toward Kim Si-hyun. An irritated voice said, "You've died 1,000 times already." Chanma looked down at Kim Si-hyun with contempt, like he was staring at a zombie. Blood trickled from Kim Si-hyun's mouth as he glared at Chanma with blazing resentment. All he could manage was a groan. "Yeah." Trembling, Kim Si-hyun braced himself on his wooden sword and stood up. He remembered how the first deaths had forged his resolve. In a land where he couldn't die, he longed to become stronger. He had trained relentlessly with unwavering determination. Kim Si-hyun thought bitterly, "I listened to Hyung, endure everything, swing my sword and defeat Chan Ma. But how many times has it been?" Kim Si-hyun asked helplessly. The excitement had vanished from his face, replaced by exhaustion and despair. Doubtful questions arose in Kim Si-hyun's mind. Why do I need a sword? Why must I become stronger? Kim Si-hyun struggled to move his body. Kneeling on the ground, he helplessly answered, "I don't know anymore." Chanma frowned and said to Kim Si-hyun, "Give up. You've died over 1,000 times already. But you couldn't even land a single hit on me." Kim Si-hyun, feeling dejected, lifted his head and looked at Chan Ma with a sorrowful face. Chan Ma coldly told Kim Si-hyun, "You don't stand a chance." Then, ruthlessly, he added, "Go back." Hearing this, Kim Si-hyun's face darkened, his eyes filled with disappointment. He recalled his glorious memories, when he was exhausted yet still saved his teammates, and when he bravely tried to encourage and inspire others. Remembering those days, Kim Si-hyun couldn't help but punch himself in the face. In his mind, he shouted, "Snap out of it." Seeing Kim Si-hyun's strange behavior, Chan Ma instinctively restrained him. Kim Si-hyun stretched out his hands to catch the blood dripping from his nose and tiredly uttered, "Martial arts." Then Kim Si-hyun stood up, calmly wiped his nose, looked at Chan Ma with determination and said, "I will never leave until I learn martial arts from you." Chan Ma irritably said, "Have you lost your mind, just like your acquaintance?" Fine, if Kim Si-hyun wants to continue training, Chan Ma didn't mind indulging him. Both Chan Ma and Kim Si-hyun quickly assumed combat stances. Around them, the wind howled violently. Chan Ma taunted, "Come at me again." Nearby, Lee Si-rong leisurely sipped an iced Americano. She brushed her hair back and asked Anya, "How's the dungeon management going?" Anya shyly replied, "Everything is going very well thanks to your help." Anya smiled happily and continued, "We have fewer staff than dungeons, but with combined management, we are now less worried about disruption. And we've learned a lot from you as well." Lee Si-rong pointed to the left and asked, "What are those buildings next to the main building?" "I remember those were newly built villas, but I heard they rebuilt them into taller buildings." Anya replied, "The building on the left belongs to the Royal Guild's Korea branch." She immediately thought of Miriam. After hesitating a moment, Anya continued, "And I heard the building on the right belongs to a newly established guild. But I'm not certain. Can a newly established guild really build such a large structure?" Lee Si-rong looked up at the ceiling and nodded. And it's in a place with two strong guilds." Realizing something, she suddenly exclaimed. Lee Si-rong recalled the fierce fight between Kim Hyung-goo's two disciples, Mai Ryung and Hana-rin. After resisting for a while, Hana-rin angrily left. Lee Si-rong broke into a cold sweat. "Don't tell me." Anya noticed her strange expression and asked, "What's wrong?" Lee Si-rong politely replied, "Oh, nothing, just some other matter." On the 8th floor, a magnificent palace appeared, its surroundings dazzling with gold. Even the staircase was intricately carved. The gentle maid said, "Please, this way." Kim Hyung-goo followed the maid. Looking around the palace with a dazed expression, he recalled the moment he met Swinloss. He praised Kim Hyung-goo, "The orb of truth is a treasure of the kingdom, but because you protect it, this empire I will report back to the king." Kim Hyung-goo was thrilled. Now, thinking back, he was glad he easily located the artifact. At this moment, two maids opened the grand door and announced, "The hero of the empire, Kim Hyung-goo, is entering." Behind the door sat the elderly king on his majestic throne. Standing beside him was Swinloss, bowing respectfully, his face tense. When the king saw Kim Hyung-goo, he exclaimed, "It's you, the one who defeated the monster harming the empire." The king asked Kim Hyung-goo, then continued, "I instructed the other guards, aside from Lord Swinloss, to invite you here." Kim Hyung-goo glanced upward. He felt uneasy. Looking at the imposing king, he worried, "Do I need to follow some protocol or what?" "All right, forget it. I really don't know where to start." He looked at the king and smiled lightly. "Ah, your majesty," outwardly cheerful, inwardly thinking, "How rude." The king sweetly said, "First, I want to thank you. You protected the empire from the apocalypse caused by that monster. Therefore, I will host a week-long banquet to celebrate." The king's words seemed to float past Kim Hyung-goo's ears. His mind was preoccupied with Mai Ryung and Hana-rin, so he responded perfunctorily, "Yes, thank you, your majesty." Kim Hyung-goo added, "But I desire something else." The king gently said, "Of course, I heard you want the orb of truth." Then lowering his voice, the king said, "Unfortunately, we cannot give it to you." Kim Hyung-goo felt the atmosphere grow extremely tense. After processing the words, Kim Hyung-goo's face twisted in anger. He glanced aside and asked, "What?" The king calmly replied, "Your achievements are commendable. However, the orb of truth can be considered the guardian deity of this empire, and my guards oppose giving it." Swinloss turned away, unable to meet Kim Hyung-goo's eyes. The king continued, "But if you solve the current problems in our kingdom, things will be different." Kim Hyung-goo held his head, utterly bewildered by this absurdity. He shouted, "What?" His mind was a jumble of thoughts. "I don't have time for that." Kim Hyung-goo was extremely frustrated, gritting his teeth as he looked at the king. He was impatient, thinking he needed to return quickly. Seeing Swinloss with a face full of fear and tension, eyes tightly shut, Kim Hyung-goo was full of doubt. "Wait, the atmosphere now feels strange." Kim Hyung-goo immediately activated the system to use a skill. After reading the content on the notice board, Kim Hyung-goo's eyes widened in astonishment. Then he slammed a fist into the ground with such force that the floor shattered. The content on the system board read, "Entrusting this young man with handling the Manji people in the East is not a good idea. If he survives and returns, I will grant him a position in this empire so he can decide the empire's fate. If he refuses, I must consider ways to kill him with the orb of truth." These are the king's secret calculations. Kim Hyung-gu glared at the emperor. With eyes full of fury, clenching his fists, he almost roared. Has this old man gone mad? In this world, mythical creatures exist. They are beings chosen by the heavens and live for hundreds of years. They retain divine energy within their bodies and possess intelligence equal to or even greater than humans. Furthermore, a bushy tail appeared in the darkness. Its owner exclaimed, "Ah, so it is a nine-tailed fox spirit." It was marveling at the teleportation gate. This fox had lived for over 1,800 years and had become a mythical being. The fox spirit was named Kumiho. She was both excited and anxious in front of the teleportation gate. Kumiho said, "Now this is the 9th floor. If I seize the throne, I can achieve my goal." Saying this, Kumiho reached her hand toward the gate. The teleportation gate reacted violently as she touched it, releasing fierce electric arcs, causing Kumiho to flinch. She hastily withdrew her hand, shouting in panic, "What? How can the mana be this immense?" She broke into a sweat, looked at her trembling, pain-stricken hands and said shakily, "Not just once, but many times already." Swallowing to calm her fear, Kumiho told herself, "But for the throne." With that, she plunged into the teleportation gate. On the other side of the gate, Kumiho heard continuous explosions and screaming. The commotion in the night was due to Mission and Hanarin clashing, sparks flying. One used magic, the other physical attacks. One shouted, "You bastard!" The other yelled back, "What did you just say, shorty?" Kumiho stood in the middle, watching, enjoying snacks and tea. Kumiho was stunned by the sight. Just stepping onto a new floor, she was already facing a super difficult challenge. Hanarin laughed maniacally, shouting, "I will capture that tower climber. So get to a corner and hide." Mission, with a fierce expression, yelled back, "Don't be ridiculous, you bastard. Do you think I don't know you intend to flirt with the master?" The two disciples lunged at each other, dust and debris flying. Kumiho covered her face with her hands, trying to stay grounded. She lowered her hands to watch the scene before her. Her inner thought screamed continuously, "What is this? I realize this place is beyond my limit. I must run quickly, somehow." Kumiho turned to flee but tripped over something. The fox screamed. Bang! Kumiho's fall echoed, causing the two disciples grappling to stop and turn with extremely annoyed expression. Seeing their faces, Kumiho went pale, shouting in fear. Ah! The two disciples, seeing Kumiho's 9 tails, glared at each other. With burning eyes, in the blink of an eye, Michiyoung and Hanarin charged at Kumiho like two rabid dogs. They shoved each other, screaming, "Mine, you are mine." Kumiho screamed and scrambled away frantically. Meanwhile, in the palace, Kim Hyung-gu shouted in astonishment, "Ha ha ha." After hearing Kim Hyung-gu call him an old madman, the emperor still smiled. The entire room fell silent. A few seconds after gathering his composure, the emperor stammered, yelling at Kim Hyung-gu, "What? How dare you?" Kim Hyung-gu picked at his ear and asked casually, "Did I say something wrong?" The emperor was trembling with anger. Kim Hyung-gu, seeing this, remained unbothered. "There are 3 reasons that make me laugh and want to kick." He then paused, realizing he might have gone too far and fearing he would curse and lose face. Kim Hyung-gu regained his composure and continued, "First, I have taken care of the tower climber threatening this empire, or even the entire continent." Kim Hyung-gu raised an eyebrow at the emperor and smirked slightly, "Yet he shamelessly tried to use me for personal gain. Does he not know I can read others' thoughts?" The emperor stubbornly refused to acknowledge and shouted, "Absurd, absurd." Kim Hyung-gu stepped up the stairs toward the emperor and spoke gently. "Second, you tried to keep me here to babble about 3 useless rewards." A sword immediately blocked his path, preventing further advance. Seeing Swinloss standing guard, the emperor still justified, "Well then, in middle age, status is the most important thing," Kim Hyung-gu said calmly. "Perhaps for people at your level, that would indeed be an extremely valuable reward." He placed his hand on the sword and then lowered it. Then, crushing the sword with his bare hands, Kim Hyung-gu sneered and said, "But I don't come from here." Fool! Swinloss broke into a sweat seeing Kim Hyung-gu snap his sword barehanded. Kim Hyung-gu said in a deep voice, "And finally." The king groaned in fear and pulled Swinloss in front of him. Swinloss tried to stay calm to warn Kim Hyung-gu, "We are very grateful for your help, but please stop this disrespectful behavior immediately." Fear welled up inside Swinloss. Kim Hyung-gu pursed his lips, shook his head and said, "You must have misunderstood some things because we're talking." A black orb appeared behind Kim Hyung-gu, crackling with hundreds of sparks. Looking straight at the king, Kim Hyung-gu arrogantly asked, "Do you think you're in a position to negotiate with me?" Later, under the bright moon, Kim Hyung-gu held a crystal orb, examining it and praising, "It's sparkling." The system displayed the orb's information. "This is the Truth Orb, rank 55, additional, none, skill, authority access. Cooldown until next use, 28 days, 11 hours, 23 minutes and 31 seconds. This purple crystal orb holds informational authority, created as an artifact, in secret by a wizard who discovered the truth and realized it could block the system. The orb will reveal everything the user wants in exchange for their mana. However, The cooldown depends on the information level. After inspecting the orb, Kim Hyung-gu glanced disdainfully behind him. It was Swinloss. Kim Hyung-gu murmured, "I told you no need to see me off." Swinloss stayed silent, avoiding Kim Hyung-gu's gaze. Kim Hyung-gu asked evenly, "Still following me?" Swinloss sighed awkwardly. "No." Swinloss bowed 90 degrees. "I just want to apologize for angering you because you are our hero." Kim Hyung-gu awkwardly scratched his head and declined, "No need to apologize." He turned away, hands in his pockets, saying goodbye. "I'm leaving now, take care." He tossed Swinloss a package of military rations and said, "Take this." Swinloss looked at Kim Hyung-gu in confusion. Kim Hyung-gu laughed heartily, pointed at the package and continued. "Delicious." Holding the magical item, Kim Hyung-gu commanded, "Enlarge." The Rui Jingu staff immediately grew. Shooting straight into the sky, Swinloss instinctively raised his hand to shield himself. When the staff retracted, Swinloss looked up at the moon, hesitating. That was powerful. Then he glanced at the package, feeling embarrassed. The packaging read military MRE. It was army rations. Elsewhere, Chan Ma asked irritably, "Do you know about this point?" Kim Hyung-gu really surprised me. Chan Ma asked coldly, "And you?" He pressed a sword to Kim Si-hyun's neck while the boy lay exhausted on the ground. Chan Ma said disappointedly, "Even after experiencing death as many times as he did, what have you learned? Even stepping in here after facing countless deaths, what did you gain?" Chan Ma continued mercilessly, "Your progress is poor, or rather, non-existent." Kim Si-hyun reacted, raising his head and asked timidly, You mean I am making progress, right?" Chan Ma's eyebrows furrowed. Kim Si-hyun leaned on his staff, sweating, and forced a smile. "If I die another 100,000 times, could I reach his level?" Chan Ma smiled with interest. He stepped forward and bluntly said, "Martial arts aren't for you. No matter how tough you are, you're just a fool, but don't worry." Chan Ma continued loudly, "In this world, some martial arts are perfect for a fool like you." Kim Si-hyun's eyes sparkled again. He smiled happily. "All right." Chan Ma raised his sword and said, "I won't teach you martial arts." Instead, he took a serious combat stance. "I will teach you a skill." Then Chan Ma lowered his voice, looking straight at Kim Si-hyun. "Before I started climbing the tower and before I used the name Chan Ma, I met someone. A fool, but that helped him become strong." Mist and clouds swirled around Chan Ma and a large shadow appeared behind him. Chan Ma said solemnly, "I will show you the first move of the celestial light sword." In the dark cave, footsteps and labored breathing echoed. Crystals glittered on the stone walls. A male wizard illuminated the area and looked back, saying, "They're coming, prepare quickly." Behind him was a girl in gym clothes. Wearing bare gloves, she struggled to catch her breath. The wizard warned her, "The white bone is a foe that even I, rank S32, must be cautious of." He shouted, "Everyone fortify with everything you have, otherwise we'll die." The wizard shouted and the girl froze. Seeming to sense something, she placed her hand on the wizard's shoulder, hesitating. Something feels off." The wizard asked anxiously. "What?" The girl pointed forward, her face full of panic. "I don't know if the monsters can show expressions, but no matter how I look, I can see they are scared." The white bone spirits staggered, some carrying treasures, barely keeping balance. All of them screamed and ran forward like moths to a flame. "Can monsters really show such expression?" The male mage exclaimed. He stared at them in shock, sweat covering his face, and said, "Could it be?" Thinking this, he hurriedly turned around to warn. Something even stronger than the skeletons was chasing them from behind. "Gather, we must run quickly." As soon as he finished speaking, a beam of light streaked through a skeleton, splitting it in two. The male mage stood frozen. His head felt like it was about to burst. A voice spoke, in large Rui staff. Instantly, a massive object flew past the wind chariot. The male mage and the girl ducked their heads, shielding themselves with their hands. The male mage looked up at the sky, stammering, what is that?" A man laughed and tilted his head, asking, "Hey," the girl exclaimed, "it's human." Retracting the Rui staff, the man said, so he jumped up, excitedly shouting, "Finally, I'm back on the 9th floor." Beneath him, the skeleton was shedding tears. It turned out to be Kim Hyung-gu. The sun rose higher, and the first rays shyly filtered through the leaves, gently draping the mansion in a golden glow. Kim Hyung-gu licked his lips and softly said, "Can't believe I've been gone for 2 weeks already." Michhyong and Hanarin glared at each other from the side. Suddenly remembering something, Kim Hyung-gu cheerfully turned to ask Michhyong, "You said you have something for me, right?" "What is it?" Michhyong replied, startled. "Ah, master, please accept this." A shiny orb appeared before him. The system announced, "The orb contains the divine power of the nine-tailed fox. Additional options: power-up skills, rest, absorption, detox, deepening, exchange, minor healing." Info authority: the orb stores divine power. The nine-tailed fox split its power and placed it in the orb for magical training. The orb became half of the nine-tailed fox's power. As long as the orb remains intact, its possessor gains half of that eternal regenerative power. Hyun-woo happily touched it, voice trembling. "So you mean?" His eyes swept across the bound Kumiho in front. She stifled a groan of distress. Hyun-woo silently observed, thinking, "Is this the person who climbed the tower?" As if reading his thoughts, both Hanarin and Michiang rushed forward. They competed for credit, unwilling to yield. Right, master, I caught her myself. Hey, senior sister, you should tell the truth, I was the first. She Hyenwu sighed and muttered a probing comment. How did you two catch her? Hanarin and Michiang bristled like two hissing cats, clawing at each other, arguing. I was the one. Hyenwu helplessly tore at his hair. My Ryung explained. Michiang, feeling triumphant, sneered at Hanarin and replied, yes, master. Then the group entered the mansion to rest for a while. Hyenwu leisurely lay on a lounge chair, checking his phone. So the World Hunters Association requested help, and as a result, both of you went after her and caught her together. My Ryung quickly continued. Yes, although on the way we caused a little damage. Before she could finish, Hyenwu sternly interrupted. A little damage? He held up his phone to the two girls. On the hot news board, the faces of the two young disciples were plastered with the headline, Terror caused by Emperor Dragon in Malaysia. Hunters declared war on Emperor Dragon, accused of causing a night of horror. The two glanced at each other awkwardly, unsure what to say. Hyenwu, seeing this, temporarily let it slide. He quickly glanced at the unexpected guest and spoke. All right, no major damage occurred. But why did you let her live? When called, Kumiho suddenly turned her head in shock. Before the two disciples could respond, Hyenwu coldly ordered, now deal with her. At this moment, after struggling for a while, Kumiho finally loosened the rope over her mouth. She cried out, please spare my life. I have lost all my power now. I can't do anything without the divine orb. Hyenwu paused, frozen in place. This tower climber is begging for her life. She bowed her head, tears streaming, voice choked as she pleaded. Now I'm just a multi-tailed fox and can only use a little magic. Hyenwu clenched the orb in his hand, his eyes wavering as he looked at Kumiho. Seems she's telling the truth. At this moment, the system announced, the nine-tailed fox lost nearly all power after losing the divine orb. Feeling a bit soft-hearted, Hyenwu turned to ask the two disciples for their opinion. So why don't we let her live one more time? The two nodded kindly. Yes. Then Hanarin lightly closed her eyes, tiredly whispering. Michiang intervened when I was about to kill the fox. Michiang glared angrily and shouted, what are you saying? You were the one who interfered. The two launched into an argument. Didn't you kick her first? I'm sure you touched me first. Helpless at their childish behavior. Hyenwu groaned, stop it. Suddenly a thought flashed through his mind. He cautiously said, don't tell me you couldn't kill her because both of you wanted to be the first to do it. What hit right on the mark, both blushed and turned away, not daring to look each other in the eyes. Hyenwu thought to himself that both of them must be special figures, but they were acting like children. Thinking that, he quietly crouched down in front of the nine-tailed fox and spoke gently. Bill, whatever. The nine-tailed fox answered in fear. Yes, I'm here. He spoke coldly. If you want to live, tell me everything you know about the tower. The nine-tailed fox trembled violently. That's too vague. I'm not sure exactly what you want to know. Seeing that the one in front of him wasn't cooperating, Hyenwu clenched his fist and raised it before her face as a threat. The nine-tailed fox was terrified. No, I'm not saying I don't want to tell you. After a bout of sobbing, the nine-tailed fox finally gave in and confessed. All right, I get it. You just want me to tell everything from beginning to end, right? 2 hours passed. On the rooftop courtyard, only Hyenwu and the nine-tailed fox remained. The two disciples had been kicked out for constantly bickering and sparring. After telling him everything, she finally concluded softly, that's everything I know. He gave her time to think, and aside from what he already knew, he considered the useful information she'd provided. After thinking, he asked quietly, so the reason tower climbers want to climb this tower is to gain lots of money and achievements, right? The nine-tailed fox nodded lightly. That's right. Whoever can reach the top will be acknowledged by the owner and take a seat on the second golden ring, and afterward can obtain any achievement they want. Hyenwu was suspicious. What exactly is that achievement? The nine-tailed fox explained patiently. Simply put, it allows you to possess any power you crave. At that, he thought silently. If those wicked people managed to climb the tower, they would definitely scheme for something evil. He muttered softly. That's so devious. How can they do that? They go through all of that just to climb the tower and then only get that kind of power. The nine-tailed fox spoke gently. An achievement isn't simply power, it's more like a wish. For example, do you know about low-level monsters? Hyenwu nodded. They're low-level monsters, the weakest kind. Continuing, the nine-tailed fox said, if a monster receives an achievement and becomes a sword saint, startled by this, Hyenwu flinched. It would gain the ability to use the sword saint's power. And more than that, taking someone's achievement is equivalent to taking everything about that person. Everything about that person, the nine-tailed fox said loudly. From the sword saint's power to their birthday, thoughts, habits, every memory they've ever lived through. And anyone who meets the right conditions can take it all. and that monster will become the one who inherits the power of the Sword Saint, and it itself will become a Sword Saint. Hearing that, Hyun-woo went a little dazed. If you could take someone's achievement without enduring all the hardship, then it would surely be something worth wishing for. At that moment, the nine-tailed fox's voice grew smaller and weaker, hissing softly. With shimmering eyes and a shy tone, she stared at him and pleaded. "I've told you everything. You'll spare my life, right? Since I came here, I haven't done anything bad." He burst out laughing and said, "Let me think about it." The nine-tailed fox blurted out in panic, "What?" With a hint of teasing, Hyun-woo's low voice sounded slowly. "What do you think? Should I give you a quiet death?" Hearing that, she hurriedly shook her head. "No, that's not a good idea." After some persuasion, Hyun-woo finally agreed to spare the young woman. She cheered with delight. "Wow, being alive is amazing." Her shout echoed throughout the villa complex as night gradually fell. Darkness swallowed the room. The inner demon sat motionless, like a lonely ghost in the silent space. He smiled sinisterly and asked the person opposite softly, "Are you sure?" The man in black, his face hidden in shadow, answered in a hoarse voice, "Yes, there's a good chance he'll learn the truth soon." In the suffocating stillness, the inner demon's eerie laughter and low voice rang out. "Now this is interesting." A deadly aura spread over everything. The mysterious man in black slammed the table in anger and sprang to his feet. "It's not interesting at all if this keeps going. Some freak is going to end up climbing the tower. Even if he isn't a tower climber, if he climbs this tower, we could tell from his attitude just now that he'd gotten carried away." The man in black fell silent, lowered his head, avoided his gaze, and hurriedly sat back down in remorse, softly offering an apology. The inner demon's eyes swept over him, and he suddenly chuckled before replying, "Fine, you have a point. Damn it, I want to see how far a weirdo like that can go." The inner demon's icy voice rang out softly. An image of Hyun-woo's bright face flashed through his mind, one conqueror eliminating another. Meanwhile, Avi cradled the orb she had just obtained, its mysterious light washing over her face. After examining it closely, she bowed her head and confirmed, "That's right, this is the truth orb I mentioned. Before the time runs out, we'll know who its owner is." With that, she handed it back to Hyun-woo. He stammered softly, "But if that's the case, wouldn't it be easier to just ask the orb who dragged me into the trial tower?" Avi's eyes widened in surprise, marveling. "Oh right," he reassured her, gently rubbing the orb as he said softly, "Of course, I've already planned to negotiate with that person." At that moment, the system panel suddenly appeared. Things worth keeping: 4 of the 15 giants, the Rui staff, the divine orb of the nine-tailed fox, and the orb of truth. Hyun-woo waited for a moment, then spoke. "I have something to ask. Can I spare the tower climber's life?" Startled by his sudden question, she widened her eyes and replied, "Why are you asking that?" He answered coldly, "They can't kill her because they're too busy tearing each other apart." Speechless at his logic, she peeled off a small piece of bread, put it in her mouth, and pondered. "Actually, I also know that a tower climber has appeared. As my information authority increases, I'll be able to detect to a certain extent the amount of mana on the 9th floor. Hyun-woo tilted his head, baffled. "What? So you already know that tower climber was spared?" Frozen by his question, she flushed and hurriedly got up to check the system panel again. Avi replied, "Not exactly. At first, the tower climber's energy was huge, but when the battle ended, it shrank down until it was hard to sense." Hyun-woo stopped eating his ice cream and said, "She doesn't have the divine orb and she's just a low-level tower climber, so keeping her around isn't a problem." Still a bit unconvinced, Avi suggested, "But we don't know what might happen. Shouldn't we mark her?" Hyun-woo exclaimed in surprise, "Mark her?" Avi nodded. "Because I've been researching lately. There are many relics on the 9th floor that could be useful if they're combined." Hyun-woo guessed vaguely, "That mark is a relic." Avi imagined it excitedly. "Yep, it's something like a moon chain." She pursed her lips and demanded, "What do I need to make it?" "About 5 relics." Hyun-woo leaned his head back and groaned again. Sensing his frustration, she quickly lifted her tablet, waved it in front of him, and said eagerly, "It's not hard. Recently, there's someone who's been holding a bunch of relics." She brought the screen closer and introduced softly, "This person." Hyun-woo calmly glued his eyes to the tablet, still leisurely sucking on his ice cream. Without realizing it, he murmured under his breath. Right in the headline, it read, "Senator Pot has appeared to visit a relic auction before returning to work." Senator Pot, who was recently injured in a gas explosion, has been discharged from the hospital this week. While he was away, the heavenly demon grew pensive, leaning against the trunk of an ancient tree. He stared at his opponent and muttered, "You've finally got a little something." Kim Si-hyun, drenched in sweat, replied a little awkwardly, "It's all thanks to you, master." The heavenly demon turned coldly, eyes sharp as daggers as they swept over his disciple. His raspy voice rose, "Disciple, I've never had one as weak as you. Now get lost, I've got nothing left to teach you." Cold on the outside but warm deep down, Kim Si-hyun knew his master was stern in words yet kind at heart. Even while acting strict, he always cared in silence. Thinking that, he smiled faintly as he watched him go. His master's back gradually vanished into the night, glossy black hair fluttering in the wind. Silver moonlight gently draped over his bony shoulders. Seeing this, his heart brimmed with gratitude. He He quickly clasped his hands, bowed sincerely, and gave thanks. "Thank you for everything, master." After speaking, he softly closed his eyes and focused, summoning his power. A surge of powerful energy enveloped him, without waiting for the heavenly demon to respond. Kim Si-hyun hurriedly used instant movement and vanished into the night. When the heavenly demon turned around, he only saw a blinding streak of light that flashed and went out. Si-hyun was gone without a trace. The heavenly demon quietly turned and continued on, lips curling slightly. HMPH. The second one's more polite than the first, huh? He recalled his student with satisfaction. Over here, a beam of light flared and Si-hyun appeared beside a small stream. After that instant movement, he cracked his eyes open and slowly took in the surrounding. Suddenly, right at his feet, two figures were lying collapsed on the icy ground. He cried out in alarm, "What is this?" In front of him, a towering, crimson monster rumbled. The red beast captain stared at Kim Si-hyun with delight and shouted, "Another one come to throw his life away." No one else, it was the legendary tower climber, dream poet demon. Si-hyun screamed in panic, "What the hell, I just came out. How could I run into this right away?" Without hesitating, the crimson monster sprang up, charging straight at Si-hyun. Roaring with glee, it bellowed, "Rejoice, because you'll be killed by me, the dream poet demon." The monster's roar thundered out. Si-hyun anxiously scanned around and thought, "I don't have a weapon. I just got back from the imaginary dimension." All of a sudden, a blinding streak of light shot up from the ground, shining straight into Si-hyun's eye. He lowered his gaze and discovered a massive sword driven firmly into the earth right beside him. In the urgent moment, with no time to think, he boldly lifted the sword and leveled it straight ahead. Unbidden, the image of his strict master's warning rose vividly in his mind. Every word his master said back then still rang in his ears. He was a fool, but that very thing made him stronger. His master's voice echoed slowly. From the moment he was born, he had no talent for using swordsmanship. That's why his own clan cast him out, leaving him unable to learn martial arts. But he didn't give in, even though he knew he had no talent. He still trained, though strictly speaking, it wasn't really martial art, because he practiced only a single move, having never been taught any others. He practiced that move for over 50 years. It was probably the only technique he ever learned before the clan abandoned him. His heart clenched when he heard that. Images from his memory flashed by like fast-forwarded film, then suddenly stopped, yanking him back to reality. Si-hyun took a deep breath and quickly steadied his emotion. He clenched his fist, rose up, and slashed straight forward, shouting softly, "Heavenlight sword." With the first strike, a beam of light flared. The dream poem demon gaped in shock. Si-hyun's resolute voice rang out. Super strike. The moment he finished speaking, the blade in his hand drove straight down at the opponent. Just as his master said, he was the one cast out by his entire clan. He repeated that one move over and over and earned the title of one-strike champion in the martial world. The sword technique Si-hyun used just now was the same one that successor master had learned. It truly was a divine ultimate technique. One single strike completely crushed the opponent. At that moment, Kim Si-hyun's system chimed with a notification. "Notice you have successfully defeated a tower climber. Location, Venice, Italy. You have successfully defeated the dream poem demon. Google information access has been accumulated. Your current information access is at upper mid-level." Over here, Kim Hyung-gu received a similar notification. He stared in disbelief, checking the system panel again and again, blurting out, "It died, it died." "What?" Kim Hyung-gu scratched his head and sighed softly. "I tried everything to get here and it's already dead." He paused, thinking darkly, "If it wasn't my disciple, then who else could it be? Who could have gotten here first and snatched it away from me?" Suddenly, a loud, excited crowd surged up behind him, people pushing and shoving, pleading with those in front. "Please answer us." The commotion cut off his train of thought. Curious, he turned around and heard someone in the crowd shout, "Hunter Kim Si-hyun." He blurted out in surprise, "Huh, Si-hyun." Hyun-woo hopped excitedly. "A WW, why are there so many people? This is so annoying." With the crowd around Si-hyun packed too tight, Hyun-gu chose to leap straight through, landing right where Si-hyun was standing. Si-hyun lifted his face to the shadow in midair, calling his name. He blinked in shock and exclaimed, "Hyun." In a flash, Hyun-woo dropped to the ground and asked urgently, "Si-hyun, when did you come out?" Before he could finish, the scene ahead left Hyun-woo stunned, mouth hanging open. In a light voice he said, "Was it you?" Si-hyun scratched his head and admitted it shyly. After the reunion, Hyun-woo went back to the villa with Si-hyun to rest. It seemed Hyun-woo had a lot he wanted to ask. The two talked from morning till night, and Hyun-woo's warm voice broke the stillness. "So after dying 10,000 times, he stopped killing you and taught you martial arts?" Si-hyun lifted his coffee cup and enjoyed the moment. "Yeah, I don't even remember the last time I had coffee," he replied softly to Hyun-woo. "He probably spent more time teaching me than killing me." Hyun-woo froze when he heard that and couldn't help blurting out, "What the hell, Si-hyun?" He paused, then asked again, "What?" Hyun-woo gripped the water bottle tightly and said, "All he ever does is kill me." Anger boiled in his chest like it was about to spill over. He complained irritably, "That guy plays favorites." Feeling the tension, Si Hyun gave an awkward chuckle and tried to steer the conversation away. "Hyung, it's been ages since we met. Aren't you curious about anything else?" Hyun Woo looked indifferent, sweeping his gaze over Si Hyun with a hint of jealousy. "No, what happened between you and that guy is obvious as day." He thought to himself, "Phil, I'm coming back this time." Then something suddenly came to mind. As Hyun Woo wiped his hands, he glanced at Si Hyun and asked, "Well, wait, did you pass along my message? What did he say?" Without thinking, he muttered softly, one word." Si Hyun looked a little flustered and glanced away. One word," he said, scratching his head as he recalled an unpleasant image of his master. Embarrassed, Si Hyun relayed the answer. He said, "Go jerk off by yourself." Hyun Woo's eager face instantly darkened, the excitement draining away. Still furious, he went berserk, swinging his sword and cursing under his breath. "Damn bastard." Then he summoned the system. A notification appeared on the screen. "Do you want to use the Actron source and Kyoma's sword?" "Yes, no, convert, stone made." Seeing the fire inside Hyun Woo blaze even harder, Si Hyun felt uneasy and wanted to cool his anger. But it looks like he really likes you. He's probably just embarrassed." Hearing these words, Hyun Woo suddenly imagined the expression of the heavenly demon. He exclaimed in fear, "That grave digger guy." He imagined the embarrassed look on the heavenly demon's face when saying that. "Go pleasure yourself in private, Rhea," he called out. He looked so embarrassed his face was bright red. What kind of ridiculous crap is this? Is he a tsundere? After forcing those dirty thoughts out of his head, Hyun Woo regained his composure, lay back with his head on the sofa arm and spoke softly. "All right, stop spouting that nonsense." Si Hyun slowly lifted his coffee to his lips, took a sip, and smiled toward the person sprawled on the sofa. After lying there for a while, Hyun Woo couldn't help but smile too. The quiet atmosphere was suddenly shattered by Si Hyun's voice. "Oh, and one more thing, Hyung, I'm really curious about this." He looked at Kumiho with interest and murmured. "What is it?" Hyun Woo replied coldly, "That she's a tower climber." Kumiho wailed miserably, pleading with both of them, but neither cared in the slightest. Si Hyun even answered with indifference. "Aha, there she is." Realizing something was off, Si Hyun hurried closer and shouted into his ear, "A tower climber? Then why didn't we kill her? She's dangerous." Hearing that, Kumiho screamed in terror, "No, spare me." Pushing his luck, Hyun Woo cut in and offered a suggestion. "Braised fox stew." Kumiho clenched her jaw and didn't dare make a sound. Si Hyun was also taken aback by the joke that went a little too far. The room fell into a strangely deep silence. Then Si Hyun asked cautiously, "Why did you capture a tower climber?" Hyun Woo answered casually, "Oh, I caught her because I wanted to raise a fox as a pet." Si Hyun stared at him in disbelief, clearly not amused. Noticing that, he lowered his voice and quickly explained, "I'm kidding. She's an information source. It looks like she knows a few things, so I'm keeping her around to make use of her." Something about it didn't sit right with Si Hyun, and doubt crept into his mind. "But if you loosen the rope like that, won't she run away?" Hyun Woo gave an awkward laugh. "She's lost all her power." In a corner, Kumiho slumped against the wall, exhausted, silently sobbing as she complained to herself, "My legs are completely numb." After thinking for a moment, Hyun Woo spoke. "And I don't plan to keep her like this forever." Si Hyun asked in surprise, "Then what are you going to do?" Suddenly, a loud crash came from outside, and the peaceful door was kicked open. Mission and Hanarin shoved and jostled their way in, neither willing to yield. Each shouted in her own voice, "I'm back." "Master, master, I'm back." Hyun Woo waved cheerfully. "Oh, you're back." Si Hyun, meanwhile, was utterly stunned. He gaped at the two girls and asked, "Who's the one on the left?" Hyun Woo smiled. "Oh, you haven't met her before, have you? That's Hanarin, my second disciple." Hearing her own name, Hanarin jolted in surprise. Si Hyun's mouth fell open. "You have two disciples?" Elsewhere, under a torrential downpour, an ancient pavilion appeared faintly through the rain. Inside, the silhouette of a mysterious young man stood there in silence. He slowly held out his hand, letting the cold raindrops fall into his palm. The rain poured down without end. Then he clenched his soaked hand into a fist, his gaze unwavering as he looked into the distance. Sensing someone behind him, he spoke quietly, "What is it?" A man in black moved in toward him and spoke in a low voice. "We didn't tell you to stop using your achievements here." Zeon Gucci bristled arrogantly. "What's wrong with it? Am I not worthy of receiving the Azure Dragon's achievement by climbing the tower properly?" Powerless against Gucci's arrogance, the mysterious man in black still tried to advise him calmly. "You should go down to floor 9. There's a strange creature down there that needs you to deal with it." "A strange creature? You need me to handle it right now." Zeon Gucci's rough, gravelly voice mixed with the patter of rain. The man in black beside him continued softly. "If you resolve this successfully, he said he'll grant you another achievement." Hearing that, Zeon Gucci turned back in surprise. A smile slowly spread across his lips. He murmured, "Is that so?" As soon as he finished, he raised his hand high like a god summoning thunder. In an instant, lightning poured down from the sky and gathered in his palm. His hoarse voice echoed against the silent heavens, then pass along my message. With a confident smirk, he turned away. Moonlight gently washed over his face. His features gradually came into clear view. He was the man once called an ascetic monk or a hermit. But now, by the karma of his own deeds, he had become a devil. He curled his lips into a confident smile. I'll come back up as soon as I finish dealing with this. Meanwhile, as the sun began to rise beyond the hillside, a thunderous shout rang out inside the mansion. You nine-tailed fox. Seeing how soundly she was sleeping, Hyun-woo couldn't help but marvel. She looks pretty comfortable. Remembering something, he slipped his hand in and rummaged around, whispering, I marked her earlier and she hated it. After searching for a while, the necklace finally appeared. Hyun-woo stared blankly and thought, so this nine-tailed fox is used to it now. Previously, this necklace was an ownership seal, created through the combined power of Miriam, Hanarin, and Avi. At that moment, a key-shaped seal suddenly appeared on the back of his hand. A system notification popped up. Ownership seal rank 5. Add-ons, suppression, control, mind reading. Information authority. An imperial seal created by the sovereign to regulate matters related to fate. The physical freedom of the sealed person will fall completely into the hands of the one who placed the seal. The sealer can control the sealed person's actions or read their mind. He stared at the seal in shock, lost in thought. Was this about trust? It felt more like enslaving someone. Without meaning to, he glanced at the nine-tailed fox and softened a little. Well, either way, this is a good deal for me. I'm the one using it, so I might as well try it. At that moment, his mind-reading skill suddenly activated. He vaguely caught the thoughts of the Gumiho in front of him. Ah, this is so comfortable. This is amazing, so warm. A perfect night's sleep. Sleep well. She stretched lazily, feeling every cell in her body come back to life and let out a quiet sigh. I love this life so much. Then she rolled over and went back to sleep. Hyun-woo watched with wide eyes. He genuinely couldn't tell what on earth she was climbing the tower for. Everyone else who climbed the tower seemed to fight until the very last second. Yet she was still satisfied even without gaining anything. Achievements or even anything at all. Propping his chin on his hand, he drifted in thought about why this nine-tailed fox was climbing the tower. After thinking it over, he decided he'd ask her someday. Just not today. Suddenly, a piercing series of beeps from the door cut through the silence, making Hyun-woo flinch and turn around. Lee Seo-jong calmly opened the door, eyes going round when she saw Hyun-woo. Oh, you're here. Didn't you say you were going somewhere today? Hyun-woo answered gently. Yeah, I was about to, but why are you here? She spoke shyly. Why, of course I'm here to learn sorcery. No, wait. Magic. Just then, Lee Seo-jong noticed the figure in front of her and greeted her brightly. Ms. Gumiho, good morning, woken up by the noise. In an instant, the nine-tailed fox's eyes flew open and swept around the room. When it recognized the familiar face, it snapped fully awake. It transformed in the blink of an eye, returning to the form of a young woman. She cried out happily, hello, Seo-jong. The two of them happily rushed together and started chatting. Lee Seo-jong murmured, I'm counting on you again today. Gumiho nodded enthusiastically. Sure, with that, the two sat together on the sofa and talked. For now, let's put aside the 5-stage lesson I taught you yesterday. Today we'll learn the rules of heaven and lightning. Again, we should start from the basics. How about we begin with the 5 stages of the Earth's core? Lee Seo-jong listened intently as Gumiho taught. Watching them, Hyun-woo muttered helplessly. They're completely in their own little world again. Maybe because Si Hyuk was pushed into learning martial arts by Chenma, Seo-jong had started learning magic from Gumiho instead, even though he had no idea how they were doing, because he couldn't understand a word they were saying. Still, Seo-jong always learned fast. She'd probably do fine. Just then, the system appeared with a new notification, Truth Orb. The midday phase has ended. Remaining time until the next use, 0 days, 0 hours, 0 minutes, 0 seconds. Hyun-woo let out an excited groan. Yes, finally, he whispered eagerly. Let's go. A blinding light appeared. Avi sat perfectly upright, her eyes shining when she saw Hyun-woo enter. You're here, he said, surprised. That's unexpected. You're not playing around today. Avi replied softly, today is important. I've been focusing hard on finding it. Hyun-woo looked intrigued. Oh, sounds reliable. Avi played along, clearing her throat like him. Ahem, where's the truth orb? Hyun-woo answered cheerfully. Here, taking the orb from his hands, Avi placed it on the stand and spoke. All right, shall we begin? Avi stared into the orb, eyes seeming to get pulled into the swirling patterns inside, her fingertips lightly brushing its glossy surface. Her lips murmured an unknown chant. Hyun-woo blinked in surprise. I've never heard this language before. Did she learn it from that search? Suddenly, a brilliant burst of light erupted from the orb, making Hyun-woo jerk and raise a hand to shield his eyes. The system announced, hidden power of the relic unlocked. Orb effectiveness increased by 500%. Recharge rate increased by 100%. He shouted in disbelief. What the? Avi wiped sweat away, exhausted, and added, this is the orb's true method of use. If you speak the language embedded in the orb, you can maximize its effect. Hyun-woo asked curiously, Did you uncover even more information privileges again? Avi nodded. Yeah, it looks like most of the locked information is open now. The rest can be learned too if I unlock it. Hyun-woo burst into laughter. What is this, the internet? Then the system suddenly chimed in. From now on, anything the truth orb hears will be treated as a question that must be answered. The two stared at each other, stunned. Hyun-woo felt a chill and fixed his gaze on the orb. Avi clamped a hand over her mouth, too shocked to make a sound. The orb flared with light. An image of his future self slowly appeared beyond its surface. A voice rang out from within. Which bastard locked me inside this trial tower? Hyun-woo trembled with rage, fists clenched tight, staring at the orb without blinking. After a while, those images gradually vanished. The orb returned to its original shape. Light came back, and Hyun-woo and Avi stared at each other in confusion. Hyun-woo angrily slammed his hand on the orb, shouting in frustration. Why isn't it working? Avi panicked and quickly reached out to stop him. You can't hit it, same old problem. Hyun-woo stubbornly argued, straining his neck. The machine only works when she taps it. Avi, exhausted and helpless, yelled, it's not a machine. They argued back and forth for a while, and just as Hyun-woo was about to lift the orb to throw it, Avi held him back. He was extremely frustrated. I put all my strength into getting this item and now it's ignoring me. Or, who trapped me? Answer me. Suddenly a strange light appeared, enveloping the entire space. Hyun-woo froze, staring at the room, and muttered. The whole room was bathed in a purple light, and he had no idea what was happening. He shouted in alarm, what's going on? What's happening here? Realizing Avi was nowhere to be seen, Hyun-woo frantically looked around. Where did Avi go? Suddenly, a hoarse voice spoke. I'm afraid we won't have much time to talk. With suspicion on his face, Hyun-woo quickly scanned the room, trying to locate the source of the voice. Before he could react, a shadowy figure appeared in front of him. Hyun-woo felt uneasy. A human? No, something strange. He asked with doubt, who are you? And what is this place? The figure calmly replied, I am the creator. Hyun-woo's eyes widened in shock. What? Wait a minute. Before he could say more, the mysterious figure interrupted. It's difficult for me to explain everything in detail now. Therefore, I will only convey the necessary information. Find the tower that has been created, and come to me at the source of Actron. Then I will reveal the truth about everything that has troubled you. The deep, hoarse voice continued steadily. Hyun-woo couldn't take it anymore and yelled angrily. Why not just tell me here? The deep, hoarse voice growled again, Kim Hyun-gu. His name echoed through the darkness, chillingly clear. Hyun-woo froze as if suspended in midair. The voice continued, I am the one who trapped you inside this tower. Come find me, the Watcher. As soon as the words ended, the shadow gradually faded into nothingness. Hyun-woo, confused, called out, hey, wait. Afraid he would run away, he leaned forward trying to grab him, shouting, wait, Watcher, but it was too late. His hand flailed in midair and he whispered 3 words, the Watcher. At that moment, the strange light vanished. The room returned to its original state. Avi next to him asked worriedly, are you okay? Hyun-woo, puzzled, grabbed her hand and called softly, Avi, seeing her supporting him as a reflex to prevent incoming trouble. What were you trying to do? Hearing his question, Avi startled and quickly let go. She said awkwardly, it's because you wouldn't get up. Suddenly fainting scared me to death. Kim Hyun-gu scratched his head in confusion. I fainted. Avi then recounted what had happened earlier. Yeah, you just suddenly dropped your head onto the table. Hearing this, Kim Hyun-gu sank into thought. He reflected that it seemed only his consciousness had been pulled there. Kim Hyun-gu wondered about the creator's words. What does he mean by revealing the truth about everything troubling me? What is that so-called monster? Looking at the mysterious purple orb before him, Kim Hyun-gu hesitated briefly. Should I continue using it? At that moment, the system displayed a cooldown timer. 6,399 years, 364 days, 23 hours, 55 minutes, 31 seconds. Kim Hyun-gu couldn't help but curse. Damn it, seeing Kim Hyun-gu's dark expression, Avi looked puzzled. You don't know the answer yet. Why aren't you happy at all? Kim Hyun-gu sighed, I have more things to do now. Then, sitting properly on the sofa, he continued. And there's also a new problem to solve. Kim Hyun-gu clenched his hands, thinking to himself. Fortunately, he now knew what needed to be done. No matter what happens, I must find the one who trapped me here. That's my top priority, right? He thought, just wait. Kim Hyun-gu suddenly felt a surge of energy, smirking with teeth shining like a commercial for B. With determination in his heart, whatever the truth is, you must die. Then Kim Hyun-gu asked, Avi, can you find the tower created by the creator? Avi replied, it's locked, but I'll find a way. Seeing her struggling to help, Kim Hyun-gu gently patted her head and instructed, call me as soon as you find any useful information, okay? Saying that, Kim Hyun-gu turned and walked away, not forgetting to say goodbye. I have to go now. Suddenly, Avi shouted, wait, Watcher. Kim Hyun-gu asked in surprise, did you find something? Avi replied awkwardly, no, that's not the point now. Then she urged him, you have to go quickly. Master Kim Hyun-gu was dumbfounded, not understanding a thing. Avi quickly explained, someone has claimed the throne by climbing the tower. He is one of the conquerors. He is advancing to the 9th floor. Normally, those trained to become ascetics or hermits. or those trained to become ordinary mages, must uphold natural laws and avoid killing. At this moment, Xianguqi hovered above the city, enjoying the cool breeze blowing through his hair. However, there are still those who disregard morality like him. Xianguqi muttered to himself. Come to think of it, I came down here without even knowing who that freak is. Then he sighed and smirked. Can't avoid this. As soon as he finished speaking, Xianguqi activated his skill. Dense black clouds immediately gathered, covering the entire city. He spoke in a low voice. It may take some effort, but they have to be killed. Rain quickly poured down. The whole city was engulfed in gloom. People hurried to find shelter. Who would have thought this annoying rain would come now? Suddenly, a powerful streak of light flashed across the sky. Then it struck like lightning, causing a massive explosion. Smoke and flames filled the air and people panicked, screaming. They shouted in shock. What the hell is happening? Fire, help me. The flames quickly spread everywhere. Everyone rushed to find cover. Run this way, hurry. Call the fire department. Meanwhile, Xianguqi smiled with satisfaction. He was the one who skipped the grueling training to climb the tower. That arrogant madman had practiced many dark methods, merging them all to become the dark mage Xianguqi. That name always appeared alongside the suffering of the people. After a while, people anxiously asked each other, hey, have you seen the video on YouTube? And the news too. Everyone updated themselves in a state of shock. Crazy. Some girls worriedly wondered, what are the hunters doing? On their phone screens was a Shopee sale livestream. Oh no, a threatening video from Xianguqi. He smirked and said softly, I'll give you an hour, don't make this painful. Come find me yourself free. After finishing his words, Xianguqi even added hand gestures for effect, ending his threat in a stylish manner. At this moment, the screen displayed, beep, this livestream has ended. Netizens erupted again. Damn, is this real, not CGI, right? I'm sure it's real, right in my neighborhood. Cute angrily cursed, what the hell is this? What did that guy do? Is he mocking us? Some warned each other, look, this is on the news already. This seems serious. According to reports, it seems the Hunter Association was destroyed from the start. A user named Princess Luna worriedly asked, what should we do? They're all just typing at home as if they're going to the battlefield. Truly insane, it seems there are many casualties. Someone else said, isn't Kim Hyung-gu supposed to handle this guy? So the high-level players are showing off again. At the same time, those at the control center were equally worried. We've received information on Hunter Kim Hyung-gu from Hunter Kim Si-hyun. Someone quickly asked. What did he say? A subordinate reported. He's on his way here. The senator sighed with relief. Liam thought anxiously. The International Hunter Association can't handle anything without hunters. How can we be this useless? He turned and said softly, sometimes I wonder. Looking at the screen, Liam continued seriously. This world should have been wiped out long ago. Perhaps our lives shouldn't even exist now. Hunter Kim Hyung-gu is struggling to keep this world, a world that should have vanished long ago. Alive at this moment, a voice called, Chairman. Then Liam said, no, forget what I just said. I spoke words unbecoming of my position. I mean, the monsters appeared, and Hunter Kim Hyung-gu, who stopped them, is fascinating. Looking at the screen, the senator sank again into chaotic thoughts. Then he said softly, I place all my trust in you, Hunter Kim Hyung-gu. At the same time, Xianguqi yawned repeatedly. He sat casually on the flames, tapping his leg. Has it been an hour already? Only 10 minutes have passed and I'm already bored. Then Xianguqi smirked with a sinister look. Should I end this now? Suddenly something caught his attention. In front of Xianguqi was a ripple. He wondered, what's this? Is something approaching me at incredible speed? Xianguqi laughed. A staff was hurtling toward Xianguqi. He said with delight, I see, you must be that free. At the same time, Kim Hyung-gu, wearing Lao flip-flops and sportswear, appeared full of vigor. He raised his hand to block the rain and smiled cunningly. Then Kim Hyung-gu kicked the staff to gain momentum and launched himself toward Xianguqi, shouting loudly, stop casting lightning recklessly. As his fist was about to hit him, Xianguqi only smirked arrogantly. Then, he smoothly dodged Kim Hyung-gu's attack with expert finesse. Xianguqi said softly, Fletch, I am the mage who rides clouds and walks the wind. This is called separation magic. At that moment, Kim Hyung-gu quickly grabbed the staff to steady himself in midair. Then, with no one even tickling him, he bared his teeth in a grin. What a joke. After that, Kim Hyung-gu drew his weapon. A dazzling light engulfed the entire space, and a giant greatsword 100 times bigger than his body appeared. Xianguqi's eyes went wide in shock. That wasn't a size you could dodge with separation magic. Before his opponent could even process it, Kim Hyung-gu flashed his teeth and charged. He tossed out a few extra taunts for fun. Idiot. His giant greatsword slammed down in a blow that made heaven and earth tremble violently. A moment later, dust and smoke rolled in thick, and nearly everything around them lay in ruins. Kim Hyung-gu, still in flip-flops, stepped into a puddle, scanned the area, and wondered. It's not over already, is it? Where'd he go? Just then, Xianguqi's voice suddenly rang out. for power like yours to exist on floor 9. I understand now why they call you a freak. He strolled forward leisurely and spoke. I understand now why they call you a freak. Xianguchi curled his lip in a contemptuous smirk. Kim Hyung-gu asked back in surprise. What a freak, what the hell did you just say? Xianguchi pointed straight at him and demanded, where did you get that power? Then Xianguchi kept rambling on by himself like some loner. Wow, that's a fascinating topic worth digging into. Killing you right away would be a waste. I think it'd be better to let you keep living. Then I'll chop you into pieces. When I came down here, I wasn't expecting much, but what a surprise. Kim Hyung-gu tried to cut in, but it just kept going on and on. After a while, he was absolutely fed up. Kim Hyung-gu shouted, what kind of crap is that? Hey, did you just crawl out of an asylum? Damn it, I wanted to ask you. Xianguchi replied unhurriedly in a tone that practically begged to be punched. Yeah, I get it, so hot-headed. I've heard all freaks have their flaws. Kim Hyung-gu was thoroughly irritated. What was this lunatic even talking about? Typical tower climber, but all he got back was a brainless grin. Xianguchi snapped, all right, what a poisonous mouth. You're one damn bastard. Kim Hyung-gu demanded, what did you just say? Then he said flatly, I knew the moment we met you were a pathetic idiot. Xianguchi forced a patient smile. His trembling hands clenched tight. HMPH, what do you know to judge me? Then he completely lost it, pointing at his opponent as he screamed. You dog, what the hell did you just say? Kim Hyung-gu flinched at that. Xianguchi sneered and went on, you law-breaking bastard. Do you realize you just crossed the line? Before the other could even react, Xianguchi continued venomously. Because I speak politely, you think I'm easygoing. Have you never read classical literature? Kim Hyung-gu scratched his head, baffled. What nonsense was this guy spouting? Then he answered confidently, I don't read that garbage. Hearing that, Xianguchi mocked him. You're truly low class. Kim Hyung-gu refused to lose and casually flexed back. So what? I didn't even go to school. I've been working since I was little. Xianguchi couldn't hide his shock. What? Then what do your parents do? Kim Hyung-gu replied calmly. My parents died a long time ago. Xianguchi instantly froze stiff. Without another word, Kim Hyung-gu charged in, blood boiling. Watch that big mouth of yours and pick the right target, you bastard. His strike detonated with brutal force, sending rocks and dirt flying. Xianguchi was knocked back but sprang up at once, growling, since becoming a Taoist, you're the first person I've met who interests me this much. He gritted his teeth, clenching his hand into a fist. I won't let you die easily. Like I'm scared of you or anyone. Kim Hyung-gu surged forward with blazing momentum. You're the one who won't die easily for wrecking all this. His attack slammed Xianguchi hard into the ground. In pain, Xianguchi squeezed his eyes shut, still gripping his weapon tightly. The instant Xianguchi rose to counterattack, Kim Hyung-gu smoothly leaned away and dodged. The two fought fiercely, neither giving an inch. Their blows collided, triggering a flash of light bursting in midair. Suddenly, Xianguchi's image turned hazy and began streaking around at high speed. In the blink of an eye, Kim Hyung-gu was surrounded by 4 Xianguchis at once. Thinking his eyes were playing tricks on him, he exclaimed in shock, clones. Kim Hyung-gu stroked his chin, thinking, wasn't that thing supposed to be used by only one guy? Seizing the moment, Xianguchi's clones immediately rushed in to attack. Kim Hyung-gu yelped, ah! The very next second, he was blasted up into the sky. Up in midair, Kim Hyung-gu suddenly heard a strange voice. A Taoist! Turning around, he finally realized he'd fallen into a mysterious formation. That voice continued to echo in his ears. Able to cast spells with the mind. At that moment, a blue-colored chain shot out and swiftly seized Kim Hyung-gu's body. It was the 5-path Ka Luan technique. No matter how much Kim Hyung-gu struggled, he couldn't break free. He glared at Xianguchi and shouted angrily, damn it, let me go. Suddenly, Xianguchi asked something completely unrelated. Do you like dragons? At the same time, Xianguchi casually stroked his 2 pets. On one side was a royal golden dragon, and on the other was a sea king dragon. Xianguchi said with relish, Thunder Dragon and Water Dragon merge as one. Then he shouted an order, rise. Kim Hyung-gu was now sprawled in agony at the center of a high-tier formation. Before the tension could even settle, Kim Hyung-gu was already screaming in pain. Ah, right, a heaven-shaking explosion erupted, followed by tens of thousands of mighty lightning bolts. Thinking it was all wrapped up, Xianguchi ran a hand through his hair and muttered, what a waste of effort dealing with this rule-breaking bastard. Suddenly his eyes went wide. What, how is that possible? Kim Hyung-gu was still completely fine. He rose into the air and spoke. I don't get why you people keep showing off lightning to me. Thanks to that, I got out of those awful shackles. Then his eyes flared, his aura surging. Pointing straight at Xianguchi's face, he barked, you bastard. Then Kim Hyung-gu snapped out a kick, king-slaying monster god kick. The force sent Zeonguchi flying 10 meters back as he yelped in shock. Then another earth-rending blast detonated, lighting up the whole sky. Kim Hyung-gu landed calmly, wings spread behind him. All of a sudden, Zeonguchi's clone charged in viciously, swinging chains. "No matter how big or small you are, I'll kill you," Kim Hyung-gu asked coolly. "Oh, you can change the size of your clones." But a red lightning bolt suddenly speared down from the heavens. Zeonguchi's clone still had no idea, continuing its rush at breakneck speed, dust billowing, rocks blasting outward. That terrifying bolt kept striking down. Up above, Kim Hyung-gu calmly released lightning and sneered lazily, "They're just clones, after all." Only then did Zeonguchi realize how formidable his opponent was, and all he could manage was a single shout, "She," before he could even process it. Kim Hyung-gu shot behind him in a blur for an ambush. "You think the same trick will work again?" In the blink of an eye, Zeonguchi was blasted by Kim Hyung-gu's strike and hurled up into the clouds, shouting, You. Zeonguchi panicked, trying to brace himself. Inside, he thought, no way Zeonguchi is being pushed this far by a mere rule breaker. Zeonguchi made a decision at once. Now wasn't the time to hide his skill. Kim Hyung-gu, satisfied, put his hands on his hips and looked up. He couldn't help but snort. "Maybe I went a bit overboard." Then he froze, his smile fading as he watched raindrops patter down. Kim Hyung-gu frowned in confusion. The downpour quickly doused the roaring flames from earlier. What now? A sudden sense of unease crept in. No, something was very wrong, something was about to happen. Kim Hyung-gu used a probing move. "Rui's staff enlarge," he told himself. "I need to finish him as fast as possible." Suddenly, Kim Hyung-gu stared hard into the high sky and saw a swarm of Zeonguchi afterimages flailing wildly. Kim Hyung-gu saw it and judged, "What is this? Does he not know those clones are useless? Is he trying to hide himself?" At that moment, Zeonguchi curled his lips into a sinister smile. Then he spoke in an eerie voice. "There once was an Emugi serpent." It felt like something heavy was pressing down on him, and Kim Hyung-gu grew extremely uncomfortable. "What's happening?" the eerie voice continued. "Becoming a dragon," Kim Hyung-gu strained, trying to break the suppression. Whatever it was, he had to stop it. Zeonguchi continued. "And that dragon cultivated for thousands of years, studying magic for 2,000 years. Kim Hyung-gu fought back, cursing, "Damn it. Too many clones." Off to the side, Zeonguchi raised a hand to the sky, casting and gathering the fruits of 10,000 years. Kim Hyung-gu activated his skill. Rui's staff enlarged, no matter how he struggled. Zeonguchi smirked smugly. His magic had amassed divine power for 15,000 years, and beyond that, it had endured a total of 35,000 years. Suddenly, Kim Hyung-gu stared in alarm at what was happening. A heartbeat later, a spiraling vortex of lightning speared straight into him. Kim Hyung-gu cried out in pain, "GHK." As he fell in freefall, he thought helplessly, "I can't stop it, then I'll have to hit him again." Then Kim Hyung-gu sensed something was off. What? Why is it getting farther away? Only then did he realize, no, I'm the one falling. Looking up at the slate-gray sky, Kim Hyung-gu figured that thing had become an azure dragon. Zeonguchi curled his lips, smiling in satisfaction. Then he transformed into a monstrous visage. His arms lengthened like stag antlers, and his claws grew even sharper. That was Zeonguchi's azure dragon form. Kim Hyung-gu continued to plummet straight down. His staff spun several times in midair. Then Kim Hyung-gu landed lightly in a cool pose, shooting a look and sticking out his tongue for flair, just so everyone knew he was the main character. Suddenly, Zeonguchi lunged in savagely. Kim Hyung-gu immediately took a stance, ready to counter. He frowned in worry, focusing all his strength on this tense battle. He's too fast. Their attacks crashed together, producing a brilliant, power-packed flash. Struck by that terrifying force, Kim Hyung-gu jolted and let out a soft cry. Gu was stunned, unable to believe it. He was the one attacking, so how had he ended up in danger instead? Just then, Zeonguchi smugly seized his wrist and said with contempt, "You can't beat me." Kim Hyung-gu screamed in pain. Even with sweat pouring down, he still forced himself to keep burning through. "Ridiculous, you think you can truly become a dragon just by combining them." Not letting Kim Hyung-gu say more, Jeong-gu immediately threw a killing blow, launching him up into the sky. Kim Hyung-gu flailed midair, spitting out a mouthful of fresh blood in shock. It didn't stop there. Behind him, Zeonguchi's eyes blazed with murderous intent. With savage force, he unleashed another heavy strike, and Kim Hyung-gu could only let his body fall, not knowing what else to do. Then he hit the ground with such impact that the rocks and earth around him shook violently. Kim Hyung-gu spat out in frustration, "GRR." He then swung furiously at Zeonguchi and shouted, "Damn it, you bastard." But the man dodged with ease. Seizing the moment his opponent lost control, Zeonguchi drove a punch into Kim Hyung-gu's chest. Kim Hyung-gu's face twisted in agony as he stared at Zeonguchi standing arrogantly before him. Kim Hyung-gu was furious but didn't know what to do. He thought, "I can't even touch him. He's not exposing a single opening, even though I pushed my Thunder God technique to the absolute peak." At that, Kim Hyung-gu stepped back a few paces and took a defensive stance. staying pressed in close wasn't the answer. Facing his exhaustion, Xianguqi said arrogantly, 32, that's how many times I could have killed you with that attack I just used. Then, he added in a taunting tone, but I already told you, I'm not going to kill you that easily. At that moment, the two horns on Xianguqi's head unleashed a powerful blue surge of energy. He continued calmly, with the achievements of the Azure Dragon, the one who can command rain, thunder, and the very sky. Then Kim Hyung-gu, summoning black lightning, said, you can also create things like this instantly. Faint arcs of lightning flickered across the gray sky. Then they struck straight into Kim Hyung-gu, making him jolt and cry out. Watching what was happening, Kim Hyung-gu analyzed calmly, every raindrop that falls has lightning inside it, and it's even stronger than before. He told himself, I can't let the rain keep attacking. Then Kim Hyung-gu began to circulate his inner energy. He spun his staff as fast as a spinning top propeller to block the lightning rain's effects. Seeing that, Xianguqi curled his lip in delight. Nice. Truly a sight thrashing for your life. Then he snarled, you think a cheap little umbrella like that can stop the power of heaven? Just then a bolt of lightning shot straight at Kim Hyung-gu, making him scream in pain. Kim Hyung-gu ground his teeth and spat bitterly. So weak. I can't move my body anymore. My vocal cords are ruined too. I can't even use my voice to trigger the sleep skill. Xianguqi sat leisurely with his legs crossed, toying with Kim Hyung-gu in satisfied amusement. He said disdainfully, at last you look just like a dead dog. Kim Hyung-gu could only lie there trembling on the ground. Seeing his opponent was still alive, he continued lazily, surprisingly, you're still conscious. No, of course, a hired killer like you can still endure the Azure Dragon's lightning. Interesting. Kim Hyung-gu couldn't help wondering, a hired killer. Not waiting for him to say anything, Xianguqi said, in any case, to show my gratitude for letting me test this power, I'll show you the greatest source of power you'll never possess in your entire life. Kim Hyung-gu stared wide-eyed at the scene before him. Xianguqi unleashed the technique, Azure Dragon's Rising. A majestic blue dragon was summoned at once, its overwhelming aura covering the sky. Facing that terrifying attack, Kim Hyung-gu forced himself upright, weapon in hand. Then he roared to draw out his inner power. At that moment, Kim Hyung-gu's staff suddenly flashed with light. A voice abruptly scolded, how foolish. Kim Hyung-gu looked up in surprise. Now all around him was a barren wasteland like a desert. Dust and smoke swirled everywhere. Kim Hyung-gu raised his head and looked around, baffled. Where am I? Where did Xianguqi and that dragon go? Kim Hyung-gu checked his condition and frowned in confusion. My wounds are gone too. Am I dead? Seeing that blank, clueless look, the Monkey King couldn't hold back and spoke up. Ahem, you bastard. Wukong casually balanced himself atop a thin, fragile tail and asked, did you really let that snake beat you? Then he went on, what are you staring at, you bastard? Kim Hyung-gu turned and pointed straight at the Monkey King's face as he replied, so it's that monkey from before. Wukong, furious, announced his name. I am the great sage equal to heaven. Kim Hyung-gu asked, where is this? No, what happened to me? This sounds like one of those Isekai lines. The Monkey King said, this is the imaginary world inside the Ruyi Jingu Bank. Kim Hyung-gu looked puzzled. Imaginary what? Like an imaginary world? Wukong answered calmly, yeah, it's a little different from that, but he didn't say how it was different. Kim Hyung-gu, seeing that, asked straight out, you don't actually know anything, do you? The Monkey King snapped back, I do. Kim Hyung-gu scoffed, then explain it. Wukong immediately went nuts, hopping mad and shouting in irritation. It's just an imaginary world. Just think of it as your mind entering my world. Kim Hyung-gu judged him silently. What a dumb explanation. He plopped down on the ground and asked bluntly, bottom line. What happened to me? The Monkey King replied at once, what happened is. Then he calmly explained the situation. You were still about to take a fatal blow from that snake. While you're here, only your perception is sped up. Kim Hyung-gu asked again. So you mean time in here and time outside are flowing at different speeds, right? Then scratching his head awkwardly, he added, so you called me here to lend me your power. The Monkey King said, called you? No way. I've been sitting here eating pastries, sipping tea, and enjoying the fight, but watching you get beaten by someone weaker than even me was hilarious. So I pulled you in just to mock you. Hearing that, Kim Hyung-gu couldn't help exploding. What? He shouted right in the Monkey King's face. What did you say? Wukong waved a hand lazily. You really want me to help you? Then he jeered lightly. What did you say earlier again? I'm a little monkey and you're the zookeeper. Kim Hyung-gu could only play dumb, and the Monkey King didn't stop there, he kept going. And after saying that, you've got the nerve to ask to borrow my power. Where'd that arrogant face of yours go? Then Wukong said softly, honestly, I can lend you my power. If you kneel and beg, maybe I'll take pity on you. The Monkey King continued smugly, besides, that snake couldn't even withstand a single strike from me. Kim Hyung-gu stroked his chin and thought for a moment. Then he agreed. Fine. The Monkey King, delighted that everything was going as expected, looked pleased. All right, since you're begging like that, I guess there's no other choice. However, Kim Hyung-gu replied curtly, I don't need your help. Wukong jolted, instantly bristling. What? Then Kim Hyung-gu brought up the past again. I beat you before, didn't I? Borrowing power from a dead guy. when you were the one who challenged me first is pointless. Utterly pointless. The Monkey King flew into a rage at having that humiliation dug up again. I wasn't beaten by you. Kim Hyung-gu drove the knife in. You were wiped out, weren't you? You didn't even get a chance. You showed off everything you had, but it didn't do a thing to them. The Monkey King protested loudly. That's only because they figured out my achievements as the great sage equal to heaven. But Kim Hyung-gu didn't even listen. Heh, but the fact that I erased you doesn't change. Then he added sharply, people usually borrow power from someone stronger. Who borrows power from someone weaker? Wukong could only grind his teeth in frustration. Hey, I really can kill that damn snake with my own power, you know. Seeing that, Kim Hyung-gu seized the moment and said, then show me, let's see whether I can actually beat him. The Monkey King hesitated for a moment, then Wukong slumped down. He racked his brain to the breaking point. Damn it. Kim Hyung-gu lost patience and asked, are you going to lend it or not? The Monkey King wrestled with himself. Kim Hyung-gu, meanwhile, smiled calmly at Mew Mo behind him. After a while, Wukong cursed in annoyance, you scheming bastard. Kim Hyung-gu replied cheerfully, thanks for the compliment. By then, Xian Guqi had already been waiting for Kim Hyung-gu for a while. Like a monster waiting for a superhero to transform. He talked to himself with giddy excitement like a total weirdo. As expected, the Azure Dragon's achievement is incredible. Truly the kind of achievement you get after killing that bastard. Suddenly, Xian Guqi stiffened, the evil god freezing for several seconds. Staring at his Azure Dragon, he wondered, something feels off, doesn't it? A beam of light flashed across the gray sky. Xian Guqi cried out in shock. This is… In an instant, his pet was taken down. Xian Guqi couldn't believe his eyes. My Azure Dragon. Staring at the beam of energy, Xian Guqi exclaimed, what the hell is happening? At that moment, a familiar gaze appeared. Kim Hyung-gu, wearing the attire of the Monkey King, had arrived. He grinned smugly and asked, long time no see, kid. In the critical moment, Kim Hyung-gu was suddenly pulled into the space by Wukong. The Rui staff in hand, Wukong sat before the light, frowning, giving a small command and kept complaining. I found him intriguing, so I called him in. Planned to seize the chance for a beneficial contract, but apparently. Wukong leaned back, crossed his legs, endlessly scolding Kim Hyung-gu, unsure if he was daring or just fearless, bluntly straightforward. The more he thought, Wukong suddenly laughed wildly, which was also why he chose Kim Hyung-gu. Recalling what Kim Hyung-gu had done, he wondered, are you a rule breaker? Wukong's eyes hardened, thinking, if Kim Hyung-gu truly is a lawbreaker, Wukong wouldn't turn a blind eye. Then, Wukong considered this place too impressive for someone already dead. It was an incomplete space, created when he could no longer climb the tower. No allies, no subordinates, nothing. Perhaps he truly could. At this moment, Kim Hyung-gu appeared outside wearing the celestial great sage attire. With a clever expression, Kim Hyung-gu said, long time no see, trickster monk. He smirked at his opponent. Xian Guqi panicked and asked, what's with that outfit? Then he swung his blade swiftly at Kim Hyung-gu. Now adorned in the dazzling costume, Kim Hyung-gu looked sharp and said, so you think I'll rush in again? Xian Guqi fumed, grinding his teeth. No, not possible. With that, Xian Guqi vanished into the clouds, testing his powerful tricks. Kim Hyung-gu scratched his head in frustration. But Wukong had warned him before, try going above the clouds, the achievements of that snake head. No, the Azure Dragon looks strong but not as terrifying as one might think. Among the clouds, it's probably the illusion of that trickster. Following Wukong's guidance, Kim Hyung-gu quickly located Xian Guqi using the formation. He cheered, found you, Xian Guqi cursed. You bastard! Kim Hyung-gu wasted no time, drawing his Rui staff and swiftly destroying Xian Guqi's magic circle. He kept shouting, no! Xian Guqi remained confident. You think destroying that magic circle is enough to defeat me? Kim Hyung-gu replied bluntly, yes, that's what I think. Then Kim Hyung-gu launched continuous attacks, reclaiming the memories he once endured. Unlike before. This time he wasn't affected by the beam while hitting him. The system displayed, Golden Armor rank 55, effect 0, defense skill. This item was temporarily summoned, with limited information. It was the armor that the celestial great sage took from the Dragon King. After rampaging through the Dragon Palace, though the information privileges were insufficient, the power remained intact. The golden armor is said to resist all forms of attacks that insufficient authority could not cause. Kim Hyung-gu was exhilarated, thinking, is this the power granted by equipping a legendary item? Xian Guqi fell face down, growling curses. Damn it! While Xian Guqi was still stunned, Kim Hyung-gu swung the Rui staff from above. Striking him, they say the best way to teach a trickster a lesson is with the staff. The immense force produced a deafening explosion. Two young men faced off, neither yielding. But at this moment, Xian Guqi was weaker. Kim Hyung-gu widened his stance, teasing, why do you tremble when wielding that sword? This enraged him, he ground his teeth without a word. Kim Hyung-gu mocked further, you call this swordsmanship. Actually, his swordsmanship wasn't bad, the blade was fast. Kim Hyung-gu sneered 32 times. You make me laugh, you think that junk could kill me. I've fought sword masters for over a century. Trying to strike him, I was stabbed. Dodging his thrusts, I was slashed. Observing the blade, it pierced my heart. Following his sword, everything went dark. So this swordsmanship is nothing compared to the celestial demon. Gucci stayed silent. Seeing this, Kim Hyung-gu continued verbal attacks relentlessly. Hey, I've gone easy on you. I could have killed you over 100 times. Gucci trembled, lowered his head, and muttered. Damn, with the Rui staff on his shoulder, Kim Hyung-gu kept ridiculing. Oh, what are you plotting now? Where's that cool attitude from before and still cursing? I guess it's because I'm too strong, huh? At this moment, Gucci could no longer hold back his fury and exploded in rage with a loud blast, forcing Kim Hyung-gu to dodge in shock. What enraged Gucci unleashed the Azure Dragon's uprising, summoning rain and thunder. He screamed madly, I'll kill you, I'll destroy you right now. Kim Hyung-gu looked up at the sky, slightly flustered. Oh no, it's raining again. His fingers transformed into dragon claws, pointing straight at the sky as black lightning flashed. Thunder and heavy rain surged in. This was the power of the Azure Dragon. Kim Hyung-gu's entire body was struck by lightning, turning everything into a blinding white. But he showed no fear. Instead, a smirk curled on his lips. Gucci regained his confidence and sneered, you won't be able to dodge. However, before his Azure Dragon form could fully materialize, Kim Hyung-gu shattered it with a single strike of the Rui staff. After finishing him off, he said smugly, did you think I'd scream like you just did? You used the Azure Dragon's descent, didn't you? Thanks to you, I've got a new ultimate move now. With that, Kim Hyung-gu countered with the Black Dragon, completely overwhelming Gucci. Why can't I move? He gritted his teeth in confusion. The mana around me is increasing. Kim Hyung-gu swiftly ended the battle. He shouted his command, Black Dragon, advance. Unable to resist, Gucci stood there screaming helplessly. No! The Black Dragon lunged forward and bit down on him. After that, his entire body vanished, sending him straight to the afterlife. The sky gradually brightened again, and the system displayed a notification. You have successfully defeated a conqueror from the top of the tower. You have successfully defeated the hidden dark conqueror, Gucci. Your information authority has accumulated. Your current information authority level is upper intermediate. With the battle over, the outfit he was wearing gradually dissolved. Kim Hyung-gu wearily lay back on the ground. He sighed, looks like my time limit for using that power is up. His face was covered in beads of sweat. Kim Hyung-gu let out a relieved breath and something appeared in his hand. He looked up at the sky. Dark clouds were still drifting about like the end of the world. The item he obtained was an Azure Dragon orb. Kim Hyung-gu said excitedly, I should check the items I got from defeating that guy before I pass out. He inspected his information authority, but the system's data left him stunned. Azure Dragon achievement rank effects. There was no information about skills at all. Information authority is a type of gem containing the essence of the Azure Dragon's achievements. The most powerful and noble creature among the 4 sacred beasts and the leader of dragons. The Azure Dragon is the guardian deity of the East, with the power to control rain, clouds, tornadoes, and lightning. The Azure Dragon climbed the tower and, at that moment, the system repeatedly alerted, insufficient information authority. Kim Hyung-gu grew irritated. What the hell is this? All the information was completely hidden without even a hint. He gritted his teeth and pressed a hand to his forehead helplessly. Should I ask Avi? I can't even move right now. He looked regretfully at the Azure Dragon orb. Then, without further thought, he spread his arms out and relaxed into sleep. He remained optimistic, believing someone would come save him. 3 days later, Hanarin finally came to pick him up. She cheerfully said, Are we heading straight home, master? But he asked about someone else instead. Where's Miriam? Hanarin maintained her excited expression. She's busy. A few hours earlier, Hanarin had used a small trick to send Miriam elsewhere. Senior sister, there are some bad rumors about Master in Asia. How could you manage the media in this region so poorly? Kim Hyung-gu said sympathetically, she's still a guild master after all. Come to think of it, I should drop by my guild too. It's the guild I created. I should at least pay some attention to it. Just some attention? What kind of guild master is that? After saying that, the two quickly got into the car and headed back. Hanarin wore a victorious smile. She encouraged herself inwardly. Finally, I'm alone with Master. She felt delighted that today that girl wasn't around. I have to make the most of this precious time. She looked at the road ahead and smiled knowingly. I told the driver to go slowly on purpose. That way I can chat comfortably with Master now. Hanarin even indulged in a wild fantasy, covering her face as she thought, maybe something else will happen after that. But suddenly Kim Hyung-gu spoke. I'll be right back. I need to go somewhere for a bit. She was startled and shouted in disbelief. What, Master, where are you going? Kim Hyung-gu coldly instructed, just stay in the car and keep going. It'll only take a few minutes. Hanarin froze. Wait, before she could finish speaking, he had already logged in and completely disappeared. She sat in the car, utterly confused and embarrassed. Hanarin was furious, clenching her arms tightly. The driver, clueless, asked, Can I start driving normally now? Lost this round, try another tactic, she told the driver. Don't go there directly, just slowly circle around this area first. The driver obediently followed her instruction. All right, Hanarin tossed her hair back, continuing her fantasy. I'm definitely going to enjoy this date with my master. Meanwhile, Kim Hyung-gu quickly pulled out the Kinglong orb. Then he handed it to Avi, anxiously asking, "Did you find anything?" Avi rotated the orb for a moment, then shook her head. "No, at most I could only see a little information if it's beyond its jurisdiction. But this one, I couldn't find anything similar." Frustrated, Kim Hyung-gu, a bit disappointed, took back the Kinglong orb. "I guess we can't avoid this matter anymore," he asked, curious. "What about other issues, about the tower the creator made?" Avi seemed to realize something and exclaimed, "That, the tower the creator made seems to be on the upper floors." "A tower on the upper floors?" Avi took out a screen and placed it in front of her, saying, "I need to research it further. But it seems the creator made another tower. Besides the trial tower, I still don't know what it's used for." Kim Hyung-gu sprawled on the sofa, slowly saying, "So that's why I should go to the upper floor." "Yeah, wait, haven't you almost finished your research?" Avi continued. "The problem is locating it." Avi's face tensed, frowning. "It's on the upper floors, but I don't know the exact floor it's on." Hearing her, Kim Hyung-gu was at a loss for words. Seeing his slightly condescending attitude, Avi held up 2 fingers, bargaining to reclaim her dignity. "If I search a bit more, I might find it in about 2-3 weeks. Kim Hyung-gu didn't make it hard for her. "All right," he grimly thought. "Find the tower that was created and come find me at the source of the demon." Kim Hyung-gu said irritably, "That creator is definitely not easy to deal with." Suddenly, his eyes widened as if he remembered something, and he shouted. He raised his finger and said, "Wait, I already have the Kinglong achievement, right? Can't I use the demon's source on it?" Avi nodded, "Yes. Then you can acquire the Kinglong achievement without me deciphering it. I should head straight to the maze after stopping by the guild office." "That's it, I'm going." In the car, when Hannah Rin saw him turn back, she smiled brightly. "You're back, master." Kim Hyung-gu scanned around, puzzled. "We haven't arrived yet." He sensed something unpleasant and said, "Suddenly the car smells like roses." Hannah Rin replied, "Yeah, because the driver took a bit longer." She happily leaned on his shoulder. With 24 years of experience being single by ability alone, Kim Hyung-gu could only glance at the girl beside him and think, "She seems to be in a good mood." 30 minutes later, the car arrived and he quickly stepped out. Hannah Rin was still excited, clutching his arm. Kim Hyung-gu didn't notice anything unusual, only thinking, "Does she enjoy car rides that much?" She had the driver circle for an hour when it normally takes 15 minutes. Finally, they arrived at the office. Hannah Rin eagerly opened the door. Kim Hyung-gu said, "I'm here." A terrifying scene appeared before him. Anya flinched in panic. Next to her was Kim Si-hyun with lipstick all over his face. The two were hugging each other like playful kids in the room. Kim Hyung-gu was shocked, while Hannah Rin was thoroughly delighted. He awkwardly said, "Sorry, I'll be back in 5 minutes," but suddenly paused. "Wait, interrogation time. How long have you two been seeing each other?" Kim Si-hyun and Anya sat trembling on the sofa. They began recounting their feelings before he arrived at the International Hunters Guild. What? It's been a while. Anya comforted me during the previous incident too," she said. Anya, the guild leader Si-hyun. Kim Hyung-gu listened intently to his younger brother's story about Lim Lai's tragic romance. He thought, "Is this that serious? Why does it feel like I'm interrogating criminal?" Thinking that, he turned to the two and said, "Why are you scared of the boss? You haven't committed a crime, right? Hiding a relationship isn't a problem." Anya was extremely flustered. He continued, "Also, Anya, you used to be a hired assassin, and Si-hyun was your close younger brother. But now you are no longer our enemy." Hearing this, Anya was overjoyed and grateful. Guild leader Kim Hyung-gu awkwardly recounted the recent events, but in the office the two should still. Hearing this, they felt embarrassed, not knowing where to hide their faces. He hurriedly added an explanation. "No, I'm not saying you can't do that, but if I catch anyone doing this again, it'll be awkward." "Right, go on." Anya happily held the paper and said to Kim Hyung-gu, "The guild leader has a new message for you," he asked in surprise. "Me, what kind of offer is this?" He held the invitation letter, totally baffled. What was it? An exclusive modeling deal for Adidas training wear. "You know Adidas, right? The world-famous sportswear brand. Of course, aren't my clothes Adidas too?" He said in confusion. "They want me as a model." "That's a bit inconvenient." Anya replied, "It's a really tempting offer. They said they'll pay you 15% of the profit from the products you advertise." Hearing that, Hanarin hurried over and grabbed his arm. Master. Hanarin's face lit up with excitement as she continued. "The profit from advertising for a multinational company is unbelievable. It's way more than what you make in dungeons. 15% is a once-in-a-lifetime offer." Holding his hand, she kept urging him, "You should do it. No, you have to do it." But the two over there still weren't finished. Then Anya and Kim Si-hyun started mimicking them. "You have to do it." "Yeah, fine." A few days later, Kim Hyung-gu was up on stage giving a speech at a product launch. So with that, I'd like to conclude that regarding the current matter, the Soul Guild has no further announcements. Lee Seo-jun listened closely to his speech. She turned to him with a bright grin and teased him. "You've been working so hard, huh?" Kim Hyung-gu shut his eyes tight and asked smugly, "What do you mean, working hard?" Lee Seo-jun said regretfully, "I still got here late." He comforted her, "You helped too." After the Guardian Guild defeated the Ares Guild, and reclaimed most of the dungeons Ares had monopolized. The Korean Hunters Association began to flourish. Hunters who previously couldn't afford to enter could now do so with reasonable entry fees, and small guilds, something rarely seen in Korea, began to form. With the monopoly system gone, the hunter industry would change slowly but surely. And Kim Si-hyun, Lee Seo-jun, and Han Suk-won moved quickly. They aimed to reform how those monopolized dungeons were managed, just like the Guardian Guild was doing. Kim Hyung-gu glanced at his schedule and smiled faintly. If there was no more unhealthy competition, then profits wouldn't be an issue as long as management continued like this. As he was saying that, Kim Hyung-gu suddenly paused, but his gaze went to the pitch-black fluffball on Lee Seo-jun's body. "Is that the fox? What's it eating?" She answered slowly, "Oh, this cat treats. It seems to like them even though foxes are related to dogs." She laughed with delight. "Isn't it adorable?" Kim Hyung-gu wondered. "It is, but how did you bring it out here?" Lee Seo-jun answered honestly. "Well, Fox has been teaching me witchcraft lately, so I brought it along to the Erang Guild's training room." He asked anxiously, "Is that really okay? It's not just dangerous, it's incredibly fast." Lee Seo-jun winked and pointed to the small cage by his feet. "Don't worry, I put it in here. You didn't even notice, right?" She added, "Even if someone did see it, they'd just think it has unusual fur or something." He broke into a cold sweat. Kim Hyung-gu muttered, "Half of its bloodline is human. Can we really treat it like this?" No, nothing, just talking to myself," at Zuidu. The photographer kept adjusting things. "Yes, please look this way. Great, this time give me a bit more of a wild pose. Yes, just like that." "Thank you." Kim Hyung-gu frowned suspiciously and thought, "What is this? They're being way too nice." The two photographers kept fawning over him. "Have some water, there are snacks here too." Someone even praised him lavishly. "Thanks, you're the best." Kim Hyung-gu took the bottle and drank. He still looked doubtful, thinking, even with my weird personality, someone's actually willing to hire me. I'm working and nothing is annoying me. Well, there is one thing. After he finished eating and drinking, Kim Hyung-gu went back to posing, like he was waiting for someone. Yeah, exactly like that. Excellent, he thought to himself, shouldn't I go learn how to be a photo shoot model? Over there, they kept thinking he was looking at someone with affectionate eyes. Perfect, now fold your arms and smile softly like you just woke up. Aren't sportswear ads supposed to look more energetic? He kept going because he was getting paid. Meanwhile, Hanarin and Miriam stood side by side for photos. The two didn't really like each other and both thought the same thing. Why am I posing like this? But outwardly, they always acted friendly. Hanarin and Miriam's eyes flashed as they squared off, neither of them willing to back down. Inside the studio, the shoot went smoothly. The photographer kept praising them. "Great job, everyone." He even stepped forward. Kim Hyung-gu praised him. "You were great today." Kim Hyung-gu replied modestly, "It's nothing, I'm just doing what I'm paid to do." Kim Hyung-gu grabbed the hoodie he had just set down. "I'm wearing it, but I can put it on again, right? Changing clothes would be a bit inconvenient." The photographer nodded. "Yes, it's only to be used for today's shoot. So it's fine." After saying that, Kim Hyung-gu put his hands in his pockets and walked away gracefully. "All right, I'm off. Rest well. See you later." The photographer watched his back and judged. "I heard he's a real jerk, but maybe not." At this moment, Kim Hyung-gu felt very satisfied. After finishing the work, he felt relieved, but suddenly his face lost its vitality. As Kim Hyung-gu passed by the two female disciples, he smelled gunpowder explode. Miriam smugly said, "Hey, senior sister, this car is only for 3 people. So you should take another car," but Hanarin was already seated, replying, "Oh my, then what's this seat for?" "That seat is for you, shut up and get going." The argument continued, but eventually the car quickly rolled forward. Kim Hyung-gu sat in the car, looking out the window deep in thought. "Tomorrow I'll enter the maze to find the source of the demon, and I still have to test the achievement of the Azure Dragon." After getting in, Hanarin and Miriam sat facing each other, constantly watching the other. The atmosphere was extremely tense. Kim Hyung-gu decided not to take them along. Meanwhile, in the photographer's studio, the walls were adorned with many beautiful photos. He excitedly reviewed each photo, leaning back in his chair and taking a sip of coffee. "Oh, these shots are really nice." The photographer didn't notice the shadow behind him. A shadow holding a large sword stepped forward. At the same time, in the maze on the 14th underground level, the demon beast roared incessantly. Kim Hyung-gu shouted and enlarged his Rui staff. The staff quickly grew and struck the beast hard. He blocked the blows, executing extremely stylish strikes. Kim Hyung-gu smiled proudly, but Wukong gave him a cold reality check. His staff skills were really bad. Kim Hyung-gu stared at the Rui staff, asking, "Hey, you're always silent, so why suddenly give me a lesson now?" Wukong replied, "Because we made a contract. If you want to use my skills properly, you need to master the Rui staff to a certain level." Kim Hyung-gu felt a bit apprehensive. "You want me to learn staff techniques? That will take a lot of time." Wukong, looking at Kim Hyung-gu through the big screen, said, "I'm not asking you to learn everything. I only require you to learn the basics." Kim Hyung-gu asked, "If I learn the basics, can I use them effectively in battle?" "Probably not that much," Wukong explained. "It seems you don't fully understand some details." Do you know the principle of borrowing another's achievement? Kim Hyung-gu replied, the principle for borrowing someone else's achievement. Wukong lifted his head, looking very determined. Achievements are not easily lent to others climbing the tower. Because if the borrower doesn't meet certain standards, they won't be able to use the achievement later. Kim Hyung-gu still didn't understand. What do you mean? Wukong clicked his beak disdainfully. Wukong angrily shouted, trying to pierce his eardrums. You fool, if you want to use my achievement, then you need to know how to use the staff. Right now, you're incapable of using it properly. Wukong continued loudly, like 0 times 100 is still 0. If you don't meet the standard, my staff skills in your hands are useless. Kim Hyung-gu was annoyed, released the Rui staff and covered his hands with both hands. What a noisy monkey, seriously. Wukong angrily said, what monkey do you want to die? But Kim Hyung-gu still arrogantly said, you're just a loser I defeated. Finished talking. The Rui staff clattered to the ground. Kim Hyung-gu, exhausted, compromised. All right, you win, you're the best, Wukong smugly said. HMPH, you should have said that from the start. Kim Hyung-gu thought to himself, he's not wrong to be crazy. The Grand Sage's staff technique is on a completely different level. I wouldn't dare dream of achieving it. Moreover, it's not an ordinary staff technique, it's the Rui staff technique. Just give it a try. Finally, Kim Hyung-gu was able to descend to the 10th underground level. He looked at the Rui staff and asked, but can you always talk to me? Wukong explained, only after we made the contract. Kim Hyung-gu doubted, but I don't remember seeing that part in the contract. Wukong reminded him, that's basic. Every contract has special conditions. Kim Hyung-gu asked, then why do you sometimes not talk to me? Wukong crossed his arms, sitting inside, and said honestly, because I don't want to get driven crazy every time I talk to you. These words drove Kim Hyung-gu insane. He gripped the Rui staff tightly. What did you say? At this moment, the roars of huge demon beasts continued non-stop. Kim Hyung-gu looked very small, facing not one but many giant demon beasts. Kim Hyung-gu confirmed, so I have to fight them using only the Rui staff and nothing else. No staff techniques at all, right? But Wukong calmly replied, go ahead and I'll explain exactly what you need to do. Kim Hyung-gu spun the Rui staff in his hands, then struck a cool pose and said excitedly, so, shall we start now? Meanwhile, at Han Nam Palace, Miriam sat on her throne, engaged in political thoughts. She rubbed the throne she was sitting on, quietly recalling Kim Hyung-gu's advice. Don't spend money wastefully, was what her master had said. That's why the throne in Han Nam was smaller than usual, she exclaimed. Why is Emperor Long's throne so shabby? It's really annoying. At that moment, her subordinate bowed and called out, Emperor Long. Then he handed over a neatly packaged stack of documents. Miriam took it, her face flushed, and gently commanded, everyone, step outside. She slowly peeled open the adhesive layer with her hand. Miriam was extremely excited when she saw inside. So adorable. Miriam looked up, irritated. Don't talk to me. Bak Kui Dahan peeked through the mirror with amusement. Aren't you overreacting a bit? I told you I could speak to you normally. Miriam quickly explained, this isn't a normal situation. Bak Kui Dahan scratched his head and chuckled. Understanding the situation, Bak Kui Dahan said, since you're embarrassed, I won't say anything more. Miriam adjusted her mood and continued examining the documents inside. These were photos of Kim Hyung-gu taken during today's shoot. She was delighted and wriggled with joy. Then, looking at the photos, Miriam imagined 1,101 romantic scenarios. Kim Hyung-gu gazing at her passionately, reaching out to grab her arm. With one photo and her vivid imagination, Miriam even imagined herself sleeping next to Kim Hyung-gu, holding an umbrella together under the rain like in a romantic movie. Miriam hugged the stack of photos, repeatedly calling, Master. While immersed in her happiness, her gaze suddenly became alert. She asked the approaching figure, who's there? It was Hanarin. Oh my, I was wondering if you'd be here. Hanarin entered with a smile, and behind her, men in black stood motionless. Miriam was slightly startled. All masked warriors had stopped moving. Miriam angrily prepared to raise her hand in challenge. Are you using a skill? What does this mean? Hanarin, calm as ever, explained, wait, I didn't come here to fight you. If I wanted that, I would have brought all my subordinates. There, Miriam boldly asserted, even if you brought everyone, you still wouldn't be able to fight me. Hanarin maintained her cheerful demeanor and continued, I was just joking. I came here because I have something to say. Miriam impatiently asked, what do you want to tell me? Hanarin got straight to the point, about the photos you're holding. Hanarin held up a file identical to the one Miriam had, containing photos of Kim Hyung-gu. Miriam felt trapped and panicked, yelling. That Hanarin calmly replied, don't misunderstand, I'm not like you. She honestly explained, I also asked the photographer. If they had given me the photos you're holding, I wouldn't be here. But no matter what, they didn't hand them over. Because they were threatened that if they gave them to anyone else, they'd be eliminated. Hanarin held the photo steadily, staring at Miriam without a flicker of emotion. I think you can guess why I'm here, right? Miriam gradually calmed down and asked, don't tell me. Hanarin slowly ascended the steps. Exactly, in Hanarin's delicate hands were many more photos of Kim Hyung-gu. Pressing close, she asked Miriam, don't you want these photos? This left Miriam frozen in confusion. Wukong sat cross-armed in front of the screen, reviewing the battle. His face suddenly twisted in disbelief, the sounds of fighting echoing continuously. Bang, bang, on the screen, Kim Hyung-gu wielded the staff expertly. He used the staff to scatter numerous opponents. Even after winning, Kim Hyung-gu looked effortlessly cool on the screen after dispatching foes with the staff. Wukong seriously praised, "This guy is really skilled with the staff." He recalled previous times teaching Kim Hyung-gu, "Don't rely on brute strength." At first, he seemed a bit clumsy, but once he learned to use the staff's reach, he used it effectively and employed footwork to maintain a safe distance from the monster. Distance, compared to other techniques, staff combat involves many variables that must be carefully considered. While fighting enemies, the reason is that it's an all-purpose weapon usable in both close-range and long-range battles. Wukong continued, lowering his voice. When used for long-range attacks, it can cover the reach of a spear. And when used for close range, it can even match a short sword. The staff can create countless effects by altering how it is wielded. Therefore, to master it and fully realize its potential, one must sacrifice a lot of time. Saying this, Wukong paused in astonishment. But that guy, the image of Kim Hyung-gu using the staff to fight beasts appeared. He wielded it so skillfully that Wukong was left amazed and in awe. Even though I only taught him a few basic points, he can control the staff exactly as he wants, almost perfectly. Wukong can't help but be impressed. And I have to admit it's true, they call him a genius. In a quiet, dark place, Kim Hyung-gu stretches his body after a long day of training. Kim Hyung-gu licks his lips, a few beads of sweat on his face, thinking, "Just as expected, I'm practically a naturally gifted person. If it weren't for the effort I put in fighting that Chan Ma guy, it would probably have taken me another 100 years." He recalls the battle with Xian Gucci and thinks, "Maybe it's because I learned this by facing him head-on. After enduring countless pains, I realized the importance of every step in a battle. But that's not all I learned. From how to move my feet to how to react to attacks from behind. The essence of 100 years, that's everything I've learned." At this moment, Kim Hyung-gu is extremely excited as he continues speaking while being pummeled. So just knowing a few basic points is enough. Beneath him lie the piled-up corpses of monsters. Kim Hyung-gu is confident, thinking, "This is nothing more than a walk in the park." Kim Hyung-gu proudly praises himself, "I really am good at learning." Wukong agrees, he really is a genius. Kim Hyung-gu reminds Wukong through the screen, "Do you want me to do any more jumps?" "No, that's more than enough." Kim Hyung-gu holds the item with great excitement. The system also displays Actron Origin incomplete. Level 5 plus, no adjustments, no skills, Actron's secret authority, the one honored as martial god on floor 9. He tried to become a tower climber to follow his first master, who is said to have reached the top of the tower. With the help of the spiritual source, he was trained by martial masters and eventually gained power worthy of the martial god title. However, being a limited tower climber, for his skills to be usable, he must have the strength of the labyrinth that tower climbers instinctively accumulate while invading tower floors. Labyrinth stone 72%. Reading all these lines, Kim Hyung-gu exclaims, "The info is so clear when there's no authority limit. And from now on, the demon origin will be fixed as the demon origin." Kim Hyung-gu shoulders the Rui staff, strolling confidently through the night, silently asking, "So from now on, I don't need to keep using the Rui staff, right? This is more than enough." Wukong inside the Rui staff asked curiously, "Do you intend to use it on the Azure Dragon's achievement?" Kim Hyung-gu was extremely pleased but clueless. Wukong sat inside the Rui staff, pondering slowly. Kim Hyung-gu raised his hand, waiting to hear the next words. I thought Kim Hyung-gu wrapped the scarf around the Azure Dragon orb, but the system issued a notification. "You cannot use the Actron source on the Azure Dragon's achievement." Kim Hyung-gu helplessly lowered his head and said, "See, I told you, no matter how hard you try, you will get nothing. You will never see the Azure Dragon's achievement properly." He smirked. "I feel like I'm trapped. Anyway, I have to fill the labyrinth." But at that moment a voice called out, "Guild Master." Kim Hyung-gu annoyedly stopped turning, which made Anya slightly fearful. He didn't seem pleased. "Should I come back tomorrow?" Kim Hyung-gu replied, "It's fine, go ahead, what's the matter?" Anya placed a file in front of him along with another invitation. Hearing that, he was astonished. Again, Anya also announced some good news. "Yes, this time it's even better," he asked curiously. "Men's clothing?" At this time Hannarin and Miriam stood behind, looking very eager. Anya detailed, "Exactly, the images provided by the company are numerous. Fits you, and they are planning to produce many new items." Kim Hyung-gu heard this and slowly thought, quite tempting. Then he leaned back on the sofa and decisively said, "But I already refused." Anya was surprised. "Why?" he said slowly. "I already have other ways to make money." Hannarin, dissatisfied, stepped closer. She smiled slyly, "Master." Hannarin stroked her hair and smiled brightly. "Like Hua said, isn't going for a photo shoot fine?" Kim Hyung-gu looked displeased. Again, Hannarin placed her hand on his shoulder, reassuring, "I'm not forcing you, but this invitation comes with plenty of perks." Kim Hyung-gu calmly responded, No, I don't care, Hanarin continued. They said they'll give us 25% of the profits, even more than Addis. But none of that shook him. I have enough money already. Hanarin still didn't give up, using every word to provoke. Master, you told me before that if there was a chance, I should earn as much as possible. She held the contract on the table. I think this is an invitation suitable for your investment. Kim Hyung-gu just shook his head, saying nothing. Those standing aside were also silent. Then Hanarin asked Miriam, what do you think? When asked, Miriam stammered in panic. Well, she blushed awkwardly, then gathered courage to speak clearly. I also think it's best if you go ahead with the advertisement shoot. Kim Hyung-gu looked at the two girls in front of him, slightly suspicious. You both agree. Kind of strange. Suddenly he remembered something, freezing. Wait, aren't these two not on good terms? These days they haven't argued and are even closer than before. Kim Hyung-gu suspiciously said, could it be that you two? Before he could finish, the system displayed, you have been invited. The system has sent you an invitation. As the remaining time passes, you will be responded to by a call. Remaining time, 0 hours 4 minutes 59 seconds. Kim Hyung-gu looked utterly helpless, glancing at the things scattered on the floor. Then he saw Avi sleeping on the table, drooling nonstop. Kim Hyung-gu looked around the room, saying, I remember tidying up before. How is it back to a mess like this? Avi jumped up, wiped her mouth, hastily explained. I've been busy researching day and night, so I forgot to clean. Kim Hyung-gu wondered, where did you get all this food? Avi innocently looked away and replied, from the order cabinet. As long as it was produced before, I can reproduce it as many times as I want. Kim Hyung-gu sat on the sofa, his face serious. Interesting, whatever. Did you find any information? Avi replied honestly, though it seemed incomplete. But I'm very sure about this. The tower created by the creator is on the 12th floor. They looked at each other seriously. Kim Hyung-gu raised his head and asked, the 12th floor is above, Avi continued. According to my research, the 12th floor has only one tower. From the start, Kim Hyung-gu couldn't help but wonder, what do you mean? Avi said he would understand as soon as he saw it the moment he reached the 12th floor. You will see the tower immediately. Kim Hyung-gu still didn't understand and asked further, if you say so, but how do we get to the 12th floor? I have to use the blind man's compass like last time. Avi, hearing this, felt itchy and uncomfortable. Kim Hyung-gu questioned, why can't we use the compass? Avi scratched her head, stepping aside. No, I think maybe you could use it. Kim Hyung-gu asked again, then what? Avi regained her composure. The issue is time. Avi slowly shared a critically important piece of information. How long it takes the Guardian to travel from floor 8 to floor 35. About 2 to 3 weeks, but I'm not sure. Would it be the same if you took different floors? Kim Hyung-gu slumped with his chin in his hand, so the distance between different floors, right? Avi lowered her head and nodded. That's right. It could take a few months like last time, or it could take a few years. Kim Hyung-gu felt confused. It was hard to believe. A few years is a bit much, isn't it? But if it really takes that long, this will turn into a huge problem. Hearing that, Avi immediately lifted her head to look at him. Kim Hyung-gu thought to himself that he played a very important role. The guardian, the protector of this floor. If he left for too long, floor 9 wouldn't be protected for all that time. Of course, floor 9 still had Miriam and Hanarin, and in any case, the two of them could take down a few tower climbers. Thinking that far, Kim Hyung-gu grew anxious. But what if an enforcer like last time showed up again? His hands were still trembling with fear. He still vividly remembered the pressure back then. Even alone, he couldn't handle that guy. He couldn't leave floor 9 to just the two of them. Seeing how impatient and restless Kim Hyung-gu was, Avi watched him closely. Then an idea struck her and she blurted out, should I try to find the exact time it takes, or another way to get there? Kim Hyung-gu pulled himself together and asked excitedly, oh, you can do that. But Avi splashed cold water on him. Honestly, no matter how hard I try, I don't think I'll be able to find it. Kim Hyung-gu snapped, getting worked up, and slammed the things around him. That damn creator, at the very least he should have told me a proper way to find him. It terrified Avi as well. Kim Hyung-gu's rage burned like something out of a legend as he cursed that bastard. Suddenly, his eyes flashed as if he remembered something. Avi asked in shock, what is it? He muttered each word, there's someone right. Then, like a madman, he sprang to his feet and shouted, I said there's someone I can ask. Overjoyed, Kim Hyung-gu said there was someone who knew this tower extremely well. At that moment, a pizza was delivered with Sun Wukong printed on the box. Sun Wukong sat high on a tree branch and said indifferently, so you want to know how long it takes to go from floor 9 to floor 12, huh? Kim Hyung-gu stood below, looking up at Sun Wukong with hopeful eyes. Suddenly, Sun Wukong asked a brainless question, what for? Kim Hyung-gu shouted angrily, are you deaf? I thought you heard exactly what I said. Sun Wukong didn't hold back either. Do I look like I've got time to spare? The truth is harsh, you haven't done anything, have you? Hit right where it hurts. Sun Wukong quickly jumped down and continued. Fine, whatever. But I can only tell you a little information about the tower. Kim Hyung-gu asked impatiently, what do you mean? Sun Wukong continued slowly. Don't tell me you don't know anything at all. Furious, he replied, I don't. Who do you think I am that I'd know? Sun Wukong frowned, there's a restriction. Curious, Kim Hyung-gu shoved both hands into his pockets and leaned in to ask. A restriction, Sun Wukong emphasized, can you hear what I'm saying? Yes. Sun Wukong put on a smug face and pointed. Then at the very top floor of the tower, Sun Wukong's lips moved as he said something. Kim Hyung-gu frowned, straining, but he couldn't hear a thing. What was that? He stared at the one in front of him in total shock. What is this? He definitely said something, but I can't hear it. Sun Wukong didn't care. He stepped forward and said, come here. He even used his staff to smoothly write a few words on the ground. But to Kim Hyung-gu, it blurred out. He was extremely irritated, grinding his teeth in rage. He's writing something, but I can't see it. Kim Hyung-gu clutched his head and yanked at his hair in helplessness. This is so strange, like my eyes are refusing to look at it. He kept cursing in fury. Damn it, so does that mean I can't learn anything? Sun Wukong put on a shameless expression and said, no, I can tell you some simple information, as long as it isn't important. Kim Hyung-gu stared at Sun Wukong with intense anticipation, but he answered slowly. For example, what you asked me. He finally snapped and flew into a rage. Are you messing with me? Then Kim Hyung-gu charged at him in anger, wanting to beat this monkey senseless. Their actions were all observed by the designer's sinister eye. After eavesdropping on their conversation, he said smugly, I see. So he defeated Xian Ucha. He defeated an enforcer. He even took my achievement for himself. What a freak. Interesting. The designer curled his lips into a thin, amused smile. Then he spread his arms and said with delight, interesting. A man created only to be an experiment. Became a freak and even killed the one who completed that experiment. He praised lavishly, truly a remarkable achievement. The mysterious man broke into a cold sweat. Then he bravely asked, are you really going to leave that guy alone? The designer continued slowly. He has surpassed my expectation. Just like that freak. Now I'm very curious. How much more he can accumulate on his own, how many more achievements he can obtain. So I'll give him a little more time. Back here with Kim Hyung-gu. He asked again in panic, how long? He crawled along the ground, frantic. Say it again. Wukong spread his arms and replied blandly, I've told you 1,000 times. 500 days. When the number was emphasized, Kim Hyung-gu gaped in shock. His face darkened too. He panicked. That's more than a year. Does that make any sense? It only took me almost a month to reach floor 8. Wukong stated firmly. That's how it is. Wukong opened his mouth wide to show him, and the mission handler seemed like he was deliberately trying to provoke him. Wukong paused, then continued, oh, you don't need to take the test. Kim Hyung-gu snapped, what now? Wukong explained further. Tower climbers have to complete missions while climbing, but you don't. Kim Hyung-gu seemed to realize something. You mean the mission is to wipe out the entire floor? Yes, but the mission for the floor is... Kim Hyung-gu lifted his head and waited for the details. Then he blurted out, everything is forbidden. Wukong chuckled, braced both hands on the ground and went on. Anyway, what I mean is, every floor has a different mission. Kim Hyung-gu lost his patience and urged, forget that, is there a faster way? I can't stay on floor 9 for more than a year. Kim Hyung-gu clenched his fist and said resolutely, I have things I need to protect. Seeing him like that, Wukong softened and turned away as he gave Kim Hyung-gu one more important piece of information. Thinking about it, there is one way. Kim Hyung-gu lit up, shaking him excitedly and firing questions nonstop. Really, what is it? Seeing Kim Hyung-gu keep begging, Wukong curled his lips into a smug grin. Once again, he said slowly, do you know about dragon clouds? Back in Tronho district, Kim Hyung-gu was on the phone with someone. Hanarin and Miriam eagerly waited for Anya to ask the guild leader about the photo shoot. Kim Hyung-gu refused flatly, tell them I'm not interested. At that, the two girls' faces fell in disappointment. After hanging up, Kim Hyung-gu ate a pastry while searching on his phone. Dragon cloud. Seeing the screen show a blue sky, he thought to himself, if I have it, I can reach floor 12 in 5 days. Wukong had said back then, just a guess. If it was real, he had to get that dragon cloud no matter what it cost. He also had to meet the creator and beat him to a pulp. The more he thought about it, the more fired up Kim Hyung-gu became. Then he turned back excitedly and said, ladies, but before he could finish, he suddenly stopped when he saw how gloomy the two girls were. He wondered, what's with this atmosphere? Why are they? After a moment, he realized it was because he had rejected that modeling invitation. So he immediately called Anya. Hello, Anya. Yes, guild leader. Hearing that, the two girls straightened up and listened curiously. Kim Hyung-gu said into the phone, email me those documents. Anya asked, puzzled, what documents? He said, about the exclusive model deal. Hanarin and Miriam instantly perked up again. Kim Hyung-gu swaggered, propping himself up as he lifted his chin. Miriam was absolutely overjoyed. He called, you too. Yes, master. Yes, master. Kim Hyung-gu made a request. I need an artifact. Can you find it for me? Miriam, calm by nature, bowed and replied, if master requests it, I will find anything. Hanarin patted her chest confidently. I'll find it even if I have to turn the whole world upside down. Kim Hyung-gu nodded in satisfaction. Just then, the system signaled again. It displayed, "Notice, a new tower climber has begun ascending to floor 9. Location, New Delhi, India. Time remaining, 1 hour 4 minutes 8 seconds 12 ticks." Kim Hyung-gu gnawed at the system in fury. "Again, why do you keep bothering me? Because of these small fries, I can't get anything done." Behind him, Miriam said quietly, "I'll deal with the one who dared disturb Master." Do magic words work on the system too? After venting his anger, Kim Hyung-gu's mouth twisted into a sly grin. "In that case, I'll—" Outside, it was pitch dark and a deadly atmosphere blanketed everything. The cries of small demons echoed nonstop. They were being slaughtered by someone. He was the tower climber Orabat. With a weapon in hand, he kept skewering every demon that blocked his path. He sneered, "Only an idiot would dare stand in my way." The 72nd demon of Solomon and a prince of hell, Orabat turned his gaze toward the flashing light ahead and smiled in satisfaction. Finally, floor 9. "I should clear this place quickly and move on to the next floor." He was brimming with confidence in his current power. "No matter how strong this floor's guardian is, it won't matter, as long as I have the power to see the future." Orabat laughed triumphantly. "I don't need to worry about a surprise attack or letting my guard down." Suddenly, a blazing light lit up the entire sky. A tiny house sparkled brilliantly, and the scene looked beautiful under the radiant sunlight. Kim Hyung-gu was lounging on a chair, shading himself with his iPad. He cheered happily. "Yo, you're here?" Not knowing who he was, Orabat froze. A moment later, he pointed his weapon at Kim Hyung-gu and demanded, "What kind of monster are you?" Kim Hyung-gu also acted cocky. "What do you think? You should know exactly who I am." Orabat thought blankly, "He's a guard." But he didn't care, whatever. "Watching the little amusements you put on for me," Orabat said as he swung his technique toward Kim Hyung-gu, setting off a horrifying explosion. Kim Hyung-gu froze in shock and stopped watching his iPad. Orabat was back in his hand again. Orabat sneered, baring rows of terrifying teeth. Smugly, he went on, "And a freaky guard like you, that's no problem either." Humiliated like that, Kim Hyung-gu's eyes went wide. "What?" Then he shot forward at lightning speed, right up in front of him. Urabat, like a god, toyed with him, and the sudden feint sent Urabat into a panic. Next, Kim Hyung-gu unleashed a technique. Blinding light flooded the area, blocking everything from view. He couldn't see a thing. The sheer, overwhelming power blasted the robot flying far away. He was hit so hard his teeth and lips were a mess, unable to react in time. Staring at the person in front of him, Orabat was utterly bewildered. What just happened? What the hell is this guy? Meanwhile, Kim Hyung-gu wore the smug face of a victor and repeated, "A small fry, that's all." Orabat struggled to his feet. "Hurry, I need to use the power to see through the future. The entire future." Orabat's eyes suddenly bulged as information flashed into view. The future showed the fight between Orabat and Kim Hyung-gu in vivid detail, but every outcome ended the same. Orapax would be killed by Kim Hyung-gu. Orabat couldn't believe his eyes. "Every time I meet that guy, it leads to death." Kim Hyung-gu shut his eyes tightly and spoke with calm certainty. "All right, the situation's changed now." He wore a cruel, angry smile and mocked the other side. "So tell me, who's the idiot now?" Back in his office, Kim Hyung-gu kept reading all the interesting news about himself. While he was absorbed in scrolling on his phone, a shrill shout from two girls came from outside the door. "Master, master!" Outside, Hanarin and Miriam wrestled over the item in their hands as they burst in. "We found it, we got it." Kim Hyung-gu praised his two disciples non-stop. "Well done." A notification appeared. Level 8 Jisan Disung necklace. Settings adjustment, pipe suction skill, information access right. This is a necklace worn by Jisan Sung, the king of Sada, a famed great sage said to have moved mountains. This item was crafted by Jisan Sung, a man who loved smoking. After defeating a lazy emoji monster that lived deep underground for ages, it gained the ability to transform into a smoking pipe at the user's will. It can light tobacco endlessly without needing refills, and its flavor changes to match the user's taste. Kim Hyung-gu held the necklace in his hand, delighted. Then he told his disciples, "I'll be back soon." Hanarin couldn't stop wondering, "Where are you going?" Miriam lowered her head obediently. "Understood." Kim Hyung-gu replied slowly, "It won't take long." Then he combined the two items in his hand. The system presented a choice. Will you use the Actron source on Jisan Sung's necklace? Yes or no? Kim Hyung-gu quickly chose yes. Seeing Hanarin's shock, Miriam smugly thought, "She doesn't know the master's method. She's still green." At that moment, an image of Miriam appeared, her face flushed red. Blushing hard, she whispered, "Master." Standing beside her was Kim Hyung-gu. She gazed into her master Kim Hyung-gu's eyes, utterly captivated. Kim Hyung-gu looked back at his disciple. In the quiet stillness, the two slowly drew their lips closer, both faces burning red, lips about to meet. Reading this, someone couldn't take it anymore and flung the phone aside. It was Lee Seorong. She broke into a cold sweat, gaped, and screamed, "What the hell is this? I finally had a little time while dating Si Hyun, and this jumped out at me while browsing. A secret romance novel between master and disciple." Lee Seorong naively thought, "I thought this was just a romance novel." Who knew it was fanfic? And the characters are all people I know, too. She bit her lip, burning with curiosity, and the most surprising part was, then Lee Seorong picked up the phone again, curiosity taking over. Lee Seorong tapped the screen with a hopeful finger. I want to know what happens next. It's fiction anyway, only something that exists in a novel. Just then the office door suddenly opened, and a man's voice rang out. You're here. Before he could finish, Lee Seojong jolted and hurled the phone straight at the doorway. Luckily, Kim Si-hun dodged quickly. The phone slammed into the wall, even cracking the area around him. Kim Si-hyun panicked and blurted out, "Did I do something wrong?" Elsewhere, Kim Hyung-gu had arrived where he meant to go. Greenery surrounded him and the air was eerily quiet. What? There's nothing here. He frowned in doubt. Did I come to the wrong place? Kim Hyung-gu quickly opened the system to check again. Will you exit the Jisan Disung necklace? The system displayed the choice. Yeah. No. Kim Hyung-gu hesitated, glancing around. Jisan Disung should be somewhere around here, right? With that thought, he stubbornly made noise with a series of explosions. Then I'll just find him. And Kim Hyung-gu was leaping wildly like a madman through the vast forest. Kim Hyung-gu clenched his teeth in anger and cursed, "Damn it." Looking down, he saw endless green mountains, no one in sight, and he exclaimed in fury, "All I see are mountains." Suddenly, Kim Hyung-gu's eyes widened in astonishment. He discovered a cave ahead, still surrounded by thick greenery. Could this be the place? Having located it, Kim Hyung-gu quickly landed in style. He stared intently at the place, said nothing, and dashed straight inside. In just a moment, Kim Hyung-gu reached the spot. Then, he safely landed in front of the cave entrance, sweating as he looked around, suddenly astonished. He strode inside, beams of light illuminating his face. Before him stood a massive tree. Covered with countless vines, Kim Hyung-gu was amazed. This place is, at that moment, another man's voice echoed, "Who are you?" Following the voice, Kim Hyung-gu approached. A man was smoking a cigar. His appearance matched the information Kim Hyung-gu had previously read in the system. He exclaimed in shock, "Are you Jae-san Desung Yu?" Kim Hyung-gu looked at the man smoking the cigar and addressed him, Dae-sun Daeshang. Dae-sun Desung remained lying there, enjoying each puff without opening his eyes. He calmly said, "Someone knows that name, huh? Who are you?" Kim Hyung-gu tapped his chest and answered honestly, "I came to retrieve the cloud-traversing staff left to you by the Marquis." The other man remained indifferent. "Is that so? Got it." Kim Hyung-gu, seeing Jae-san Desung's cold attitude, was at a loss for words. He thought, if you got it, then at least give me a proper answer. Impatient, Kim Hyung-gu repeated, "I came to get the cloud-traversing staff." Jae-san Desung emphasized, "I said I understand." Hearing this, Kim Hyung-gu swallowed his anger and forced a smile. But seeing him so calm, Kim Hyung-gu could no longer restrain himself and shouted, "You bastard!" Only then did Jae-san Desung raise his head and ask, "So you came for the cloud-traversing staff?" He spoke slowly. Before that, his interrupted speech made Kim Hyung-gu even angrier. Jae-san Desung leisurely took another puff, then lifted his head and looked at Kim Hyung-gu. "Continue." The Marquis, "No, I want to know what he was doing." "So after dying at my hands, your senior brother entered that staff and made a contract with you." "Exactly." Dae-sun Desung looked up at the sky in exasperation. What a foolish bastard, not understanding why he would move his soul into an object like that. And yet he still tried to climb the tower alone. All my other brothers gave up. Jae-san Desung asked, "Where's that Rui staff?" Kim Hyung-gu answered, "I'm not carrying it right now," he explained. "Because when using the source of evil, I cannot bring any other relics." "What a pity," Kim Hyung-gu asked, "but you said he was the only one to climb the tower." Jae-san Desung chuckled. "Oh, that matter." Jae-san Desung spoke slowly. "Hey, do you know the 7 great saints?" Kim Hyung-gu repeated the phrase, hearing it for the first time, 7 great saints. The 7 great saints are demons who became sworn brothers with the Marquis. They all possess power capable of topping the heavenly court. They are extremely powerful demons. Currently, none of the 7 great saints are climbing the tower. Except for that foolish Daeshang, Kim Hyung-gu asked curiously. "So what are the others doing?" Jae-san Desung calmly replied, "Obviously, we just live leisurely in this narrow, pitiful space. No rent required." Hearing this, Kim Hyung-gu was speechless. He asked, "Then why aren't you climbing the tower?" Jae-san Desung, looking displeased, said, "Because we realized a harsh truth. The truth is, no matter how hard we try to climb, we can never reclaim the achievements that were taken from us. And more importantly, we are." Jae-san Desung abruptly stopped mid-sentence. "Seems I've said too much." He yawned shortly. "It wouldn't be right to say more because my senior brother is also enduring this situation. So I'll stop here." Kim Hyung-gu, furious, gritted his teeth thinking, "These bastards always speak halfway." He sighed in frustration and then said, "You've satisfied your curiosity, haven't you? Now give me the cloud-traversing staff." Jae-san Desung snorted coldly, replying, "I don't know if you can take it." Kim Hyung-gu's mouth dropped in astonishment. "What do you mean?" He quickly explained, "Don't misunderstand, it's not that I don't want to give it to you. The cloud-traversing staff is certainly here, but I cannot give you his achievement. Because the main tower is where you can only use the power of achievements you earned yourself. If that person at the top doesn't intervene, it's not easy for someone else to obtain those achievements. Jai Sanda-sung began clarifying. Every achievement carries the unique mark of its creator. Xianguchi can use Qinglong's achievement, but he cannot attain it by himself so easily. Jai Sanda-sung smiled faintly. Ah, but it's not impossible. He pointed at Kim Hyung-gu and continued. You have to do what senior brother did to earn that achievement. Hyung-gu Kim was stunned. What? At the Dark Guild, Hana-rin and Miriam sat facing each other. A map lay in front of them and Hana-rin spoke first, excitedly. So what do you want to do? She thought to herself. Honestly, I want to build my own domain in Mexico City like that. But lately there have been too many bratty troublemakers, so it would only waste time in the end. If I could, I'd kill them all. But that would only make things more complicated. If it were her, though, someone who already held all of China in the palm of her hand, then it would be different. More importantly, we could turn that city into a place filled only with what Master wants. While Hana-rin was still lost in thought, Miriam spoke awkwardly. Then she quickly regained her confidence, folded her arms over her chest, and continued decisively. I'll build the building I want within half the land. Hana-rin nodded gently. All right. After sealing the deal verbally, the two of them quickly pointed at the map. Then we split it in half. There's no terrain difference over there, so this is the right way. They kept fantasizing. Miriam said, I'll build the 10-story arena Master always talks about, and Hana-rin didn't hold back either. I'll build the sky pool Master wants. Back with Hyung-gu Kim, Jai Sandi-sung was explaining. You misunderstood what I meant. To be precise, you need to follow the exact steps my senior brother took to obtain the somersault cloud. Hyung-gu Kim scratched his head in annoyance. So what do I need to do? Learn my senior brother's somersault cloud technique. He looked blank. What? Jai Sandi-sung repeated. You have to learn that technique to ride the somersault cloud. Did you think you could just take the somersault cloud that easily? Hyung-gu Kim clenched his fist in anger, thinking, that damned great sage. He only told me to bring the somersault cloud back. He never mentioned I'd have to learn it. Hyung-gu Kim fired off questions. Then how am I supposed to use the somersault cloud technique? I'm not sure either. What do you mean? Jai Sandi-sung raised his muscular arm and laughed. I don't know anything, I'm just strong. Hyung-gu Kim pointed at himself and confirmed irritably. So I have to learn it on my own. Yes, once he got the confirmation, Hyung-gu Kim was furious. He lost control and cursed that damn dog. Jai Sandi-sung gave a cold smile and continued. Even if I did know what to do, I still couldn't help you. If you don't follow the steps to earn the achievement, then everything is useless. And one more thing, he figured out how to use it himself, without anyone's help. Hyung-gu Kim quickly pulled himself together and got back to the point. So I just need to figure out how to use it myself, right? That's right, you have to go through what my senior brother trained so hard through to be recognized for that achievement. Hyung-gu Kim folded his arms over his chest, sat down on the ground and said with determination, damn it, I'm seeing this through. I'm already here anyway. Jai Sandi-sung lay down and encouraged him. Then do your best, I'm going to sleep. Suddenly, he remembered something and added, oh, and one more thing. Jai Sandi-sung pointed up at the sky. The somersault cloud is that cloud up there. Good luck. Hyung-gu Kim lifted his head and followed his finger. A cloud. After staring for a while, he frowned. There were countless clouds in the sky. Before long, his eyes spun blue sky, white clouds, golden sunlight. Rolling mountains. Suddenly, a thunderous explosion and Hyung-gu Kim's furious shouting rang out. Damn it, Hyung-gu Kim opened his status window. Looking over his stats, he saw his age was now 121 and thought bitterly. Compared to the first time I came here, I'm 121 now instead of 118. I can't believe I've spent 3 years here. Hyung-gu Kim clenched his teeth in rage. Yet deep down, he couldn't help but admire it. Of course, from the start he never thought it would be easy. Hyung-gu Kim spent a full 100 years learning the heavenly demon's divine light holy art. And the somersault cloud technique was something he had never learned before. First, Hyung-gu Kim tried to imitate the formation of the 5 senses that Seo Jian had learned, but it didn't work very well. Then Hyung-gu Kim tried stepping onto the cloud, but even when he managed to touch it after transforming into a thunder god, no matter how carefully he tried to step onto it, it all failed in the end. His body immediately dropped back to the ground. Frustrated, he thought, I can't ride that cloud either. Hyung-gu Kim also tried binding the cloud with magic power, but it failed. Even when he increased the cloud's density with magic power, it still ended in failure. In the end, what Hyung-gu Kim gained was learning, through experience, how to step on air. Hyung-gu Kim stretched out and took a few steps in midair, but the moment his foot touched the cloud, he dropped straight to the ground again. He struggled back up. From the crater in the rocky earth, he rubbed his head in pain and muttered in irritation, damn it, I need to go ask that great sage. Hyung-gu Kim calmed down, slapped his thigh and said no. If I want to make it my achievement, I have to do this myself. Kim Hyung-gu looked up at the sky, feeling lost. Still, he'd tried everything he could, but it seemed all he could do was drift along with those clouds. Kim Hyung-gu steadied himself, energy returning as he said, There has to be a way to achieve it. Over here, great sage Jiseon sat at ease, smoking his pipe while admiring the heavens and the earth. Over there, Kim Hyung-gu kept jumping up, only to crash back down, slamming painfully into the ground. Kim Hyung-gu struggled to climb out of the crater and cursed, "Damn it." Then Hyung-gu sprang upward again, trying the somersault cloud one more time. Great sage Jiseon exhaled a long stream of smoke, watching Kim Hyung-gu work himself to the bone, thinking, he's been failing nonstop this whole time. Is this the 5th time or the 6th? But compared to that first fall, isn't he getting better at landing now? Thinking that, great sage Jiseon flopped onto a flat rock and muttered lazily to himself, "Whether he fails or not doesn't affect me. I gave up hope back on that day." Even so, great sage Jiseon kept getting distracted by Kim Hyung-gu, or rather, by the racket coming from where Kim Hyung-gu was. But Kim Hyung-gu failed again and again. Jiseon couldn't help thinking, then why would senior brother place his hopes on this guy? He even told him where to go to obtain the achievement. Suddenly, Kim Hyung-gu took off his shirt, revealing rock-solid 8-pack abs. But he didn't stop at the shirt. An instant later, his trousers and even his sandals went flying too, leaving great sage Jiseon staring with eyes wide in shock. Great sage Jiseon felt like, what in the world? Bewildered, he thought, is he naked? Did he finally snap? All he saw was Kim Hyung-gu wearing nothing but his underwear, raising a hand and declaring, "Lift your leg like a superhero. Jump with everything you've got," as he continued the challenge. After reaching a higher spot, Kim Hyung-gu slowly set his foot onto a cloud. Smiling, he said excitedly, "If this goes well, I might be able to do it." Kim Hyung-gu recalled an answer he'd seen in novels. Even though he didn't remember most of the martial arts from those books, he always remembered the famous scenes, no matter how much time passed. And one of the most famous scenes was when the protagonist's master once advised, "When you can make your body lighter, you'll be able to meet me again." So Kim Hyung-gu figured the key might be making his body lighter, weightless, because it was such an iconic scene. But the protagonist had left his master after being trained by him for 5 years. That scene stuck with Kim Hyung-gu more than anything. Kim Hyung-gu took a hint from that scene. Because he'd never forgotten it, he realized it as he kept falling. These clouds in this empty space had a faint physical force woven between them. Kim Hyung-gu resolved to try, thinking, if I can't ride the cloud in my current state, then I just need to make myself lighter. If I use the martial arts I learned from the heavenly demon to lighten myself as much as possible, then I'll be able to feel the cloud with my own feet. That is the true weightless body technique. That midair stepping skill from earlier wasn't the correct method. Once he finally understood, Kim Hyung-gu began taking his first steps on the cloud. 5 to 10 seconds passed, then another 10 to 15 seconds. Kim Hyung-gu kept walking. 20 to 40 seconds passed as he pushed past the empty threshold. He'd already gone from 40 seconds to 80 seconds of walking on clouds. Even great sage Jiseon, seeing this, shouted in excitement, "Ah, earlier you were just using your power to mess around with those clouds. But now you're truly walking on them." At last, Kim Hyung-gu could stroll comfortably across the cloud. The huge cloud swelled as other clouds suddenly flew in and gathered together. Kim Hyung-gu cried out in delight. "The clouds are gathering, I finally succeeded." Right after that, Kim Hyung-gu lay back on the cloud, relaxing, seeing Kim Hyung-gu. As Kim Hyung-gu stepped down, great sage Jiseon approached, holding Hyung-gu's clothes and said cheerfully, "How about you put your clothes on first?" Only then did Kim Hyung-gu remember he was still naked. After that, Kim Hyung-gu licked his lips, finding it a little funny as he thought, "I really believed taking off my clothes would make me lighter. Haven't I been half naked this whole time?" Suddenly, Kim Hyung-gu's eyes widened as he saw the age stat on his status panel. 131 years old. He blurted out, stunned, "Did I get older again?" "By 10 years, Kim Hyung-gu froze, mouth hanging open. "So I've been stuck in this damned state for 10 years. Seeing Kim Hyung-gu gaping without a word, great sage Jiseon spoke up. "Looks like you're pretty upset. Are you okay?" Kim Hyung-gu, face dark, pulled on his shirt and said gloomily, "It's nothing. But while we're at it, where's the somersault cloud?" All of a sudden, great sage Jiseon handed Kim Hyung-gu a ring and said, "Here, this ring is the somersault cloud of the great sage equal to heaven. It's S++ rank with a summon and release skill." Kim Hyung-gu asked curiously, "But why did it suddenly turn into this?" Great sage Jiseon laughed. "I'm not sure either. After you came down, it suddenly shrank and became a ring." Kim Hyung-gu put on the somersault cloud ring and shouted, "Appear." Instantly, a cloud burst out from the ring and shot up into the sky. Kim Hyung-gu looked at the clouds again and shouted, "Bong likes it." Immediately after, the Van head scale shrank and slipped into the ring. Kim Hyung-gu watched it try. Seeing the Van head scale like that, Jae-sun Daesheng laughed and asked, "Ungo, are you leaving now?" Kim Hyung-gu turned around and smiled in reply. "That's right, Rhea." Jae-sun Daesheng took his pipe and said, "Please pass my message to my senior brother." Kim Hyung-gu asked curiously, "Pass the message later." On the other side, Michio and Hanarin were still busy in a fierce 300-round battle. Hanarin hit hard and loud, wondering if such a display could please their master. Mitcha immediately countered, yelling, "But I think this method is much better than yours." Suddenly, a loud bang echoed, startling both Mission and Hanarin, who turned around to look. Seeing Kim Hyung-gu appear, both of them cheered in excitement, shouting in unison, "Master, master!" Suddenly, a thump sounded. Kim Hyung-gu looked up in surprise, curiously asking, what's all the noise about?" Looking at the chaotic mess in front of him, Kim Hyung-gu exclaimed, "Ah, what the hell is this?" Then Kim Hyung-gu lowered his voice, gritting his teeth. My disciples, ah no, you girls." Hanarin and Michang were not afraid at all. They quickly laughed and shouted loudly, yes, master, yes, master." Kim Hyung-gu could no longer contain himself and yelled, "What the hell are all these things?" After sorting things out with his two disciples, Kim Hyung-gu went to meet Ngo Kong to return the Van Head scale. Suddenly, Ngo Kong shouted loudly, "What, don't tell me you've learned the Van Head technique properly?" Kim Hyung-gu asked Ngo Kong with some curiosity. Hands in his pockets, he said, "So what?" The Monkey King looked even more puzzled and asked again, "I mean, why did you do that?" Kim Hyung-gu, annoyed, pointed at the Monkey King and said, "You're the one who told me to bring back the Van Head scale." Ngo Kong replied, confused, "But why did you learn it yourself?" After saying this, both Kim Hyung-gu and Ngo Kong stared at each other with wide eyes, equally bewildered and surprised. Then Wukong panicked and stammered, "Junior brother, didn't I already teach you how to bring it back?" Kim Hyung-gu forced a stiff laugh. He said, "I have to do exactly what you did to earn the achievement." Thinking back over what had just happened, Kim Hyung-gu asked again, "So you're saying there's another way to bring it back here?" Wukong pressed his lips together and nodded timidly. Kim Hyung-gu had clearly been played, and he stood there dazed, muttering under his breath, "That bastard!" Then Kim Hyung-gu couldn't hold it in anymore. Rage surged through him like fire. "You damn dog!" Seeing this, Wukong unconsciously recalled what had happened back then. Junior brother hadn't listened to a word. Over there, Wukong just kept talking non-stop. "Junior brother, if you don't like looking at that cloud, then there's a way to keep it. You didn't listen to me at all." Back then, the great sage of Mount Dai had only lain there lazily, puffing on his pipe and giving a perfunctory reply. Kim Hyung-gu thought for a moment, then said, "But even if there's another way, I still need to learn how to ride the somersault cloud, right?" He was actually pretty satisfied, thinking he'd learned a lot during training. But Wukong only clicked his tongue, turned away and said, "No." It made Kim Hyung-gu want to go berserk again. Then Wukong explained, "Didn't I tell you earlier, the contract lets me share my power?" Kim Hyung-gu froze as he realized that meant, "You can share achievements with me?" Wukong nodded. "That's right, that's why you can ride my somersault cloud." Hearing that, Kim Hyung-gu clenched his fist and unleashed a stream of profanity. "Holy shit, what the hell did you just say?" After cursing to vent, Kim Hyung-gu let out a long breath. Calming down, he looked at the somersault cloud and said, "So what do we do with the somersault cloud I brought back?" Wukong said, "Now we need to upgrade it." Kim Hyung-gu asked curiously, "Through the maze?" Wukong laughed. "How could you use a somersault cloud in a cramped place?" "That works, we need to use a private route." Meanwhile, elsewhere, two people stood together, one practicing with a spear, the other watching in silence. When the spear tip struck the ground, Bing Ling spoke coldly. "Why did you come looking for me?" The mysterious man with his face hidden under a hat replied, "I have something to say." Bing Ling asked, "Is it from that person?" The mysterious man answered, "No." Then Bing Ling pondered for a moment, tapped the spear with his hand and slowly sat cross-legged. In an instant, the scene around them shifted, from outside the arena to a spacious study. A teacup appeared in Bing Ling's hand, and he gave the mysterious man a meaningful smile. The mysterious man, startled by the sudden change, said, "The vast heavenly sacred art looks like it's being used properly." Bing Ling chuckled. "Even if they're the last ones, it's still been a while since I climbed the tower, hasn't it?" Bing Ling took a refined sip of tea and probed, "So why are you here?" The mysterious man replied coldly, "I need you to act." Bing Ling laughed. "Interesting, what is it?" He looked at the mysterious man and sighed. "I've never seen you act so recklessly before. What do you need me to do?" The mysterious man said quickly, "Kill that aberration on floor 9. Bing Ling asked with interest, "An aberration?" The mysterious man replied. "That's right." Bing Ling thought for a moment, then said in surprise, "So Xian Ucha was really defeated." The mysterious man explained at once, "You knew." Xian Ucha was wiped out by that aberration. Bing Ling closed his eyes, savoring the fragrance of the tea, and said, "In the end, the craving to become a god still couldn't escape being cut down by a mere warrior." Suddenly, Bing Ling set the cup down and said bluntly, "I refuse." Back where Kim Hyung-gu and Wukong were discussing things, Kim Hyung-gu asked curiously, "A private route?" Wukong nodded. "That's right, there's a path only conquerors can use. If we take it, we can reach floor 12 in a single day." Kim Hyung-gu frowned. Didn't you say it would take 5 days before?" Wukong shot him a glare and barked, "That was when I was lending you my achievements. Now we don't need that, we just rush up there without resting." Kim Hyung-gu clenched his hand excitedly. "One day. just in case things didn't go smoothly. He'd planned to train his disciple before heading there, but it seemed unnecessary now. Suddenly, Kim Hyung-gu remembered something and turned to Wukong. Wait, only conquerors can use that path. Can I? Wukong hopped down to the ground and said cheerfully, "Ah, you can use it now too. You've got clearance, right?" Kim Hyung-gu blinked. A pass? Wukong nodded. Yeah, the thing that appeared after you defeated Xian Ucha. Kim Hyung-gu said, you mean the Azure Dragon achievement. Wukong nodded and explained, exactly. You can only get that after someone becomes a conqueror. It's also proof that you're qualified. After saying that, Wukong eagerly suggested, so shall we set off now? Kim Hyung-gu shook his head. No, first I need to fill the stone maze. Wukong let out an ah, looking dejected. But Kim Hyung-gu was full of confidence. He tightened his fist and said with determination, it'll be quick. I want to see that guy's face as soon as possible. Maybe back to the exchange between Bang Lin and the mysterious man. The mysterious man asked, why did you refuse me? Bang Lin stood up and answered bluntly, because I don't want to waste my effort on things that aren't from his orders. After that, Bang Lin returned to the arena and kept practicing her spear, ignoring the mysterious man. The mysterious man thought for a long while, then said calmly, if you complete this mission, I'll give you a great achievement. That made Bang Lin stop short, then she turned back with renewed interest and asked, are you serious? Then Bang Lin smiled. She left with the words, don't forget your promise, and vanished at once. The mysterious man muttered to himself. Even though the Lord had told him not to stir up trouble with that monster, he still had to kill him. The martial art he had created with his own hands, and branded with his personal mark, was considered the greatest in the world. But in truth, his achievement wasn't that astonishing. There were plenty of people on the tower who claimed to be the greatest. This was also where those who had surpassed the limits of ordinary humans existed. But that man, despite training in martial arts for a long time, had still gained fewer achievements than Xian Ucha. Even so, he was a wanderer of the night, and he had received an achievement directly from the Lord, the one who had ordered him to do this. So there was nothing to worry about. 3 days later, Kim Hyung-gu looked at the vast desert ahead and asked, is this really the place? Wukong laughed. Try shaking the blind man's compass. Kim Hyung-gu shook the compass and said, like this. Suddenly, the eye on the compass lit up and fired a beam of light straight into the sky. Kim Hyung-gu looked where the compass beam pointed and asked, so now we just go up there? Wukong nodded. Yes, and then he reminded Kim Hyung-gu. On the way up, hold tight to the Azure Dragon achievement. Then, you'll be able to see the path, Kim Hyung-gu said cheerfully as he stepped onto the somersault cloud. Let's go, he said, pulling out the Azure Dragon jewel and holding it in his hand. Inside, Kim Hyung-gu thought, even if he was a little worried about his disciples. He remembered saying goodbye to the 2 female disciples who always followed him and felt somewhat reassured. They'll be fine, because he'd already talked things through with them. Besides, it looked like he wouldn't be gone for more than 5 days. The somersault cloud kept spiraling upward along the compass's guiding beam. All of a sudden, the Azure Dragon jewel in Kim Hyung-gu's hand blazed with light, and Kim Hyung-gu vanished. Kim Hyung-gu said in a panic, what the hell? A moment later, he appeared inside a gigantic tunnel. Anxious, he said, this place is... Wukong immediately called out. You made it in already. This is the path I told you about. Taking this route will get us to floor 12 faster. Hearing that, Kim Hyung-gu grew confident. With his foot on the somersault cloud and the Azure Dragon jewel in his hand, he said, then let's get going. Meanwhile, at the Guardian Guild, an argument rang out. Unfortunately, we can't accept your invitation. What? Why not? The blue-haired man insisted. No one else is offering terms like this. Sucker Anya flipped through the contract and replied, that's true, but the guildmaster never said he'd take on more modeling contracts. The blue-haired man asked timidly, is there any way to persuade him? Sucker Anya refused. I'm sorry, but there's no persuading the guildmaster. Hearing that, the blue-haired man proposed anxiously, then could you show Hunter Kim Hyung-gu these documents? Sucker Anya sighed and said, fine, I'll pass them along to him. The blue-haired man was deeply grateful. Thank you so much. Seeing that, Sucker Anya smiled brightly and nodded. Goodbye. After the man left, Sucker Anya sighed again and pulled out her phone to check the news. Seeing that most of the top 10 trending keywords were related to Kim Hyung-gu, Sucker Anya sighed in amazement. The Guildmaster is really famous. The Adidas products the Guildmaster endorsed had been topping hourly searches for 3 straight days. Even with factories running at full capacity, they were still sold out. Some people even copied the outfits he wore in battle. The Guildmaster's value kept rising. The more she thought about it, the more Sucker Anya's head started to ache. Letting out a breath, she said, if we don't stop accepting invitations, those people will pester me all day. Sucker Anya stared in panic at the mountain of documents piled high before her and groaned. How am I supposed to deal with all this paperwork now? Not wanting to work overtime, Kim Hyung-gu sat on the somersault cloud with his arms folded and asked, are we not there yet? I think more than a day has already passed. Wukong said, it probably hasn't even been a day. Kim Hyung-gu snapped, how is this even more boring than when I was with that lion camel king? Wukong comforted him. We'll be there soon, look. Suddenly, the somersault cloud slammed to a stop, startling Kim Hyung-gu. Staring at the enormous door ahead, Kim Hyung-gu asked, "Is that it?" Wukong replied, "That's right. Put the Azure Dragon achievement close to that power gate." The moment Kim Hyung-gu brought the Azure Dragon bead near the iron gate, it sprang open at once. Seeing the light and the space inside, Kim Hyung-gu's eyes widened in awe. "This is it, this is floor 12. Kim Hyung-gu flew closer to the tower to take a better look, then said, "It's full of strange patterns, so weird." Then Kim Hyung-gu pulled out his staff, clicked his tongue and said, "Whatever. Even if something's wrong with the tower, I don't care." Then he drove the staff into the tower with all his strength, smashing the tower wall apart. Wukong asked in alarm, "What are you doing?" Kim Hyung-gu tied the Actron Origin pouch to his staff and explained, "If I use the Actron Origin, I won't be able to hold any other artifacts, so I'm tying it on here." Once he was done, Kim Hyung-gu clenched his fist and said, "All right, then." The system quickly displayed a notification. "You want to use the Actron Origin on the Tower of Wrath?" Kim Hyung-gu didn't hesitate. He selected yes, then said, "I'll be right back." Wukong nodded. "Okay." At that moment in the underground training center of the Aaron Guild, Kumiho was slowly explaining. "So at times like this, you just need to use the 5 elements formation in reverse." Lysio formed the 5 elements as she asked, "Like this?" Kumiho replied happily, "That's right." She beamed at Seojong and said, "If you do it that way, you can use it in many different ways." Lysio asked curiously, "Give me an example." Deep down, Lysio thought, watching tower climbers dressed like this is really relaxing. Kumiho continued, "Even though there are many uses, most people use it for suppression and clairvoyance." Lysio asked, "What are clairvoyance and suppression?" Kumiho explained. "The full name is magic suppression. Basically, the 5 elements formation increases magical power. If you reverse it, it can suppress magical power. Clairvoyance is a technique for predicting the future. We can't know the exact future with magic, so people use it for fortune telling." Kumiho suggested, "Let's try it." Hearing that, Lee Seoyoung got extremely excited and shouted, "Ah, I want to see what it's like." Immediately, Kumiho pressed her palms together and chanted. A magic sphere shot out from the 5 elements, shining over everything, and Lysio gasped in amazement. Kumiho said, "Since clairvoyance is activated, we just need to wait. The magic sphere will show us the future." The light of the magic sphere froze in place. Both Lee Seoyoung and Kumiho stared up in shock and anxiety. Great misfortune! Back with Kim Hyung-gu, the tower was crumbling into dust and disappearing. "What the hell is happening?" Kim Hyung-gu shouted in disbelief. "A ship. Are the tower's fragments turning into a ship?" When the ship finished forming, Kim Hyung-gu looked at its doorway and wondered, "Is it telling me to go through that door?" Kim Hyung-gu quickly stepped inside the ship. On board, countless scenery orbs floated everywhere, leaving him stunned. Kim Hyung-gu murmured, "Scenery?" Suddenly, a voice spoke from behind him. "Welcome to Noah's Ark." Kim Hyung-gu froze and turned around. He asked the creator. The white-haired man smiled and said, "You found this place faster than I expected." Kim Hyung-gu stammered. "Is Noah's Ark the ship that carried all human civilization before the Great Flood that destroyed the world?" The man nodded, "Yes." Then he spread his arms and introduced, "Where you're standing is inside Noah's Ark, where all the towers converge. Allow me to formally introduce myself. I am the creator and master of this place, Noah. I'm also the one who called you here." After hearing that, Kim Hyung-gu fell silent for a moment before finally speaking. "So you're the creator?" Noah replied, "That's right." Kim Hyung-gu asked again, "You're also the one who created the tutorial tower?" Noah said, "Yes." Kim Hyung-gu demanded angrily, "So you're the one who kept me imprisoned for the last 12 years? At that, Noah scratched his head and muttered, "I am." Hearing that, Kim Hyung-gu practically erupted. "I finally found you." That made Noah break into a cold sweat as he asked, "What are you talking about?" All they saw was Kim Hyung-gu clenching his fist, veins bulging. "What else?" Then Kim Hyung-gu raised his fist, his eyes blazing with killing intent as he roared at Noah. "You're the bastard who locked me up in that tower." Inside the ship, Noah panicked and threw up his hands to block. He said, "Hey, we're not enemies." Kim Hyung-gu pressed in close. "I know." Seeing Kim Hyung-gu still throwing punch after punch, Noah cried out in fear, "Then why are you?" Kim Hyung-gu unleashed 7,749 kicks. Shouting, "You're seriously asking me that?" Kim Hyung-gu shattered Noah's 5 elements defense, then grabbed him by the collar. Noah grinned savagely. "Don't worry, I won't kill you. Take this opening punch first." After a long, relentless beating, a huge lump had risen on Noah's head. Noah whimpered. He shouted, "This is violence. I don't get why you suddenly hit me like that." Kim Hyung-gu curled his lip into a grin. "You brought it on yourself." Noah, bruised all over and with his arm in tatters, still tried to protest. But Kim Hyung-gu cut him off with a roar. "I told you, this is on you." He'd finally punched Noah enough to feel satisfied. Only then did Kim Hyung-gu calm down, fold his arms and say, "Whatever. Now tell me the truth you were about to spill. Noah wailed through his tears, "You're shameless." Hearing that, Kim Hyung-gu snapped, furious, "You're the shameless one." The words made Noah's heart jolt. He stammered, "What did you just say?" Kim Hyung-gu recalled everything he'd been through. Then he said, "You trapped me in the tower where the monsters keep respawning, while my senses dulled over time. And you call me shameless." Kim Hyung-gu clenched his fist, killing intent pouring off him, and threatened, "Want another punch?" Noah trembled and stuttered, there was a reason for everything." Kim Hyung-gu raised his hand again, menacingly. "Then spit it out before I beat you some more." Noah asked, "What do you want to know first?" Kim Hyung-gu replied curtly, "Start with why you locked me in that tower." Noah sighed, "I knew you'd ask that first." After a brief pause, he pointed at Kim Hyung-gu and laughed. "To explain that, I'll have to start with the tower's overall situation. In short, it's because you're the toughest person I've ever met." Hearing that ridiculous reason, Kim Hyung-gu went blank. He asked in disbelief, "What did you just say? What the hell is that supposed to mean?" Noah only smiled and answered calmly, "I think I need to explain more. In the tower, every floor has its own specific trait designed just for it. Among them, the trait of floor 9, the one you're living on, is regression. A regression point happens when climbers destroy it. Right now, it's already the 21st time." Kim Hyung-gu froze. "That means," Noah immediately continued, "that's right. You're currently in the 21st regression, even though you don't remember anything." Noah closed his eyes, recalling the past, and said with satisfaction, "Anyway, the things you did during those regressions made me choose you." Kim Hyung-gu couldn't believe his ears. "What?" Noah began talking about the time around floor 9's 6th regression. "Back then, you were just an ordinary hunter, only a little stronger than everyone else. No, actually, you were at a disadvantage compared to the others, because you didn't have a unique ability. Even so, you still managed to kill a tower climber. That shocked me. And more importantly, you changed floor 9's fate." Hearing that, Kim Hyung-gu asked in astonishment, "I changed its fate?" Noah continued explaining, "Originally, the tower was created to test the climbers. That's why each floor has a set difficulty. Floor 9 was designated as unable to endure climbers at mid-rank or above. In short, it was made to be destroyed. But you stopped that from happening. After seeing it, I became certain." Kim Hyung-gu asked, curious, "Certain of what?" Noah smiled and declared that you could change the tower. Kim Hyung-gu, half laughing and half exasperated, shouted, "So that's why you locked me up?" Noah nodded. "More precisely, it was because of what you did." Kim Hyung-gu asked, displeased, "What did I do?" Noah rubbed his chin, thinking, then said, "It happened over a few regressions. But the 12th was the most memorable. You lost an arm to a climber and lost all your comrades, so you prepared to destroy the world. You used nuclear weapons and activated a relic debuff, blasting everything into ashes." It seemed like he was done, but Noah kept reminiscing, his face still excited. "Come to think of it, the 14th was memorable too. And the 16th as well." Exhausted from listening, Kim Hyung-gu raised a hand to stop him. "I don't really get it, so just stop." Noah turned serious again, his gaze drilling into Kim Hyung-gu. "Either way, I kept you here so you could become stronger. Because toughness alone can't change the tower." Kim Hyung-gu asked again, "But the monsters in the tutorial tower are level capped. Do I still need to get stronger?" Noah replied, "Of course. The tower recognizes a person's strength through achievements and enhances them. You know that, right?" Kim Hyung-gu nodded. "Yeah, I know," Noah said, "but the only place where people living in the tower can obtain achievements is the tutorial tower." Kim Hyung-gu cried out in surprise. "What? You mean if we leave the tower, we'll stop progressing?" Noah shook his head. "Not that. I mean if you stay in the tower, you can gain achievements much faster. You can think of this place as double experience." Kim Hyung-gu asked his second question right away. "Next, what do you mean by changing the tower?" Noah continued his analysis. "I'll explain it simply too. The tower is currently being misused." He held out his hand as he spoke. "Originally, the tower was created by the combined power of 5. Kim Hyung-gu frowned. 5 people. Noah began to lay out the details. The first was the designer, the one who designed and built the tower's maps. The second was the engineer, the one who created the tower's core system. The third was the calibrator, the one who devised the tower's model system. The fourth is the creator, the one who built the tower by combining those systems, and finally the manager. The manager is the one who operates the completed tower. Their power is what created the place where you." Hearing this, Kim Hyung-gu suddenly had a thought and asked Noah, "Did one of them betray everyone?" Noah nodded and praised, "You're perceptive." The regulator, the engineer, and the designer turned against them. And that's when the trouble began. Those bastards stole the manager's abilities right after the tower. After that, they tried to kill me, the creator. I used all my power and barely escaped them. It seems the manager also escaped somehow. After removing the two of us, each of them used the tower for their own greed." Kim Hyung-gu asked again, "Their own greed?" Noah's face darkened slightly, irritated. "Yes, to be precise." Suddenly, Noah sat deep in thought. Without saying more, Kim Hyung-gu asked, "What's wrong?" Noah sighed worriedly, "This is bad." Kim Hyung-gu was curious. "What is it?" Noah replied heavily, "A punisher is coming to the 9th floor. The one arriving at the ninth floor is none other than Ice Spirit. He looked around and clicked his tongue. Strange, I can't sense his presence. Is he hiding deliberately? Below, people were curious when Ice Spirit appeared, raising their phones to film and whispering. What's with that person? Is he a hunter? A fake officer saw the chaos and shouted through a megaphone, "Come down immediately." Ice Spirit paid no attention. He was lost in his own thoughts. Or is it that I simply cannot detect his presence? Ice Spirit muttered, I intended to kill the freak and continue my path, but it seems there aren't many options left. After speaking, Ice Spirit swung his spear. Instantly, a barrage of ice shot out, freezing the curious onlookers and the fake officer. The entire area was enveloped in thick ice. Then Ice Spirit swung his spear once more. Immediately, all the ice shattered, causing those frozen to break apart as well. Ice Spirit laughed maniacally and said, I'll have to massacre this place to lure him out. At Aaron Guild, Kumiho and Lee Seo-jong were watching the news. At 7 p.m. local time, a natural disaster occurred in Italy. After causing countless casualties, it began moving toward Florence. Kumiho, sweating nervously, warned, we better not confront him. Lee Seo-jong, worried and puzzled, how terrible is he? Kumiho shivered. If we meet his gaze, we'll lose everything in an instant. These words left Lee Seo-jong speechless. In her heart, she worried, although the nine-tailed fox isn't as strong as Celestial Demon or Hayeki Yagyo for a tower climber to say this. Kumiho sat reviewing the news, heart racing. This isn't a normal ice formation on Earth, usually. Ice this large could only be created by magic or show signs of magic, but I've never seen it before. Kumiho grew more fearful. Could such massive ice be created by natural power alone? Is that person's achievement really at this level? In Florence, Ice Spirit's voice rang out. You are the successors, right? He looked at Mission and Hanarin, bodies covered in wounds but still trying to resist, and continued speaking. I've seen some like you climb the tower. Mission and Hanarin looked up at Ice Spirit, towering and proud on the giant ice. Mission, angry, gritted her teeth thinking, damn, who is this freak? Recalling earlier, Mission and Hanarin rushed to attack. Mission raised her leg, ready to strike. Instantly, Ice Spirit counterattacked with a spear of ice. Hanarin wanted to help but panicked upon noticing her spellbook. Her magic was frozen. Ultimately, both were utterly defeated by Ice Spirit. Ice Spirit stroked his chin, intrigued, looking at Mission and Hanarin. Interesting, I didn't expect the successors on the ninth floor to possess such power. Is it also because of that freak? Then Ice Spirit sneered sarcastically. Unfortunately, although I'd like to test you, I don't have the time to do so. Ice Spirit tightened his grip on the spear. He cruelly said, end this quickly. At this moment, the scream of the 100 Demons Night Parade suddenly echoed. Look below, little one. Mission looked down in terror to see sharp ice spikes shooting up continuously. She jumped and twisted to evade, barely surviving. But while she was still screaming in panic, he had disappeared. Ice Spirit had already appeared above her, unhesitatingly striking the spear straight at Mission. Meanwhile, after Kim Hyung-gu learned someone had reached the ninth floor, he quickly rode the cloud-stepping pillar to return. He walked back, anxiously asking how much longer until they reached the battle floor. Wukong reassured him, saying, we'll get there soon. At this moment, Kim Hyung-gu felt restless, as if hundreds of thousands of ants were crawling through him. He blamed himself, thinking, damn it, why did this happen while I wasn't there? I shouldn't have let my disciples fight the Punisher alone. Wukong noticed the door to the ninth floor and immediately reminded Kim Hyung-gu, we've arrived. Use the Azure Dragon achievement. Kim Hyung-gu responded. Got it? Then Hyung-gu applied the Azure Dragon achievement to the ninth floor door. Instantly, the door opened, taking them into the ninth floor area. Wukong looked around and announced, this is the northernmost point. We'll reach our destination in 10 minutes. The Sky Tamer swiftly carried Kim Hyung-gu back to the front, where Lawrence and the Ice Spirits were wreaking havoc. As soon as he arrived, Kim Hyung-gu was stunned by the scene. Hanarin was injured, lying motionless on one side, while Mission was having her neck cut by Bangling Bob. Mission struggled to escape and helplessly called out, Master! Kim Hyung-gu, enraged, gritted his teeth and cursed. You son of a bitch! Then Kim Hyung-gu rushed forward and kicked directly at the Ice Spirits. The Ice Spirits laughed cheerfully upon seeing him. Ho! Seeing Mission had fainted, Kim Hyung-gu quickly lifted her up. The Ice Spirits advanced, taunting, hey, who the hell are you? Hearing this, Kim Hyung-gu immediately turned, glaring at the Ice Spirits with deadly intent. The Ice Spirits slowly approached, saying, interesting, I couldn't even sense your presence earlier. I didn't expect you to appear so suddenly. The Ice Spirits raised their spear. Taunting, they said, I guess those two heirs ended up like that because of you. Kim Hyung-gu frowned and after a moment asked Wukong, can I get my disciples out of here using the Sky Tamer? Wukong replied, if you want, then yes. Kim Hyung-gu nodded and called the Sky Tamer. Gently placing Hanarin and Mission on the Sky Tamer, he then guided it forward. The Ice Spirits watched this scene, smiling with interest. Sky Tamer. Using an interesting item, Kim Hyung-gu clenched his fists, veins bulging. A surge of magical and deadly energy radiated intensely in the air. The Ice Spirits covered their face and taunted, haha, such a potent magic aura. It was surprising that someone in this tower possessed such magic. Suddenly, the Ice Spirits' expression changed. They looked at Kim Hyung-gu seriously and said, "But you killed Zeon Uche with just that. Zeon Uche wasn't that weak, right?" Kim Hyung-gu said coldly, "Don't worry." The ice spirits exclaimed in surprise, "What?" The sky then began to change. Dark clouds with streaks of red filled the sky. A red bolt carrying immense magical energy struck straight where Kim Hyung-gu stood. Kim Hyung-gu had now fused with Wukong's power, keeping his eyes locked on the ice spirits. "You guessed right, that's not even all I have." Witnessing Kim Hyung-gu's sudden surge of power, the ice spirits' face hardened, eyes wide in shock. Stammering, they said, "What?" Opposite them, Kim Hyung-gu exuded confidence and pride. He smirked, his tone full of challenge. "If you're surprised already, it's far too soon." As he spoke, he leaped forward, a surge of crimson energy enveloping his body, preparing for a decisive counterattack. The ice spirits had no time to think. They quickly raised their spear staff. A green light burst from it, forming a radiant shield. However, luck seemed not to favor him, and his body was thrown into the path of the ice spirits' powerful counterattack. The strike illuminated the darkened sky, shattering the surrounding shadows, seemingly giving them the upper hand. The ice spirits laughed triumphantly. "Ah, just as expected, nothing special." Yet as the dust began to clear, a sparkling red light appeared. Kim Hyung-gu emerged unscathed. What terrified them even more were the massive crimson wings behind Kim Hyung-gu, making him look like a majestic angel. But immediately, one could sense the hidden threat within, like a sky-reaching demon rising, leaving no time for the opponent to react. Kim Hyung-gu charged forward at an astonishing speed. Then he delivered a powerful punch to the chest of the ice spirits, the force sending them flying backward. But he didn't stop there. Kim Hyung-gu shouted, "Enlarge, Rui staff." Instantly, the Rui staff grew in size and surged straight toward the ice spirit. In fear, they quickly dodged, looking down at their spear staff and exclaiming. The battle showed no sign of stopping. Kim Hyung-gu pursued, shouted, "I won't let you escape." Without pause, he unleashed a series of powerful attacks. Bang Lin was equally relentless, countering continuously, making their clash intensely tense. Kim Hyung-gu's power was overwhelming, forcing his opponent to strain using his spear to block. Kim Hyung-gu advanced, gripping his Rui Jingu Bang tightly. He smirked, saying, "This Rui Jingu Bang isn't just for show." Unable to predict his next move, the enemy asked bewilderedly, "What, But immediately Bang Lin could no longer withstand the pressure. With a forceful counterattack, he hurled Kim Hyung-gu away, growling, "Just." Kim Hyung-gu refused to show weakness. He quickly straightened up, smirking slightly. His whole body radiated a strange, overwhelming power. Yet deep inside, he sensed something that kept his pride from fully igniting. "Is the mandala of enlightenment frozen?" he thought. Anxiety surged within him. Seeing him in this state, Bang Lin seemed to uncover a great secret. "Now I understand why Zeon Uche was defeated." Noticing Kim Hyung-gu's anger, Bang Lin spoke slowly. "Because you can push me back this far, the least I can do is tell you my name properly. I am the clan leader of the Northern Sea Ice, and a legend capable of resisting time, essentially eternal." Hearing this, he couldn't help but fume. "Insane, even lightning can't break that ice." He then advanced. Bang Lin calmly continued, 10,000 years of ice." Meanwhile, elsewhere, Noah sat on the ship, filled with worry. "I'm too anxious, even though he can defeat Xianguchi." Suddenly, Qing Long appeared, angrily exclaiming, "But why this time must we face a legendary entity that we can't? I still don't know the full extent of his power. Moreover, he possesses the achievements of a Punisher." Noah remained lost in thought. "I've used all my strength to trap him in the tower, so now I can't assist him. But the artifact I gave him before he left, though it didn't solve anything, at least in critical moments it has some effect." Back at the duel, Kim Hyung-gu roared, "Sacred light technique." Seeing this, Bang Lin mocked. "Ah, you think you can shatter the ice with just that lightning? Impressive." Kim Hyung-gu thought angrily. "Luckily, the lightning I summoned from the Great Saint's achievement hasn't frozen. Thanks to it, I can barely move. Even with the golden ring assisting my light technique, I'm still injured. We've seen enough of each other's skills, now let's end this." Bang Lin spoke, and immediately he shot like an arrow toward Kim Hyung-gu. Unable to move, he could only brace himself with his sword. Facing such tremendous power, he thought, "Damn, I'm frozen to the bone, moving is so difficult." Shaking off his thoughts, he shouted, "Heavenly light!" A surge of energy erupted, forming a barrier between them. He continued loudly, "Enlarge Rui Jingu Bang." Then he asked, "Hey, what the hell is his achievement?" The staff replied, "How would I know?" Kim Hyung-gu suddenly snapped, "You know Zeon Uchima's achievement." The staff answered, "That damn serpent came before me." He sighed in disappointment. "Really?" Cutting off his words, Bang Lin attacked from behind. He sneered, "You think those little tricks can hold me off for long?" Caught off guard, Kim Hyung-gu couldn't react in time and took the full hit, being hurled away. Yet despite the pain, he forced himself to rise. Seeing him still resist, Bang Lin scoffed, "You fight well." Kim Hyung-gu held his stomach, muttering, "Damn it." He calmly advanced. Mocking, "Talk big but you look scared." Kim Hyung-gu, weak but defiant, replied, "Really, I can still keep fighting." Bang Lin closed his eyes, replying softly, Is that so? Let's see if you can withstand the next strike. Immediately, he raised his hand to the sky. Sharp ice shards from the ground shot toward Kim Hyung-gu as if trying to shred him to pieces. Bang Lin lunged like a feral beast, eyes full of destructive hunger, ready to tear Kim Hyung-gu apart without mercy. He spoke with pleasure. Got you, yet he was surprised to see one of Kim Hyung-gu's shoulders, covered in armor, slowly freezing. He thought his armor is freezing, but at that moment, Kim Hyung-gu saw Bang Lin's spear hurtling toward him. Unable to stand still, he gritted his teeth. Now I'll finish him. Then he shouted, "Heavenly light!" A blinding light burst forth. The powerful light countered Bang Lin's attack, causing him to shout in alarm. Kim Hyung-gu held his spear firmly, eyes filled with determination. He muttered in fear, "How?" Facing a power growing beyond control, Bang Lin remained silent. Suddenly he taunted, "What's wrong? Can't attack without that spear. If you don't want to die, try stopping me." Kim Hyung-gu quickly channeled all his strength into his fist and charged straight at Bang Lin. Determination was evident in every step. Kim Hyung-gu's punch blazed, illuminating the surrounding space with a dazzling light. Through the thick mist, Kim Hyung-gu's face showed clear astonishment. It seemed he had seen something that made him question his own eye. Gradually, the figure of a man in a mysterious fedora emerged from the fog, surrounded by a flock of crows. "I don't want to reveal this face," he thought. Strangely, his voice sounded like an old radio broadcast. As the mist thinned, Kim Hyung-gu could make out the man's identity. He was Bang Lin, a manifestation of Thien Kwang's power, and also one of the greatest obstacles Kim had to overcome. The aura he radiated was immense. The man's voice commanded sharply, "You forced my hand." Bang Lin's eyes were like arrows aiming to pierce Kim's body. Kim felt his body affected by the intensity of that gaze. In this Bang Lin form, Kim Hyung-gu sensed a colossal power flowing through his opponent's veins. Yet he tried to stay composed. Kim Hyung-gu's face hardened as he shouted, "That's the second achievement of the A race." Bang Lin swung the icy staff in his hand, responding bluntly, "Correct, it is the achievement from Thien Hoa to Vuong." Immediately, his flock of crows obeyed his command, diving straight at Kim Hyung-gu. They attacked like wild beasts fighting over prey, flapping relentlessly, forcing Kim Hyung-gu to struggle to shield himself with his arm. At the same time, Bang Lin's cold voice echoed in his ear, dripping with sarcasm. "At first, I was surprised because the first achievement alone wasn't enough, but with this second achievement, you won't get another chance." Seeing his body gradually stiffen under the onslaught of crows, Bang Lin no longer bothered to focus on Kim Hyung-gu. He turned arrogantly and said, "I'll go ahead first. Stay here and become food for the crows." Before he could even relax for a moment, he suddenly noticed something strange in your direction. Indeed, in this world, nothing is easy to predict. Amidst the frenzy of the maddened crows, from his earlier struggle and misery, suddenly Kim Hyung-gu's face broke into a mocking smile. He said nonchalantly, "Thank you for the information." The bastard taunting him, he returned to his usual confident demeanor. It turned out that his earlier thoughts were just fabrications. To fuel his mindset, just acting. These birds and butterflies would collapse instantly with a snap of his fingers. A torrent of spiritual power surged out, covering Kim Hyung-gu's entire body. He clenched his fists. Immediately from somewhere, multiple chains shot like arrows toward Bang Lin. They wrapped around his wrists, leaving him utterly stunned. Gradually, the other hand, ankles, and all four limbs were tightly bound. Seeing this, Bang Lin was so astonished that his voice began to stammer. Kim Hyung-gu strolled forward calmly. "Surprised chicken. Ah no, more like a bird. Tasting the chains from this old master should curb your illusions of power." Suddenly, a black hole appeared behind Bang Lin. The chains emerged from it and returned there, dragging Bang Lin inside with immense force, his face still full of hatred. He glanced at Kim Hyung-gu and shouted, "Damn you." Kim Hyung-gu smiled brightly and teased him. "Goodbye then." Immediately, both the black hole and the chains generated a powerful suction, engulfing and pulling him deep inside. He struggled unwillingly, reaching out, his voice hoarse and pitiful. No, quickly a beam of light shot from the black hole, coinciding with its disappearance. In front of Kim Hyung-gu, Bang Lin was nowhere to be seen. The temperature gradually rose, and the thick clouds attempting to block the sun slowly dispersed. At the same time, the crows created by Bang Lin were melting from the heat. Droplets fell from the melting crows, forming hundreds, even thousands of raindrops. Kim Hyung-gu clenched something in his hand. He looked down at it, his face relaxing slightly. The armor on Kim Hyung-gu's body gradually dissolved and his body slackened. He plopped onto the ground, looking up. Incredible. Surely borrowing someone else's achievement comes at a cost. Muscle fatigue. He looked at the system display and muttered in complaint. A line of glowing red text drew his attention. Kim Hyung-gu muttered as he read, "Remaining time, 119 hours 59 minutes 32 seconds. He thought Bang Lin will be released in about 5 days. Recalling earlier, Kim Hyung-gu was fortunate to have the Noah artifact, which allowed him to fight easily and gain information about Bang Lin. Still, the battle with him was fairly taxing. Kim Hyung-gu sighed, realizing he could somewhat handle that 10,000-year-old Bang Lin, but could not defeat the heavenly calamity emperor. He tightened the item. In his hand, clicked his tongue and said to himself, "At least I know who he is now, so the initial goal is considered achieved." Kim Hyung-gu looked up at the sky, mentally agreeing with the saying, "Know yourself and your enemy and you will win every battle." At Florence National Hospital, Miriam lay on a hospital bed. She slowly opened her eyes, her pupils gradually turning reddish pink. Suddenly Miriam sat up, screaming. The masked figure beside her, shaped like a demonic bull, respectfully asked, "Are you awake?" Miriam's voice trembled as she spoke. "Tell me what happened." He bowed his head and replied, "Yes, your majesty, dragon." After a while he narrated everything to Miriam. She finally ordered, "All right, you may leave." He answered, "Yes." Once the hospital room was empty, she spoke again. "What happened to that tower climber?" Somewhere else, chaotic force looked at her through a screen, arms crossed. "I sensed your master came to fight him, but I don't know what happened afterward." Miriam asked, "You do know?" Chaotic force thought for a moment before answering. "I sensed his demonic power increasing mid-battle, but suddenly, in the middle of speaking, chaotic force stopped, leaving Miriam, who was waiting, extremely irritated. She asked, "But what?" Chaotic force continued. From then on, that conqueror's demonic power disappeared. He wasn't destroyed, but most likely transferred elsewhere. I suggest you ask your master for a clearer understanding. Miriam clutched the blanket tightly. She recalled the earlier moment when her attack had no effect on him. Miriam bit her lip, lowering her head. Unable to control her negative emotions, her hands kept trembling. She tried to calm herself. There's no need to be disappointed. From the start, he was someone she had no chance to face. Suddenly a voice echoed in her ear. "Hey kid, do you want to become stronger?" The words left Miriam stunned. Somewhere else, Hanarin slowly opened her eyes. "Is it rain?" She awoke and suddenly exclaimed. Hanarin looked at her hands and muttered, "I definitely fought." She recalled that earlier, her magical power had been frozen, so she had taken the full brunt of the attacks. After being struck directly by that spear at that moment, Hanarin had lost consciousness. "Am I dead?" Her mind was in complete chaos. "But I haven't even properly confessed to my master yet." Indeed, as the old saying goes, an obsession with a man isn't gone even after rebirth. One would expect Hanarin to feel regret over countless unfinished sacred matters before dying. But surprisingly, that was not the case. The only thing she regretted at this moment was confessing to her master. Hanarin imagined how happy she and Kim Hyung-gu would be in the future and sighed with regret, saying, "Am I really dead?" Above, perhaps the book itself was too overwhelmed by her messiness and shouted, "Don't worry, you're not dead yet." Hanarin was startled and said, "An ancient book, is it Mason?" "Wrong, I'm not that rogue," the book replied. Hanarin, astonished, asked, "Then who are you?" The book declared clearly, "I am the command book." "Command book," Hanarin repeated reflexively. It calmly responded, "That's right. You may not know me, but I am the one who granted Ma Sun the power of command." "Isn't Ma Sun your master?" The book couldn't help but laugh when it heard her question. "That bastard master. He is merely someone begging me to grant him power." It arrogantly continued, "My true ability is not weak like his." Hanarin showed no further emotion upon hearing this. She didn't care who the commander was, the only thing she cared about was herself. Hanarin looked up and asked it, "Am I dead?" The book responded, "No, you are within my inner realm." The book continued, "To make it simple for you, it's like a dream and right now you are lying in a sickbed." Hanarin asked, "Then why did you appear?" The book replied, "I have been observing you because you are far more useful than anyone I've met before. But unfortunately, your current comprehension and combat power are still too weak. That is the full reason I am here to personally teach you," the book declared. In Hanarin's astonishment, it continued, "If you have even a small potential to become a custodian of the ancient book, on the Noah ship, our protagonist's body still hadn't recovered much." Seeing him like that, Noah said, "It seems you haven't fully recovered. By the way, after hearing your story, it seems that Punisher is a legendary figure." Kim Hyung-gu scratched his head and asked Noah, "Legendary figure? What does that mean?" Noah explained, "Just like the name implies. They are characters created from fairy tales or myths, possessing innate intelligence." Kim Hyung-gu asked, "So that means he's very strong, right? At least stronger than anyone I've ever encountered." Listening to Noah praise his power all this time, Kim Hyung-gu couldn't help feeling annoyed. He frowned and said, "Even so, looking at how he called me here after the battle, he must have a way to handle that guy, right?" Noah nodded, drinking from his cup, and replied, "That's right." Kim Hyung-gu then asked, "What is it?" Noah immediately pointed at him and said, "You." Noah smiled, "You just need to possess an achievement comparable to what he's using." Kim Hyung-gu asked, "I have to use my achievement to fight his achievement." Noah happily nodded. "Right now, you're in a very disadvantageous situation." He asked further, "Is it because my achievement isn't strong enough?" Noah replied, "You should know that there is a significant rank difference between you and him. And if this were a game, it's like the difference between rare and unique tiers. It favors innate talent more than experience." Kim Hyung-gu crossed his arms in frustration, muttering, "Damn these naturally gifted bastards." Noah lowered his head and chuckled. "Look who's talking." He raised his eyes and said, "What?" Noah ignored Kim Hyung-goo's grimace and said, anyway, if you want to kill the Punisher, you need an achievement equivalent to theirs. Kim Hyung-goo said sarcastically, you think it's that easy? Noah calmly replied, but the achievement of the blue dragon isn't just for show, right? As soon as Noah finished speaking, something in Kim Hyung-goo's pocket emitted a strange blue light. Caught Kim Hyung-goo's attention. He took from his pocket an object shaped like a stone and said in surprise, how is it here? Noah immediately explained, I have allowed you to hold it. Suddenly, the system displayed many lines of notifications to the user. The stone in Kim Hyung-goo's hand emitted an increasingly strong blue light. Inside it, a blue dragon was coiled. The system provided new information to Kim Hyung-goo. Achievement, Blue Dragon, Adjustment Level, and Unrecognizable Skill. Information Authority. Among the 4 great deities, the blue dragon is considered the most noble and powerful. This is the gem containing the essence of the blue dragon achievement, also known as the leader of the dragon species. It is the guardian deity who watches over the east, with the power to command clouds, rain, wind, and thunder. The last piece of information he received was only the news that Azure Dragon had climbed the tower. Kim Hyung-goo looked at his achievement stats. He eyed Noah suspiciously and asked, can I really use this? Noah beamed, his tone slightly smug. Of course, I'm the one who made it. Kim Hyung-goo freaked out and yelled. What, you made it? You could hardly blame him. Noah looked exactly like the useless, unemployed uncle next door. He wore that dopey grin, his beard patchy and scruffy, irritating to look at. Noah also seemed not to expect Kim Hyung-goo to react like that. Noah replied, why are you so surprised? I'm the one who created this tower, so naturally I'm also the one who made the equipment that stores achievements. A magic seal appeared on Noah's hand. He said to Kim Hyung-goo, I'll release it quickly. At once, countless other green seals Noah created appeared before his eyes. Kim Hyung-goo let out a startled gasp. Those magic seals caused the stone to encase the Azure Dragon all around. I know you're telling me to use the achievements provided to fight it, but isn't elemental compatibility the real issue? Kim Hyung-goo voiced the doubt in his heart and asked Noah. We know that fundamentally, every attribute has something it's naturally compatible with, like fire can't beat water. So your concern is important, because that Leo mage over there is ice element, while you're light element. But what stung was that Noah's next words slapped him awake, reminding him he had no right to choose. Noah said with a mocking tone, but don't you only have the Azure Dragon achievement? Noah poured his spiritual energy into the Azure Dragon, then handed it to Kim Hyung-goo. He looked at the abundant spiritual power inside the Azure Dragon and asked, what did you just do? Noah grinned brightly and answered cheerfully, the preparations for you to possess the achievement are ready. Kim Hyung-goo stared in shock at the stone containing the Azure Dragon in his hand. Noah's words echoed in his ears. The rest depends on you. Kim Hyung-goo asked in confusion, so what do I need to do now? You need to earn the recognition of that friend inside. Noah instructed Kim Hyung-goo. Remember this, beat it until it has no choice but to submit to you. Hearing that, he screamed. Damn it! Inside the stone, a scene began to replay, a sky packed with dark clouds, rain, and crashing thunder. Noah nodded along and said, he finally went in. Right now, the Azure Dragon only has its consciousness left, so there are 3 ways to obtain the achievement. Noah muttered as he watched the scene inside the stone, but each method takes a different amount of time, and the power you gain will be different too. The only time I can give him is 3 days. Whether he could pull it off or not, this was what worried Noah the most. Over here, the rain and thunder seemed endless with no sign of stopping. Kim Hyung-goo looked up anxiously. In front of him was the Azure Dragon, the opponent he had to force into submission. The Azure Dragon stared him down and a hoarse growl rumbled out. Are you that bastard from last time? Kim Hyung-goo repeated, confused, that bastard? Didn't you fight the one who used my achievement? Back then, at that moment, thanks to the Azure Dragon's reminder, he finally understood what it meant. The Azure Dragon continued, that day I saw you, and you used that monkey's achievement. Suddenly, the Rui Jingu Bang in Kim Hyung-goo's hand spoke. It screamed curses at the Azure Dragon ahead. Don't try to be funny, you damn snake. I'm not a monkey, I'm the great sage equal to heaven. The Azure Dragon looked down toward the voice. So he's here too, the great sage equal to heaven shouted. Yeah, you dead dog. The Azure Dragon laughed harshly and taunted. But weren't you born in the form of a monkey? The great sage equal to heaven, helpless, yelled again. I told you I'm not a monkey. Kim Hyung-goo watched them bicker like old acquaintances. He asked, you two know each other? The Azure Dragon replied, yes, but we don't get along. That monkey has a temper like melting ice, it said loudly. And you're the one who caused all this, you mangy snake. The Azure Dragon's tone stayed the same, calm as ever as it replied. You should have listened to the Jade Emperor. Kim Hyung-goo rubbed the back of his head and frowned irritably. Shut up, you're giving me a headache. Kim Hyung-goo seemed to remember something. He asked the Azure Dragon, but can't you do anything about this rain? I can't see you clearly. The Azure Dragon replied indifferently. Do I need to? Aren't we about to fight? Kim Hyung-goo said. But we're not done talking. The Azure Dragon looked at him and said, I don't know why only my consciousness remains, but it seems you came here to obtain my achievement. The Azure Dragon asked him, "So what do you plan to do now? What do you mean?" Kim Hyung-gu didn't understand the implication in its words, and it explained further. "There are 3 ways to obtain my achievement. First, do you want to obtain it the same way I did?" Kim Hyung-gu answered, "I don't know if I can because there isn't much time left." Hearing that, the Azure Dragon replied, "Then the other 2 ways." The massive Azure Dragon coiled before Kim Hyung-gu and said, "Do you intend to seize the achievement or do you want to earn my recognition?" He asked, "What's the difference?" The Azure Dragon circled around him and answered, "Just like its name, to claim it, you must defeat the Azure Dragon to obtain the achievement, and you only gain half its power." "My power? What about acknowledgement?" Kim Hyung-gu asked. "You need to be acknowledged to possess the Azure Dragon's achievement, and how much of the achievement's power you can utilize depends on yourself." Kim Hyung-gu laughed and gave his answer. "Of course I'll choose acknowledgement. Now tell me what I need to do." The Azure Dragon glanced at him. "It's nothing difficult, just fight me. But there will be no outside help. You must fight me with your own strength." "So that means I can't use external offerings?" Kim Hyung-gu asked. The Azure Dragon immediately responded, "Exactly." He didn't seem too worried about that. Kim Hyung-gu smiled, dropping his Ruyi stick in hand. He replied cheerfully, "Let's get started." Kim Hyung-gu's face was full of confidence. "I just need to fight you and win, right?" The Azure Dragon flew closer, clicking its tongue before answering. "That's correct, but with your current condition, it looks challenging." Kim Hyung-gu didn't believe it. "Aren't you on the same level as that great sage?" The Azure Dragon replied with a disdainful face, "I'm still stronger than him." The great sage had remained silent until now, but he had heard everything they said. The great sage roared angrily, "Don't talk nonsense, you damn snake." Kim Hyung-gu ignored him, placing his hands on his hips and speaking to the Azure Dragon. "But I already defeated that great sage." Hearing this, it responded, "Weren't you still on that tower back then?" The next words from the Azure Dragon hit him like a cold splash. It said, "Unfortunately, you didn't defeat that monkey, and the power I sensed from you wasn't even half of his original strength." Kim Hyung-gu was stunned and asked, "Really?" The monkey answered for the Azure Dragon, "I already told you. Who asked you not to believe me?" Clearly, I hadn't used my full true power back then. The Azure Dragon emphasized to Kim Hyung-gu, "Anyway, I don't think you can defeat me in your current state. I'm fully aware and possess all of my power." The Azure Dragon paused, then continued, "So let's move forward." His words left him bewildered. Immediately, the Azure Dragon radiated a massive aura as if entering combat mode. It stared at Kim Hyung-gu with a killing intent in one eye. 5 minutes. Endure my attacks for 5 minutes. Kim Hyung-gu asked in surprise, "Is that all I need to do?" The Azure Dragon answered, "Yes, I'll start the timer the moment you start moving." Kim Hyung-gu smiled proudly. "This looks quite manageable. Don't go back on your word." The Azure Dragon looked at him with a penetrating gaze. "You're very confident, aren't you? That won't happen." "Then let's move forward." The Azure Dragon roared. Immediately, he smiled confidently and leapt toward it. Quickly, a red aura appeared behind him, allowing Kim Hyung-gu to fly. That was his Radiant Spirit Holy technique. Meanwhile, somewhere else, Tian Guang was bound tightly by chains in all directions. Although he tried to cover the chains with ice and use its force to break them, annoyingly, it didn't react at all. He cursed in anger, "Damn it, what's wrong with these chains?" Tian Guang realized no matter what he tried, he couldn't escape. It prevented him from using his skills properly. Behind Tian Guang was something resembling a stone. Above was the remaining time he had. Tian Guang's face twisted, growling like a wild beast. "It's time I escape from here." Elsewhere, Noah, the owner of the ship, was staring into the orb reflecting the scene. Everything happening where Kim Hyung-gu was fighting seemed more difficult than he had expected. Blue lightning from Kim Hyung-gu's power lit up the sky. Noah thought, "I assumed the Azure Dragon's achievement wouldn't reach its full strength. But this must be about 90%, no, almost absolute power. Normally, the achievement compression device I created could only hold up to 50% of the power. Could it be that they successfully upgraded it?" Noah thought while watching the orb. If so, this could be a great opportunity if most of the achievement is in this space. Then he might gain a power greater than ever before. Back at Kim Hyung-gu's fight with the Azure Dragon, the dragon's fierce attacks kept him off guard. The Azure Dragon shouted, "The radiant spirit you used earlier is gone." Hyung-gu angrily said, "You mad dog, isn't that cheating?" The Azure Dragon looked puzzled. "Cheating where?" Hyung-gu shouted, "I mean this lightning." The Azure Dragon replied sternly, "You think it's easy for me to seize your weakness?" Kim Hyung-gu looked up at the Azure Dragon, thinking, he's on a completely different level from Xian Ucha. Although I could withstand a few attacks from others earlier, just one lightning strike from the Azure Dragon made me feel like I was about to. I have to log out from Earth. More importantly, I can't see that lightning bolt. Damn it, Hyung-gu was frustrated and confused at being struck by the lightning. Blue Dragon smiled, impressed that he had endured this long. Others would have fallen asleep from a single strike before realizing they were attacked. Then he asked Hyung-gu, "So, are you planning to give up?" He fell to the ground, yelling in anger, "You bastard. Blue Dragon was satisfied. Shall we start again? Then waves of lightning struck Hyungu, who was struggling to fight back. Try to run and see where it's coming from. He ran with all his strength to dodge Blue Dragon's attacks. Then a voice rang out, "Hey, Snakehead. Sun Wukong is watching this fight." Blue Dragon was stunned. What? Sun Wukong was observing everything through an illusion. What are you thinking? Why would you tell him about your achievements? Meanwhile, Hyungu kept fighting, dodging each fierce bolt. I really can't see them. Blue Dragon replied to Sun Wukong, "Are you curious about that?" Sun Wukong frowned as he sat there. "Of course, how could someone like you do that regardless of everything?" Blue Dragon replied coldly, aware someone was beside him. Sun Wukong was surprised. "What?" Blue Dragon continued. "Until now, you're the only one I've seen trying to reclaim achievements for him." Sun Wukong was stunned by those words. "So what?" Blue Dragon replied, "Someone like you letting him borrow your achievements. I guess you've already seen something in him, right? That's why I also want to bet on the ability you're considering." On the ground, Kim Hyungu looked up at the sky, where Blue Dragon twisted among the dark clouds. He thought, damn it, what should I do with that bastard now? Around Blue Dragon, violent lightning struck. Running and dodging those attacks, he thought, if I try to fly into the air, that lightning will strike me down. And if I dodge while suspended, I won't last 5 seconds, let alone 5 minutes. Finally, he managed to dodge that bolt. Am I imagining things? It seems slower. And he continued to dodge them, amazed at himself. No, although the difference was small, it definitely slowed down. Wait, or maybe I've just gotten used to it. Blue Dragon also noticed something unusual. He dodged the lightning, hold on, now he can see it too, and a series of Hyungu's dodges followed. He felt elated, now I can understand it, but it's still nothing special. Immersed in joy, suddenly a series of lightning bolts struck simultaneously. He ducked in surprise. Damn it, what now? Blue Dragon in the sky gloated. This is the full technique. Hyungu was stunned. Full technique. Blue Dragon replied. Did you think you could earn my recognition just by dodging? Hyungu looked up and shouted. Then just say so, Blue Dragon replied from above. Didn't you say at the start you couldn't last 30 seconds? Hyungu, with a look of disdain, thought, now I understand why that Sun Wukong hates this dragon. Blue Dragon curled up and said clearly, if you don't like it, you can choose to stop. Hyungu shouted, forget it, just start. Then came a series of violent attacks aimed at him. This time he couldn't dodge. One hit taking the full force. Time passed, 2 minutes 28 seconds elapsed. Blue Dragon mocked, shall we continue? This is the 132nd round. Hyungu collapsed, damn it, he thought silently. I really couldn't avoid the lightning just now. Should I run around in circles like before? No, I can't control my body smoothly now, so that would be even worse. Then there's no choice but to confront it directly. He passed through the lightning and realized, the more I go through it, the more I feel something has changed. One by one, Hyungu dodged and countered lightning strikes, surprising Blue Dragon. Hyungu smiled, finally I did it. Blue Dragon looked at Hyungu, you struck the lightning, more precisely you pushed it aside. 580 dodges, 305 strikes. In Blue Dragon's astonished eyes, though this place allows infinite recovery, this human's grasp of control is truly remarkable. Of course, I know he's not normal, but meeting me after being killed means he belongs to a completely different class. Blue Dragon faced Hyungu, a small but extraordinary human, but it didn't seem like he had accumulated wisdom over a long time. Was it through intense training? No, that still couldn't explain his magical power. Hyungu looked up, smiling in satisfaction. Blue Dragon remained deep in thought. Where does his power come from? Blue Dragon increased his strength toward Hyungu, then suddenly realized something. I get it, looking at Hyungu, though the lightning still poured down, he stood firm against it. Blue Dragon could see. In Hyungu's determined eyes. Those eyes, what are they? No fear, no complaint. As if he's focused on just one thing with absolute concentration. No doubt he's pouring everything into this final moment. Hyungu's steady, unyielding gaze makes it clear he's dodged Azure Dragon's waves of attacks. It seems he's even grasped the pattern of those lightning bolts. Strong and unshaken, he stands tall against Azure Dragon's relentless assault. The sky begins to brighten, the rain letting up. What is this? Still baffled by what's happening, Azure Dragon says cheerfully, incredible. I can't believe you endured the last 300 seconds. You did it. Hyungu frowns. What do you mean? Azure Dragon replies, what more do you want? He says, aren't you going to give me something, an ancient relic, a system window update, something like that? Azure Dragon looks surprised. You mean why you can't use the achievement? When the rain stopped, you already received my reward. Hyungu looks up at the sky. But I didn't feel anything. Azure Dragon repeats, however, everything you've gathered is only the power of the achievement. You don't possess the ability to wield that power. Hyungu recalls Monkey King's words, if the borrower's ability is below a certain level, they can't activate the achievement. Come to think of it, that great sage mentioned this before. That's why he had to train with the Rui staff like a madman. In the end, it's exactly like it was at the start. Azure Dragon warns him, if you don't truly understand the power, or even if you do, it'll still take a long time to control it all. My power, Hyungu chuckles softly. So from now on, but then Azure Dragon's eyes flare as he strides toward Hyungu and shouts, I'll help you use that power properly. Hyungu blinks. Damn it. Elsewhere, Ice Spirit is imprisoned in chains of light. A pale violet seal like some kind of spell keeps him in place. The countdown continues and the chains slowly fade. Ice Spirit sneers. Time's almost up. Even if I'm stuck like this right now because of that bastard, I'll be out of here soon. Should I kill him by draining him dry or finish him off slowly? And when the countdown hits 2 seconds, the chains vanish completely. Noah is released. Noah seethes, maybe I should kill you right away. Or maybe, on Hyungu's side, he's grinning, waving at Ice Spirit the moment he realizes he's been free. How was your little vacation? Ice Spirit doesn't know what to say and stays silent, so Hyungu says evenly, what, rested up and went mute. Ice Spirit replies, looks like you didn't run. Hyungu blinks. Me, run away. As he speaks, Ice Spirit unleashes his power, streams of blue light coil around him, his hand tightening on the blade. You'd better run. He grips the saber in his hand as the blue light surrounds him. If you do, I'll chase you all the way to the bottom of hell just to kill you. As soon as he finishes, he equips armor and a crowbeak mask. Hyungu sees it and laughs calmly. Why don't you worry about yourself first? Ice Spirit is startled by Hyungu's challenge. What? I don't know what you managed to do in just the last 5 days. But you think you can beat me? Hyungu invokes the Monkey King's magic he gained after defeating him, answers firmly. You think that's everything I've got? The ferocity of his power leaves Ice Spirit stunned, unable to react in time. Reeling before that surge, Ice Spirit shouts, that, and then Hyungu suddenly presses in. I told you, did I? I don't fight unless I know I'll win. Ice Spirit raises his saber to block, but it doesn't look good. The overwhelming force blasts Noah backward. Damn it. Hyungu uses magic to enlarge the Rui staff in his hand, then swings it down at Ice Spirit. Ice Spirit is overwhelmed and forced onto the defensive. Seeing that, Hyungu thinks, honestly, he's a little scared. He read Azure Dragon's magic, someone who knew all too well he had no talent. So instead of learning spells, he learned how to use magical power itself. Satisfied, he thinks, Azure Dragon called it magical power. There aren't any major restrictions for him, but the crystal orb has opposite polarity in terms of compatibility, so he can't help worrying. Back in the present, Hyungu taunts with the Rui staff's power. So what do you think now? Even your freezing air can't get through me. Ice Spirit stares in shock. How did you obtain Azure Dragon's achievement? Ice Spirit thinks back. Just 5 days ago, he was nothing but a terrifying possession inside the system. And besides, without that person's permission, only Xian Uche could use Azure Dragon's achievement. How? While he's lost in thought. Hyungu snaps, are you meditating over there? With a mocking look, he strikes out, flipping Ice Spirit and sending him crashing to the ground. Hyungu shouts, see, don't go turning yourself into a clown for no reason. Idiot. As Noah stands there in stunned disbelief at that terrifying power, a thunderous kick slams down on Ice Spirit, flattening him into the ground. The impact is so brutal it caves in the earth. After taking Hyungu's relentless barrage, Ice Spirit no longer has the strength to resist. Hyungu laughs loudly and raises the Rui staff to the sky, drawing down the heavens' lightning strike power. Ice Spirit kneels on the ground. I've decided, I'll kill you, then drive you out of Hyungu. Huge long wings sprouted from him, leaving Hyungu stunned. Another transformation, whatever it looks like, doesn't matter. He had to evolve and improve even more. Ice Spirit, she infused power into the ice spear, leaving Hyungu dumbfounded. The spear turned to ice and it still works. Don't worry, my Rui staff will smash it. Ice Spirit stood tall. What's there to worry about? My essence is far superior, it's not as weak as his. Then Ice Spirit lunged at Hyungu with the ice spear. He dodged one strike, and Water Ice Spirit kept pressing with more attacks. The barrage came at him non-stop. Hyungu used thunder power, focusing the lightning high in the sky. Rui above crows filled the entire sky. Hyungu was furious. That damned bird, he thought. The time limit on the Azure Dragon achievement was almost up. I need to finish this quickly. The tip of the ice spear shot toward Hyungu, and he blocked it in front of his stomach. Ice Spirit shouted, I've got you again. Before she could finish, Hyungu shattered the ice spear and flung Ice Spirit away. In Hyungu's eyes, the image of the Azure Dragon flashed into view. The Azure Dragon said, using only your fingers is just a temporary measure. You have to move your whole body at any moment. Standing before the Azure Dragon, Hyungu thought, what should I do? The Azure Dragon roared, use me. As he thought that, Hyungu struck at Noah, drawing on his achievement. Using the Azure Dragon achievement and the lightning he received from the Jade Emperor, Hyungu considered controlling lightning with his entire body. Then you'll be able to move. The combined powers converged into a concentrated assault. Ice Spirit's equipment shattered, and she was defeated. After pouring out all his strength, Hyungu felt drained and panted. So tired. After defeating Ice Spirit, a notification appeared. You have successfully defeated a conqueror from the final point of the Wumi Tower. Your information privileges will be upgraded from intermediate to high. You now have high-level information privileges. Hyungu exclaimed happily, my information privileges are high-level now. Hyungu was so happy he nearly cried, because before, Everyone had been secretive and unwilling to share any information with him. He had worked incredibly hard to raise his information privileges, recording everything that had happened up to this moment. Hyung-gu grinned. Should I go to Eve to celebrate? Let's go. Wait, can I even go? I can't log in. 5 days later in Seoul, Kim Si-hyun was driving Hyung-gu and said, Sezeon and Seogun are there too. Hyung-gu sighed. All right, he was still lost in thought. It's been 5 days and I still can't log into the system room. Also, even though I have high-level privileges, the information access is still incomplete. I wonder what happened to Eve. I think Noah might know something. Because of the thunder strike's aftereffects, I can't fill the Archean origin gauge. I was going to ask my disciples to do it, but before I could, 2 disciples burst in, shouting, Master. He was lying in bed resting, but he still jolted upright to listen. Miriam said, These herbs are really good for your health. And Hanarin said, Master, let's go to a bigger hospital. Hyung-gu suppressed a sigh. Hey, you two, I'm fine, stop it. The 2 disciples calmed down, watching Hyung-gu with worried eyes. He stayed stern, then relaxed his face and ruffled the heads of his 2 foolish disciples. Get some rest, the 2 disciples obeyed. He thought, they really listen to me, don't they? Either way, I need to quickly fill the gauge and find out what happened when I meet Noah. After being discharged on the way, Hyung-gu asked Si-hyun, after we eat, do you want to go to Mekong? Si-hyun replied, but you've just recovered. Cut to inside a boat. As Hyung-gu stepped in, a voice rang out, You're here. It was Noah smiling as he welcomed him. Hyung-gu asked, Did something change? Noah replied, I just took this opportunity to reorganize a few things. Sit down first. Hyung-gu was still thrown off by the changes. I still can't get used to it. Noah asked, What's wrong? Hyung-gu held up Ice Spirit's mask. First, take a look at this. The appearance doesn't change like the Azure Dragon achievement, or does this just not work? Noah replied, The appearance of an achievement isn't the issue, but it seems this achievement doesn't suit you. The 2 sat at the table discussing it. Hyung-gu asked, What do you mean? Noah said, This achievement requires you to master eye techniques and you need to be over 1,000 years old to use it. Hyung-gu folded his arms. All right, that's enough. One more thing. Noah smiled. What is it? Noah asked. Hyung-gu said, I can't log into the system room. Noah looked surprised. Log in, Hyung-gu continued. Yes, the room that belongs to Eve Lian. You don't know about that? Why do you look so serious? After thinking for a moment, Noah said, Let me explain that system room to you properly. Noah's expression turned serious as he discussed it with Hyung-gu. Noah said, So up until now, you've been searching for information through a girl named Y. In the system room, Hyung-gu replied, That's right. Noah said thoughtfully, Let me try to remember. Hyung-gu asked suspiciously. Remember what? Noah said, I've never built a place like that. Hyung-gu widened his eyes. What? Noah said seriously. It means the system room is a space that doesn't exist. You know you're not the only guard in the system, right? Hyung-gu said tensely, I know that too. Noah opened the system label and exclaimed, What is this? Hyung-gu jumped and asked, What's wrong? Noah said, If you become a guard, you can gain the searching skill. Hyung-gu paused and replied, But I've never received anything like that before. Noah said, That's why I asked that question. A space and a skill only you have, even I don't know. Seems like someone created it after I finished building the tower. The 3 of them had already controlled the tower, so there was no need to create this space. I'm just guessing, but perhaps the girl named Eve could be the administrator that my colleague and I created and then went missing. My previous search window. Hyung-gu widened his eyes at Noah in surprise. Eve is an administrator. In my imagination, they are competing. Guard, wait, before you leave, make me a gaming console. It's not that I only play but your information privileges, but this is the latest model. If I have it, I think I'll have more energy to work. Give it back, Hyung-gu snapped awake. Right, what's with that expression of yours? Noah said startled, Those are my thoughts. Hyung-gu thought to himself, I could just ask her directly. Spoke up and asked, So is there any way to get into the system room now? Noah replied, I think I can find its location. Hyung-gu asked, Will it take long? Noah said, I don't know, but it won't be long. Hyung-gu exhaled, Great, let's finish this now. Tell me the rest of what you couldn't say because that conqueror guy interrupted. Noah spoke sternly. All right, it went like this. During a mission, the inner demon asked Uriel, Why did you do that? Uriel knelt silently saying nothing. The inner demon shouted in anger, I asked you, why did you do that? Uriel answered. Because I decided I couldn't let him live. The inner demon snarled, He can't live. Uriel replied, That's right. The inner demon sighed. HMPH, I know what you're thinking. Uriel hesitated. What do you mean? The inner demon said, Don't you think so? You and I are aiming for different goals. Uriel asked seriously, What do you mean, sir? The inner demon shouted, Don't think I don't know. What we want is different, including that one who's currently down on the lower floor of the tower. Uriel stared blankly, not understanding. The inner demon sneered, Fine, do whatever you want. Uriel was stunned. What? The inner demon stretched out his legs. I won't stop you, so go ahead, try to kill him, Uriel asked in confusion. You're really allowing it? The inner demon smiled brightly. Yes, but with one condition, 1 month, kill him after a month. Uriel was shocked. Why a month? The inner demon replied. If you give him time and you can still kill him, then he's nothing special. But if he can withstand all your moves and find every way to come here to meet me, then that's when it truly becomes the very first, the most wonderful banquet. Heh. Hyungu asked quietly. So in the end, the tower's original purpose was changed. It became a place to test the abilities of those who climb it. That's why those guys were forced to climb, am I right? Noah said coldly. Some of the climbers do it for their own reasons, so not everyone is being forced. Hyungu continued, but most of them climb to gain achievements. Noah said, more precisely, they want to reclaim the achievements that were stolen from them. Hyungu said thoughtfully, destroying the place they used to live just to climb the tower, they're insane. Noah said tensely, from the start, they were never normal. They'll do anything to achieve their own goals, so I want to make you an offer. Do you want to join me to defeat the ones at the top of the tower, at the villa in Chio Nho district? Hyungu relaxed in a quiet room. He was startled. Why is it quieter than usual? There's nobody here. No, actually there is one person here. He looked helpless. She must be sleeping soundly. She used to live in the form of a fox, but now she's been living in human form for quite a while. But why is she still sleeping in that position even after turning human? He walked closer to tease the girl. Hey, wake up, the girl jolted upright. Why you? When did you get here? Hyungu replied, I only got here a few minutes ago. I just wanted to ask why you went to climb the tower. The girl blinked in confusion. Me, she shouted right in his face. Why are you asking that all of a sudden? It's fine, I'll tell you. The reason I climbed the tower is because the place I used to live disappeared. Hyungu was surprised. What? The place you used to live disappeared? Yumiho said pensively. That's right, someone appeared in my world and took away the world's achievements. Mine too. And that person said they'd give them back if I climbed the tower. Hyungu burst out laughing. That guy sounds like a lone shark, Yumiho said softly. I don't have any other choice. Anyway, Hyungu thought to himself, even this is forbidden. Hyungu asked the girl, if you stop climbing the tower now, it's fine, right? Yumiho blurted out, what? That's right, right now everything's already settled. As long as I have a place to live and my achievements back, that's enough. Hyungu thought, the important thing is you're being held captive, girl. Hyungu said flatly, anyway, thanks for sharing. Yumiho smiled, it's nothing. Oh right, can I ask you a favor? Hyungu widened his eyes. A favor? Yumiho pleaded. Yes, I want to eat some of the food in the cabinet. Hyungu said coldly, then just take it out and eat it. Yumiho said shyly, well, please wait a moment. Here, look at this. Hyungu said blankly, there's something written on it. It said only give her once a day. Yumiho pleaded, please, Seo Xian told me I'm not allowed to sneak any out to eat. If I do, she'll tell you. Hyungu thought, am I that scary? Hyungu said indifferently, go ahead and eat it all. Yumiho's eyes went wide. What, eat it all? Hyungu said awkwardly, if you need more, tell me, I'll buy more. Yumiho beamed, thank you, thank you. Hyungu froze, thinking to himself. She's acting like it's an addictive drug. He turned to leave and said, all right, I'm going. Yumiho said happily, okay, bye. Elsewhere, Hyungu walked into the forest and spotted two people sneaking around. He asked coldly, hey, you two. Wukong pointed angrily and cursed, it's because of you that pine tree got destroyed. Damn snake head. The snake head sighed, but I didn't do anything. And Gokong cursed continuously, you bastard. The snake head said fearfully, anyway, it will recover eventually. And Gokong angrily grabbed the snake head's horn and growled, Dai Gi, then I'll chop off your horn. And Gokong angrily kicked the snake head away. You better get lost quickly. Hyungu widened his eyes watching them fight. Hyungu thought in disgust, I left him here to learn more from Than Long. But indeed, they didn't get along at all. Hyungu spoke loudly in annoyance, hey, stop it. And Gokong ground his teeth in anger, what are you doing here? Hyungu coldly said, I'm here to ask you two about this matter. The snake head asked confusedly, what matter? Hyungu thoughtfully asked, you two, why do you want to climb the tower? So both of you are climbing the tower to defeat the guy at the top. They both answered in unison. Exactly, the snake head laughed loudly, that's why I only have consciousness here. But I don't know about this monkey. And Gokong ground his teeth in anger. What, you're a bastard, who do you think you are? The snake head burst out laughing. You're the one. The two kept fighting each other, making Hyungu trouble. And Gokong then asked, but why do you ask? Hyungu casually said, I'm just curious. He recalled the words, do you want to defeat those at the top of the tower with me? He thought at least these two might be of some help. As Noah said, unless the tower changes, the climbers must continue climbing. That's why we need to change the basic rules of the tower first. The first step is to get to the tower. Noah told Hyungu we have to negotiate with the adjuster first. Hyungu asked in surprise, adjuster? Noah said thoughtfully. Yes, she controls the balance of the tower, but currently she's in the basement of this tower. If we deal with her, we'll definitely gain something. Hyungu asked tensely. Then how do I get to the basement? The two beasts asked in doubt. Underground. And Gokong frowned, why are you going there? Hyung-gu replied, I'm here to deal with the adjuster. And Go-kong was stunned. What, so she's your enemy? Hyung-gu asked, do you know anything? And Go-kong scratched his head and said thoughtfully, even though I'm caught by you now, of course I know. I've climbed the tower once, but maybe you'll soon defeat the adjuster. Hyung-gu was surprised, he thought she was very strong. And Go-kong said quietly, but meeting her is a bit difficult. There's a lot you have to get through. First, the basement is an extra floor not included in this tower. You can't reach it by the path we used before. Hyung-gu wondered, then how can I get there? And Go-kong frowned, I don't know. Hyung-gu shouted angrily, what, you've been talking like you know. And Go-kong said casually, I climbed the tower, didn't go down to the basement. Hyung-gu sneered, you're really ridiculous. And Go-kong frowned, you also have to be careful with the corpses there. I heard it's full of corpses of climbers who died while climbing, although they're just the old shells. Hyung-gu asked irritably, when climbers die, don't they go to the imaginary space? And Go-kong replied, this is just where their consciousness is stored. The useless ones disappear, but the consciousness of the super strong goes to the imaginary space, while the body stays in the basement. Hyung-gu asked curiously, why are they separated like that? And Go-kong said loudly in frustration, from what I've heard, I'm not even sure. Hyung-gu angrily cursed in his mind, this bastard is provoking me. Hyung-gu calmly asked, anyway, to reach the basement, I have to go down from the first floor, right? How long will it take? And Go-kong said, using Cloud Stride it takes about 10 days. Hyung-gu scratched his head and thought, I have to ask Noah what to do after reaching the first floor. He turned and said, then I'll go at the villa in the small suspended area. Notice Ville Creek's origin incomplete, level 5+. Adjuster 0, skills 0, labyrinth stone 0%. He held the snake head orb in his hand angrily. So frustrating. I don't know how it was before, but using it too often now fills the labyrinth stones too much, though it's all valuable time. Is there another way? While pondering, a light step suddenly opened the door, making Hyung-gu startled and turned to ask, I told you to leave, why are you still here? Chaotic Power Goddess confidently stepped in, smiling, it's been a while. Hyung-gu sighed. Divine Chaos Mysterious, she laughed. Are you really on guard against me? No need. Hyung-gu grabbed her horn and said irritably, this is your real body, right? She cried in pain. Wait, I'm not your enemy. Come on, Hyung-gu said fiercely, how can I trust that? She grimaced, I'm not lying, it's about to break, it's breaking now. If you break my horn, what you leave will. Hyung-gu said firmly, are you threatening me now? She snapped, I can hear it, it's really breaking now. You know it hurts, I told you no need to be on guard. Hyung-gu still coldly said, how can I do that? Chaotic Power Goddess shouted in his face, didn't I tell you? Hyung-gu said sternly, what if you stab me in the back? Don't worry, I'm the leader of the 100 Demons Night Patrol. I won't do that. Hyung-gu replied, let's hear what you have to say. The ferocious aberrant fiend snarled, why is this brat following someone like you? Hyung-gu asked irritably, why are you controlling Mirian's body? The aberrant fiend said, she's training in the inner realm. Hyung-gu panicked. Training? The aberrant fiend continued, that's right. While she's in there, her body trusts me. Hyung-gu asked at once. So what are you planning to do now? The girl said flatly, nothing. I just find it interesting that our wavelengths match. Hyung-gu blinked. Wavelengths, the girl went on. This kid's soul has a wavelength that can grow to align with mine. In other words, I'll tell you later. That's just my wish, so I don't want to talk about it right now. Hyung-gu thought it over and over. Should I cleanse her again? But she didn't seem like she planned to do anything to Mission. He asked seriously, then why did Mission suddenly start training? I just suggested it because she seemed pretty frustrated after losing to that ice spirit. She's probably fighting her own subordinates and training to claim the achievements of the night parade of 100 demons. Hyung-gu thought, so Mission wants those achievements too. If she gets stronger, that's good for her. From now on, the tower climbers will keep coming up here, so it's better if she becomes stronger. Her earnest gaze fixed on Hyung-gu, she said, I have a favor to ask. Hyung-gu was startled. A favor? She grinned smugly. This is something that I know, something that happened under this body's influence. Even if Mission's soul is in the inner realm, this is still her body. So this body's impulses haven't changed. Hyung-gu, flustered, said, get to the point. The girl laughed gleefully. No need to overthink it, I just want you to spend tonight with me. Hyung-gu froze in shock. What? On the boat, Hyung-gu's gloomy face made Noah look at him and ask, why are you making that face? Hyung-gu said coldly, you don't need to know. Anyway, is there really no way to get there instantly? Noah asked, confused, get there instantly. Hyung-gu said, the origin of Ville Creek has to be filled for me to come here. And it only fills up if I kill monsters. Noah said flatly, inconvenient. Hyung-gu replied dejectedly, yeah. Noah sighed. Then I'll make you another relic, but it'll take a bit of time. Hyung-gu asked, how long? Noah replied, about 2 to 3 weeks. Hyung-gu said calmly, fine, back to the main topic. Noah widened his eyes, go ahead. Hyungu asked, what's the fastest way to get to the basement level? Noah blinked. The fastest way, Hyungu spoke up. If a tower climber shows up out of nowhere like last time, it'll be a mess. I need to handle everything quickly, Noah said gravely. There is a way, actually, Hyungu jolted. What is it? Noah said slowly. You need to find the regulator's item. Hyungu asked, stunned. The regulator's item, Noah replied. That's right, just like how you came here through my tower. If you want to reach the regulator's place, you'll need a similar item. Hyungu asked, then how do I get that item? Noah said, let me check. Noah searched the system for a while, then said, no matter what I do, I can't find it. Hyungu frowned in annoyance. So I have to use that route again? Noah said coldly. No, I'm not sure. But I think we can use that, Hyungu asked tensely. So you mean there's a secret passage that was used back when your people built the tower and we can use it, right? Noah answered. That's right, Hyungu said seriously. Then we just need to go there now. Noah continued. About that, Hyungu asked at once. Is there a problem? Noah said thoughtfully. No, not right now. There's a relic that can take you there. Take this orb. Notification. The creator's teleport device has not been upgraded. Adjustment: no. Teleportation skill information access rights. The teleport device was created by the owner of Noah's ship and the creator of this tower. It was originally made to build the tower. It can teleport people to anywhere within the space designed and constructed by the creator. The teleport device cannot be used continuously and has a total cooldown time of 24 hours, unless this creator recharges it with mana when the creator supplies a certain amount of mana. The cooldown before reuse can be reduced by 1 to 100%, proportional to the amount of mana supply. Current status: usable, Hyungu asked seriously, but I don't think there's any problem, right? Noah spoke up. Using this relic is fine, but what I'm worried about is that teleportation will weaken your power. This relic can only teleport within a limited range. You can only go to a place I've already created. So if that place collapses even a little, you might never be able to come back. In the end, you'll fall into an imaginary space. Hyungu grimaced and asked, you mean this imaginary space is somewhere like where the tower climber's consciousness goes? No, that's a bit different from the imaginary space. This is a separate space outside the tower's wall. That place is the real imaginary space. If you fall in there, you'll wander forever inside, unless a miracle lets you escape. Hyungu sighed. Then why did you create a place like that? Noah fell silent, then said, one of the people who drove me out created it. Anyway, there are two choices right now. Use this device to find the secret route or take the path reserved for tower climbers. Hyungu widened his eyes and asked, if I use this, how long will it take? Noah replied, if you find the hidden space from the moment you reach floor 1, it won't take long. Hyungu thought the problem was choosing between safety and travel time. The faster it is, the more dangerous, Hyungu sighed. Then there's no other choice. In the real world, on a fine day at the Dark Guild office, a voice said, we've just disconnected the button node. Good, you can go now. The mysterious book asked Hana Jin, have you decided yet? Hana Jin said awkwardly, not yet. The book snapped angrily, you're really strange. What is there to think about? If it were anyone else, they'd have offered to sell their soul for this already. Hana Jin shut the book, stunned. Really? The book answered, of course. Even if you're better than that idiot, your leadership skills are still crap. Hana Jin fell silent and said, I'm still learning. The book was stunned. But why? Azazin thought it over. After hearing her master tell the truth about the world, she realized she needed to learn leadership properly. But the book asked what? Hana Jin said, I heard that Brat went off to train. So Master is alone right now. She imagined Master being delighted to see her, smiling and saying, my disciple, come here. She snapped back to reality and thought, no matter how I try to get close, that Brat is prettier, so I can't get anywhere. And I can't drive her away either because our strength is about the same. But now, haha, I can do this and that with Master. The book scolded her, are you insane? Hazazin laughed and said, I don't think it's time to study yet. The book blurted out. What? Hazazin said, I've got something to do after my break. The book asked suspiciously, more important than becoming stronger. A spark flashed in the girl's mind. She said, of course it's more important. The book sighed then. If you can leave here anytime, can you go train right now? The small villa in the kids' district. Hyungu handed the chaos god a strap and said, here, Ville Creek Origin. The girl said thanks. Hyungu asked, but why do you need it? The girl replied, to train. Hyungu was startled. Train? The girl burst out laughing, so that Brat can take my achievement. No, wait, am I really that untrustworthy? Hyungu looked at her with suspicion. The girl said coldly, but that's why I agreed to bring that Brat here. Isn't it? Hyunwoo replied flatly, true enough. But he imagined himself kneeling and begging Master, please lend me the Ville Creek Origin. But he thought to himself, she seems really anxious. Was she threatened by that mysterious chaos god? The girl laughed. Ah, I owe you an apology. Hyungu replied, an apology. The girl said, that's right about last time. Back then, that Brat was really angry at me. I didn't know what I did wrong. Hyungu asked in confusion, but Michiyoung knows about our conversation. She's inside after all, the girl said confidently. In the end, she's the owner of this body. Anyway, I'm done here, Hyungu asked. Are you leaving? The girl replied, that's right. Looks like you're heading somewhere too, be careful. Hyungu asked suspiciously, why are you suddenly being kind? The girl said coolly, I'm not worried about you. I'm just worried about what that brat might do if you disappear. Hyungu stared blankly at her. She sneered, oh, and that Emugi guy. No, tell that blue snake I said hello. Hyungu was stunned. What? Is she talking about Azure Dragon? You want to ask Azure Dragon? Azure Dragon asked, why is she there? Why is she there? Hyungu asked suspiciously, what are you talking about? Azure Dragon laughed. Nothing, I'm just a little excited. Hyungu asked suspiciously. You know the mysterious chaos god? Azure Dragon laughed loudly. The mysterious chaos god, Hyungu replied. That's right, Azure Dragon said seriously. So you still lose the achievement anyway, Hyungu thought to himself. Why is he suddenly acting so weird? Wukong widened his eyes and asked, why don't you ask that girl instead? Azure Dragon burst out laughing. Hyungu said, flustered, no, I'll finish that. By the way, do you want me to send the somersault cloud over to teleport device A? Wukong didn't answer at first. Yeah, then I can guide you indirectly through my achievement at the spot where the cloud is. Hyungu asked suspiciously, what if we fall into an imaginary space? Wukong sighed. Even then, Isada made it out alive. Hearing that, Hyungu cried inside as the teleport space gradually formed. He looked stunned. Teleporting, Wukong said with a tense expression. Listen, my achievement has been focused right now, so it's easier for whoever controls the cloud. Hyungu was drawn into the power surrounding Wukong, and moving the somersault cloud became easier. He focused, trying to be sent to the tower climbing site. Here was the path up the tower. In this space, thousands of corpses lay all around. A girl rummaged through the pile of corpses with a cracking sound. After searching and searching, she couldn't find it and muttered, where is it? She picked something up and said, not this and not this either. Ah, found it, she cried with joy. Brimming with confidence, she said, my preparations are complete, just a little more. Elsewhere, Michai was fighting a ferocious beast. Her strength had increased a lot this time, knocking the monster down again and again. The more savage the beasts became, the more ruthless she was, throwing consecutive rainbow-splitting punches straight into its face. The beasts around them were all sent flying. She laughed in delight, then a gigantic beast struck, sending her tumbling backward. The monster glared at her, frightening her into dropping to the ground. A voice spoke up, pitiful. Michai looked up in alarm. It was the chaotic demon god, the one borrowing her body. Michai shouted furiously, why? The chaotic demon god sounded amused. So the power of anger really is astonishing. Michai snapped, stop changing the subject. I asked why you did that. The chaotic demon god replied blandly, kid, even though I apologize, I still don't think I did anything wrong. Michai flushed with anger. What did you just say? The chaotic demon god continued. We share the same body, so I was just giving you a hand. Deep down, Michai kept thinking about taking her master's painting back to reclaim what belonged to him. Unbelievable, her master wasn't here today, and she planned to hang this painting up today. The chaotic demon god fixed the girl with a sharp gaze. Why do you think about that master of yours every single night? So pitiful, Michai yelled, embarrassed. He's my master, did you hear me? The chaotic demon god sneered. But don't you still like him? Michai shouted, but he's still my master. The chaotic demon god pressed on. Isn't he your lover? Michai cried out, master. The chaotic demon god still wouldn't let it go, speaking again. That's why you call his name every night. Michai cursed in rage. Go look for your memories. The chaotic demon god stared wide-eyed. Kid, I know you're embarrassed, but if you keep this up, you'll only make yourself suffer. Michai felt wronged and cried. The chaotic demon god said thoughtfully, I won't interfere anymore. Then my ultimate technique is useless. Michai jolted. Ultimate technique, the chaotic demon god went on. This is an ultimate technique that never fails on the opposite sex. But looking at you right now, I don't think you could use it even if you had it. Forget it. Michai calmed down. Stop talking nonsense. The chaotic demon god said with a confident look. Kid, how long do you think I've lived? Michai asked. What? Why are you asking that? The chaotic demon god bragged. How much experience do you think I have with men? Michai looked disdainful. You think I'd believe that nonsense? The chaotic demon god said confidently, I only need one step, just one step to win over your master. Kid, do you doubt me? I promise you. In this world, no woman knows seduction better than I do. Michai scoffed. A woman who knows seduction? The chaotic demon god replied confidently. From monks who reject the worldly to kings on their thrones, every one of them has fallen at my feet. Michai blurted out excitedly, beauty that topples cities. The chaotic demon god said confidently, even if your master doesn't seem easy to tempt in the end, no man can resist a woman's allure. If you do as I say, he'll definitely fall for you. Michai stared wide-eyed. The chaotic demon god smiled. Our meeting was fate. Michai forced a laugh. Fated meeting, huh? Even so, I think it's just magic. The chaotic demon god corrected her. Magic, it's more like the role of an illusionist. I can definitely help you create that fated encounter. But seeing you hesitate like this, maybe you don't need it. Michai shouted. Right, I don't need that stuff. The chaotic demon god's tone hardened. But before that, claim the achievement of the night parade of 100 demons. Then I'll teach you this ultimate technique beneath the tower. Just then, someone appeared and growled by way of introduction. HMPH. I am Moon Orchid, the master of Floor 1. He barked aggressively, "Who are you?" Before anyone could answer, Hyungu struck him with a palm and sent him sprawling. Hyungu didn't expect it. Was he really that weak? Wukong said softly, "He's just a gatekeeper." "Quick, find the key." Hyungu searched and found it. He announced, "I found it." Holding up the key, he asked, "Is this it?" Avi thought to himself. "If you look closely at the door, you'll see a slot." Hyungu examined it carefully and used the key to open the door. As he stepped through, he was suddenly met with corpses lying on the floor. He said to them, "Let's go in together." Inside the library, Hana Jin searched through piles of books until she nearly cried. The red book spoke to her. "This academy really is astonishing." Hana Jin asked in confusion, "What's astonishing?" The book replied, "Haven't you reached stage 3 already? You seem troubled. Is it because of that person?" Hana Jin asked in surprise, "That person?" The book answered, "Your master. Your master said he would return in a few days." She said gloomily, "I didn't expect he wouldn't be home. This is the only chance since that little girl isn't home." The book thought sadly, after reaching stage 3, she gets easily irritable. It won't be good if she doesn't quickly become the librarian of the ancient books. Then the library's power will, the book asked. "Are you planning to seduce your master?" Hana Jin's eyes widened. "Does that mean there's a way? What are you talking about?" The book replied, "It's the control magic you're learning. Simply put, if you master the final stage and become the librarian of the ancient books." The girl's sparkling eyes looked at the book and asked, "So I can control my master's heart as I wish?" "Not joking." Hana Rin tensed. "Did you just tell me to toy with my master?" The commanding book denied, "No, that's not it." Hana Rin asked angrily, "Then what is it?" The book thought, "Why is she so angry? Even a man must bow before a storm. I mean it's." The book used my Rian as a scapegoat. "That little girl, I mean you should use the control magic on her." Hana Rin asked, "That little girl?" The book answered, "Ria." Hana Rin pondered for a moment. "That makes sense," she said, "but that actually sounds good." The book was relieved, "Right, but to do that you must learn all forms of control. Usually that's how it goes." Seeing Hana Rin's indifferent expression, the book continued, "But if you can reach stage 5, then you'll surely be able to control that little girl." At this, Hana Rin agreed. "All right then, control has 5 stages." Hana Rin activated her ability, saying, "Split in 2 and wither." And stage 3 is... Suddenly, a blue circle appeared. The book was unexpectedly split in half. She could use control magic on inanimate objects. All that appeared was Kim Hyungu's sandal flying back. Kim Hyungu struck, forcing the monster to retreat. "Damn dog." Kim Hyungu kept complaining, "The smell here is awful." "Where's that damn controller?" The Monkey King replied, "In a place like this, it'll be hard to find. Life never gives you second chances." Kim Hyungu continued, "If I had known it was like this, I would have gathered more information." The monster let out a roar at the right moment. Kim Hyungu stomped on its head, nearly blowing its brain out. "Damn it, if I stay here it won't end. This is real illusion magic." He leapt into the air, standing midair. Kim Hyungu thought there has to be something special. An abandoned castle. Inside there are zombies, he discovered. There seems to be something inside. The Monkey King warned, "Be careful." Seeing Kim Hyungu confused, he said, "I told you before, didn't I? Those aren't ordinary zombies." At the same time, a tremor occurred. One of the zombies lunged at Kim Hyungu. His eyes focused. He met and collided with it. Kim Hyungu rushed forward. The impact was strong. 3 monsters charged at him simultaneously. He struck, blasting them apart. Bones disintegrated. Around Kim Hyungu there was only empty space. He looked at a zombie and said, "I know you're different from regular zombies, but I didn't expect your strength to be this high. Though just empty shells with no accomplishments, you're still the bodies of tower climbers." Watching the screen, the Monkey King clicked his tongue. "You still can't be matched." Kim Hyungu asked confidently, "Really?" He defeated them one by one, his face showing excitement. His kicks were smooth as silk, he thought. "After training with Than Long, my perception is at its peak. These are easy for me." He noticed a special point. Although following the body's motion based on perception was still slightly difficult, clench his hand tightly, hold it long. Kim Hyungu thought, "But it's manageable." Than Long observed, "Even if they're tower climbers, zombies are still just zombies." The Monkey King replied, "What else did you expect? They're just soulless corpses with only muscles left." The strong scent made Kim Hyungu turn pale. "What's this smell? It's worse than before." The controller spoke. "No wonder it's so noisy outside." She stood behind Kim Hyungu. "Turns out there's a guest." Kim Hyungu was shocked and cursed. "Oh damn." Than Long hesitated. "That's a bit," the Monkey King replied, "unbearable." The controller shyly ran her fingers through her hair. "Oh my, I guess you can't resist my beauty." "Kim Hyungu, are you serious? You asked, so why are you here?" "No need for many words," Kim Hyungu asked. "What kind of adjuster are you?" "You asked." "Exactly," he asked again. "But why are you in this state?" "You are very delicate and beautiful," she said, "because this is the most beautiful body. For someone inferior like you, this is hard to understand. Anyway, thanks for coming here personally just when I needed a test subject," Kim Hyungu said, confused. "A test subject," the adjuster replied. Ria, my experiment is almost complete, but you know that. This place has no living entities, Kim Hyung-gu asked, so what? What do you want? If you ask sincerely, I will answer sincerely, the adjuster said, because you are about to become my test subject. So I will personally explain to you properly. I am the adjuster of anything I have in my hands, controlling them and creating different objects. The adjuster said I am Gunrep. Kim Hyun-gu looked contemptuous. Do you think your current form suits the name adjuster? The adjuster paused for about 2 seconds. Then she said, I think there's nothing more to say. Speaking of which, she pulled her leg back. Kim Hyun-gu asked in shock. Did you just tear your own body apart? The adjuster attacked directly without many words. The sudden strike startled Kim Hyun-gu. Then he regained his composure, charged with a thunder punch and said, stop these crazy tricks. The adjuster cried out when hit in a vital spot. She had been knocked out so badly that Kim Hyun-gu couldn't believe it. He didn't expect it to be so easy. Hey, are you acting? Why so weak? Even Monkey King was equally surprised. Strange, Kim Hyun-gu said. Ria, wasn't that too easy? Monkey King replied, no, I'm talking about the body you just destroyed. Kim Hyun-gu asked the body, is there a mistake? From the torn body came a light. At that moment Monkey King said, I think that body, then suddenly a tremor occurred. The adjuster's torn body transformed into a giant spider monster. Kim Hyun-gu was shocked. What kind of monster is this? Sun Wukong stood in front of the Ant Queen, utterly amazed. What kind of monster is this? He looked a bit scared. Fan Long hesitated and replied with a puzzled look. The Ant Queen looked at them and asked, you're not ordinary, are you? Hyun-yu asked her straightforwardly. Are you stupid? What ordinary person would come here? The Ant Queen replied, surprised. What did you say? Hyun-woo asked again. How could such a mess become an adjuster like this? After speaking, he thought silently. First, I need to provoke her to test her abilities. Fan Long looked above and said in alarm, look up. Hyun-woo looked up in confusion. Suddenly an attack came, making him dodge backward. His feet had turned into ice. Hyun-woo panicked, his feet frozen. Sun Wukong quickly warned that another attack was coming. Hyun-yu looked up. Multiple lightning strikes suddenly attacked. A massive shockwave filled the area with dust. Hyun-yu quickly transformed, using his staff to block, shouting, damn it, what the hell is this? He swung the staff forward, shouting, enlarge the staff as desired. The staff struck the Ant Queen, but she quickly dodged. Sun Wukong watched anxiously and said, that guy just created something unimaginable. Fan Long asked in confusion, what? Sun Wukong explained. I can sense the energy of those I've known from inside that body. The power of Haku and the magic of the Minotaur King. Even the energy of that snake-headed guy. That bastard used the tower climbers who had been defeated, developed their achievements, and applied them to himself. Fan Long asked in shock, what? Developed their achievements and applied them to himself. The Ant Queen shouted, among those bad guys you have good eyes. Fan Long looked at her and continued, not yet. Although it seems like only part of their abilities, she seems capable of using fully the achievements developed by the tower climbers. The Monkey King recalled what happened earlier and said, I'm sure that lightning just now belonged to Snake Head. Hyun-woo frowned and added, if that's the case, then the freezing power that just iced me over. The Monkey King replied at once, it's probably Ice Spirit S. The Ant Queen looked at them and sneered, wretched enlightened one, I'll introduce myself one more time. She immediately crawled up the stone pillar and spoke. I am the one who has fused all those who have fallen. Hyun-woo, the Monkey King, and the Azure Dragon stood frozen, staring at her. The Ant Queen continued, and I possess their power. I am the Ant Queen. Hyun-woo frowned and snapped, Ant Queen, what a joke, you're nothing, you're just a pile of chaos. Furious, she demanded, does my current body still look like it did earlier? I even possess the achievement of unwavering will. Your taunts don't affect me at all. Hyun-woo pointed at her and said, damn it, then who was the one with unwavering will that just rushed me? Are you insane? Hearing that, she immediately froze in place. The Ant Queen trembled as she replied, everything up until now was carried out under the control of that slave who shares your name, not me. She suddenly screamed in rage. The me of now is the one who holds the achievements of the tower climbers who fell here. The Ant Queen can freely command their power, and I will make your body a part of me as well. Hyun-woo frowned, clicked his tongue, and muttered, why do the ones behind me always sound the same? The Azure Dragon warned, you'd better be careful, it looks like she's carrying a lot of achievements. Hyun-woo quickly asked, how many? The Azure Dragon answered, at least a few hundred. Looking stunned, Hyun-woo asked again, damn, does she have no weakness? The Azure Dragon replied, a weakness? I still haven't observed that bastard closely. The Monkey King suddenly shoved the Azure Dragon aside and shouted, stop talking nonsense, moo. Hyun-woo turned to look at the Ant Queen. From atop the stone pillar, she released a stream of energy at him. Hyun-woo used the Rui staff to blow it away, wondering, how could it be toxic energy? The Monkey King, tense, shouted, watch your surroundings. Hyun-woo looked up in surprise. What? Fireballs suddenly rained down along with a massive surge of water. Shadows enveloped Hyun-woo from all sides and he struggled as he spoke. Yeah, seriously, looking around, Hyun-woo thought, lightning, ice spirit, and even curse skill. This is insane. Suddenly, the jade pendant in his hand began to glow. A huge beam of light erupted from the Monkey King amid billowing dust and smoke. Hyun-woo appeared, leveled the Rui staff forward, and roared, "Take this." The staff expanded, shattering the stone pillar and sending the Ant Queen falling. He appeared behind her at once, smiling as he called out, "Hey, over there." Startled, the Ant Queen turned her head and said, "A sneak attack like that is useless. My back can withstand any attack." Four arms appeared behind Hyun-woo, making her recoil in horror as she screamed, "What the hell is that?" He clenched his fist and replied, "I thought you had unwavering will. So why are you shaking?" As he finished, a grin spread across Hyun-woo's face. He unleashed a Nulip-Ian fist, sending dust flying everywhere. As the smoke cleared, the Ant Queen lay on the ground, barely able to breathe. She struggled to spit out, "Bastard." Hyun-woo charged in, smiling. "Let's end it." The wounds on her body suddenly restored themselves completely, astonishingly fast. He thought in shock, did her body regenerate? Suddenly, lightning slammed down. Darting forward, Hyun-woo blocked it with his staff. He shot up into the air, raised the staff toward her, and drove a strike straight at the Ant Queen's head. All at once, a white curtain appeared in front of him. Hyun-woo frowned. What the hell, an invisible wall. Elsewhere, a woman appeared with a syrup stain on her clothes. The monstrous strength Mad God stood behind her with arms crossed, deep in thought. The monstrous strength Mad God spoke. "I thought you improved a little, but is containing the will of every demon still too much for you?" The girl's hair lifted as she turned, red eyes staring at the monstrous strength Mad God. The monstrous strength Mad God said, "So you finally lost consciousness. Kid, unlucky for you, but I'll have to put you to sleep again." Bidogui lowered his face to his knees and said, "Did I fail again?" Hayeki Yagio stood before her, smiling. "After this one you'll have tried exactly 1,000 times." Bello fell silent for a moment, then asked, "How far did I get?" Hayeki Yagio replied, "You were fine up until you killed the blood demon. After you devoured it, you went berserk." Bidolini answered, "I understand." Hayeki Yagio's achievement is that it absorbs the power of demons into itself. To properly control and command demons, that person must repeatedly face Hayeki Yagio. An ordinary person would go mad from being unable to bear their power. But this child, in only 1,000 attempts, has absorbed 70% of Hayeki Yagio's power. The monstrous strength Mad God comforted her. "It took me hundreds of years to train this entire army. From the start, I knew it was possible, but if you've truly done this much, then it really is within reach." Cut to somewhere else. Kim Hyung-gu was fighting the Ant Queen's beast form. A wall appeared in front of him, and Hyung-gu raised his hand to test it. "What the hell is this damn wall?" Wukong stood watching and said it might be HQ's underground fortress or Asia's underground fortress, but I don't see it anywhere. Judging by the energy I can sense, it's definitely. But it seems to have been created transparently, by combining with someone else's achievement. Kim Hyun cursed, "Damn it," Wukong continued, "but this underground fortress isn't the urgent problem. Look at that thing's body. It truly has terrifying regenerative power. Those achievements have evolved and are filled with vitality." At that moment, the damaged parts of the Ant Queen were forming new molecules and reconnecting at extreme speed. Kim Hyun scratched his head and waved his hand. This is really troublesome." Even so, he tightened his grip on the staff in his hand. "That just means I need to destroy it until it can't regenerate anymore." The Ant Queen said, "Normally I would protect my body as much as possible, but it's not impossible." Kim Hyung-gu muttered, "Damn it, stop making excuses." The Ant Queen opened her mouth. "This time is an exception. I will show you my true form." Ada suddenly bit into her own body. Everyone watching gaped in shock. She's eating her own body." The Ant Queen kept devouring herself right in front of the three of them. Until a wide-open eye appeared, her body turned deep red, and the Ant Queen became a spherical mass and screamed, "I will tear you apart." She used her ant legs to attack Kim Hyung-gu. Thousands of legs stabbed everywhere, kicking up rocks and clouds of dust. Kim Hyung-gu ran from the assault, nearly losing his footing. Then he finally got close and struck her straight on the top of her head with his staff. Kim Hyung-gu poured all his strength into it. He stomped down and used the move Supreme Ruler's demonic mystic kick. A huge explosion erupted. The Ant Queen lay motionless on the ground. Kim Hyung-gu wiped his sweat and checked to see if it worked. But unexpectedly, from beneath the dust, a series of sharp iron legs suddenly shot up. He blocked them one by one. The Ant Queen was not dead. She regenerated horribly fast while chasing Hyung-gu. "You bastard, how dare you?" Kim Hyung-gu was still fearless and smiled. "Where did your unchanging composure go? Why so agitated? No one's done anything." And Kim Hyung-gu thought to himself, "If I don't go all out, I can't create that attack. Since things have come to this, I'll grind her into 100 pieces." Kim Hyung-gu once again swung his staff at the Ant Queen. He shouted excitedly, "Let's see if you can withstand this one." The Ant Queen shattered into many small fragments, but but in less than half a second, the pieces reassembled themselves to restore her. Kim Hyung-gu fumed, "Damn it." He quickly turned and ran furious. Seeing the Ant Queen's dizzying regeneration speed, Kim Hyung-gu felt helpless. But fortunately, even though she had many achievements, she wasn't overwhelmingly strong. Ice spheres flew toward Hyung-gu and he dealt with them one by one. Then fireballs came, and Kim Hyung-gu repeated the same movements. After several exchanges, Kim Hyung-gu felt annoyed because Ada's attack patterns were too simple. Is she really the one controlling this? He gritted his teeth. However, Ammon's regenerative power was excessive. Damn it, after all that fighting, the Ant Queen was still completely unharmed. Sneaking a glance at Kim Hyung-gu, he thought that if this kept up, he would collapse from exhaustion. Azure Dragon outside reminded him, "If you keep dragging this out, you'll only waste your stamina. It seems it's time for us to end this." Kim Hyung-gu snapped, "I know that too. You two, stop standing there and find Addie's weak point." Wukong rubbed his chin thoughtfully. But I don't think she has a weak point." Azure Dragon chimed in, "She's almost reached the saint level." Seeing his two teammates treating his life lightly, Kim Hyung-gu scolded them, "So what? Are we just supposed to die like this?" Wukong tilted his head. "But what is that thing constantly emanating from her?" Wukong began rambling. "I don't know if it's because she has many achievements on her. At first I thought her giant body was only thanks to the achievements she possesses." Kim Hyung-gu, still being chased desperately, cut him off. "Get to the point. I think there's another energy source supplying those achievements." Azure Dragon agreed. "Yeah, that sounds right. You just realized it too, Snakehead." Azure Dragon mocked, "So this is the monkey's scheme. Is it useful?" Wukong immediately shot back. "It's not a scheme, it's called being observant. I thought the snakehead only knew how to use his limbs. You don't understand strategy at all." The two of them started bickering outside, ignoring Kim Hyung-gu. "What did you just say? Stop spouting nonsense, you damn monkey." "What, are you done talking?" Kim Hyung-gu said helplessly. "If you have time to argue, go find that energy source for me." While running, he suddenly halted. What's that sound?" He looked up ahead and saw an enormous fireball, likely from Tan V, preparing to crash straight down on him. "It's right above you, damn it." Kim Hyung-gu hurriedly leaped up to dodge the attack. Azure Dragon examined the situation through the device and noticed something. "Wait a second, something's very strange." Kim Hyung-gu grew anxious. "Have you found anything yet?" Azure Dragon said. "If I hadn't stayed focused, I wouldn't have noticed. But I sensed the power of another strange achievement coming from that pillar." Only then did Kim Hyung-gu realize that, far in the distance, there was still a bizarre pillar standing. That pillar, Kim Hyung-gu finally put the pieces together. All the other pillars had already collapsed, but this one was still standing. He muttered as if something had clicked. Could it be? Kim Hyung-gu suddenly sprang up and charged straight toward that pillar. The Ant Queen's eyes widened in shock. Damn it, he figured it out. She launched her spear-like legs after Kim Hyung-gu and shouted, "I won't let you get there." Kim Hyung-gu curled his lips into a grin. "Seeing you struggle this hard to stop me, that means there's something there, doesn't it?" The Ant Queen was furious. "This little brat," Hyung-gu taunted her. "What, you thought I wouldn't notice?" With one kick, he instantly shattered the suspicious pillar. The pillar broke apart, revealing a sparkling purple stone inside. Azure Dragon shouted, "It's the source of power." Kim Hyung-gu seized it with delight. "All right." The Ant Queen panicked and tried to strike him as fast as she could. "No, I forbid you to touch it." Kim Hyung-gu grabbed the source of power stone. "Got it." The purple stone in Hyung-gu's hand began to crack, then shattered into pieces. Meanwhile, Pedro Gui was still locked in real combat with the night parade of 100 demons. Chaos Fiend watched and thought, a normal person would have broken down back then. But this girl, she looked at Pedro, trembling as she breathed. Even though she'd lost control, she still clung to a sliver of awareness. But right now, there was only one thought in Pedro's mind. "Let's go. I want to give up." The words "I want to give up" kept looping over and over in her head. Her hands kept killing, but her mind only wanted to stop. Were there still that many things she had to deal with? Back with Kim Hyung-gu, after losing the source of power stone, the Ant Queen's body began undergoing continuous changes. She groaned, "How is this possible?" Then screamed, "How dare a mere mortal do this? How dare you take my achievements? I will never forgive you." The Ant Queen kept attacking Kim Hyung-gu. Outside, Azure Dragon and Sun Wukong were extremely anxious. "That gem must be her true body," Sun Wukong urged him on. "Hurry, there's not much time left." Kim Hyung-gu grit his teeth. "I know." As he dodged and counterattacked, he thought, "The time I borrowed that achievement is running out. If I go down here, I'm done for, so I have to." The sky suddenly shifted. Thick, murky white clouds began to blanket the heavens. The Ant Queen stared in confusion. What's going on with those clouds?" Two horns had sprouted from Kim Hyung-gu's head. "This ends here." He pointed to the sky and the clouds converged toward his fingertip. The Ant Queen seethed. "Why, you bastard, what the hell did you do?" Once again, she shot her ant legs toward Kim Hyung-gu. He didn't even look, only slowly closing his eye. A brief flashback surfaced in his mind. "You think my technique is just to create ordinary thunder? I don't make noisy tricks like that." That's only a misconception. Don't confuse it with the real magic I created. First, you must guide the lightning energy into the sky. As he remembered, Kim Hyung-gu steadied his breathing to focus his energy. After you guide the energy there, control the space. Like dripping a little black ink into a clear pond, don't try to control it too perfectly. As long as you can touch the space you want the dark clouds to cover, that's enough. Finally, release lightning into the places you can sense. Kim Hyung-gu opened his eyes. That is the true technique I created, Radiant Thunder Tree. Over where Pedro Gui was, she panted hard, her fingers going numb, trembling uncontrollably. The words "I want to give up" kept spinning in Pedro's mind. She clenched her teeth, wanting to surrender to that urge. It's come this far and I still haven't finished. At this point, I've gone much further than before. This much energy is enough. Pedro looked up at the sky, then down at her hands. If I give up now, would that really be so wrong? Just then the world suddenly turned white. A voice rang out, pulling her from the mire of negativity. Disciple, why live like a doll, ready to let go of what you want so easily? My disciple. Pedro lifted her face, stunned. Master, it was her master, Kim Hyung-gu. Kim Hyung-gu wore white and a mask. Standing atop a pillar and looking down, he asked Pedro, why don't you believe in yourself? Is it because your parents controlled you like a pet, or because you've always lived this way? If so, then forget it, forget everything. From now on, forget the life you used to live. Forget everything, even your own name. Whether you were a billionaire or a beggar in the outside world, forget it all and start a new life here. Kim Hyung-gu landed in front of her. Don't live as your parents' pet. Live a life you can choose for yourself. You can make your own decisions. He gently patted Pedro's head. If you don't have a name, it'll be hard, so I'll give you a new one. Ria, your name will be Miriam. That will be your new name. Kim Hyung-gu smiled. Miriam lowered her head. A tear rolled down her cheek, yet Miriam smiled. Master, you're always the one who comes to save me. Miriam gathered a surge of energy in her hand. Chaos Fiend stared blankly. Don't tell me that girl is preserving every desire of all demons. The lightning spear of light that Kim Hyung-gu created struck the Ant Queen head-on. She reverted to her beast form. Like a cricket being jolted by electricity and writhing in midair, the Ant Queen crashed to the ground, arcs of lightning crawling over her body. The holes in her body could no longer regenerate. The Ant Queen roared in agony. It hurts, it hurts, it hurts, it hurts, it hurts. Kim Hyung-gu watched with delighted fascination. I didn't think lightning would work this well. Up until now, I've only fought one-on-one. So I never had the chance to use wide area skills. I can't believe it's this effective. Even with a huge hole punched through her body, the Ant Queen kept screaming. It hurts so much, my body really hurts, it hurts. Kim Hyung-gu flew over to the Ant Queen. Looks like you can't regenerate anymore, huh? When she saw him come closer, she shrieked in terror. Don't come any closer. Kim Hyung-gu, thoroughly annoyed, shoved his staff into her mouth. Stop putting on a show, eat this. The Ant Queen was easy to bait. Kim Hyung-gu smiled. You're the first one to turn into an insect sandwich. He commanded the staff, enlarge, Rui staff. The Rui staff expanded, forcing her body to swell taut before bursting apart. The Ant Queen couldn't even scream anymore, she exploded on the spot. The moment the Ant Queen was eliminated, the game panel appeared. Notification: you have successfully defeated the Punisher from the very bottom of the tower. Location: underground. You have successfully defeated the Adjuster. You have accumulated enough achievements to unlock privileges. High-tier information privilege. You now have high-tier information privilege. Kim Hyung-gu changed clothes and stood up. I'm exhausted. An energy stone suddenly appeared beside him. He reached out. What is this? The info panel updated instantly for Kim Hyung-gu. This stone is an SS plus storage key. Analysis by the Adjuster is still incomplete. Entry skill: information privilege. This key was made by Gorak. The Adjuster's role is to maintain balance and logic within the tower, and to create and manage the world. Information privilege is missing. After adjusting the tower in a new way, the privileges she should have received, because information privilege was missing, were collected. Information privilege continued to be depleted, and as a result, when using the power of information privilege, it continued to be incomplete. She could carry out experiments she herself still lacked the ability to perform, and among those experiments, information privilege was missing. For the benefit of the space created by the Adjuster, this space exists only for her. She can remain in that space, but others are limited to 30 minutes. The cooldown is 24 hours from the moment you use this key to enter. The user can check the cooldown time when using the entry skill. Time remaining until the key can be used: 22 hours 49 minutes 31 seconds. Countdown. Kim Hyung-gu smacked his lips, irritated. What the hell is this supposed to be? Give me more info. I can't know much because the information privilege is incomplete. But I think the missing parts here are talking about a hidden location created for experiments. Right. Since it's the creator's storage key, there's definitely something inside. I can't use it yet because of the cooldown. 22 hours 49 minutes 31 seconds left. Honestly, I didn't learn a single useful thing. Kim Hyung-gu cheerfully stuffed the stone into his pocket. I'll take it back to Noah and ask him first. He pulled out the ring and shouted, "Nimbus cloud." A massive white cloud poured out. Kim Hyung-gu stepped onto it, then yelled, "Huh!" He stood there with his hands on his hips, looking around in confusion. "Where's the exit?" Azure Dragon said, I think it's to the south." "Oh really? Or maybe to the west or the east." Kim Hyung-gu snapped. "Why don't you just say it's in all four directions?" Seeing how absurd Azure Dragon was being, Monkey King kicked him away. "You can ride the Nimbus cloud along the wall and find it. It'll probably be faster than when you were searching for the adjuster earlier." Kim Hyung-gu agreed. "Ria, that sounds like a better idea." Back with Miriam, she was still walking through the tomb and controlling the night parade of 100 demons. A voice rang out, "Perfect." Why Luke Lone then beamed as he praised her. "I can't believe you learned to control the night parade of 100 demons so quickly. It's truly astonishing." She created a gate and said, "There's nothing left for us to do here now, so let's head out. You can leave through this." Miriam didn't go right away. She hesitated as if she had something to ask. Why Luke Lone then asked in confusion, "What is it? Is something wrong?" Miriam fidgeted, tapping her index fingers together. She asked shyly, "Aren't you going to teach me your ultimate technique?" Why Luke Lone then shot back. "Ultimate technique?" Miriam got so embarrassed she tried to bolt. "I'm leaving." Why Luke Lone then hurriedly stopped her. "Wait, just a moment. I'll tell you, never mind, you don't even want to hear it anymore." "No, that's not it." "Then which kind of ultimate technique do you want to know?" Miriam hesitated. "What do you mean, which kind?" Why Luke Lone then pointed. "I've lived for a very long time. Did you think I only have one ultimate technique? It's harder than you think. Strategy has to change depending on the groom's personality, social status, and relationships, for example, blah blah." The more Miriam listened, the wider her eyes grew, sparkling as if she'd just been enlightened. After a while, both of them felt delighted and warmly comforted. The chaotic force of madness reiterated once again that the ultimate technique used must suit the situation. You can act seductive or play innocent and pure. Once you explain the basics, that's enough. "Now you decide for yourself," Miriam asked hesitantly. "Do you have any suggestions for me?" The chaotic force of madness thought for a moment and said, "If it's your master, then I recommend two options. The first method is to make him fall for you by persistently approaching him gently and flexibly. For example, pretend you've got food on your lips and Kim Hyung-gu will reach out to help Miriam. 'My disciple, is there something on your lips?' 'Oh my goodness, master. But the most important thing is persistence,' Miriam asked like a child. 'Persistence? Geez. If you keep doing that, in the end you'll create clean sparks between the two of you.' Miriam tilted her head and asked again, 'Then when will I know the sparks have flown?' The chaotic force of madness sighed. "Explaining things to a real person is exhausting. Anyway, let's move on to the second method. Seize victory in a single step. There's a bit of risk, but if it works, your master will definitely be pleased." At that, the chaotic force of madness promptly cut off those silly thoughts. She pinched Miriam's cheeks on both sides and said, "If you don't learn the right way, you won't succeed. I'll keep it simple. Choose slow and steady or fast but risky." The chaotic force of madness pointed at Miriam's face and asked, "So which do you want?" Miriam blushed, lowered her head and said, "I want," in a dreamy scene where tiny flowers bloomed brilliantly and wove together, covering the sky beneath the warm spring sun. On a vast stretch of lush green grass, two people were relaxing, letting their minds drift. On a warm, sunny spring day, the boy rested his head on the girl's lap. In that relaxed atmosphere, Kim Hyung-gu looked at the girl with lingering eyes. "We're looking at each other." Miriam was looking back at him too, her cheeks flushed under the sunlight. He lightly brushed Miriam's cheek with his hand, but Kim Hyung-gu couldn't bear the intensity of her gaze. Miriam widened her eyes, her cheeks as red as a ripe tomato. She was a little surprised, then slowly leaned down. But she also gently closed her eyes and moved on to the next stage. For now, the chapter ends with a total of 40,096 views and 765 comments. Some standout comments include one from Treestorm. "Ah, this is seriously so good. If this gets published as a book, I'd probably buy 10 copies," from Mikoti. "The author writes so well, it's such a feast for the eyes." And a comment from Androda. "A masterpiece. I'll follow this story to the very end." Skimming a few lines of comments, she smiled smugly. Yumiho's expression right now could only be described as pure excitement. Beside her, Lee Seo-rong was a bit speechless, embarrassedly turning her face away. As if she still couldn't believe her eyes, Lee Seo-rong picked up her phone and replayed the panel where the boy and girl were about to kiss. Utterly romantic. Lee Seo-rong's inner thoughts burst like a broken dam. She was both thrilled and shy. Silently, she screamed. As a true follower, she seriously thought about it. "Even without reading this chat, I knew it would turn out like this, especially since Miriam is always by Kim Hyung-gu's side." Then she remembered how commanding Miriam looked. She muttered to herself, but Miriam's feelings were completely normal. Still, this kind of storyline truly won Lee Seo-rong over. making her quietly acknowledge it. But she really was following the flow of my thoughts. The one in front announced, "We're here," making Lee Seo-rong feel a little embarrassed. Her face still red, she stammered, "Okay." And so, after traveling for a while, they arrived where they needed to be. They closed the door, ready to step outside. Before them stood a massive building, towering at the entrance, crowned with a huge horned skull. Yumiho exclaimed, "Isn't this the place with the teleportation magic circle?" Lee Seo-rong quietly confirmed, "Yeah," the emotions in her chest swelling even more. She was astonished, unable to believe they built a place like this in Henna. The Terrain A Guild really is something else. Yumiho turned to Lee Seo-rong and said excitedly, "Today I'll continue talking about how the 6 existing combination methods were formed, the ones we discussed yesterday." Lee Seo-rong replied eagerly, "Okay." The trip felt incredibly peaceful. Suddenly, Lee Seo-rong noticed something odd ahead. The great gate was open. 2 neat rows of guards stood at attention, since who knew when, each wearing a black horned mask that hid their face. It made both girls gape in surprise. Miho remarked, "Oh, they all look exactly the same," while Lee Seo-rong was even more stunned. It made both girls gape. The masked warriors stayed silent, bowing their heads in greeting to the guests, Lee Seo-rong observed. "Black masks, these are the subordinates directly managed by Miriam, right?" Still a bit flustered, she asked, "Where's the magic circle?" Walking between rows of masked warriors bowing their heads, Yumiho carried herself with great confidence. She said, "This place is so huge, let's split up and search." Lee Seojung agreed at once. "Yeah, let's do that." The buildings in this complex were all beautiful. Everything had been meticulously crafted from wood with an even coat of orange gold paint. It gave off a distinctly ancient atmosphere. While walking through an unfamiliar corridor, Lee Seojung was suddenly drawn by a voice coming from a nearby room. "Come on now." Without hesitation, she gently pushed open the wooden door. She called inside, "What's that sound?" The person inside paid no attention to her sudden appearance and continued letting out soft moans. "What is this?" Witnessing the scene before her felt like being struck by lightning. Lee Seojung stood frozen with her mouth agape, unable to utter a word. The person inside continued whining, "Master." Elsewhere, everything was shrouded in darkness, with mist hanging in the air as though sunlight would never reach the place. The fog suddenly dispersed completely. This was the entrance to the first floor. A demon-faced figure with countless eyes covering his head appeared, his body entirely red. It was the tower climber, Sutendoji. He looked around and wondered, "Is this the first floor?" Another creature lay motionless on the ground. Sutendoji noticed it and curiously grunted. Placing his clawed foot on the creature's face, Sutendoji asked, "Is this the floor guardian I've heard about? Why are you lying around here?" Blood trickled from the lifeless face of the guard. The eye on the back of his head informed Sutendoji that he was not alone. He exclaimed in surprise, "What's this?" Kim Hyungu had appeared in the mist without him noticing. With both hands in his pockets, he tilted his chin upward, openly challenging Sutendoji. Sutendoji seemed somewhat slow-witted. Turning back to Kim Hyungu, he asked, "Are you a guardian too? But you're not a leopard wolf, are you?" Kim Hyungu let out a long sigh and could only shake his head helplessly at such a pointless question. He remained calm. "Are you blind? The leopard wolf is lying right in front of you." Sutendoji didn't know when to stop. Staring at Kim Hyungu, he said, "You've got guts, friend." As he spoke, Sutendoji tensed his body and clenched his fist, saying excitedly, "People say the tower is full of interesting people." They weren't kidding, he repeated several times, "Interesting, very interesting." Unlike him, Kim Hyungu only felt annoyed. Scratching his head, he frowned and muttered, "Man, this is irritating." Sutendoji continued shouting, "I really like your arrogance, now entertain me," before he could finish speaking. Kim Hyungu had already slammed a blow straight onto the demon's head, shutting him up and twisting his entire form out of shape. Still not done venting his anger, he followed up with an earth-shattering kick right to Sutendoji's head, causing the ground to crack and sending debris flying in all directions. A voice quickly commented, "What a brutal guy, that's terrifying, hurry up and climb the tower." Kim Hyungu showed little enthusiasm. He answered casually, yeah, got it." Elsewhere, inside a room, a girl was striking seductive poses. As she gently raised her hips, she shyly murmured. Mission bashfully looked at herself. Though terribly embarrassed, she still seriously asked, "This still isn't right. Do you want me to raise my hips higher, like this too?" Mission shyly fidgeted again. "It's a bit, I have to do this no matter what," watching the person before her perform those alluring movements. Lee Seojung stood with her mouth hanging open in shock, unable to say a word. Mission awkwardly touched her waist and said, "You have to look from behind." She slowly turned around and continued reciting. At that moment, all of Lee Seojung's years of life experience could not help her understand what was happening. Her mind spun wildly. What the hell is going on? Have I been reading too much fanfiction lately, or is Mission the crazy one? As Lee Seojung continued thinking, why is she doing these things? What kind of training is she practicing? Mission had already noticed her presence in the room. Stammering in embarrassment, Mission said, "You." Instantly, her previous shyness disappeared. Mission transformed into her demon form, with 2 long horns on her forehead and platinum-colored hair. She asked darkly, "You saw everything, didn't you?" Faced with Mission's terrifying appearance, Li Xiaojung stammered, No. That answer only drove Mission further into madness. She glared and summoned a ferocious beast. A huge tiger immediately appeared behind her. Li Xiaojung screamed in terror. However, Mission did not attack her immediately. In a gloomy tone, she said, "I won't kill you because you're master's colleague." Li Xiaojung stammered, "Then what was that just now?" Mission answered with a glare, "But since you've seen everything, I have to erase your memories." Hearing that, Li Xiaojung became even more terrified, breaking into a cold sweat. She shouted, What are you going to do to my memories?" The tiger bared its vicious fangs. Mission reassured her, "Don't worry, you only need to let Baku bite you once." Terrified, Li Xiaojung raised her hands to block the beast's mouth as it kept approaching her. "Wait, I didn't see anything at all." "Really? I truly didn't see anything." Mission ignored her. She said, "Don't worry, like I said, I won't kill you." In a somber voice, Mission said, "I." Then the tiger lunged at Li Xiaojung amid her shrill scream. Mission raised her voice and declared, "I'll only erase your memory." Overcome with terror, Li Xiaojung tightly shut her eyes. Suddenly, she heard a voice asking, "What's going on?" The voice spoke again, and the tiger temporarily halted its attack on Li Xiaojung. "But if that happens, then the humiliating memories she has of me. Just wait until it happens, but that's kind of." Lycio was spinning like a pinwheel. She genuinely couldn't make sense of what the hell was going on. Taking a deep breath, Miss Hyoni returned to her original form. She turned her face away slightly and said, "I won't erase your memories." Lycio teared up with joy and hesitantly asked again, "Really?" Miss Hyoni replied at once, "On one condition." Lycio broke into a sweat again. Anxiously, she asked, "A condition?" Miss Hyoni pointed straight at her. She said firmly, "Help me." Elsewhere, Hannarin was strolling along at ease, somewhere with piles of books and glass bookcases packed to the brim. Hannarin stopped halfway and ordered, "Begin." Instantly, hundreds of books dropped all around her, competing as they fell, trying to find the one she needed. She ordered, "Stop." Receiving the command, the falling books stopped too, hovering in midair. Hannarin said, "Return to your original position." At once, all of them spun back to their own places. Each book stacked up, then neatly arranged itself side by side. Only one book was left over. It suddenly slammed down hard onto Hannarin's head, making her yelp in pain. From that book, an entire pile started to topple, and once the first pile fell, the whole library collapsed in it. Disorganized, chaotic avalanche piling up like a mountain. Hannarin ordered, "Disappear." The books once again automatically flew up high. Hannarin grabbed one. The book spoke, "Looks like stage 4 is still tough, but you're the only one who's learned space dominion this fast." Hannarin frowned, gripping both ends of the book, about to tear it in half. The command book screamed, "Ah!" Furious, she demanded of it, "Why won't you vanish?" It snapped back, "What the hell are you talking about?" Hannarin had lost her patience. She was ready to rip it apart. "Why can't the books disappear immediately?" Terrified, the command book begged, "Wait, this is a misunderstanding." She asked, "Then what is it?" The book answered, "It's to confirm the required power when they fall." "Fall? Wait a second, don't tear me." Deciding to spare the command book, Hannarin tossed it aside and said, "I've used this power since before I ever met you." "But is it really that useful?" The book replied quickly, "Of course." Regaining its composure now that it was safe, the command book instructed Hannarin, "Before we get to that, it seems Space Dominion still isn't complete, This is what you need to perfect to upgrade to the next stage." Half convinced, Hannarin asked, "You mean the next stage is?" The command book grew wise, true to its name, and replied, "It's controlling presence within space. Once you succeed, you'll be able to control anything within space." Hearing that explanation, Hannarin curled her lips in satisfaction and said, "Oh, if that's the case." Imagining Miss Hyoni, Hannarin said excitedly, "Dealing with that brat is only a matter of time." At the Guardian Guild, modern skyscrapers stood tall in the morning sun, promising everyone a highly productive workday. Inside the building, in a certain room, a slender hand set a thick stack of documents on the desk. A voice asked, "Where's the guild master?" Anya Sucker braced her hand on the paperwork and said wearily, "There's a lot that needs approval." Kim Si-hyun looked sympathetic. He said, "He's probably out stirring up trouble somewhere again." He asked Anya Sucker, "Miss Anya, is there a first-half accounting report in this pile?" She answered quickly, "Ah, yes." Anya Sucker handed over the file. She said, "Here." In that brief moment, Kim Si-hyun's hand lightly brushed hers. Both of them looked at each other, hearts fluttering, thinking to themselves, "Oh my God!" The tender moment passed in an instant, replaced by awkwardness. Flustered, Anya Sucker said, "But thanks to you, it hasn't been too hard." Kim Si-hyun rubbed the back of his head shyly. "It's nothing. We just need to finish quickly so we can go on our date." Hearing him say his feelings so plainly, Anya Sucker was even more moved. Her eyes widened, sparkling as she looked at him. She whispered, "Si-hyun." Seizing the moment, Kim Si-hyun leaned in. The two understood each other, closed their eyes, and drew even closer. Their lips were ready to kiss. Suddenly the office door swung open. Hansel, Kagun and Lysio stepped in excitedly. They all talked over each other. Grinning broadly, Hansel and Kagun said, "We're here to help you too." And Lysio, carrying a bag of snacks, said excitedly, "I was nearby, so I dropped by." Once they arrived, they saw Anya Sucker and Kim Si-hyun turned away from each other. She said ruefully, "Well, happy now." Elsewhere, like a great ship drifting freely along the sky's current, perhaps in the void, two people were talking. One asked, "You're back, you must be exhausted from all the fighting." The other didn't answer directly, but tacitly agreed. He replied, "It's best to end everything quickly." On the table, they exchanged some kind of metal piece, and the other said vaguely, "First, this." The first immediately praised the regulator's key. "You actually pulled it off." It turned out Noah and Kim Hyung-gu were talking. Kim Hyung-gu propped up his chin, wearing an irritated expression, and asked Noah, "But is that girl really a regulator?" Noah didn't quite catch what he meant and asked back, "What do you mean?" Kim Hyung-gu recalled the one-eyed monster that had attacked him earlier. He said, "Even if she's a developed product of those tower climbers, she's still miserable. And kind of insane, too." Not rushing to a conclusion, Noah calmly asked, "A developed product, so in the end what did the regulator do?" In Noah's memory, the image of Genrak, the regulator, appeared with an almost graceful elegance. He continued, saying that she wanted to create an all-powerful achievement, one that stood above everything else. But in the end, Noah concluded, it still wasn't truly her own achievement. Even if she used special methods, her body would definitely end up having problems. Kim Hyung-gu grew more serious, tilting his head in confusion. "Yeah, why is everyone connected to the tower so strange? Whatever, forget it. And what exactly is this key supposed to help with?" Noah remained calm and professional. He told him, "I think it'll be better if you go into its storage first, then I'll explain." Kim Hyung-gu replied immediately, "Oh, really?" Noah answered him gently. "Your cooldown is almost over anyway, so take a look first." Holding the key in his hand, Kim Hyung-gu stared at it for a long moment, then agreed. "The storage, I'm curious about it too." Suddenly, a deep blue object appeared before their eyes, a status panel for the item Hyung-gu was holding. Key fragment, SS plus grade, adjustment level unknown. Entry skill, cooldown until next use is none, meaning it can be used immediately. Hyung-gu confidently slipped it in and read the command, "Enter." The status panel gradually vanished after the command was heard. The key opened a gate right above Hyung-gu's head. Power surged around him, and in an instant it carried him somewhere that left Hyung-gu stunned, just 1 second after arriving. His eyes stayed wide with shock, his whole body frozen. A profoundly bizarre scene unfolded before him. Hyung-gu saw statues, every carved detail precise down to the millimeter, life-sized, with real expressions, standing as an army. They looked eerily alive, and it took him a long time to finish taking them in. Meanwhile, at the Aring Guild Training Center, a few activities were underway. Yumiho laughed, "All done, great job." Below, Lysio stretched inside in amazement. "I'm exhausted," Miho kept encouraging her like a tireless teacher. "You really did great." Lysio handed Kumiho a blue pouch. Kumiho stayed excited, praising her anyway. "Even with the system's help, but my stats are going up insanely fast." While Kumiho kept waving her hands and thanking her, Lysio calmly opened her status window. It clearly read, Lysio, 28 years old, female, stats unknown. Strength A, Dexterity S+, Stamina A+, Endurance S+, Mana S++, Luck B skill, Fragmentization, Sterilization, Crushing Magic, Focus, Enhancement, Limited Enhancement, Magical Enlightenment, Magic Circle. High Speed Interference, Fast Magic Memory Casting Speed, Endurance S+, Mana S++. After drinking some water and taking a short break, Lysio said, a little flustered, "Last time my mana was only S+. It went up to S++ in just 2 weeks." Lysio recalled the information she'd been given. Skill limits are usually determined inside the tower. So once you're outside, your growth rate should slow down. She wondered, then what is this unbelievable growth? Breaking the mood, Kumiho spoke up. Aren't we supposed to leave now?" Lysio blinked. We still have time." Miho replied, "But you want to ask the master about something, right?" Reminded of her promise to help mission, Lysio groaned and let out a soft sigh. Lysio joked to Kumiho, "Wouldn't it be best to just forget what happened?" While Kumiho had no idea what she meant. Over here, Hyung-gu didn't hold back. He punched a statue right in the face. He frowned. "But this statue is outside the tower." Rubbing his hand from punching too hard, he muttered, "Not sure if this helps at all." Then something else caught his eye. He looked closer, eyes widening in shock. A familiar figure was smiling, and he shouted that name. "Heavenly Demon," a voice commented, "is this one of the tower climbers?" Not bothering to respond, Hyung-gu studied the Heavenly Demon's statue. This," his gaze fixed on the hand gripping the sword tightly. The voice continued, "Even if it looks difficult from the outside, I'm sure, because I can sense the remaining fragments of the achievement in that corpse." It urged Hyung-gu, "Not over yet, keep going." After a few more steps, he discovered more massive faces. He couldn't hide his astonishment. Hyung-gu blurted, "The Monkey King and Zeon Gucci, even the 10,000-year ice spirit is here too." Watching from outside, the Monkey King, great sage who commands the wind, remarked, "Looks like everyone who died in the tower is gathered here, Demon King." The great sage who commands the sea agreed, "Sada is here too, so that must be it." So the ones who had been guiding Hyungu all along were them. Hearing the Demon King speak, he asked at once, "What? Where are the bodies?" The old man said, "Look up." An enormous statue carved in a diving pose appeared right above Hyungu's head, leaving him speechless. The Demon King commented, "Looks like this place gathers all assassins, regardless of species." Right then the key displayed a notice, "Time is up." It brought Hyungu back to the chair facing Noah. Noah asked, "Did you see that place?" Hyungu answered shortly, "Yeah." Hyungu continued, "But inside it's just the remains of tower climbers." He sighed, how is this supposed to help me?" Noah closed his eyes and said calmly, "Right now it's useless, sure. But what if they become your ally?" Hyungu stared. "What?" A green jewel appeared in Noah's palm. Hyungu looked baffled. He asked cautiously, "This is," Noah replied, "an item that can help you do that." Impatient, Hyungu shouted seriously before Noah could even continue. He was so excited his eyes practically sparkled and he lunged forward. "Of course I want it, so what do I do now?" Noah smiled faintly and said, "First, you need to convince them to become your allies." After hearing that, Hyungu felt something was off. His face fell and the burning enthusiasm he'd had instantly evaporated. He was still fired up, seething, while Hyungu started calculating. "Persuade her by beating them." Noah stepped forward, called out, "Hey." He said, I was thinking of talking to them." Kim Hyungu frowned and waved a hand, asking if there was another way. Noah replied coldly, "No," sweating bullets. Kim Hyungu was sure it wouldn't be that easy. After a moment's thought, he said to Noah, "All right, then tell me what I need to do, the method to revive the tower climbers." Noah recalled it and said slowly, "The method itself isn't difficult. You link the person to the jewel." Noah explained in detail, "First, you need to persuade them to enter the imaginary space. Then place their consciousness into this jewel, enter the key vault and finish it." Noah smiled gently, his tone serious as he warned, "The most important thing is persuasion. Remember that." Wasn't that basically saying it's a draw? Kim Hyungu let out an awkward chuckle and muttered, "Persuade." Then he thought of the big shots up in the tower and broke into a cold sweat. Kim Hyungu doubted, "Is that even possible?" A sudden idea flashed in his mind. Kim Hyungu slammed the table and shouted, "Yeah, that's it." Startling note. He pointed upward and said, "I just need to revive Heavenly Dragon and Wukong. They've been with me for a long time, so persuading them will be easy. And their bodies are in the storage vault too." Note asked anxiously, "But will that really be okay for you?" Kim Hyungu blinked. "Me," Note explained his relationship with Wukong. "You made a contract with the great sage, right? That means if he's revived, he'll return to his original master." A huge period appeared. "Which also means you won't be able to use the great sage's achievements anymore." Kim Hyungu immediately remembered Azure Dragon and stammered, "What about Azure Dragon?" The image of Azure Dragon crying and lamenting flashed by. "My achievements?" Note asked. "He already handed all his achievements over to you, right?" Note confirmed, "Then he'll revive with no achievements at all, so he won't be much help." Hearing that, he clicked his tongue. He folded his arms, looking disgusted. Note continued, "But if you return the achievements you received, it'll be different." He scratched his head and dodged the point. "I still need Azure Dragon's power, so that's kind of." Then he slumped onto the table and sighed in frustration. He thought everything would be fine as long as he got rid of the adjuster. "But why is there another problem now?" Note smiled. "If you want to change the tower, fighting the adjuster is unavoidable. Just treat it as a prerequisite." He clicked his tongue again. With his face still down on the table, he ground his teeth and muttered, "How am I supposed to persuade those stubborn bastards?" Note comforted him, "Don't worry too much. I think there'll be a way for you to persuade them besides those two." Hearing that, he fell into thought. Kim Hyungu sprang up and asked, "Come to think of it, what about Eve? Have you found the system room yet?" Note waved a hand. "No, not yet. But we did find a clue. Sorry, but give me a little more time." Note took out an orb and said, "More importantly, I've finished the item you asked for." The orb was a teleportation device, strength unknown, whether it could be adjusted unknown. The skill was teleportation at will with information access clearance. The teleportation device was crafted by the owner of Note's ship and the creator of this tower. When using teleport at will, the user can go anywhere from Note's ship up to floor 9. The teleportation device can't be used continuously and has a total 12-hour cooldown before it can be used again, unless additional mana is supplied. If you supply more mana, the cooldown time can be reduced by up to 15%. Its current status is usable. Kim Hyungu looked at the item and grinned. "So I don't need to grind monsters to get here anymore, right?" Note replied cheerfully, "Yeah, now you can come straight here." He picked up the teleportation item, beaming. "At least this problem's solved." Long Ann rejoiced inwardly. "Yeah, thanks to Note, I'll definitely find Eve soon." Full of hope, he thought, just wait a little longer in a huge, luxurious building. Even though it was night, the lights were still on inside. A finger pointed at the screen, tapped the ranking tab and said, just like he said, "If I'm revived, you won't be able to use my achievements anymore." Azure Dragon added, "Same for me." On the screen, Kim Hyung-gu was sprawled out lazily and replied, I get it. He was stretched out on the sofa. But do you two really not know your bodies are on the ship? Wukong and Azure Dragon immediately affirmed it. Wukong slid a finger up toward the sky and said, there's a way. Kim Hyung-gu was startled. Oh, what is it? Wukong pictured him stepping onto the somersault cloud and said, do you remember the somersault cloud? You need to claim my achievements the same way you did with that. He was so annoyed he sat bolt upright and shouted, no way. Then he slammed his hand, sending the phone flying. Azure Dragon looked at the screen and spoke up. There's another way? He asked curiously. Really? Azure Dragon opened his mouth and answered, yeah. But then the scene cut back to the house. Lee Seojong and Kumiho walked in, greeting him excitedly. Hello, I'm back, master. The two of them asked at once, did you finish what you needed to do? He sat down with an arm draped over the back of the sofa. With one leg crossed over the other, he replied calmly, yeah, it went okay. Lee Seojong smiled and sat down. Really? That's great. Kim Hyung-gu asked, is there something you want to say? Lee Seojong frowned slightly. Starting 2 weeks ago. Your stats suddenly went up. Do you know what happened? He said he didn't know anything about it, wasn't it just that they rose? Lysel added, but it's strange for them to spike that much in such a short time. He suggested, have you tried asking your senior? Lysel replied at once. I did, but he doesn't know either. His stats also suddenly went up. Kim Hyung-gu rested his chin in his hand, deep in thought. He recalled a battle and wondered to himself, could the kill adjustment have triggered something? But it's only been a week since I killed her, so the timing doesn't match. Seeing him pensive, Lysel also grew a little uneasy. He stayed silent, then Lee Seorong spoke up. Hey, Kim Hyung-gu quickly answered, what is it? Lee Seorong hesitated. After thinking for a moment, Lee Seorong asked, do you have an ideal type? Hearing that, he blurted out, what? They stared at each other, and the air turned a bit awkward. Kim Hyung-gu froze, not sure what to say. Then he asked, why Lee Seo, do I have one or not? He was still speechless. Then he asked, do you like me? Before he could finish, Lee Seorong released a threatening aura. How dare you say something that disgusting? He asked again, are you interviewing me or what? Lysel jumped and denied it. No, that's not it. He still pressed on. Then why ask? Out of patience, Lee Seorong leaned in close, her eyes menacing. Spit it out already, he pondered. An ideal type, do I even have one? As he was thinking, a voice suddenly cut in. Of course, the 7 fairy maidens are the prettiest. Wukong folded his arms and went on, especially the first fairy. Azure Dragon drew a sharp breath. Oh ho, you monkey, aren't you not supposed to think about the 7 fairy maidens like that? Wukong pointed and sneered. Oh, please, don't act so innocent. Azure Dragon replied, of course, I'm one of the 4 divine guardians. I don't sling vulgar insults like you. Wukong kept going, but the 4th fairy came looking for me herself. Hearing that, Azure Dragon snorted coldly. You dared do that to the Jade Emperor's daughter. Wukong laughed, still provoking him. The Azure Dragon got taken away. Where'd you let some woman trick you off to? At that, Azure Dragon jumped up. What did you just say? Wukong continued. There's even a rumor you accepted a fresh young girl as a sacrifice. You think I don't know? Azure Dragon cursed bastard. Wukong lunged into a brawl too. Say that again if you dare. Seeing it, he could only stay silent. Kim Hyung-gu suddenly exclaimed, as if remembering something. Ah, seeing him about to speak, Lee Seorong brightened. You do have one. He handed his phone to Lee Seojongsem. After Lee Seojongsem looked, she hurriedly got herself together. Sweat poured down, her eyes going wide as if she couldn't believe it. Lysel screamed. What? On a space vessel, there was a glowing blue stone on a table. A voice spoke up. Has Kim Hyung-gu decided who to save yet? The speaker added, glancing up at a magic circle suspended in space. 3 triangles pointed in 3 directions, and strange words were written above the circle. The person stood up and stared ahead. Then, step by step, they walked forward and raised a hand to draw onto the magic circle. A ring appeared in the center and blue light spilled outward. A screen appeared, the person frowned. Why didn't she meet Kim Hyung-gu? A staff member from the system room said she'd told them it was only appropriate at the right time. I'll go find him, so don't say anything about me. Back at Kim Hyung-gu's house. Chaotic Divine Strength said, Kid, what are you worried about? My ultimate technique won't fail. Hearing that, Michio tilted his head. I'm not worried, just being careful. Chaotic Divine Strength pressed on. Are you scared? Michio frowned. What are you talking about? Chaotic Divine Strength continued. You're afraid things won't go the way you want. And your relationship with your master will fall apart, right? At those words, Michio fell silent as if quietly admitting it. Chaotic Divine Strength suddenly said, then lend me your body for a moment. Michio asked, for what? Chaotic Divine Strength wanted to devour the male lead. I'll seduce your master within 10 hours using my ultimate technique. Michio blushed and sprang up. What? The two argued. I'm sure he'll fall for that technique. Stop it. At that moment, Lee Seorong arrived. Michio cleared his throat, calmed down, and said, let her in. The wooden door slowly opened. Lee Seorong walked in holding a phone. I found it. Then she showed the screen to Michio. Here, after seeing it, Michio froze, eyes wide. She stammered, this is his ideal type, somewhere else. In a dark room, a voice rang out, what did you say? The tower floors have been sealed. A mysterious figure bowed and reported, more precisely, floors 12 and 13 suddenly. We're completely locked. Art Demon sat in silence, listening to the report. Chin propped on a hand, he seemed to be calculating something. Art Demon asked, why did this happen? The mysterious figure answered, we still haven't found the cause. But as you know, the only one with the authority to lock the tower floors is. Hearing that, Heart Demon seemed to guess the answer and smiled. Her, the one he meant was Avi. The mysterious figure thought so too. Most likely. Heart Demon tapped the armrest lightly, fell silent for a moment, then said, I thought I'd already dealt with her, but it turns out she's still lurking around here. Unbelievable, strange indeed. Even cooperating to help that weird guy, more interesting than I thought. The mysterious man panicked. What do you mean by that? Tama said, didn't I tell you before, until the freak reaches this place. As he spoke, he raised his hand. A wave of black power appeared. Boom, a huge explosion echoed from that energy. Tama calmly said, I will do nothing but wait. The mysterious man looked at the water stain on the wall, worried, speechless. Tama continued to wield power, voice angrier. I will be nothing at all. Then he suddenly smiled, but it seems there are more little pests clinging around him this time. I will only help you once. Saying this, a wave of purple power erupted strongly. The mysterious man was stunned. You really will do that? Tama snapped his fingers. It seems she already knew you would descend the tower, so she locked them to buy more time. A white light appeared in his hand. If so, we will move to another place. Back at the male leads home, today is really busy. Let's start with the important matters first. Kim Hyung-gu stared ahead and asked, Chungryong, what method are you planning to use? Chungryong replied, it's the achievement learning of all of us at once. Kim Hyung-gu was so annoyed he glared, responding verbally, I'm listening. Chungryong didn't care. There is a type of magic that can help accomplish this, and it won't take much time. Chungryong spoke of a magic circle. We will use time and space creation. Kim Hyung-gu wondered, time, space, what? Chungryong explained, this is a type of magic that overcomes the limits of time and space by splitting you into fragments and allowing you to train. At the same time, Kim Hyung-gu imagined his limbs disintegrating and turned pale. Chungryong, as if seeing through that thought, denied, not your body but your mind. For example, your mind will be split into 5, so your body will train 5 achievements at once. An image of 5 Kim Hyung-gus simultaneously training multiple top achievements. Unlike the disintegrating limbs he imagined, he exclaimed. Whoa, sounds amazing. Chungryong looked at him and cautioned, but there is a big drawback using this magic. He was stunned. What is it? That's. Wukong also chimed in. Hey you fool, use your brain. If the mind is split, then you can train more, but you will have to exercise your mind a lot. He froze, letting out an ah. Wukong presented an image of him lifting 1 stone easily, but lifting all 5 alone exhausted him to the point of collapsing. You spent 10 years just learning Cloud Somersault. Now imagine doing 5 achievements simultaneously. You will probably endure 5 times the fatigue. Chungryong agreed, the monkey is right. When training in an imaginary space, you may not be physically tired, but you know how mentally exhausting it is, right? You've experienced it. His face became serious. So the most important factor is my mental capacity. Chungryong responded, that's right. Wukong added, but for now, you can only train a maximum of 2 achievements. He was stunned. Only 2? Wukong crossed his arms, no other way. Because this training is different from before. Wukong and Chungryong approached each other. Wukong grinned, the upcoming training you must complete. After all, it's to gather our achievements, and you just follow instructions, can't argue. He clicked his tongue in acceptance. Alright, so in short, it won't be easy. Wukong spoke, but earlier you were honest, right? He didn't understand and asked again. What about that ideal type? He recalled and replied, oh that. Wukong sneered, HMPH, the ideal type is only in thoughts. Kim Hyung-gu angrily, are you trying to say something? Chungryong continued, considering your age, she still seems very young. See, Wukong mocked, I don't think age matters. Seeing them joking, he exclaimed, wait, what are you two talking about? Wukong recounted earlier, but the picture you showed the woman. The girl in it really was youthful and unique. Hearing that they watched the video, he tried to explain. Of course, I did it so she would spare me. Wukong asked again. Spare you? He shouted desperately. If I said no, she would have followed me all along. He gritted his teeth, one eye closed, one eye open, explaining further. So I just showed her the screen of a game I played. Wukong clicked his tongue, HMPH, got it. Then whispered, he really said that. Chungryong added, but even so. Do you think that picture resembles his disciple a bit? Wukong realized. Right. Chungryong's disciple said it looked exactly like Lee Seojong and Mission. Kim Hyung-gu was too annoyed to speak. No, stop talking nonsense. I'm going to sleep. Chungryong and Wukong still fussed. Hey, what's going on? Elsewhere, Chaotic God spoke. I knew your master wasn't ordinary, but his ideal type is really unique. Mission anxiously, so the methods I learned were ineffective. Chaos Force Deity smiled. Ha kid, I've never known defeat. Then Chaos Force Deity ordered Mission through the screen, prepare everything I told you. Mission stared intently as she listed item after item, first this, then that. The more she listened, the more shocked Mission became, her whole body shrinking back. Her head drenched in sweat, unable to believe it, she screamed, "What?" 3 days later, in a luxurious, wood-paneled room, Lee Seorong was tapping on her phone while sipping tea. On the screen was a line of dialogue. "What are you saying? You." Her ears were burning red with embarrassment, but she still forced herself to muster the courage to speak to Kim Hyung-gu. After hearing the confession, Kim Hyung-gu walked over to her. Reading up to this part, Lee Seorong froze, narrowing her eyes as she thought about something. Remembering Mission's shy expression, she mused to herself. Why does this fanfic feel so close to real life? Does Mission actually have something going on with Hyun-woo? Lee Seorong pondered in silence, but I'm sure he only showed that photo to shake me off. But if I go back empty-handed to face that tyrant dragon? Lee Seorong remembered Chaos Force Deity's demon-like fury, like a Rakshasa, and got goosebumps, not knowing what she'd do to her next. But she shrugged it off and kept drinking. Whatever. I did everything she told me to do. Inside a massive skyscraper, Kim Hyung-gu stood with his arms crossed and asked in surprise, "Disciple?" The girl curled her lips into a smile. "Yes, master." In front of him was a huge pile of expensive liquor bottles. He blurted out in shock, "What is this?" The girl replied softly, "It's alcohol." He still couldn't believe his eyes. "I can see that." Kim Hyung-gu kept his arms crossed, secretly sweeping his gaze over the black-haired girl with twin ponytails. Sweat filled his brow as he stared at her, uneasy. He thought, but why? He looked at what she was wearing, her top, skirt, even the accessories, and the way her hair was tied up. He remembered a game character from before and felt his heart jump. He almost asked, "Why are you dressed like that?" Chaos Force Deity smiled quietly, certain she dressed up exactly like the male lead's favorite type. She looked like a cat, and he couldn't help thinking. Does she like cosplay, but why do it here? Even the poured drink couldn't stop Kim's thoughts. What's going on? Mission raised her glass, cutting off his train of thought. "Master." Startled by her voice, he blurted, "Huh." She held the glass respectfully. "Please take it." Kim Hyung-gu blinked in surprise. "What?" He was a bit flustered. "Disciple, you're really something. Please take it." Hyun-woo asked again, "Wait, what the hell?" Mission didn't care. "Please take it, take it." Her eyes sparkled, but his were trembling despite himself. Watching this, Chaos Force Deity could only pinch her forehead. "I knew it would be like this." Chaos Force Deity asked Mission, "Kid, why are you forcing him to drink?" Mission answered in her thoughts, "I'm just doing what I was told." On the screen, Chaos Force Deity was speechless, holding her forehead. "Listen, kid," she explained to Mission, "if getting him drunk could solve the problem, then I wouldn't have had to teach you so passionately." Mission jolted. "What?" Chaos Force Deity asked back. "Do you even know the purpose of this meeting?" Chaos Force Deity reiterated, "It's to get him drunk and strengthen your relationship." Mission even imagined Hyun-woo drunk. "Disciple, are you asking if I like you?" "Of course I do." Chaos Force Deity continued, "which means one glass won't do anything." Shocking Mission on the spot. She fell into deep thought. Kim Hyung-gu stopped overthinking. What's with her? He glanced at the glass again. "But besides the cosplay, why is she making me drink too?" "Still, it's fine, we're adults." Kim Hyung-gu even pictured himself lifting the glass for a toast. Maybe she just wants to unwind after a rough stretch. He looked at the drink again, ice clinking inside. "This looks pretty strong." Kim Hyung-gu suddenly looked at Mission, making her flinch. "Fine, drink up and let's end this." He downed it in one gulp, then grimaced like a kid trying to spit out seasoning. "This tastes awful." Chaos Force Deity was extremely excited. "Perfect timing, kid." She pointed and signaled Mission to keep going, make him drink another one. Mission hesitated a little. Chaos Force Deity urged again, "Say something." Then she helplessly clutched her forehead. "No, don't say anything. What should we do now?" Chaos Force Deity grew anxious. "I could handle it now, but your master will definitely suspect us." "Kid, there's no avoiding it." She reminded Mission, "It's time to make a choice." Mission looked surprised. "A choice?" Chaos Force Deity laid out two options. "Pick one. First, stop here. Second, you drink too." She said bluntly, "If you're not confident you can get him drunk, then the plan. The best move is to get yourself drunk." Mission kept staring at Kim Hyung-gu as she listened to Chaos Force Deity, and if that could help her give him a hint, that would be enough. Mission pressed her lips together. "But what if something goes wrong?" Chaos Force Deity brushed it off. "This is a once-in-a-lifetime chance. Are you going to give up?" Kim Hyung-gu was speaking. "Disciple, it looks like you just want to relax." She shot to her feet and called out, "Master." Her whole body seemed to blaze with sudden resolve. "Wait a moment. Can you wait 5, no, 3 minutes? He paused, startled. But he agreed. "All right." Mission walked off, not forgetting to say thank you. The system suddenly appeared, making him flinch. "You have been invited. The system will send you an invitation once the remaining time in the system ends. You will be accepted. Time remaining, 29 seconds. Before he could understand anything, the system transported him. The surroundings and objects gradually changed as well. A white-haired girl appeared. appeared, Avi sat behind the desk. "You're here." Kim Hyung-gu was slightly surprised to see her smiling there. Without hesitation, he gave her a sharp smack on the head. She held her head, crying, "What was that? Why did you hit me out of nowhere?" He replied, I just felt a little suspicious of you." She frowned. "Suspicious of what?" He hesitated, "Just in case. What if this is a trap or something? You think I would do that?" Avi was extremely annoyed. "Why hit me first?" Kim Hyung-gu quickly used the divine head pat skill and she calmed down. He smiled. "I have a lot I want to say to you." She gave a silly smile. "Me too, I have to say everything I couldn't before." He wondered, "You couldn't tell me before." Avi reluctantly agreed, but first she wanted to discuss this. She cleared her throat. "You might have heard from the creators, but I want to formally introduce myself again." Kim Hyung-gu smiled gently as she spoke. "I have the task of observing and managing the entire parallel world, ensuring balance among them. At the same time, I am one of the 5 responsible for everything, including the tower levels and their order." She confidently introduced herself. "I am the manager." Meanwhile, on the first floor, Ngayat Lan didn't understand what was happening. "What is this?" A tremor startled him. "What the hell?" Something appeared before Ngayat Lan. This was a communication tool with the upper floors. The text read, "From now on, the challenge of floor 1 will be removed, and the tower climber will start the challenge from floor 9. Behind Ngayat Lan, the monster had awakened, unleashing its power. "Where is that bastard?" Ngayat Lan was confused. Ngayat Lan asked him, "Are you talking about the black-haired human?" The creature replied, "Rhea, where is that guy?" Ngayat Lan pointed upward. "He's not here anymore, he must have gone up." The creature was surprised. "Gone up?" Ngayat Lan replied, "Exactly. It seems he's somewhere above us in this tower." Kim Hyung-gu crossed his arms and asked Avi, "So until my information authority reaches a high level, you didn't know who you were?" She replied, "Exactly." He was perplexed. "You deliberately ended your own awareness. Why would you do that?" She answered, "I'll explain the reason later. For now, I'll tell you about the current situation." The scene shifted to a luxurious building. Mitch had returned, looking embarrassed. She closed her eyes and said, "Master, my heart is finally ready." But when she opened her eyes, he was nowhere to be seen. She called, "Master." Bottles of alcohol lay scattered on the floor and the white sofa. Sobs mixed with dull sounds. "Ha," sniff. Another sigh. "Ha." Mariang drained a bottle of alcohol, her face flushed, eyes tightly shut. She sat with her legs folded on the chair. Still clutching a bottle beside her face red but dejected, she said in broken words, "I think I've had enough." The 100-demon watch looked at Miriam in dismay. "Scolding kid, aren't you going to stop drinking?" She lowered her head, frowning, staring at the bottle in front of her, silent. Her mind wandered. Master ran off. Suddenly, a subordinate appeared, hands crossed at his waist, bowing halfway. Miriam was still drinking, ignoring the water, and coldly asked, "What is it?" He said, "It seems a tower climber has just appeared." Miriam raised her head and asked back, "A tower climber?" He continued, "Yes, we can't pinpoint exactly where he appeared, but it's very likely in the Seoul area." Miriam smirked. "Is that so?" The subordinate nodded. She put the bottle down. "Good, excellent." Her expression suddenly turned fierce. "Turns out it's the right timing. I'm stepping in now," her eyes blazing red. "Let's go meet the tower climber." In Avi's room, Hyun-woo paused slightly, asking sharply, "Have you blocked the lower floors?" Avi looked up and replied, "Yes." She continued, "After your information authority reached a high level, I regained the manager's memories. Thus I can understand the situation inside the tower, and how the climbers desperately try to kill the guard." As she spoke, Avi observed and manipulated numerous information panels. She was slightly worried that floor 9 might collapse. It was only a matter of time. "That's why I blocked the floors immediately. That's why it's hard to stay in contact," she explained. Hyun-woo realized the issue, so that's it. He crossed his arms and asked seriously, "How long until things return to normal?" Avi estimated about 1-2 months. He asked again, "You don't know exactly." "I did everything I could to get this result," Avi replied, slightly annoyed. "Since I poured all my strength into escaping the 3 creators who tried to eliminate me, I had to limit my memories to preserve the remaining power." She explained, recalling the moment she was exhausted trying to keep a bit of strength. Therefore, her power was still incomplete. "I think it's like a power-saving mode," she continued. "Anyway, the main focus is on this, right?" Hyun-woo seemed to understand the situation. "Once the floors are no longer blocked, then the invaders will all come here together. So we need to prepare in advance for this." Hyun-woo said. Avi agreed. "Exactly. Moreover, we also need to protect everyone on the 9th floor." "Why is that?" Hyun-woo asked again. Avi hesitated slightly, clutching both hands on the table. "Because the invaders can't go down, but those climbing the tower can continue moving up." What Avi said surprised Hyun-woo a little. "And the number of those climbing the tower will keep increasing, but why is that happening?" he wondered. Avi explained that not long ago the tower's structure had been changed. "The designer took away my authority and gained control of the entire tower. Since then, he connected the 1st floor with the 9th floor. Light from above shines down the tower. Like a well, a terrible sound rang out. A blue monster was being stomped on by a dark red foot with claws pressing it to the ground. The red monster, with huge bulging eyes dotted all over, with horns on its head, white hair and beard, and sharp teeth. It roared, "I'll kill him, I will definitely kill him." A sound drew its attention. Around it, streams of pale blue air flowed from its muscular body. A stream of yellow energy shot toward it. It instinctively felt uneasy. What is this energy? The energy gradually concentrated in one spot, growing brighter. Overwhelming me, it couldn't believe what it was seeing. Who are you?" The monster screamed in panic as Miriam appeared right in front of it. Stepping forward slowly, behind her a swirling stream of yellow-orange energy. She spoke softly, her face unmoved. "Endure it for a long time." The demon didn't understand and blankly asked, "What did you say?" She clenched her fist, energy enveloping her hand. "Only then will my anger be soothed," she yelled, charging to attack the horned demon. Back to where Avi and Hyun-woo were talking. "So you mean the current situation is very dangerous, right?" Hyun-woo was slightly worried listening to Avi. "Yes, once the floors are linked, they can go straight to the 9th floor." He imagined the devastated, ruined city. Just one tower climber could cause huge damage to the 9th floor, but now there are multiple. He felt briefly anxious. Damn, the only ones who can handle them. Images of each person flashed in his mind. Hanarin was training. Miriam possessed the achievements of the legendary Chaos God. Si Hyung was being trained by the Heavenly Demon and the Nine-Tailed Fox. Hyun-woo asked roughly how many tower climbers. Avi estimated. Maybe about 8 to 10 per day. In the first days there might be more. He panicked. What about the first day? Because the ones climbing now will arrive all at once that day. Avi replied. Hyun-woo exclaimed, "Ah, damn it." Avi said, "But you managed to kill the adjuster, that's good. Otherwise, the corpses she controlled would rise again." Images of Gan Rak raising dead beasts appeared. Avi explained that usually tower climbers who are defeated are revived by the system periodically. Hyun-woo was a bit shocked by this. He recalled the heavenly demon slowly telling him, "Why am I in that imaginary space? I was just waiting." Only now did Hyun-woo understand. So that was the heavenly demon's meaning. A terrified scream echoed, "Stop, stop it." Miriam coldly commanded, "Stand up quickly." She lifted her leg high. Not done yet. A wave of energy like a blade shot toward the demon. It tried with all its might to dodge the attack. It cheered joyfully, "Ha ha ha, I dodged it." In an instant, Miriam appeared behind the demon. She grabbed its head with her hand, laughing, "At least dodge 1-2 times. Otherwise it wouldn't be fun." The demon was stunned by the terrifying speed. Why then only cries of pain remained? The demon lay unconscious on the ground. A voice called out, "Is it dead?" "Kid, are you awake now?" Miriam coldly replied, "Don't talk to me." She pouted, showing displeasure. "Who did something to make you like that?" 100 Demon Night Walker complained. "Are you really asking me that?" Miriam shouted. 100 Demon Night Walker calmly said, "You succeeded in making Master worry so much he ignored everything else. How can you not be happy?" Miriam was surprised. "What?" 100 Demon Night Walker said. "Until now he's still indifferent to you." Miriam recalled being ignored by Hyun-woo. That she couldn't deny it. Miriam shouted embarrassedly, "So what? He ran away." 100 Demon Night Walker said, "This is the key point." Miriam was surprised. "What?" "Previously he simply ignored you, no matter how hard you tried to get close." "Master, here's the money and the best relics." Hyun-woo didn't even glance, raising his hand saying, "I don't need it." But just now he chose to avoid it. 100 Demon Night Walker explained, continuing the analysis. "A man did something he didn't know before, something unusual. That means," Miriam vaguely realized something. "He's taken an interest in you now, Miriam." Hearing that conclusion from the night parade of 100 demons, her heart blossomed. She felt a little shy, vitality surging through her. She wondered, "Master, you care about me?" The demon had been sprawled flat on the ground this whole time. Turns out it was still alive. It watched Miriam, wondering why she was suddenly acting like that. It told itself it had to run the moment it got the chance. Before it could finish the thought, Miriam stepped on its hand. Smiling, she whispered, "Master cares about me." She pressed both hands to her cheeks, beaming with happiness, while her foot kept stomping down on the monster again and again. Its blood splattered everywhere along with a shriek that echoed all around. In the house, a voice rang out. "So you're finally going to use space-time creation to claim the achievement." "Ah, I don't really have another choice, do I?" Kim Hyung-gu said. The voice continued, answering him. "Even if you do that, you'll be leaving this place for about a month." Kim Hyung-gu lay on the bed, eyes glued to his phone screen as if searching for something to say back. "Of course, I knew it." Kim Hyung-gu kept scrolling through his contacts. "That's why from now on, I'll have to prepare protective measures for Floor 9 in advance." With a self-satisfied look, his eyes still fixed on the screen, his hand kept scrolling. "At the International Hunters Association, it's been a while, hasn't it, Kim Hyung-gu?" That voice was none other than Liam Lo. "You've been well, right? So why are you calling me?" Liam asked cheerfully over the phone. Liam froze, startled by what he'd just heard. A lot of disasters were about to happen. Kim Hyung-gu spoke seriously into the line. "That's why I want to talk to you about defensive measures." "So it's true." Liam continued. Kim Hyung-gu was surprised. "You knew too," Liam replied. "That's right. I was going to call you to talk about this as well. Liam went on about the current situation. Recently, the association developed a new item. With it, we can detect the exact details of an upcoming disaster. An image appeared of a staff with a multicolored orb giving off a mysterious feeling. When we tried activating it, we got 7 reactions. And one of them is going to actually happen within the next 8 hours. So we're very worried. Liam kept talking, but thanks to the hunters who have grown much stronger across the world lately, things are a little better for now. Kim Hyung-gu suddenly recalled Liam's face. 2 weeks ago, my stats suddenly shot up. He answered, Liam, is this happening worldwide? Right now we need fighting power, so that's a good thing. I'll send some forces over. Kim Hyung-gu said, thanks, as for the reward we'll talk later. Alright, done, things are stable on this end. Kim Hyung-gu hung up and looked at his phone screen. Let's meet the others, Guardian Guild. I can't believe Hyung-gu pulled us together this early in the morning. Yumiho said. Kim Si-hyun clasped his hands on the table. What is it this time? Guildmaster, you must be up to something again. Anya the sucker spoke while tapping away at her laptop keyboard. Then the door opened. Kim Hyung-gu stepped in. Smiling, he said, everyone's here already, boss, Guildmaster. Kim Si-hyun looked at Kim Hyung-gu. What are you planning to do now? Mitch appeared out of nowhere. Mitch was all smiles and everyone around started looking confused. Kim Si-hyun leaned in and whispered, hey, is your disciple losing it? Kim Hyung-gu stiffened. I don't know either. He spoke up. Anyway, I've got something to tell everyone. Mitch kept that bright smile. I need to go train for a while. Kim Si-hyun and Anya were stunned. Train, so I want you all to protect this place while I'm gone. Kim Hyung-gu finished speaking. Kim Si-hyun and Anya the sucker wore expressions beyond description, so shocked they couldn't say a word. Now I'll explain the situation to everyone, so please pass the message along to Hanarin, Kim Hyung-gu said. Wait, everyone said at once. In a room packed with books, one volume floated in midair and a voice rang out, come back here. Hanarin appeared, books flying everywhere. Even mythical creatures like dragons take centuries to achieve this. It's unbelievable she finished it in such a short time. Is this true natural talent? Hanarin, exhausted, sat down. The command book drifted closer to her. Amazing, you've already made it halfway through level 4. Hanarin stared at the book and said, that doesn't matter right now. What? Hanarin continued. I don't feel happy at all. It feels like I'm at a disadvantage. I want to settle everything with that brat. Hanarin said blankly. Is it because of jealous power mixed with her talent? Hanarin turned to look at the command book in front of her. What's next? Wait, hold on. Or should we step outside for a bit and then come back? Step outside and come back. Ria, I need to prepare for the next level too, and it looks like you need a bit of rest, the command book said. Really? Alright then, she smiled. Hanarin continued, I'll go look for that brat first. Elsewhere, fortunately, you've already finished securing the 9th floor. Yeah, seems so. 2 voices echoed from a ship hovering strangely in space. Even though I haven't been around for a month, if those 2 are there, nothing major should happen. Kim Si-hyun and Sucker Anya were helpless. This guy, seriously. Captain, I'm about to die here. On the ship, Noah placed his hand on his chin thoughtfully. Normally, using spatial and temporal creation for training can scatter your mind. Isn't that too dangerous? Kim Hyung-gu looked at Noah. But I'll become stronger in a short time, right? Just like you said. Noah said, that's right. So where's the item that helps me convince those tower climbers? Noah glanced to the side. Ah, I've already prepared it. He handed a rolled-up sheet of paper to Kim Hyung-gu. Here, the peace contract level, none, adjustable. No enforcement skill, only informational authority. The contract was created by the owner of Noah's ship, also the creator of the tower. Using the life right certificate he possessed, the peace contract differs from a life right certificate. The parties in this contract are compelled to uphold it and restricted from acting against each other. Thanks to the contract skill, depending on situations and actions, restrictions can be applied according to agreements among the signatories. The peace contract can be activated. Once in effect, the actions of the signatories are limited by its terms, and they cannot resist these restrictions, no matter what they do. If someone fails to honor the contract, the other party can use execution skills to enforce the promises in the agreement. Kim Hyung-gu looked at the contract in his hands with satisfaction. Perfect, everything's ready now. Noah looked at Kim Hyung-gu. Judging by how you intend to use that item, you've probably decided who to revive, right? Kim Hyung-gu smiled. I've chosen a friend I can rely on. In a spacious, open area, Kim Hyung-gu began drawing a strange symbol on the grass with a piece of wood. Finished, he propped himself up and looked at the completed symbol. But if this goes on for more than a month, what should I do? He said while brushing his hands off. A voice suddenly appeared. If you do it well, you'll even be able to control the time inside. Then you'll be able to train for a longer period within that month. Kim Hyung-gu looked toward the voice. Isn't it like the room of spirit and time in Dragon Ball? A year in there equals 1 day outside. If that's the case, he stepped into the center of the symbol and said, then let's begin. The azure dragon looked at him. Listen carefully. You must control your energy precisely to create a time and space that can be activated. First, focus energy in your palms, then use it to activate the talisman. Next, now it's done. Following the Azure Dragon's instructions, Kim Hyung-gu slowly opened his eyes. He was surprised by the figure before him. It looked exactly like him. Kim Hyung-gu exclaimed, "It worked." Rhea, the Azure Dragon, responded. Kim Hyung-gu was still astonished. How can it look exactly like me? Suddenly, the figure identical to him slowly opened its eyes. They instinctively stared at each other and spoke in unison. The feeling is really strange. All right, the preparation to claim the achievement is complete. The Azure Dragon and Wukong stood at a distance, watching the pair. All that remains is the choice. Pick a door and learn our achievement. Once both minds have learned the achievement, combine them into the main body. Then the training session is complete. I'll take this one and I'll take this one. They each chose a door. Standing before their chosen doors, they looked at each other. Good luck, you two, at this moment. A purple aura enveloped Hanarin's body. She said softly, "Master, wait for me." Hanarin rested her chin with excitement. "I'll be by your side soon." Then the magic engulfed the space, transporting Hanarin elsewhere where 500 black bats swarmed. Hanarin wondered silently. "What is this?" The ferocious bats rammed the glass, leaving huge cracks. Then the door couldn't withstand the pressure and shattered into pieces. The 500 aggressive bats opened their mouths, teeth sharp, hissing. Facing this predicament, just a confident smile. "Oh no," Hanarin merely growled calmly, "let's be crushed and die." Instantly the bats were slaughtered. Blood splattered everywhere, they hissed and squealed in pain. Fresh blood poured down like rain. However, its structure seemed unusual. Immediately, a red dragon was summoned before Hanarin. At the same time, Kim Hyung-gu remained in a trance. He closed his eyes, ignoring the eerie sounds around him. Suddenly, Kim Hyung-gu snapped awake, his eyes gleaming with a powerful blue aura. He spoke with delight, found it. Then Hyung-gu Kim slightly curled his lips into a sly smile. Under the ashen sky, there was only the wind and the anguished roars of monsters. After that, with murder in their eyes, they formed into packs. Every one of them bared razor-sharp teeth, as if they'd been thirsty for blood for a long time. Faced with that scene, Hyung-gu Kim still smirked coldly. "Tusk, what a bunch of damn pests." Then he ground his teeth and cursed irritably. "Bastards." The moment the words left his mouth, Hyung-gu Kim drove a straight punch into a monster's face. He shouted, "How dare you hide in a dark place like this? Do you have any idea how hard it is to deal with all of you using only hearing and intuition?" Hyung-gu Kim snarled, "That damn Azure Dragon uses magic through his eyes, and then makes me train in a brutal environment like this." Staring at the vicious monsters in front of him, he calculated quietly. "Tusk, looks like it's time to wipe you all out." With that, Hyung-gu Kim cracked his knuckles, ready to teach them a lesson. He glared with fierce momentum and muttered, "Take a punch first." Meanwhile, in the illusion realm, the Monkey King was casually chatting with the Azure Dragon. At first, he didn't even know what to do, but it seems he's figured something out now, hasn't he? Sun Wukong spoke up, "Hey, you snake, you did something, didn't you?" The Azure Dragon replied, "I only adjusted the time a little." The Monkey King looked surprised. "Oh, you can do that?" The Azure Dragon nodded. Then it added solemnly, "If I could, I wouldn't want to do this." Sun Wukong asked, "Why?" The Azure Dragon explained in detail. The foundation of this space-time construct is linked to a part of Hyung-gu Kim's consciousness. It added that if the space-time construct takes on even a little more pressure, that pressure will also weigh down on Hyung-gu Kim's consciousness. That would bring serious consequences to the point where his consciousness could shatter. Hearing that, the Monkey King asked straight out, "How much did you speed up time?" The Azure Dragon answered quickly, "1 day here is about 10 days. I can increase it even more." But at that point, Sun Wukong was starting to understand the problem. "More pressure, right?" The Monkey King muttered. 10 days feels a bit low. However, the Azure Dragon insisted. "It'll be fine. After all, Hyung-gu Kim didn't start from the rubble like we did. We started with nothing in our hands, but Hyung-gu Kim already has a lot of experience. That will definitely help him a lot." The Azure Dragon recalled how serious Hyung-gu Kim looked while fighting, and felt a little reassured. Then it continued, "But even if he gains achievements quickly, the quality can't remain intact." Sun Wukong hesitated a little. At the same time, Hyung-gu Kim kept striking toward the fiends. He worked furiously with simple moves that dealt massive damage. Hyung-gu Kim kept pounding them without stopping, against his agility. The monsters could only stare in shock, reeling and toppling over. Hyung-gu Kim immediately ambushed them with lethal techniques, leaving them unable to lift their heads. His blows triggered powerful explosions. Hyung-gu Kim calmly watched the choking smoke and dust ahead. At this moment, thousands of murderous eyes were fixed on him. Hyung-gu Kim wondered if he'd already taken down about 100, right? He thought to himself that his energy was nearly drained. Even so, he didn't hold back. Hyung-gu Kim charged forward savagely again, still enough to finish them all. Gritting his teeth, he wished he had just a little more energy. At that moment, Hyung-gu Kim's eyes flashed with a powerful blue aura. Fresh monster blood poured out. Then his strike suddenly hit empty air. The monsters were gone. Hyung-gu Kim had been pulled into the illusion realm. The Azure Dragon spoke congratulations, hearing the familiar voice. Hyung-gu Kim turned around at once. The Azure Dragon happily announced, "You've quickly obtained the Annihilation Kill achievement." Hyung-gu Kim looked confused. "Annihilation Kill? Isn't that your achievement, Azure Dragon?" The Azure Dragon nodded. The Azure Dragon achievement is made up of many parts. The image of the world tree suddenly appeared. The Azure Dragon continued its explanation. It's combined from hundreds of high-tier achievements. Among them, Annihilation Kill is the most basic component of the Azure Dragon achievement. Hearing that, Hyung-gu Kim scratched his head in frustration. "So that means I still have a long road ahead." Then he asked, "Where's that great sage?" The Azure Dragon replied, "Probably somewhere with someone who looks like you." Hyung-gu Kim's face darkened with worry, wondering if he was doing well. He quickly shook off those negative feelings and chose to trust the Monkey King's strength. "Tusk, he'll be fine." Then Hyung-gu Kim asked, "So what's next?" The Azure Dragon answered calmly, "Next will be the Endurance achievement, the part that makes up most of my achievement. It's about gaining enlightenment through meditation. This is inherently a harsh cultivation process that requires a great deal of patience." Hyung-gu Kim looked puzzled. "Enlightenment, that sounds vague. Any hints?" Azure Dragon explained, "When it comes to enlightenment, the most important thing is attaining it yourself. It sounds a bit abstract, I know." Smacking his lips, he added, "When the time is right, I'll give you one or two more hints." Kim Hyung-gu couldn't digest that grand, vague talk. He waved it off and said, "All right then, I'm leaving." But there was nowhere for him to go. Just as he reached the door, he suddenly stopped. At that moment in Manhattan, New York, thick fog blanketed everything and an eerie sound rang out. The baby shark monster gaped its tooth-filled mouth and said, "Too easy," like taking candy from a baby. In his hand, he was still clutching 3 delicious-looking victims. Its hulking shark body was built like a powerhouse, enormous beyond belief, strong enough to face any storm. Below, Nakagawa Yasumi sat in the middle of a battlefield littered with her comrades' corpses, thinking to herself, "Even though our stats suddenly shot up and we gained a ton of level, it was supposed to help us join this battle." She lifted her head to look at the vicious monster in front of her, but she never expected it to be taken down like that. The shark monster growled, "You'll be my food too." Nakagawa Yasumi stared in shock. She shouted, "Bastard." At that moment, someone swiftly drew a weapon. The sword carried a dazzling surge of energy. As the stranger swung, he said, "Get lost." The shark monster got utterly wrecked and let out a deafening, ear-splitting roar. Fresh blood still clung to the stranger's blade. Nakagawa Yasumi stood frozen as she looked at the chivalrous warrior before her. It was Chanma. He glared at the vicious shark monster. At that moment, the baby shark monster screeched in pain. "Ugh!" Panting, it bellowed, "You damn bastard. You want to die?" Its face twisted like a monkey biting into chili peppers. "Calling yourself a shark when you're acting like a crocodile." Chanma answered with contempt, "How stupid." Hearing that, the shark monster immediately flew into a rage. "What?" But before it could even come at Chanma, it got smashed again, brutally. The shark monster opened its mouth and screamed. "Ah!" Chanma calmly sheathed his sword. Curling his lip, he said, "Idiot." Watching from behind, Nakagawa Yasumi couldn't help but be stunned. She stammered, "What kind of monster are you?" Chanma tilted his head and replied indifferently, "I am the Heavenly Demon." At the same time, Azure Dragon clicked his tongue in praise. "Heavenly Demon, you're quite skilled." The Monkey King also nodded in agreement. "I didn't expect an ordinary person to reach that level. If he keeps it up, he might even ascend and become immortal." Azure Dragon asked, "But why did your brother refuse reincarnation?" Hearing that name, Wukong couldn't help feeling down. "Ah, Zizan." Then the Monkey King and Chanma sprawled out lazily and replied, "Maybe he just thought it was a hassle." Azure Dragon said softly, at a loss, "I see." Wukong added excitedly, "But we found the right person, didn't we? Isn't that great?" Then the Monkey King's expression flipped 180 degrees. Fast as a switch, he crossed his arms and said, "Besides, that doesn't matter anymore." Outside, clouds blanketed a vast stretch of majestic mountains. Wukong spoke up, "Today is day 99. Kim Hyung-gu has reached the entrance to Mangjiang Peak." "How's he doing?" Azure Dragon calmly updated them. "So far, he's still improving very well." The Monkey King brightened and said, "Really? Awesome." However, now it was Azure Dragon's turn to flip fast. In a low voice, he added, "But he's about to face the Resignation achievement. It's the hardest achievement to obtain." At the same time, Kim Hyung-gu was cultivating, well, trying to clear his mind, in a region buried under heavy snowfall. Azure Dragon believed that what he already knew wouldn't help him achieve it at all. Kim Hyung-gu calmly circulated his energy, forming a blue-tinged current of power in his palm. Powerful streaks of light flared around him, ignoring the icy wind and freezing mist. Kim Hyung-gu sat steadily in the whiteout, striving to earn a new achievement. After a while, he happily opened his eyes and looked at his hand. Seeing the sphere of energy in his palm, Kim Hyung-gu shouted proudly, "Finally, I can imbue magic with the light attribute." He figured he now had the foundation to push for the Resignation achievement. Looking toward the door, Kim Hyung-gu suddenly remembered that before he stepped into the illusion realm, Azure Dragon had warned him, Remember, enlightenment is highly subjective, so there's no single correct answer for the resignation achievement. He asked skeptically, "Why are you saying this all of a sudden?" Azure Dragon stammered, "That's everything I can say to you. You have to figure out what it means on your own." Hearing that, Kim Hyung-gu grew even more suspicious. "Are you sure this training is actually useful?" Azure Dragon turned his face away and said, "If you feel that way, then it will be useful." Kim Hyung-gu got even angrier. "That's way too vague," seeing his patient look. Azure Dragon finally revealed a little. "It means that no matter what you become enlightened about, the meaning you take from it is the most important thing." Thinking that Kim Hyung-gu couldn't help feeling confused, he scratched his face and cursed to himself, "Damn it, this is even harder to understand than the thing itself. No more overthinking." Kim Hyung-gu decided to grab the door handle. "Fine, what do I have right now?" Then he stepped into the illusion realm, thinking to himself that he'd just used the stone. But 10 days passed, and Kim Hyung-gu sat alone in a desolate desert, asking himself whether chasing it truly had any meaning at all. After 43 days, he switched back to training beneath a waterfall. At 75 days, Kim Hyung-gu was meditating in a gloomy forest. He wondered, is the Azure Dragon achievement really like this? Questions kept rising inside Kim Hyung-gu. He didn't know whether he was any closer to the Azure Dragon achievement. A frigid 86 days slowly drifted by. Then 102 scorching days flew past as well. In the end, or maybe none of it meant anything at all. Kim Hyung-gu shut his eyes tight, his mind a tangled mess, and came to one conclusion. He didn't know a thing. 205 days in, he sat unhurriedly atop a towering peak that pierced the clouds. At 240 days, Kim Hyung-gu had to face dangerous, thorny vegetation again. By 300 days, he moved to a scorching prairie. Kim Hyung-gu felt that no matter how hard he tried, he still couldn't reach enlightenment. At 308 days, he kept going through the pouring rain. At 510 days, Kim Hyung-gu faced the lonely night once more. After a long stretch of time, it was finally time to go back. Exhausted, he reached out and pulled open the spatial door. When he saw the scene before him, Kim Hyung-gu froze for 5 seconds. Outside was a blizzard so cold it cut to the bone. Kim Hyung-gu stared wide-eyed and muttered as if he couldn't accept this harsh reality. "This is the first training site, damn it." At the same time, in a city full of conveniences, a voice came from a yellow taxi. "Yeah, I'm almost there. Please help me tell Anya." Inside, Lee Seojong couldn't help feeling puzzled. "I don't even know what she wants me to do this time." But on her phone screen was the news. The sudden rise in disasters around the world, which began 3 weeks ago, has caused tremendous difficulty. Disasters worldwide began surging abruptly 3 weeks ago and have now increased by 1,024%. 3 weeks ago, the average interval between disasters rose to 8.4 days. The International Hunters Association and Kim Hyung-gu's friends are currently fighting these disasters. We would like to send them our support. Lee Seojong felt like this might be connected to the recent sudden surge in disaster. After drifting in thought for a while, the car stopped in front of a high-rise building. The driver spoke up, "We're here." Lee Seojong hurried to the Guardian Guild's strategy room. Just as she was about to knock, an impatient voice blurted out from inside, "Are you done yet?" Lee Seojong stood there blankly, not understanding a thing. Then she opened the door and stepped in, asking, "Why is it so noisy?" Inside, Kumiho angrily shouted right in Chunman's face, "How dare a mere ordinary human? I'm the nine-tailed fox, a mythical creature, you know." Chunman replied coldly, "Even so, you're just a mid-tier tower climber." Hearing that, Kumiho flew into an even bigger rage. "What did you say?" She screamed, "You bastard, get out." Chunman stubbornly sneered, "Just a slave, yet you're running your mouth like that." Lee Seojong wondered, who is Kumiho even fighting with? Just then, Mission spoke up from the other side, "I'm pretty sure I already made myself clear." Lee Seojong turned and saw Mission pressing Hanarin. "Go to India." Hanarin answered blankly. "What did you say? I didn't hear you. And why should I take orders from some brat?" Mission said bluntly, "Because you're under my command." Hanarin curled her lip in disdain. "Under your command? What the hell is that?" Mission flicked a hand proudly. "I'm Master's first disciple. And I did that with Master too, ahem." Hearing the suggestive wording, Hanarin's eyes went wide and she shouted back, "What are you even saying?" Mission teased, "You think I did nothing while you weren't here?" Hanarin instantly exploded like she was refusing to accept reality. "You damn bastard." "No way, with the whole place as noisy as a market." Lee Seojong asked in confusion, "Anya, where are you?" Before she could finish, Lee Seojong got force-fed a full dose of public displays of affection. Kim Si-hyun wrapped Anya in a sweet embrace and asked, "Are you okay?" Anya pouted coquettishly, "Darling, I've had it so hard." Now Lee Seojong could only stand there dumbfounded, speechless at these people. She cursed silently to herself, "Hyun-woo, what the hell were you thinking? Making this team before you left?" The room was more chaotic than a FIFA waiting hall. After a while in the Guardian Guild strategy room, Lee Seojong said, "I don't really understand the situation right now." Calmly, she asked, "You mean dealing with the magic circle in the Hanam area is very difficult, right? I'll help you." Anya leaned against Kim Si-hyun and answered weakly, "Thanks." Lee Seojong looked at her with deep sympathy. If you told me earlier, that would have been great. Hearing that, Anya's eyes welled up, but with things the way they are now. Mid-sentence, Lee Seojong suddenly realized what was going on. On one side, Kumiho and Chunman were like cats and dogs. On the other, Mission and Hanarin refused to back down either. Lee Seojong said helplessly, I get it. Just then, Hanarin growled if Master hadn't said it then, before she could finish. Mission cut in smugly, even so, you're too late. Hearing that, Hanarin shouted, what? Mission looked even more pleased. Ho ho ho, standing in the middle of this mess, Lee Seojong forced a tired smile. Aha, looks like things over there are even more complicated. Suddenly, a scene filled with a strange scent popped into her mind. She couldn't imagine Myeryong and Hyun Woo really being like that. Thinking this, Lee Seojong immediately shook his head, plopped down, damn it, I've read too much fanfic. Kim Si-hyun just watched silently beside him. Then he approached Tron Ma and greeted him. Master, I didn't expect you to come here. Kim Si-hyun gestured to Tron Ma. You can come over and sit for a while. Hearing that, he strolled behind. He widened his eyes upon seeing Kumiho sleeping with drool escaping. She couldn't help but snort and curled up like an adorable cat. Sensing a stranger's breath, Kumiho drowsily woke up. Then she rubbed her eyes cheerfully and asked, who's there? Kim Si-hyun turned to introduce her to Tron Ma. Ah, master, this is her. Before he could say more, Tron Ma quickly interjected. What's that mutt? Hearing this, Kumiho immediately bristled. A mutt. She flew into a rage and yelled, who the hell are you? Get out of here. John Ma teased, oh. The mutt can talk. Kumiho was furious, frustrated that she couldn't bite him. What did you just say? Kim Si-hyun awkwardly looked at the two, standing there unsure what to do. He thought to himself, I didn't expect him to argue with Kumiho like this. Both Kim Si-hyun and Lee Seojong had headaches, silently calling Hyun Woo. Hyun Woo returned to Modi. At the same time, Kim Hyun Woo went back to the first stage and started a new loop, irritated, damn it. Seeing the blizzard before him, Kim Hyun-gu helplessly shouted. Again, he plopped onto the ground, too exhausted to complain. How many times has this been? Then Kim Hyun-gu looked up at the sky. He felt disoriented. Then Kim Hyun-gu decided to step toward the door ahead. Seeing him return, Than Long asked in surprise, oh, you're here to rest. Then it widened its eyes in shock and couldn't help but exclaim. Kim Hyun-gu had now turned dark, his hair standing on end. His skin had also darkened, though he didn't notice when it happened. He angrily asked, hey, did you really achieve this through this method? Teacher Kim Hyun-gu flew into a rage and Than Long cautiously asked, why are you angry? You're the one who can't attain enlightenment. He couldn't hold back anymore, and shouted directly at the serpent head, give me a hint. Than Long shook its head and waved, saying there's no such thing. Kim Hyun-gu fumed, unable to accept the truth. What? Than Long calmly said, enlighten yourself. You can't receive enlightenment from someone else. It continued, I've seen everything. That's why I have nothing to teach you. Seeing Than Long speak 3 sentences without helping, Kim Hyun-gu thought to himself, should I punch him? Then he shouted, we don't have time to waste. Isn't the result what matters most right now? Hearing this, Than Long fell silent. After a while it muttered, the pig only sees pigs, the Buddha only sees the Buddha. Kim Hyun-gu was clueless, like water off a duck's back. Than Long repeated, the pig only sees pigs, the Buddha only sees the Buddha. With a strand of smooth hair, Than Long gently called his name. Kim Hyun-gu, then it asked a question. What do you see in your own eye? Hearing this, Kim Hyun-gu just widened his eyes and stood frozen. He looked straight into his reflection in Than Long's eye. Then Kim Hyun-gu stepped forward toward the door to the illusionary world, without asking anything further. Nothing more, the Monkey King spoke up, though it said it had nothing to teach him. It had said a lot. Than Long tilted its head in affirmation. That wasn't a hint, it was a question. It continued anyway, it seems Kim Hyun-gu will find the answer himself. Kim Hyun-gu now sat resolutely amid the cold blizzard. The Monkey King continued solemnly, but on my side it's a bit dangerous. At the same time, cold winds carrying snow approached Kim Hyun-gu. He relaxed his body, crossed his legs, formed a circle with his hands in front, sat upright and cultivated. Than Long's question echoed in his mind. Kim Hyun-gu, what do you see in your own eyes? Despite the freezing weather, Kim Hyun-gu was determined to find the answer. He closed his eyes tightly and asked himself, what do I see? Thinking of the serpent head, Kim Hyun-gu began analyzing step by step. First, why did I think I had to become like Than Long? Then he recalled his battle, his initial destructive killing achievements, and the current enduring achievements he was trying to possess. Kim Hyun-gu felt he needed to undertake more training in the future. So if all he wanted was to claim the Azure Dragon's achievement and become stronger, Kim Hyun-gu believed there was only one path. He would definitely lose himself. Then he kept thinking. If so, what he truly had to face was, at that moment, Kim Hyun-gu opened his eyes as if he'd found the answer. Himself, that was what he had been searching for all along. At the same time, the image of Kim Hyun-gu reflected back within his own being. Now the illusion shattered into countless fragments, and Kim Hyun-gu smiled in satisfied delight. The Azure Dragon spoke, congratulations, you've obtained the achievement of acceptance. Then it continued, now comes the final training. Kim Hyun-gu asked blankly, what? Seeing that he didn't understand, the Azure Dragon gave a brief explanation. The purpose of the achievement of acceptance is to make a person look back at themselves. It's more like reflection than training. Then it asked Kim Hyung-gu a question. But at first you worked so hard to learn those techniques because you wanted to follow me, right? Then the Azure Dragon went on. Now you've achieved reflective enlightenment. So you've gained both enlightenment and training at the same time. Hearing that, Kim Hyung-gu asked, so it depends on what we believe, doesn't it? Suddenly a voice rang out, cutting their conversation short. The Monkey King approached with a grave look. Sorry to interrupt. Well. Sun Wukong continued. Kim Hyung-gu had changed slightly, but it wasn't a big problem. Then the Monkey King scratched his head in confusion and added, but things seem to have gotten out of control. Kim Hyung-gu asked in surprise, what is it? Is he about to die? Sun Wukong replied, no. The divine avatar of Kim Hyung-gu defeated the Yao Demon King after a brutally fierce battle. Sun Wukong recounted what happened on our side. He bared his teeth in a vicious, sinister grin. Then the Monkey King continued, he's turned into a demon. That clone's eyes blazed with a razor-sharp glare. With his humanity completely gone, he planted his hands on his hips and snapped, what the hell is this? Sun Wukong scratched his cheek awkwardly. What I mean is. Sweating, he looked away and thought for a moment. Then he explained further, near the end, I felt something was off about you. And in the end, you turned into a demon. The Monkey King groaned. No wonder I couldn't figure out how you learned my achievement so fast. Kim Hyung-gu, still doubtful, asked, is that a problem? The Azure Dragon suddenly praised him. I think you might be a perfect match for him. Honestly, almost flawless. Kim Hyung-gu's doubts only grew. So that's why a person's race can change. The Azure Dragon answered, yeah, you can think of it as a natural process of evolution. Then it added, because he's a demon now. Sun Wukong muttered, I hope that isn't true. The Azure Dragon barked in reprimand. You monkey, shouldn't you have stopped him? The Monkey King shouted back. It happened so suddenly, how was I supposed to react in time? Kim Hyung-gu quickly raised a hand to mediate. Calm down. Then he asked worriedly, this isn't the time to argue. It doesn't look like my willpower collapsed, so meditation won't solve it either, right? Hearing Kim Hyung-gu say that, both of them were taken aback. The Azure Dragon asked cautiously, what is it? Is something wrong? It suddenly realized something and voiced its guess. It seems the issue lies in your personality. If your rational mind merges with a demon's temperament, then your personality will become very scheming as well. It continued, even if it hasn't fully developed yet. Sun Wukong beside it nodded in agreement. Their unbearably smug attitude made Kim Hyung-gu a little irritated, and he urged them sharply. That's enough, tell me how to fix it. The Azure Dragon thought for a moment and replied, there is a way. It quickly turned to Sun Wukong. But where is Demon Kim Hyung-gu? He thought for a moment, then answered, the last time I saw him, he was fighting the Fish Demon King. The Monkey King believed he would come out soon. The Azure Dragon said seriously, I understand. Then it turned to Kim Hyung-gu. In that case, you have to go there and kill him. Hearing those words, Kim Hyung-gu was utterly stunned, unable to stop his eyes from widening. Somewhere a man in a black robe was hovering in midair. He lowered his head into the well, watched for a moment, then lifted one leg high. Then he stepped forward. The instant his foot touched down, a burst of white light flared, making the surroundings tremble. When everything returned to normal, he muttered, unbelievable, Ada has been isolating the world for this long. The stranger continued, I guess she's recovered part of her energy too. He stood calmly atop the protective crystal layer, with no need to lose patience. As the man in black strode on, he thought to himself, even if that creator is still alive, most of their power has been damaged. They won't be able to resist for long. Thinking of Kim Hyung-gu, he muttered again, in such a short time, that guy won't be able to accomplish anything major either. Moreover, the man in black suddenly raised his head to look up. Before he could finish his sentence, a man lugging an enormous axe suddenly spoke up with a weary complaint. When the hell are we going down, huh? A sharp-headed guy grumbled dejectedly. I'm hungry. I want to eat. The other blonde guy chimed in as well. I want to get this over with fast. The man in the black cloak looked up at them, then muttered on. It's a pity I couldn't bring the 4 heavenly kings with me. But these 3 are more than enough to deal with that guy. He told himself that all he needed to do was wait patiently a little longer. As soon as he finished speaking, the invisible glass beneath his feet suddenly cracked. At the same moment, in a house deep in a remote mountain forest, Lee Si-Arong sighed as she looked at the notification on her phone. It turned out she had read the message about the appearance of the tower climbers on the 35th day. At this rate, will we be okay? Along with news that hunters from all over the world had raised their index by 1,000. Significantly, disasters had also been recorded continuously for 35 consecutive days. The International Hunters Association was trying to find the cause of this. She sighed again in frustration and said, we're going to die. As she spoke, Lee Si-Arong buried her face in the pillow and let the phone fall. At this rate, we're really going to die. Then Li Xiaorong suddenly looked down at the magic circles on the ground, finding it hard to believe. It was unbelievable that the two were still trying to complete these magic circles. Even though we still have plenty of external support, there's no time to rest. Li Xiaorong sighed in exasperation. As soon as she finished speaking, the International Hunters Association suddenly called. Li Xiaorong lazily picked up the phone and blankly said, "Stop it, don't call me anymore." At the same time, Kim Hyung-gu spoke sternly. "If I kill him, wouldn't the achievements I've earned disappear too?" Dan Long explained that's not the case. He added, "If you kill him, only his personality disappears. Even if your split consciousness disappears in the creation of space and time, the achievements still belong to you because you possess them fairly and reasonably. But even after dealing with him, there's another problem. If you kill him, the information he holds will transfer into your body. And since he trained excessively, that information is enormous. If you can't withstand it, your mind will completely collapse." Hearing this, Kim Hyung-gu covered his face with his hand, gritted his teeth in anger and hissed, "Damn it." Then he suddenly asked, "Where is my split self?" Kim Hyung-gu's eyes blazed with determination. At this moment on Mangjing Peak, the Fish Demon King frowned silently for a moment and then coldly asked, "You bastard, who are you?" He lowered his voice to question, "You are clearly human, so why can I feel demonic energy from you?" Kim Hyung-gu sneered and replied, "I don't need to bother remembering my name." Saying this, he immediately kicked the opponent in the stomach, causing him to scream in pain. The Fish Demon King yelled in rage, "You!" Now, Kim Hyung-gu didn't say another word. He just sneered. While he was laughing, someone suddenly appeared and shouted loudly, "Why are you acting like that?" As the other person slowly approached, he quickly turned and shouted, "Why are you here?" Kim Hyung-gu rubbed his head and angrily replied, "I came because you were causing trouble." Then he scolded his split self harshly, "Damn you." Elsewhere, someone swung a sword and cut something, causing the opponent to scream in pain. The celestial demon sneered coldly and asked, "Are your hands easy to cut off?" The monster shouted back, "I won't let this happen. This is a great opportunity." He raised the sword high and continued coldly, "Now I will end this." Suddenly, someone laughed mockingly, making the celestial demon extremely angry. He immediately turned to look and saw Kumiho standing behind him. Without a word, the celestial demon quickly swung his sword. Then he pointed the tip of the sword directly at Kumiho. She not only showed no fear but grinned and asked, "Oh my, are you planning to attack your ally? Haha." The celestial demon scowled and replied, "I will kill you." She cheerfully continued, "But for the master, maybe you won't do it." Hearing Kumiho mention the master, the celestial demon suddenly recalled Kim Hyung-gu's sly smile when he tempted him. "I will save you, so become my ally." He silently thought with anger, "Damn it if it weren't for that contract." Just as the celestial demon finished thinking, a sudden whirlwind arose. The celestial demon was momentarily startled, and Kumiho widened her eyes in surprise. Both quickly looked up and saw a figure hovering in midair. The person sneered, then arrogantly shouted, "Hey, you guys." In the city of Hawaii, the town had become a pile of ruins. Amid the debris, a voice exclaimed, "Beautiful." The Punisher calmly sat on the rubble, looked around, and remarked, "Does shattered stuff like this need to be that beautiful?" He groaned, "But why is it so boring?" Then muttered to himself like an introvert, "Honestly, without many achievements, things aren't that easy." Suddenly, a beam of light rushed toward him from behind. Sensing the imminent danger, the Punisher quickly turned around. Then he hastily lifted his weapon, striking against the heavenly thunder hammer. A beam of light flared up. The Punisher slowly lifted his head. A curious voice spoke up, "What is this?" Two girls' silhouettes suddenly appeared in the sky. They looked at each other with regret and said, "HMPH, we missed it." They were none other than Kim Hyung-gu's disciples, Hanarin and Mission. Meanwhile, atop Mount Mangyang, Kim Hyung-gu walked up to his clone and curled his lip into a mocking smile. "Why do you look like that?" The clone ground his teeth in irritation. "Did you come here to kill me?" Kim Hyung-gu answered smugly, "So you already knew." Then he shouted on, "The great sage kept insisting I deal with you right away. It's driving me insane." But seeing you here, the great sage wasn't overreacting. Sun Wukong shook his head helplessly, weary of how talkative Kim Hyung-gu was. He casually waved his arms around and raised an eyebrow. "So there's no need for more explanations, right?" Faced with Kim Hyung-gu's arrogant attitude, his clone clenched his fists in anger. Veins bulged as he forced himself to hold back, then said, "I don't understand." He lifted his head and stared straight at Hyun-woo, baffled. "Why did you come here to kill me? Isn't what we need right now power?" Hyun-woo sneered, "Don't spew nonsense at me. I don't want to live with a rotten personality like that." Finding it absurd, the clone mocked him. "As if you've got such a great personality." Then he lowered his voice, his eyes brimming with murderous intent as he fixed them on Hyun-woo. "If I don't die, then I'll kill you instead." He growled in fury. Hyun-woo curled his lips into a broad grin. "Ah, you want to kill me? Hey, I've been training too." The clone scoffed. "Right, you went through training at the same level as me, but while you sat still to meditate. I fought like hell to climb to the top of Mangyang." He snapped on, and the two of them charged into a shouting match. "So you're saying you're different from me because I just sat in the corner of a room, Of course, life's about being proactive, isn't it? Though their natures differed, their stubborn refusal to lose to anyone was exactly the same. Hyun-woo snorted coldly. I knew it, you won't wake up unless you get beaten. With that, he immediately took a fighting stance. The clone was ready too, laughing with relish. Heh heh, can you even beat me? As soon as he finished, they both lunged into close combat. A flash of light burst in midair as they clashed fiercely. Elsewhere, the Monkey King couldn't sit still. Is it really okay if we don't help? He asked anxiously. Kim Hyung-gu has already achieved his goal, obtaining the attainment. The Azure Dragon spoke helplessly. We can't take anything away, we're only outside support. If we interfere any further then. Halfway through it suddenly stopped, fell silent for a moment, then shook its head. Enough, I'll stop here. Beside it, the Monkey King shouted angrily. You're cursing me in your head, aren't you? The Azure Dragon stroked its chin, looking thoughtful. You're afraid Kim Hyung-gu will lose? Sun Wukong stammered cautiously. Noticing the worry in Sun Wukong's eyes, the Azure Dragon reassured him gently. You don't need to worry. What you know right now is enough. Back at the peak of Mount Mangjiang, the battle was still raging. The air was incredibly tense, sparks spraying everywhere. Suddenly, Hyun-woo threw a straight punch at his opponent. Lightning fast, his clone stopped it in time with a clean, efficient move. Hyun-woo's eyes widened in shock. The clone launched a spinning kick. Hyun-woo panicked. Damn it, I have to stop it. He reached out to block the kick, but cruelly, the clone seemed to read his thoughts. In a flash, it smashed its forehead hard into Kim Hyung-gu's head. A sharp thunk rang out loud and clear. Hyun-woo was knocked several meters back. And it wasn't over, his clone was determined to pursue him to the end, darting straight to the front of Hyun-woo. With all its strength, it unleashed a lethal blow right to his face. Hyun-woo hurriedly raised his arms to block, but it was nothing compared to that immense power. Hyun-woo was instantly terrified by the strike and let out a small cry. A horrifying explosion erupted after that blow. Hyun-woo's clone laughed triumphantly. I told you, did I? You can't defeat me. Hyun-woo groaned softly, forcing himself to lift his head through the pain. Not giving Hyun-woo a chance to rest, it surged forward like a raging whirlwind. Just as it closed in, it suddenly vanished without a trace. Hyun-woo was completely stunned. He instinctively stepped back, scanning around. A deep, hoarse voice suddenly came from above his head. Where are you looking? From above, it tucked a leg in and with all its might, slammed down onto Hyun-woo's head with brazenly arrogant air. You've never been hit by your own technique before, have you? The clone sneered smugly. Then have a taste of it. The supreme demon god kick was unleashed. Hyun-woo gaped in horror. The blow triggered a thunderous explosion that shook the very space around them. Smoke and dust blanketed the area, then gradually began to clear. Even the clone was shocked by the scene in front of it. Hyun-woo was completely uninjured after that strike. He murmured, old. The clone looked disdainful, its tone faintly mocking. Oh, you're using the holy light spirit art to block my attack. As he spoke, the clone imitated the summoning as well. He smugly boasted. I can use it skillfully too, you know. Hyun-woo thought irritably, this bastard may look like me, but he's far more violent and unstable. Continuing, Hyun-woo's clone provoked again. Didn't I tell you already? Even if our origins are the same, these two bodies are still different. He added self-satisfiedly, want to hear my advice. Hyun-woo got annoyed and muttered a curse. Damn it, you bastard. The clone glared at Hyun-woo and snapped back, really. This is your last chance to survive. A powerful surge of energy swelled through the clone's body, filling him with absolute confidence, it seemed. He was ready to flatten everything. Hyun-woo trembled a little and blurted out, have you really turned into a demon? Hyun-woo's clone laughed loudly in delight, his eyes flashing with malice. I'd better finish you off quickly. Hyun-woo stubbornly shot back. Why are you talking like you've already won? Are you hallucinating? The clone sneered in contempt. Fine. So the Azure Dragon achievement is stronger, huh? Then I'll kill you before you can even use it, got it? With that, he charged at Hyun-woo in a frenzy. The moment the clone's strike came close, the corner of Hyun-woo's mouth curled into a chilling, cold smile. From the sky, a gigantic bolt of lightning slammed straight down onto the demonic clone's position. He screamed in agony, what is this? Hyun-woo let out a satisfied, icy laugh. What a shame, looks like you've been fooled this whole time, huh? Our personalities aren't exactly great, are they? He calmly watched as the other was bound tight by lightning, then mocked him. You really shouldn't have let your guard down. In an instant, Hyun-woo sprang up into the air, already set to attack. The clone screamed helplessly. No, not yet. The nullifying light fist was unleashed. A blinding streak tore open the sky, then plunged straight down, forming a colossal shaft. Within the shaft, a transparent crystalline layer, shimmering like glass, suddenly appeared, forming a barrier wall. As solid as it was sturdy, Crack! The sound of shattering rang out as the man in black poured all his strength into smashing through the defense. Crystal fragments flew everywhere. The man in black swept his gaze around the scene and murmured softly, "All right, should I just jump down there too?" He glanced into the shaft and pondered. At the peak of Mount Mangjing, someone's groans echoed out. Haiyan Wu's clone was struggling to catch his breath, huff, huff, huff. He clenched his teeth in rage, damn it. His growl reverberated. His eyes brimmed with hatred. Haiyan Wu stood above him, watching with amused disdain. "Hearing you scream like that, you must be having a hard time, huh? You should have focused more on obtaining the achievement." Haiyan Wu curled his lip and added, "If you had golden armor, you wouldn't be in such a miserable state." Right now, the clone wheezed painfully, but the time you and I spent training for the achievement was the same. Haiyan Wu nodded in confirmation. It was the same, but you didn't account for the difference in quality between our achievements, he bragged smugly. Haiyan Wu's clone struggled to lift his head and asked blankly, "What do you mean?" Haiyan Wu answered kindly, "Let me put it simply for you. The Azure Dragon achievement I have is a complete achievement, but the Great Completion achievement you have is incomplete." He explained calmly, "What you're using is just a sword hilt. You want to fight someone wielding the real sword?" Haiyan Wu's steady voice rang out. Suddenly remembering his original purpose, Haiyan Wu spoke with a stern expression. "That's enough, let's end this peacefully." He stared at the other and tried to negotiate. "If you behave, I'll spare you peacefully like I said." Haiyan Wu's clone lay on the ground, lifted his head, and burst into loud laughter. "Ha ha ha." Then he shouted angrily, "Don't get cocky with me." The beast inside him suddenly surged up and roared, "I'd rather endure the worst things than accept help from you." Haiyan Wu hissed in irritation, "Ha, we may look the same, but your personality is seriously unbearable." "Fine, have it your way." If that's what the clone said, Haiyan Wu wouldn't hold back either. He strode forward in anger. "In that case, if you won't drink the toast, then drink the penalty wine." Haiyan Wu lunged at him like a starving tiger. The clone let out a contemptuous laugh. Then all of a sudden, the clone's body began to change, gradually swelling. His clothes tore apart as the transformation surged. Haiyan Wu froze midair in shock. "Roar!" The clone's savage growl thundered out. Now he had completed the transformation, his appearance like a gigantic gorilla. Haiyan Wu stared up at his clone in disbelief and murmured, "Oh," he asked with a snide tone, "you really turned into a monkey, huh?" The clone roared furiously, his hand curling into a fist. Then he lunged straight at Haiyan Wu, but Haiyan Wu swiftly dodged to the side. He clicked his tongue inwardly. That punch got stronger. Haiyan Wu's fighting spirit flared too. Clenching his fists, he said softly, "But it's still just a mosquito bite to me." Haiyan Wu shot forward like a bullet toward the gigantic gorilla. His strike carried terrifying force, blasting the gorilla backward. Raog, his groan echoed through the space. He collapsed helplessly to the ground and roared. Haiyan Wu's sharp voice rang out again. "Hey, you monkey." Startled, he jerked his head up. Haiyan Wu stood on the cliff behind him, arms braced, making his stance clear. He said evenly, "I don't have time, let's end this fast." The gorilla roared and reached out to grab Haiyan Wu. Haiyan Wu spoke in irritation. "You monkey, Kim Haiyan-gu. Meeting you is no fun at all." The other side flew into a rage and opened his mouth wide. A wave of rancid breath poured out, and Kim Haiyan-gu let out a satisfied sneer. Not forgetting to add, "So don't meet me again after this." The sky suddenly darkened. Black clouds rolled in thick, thunder and lightning raging. A bolt of lightning struck straight down onto the gorilla's head. Panicking, he turned tail and ran. The technique Flash Lightning Kick was unleashed. A blinding radiance swallowed the space. On an icy, desolate snow mountain, the clash of a sword against frozen ground rang out. The Frost Hell Overlord watched calmly as the person before him struggled to attack. He offered a single compliment. "You're not bad with a sword." The heavenly demon Chamia thought grimly. His attacks weren't doing a thing to him. He glared at his opponent, unable to believe the man still wasn't injured at all. Sensing the other side seemed worn out, the Frost Hell Overlord scoffed in mockery. "That's all you've got." The heavenly demon stared at him with seething resentment. The Frost Hell Overlord sneered. "If I'd known you were this pathetic, I would have let that monster over there handle you. Looks like she's got better tricks than you." The Gumiho lay crumpled on the ground, utterly battered after the brutal fight. Losing patience, the monster grew restless and said, "Fine, I'll end it here." He swung his blade straight toward the Gumiho. A hoarse voice sounded out, starting with the one who's already knocked out. The Gumiho lay sprawled unconscious, unaware of what was happening. A scream rang out, metal colliding with metal in a piercing shriek. The monster's blade was blocked by the heavenly demon's sword. He let out a small sound. Then he spoke with contempt. "Still got more moves you want to show off?" The heavenly demon strained to hold back the opponent's blade. At that moment, the heavenly demon poured out every ounce of strength and erupted with energy. An electric surge burst from his body. He lowered his center of gravity, stepped back into guard, and prepared to strike. A crackling, static-laced sword slash flew straight at the monster. At the same time, from above, a blazing streak ripped open the sky and plunged down, aimed directly at the Frost Hell Overlord. The heavenly demon reeled after that attack. He fought to steady his breathing, huff thinking he had finally taken the enemy down. But to his shock, the blow did absolutely nothing. The heavenly demon stared blankly at the monster before him. He still stood tall, his body completely unharmed. With a challenging gaze, he said, "Not bad." The Frost Hell Overlord ground out 3 words, "How interesting." Then, in a flash, he charged in to attack the heavenly demon. Unable to withstand it, the heavenly demon collapsed, spitting a mouthful of fresh blood. His body trembled as he groaned, "Gee," seeing how weak he looked. The Frost Hell Overlord said with relish, "Ha ha ha ha, you should be grateful because you've entertained me." He continued arrogantly, "So I'll kill you." Just then Sun Wukong popped out of nowhere and cut in. "Had enough fun yet?" Then he shot toward the monster like a streak. With no hesitation, he drove a kick straight into the Frost Hell Overlord's face. The monster groaned in pain. Yi, the heavenly demon, clutched his stomach in agony and looked up at the figure ahead. Sun Wukong spoke up to chastise the heavenly demon. "Just because of that title he gave you, you go around acting this disgracefully." After speaking, Sun Wukong landed lightly on the ground. The golden headband on his brow shimmered with light. The Monkey King tilted his head and said coldly, "You like bullying the weak, do you?" Elsewhere, at a villa district beside the forest edge, Sucker Anya, exhausted, let out a soft groan. Lycio Rong lay within a ceiling barrier and said in frustration, "Anya, at this rate I'm going to die." Lycio Rong slowly stood up and suggested softly, "We're done with the job, so let's rest a bit now." Sucker Anya's legs went weak and she nodded in agreement. "Okay." Elsewhere at the city gate, the guards on watch flinched when a shadow suddenly appeared. They all drew their swords at once. "Who goes there?" a voice screamed, echoing across the space. A sickly green monster slowly emerged from the darkness. He opened his mouth and bellowed, "I'm hungry." The guards shrank back in terror, unsure what was coming closer. Someone's shrill scream echoed through the space. Sucker Anya and Lycio Rong jolted. What's going on? The city gate creaked open. A mysterious man in black slowly appeared. He moved in close to the two of them and spoke softly. They were teammates of Kim Hyeonhwa. Outside, the monsters were attacking the gate guards like mad. The 2 girls trembled in fear, huddling together at the chaotic scene ahead. Anya bravely pushed forward, shielding Lee Seorong. The man in black shouted a threat, demanding to know where Kim Hyung-gu was. Devastation blanketed the city of Hawaii. The buildings were nothing but heaps of rubble. At a shattered high-rise, Mission and the Enforcer fought with savage intensity. The 2 of them charged into battle at once. A hammer came crashing down. Mission flipped aside with agile ease, and no one managed to dodge the strike in time. They silently watched each other's every move. Seizing an opening, Engia dove down and the Enforcer jerked his head up in panic. "Damn it, I have to dodge." Suddenly an incantation rang out. The Enforcer's whole body stiffened, his eyes widened. Caught by Hanarin's spell, the Enforcer was frozen in place, unable to move. He ground his teeth in fury. He's doing it again. Hanarin held her spellbook and glanced at him smugly, smiling. Without hesitation, Mission unleashed a thunder kick, striking straight for his head. She curled her lip in mockery. "Why are you so slow?" The sudden kick slammed down, making the Enforcer groan in pain. He was sent flying, crashing into the wall of the building across the way. The Enforcer collapsed in agony in a corner. Mission shouted arrogantly, "Since you're an Enforcer, I thought you'd be different, but who knew? You're no different from the rest of them." She fixed him with a razor-sharp stare. The Enforcer, racked with pain, rasped out with effort, "You bitches, do you think that's all?" At that moment, a strange aura began to leak from his body. His breathing turned ragged, sweat pouring off him like rain. His body began to change, swelling up, his voice dropping into a heavy, echoing growl. "I'll show you my true power." A flash of light burst forth. Hanarin cried out. Beside her, Mission looked on with cold contempt. His form warped, bulging before it burst, turning him into a gigantic frog. He clenched his weapon and roared, "How dare you make me angry? Misery goddess, don't you think you'll die a painful death?" Rage surged through him. He bellowed a few times, then swung his hammer down. A powerful shockwave rippled outward. But the blow didn't harm anyone. Instead, Mission sneered in contempt. "I'll look at this bastard, ugly as some worm-eaten fish." "What ambition?" Hanarin beside her chimed in with amusement. "Oh my god, so what you said was actually right." The Enforcer clenched his teeth in rage. "HMPH, you bitches, you think those little tricks from earlier work on me? Come on, try me, bet your lives and see if it works." With that, he raised his weapon confidently in provocation. "If that's what you want, I'll oblige." Hanarin slowly opened her spellbook and chanted, "Stay still." His whole body was instantly caught rigid, unable to move. The Enforcer shouted in shock, "Damn it," like a fish in water. Mission seized the moment, calling up her power. She strolled closer, smiling faintly. "Didn't I tell you, you're way too slow?" In a flash, the 2 girls rushed him like hunting beasts. He cried out stupidly. The 2 of them looked at him with smug satisfaction. The Enforcer stared, stunned by their terrifying strength. eyes bulging. How can humans still have monsters like you? Unwilling to accept it, he tried to force a victory in his current form. Mission looked at him and said softly, "My master will be here soon anyway, so let's finish this now." Still stubborn, the enforcer refused to accept reality and roared, "Those two, how is that even possible?" The two of them quickly invoked the three-step destruction technique. A ring of light flashed, engulfing their opponent. In a frozen mountain region, the battle between Sun Wukong and the monster was incredibly tense. The monster howled in pain. Exhausted, he slumped to the ground, panting. Sun Wukong said smugly, "Hey, feeling cold yet? Why are you as slow as a turtle?" The frost-catching overlord roared in irritation, "You're nothing." He poured all his anger into Sun Wukong. Hearing that, the Monkey King laughed with delight. "You're really sulking hard, huh?" Sun Wukong snorted, "Are you still mad about the past? Just because I pranked you in the underworld?" At those words, the frost-catching overlord flew into a furious rage. "A prank? You call that a prank?" The flames of hatred in the frost-catching overlord blazed violently. "You turned my underworld upside down twice." Sun Wukong, exasperated, changed the subject. "All right, enough of that boring past stuff." The Monkey King's face turned serious. "Anyway, I'm busy right now. Stop bringing up the past." With that, Sun Wukong tilted his head and smiled brightly, like a flower in bloom. "Just die already, will you? I don't get how someone can hope their opponent dies and still smile so brightly." The Lord of Eight Chills roared in fury. "You dare look down on me?" His rage flared violently, flames blooming from his hand as his razor-sharp eyes locked onto his foe. "Tell me, am I still the same as before?" The Lord of Eight Chills flew into a mad frenzy. His whole body tensed as hidden power erupted. Wukong didn't flinch at the scene before him. "Go on, be amazed, heh. I don't know how you got so huge. You've obtained the Heavenfire Shadow," the Monkey King added. "But it's neither hot nor cold. It just feels faintly chilly." The Lord of Eight Chills clenched his teeth and muttered, "That bastard. Stop acting like you're not affected at all," he bellowed. "You can't even stand up to my achievement. You think you can beat me? Today you'll die miserably by my hand." The Lord of Eight Chills kept boasting about his overwhelming power. Wukong didn't care. He yawned softly, sighed, and spoke. "Oh right, that's right." Wukong slipped a hand into his pocket, searching for something, and said, "In case you keep running your mouth, I brought something with me today." Grinning, the Monkey King produced a crystal sphere and showed it off with delight. "Here, how do you like the Blade Monarch's achievement?" The Lord of Eight Chills stared at the glass orb in his hand, stunned, and blurted out, How did you get it?" Wukong replied calmly. "None of your business. You're about to meet your end anyway." The Monkey King lowered his voice and continued. A strange mist spilled from the sphere, drifting down like something fallen from the heavens. Dozens of birds gathered around the sphere. Wukong lifted his chin smugly and said, "Now I'll try using this gift my disciple gave me." Elsewhere in a castle, the scene was brutal, blood splattering everywhere. A deep voice rang out, "Have you had enough yet?" The man in black threatened them coolly. Lysel trembled as she hugged Anya tightly, staring at the black-clad man in suspicion. "Who are these monsters?" Lysel shivered and looked around. They destroyed all the defensive magic circles, and even Mission's subordinates couldn't do anything. That zombie thing could even absorb every attack. Powerless, Lysel clung to Anya's body as she shook in waves. There was no other way to defeat them. The man in black, losing patience, spoke up. "I'll ask you one last time." Lysel froze and looked up at him. His eyes were razor-sharp, his deep, hoarse voice icy cold as it rang out. "Whereas Kim Hyung-gu?" Lee Seo trembled in fear. She didn't dare open her mouth. Terrified, she shook her head. "No way. And why would I tell someone like you, huh?" She stared straight into his eyes, seething. "You monster." He watched Lysel coldly for a long moment before speaking. "Looks like I can't hold back anymore." He reached out and the space around them darkened. A bizarre light spread over everything, then slowly radiated outward. The man in black jolted. "Fine, then I won't go easy on you either." In an instant, a stream of black energy burst out and shot toward Lysel. She squeezed Anya tight and shut her eyes. Suddenly, a voice cut through the tension. "You bastard!" A bolt of lightning crashed down, shattering the man in black's attack. He whirled around in shock. Kim Hyung-gu snarled, "How dare you cause trouble here?" He planted his hands on his hips, glaring at the man in black as he shouted a threat. "Want to die?" A curtain of gray bones swallowed everything. Like a gigantic shroud, it made the air even more suffocating. The man in black slowly turned to face Kim Hyung-gu. "Provoking him, so we finally meet," Kim Hyung-gu. Then he went on, "I've been dying too." Before he could finish, Kim Hyung-gu's face darkened as he spoke with contempt. "Go to hell, you damn bastard." Kim Hyung-gu lifted his head and met him head-on. The stench of death filled the space. He shouted, "Do you think I'm here to trade pleasantries with you?" The man in black couldn't care less. He flicked his gaze over him, ready to teach Kim Hyung-gu a lesson. His voice grew louder and louder until he roared, "You really are as arrogant as the rumors say." Then he continued, "I'll show you just how lowly you are." The man in black went on, "Besides me and that starving ghost here, there are still 2 more conquerors coming to wipe out this filthy swarm of vermin." He added, "Meaning if it's just you fighting alone, you're nothing but a bug bite." Kim Hyung-gu hooked both hands behind his shoulders and answered bluntly, without a shred of fear. All that talk boils down to one thing. You're so weak you need to gang up to beat me. Kim Hyung-gu curled his lip and continued. But you know what? He pointed up at the sky where a massive dragon's shadow coiled through the black clouds. Flickering in and out of sight, Kim Hyung-gu stared at him like he wanted to tear him apart and sneered, "You think there's anything I don't know?" The man in black was utterly stunned and looked up in the direction of Kim Hyung-gu's finger. A jade-blue dragon, its mane gleaming like polished gemstone, circled through the clouds. The body winding like a soft silk ribbon appeared clearly before him. The man in black said suspiciously, "This energy, could it be Blue Dragon?" The fierce dragon head looked at the man in black, as if seeing the fear inside him. "It spoke since you imprisoned me. This is the first time we've met again. Long time no see." The man in black couldn't believe his ears. He exclaimed, "How the hell?" Kim Hyung-gu couldn't hide his excitement. He exposed the man in black. "What? You think someone like me has no friends?" Then he bluntly called him by a name, the designer. Hearing these 3 words, the man in black's whole body shuddered. He thought quickly, "I can't believe he knows I'm the designer." Did he hear it from the manager? Stepping back, the man in black thought he needed to gather the other conquerors here. Then he looked at his palm and noticed something unusual. The man in black panicked. "The artifact connecting me and them, why is it shattered?" In his dire situation, Kim Hyung-gu casually stood opposite, pulling him back to reality with a slightly sarcastic remark. "Have you been distracted this whole time?" Kim Hyung-gu's face was teasing. He smirked, "What's wrong?" For a moment, Kim Hyung-gu remembered that this man's comrades were being dealt with by Mitchell, Mr. Kai, and Hannah Rin. Emboldened, he kept provoking his opponent. "Things not going your way." The man in black clenched the shattered artifact in his hand. Angrily, he said, "You must have prepared thoroughly, right?" Then he dropped the fragments to the ground, his tone softening. "But it doesn't matter because I alone can handle someone like you." The man in black immediately turned to the side and shouted, "Demon, deal with that Blue Dragon." The demon moved sluggishly. It looked up at the sky, casually commenting on Blue Dragon. Then, in a trembling voice as if just playing, it said, "That giant worm." The demon opened its mouth, showing jagged, sharp teeth like stacked daggers. It sneered, "Hey, looks tasty." Then the demon leaped high, aiming to bite off Blue Dragon's head midair. It shouted, "Thanks for the meal." Kim Hyung-gu remained silent for a moment, then joined the fight. He summoned Cloud's somersault. A beam of light appeared, swirling like a white cloud, slowly advancing toward Lee Seojang. Seeing the brutal scene earlier, Lee Seojang, holding Anya's body, gasped in horror. Kim Hyung-gu called out, "You two, get as far away from here as possible." Lee Seojang could only say, "Hyun-woo." Then Lee Seojang nodded slightly, relying on his teammates. Immediately the white smoke shot past, leaving only a trace in the sky. Now only 2 remain. The man in black said softly, "Now all the unrelated people are gone." He removed his hood and continued, "So I'll show you my true form." Kim Hyung-gu exclaimed in horror, "What nonsense is this?" After removing his cloak and hood, a yellow mask with large fangs appeared. He arrogantly said, "Let me introduce." The Yama mask said, "I am the one who created this world and its chain of reasoning, the truth behind all creations." Kim Hyung-gu couldn't bear a word from this trickster. He clenched his fists and lowered his stance. Kim Hyung-gu shouted, "Hey, shut your chef's mouth." Then he punched the demon's stomach, sending him flying several feet. But this one wasn't ordinary. That attack couldn't knock him down. Supporting himself with one hand, he yelled, "Arg, arrogant bastard." Kim Hyung-gu replied, "What? Arrogant?" The man in black instinctively looked up at his opponent. Now Kim Hyung-gu's eyes were completely white, fists ready. He smirked arrogantly, "Let's see if this arrogant one will beat you into pulp." Then, Kim Hyung-gu delivered a punch to the guy's face. Then he followed up with 2 or 3 consecutive strikes, making the man crouch down, begging for mercy. The man in black shouted, "Stop." Kim Hyung-gu growled, "If you were me, would you stop?" His other hand kept punching the opponent's face. Suddenly, a blinding light cut across the cheerful atmosphere. Kim Hyung-gu's next punch by some force turned the man's face to wood. He instinctively said, "What the?" Kim Hyung-gu immediately slammed the brakes. To see what had happened. Impossible, he looked puzzled. Is it a tree? The initial light had blocked his view. Then right before Kim Hyung-gu's eyes appeared a large wooden tree, leafless, protecting the man in black. He raised his hand to his mouth and spoke slowly. "How dare you say such nonsense in front of the Almighty?" He shouted, "I will tear your limbs apart." The surrounding trees seemed to cooperate with him. After the shout, they shot out in all directions. Kim Hyung-gu didn't flinch. He smiled wickedly, "Going to tear my limbs apart." Then Kim Hyung-gu reached out. One hand raised to the sky, casting a spell. Immediately, he could control the wooden trees charging at him at the speed of light. Kim Hyung-gu said arrogantly, "Go to sleep and make it rain." The other stood frozen, not daring to move. Kim Hyung-gu grabbed the collar of the man, lifting him like a child. He smiled at the black-clad man, keeping both hands tightly on his collar, and said, Hey, swap places. Then he stomped hard with his legendary sandals. Stay right there for now. Hearing Kim Hyung-goo's words, he felt his whole body trembling. Unable to stand firm, Kim Hyung-goo gradually loosened his grip on the man's collar. In contrast to the calm outside, here was a battle for survival. A loud thud, dust flying everywhere. The black-clad man lay collapsed, his head against the wall, a large patch crushed behind him. He coughed several times, cough, cough, The man in black regained all his strength, filled with hatred, and hurled an arrow at Kim Hyung-goo. You bastard! Then he chuckled softly, voice full of admiration. You possess quite formidable power. Kim Hyung-goo replied with just a hum. The man in black continued speaking, but immediately behind Kim Hyung-goo, branches suddenly shot out like missiles from the ground. Hearing the noise, Kim Hyung-goo quickly turned around. The branches seemed calculated, forming a pile that enveloped him, making him exclaim. Kim Hyung-goo looked up at the branches closing in. He murmured softly, "So you're planning to trap me now." He smiled faintly, as if that tactic would actually work. Then he immediately reversed the magic. Kim Hyung-goo shouted, "Light tree!" Green light from his magic spread everywhere. He smiled confidently, still letting out a few taunts. "I'll crush you before you can do anything else." The other's voice sounded like it came from hell. "It's too late." Hearing this, Kim Hyung-goo instinctively turned to assess the situation. The man in black continued, "Let me show you the part you blocked before." Kim Hyung-goo stood frozen, unable to move. On his side, faint pink petal-like wheels appeared, glowing brightly but not fully formed. The man in black continued, "I have awakened all the truths of all creation in this world." Behind him, a Buddha statue radiated light in the darkness. He continued, transforming himself into the most powerful version of himself. The scene became clearer. He was now wearing white. Behind him stood 3 giant Buddha statues. Then he shouted a name. The creator. He stared directly at his opponent. Kim Hyung-goo, witnessing this, paled and muttered 2 words, "Damn it." The creator calmly held a flower before the 3 Buddhas. Seeing that aura of power, Kim Hyung-goo spoke, "You should have summoned earlier, right? Then you wouldn't have taken so much damage." Hearing this, the creator replied disdainfully, "Ah, just a few strikes and you're already so arrogant." Then hovering in the air, he explained, "I am the creator, responsible for creating all things, so I'm not skilled in combat. Yet I still fight you because every entity I create." The creator unleashed magic, forming a lotus on his palm. "Every entity I create possesses at least the power of a punisher." As soon as he finished speaking, the petals gently rose, carrying immense energy. 3 petals landed on the feet of the Buddha statues, creating a reddish-pink aura. He added, "This means from this moment, you must fight a total of 3 punishers at once." Immediately, the 3 statues began glowing, as if controlled. Limbs started moving, wielding huge weapons. The creator proclaimed, "You will have to fight all 3 punishers at the same time." Below, Kim Hyung-goo showed some stubbornness but boldly replied, "Sounds grand, but it's just a group fight." The creator looked at him with contempt. "I'm curious if you'll still be so bold when you die." Then he smirked and continued, "Slow, never mind. Anyway, you won't last long against my great achievement." Hearing this, Kim Hyung-goo wondered what this great achievement was. Standing amid the gray sky with the flower in hand, the creator spoke calmly. "Now the power of the 2 Heavens Sutra of Buddha. Let's see how it tastes." As he finished, the 3 giant Buddha statues lunged toward Kim Hyung-goo. He flinched in shock. At this moment, Blue Dragon saw a powerful explosion erupting among the skyscrapers. It thought to itself, "Seems he's in trouble." Then Blue Dragon sensed he might need help. It glanced at the gluttonous demon and asked, "You're not going to get in my way, right?" The whale demon immediately replied, "Of course not." Then it glared fiercely and continued, "Because after I eat you, I'll be full for quite a while." Blue Dragon Kinbai said, "You're just a big gluttonous demon, useless. But I think I've seen you somewhere before." Looking at the massive creature ahead, it asked, "You're the black whale, right?" The demon replied with delight, "Oh, you know about my achievement, not many do." Blue Dragon paused, "I've witnessed it a few times in the training hall." Then it continued, "I still remember that scene clearly. The scene of a black whale devouring nearly all the assassins." The demon grinned eerily and asked, "Hee hee, you still remember." Then it bared its sharp teeth, enjoying the display. "Yeah, this achievement is truly astonishing. I could swallow huge bugs like you in a single bite." Then the whale demon opened its XXL-sized mouth wide. "So ravenous that drool poured out like a flood, I'm starving now." The hungry demon howled and charged at the serpent head. "I'm going to eat you right now." Seeing that filthy state, Azure Dragon sneered, "If only you, shut your mouth." The 2 horns on Azure Dragon's head crackled with powerful lightning. Then it struck the hungry demon head-on, making him scream in agony. Azure Dragon said in disgust, "Your breath is revolting." Suddenly, the monster whale whipped around 180 degrees and spoke venomously, "Oh, trying to ambush me? Bad luck for you." The flesh on his back suddenly warped unnaturally. The hungry demon bared his teeth in a mocking grin. "That did nothing to me." Then he continued confidently, "Because a black whale's regeneration is practically endless." Azure Dragon muttered to himself, one strike still isn't enough. Then he barked out loudly. But the second one is different. In an instant, a literal thunder punch slammed down on the monster whale. Now he knew what fear was, stammering without forming words. Oh, wait. Azure Dragon said calmly, the second strike still not enough. If so, try the 100 Lotus Rapid Strike. As soon as he finished, dozens of lightning bolts blasted straight at the monster whale. It looked like the hungry demon could turn into fried fish at any moment, and he hissed in waves of pain. Up in the air, Azure Dragon fully believed the combination of the hungry demon and the black whale was truly wonderful. He ignored the opponent writhing between life and death. KH. Seeing the hungry demon still had strength to struggle, Azure Dragon murmured, I've used all my power and the core still hasn't been revealed. Hearing that, the monster whale's eyes widened in stunned delight. He stammered as he shouted. How did you know? Azure Dragon replied calmly. You do know. Then he curled his lip and continued. The reason not many people know about the black whale's incredible achievement. The hungry demon asked anxiously, what do you mean? Thanks to the other side's creation. Azure Dragon casually brushed it off. That's because a long time ago, I killed a whole lot of black whales. Then he flicked a murderously intense gaze at the opponent. That presence was truly unmatched. Staring at the wretch wavering before him, Azure Dragon sneered, let's see how long you can endure. The monster whale was in so much pain he was teary-eyed. Before he could even process it, a mighty bolt of lightning slammed into the hungry demon. He let out a roar that echoed across heaven and earth, and at the same time on another battlefield. Ragged panting rang out, huff, huff. Kim Hyung-gu was trying to catch his breath. Huff, huff, yet he still had the strength to stay on his feet after getting absolutely wrecked. The creator sneered, unbelievable. Going head-to-head with my grand achievement and you're still this tough. Floating in midair, he glanced down and added, acknowledging, you really are a monster. Then the creator said, I know you have fierce vitality. Kim Hyung-gu could only curse irritably. Damn it. The creator suddenly put on a sympathetic expression. But you're only a mortal. Your stamina will run out soon enough. But all those earlier words became meaningless. At this moment, 3 Buddha statues shut their eyes tight to gather energy. At the creator's command, but my Buddha to Heaven's scripture isn't. A powerful blow shot straight toward Kim Hyung-gu. Even though he dodged nimbly, he was still affected somewhat. Kim Hyung-gu asked calmly, the longer we drag this out, the harder it'll be for me to win. That's what you mean, right? Then he stepped forward in those legendary rubber flip-flops. I've got it. After that, Kim Hyung-gu surged forward and shouted, I'll take out the one controlling these puppets first, locking onto the target. Kim Hyung-gu declared, I'll defeat you quickly. The creator still sounded utterly superior. Tusk, actually, that approach is right. Then he said in a low voice, but let's see if you can do it. At the same time, the 3 massive statues began moving into an attack stand. Kim Hyung-gu shouted in fury, these bastards blocking my way. He kicked with his rubber flip-flops and yelled, get lost. Kim Hyung-gu's kick carried a fierce bolt of lightning, slamming straight at the opponent. That was the flashlight kick. Watching the scene unfold, the creator looked a little surprised. Brimming with momentum, Kim Hyung-gu charged up at ultra-fast speed, curling his lip as he shouted, stop this goddamn game right now. Then Kim Hyung-gu froze. He felt something was off. Glancing around in a daze, Kim Hyung-gu panicked inwardly. Damn it. Have the side effects of using too much power kicked in already. Seeing him like that, the creator asked softly, what is it? Did your plan fall apart? Immediately, he unleashed a powerful strike, sending Kim Hyung-gu flying all the way up into the clouds. At the same time, 2 massive vines cinched tight around Kim Hyung-gu's limbs, leaving him unable to move. He only managed to cry out, the creator mocked. Didn't you say you just had to kill the one controlling the puppets? Then he added contemptuously, Tusk, let me return the favor. The creator immediately summoned a razor-sharp weapon. In the struggle, Kim Hyung-gu shouted in fury, damn it. A familiar voice suddenly rang out. Why were you beaten so badly? At that moment, the Rui staff quickly flew over. It easily deflected the creator's attack, leaving Kim Hyung-gu astonished. The voice continued, why does your face look so dumb? The Monkey King appeared in time, asking with concern, is something wrong? Unexpectedly, Wukong seized the male lead staff. Not only that, he turned and asked, am I too cool? Seeing this, Kim Hyung-gu sneered, you're too arrogant, aren't you? The Monkey King smirked and replied, sorry, I'm not used to playing with toys given by others. At that moment, the creator's eyes widened in shock. He shouted, great sage, how did you get here? Wukong replied mockingly, even your subordinates sent by you are hard to deal with. The Monkey King continued, that self-proclaimed Lord of the Hell of Baxen really has strong defensive moves. It took me quite a while to defeat him. Hearing this, the creator grew anxious, but Wukong said no more. It took me quite a while to defeat him. The creator angrily interrupted, what the hell are you saying, you bastard? He glared fiercely and shouted, who did you defeat? The Monkey King responded without hesitation in a teasing tone. Was that too confusing? Then Wukong drew the weapon of the Hell of Baxen and added, then watch this, holding the glowing red staff. The Monkey King smirked, asking the opponent, Do you understand now? The creator recognized the familiar staff. That's the Lord of the Hell of Baxens. Before he could accept the truth, another voice rang out, and this. The creator's eyes widened in shock. A giant whale appeared, blocking the entire sky. Then it fell to the ground, creating a thunderous roar across the mountains and forest. The creator could not believe his eyes, only managing to shout as he saw the body buried under the river. A fallen demon! At that moment, the azure dragon soared heroically in the sky and said, "Now the battlefield has shifted. Is it your turn to be punished for defying the gods?" He roared furiously. "How dare you call me a sinner?" The azure dragon bluntly asked, "Then what should we call someone who steals others' achievements and tries to imitate the gods?" Kim Hyung-gu looked puzzled. "So which one is real and which is fake?" Wukong replied indifferently. "Why ask me?" Kim Hyung-gu said irritably. "What do you know?" Wukong remained silent, tensed his body and said, "Now, my brothers are here and those huge vines are cut apart." Kim Hyung-gu dusted his hands and confidently asserted, "You're done for, bastard." Seeing the three standing side by side, the creator still tried to be cocky. "Oh, you only have 2 extra helpers and you're already so proud." Then he narrowed his eyes fiercely and shouted, "These arrogant fools, even if I gather my energy. Then I'll show you my true power." A radiant light enveloped the scene, revealing the silhouette of a 1,000-armed Buddha statue. Kim Hyung-gu was extremely annoyed, raising his hand to shield himself and shouted, "Ah, dare to blind us with that trick." After a moment, the creator quietly said, "Now, watch this." Kim Hyung-gu focused while the creator hovered confidently in the air. "I've summoned both the northern and southern heavenly king. In addition to the 3 Buddha statues from earlier, there are now 2 more standing sternly, looking furious." The creator continued, "Now all 4 heavenly kings have gathered here. They have no chance of survival." Their eyes glowed with intense energy. Kim Hyung-gu hesitated briefly, then spoke. "Hey, my 2 masters," Kim Hyung-gu explained. "I was attacked heavily earlier, so my energy is depleted." Then he smirked and said, "So help me with something." His expression was cunning. Kim Hyung-gu bluntly said, "Clear the path for this tired disciple." He then pointed at the Buddha statues. Firmly before him, Kim Hyung-gu added, "And I will finish it in just 1 strike." Hearing this, the azure dragon could not resist. "You really dare to laugh?" The Monkey King also raised his voice. "You want us to be the pathfinders?" Expecting them to be difficult, he was surprised to find them obedient. "Fine, you've asked us for help," both shouted simultaneously. "Then we'll help you with a simultaneous attack on the opponent." The creator looked at this unity with disdain. "Your style is backstabbing," the creator gritted his teeth. "You worms, you're too big, die now." The Buddha statues immediately launched a counterattack. Wukong darted lightly, issuing the command, "Enlarge Rui staff." The Monkey King's weapon instantly became a massive tree, thrusting toward the Buddha statue and then sweeping another strike. Suddenly, the Monkey King sensed something wrong. At this moment, one of the statues produced a pipa and calmly played, the sound echoing across the sky. As if struck straight in the mind, Wukong let out an annoyed grunt. Seeing that, Azure Dragon mocked him. What kind of performance was that? Then Azure Dragon launched a powerful strike, cutting through the encirclement and helping Wukong face the statues head-on. He declared forcefully, "Fine then, looks like I'll have to teach you a lesson." At that moment, Azure Dragon's eyes blazed with overwhelming power. Bolts of lightning kept crashing down like a wrathful sky, illuminating the entire city. The Buddha statue was jolted into panic, watching from behind. Kim Hyung-gu cheered with delight, "Hey, nice work." Then he said sternly, "My turn to finish this." No sooner had he spoken than Kim Hyung-gu charged at the 1,000-armed statue at lightning speed. The creator hissed in irritation, "You bastards." He barked an order. "Attack!" The statue's eyes flared with murderous intent. Then it summoned dozens of massive weapons to confront Kim Hyung-gu. Behind them, Azure Dragon warned softly, "There won't be another chance." Then he quickly unleashed Lightning G, a powerful bolt slamming down, clearing a path for Kim Hyung-gu. Azure Dragon called out, "Go." Kim Hyung-gu replied brightly, "Thanks." After witnessing that scene, the creator was stunned. "Impossible, I can't believe the 4 heavenly kings lost that easily." He immediately summoned a lotus bloom, hissing through clenched teeth, "Damn it." Then hundreds of stone statues came rushing in, forming an army in waves. "Come out 10,000 troops." Seeing them charge in eagerly, Kim Hyung-gu was briefly surprised. Beside him, Wukong tightened his grip on his weapon. He asked irritably, "So you're turning this into a mob fight?" However, the Monkey King curled his lips in excitement. "We can do that too, you know that right." In an instant, hundreds of sky soldiers surged in. They leapt onto the statues and began hacking away to their heart's content. Wukong shouted to Kim Hyung-gu, "We've opened the way, go finish him, leave this mess behind." He dashed forward at once, "Got it." Now the creator was utterly panicked. Kim Hyung-gu grabbed him by the collar, making the creator recoil in shock. He barely managed to grunt, "Ugh." There was no holding back anymore. Kim Hyung-gu roared, "You damn bastard, this ends now." Behind him, huge, muscular phantom hands manifested. One punch was enough to send someone straight to the afterlife. A shimmering bluish barrier followed. The creator creator was terrified now, cold sweat pouring down his face. Without another word, Kim Hyung-gu immediately unleashed Usura Nulip Infi's, a brilliant beam crashing straight down onto where they stood. The creator screamed in horror, "No!" Then the entire space flashed white after taking Kim Hyung-gu's full strike. The creator spat blood. As he flew backward, he shouted in disbelief, "No way." Unwilling to accept it, the creator snarled, "That lowly wretch can surpass a supreme being like me." The moment the creator landed safely, it still caused a thunderous impact and left the ground heavily damaged. Amid the shattered earth, Kim Hyung-gu flew right up in front of him. Then he scolded him loudly. "Supreme my ass, take a punch and you'll die too, you bunch of clowns." The creator ground out angrily, "Arrogant brat." Then he looked up at the sky. At last, facing Kim Hyung-gu, the creator wondered, "Can I really not defeat it either?" Lying motionless on the ground, he continued, "I'm curious. I wonder if you can beat it." Hearing that, Kim Hyung-gu asked, confused, "Beat who?" The creator replied weakly, "Up on the higher level of the tower." As soon as he finished speaking, his entire body transformed into a lotus. Just as Kim Hyung-gu still had no idea what the hell was happening, a crisp chime suddenly rang out. The system appeared at once, displaying an information panel. "Notice, you have successfully eliminated the tower's controller. Your information clearance has changed from high. Your information clearance is now at the highest level." Kim Hyung-gu scratched his head in frustration. "I wasn't even done talking and he vanished already. How annoying." As he spoke, he strolled toward the lotus from earlier. Holding the lotus in his hand, Kim Hyung-gu wondered, "And what's this now?" The system immediately displayed a panel introducing it. Reincarnation Lotus Tier Regulator Skill Information Clearance. This lotus belongs to the Supreme Creator, Brahma. It bloomed after Brahma endured endless, boundless suffering through countless incarnations. Every petal contains Brahma's achievements, once fully read. Kim Hyung-gu looked doubtful. "Is my information clearance really at the highest level?" After thinking for a moment, Kim Hyung-gu suddenly flopped down on the road and let out a long, exhausted sigh. He closed his eyes and murmured, "I'll sleep first." The moment he finished, Kim Hyung-gu quickly drifted off. Before long, a week passed in a certain high-rise building. Kim Hyung-gu was now sitting in front of numerous reporters, apparently at a press conference. He felt a bit nervous, thinking to himself, "It's been a while since I held a press conference, hasn't it?" With that, Kim Hyung-gu clicked his tongue and began speaking. "It's crowded, so let's get started. The hospital is right next door, so please keep quiet." All the reporters shouted in unison, "Hunter Kim Hyung-gu. Hunter Kim Hyung-gu." One reporter suddenly raised his hand and asked, "Hunter Kim Hyung-gu, have you seen the video of your fight on YouTube yet? It already has over 100 million views. How do you feel about that?" Kim Hyung-gu clicked his tongue and replied. Another reporter quickly asked, "But that video is currently causing a huge controversy." He continued pressing, "The issue is that the strange creatures named Than Long fought alongside you. And there's also Dai Sheng. Those two should also bear responsibility for the city's destruction. People are saying you're closely allied with these punishment enforcers, and that you were the one who planned all of this." Hearing the reporter, Kim Hyung-gu couldn't help feeling annoyed and let out a sound. Next, he raised his hand and shouted, "I already said speak softly. Why are you making such a racket?" While Kim Hyung-gu was losing his temper, the poor table was smashed in half by his punch. Seeing this, all the reporters trembled in fear, not daring to utter a word. Once everyone fell silent, Kim Hyung-gu warned in a firm voice, "I know you're looking for an exclusive sensational story." He clenched his fist and continued, "But protecting this earth is exhausting, so I'll only say one thing to that bunch of troublemakers. If you don't want to die, don't cross the line." Kim Hyung-gu shot them a sharp glare and added, "That's all I have to say." Turning and waving, Kim Hyung-gu didn't forget to say, "I'm leaving. That one sentence is more than enough. Goodbye." After he left, all the reporters were left wide-eyed and slack-jawed from shock. They thought to themselves, what kind of freakish press conference was that? Outside, a luxury car sped down the street. As it passed, footage of Kim Hyung-gu appeared on a tablet. Someone excitedly exclaimed, "HMPH," thought it was someone else. It turned out to be Hanarin. She held the tablet close and said, "The master is really cool." Hanarin blushed, embarrassed, mumbling, "The press conference is over, he must be alone now, right?" She thought to herself, "This is a perfect opportunity." Hanarin was delighted, believing that the girl had fallen into the trap and returned to her Baelong castle. At the same time, Nishayong Engai asked, "All of them here?" Li Xiuzong and Han Seoke were attending the dungeon meeting organized by the Dark Guild. Kim Si-hyun and Anya were meeting them at the restaurant. She held 2 tickets, smiling brightly, and asked, "What are you two up to now?" Everything was going according to plan, and Hanarin silently enjoyed the schemes in her mind. She cursed inwardly, "By Kai-ong, you little brat. How dare you act so high and mighty with me?" Thinking this, Hanarin grew even angrier. She didn't know what tricks the other girl was using to deceive the master. In reality, she herself was the one plotting. After calculating everything, Hanarin mumbled, "But today, I'll accomplish more than what you did before. And show the master. At the same time, Kim Hyung-gu suddenly broke into a sweat, wondering, why do I feel a bit chilled? He walked on, uneasy. Could it be because those bastards were babbling earlier? Kim Hyung-gu stopped and muttered, is this really okay? They say those two have a somewhat relationship. Thinking this, he glanced at the nameplates, Kumiho on the left, Tianma on the right. Then Kim Hyung-gu continued mumbling, I heard they're always quarreling. I think they should be separated somewhere else. As soon as he finished speaking, the sound of arguing came from a nearby room. Turning his head to look, Kim Hyung-gu was startled. What's going on? Thinking about the battlefield those two create. He sighed, fighting again, huh? Kim Hyung-gu quickly grabbed the door handle and shouted firmly, hey you two, why are you fighting in a crowded hospital? You crazy fools, if you want to fight, go outside. Kim Hyung-gu stormed inside. Not knowing what he saw, he widened his eyes in shock and exclaimed, what's this? It turned out the shocking scene was Tianma and Kumiho kissing. Then suddenly they tugged back and forth, making him curious. Seeing Kim Hyung-gu, she grinned broadly. Ah, master. Miho clung to Tianma and said, hello. He quickly turned his head away, muttering to himself, I really should put these two in a small warm room, not in a hospital, right? Hearing this, Tianma raised his voice to explain. It's not like you think, just because I saved that damn fox she won't stop clinging to me now. The Gumiho cooed sweetly, AWWMUWONA. You look a little embarrassed, huh? The heavenly demon barked a warning, don't you dare call my name. She pouted and said, I know you like it. Hearing that sent Kim Hyung-gu's skin crawling, and he hurriedly slipped away. I'm leaving. Without waiting for an answer, he turned, walked out, and shut the door. Kim Hyung-gu suddenly sighed and said, creepy as hell, right? After that, he told himself, stop worrying about other people, focus on what you need to do. Right then, at Kim Hyung-gu's house, the mess in front of him looked like a battlefield, making him let out a helpless sigh before he asked. Kim Hyung-gu asked, are you always this messy? Avi chuckled and replied, I was about to clean up. He pressed on, are you sure you finished all your tasks before going out to have fun? Avi answered flustered. Of course, do you think I'm that irresponsible? Then Avi added firmly, first of all, it looks like there's still no movement from upstairs. She continued, I'm trying to find the cause, but I need a little more time. I'm really working hard, you know. Kim Hyung-gu replied, all right, then tell me what's new. Avi defended herself in a small voice, I'm not lying, really. Then she changed the subject. By the way, your information clearance has reached the highest level. So our conversation won't be restricted anymore, right? Kim Hyung-gu answered, I guess so. Then he suddenly stepped toward Avi and said seriously, that's great. There are a few things I want to ask you. Kim Hyung-gu placed a hand on her shoulder and called softly, Avi. She immediately replied, yes. Kim Hyung-gu pleaded. Tell me everything you know about the designer. The magnificent tyrant dragon castle blazed under the evening glow. Somewhere inside the castle, Michio sat with one leg crossed, forcing herself to look as regal as an emperor. She lifted her chin arrogantly, staring down at the lowly servant trembling on his knees below. Dense black aura spread through the air. Michio suddenly questioned him, and the subordinate's whole body jolted under her oppressive presence. Michio paused, struggling to rein in her fury. Her killing intent locked onto the servant, and she growled as she continued. The report saying someone attacked Master was fake. Hearing the anger in her voice, the subordinate hurriedly slammed his forehead to the floor. Terrified, he confessed, I've committed a crime worthy of death. He kept his face pinned to the ground, sweat pouring out, but afraid Michio would go berserk and kill him. He spilled the entire story from beginning to end. A long-haired woman with purple hair suddenly seized this place, and he recalled the clash with the one who caused this damn disaster. In his memory, she took out a strange book and told him, tomorrow at noon, use Kim Hyung-gu as bait. To lure your guild leader back to this tyrant dragon castle. She continued ordering, figure out the reason yourself. Immediately, waves of purple energy enveloped the subordinate. His eyes grew hazy as if hypnotized, and he answered mechanically, all right, I understand. After hearing his account, Michio slammed her hand down on the armrest. She was so furious her veins bulged, making the servant flinch and bow his head even lower. Her rage, like a fire fed with oil, kept flaring higher and higher. Michio clenched her fist, her eyes. Like an Asura descending upon the world, grinding her teeth, she snarled each word, you bastard. In some hospital room amid a dreamy, powdery atmosphere, hearts seemed to flutter through the air. Hanarin beamed brightly, happiness written all over her face, and skipped inside. Then in a cutesy voice she called out loud, Master. But seeing Kim Hyung-gu's troubled expression, she asked, oh, were the test results not good? Hearing someone call him, Kim Hyung-gu, resting on the hospital bed during his checkup, looked up and answered, ah no. Then he shot an annoyed glance to the side and said, but something irritating just happened. Hyun-woo recalled what had happened earlier. When Hyun-gu was talking with Avi, she asked carefully, you already know about the designer. Hyun-woo confirmed without hesitation. But Avi wore a blank, vacant look. She said something just as empty, but I don't know anything. Hyun-woo asked in disbelief, what? In the messy room with belongings scattered across the floor, Hyun-woo kept repeating the question, searching for certainty. You really don't know anything at all, Avi answered honestly. That's right. Hyun-woo repeated nothing. Avi still replied. Yes, now Hyun-woo was truly stunned, his mind blank, unable to think. After a moment, he gently picked up a book from the floor. Without a word, Hyun-woo started pounding and slapping it as if venting his anger. Seeing that, Avi panicked and shouted, "Wait, I really don't know. What am I supposed to do?" She rushed over and grabbed Hyun-woo's hand, stopping him from wrecking the book. Avi kept explaining, when we built the tower together. He never once showed himself. Then she pleaded with Hyun-woo, I'll investigate him first. Please don't damage the legend of Zelda. Returning to the present, Hyun-woo let out a weary sigh and said that he had the highest level of information clearance to do this. What? I have no idea what you're getting at. As if suddenly remembering something, he looked up and asked Hana Rin why she was here. She hesitated before answering, oh, about that. After thinking for a moment, she continued, I have a few things I want to ask you. Hyun-woo looked at her in confusion. Hana Rin opened the book she was holding and said, you can take a look at this. She seemed to be filled with magic power, streams of purple energy continuously radiating from Hana Rin. She smiled mysteriously and looked straight at Hyun-woo. Then she said, answer my question. Hyun-woo felt something enveloping him. He thought to himself, is she trying to read my mind? Hyun-woo frowned and thought, I'm really irritated now, enough already. But his attitude immediately changed as quickly as someone abandoning a game. He thought, this sounds interesting, like discovering a new game. Hyun-woo acted with all his heart, playing along with the girl in front of him, and asked, what are you curious about? Hana Rin smiled in satisfaction, proudly thinking that it had worked. Then she began with her first question. So then, how far have things progressed between you and Mickey? Hyun-woo asked back, progressed how? Hana Rin pretended to raise her hand and turned her face away to hide her blushing cheeks. Embarrassed, she explained, well, like physical contact. Hyun-woo was slightly surprised and repeated physical contact. Hana Rin listened to him with utmost attention. But Hyun-woo thought carefully and then said, we've never done anything like that. Hearing the answer, Hana Rin was so shocked that she screamed, what? Her eyes widened as she stammered, really? Hyun-woo answered without hesitation, yeah, really. In an instant, anger exploded inside her. Hana Rin gritted her teeth as she remembered what Mickey had told her. Furious and confused, she thought, that damn woman. How dare she lie to me? In truth, it had all been her own delusions. After closing her eyes for a moment, Hana Rin's attitude suddenly changed completely. She curled her lips into a mocking smile, her eyes flashing with cunning. She secretly thought wicked thoughts. No, this is even better. I'll take this opportunity to deal with her. After pausing for a moment, Hana Rin returned to her interrogation. She seriously began her second question. Master, if that's the case. Suddenly, Hana Rin lowered herself to eye level with Hyun-woo, putting on an adorable expression. With flushed cheeks and sparkling eyes, she smiled and asked him, then what do you think of me? After that, Hana Rin gently lifted Hyun-woo's hand, looked straight into his eyes and sweetly asked, do you have any intention of taking things further with me? The atmosphere was suddenly overflowing with romance. Love bubbles seemed to float everywhere as Hyun-woo suddenly took Hana Rin's hand and spoke his thoughts. While she was still immersed in the romantic mood, Hyun-woo continued and finished what he wanted to say about taking things further with her. Hana Rin sensed that something was off. He was still smiling with narrowed eyes as he asked, what do you think? Do I or don't I? Hana Rin quickly pulled her hand away from his. She suddenly turned to stone in the face of the situation. Completely dumbfounded and bewildered, she couldn't understand what was happening and asked Hyun-woo what. It seemed that her brain had finally caught up with Hyun-woo's pace. Hana Rin hurriedly backed away, blushing with embarrassment. Master, weren't you charmed? Brimming with energy, Hyun-woo cheerfully replied, oh that, I already explained. I just dispelled it. Those words left the previously smug Hana Rin utterly panicked. But that wasn't all. Hyun-woo added a few more remarks. You've always had only one expression and that's no fun at all. But just now, your expressions were really lively. He even sincerely thanked Hana Rin. Thanks, I feel much better because of you. Hyun-woo's words didn't make her happy. Instead, they made Hana Rin even more flustered. Embarrassed, she wished she had something to hide her shame. All she could do was let out a soft whimper. Immediately afterward, Hana Rin dashed out of the room like an arrow and screamed. As the door slammed shut, Hyun-woo burst out laughing. Aha, he said delightedly, I didn't expect this would help me relieve some stress. After laughing for a while, Hyun-woo calmed down and sighed. I feel much better now. Then he stood up, tilted his head back, and wondered, should I go finish the remaining work too? In a place shrouded in darkness, a massive ship floated in space. Inside a spacious room aboard that vessel, Noah looked at the person across from him in slight surprise and asked him. He continued, you're in quite a good mood. Sitting opposite him, Hyun-woo looked extremely cheerful, smiling broadly. He happily replied, "Oh, I just had something nice happen." Noah smiled as well. "That's good because what I'm about to tell you might give you a headache." Hyun-woo asked in confusion, "What is it?" Getting down to business, the two became serious. Noah folded his hands on the table and began to speak. First, he stared intently at Hyun-woo and continued, "The next designer you'll have to face is even more troublesome than Brahma." Noah explained clearly, each designer is already powerful enough on their own. On top of that, he has 4 executors under him. The strength of those 4 shouldn't be underestimated. After estimating the situation, he continued, "With your current level, it looks like it'll be pretty difficult." Hearing that, Hyun-woo ran his fingers through his hair. Junjai said, "Ugh, what a headache." Noah smiled calmly and said, "But fortunately, I have some good news for you." The statement made Hyun-woo stop tormenting his hair and stop staring at him in confusion. Noah warmly took out a lotus and placed it on the table, saying, "The lotus you gave me." Both of them focused their eyes on the lotus. He calmly announced, "I've discovered how to use it." Its information panel appeared, cycle of lotuses, rank, adjustments, and unknown skills. The authority data indicated that this lotus belonged to the Supreme Creator. Brahma, this lotus wilted after Brahma endured countless cycles of suffering and hardship. All its petals recorded the achievements Brahma had accomplished. Through the information panel, Hyun-woo, struggling and weak, said, "Wait, cycles, suffering, what's that?" He immediately shouted at Noah, "You're not planning to make me continue training, are you?" Noah just smiled wryly and replied candidly, unconcerned. "Exactly," the words made Hyun-woo furious. He slammed his fist on the table and yelled, "You damn bastard." He recalled the painful times from before. Even thinking back to last week's training, he still felt a surge of resentment. "Getting hurt like that, why should I train anymore?" Noah ignored Hyun-woo's reproaches and said, "There's no other way, I don't want you to continue training either." Once again, all focus was drawn to the lotus radiating brilliant light. Noah continued, "But in the end, what's inside this is a great achievement." Hyun-woo asked skeptically, "A great achievement?" He remembered that during a previous encounter, Brahma had also said something similar. "Even so, you won't last long, because you'll be facing my great achievement." He thought silently. Thinking back, he said the same thing then, yet I still didn't understand. Hyun-woo looked at Noah, voicing his doubt. "Is it really that formidable?" He replied slowly, "I'll explain simply so you can understand. Like a precious gem, it radiates a dazzling light, overshadowing ordinary jewels beneath." Noah explained, "It is an achievement superior to any achievement. Just understand it that way." He continued his analysis for Hyun-woo's clarity. "Though you defeated the false Brahma, the great achievement of this lotus is real." Yet he didn't understand anything. Hyun-woo smiled and nodded as if to say, okay, but in truth he thought differently inside. "I don't know what he's saying, but I'll just act like I understand." Noah, unaware, reached his conclusion. So to possess such a great achievement, Hyun-woo stated decisively, with a somewhat displeased expression, "I can't avoid hard training, right?" Naturally, Noah replied, "Correct." However, the next statement shifted the topic. By usual rules, that would be the case, Hyun-woo thought, a big question mark forming in his mind. He asked, puzzled, "So what if I don't follow the usual rule?" Apparently, Noah had anticipated this question and smiled with satisfaction. He said briefly, "Isn't it simple?" Then he pushed the lotus toward Hyun-woo. Noah laughed, "You just need to swallow this great achievement." Elsewhere, where light could not reach, strange purple auras lingered around. A voice echoed, "I wonder." Brahma sat chin in hand, thinking aloud, what will he do this time? Suddenly, another voice interrupted his thoughts. "Hey, how long are you planning to mumble to yourself like that?" Brahma realized others were around and said, "Ah, sorry, I was just thinking about a few things." He moved forward, raising his voice to capture attention. "All right, since everyone's busy, let's get straight to the main point." Brahma clasped his hands in front, glancing around at those seated at the round table. "The reason I called you here is that I have something important to discuss." His lips curled into a cunning smile. Brahma named them Tu Than Engi Tam Ma. Everyone at the table stirred with curiosity. They asked Tam Ma loudly, "Why did you suddenly suggest this?" "What happened?" Tam Ma laughed, twisting his words. Before that, I had something to tell. The engineer was killed by a human on the 9th floor." Tam Ma spoke bluntly. Everyone's faces turned serious. The white tiger-faced man exclaimed, "The engineer possessed Brahma's achievement and was killed by a human. He is a quad heavenly meaning." A woman in hanfu covering her mouth with a fan asked fearfully, "Is that true?" "She is the quad heavenly scarlet, meaning bright red." The man with a large hat hiding his face said regretfully, "Unbelievable, he is the quad heavenly Emoto, meaning destroyer." A scornful voice spoke, "HMPH, what's unbelievable about that?" Emoto glared with disdain. Demon, quad heavenly, meaning guardian demon, arrogantly propped his feet on the table, swinging them slightly while laughing scornfully. "I knew that the fake Brahma achievement thief wouldn't survive long." Emoto smirked half-heartedly. "Nonsense, perhaps you're just talking about yourself." Demon flared up, asking, "What?" Emoto ignored him and continued mockingly, "I mean, he's no different from him. He climbed the tower and even stole his sister's achievement." Demon warned. Hey, Demon stood up, face full of hatred, and added one more word and I'll tear your mouth apart. Emoto replied coldly, don't even dream about it, I'll chop off your wrist first. The two stared at each other, and the atmosphere grew tense. Clap echoed, and both Emoto and Demon froze immediately. Turning toward the source of the clap in fear, Tamma smiled with delight. Aha, I never expected to witness such a close friendship in action. The duel is happening right before your eyes. I am very proud of you all. As a reward, I will finish telling you the proposal I was just about to share. The dark spirit growled from deep in his throat. At this moment, Emoto and Demon had lost all their anger. Both silently watched the dark spirit. Demon sat down, trying to hide his fear. Annoyed, he said, what exactly is your proposal? Why do you keep teasing us like this? Han asked. Is this more important than the death of the sigil master? The dark spirit replied cheerfully, this proposal is more like a gift. He placed his hands on the table. A flash of light appeared, revealing 4 blue-white, ivory-colored gems. They appeared between the dark spirit's hands. He let go and said, I will give these to all of you. When the gems clearly displayed their distinct blue and red colors, the dark spirit continued. Each of you will receive a great achievement. The 4 heavenly titans stared at the gems, frozen, unable to blink. The dark spirit said slyly, since this gift is meant to make you great, its quality is also top tier. Why asked, what do you want us to give in exchange for this? His face was full of determination. You want us to deal with that human on the 9th floor. The dark spirit denied it. No, didn't I just say this is a gift for you? Gifts don't require an exchange. White snapped. Do you think we would believe that? The dark spirit, seeing his tension, replied, if you really want to know the reason, then the reason isn't really important. The dark spirit said calmly. He's brows furrowed, confused, asking, what? The dark spirit smiled mysteriously and continued, because no matter what you do with this, in the end it will only become the recipe for my magnificent feast. The dark spirit narrowed his eyes, grinning. That's because this tower is about to become my banquet, so you can use this gift however you like. Hearing this, the 4 heavenly titans broke out in cold sweat. The dark spirit licked his lips, eyes gleaming with ambition. All for the exquisite meal I will enjoy. On Noah's ship, Kim Hyungu blankly asked, you mean? He looked at the lotus radiating strong energy and wondered, you will extract the achievements from this flower and transform them into a form I can absorb, right? Kim Hyungu stared in awe at the lotus on the table. Is that really possible? Noah calmly replied. It wasn't possible before, but then he turned to look at the sword, satisfied. The spoils you brought back are also very useful. Noah admired the blade, gleaming like a mirror, and thought, using one of them as fuel is more than enough. Kim Hyungu was astonished by the pile of weapons before him. One of these. He lifted the sword, smiling happily, and asked Noah, you mean I can give the rest to someone else, right? Noah replied cheerfully, do as you wish. Kim Hyungu seriously instructed Noah, then don't use the official blade or Black Fang's achievements. Someone will be able to use them anyway. Noah agreed immediately, got it. Then he stood and approached the pile of spoils, saying, this process will take about 2 weeks. During this time, just rest comfortably. Kim Hyungu waved his hand. All right, thank you, see you next time. Noah reminded Kim Hyungu. Next time remember to bring Great Sage. Kim Hyungu asked in confusion. Great Sage? Noah smiled happily and said, although I can't guarantee him right now, I think I can. Give him an insanely powerful gift. Noah looked full of anticipation. At the same time, a peak shone with mysterious purple light in the dark night. In a private room, the 4 gems on the table shone brilliantly. Emoto asked grimly, Key? He asked with a tense expression. What do you think he's plotting? Y replied seriously. I have a vague idea, very likely. Demon sighed in frustration. Why do you guys overthink everything? Y, resting his chin on his hand, suddenly stopped and looked at Demon in surprise. What? Demon said irritably. He said this is a gift for us. Then just use it, why think so much? Emoto scornfully said. Fools, at least we need to know if this is beneficial or harmful. Demon grinned mockingly. Oh really, so you think it's harmful? He reached for the 4 gems and said, then let me sacrifice myself and take all 4 achievements. The other 4 heavenly titans tensed, glaring. A throwing knife shot under the table right before Demon's arm as he flinched. White quickly caught Scarlet with lifeless eyes. Gripping the fan, Scarlet rushed forward. Demon smiled gleefully, his voice full of mockery. Haha. Look, look! In front of Demon, the 4 heavenly titans were ready to attack him. Demon sneered, I knew you couldn't hide your true emotion. Scarlet charged with the fan, face full of anger. Demon waved both hands, keep that away from me. I don't like being toyed with, you know that. Demon picked up the reddish-brown gem and said, you just stay there and think about whether you want to use it or not. He turned away, his voice taunting, and I'll make myself comfortable and use it right here and now. The demon shot up into the sky. Smoke billowed everywhere. Emoto sheathed his sword and said with contempt, what a disgraceful bastard, worse than an animal. He turned to the side and asked, So what were you about to say just now? I lifted the blue gem and answered. This is only my guess. His face was deadly serious. But of all times, he chose the exact moment right after the engineer died to hand us this great achievement. And he even said he did it because he'll be eating something delicious later. It all comes from. He continued in a low voice, that human on the 9th floor. Scarlet realized something and looked at Key hesitantly. Don't tell me. He stared at the blue gem and stated firmly, that's right, even though he said the two things had nothing to do with each other. But the designer already decided that human would be the banquet he's going to enjoy. As he said that, he remembered the inner demon's sinister face and felt a chill run down his spine. He looked at the gem and confirmed, and this gift will be the tool that prepares that banquet for him. He tightened his grip on the gem and fell silent. Maybe, his eyes gleamed with coldness. We're all being used by him, and we're also part of that banquet. The next morning, the sun shone again, heralding a new day. At home, Kim Hyung-gu frowned and wondered, a gift for those guys. In front of him, Sun Wukong and Azure Dragon were locked in a tug-of-war. Kim Hyung-gu, utterly fed up, thought, they're really fighting over their own idol like this. Sun Wukong clung to Azure Dragon and shouted as he cursed. When you ascended, were your eyes covered by your tail or what, you fuzzy caterpillar? When it comes to Pentacle, Jinan is number one. Azure Dragon thrashed free and glared at him in fury. He panted hard, HMPH, your taste is just as awful as your stinky monkey nature. Everyone knows Sua is the most talented one. In Pentacle, and with that the two deities charged at each other. Kim Hyung-gu could only stare, speechless. He rubbed his head and sighed in frustration. I really don't want anything to do with them. Just then, the system panel appeared and Kim Hyung-gu looked up in confusion. System notice, invitation. You have received an invitation from the system. When the time on the status panel reaches 0, the invitation will automatically activate and you will be summoned to the invited location. Time remaining, 0 days, 0 hours, 0 minutes, 5 seconds. Kim Hyung-gu shouted, huh, so suddenly. While he was still stunned, the system already moved him somewhere else. Kim Hyung-gu grumbled, why did you suddenly? He froze, squinting toward the front. Kim Hyung-gu tilted his head in confusion. The scene slammed into his eyes. He looked utterly shocked. What is this? He pointed forward and stammered. What are you doing here? Noah, can you get into the system room? Kim Hyung-gu asked in disbelief. In front of him, Noah waved with a gentle smile. It's been about a week since we last met, hasn't it? Noah explained calmly. I had something important to discuss with the administrator, so I took this chance to ask her to grant me access to come and go from the room. Kim Hyung-gu looked puzzled. Something important? Noah nodded. Yes, this has to do with the great sage's gift we mentioned last time. He turned to look at Avi and gestured. But we'll talk about that later. There's something even more important I need your help with. Avi understood and immediately nodded to Noah. Kim Hyung-gu asked, bewildered, what is it? Noah's voice dropped. Do you remember the tower we saw when you came looking for me on the 12th floor? Kim Hyung-gu replied. The tower near you, Noah said. I'm hoping you can help me retrieve something inside that tower. Kim Hyung-gu asked blankly, retrieve something from inside that tower. What do you want me to get? Noah explained in detail. At the very top of that tower, there's a patterned stone. It's called the monolith, meaning a single solid stone. It's the only thing that can contain Brahma's achievement. The demons living in there are pretty nasty. But if it's you, you can probably deal with them easily, Noah said casually. Besides, you don't need to climb that tower. Just get to the outer wall of the top floor, break through it, and go in. That's all. Kim Hyung-gu scratched his head awkwardly. Lately, everything's been going a little too smoothly, so I figured something was up, and sure enough, he shoved his hands into his pockets and reluctantly agreed. Fine, I'll make a trip and come back after. Noah smiled brightly. Thank you, suddenly. Noah asked one more thing. And that achievement you took with you last time. How did you handle it? Kim Hyung-gu tilted his head. The achievement? After thinking for a moment, he remembered. Guandao and Black Whale, right? Kim Hyung-gu stared off into the distance and said, I gave them to someone else already. Kim Hyung-gu said gloomily, but they looked like they were thinking about them pretty seriously. Over there. Azure Dragon paced around, studying Black Whale. Sun Wukong lay on the sofa, leisurely playing games. Just now, you were grooving along with Pentacle's performance like crazy. Why did you suddenly get so serious? Use it if you want, if not, then don't. Blue Dragon closed his eyes deep in thought. Blue Dragon hesitated. I'm still a bit uncertain, but go ahead and decide. Monkey King paused, looked at Blue Dragon, and continued seriously. I won't use this achievement. Monkey King then tossed his phone aside. Please. I can understand your decision. Blue Dragon asked. Looks like you think the same. Monkey King replied calmly. Yeah, probably, because I've used Warm Epidemic Lord's achievement before. Monkey King added, after absorbing that achievement, I did become much stronger, but it felt extremely uncomfortable. It was like being forced to wear clothes that didn't fit me. Monkey King looked up at the ceiling, pensive. The three of us handling Brahma together is really good. But if I had to face an enemy of equal strength alone, it would instantly become my weakness. Monkey King stretched his hand to the ceiling and continued. So, if you're not confident you can make full use of it, then don't use it from the start. Clenching his fist, Monkey King said helplessly, "Ah well, can't help it. My achievement isn't complete anyway." Blue Dragon glanced over and muttered, "Stinky monkey." Monkey King immediately wiped his smile and fell silent. They both looked toward the sound. Monkey King sat up and greeted in a hip-hop style, "Yo, Kim Hyung-gu." He slid past the two without a word and asked curiously, "Where are you planning to go again?" Kim Hyung-gu answered indifferently, "I have something to handle before dealing with the other matter." Monkey King grew curious. "What nonsense are you talking about?" Kim Hyung-gu just waved and said, "I'm late, watch the house for me." Monkey King gritted his teeth in frustration at being ignored. "Do you think we're your guards or something?" Kim Hyung-gu ignored him and slammed the door. Monkey King frowned. Thinking about it, something feels really off." Blue Dragon raised his eyebrows. "What do you mean?" Monkey King rubbed his chin and replied, "About Kim Hyung-gu. When wielding someone else's achievement, people usually can't use it as effectively as he does, right?" Blue Dragon nodded in agreement. "That's something I've always wondered about too. His level of using someone else's achievement has long surpassed the concept of merely mimicking techniques." Monkey King stroked his chin, deep in thought. The talent to make someone else's achievement your own. Really?" Monkey King pondered. "It sounds absurd, but if it's true, meanwhile, a woman was watching their every move through a screen." Monkey King continued, "Then maybe he's even stronger than this tower itself." Astaroth's lips curved into a mysterious smile. At a residence, Kim Hyung-gu hesitated. "I came to see if you like the gift I brought." He added awkwardly, "But you're probably busy now and haven't tried it yet, right?" Chan Ma trembled with anger, shouting at Kim Hyung-gu. "Shut up!" In front of him, Chan Ma sat with arms crossed. Yumiho still clung to him, pressing her face against him. Chan Ma's face was cold as ice. "The achievement itself is huge and inconvenient to use, but I'm gradually getting used to it." Yumiho hugged tightly and nuzzled against him. Kim Hyung-gu said in surprise, "Oh, you suit it better than I thought, but Blue Dragon doesn't like it at all." Chan Ma calmly replied, "That's understandable. Using someone else's achievement always feels disgusting. If I didn't have other matters, I wouldn't have accepted it either." Chan Ma's voice deepened. "I'd stubbornly reject it too, but I realized I'm still too weak." Here, the Lord of the Ice Hell appeared in Chan Ma's mind. He reminded Kim Hyung-gu irritably, "I've had to set aside my pride, so don't forget our agreement." Kim Hyung-gu smiled and said, "Of course." Kim Hyung-gu continued calmly, "After dealing with the designer at the tower's top, you want me to help revive the Holy Sword achievement, right?" Chan Ma sternly reminded him, "It's not you pulling me, it's a mutual agreement." Kim Hyung-gu replied casually, Okay, whatever." He stood up and said solemnly, "You're not the type to use someone else's achievement. Yet this time you do. I don't understand why you want it so much." But Kim Hyung-gu smiled, encouraging Chan Ma. "As long as you defeat the designer, you can have any achievement you want. So train hard." Kim Hyung-gu gripped the flask in his hand. Determined, he said, "I will also complete what I need to complete." In the cold tower, Kim Hyung-gu rode the cloud's somersault, sighing. Though he spoke heroically, traveling like this was sufficiently boring. He crossed his arms, frustrated. "I have no interest in repeatedly looking at the same scenery over and over." Kim Hyung-gu looked above and noticed. In front of Kim Hyung-gu is the tower's 12th floor. He thought, "I got here pretty quickly." Kim Hyung-gu observed the tower and reflected. "Let's see. According to what Noah said, I just need to break the outer wall of the top floor. Then it should be enough to enter and deal with the designer directly." He shouted excitedly, "Then I'll just go straight down." Kim Hyung-gu shot up toward the top of the tower, nearly reaching the summit. He stopped. Kim Hyung-gu said with enthusiasm, Nice, one blink and we're here." Clenching his fists, he said firmly, "All right, that's it." Kim Hyung-gu punched the tower wall. Dust and smoke erupted, seeing such a reaction. Kim Hyung-gu said in surprise, "Whoa, no wonder the aftershock was so strong. So there's another layer behind the wall." His fist was blocked by a layer of metal. Kim Hyung-gu raised his fist, amused. "Good, let's see who's tougher." Powerful bolts of lightning shot from his hand. Kim Hyung-gu poured all his strength into each punch. An explosion rang out. Sparks flew at the point of impact. "The ancients said it already." Kim Hyung-gu said calmly. "Knock," he roared, yet the iron wall did not bend. Kim Hyung-gu continued raising his fist and added, "That," he shouted, punching the wall with all his strength. "I will get through." A moment later, Kim Hyung-gu stood in silence, expression serious. Before him, a round hole appeared. "Phew," Kim Hyung-gu exhaled. "The ancient's words are always spot on." He then stepped inside. "Now I just need to grab that item before running into those monsters." Feeling something strange under his feet, Kim Hyung-gu looked down. Seems like I stepped on something." Beneath him lay a corpse. Kim Hyung-gu's eyes widened in shock. "Wait, what is this?" "A demon, it's dead." A proud voice sounded from behind Kim Hyung-gu. "Who are you?" The voice grew harsh. "How dare you barge in here so noisily?" The demon frowned at Kim Hyung-gu. "This playground I had to work hard to find." Yet his feet were standing on the corpses of several demons. Kim Hyung-gu calmly asked back, And you, who are you? You don't look like any of the demons here. He noticed the tightly clenched hand and realized, wait, are you holding the monolith stone? The demon gripped it tightly and said, you need this stone? Sorry, but it's mine. Hearing that, Kim Hyung-gu stepped forward, the floor crumbling beneath him. Kim Hyung-gu dashed like an arrow, one hand ready in a fist, grabbing the demon's hand holding the stone, leaving him astonished. Kim Hyung-gu said coldly, shut up. He swung his fist, grinning, and said, give it to me now. Kim Hyung-gu punched the demon in the chest, sending him flying backward. Like a hammer, he descended from above, striking the demon with full force, driving him straight toward the ground. Through the smoke and dust of the battle, Kim Hyung-gu calmly addressed the demon, we hardly know each other. Why all the chatter? He opened his hand, revealing the sparkling stone. Kim Hyung-gu stared at it and continued, but this must be the monolith stone Noah needs. Monolith stone, rank none, customization none. Skills unknown, authority informational. Floor 12 is where the demons reside. They are not ordinary demons but the highest rank ones, responsible for guarding the treasure kept on the tower's uppermost floor. The demons will kill anyone who touches the monolith stone. The monolith stone is also called the demon-manipulated gem. Moreover, holding this valuable item, Kim Hyung-gu put both hands in his pockets, walking leisurely. Okay, job done, let's go. But he couldn't leave that easily. The demon's voice echoed behind him, making him pause. Hey, the demon continued, voice stronger, surrounded by a glowing golden aura. You can really throw some punches, huh? Kim Hyung-gu turned, eyes wide. Where is all this violent energy coming from? The demon was muscular, body rippling, grayish skin, long red hair flowing like fire. He stepped forward, carrying a huge greatsword on his shoulder, smiling faintly, teasing. I thought the demons here weren't enough to get me warmed up, but your punch gave my muscles a little stretch. Still, it only massages me slightly. Seeing the demon's fierce appearance, Kim Hyung-gu thought, has his appearance changed? Looks like this guy isn't weak. The demon continued, eyes flashing with aggression. All right then, to reward that massage punch, I'll return the favor. He got into position, preparing a powerful attack. Reacting to this, Kim Hyung-gu shouted in fear. What? Immediately, the demon swung his greatsword downward, aiming directly at Kim Hyung-gu. The massive blade sliced through the air with tremendous force. However, with his agility, he leapt into the air, perfectly dodging the lethal strike. The ground beneath him shattered, creating a deep hole. He thought in astonishment, is the floor here made of different material than the outer wall just now? I had to strike several times to break that wall, yet this guy can do it easily. The ground beneath him cracked violently, yet the demon moved effortlessly, showing the difference in strength between them. Using a single strike to shatter a floor even harder than a wall. His body is huge, yet his agility is still incredibly high. This level is definitely that of a conqueror, one of the highest-ranking beings. Demon looked up and saw Kim Hyung-gu evade his attack. He curled his lips into a mocking smile and said, oh, you managed to dodge that. Not bad at all, haha, coming all the way here wasn't a waste. Now I can try out my great achievement on someone like you. Hearing Demon mention a great achievement, suspicion was clear in his eyes. A great achievement? He has one too. A conqueror suddenly appeared, and he even possesses an extremely rare great achievement. Suddenly Kim Hyung-gu spoke up, his voice filled with doubt yet carrying a challenge. Wait, are you one of the 4 heavenly kings, a subordinate of the designer? The moment he heard that, Demon's expression changed and he flared up. How dare you call me a subordinate? Demon roared in fury, then suddenly stopped as he realized something. Hey, that's not the point, how do you know about that? Kim Hyung-gu remained silent, certainty flashing in his heart. Looks like I guessed right. Demon's tone suddenly turned somewhat arrogant. Now that I think about it, your fighting skills are impressive but highly suspicious. He laughed smugly and threatened, it seems tearing you apart is not enough just to kill you. Kim Hyung-gu sneered in response, his tone provocative. Do you think I'm chicken or crab meat? You think you can just tear me apart? If you want to do that, gouge out those ugly eyes of yours first. Your eyes are so useless, why tear me apart? And while you're at it, go ahead and twist your own head off too. Kim Hyung-gu's layered sarcasm drove Demon into extreme rage. That filthy mouth of yours, he roared, gripping his great blade tightly. I'll tear that foul mouth off first. However, Kim Hyung-gu remained standing there calmly, completely unafraid. He replied casually, sorry, but I'm done here. So there's no reason to keep playing with you. Bye-bye. As soon as he finished speaking, a burst of white light flared up around him. It created a small explosion, and in the next instant, Kim Hyung-gu had vanished from the spot. Demon stood there dumbfounded, staring at the empty space in front of him. He shouted in fury, you bastard, where did you run off to? His anger echoed through the space, but Kim Hyung-gu had already escaped long ago, leaving Demon alone with his unquenchable rage. Seeing Kim Hyung-gu return, Avi, sitting across from him, could not help but ask, so you ran away and then came here? Hearing that ridiculous question, Kim Hyung-gu sat down on the sofa opposite her and boasted, ran away? That's called a strategic retreat. He reached up to rub his head and explained comfortably, I got the monolith stone and roughly confirmed the abilities of one of the 4 heavenly kings. There's no need to waste energy dragging things out with him. Kim Hyung-gu leaned back in his seat, his tone relaxed. Now that your power has returned, I can teleport straight from here to a preset location on the 9th floor. Avi suddenly chuckled sheepishly. Scratching her head awkwardly, she replied, so I just made use of what I already have. But it takes 5 hours to prepare. Hearing that, Kim Hyung-gu laughed and said, 5 hours? That's actually better. I have a few questions to ask you. Avi looked up curiously. What is it? Kim Hyung-gu spoke bluntly. Tell me about great achievements. Avi was startled. What? Great achievements? Recalling his encounter with Demon, he nodded. Yes, although I've heard a rough explanation from Noah. But the ones I've faced recently have all been arrogant and prideful after obtaining them. So I think I need to gather more information about these achievements. Avi pondered and replied thoughtfully, If I go into detail, it'll take too long. It's easier to explain by comparing them with a normal achievement. The difference between the two is quite obvious. Kim Hyung-gu asked curiously, how is it obvious? Avi calmly explained, someone earns a normal achievement through a process of training and steadily increasing their strength, and that process is recognized by the god. For example, the Jade Emperor and the Azure Dragon are acknowledged by the divine. The Great Sage and other conquerors create their own legends. Kim Hyung-gu suddenly interrupted. In short, an achievement is power gained through hard effort, right? Yes, simply put, that's correct. But a great achievement cannot be obtained just by trying. That kind of power doesn't require recognition from anyone. Hearing this, his face showed clear curiosity. So how does one obtain it? Avi continued explaining. Normally, no one can simply claim a great achievement for themselves, because they cannot go through a series of special processes like you can. Slightly confused, he asked again. What do you mean? Avi replied at once. A great achievement is power that a rare individual is born with. Its very existence is an absolute perfect miracle. Elsewhere in a strange, shadowy space, the inner demon lounged with an arm draped over the chair. A vicious glint flickered across his face as he curled his lips and said, You think it's suspicious that I'm giving you a great achievement? Scarlet answered quietly, her expression grim. I'm more confused than suspicious. Someone who monopolized every achievement the tower produced. Someone like you with a great achievement. Suddenly handing great achievements to us like this, it's a bit. The inner demon cut her off, his low, raspy voice dripping with meaning. I'll admit it, you're smart. Startled, she widened her eyes and asked, What? The inner demon beamed. The ambition blazing in your heart has you drooling with desire like that. And yet you still spotted what's suspicious. That cautious nature of yours is one of the reasons I chose you as one of the 4 heavenly emperors. Scarlet felt uneasy. What are you? Before she could finish, the inner demon spoke again. His tone smug, but your acting is still terrible. You've known what I want from the start. It's written all over your face. Scarlet shouted in fury. So you really only see us as nutrients to fatten up that human. The inner demon remained calm. I won't deny it. Hearing that, she spoke again, doubt plain in her voice. You're certain that human can survive even if he faces all 4 of us? The inner demon burst into laughter, the sound echoing through the gloom. Ha ha ha, of course not. With his current strength, he definitely can't. She couldn't help asking, then why? The inner demon spoke, his tone turning suggestive. But you know, if he can do the impossible and reach me then. As he said that, his face took on the hunger of a predator eyeing a rich prize. He'll be the most exquisite delicacy, won't he? Seeing that expression, she said fearfully, You're insane. At her words, the inner demon laughed loudly. Ha ha ha, so what if I am? As long as it makes that delicacy taste better and fills this hunger of mine, that's enough. Back to the conversation, Kim Hyung-gu murmured thoughtfully, picking at his ear as he said to Avi, Hey, I still don't understand a damn thing you're saying. Turning aside, he stretched, yawned, and said, Forget it. Regular achievements, great achievements, whatever. Just treat them as strong people. Or even stronger people. That's all right. Avi couldn't believe that after explaining so carefully. He still didn't get it. She muttered, Then what's the difference before and after I explained it to you? Noticing her confusion, Kim Hyung-gu handed the stone to Avi. His voice was flat. Whatever, here, take it. Avi looked at the stone in her hand, still unable to hide her bewilderment at how relaxed he was. Staring at it, she exclaimed, Oh, this is a monolith stone. Kim Hyung-gu asked, Give that to Noah for me. If he made it here, you can probably reach him too, right? Avi replied gently. All right, I'll deliver this to him. After a brief pause, he added, Oh, I want to ask you something. You can't make another barrier wall to stop other conquerors from coming here, like last time. Avi froze for a moment. Yes, that's a bit difficult for me now. Even if I could do it, that barrier would only hold for an hour. Tusk, then it's not worth the effort, she asked. Are you asking to guard against that conqueror you just met? He replied, There are 3 more like him. What if they show up when I'm not here? I need a way to protect floor 9 while I'm away. Hearing that, Avi smiled brightly. If that's what you want, then the gift the creator gave the great sage should work. Kim Hyung-gu stood up, casually slipping his hands into his pockets and asked, "That gift, the one Noah mentioned earlier?" Avi nodded. "That's right. He asked me to pass a message to the great sage saying, he's found a way to fully restore the great sage's achievement." A booming voice rang out from inside the office, filled with shock and excitement all at once. "I can really get my achievement back." At the desk, Wukong's eyes went wide. He sprang up from his chair and shoved his face right up to Kim Hyung-gu's, startling him with the sudden reaction. Kim Hyung-gu stammered, yeah. Then he discussed it with the two of them. "So 1 week from now we'll go meet Noah together." Just thinking about it made him shout. This is so nerve-wracking. In contrast to those two getting a bit carried away, Thandong was more skeptical about Noah's abilities. Staying calm, it asked, "I can't believe he can recover an achievement that was stolen like that. Is it really possible?" Kim Hyung-gu turned back and said evenly, "If you're alive, you've got to have some faith in each other. Why would I lie to you about this?" By now, Wukong had climbed up and stuck himself right next to him, still brimming with excited energy. His hands gripped Kim Hyung-gu's collar tightly, his eyes sparkling brightly. Kim Hyung-gu felt somewhat relieved after confirming that. Thandong simply replied, "Indeed." Kim Hyung-gu suddenly remembered something he still needed to know. He asked, I want to ask you something. Do you know anyone named Demon?" Upon hearing that name, both associates immediately changed their demeanor completely, eyes wide with shock and extreme alertness. For a moment, no one spoke. Wukong decided to speak first. "Why did you suddenly bring him up?" Kim Hyung-gu answered honestly. "I happened to meet him while taking care of something for Noah." Under the warm yellow light, they continued their leisurely conversation. Kim Hyung-gu said, "It seems you know him, right?" Upon hearing his name, "You all looked so surprised." Thandong did not hide anything and replied, "Actually, we know a woman who knows him well." Kim Hyung-gu was surprised. A woman, but unexpectedly the person Thandong mentioned seemed to have some connection to him. He continued, "Yes, she is currently at your disciple's place. She is a woman with long white horns, platinum hair, somewhat mysterious, staying with mission." Elsewhere, the skyscrapers stood silently, dull under the morning sunlight, a scene that could appear in any major city. In one of thousands of offices like this, two girls sat cross-armed facing each other. The atmosphere seemed tense. While grabbing the TV remote and flipping to a program, Mich-hyung criticized. "You really," Mich-hyung continued with disdain, "do you want to build a place like this for Master?" Before them unfolded a bustling urban area, integrating entertainment, sports, and business. Mission glanced elsewhere. She commented, "Forget the cinema, but a casino and a circus." By this point, her anger was blazing high. She glared at her opponent and questioned, "Do you think Master would live in a place like this? Your sense of aesthetics makes me doubt you." Despite being verbally attacked, Hanarin smiled arrogantly, calmly replying, "I was just about to say the same. I think your sense of taste reminds me of the program Mission created." Hanarin paused, finishing her thought. "We're stuck in the Stone Age." It was a place completely different from Hanarin's residence, an ancient structure nestled amid lush mountains. No modern elements appeared. The air was cool and fresh. Sunlight and drifting clouds over the mountain peak created a poetic scene. Hanarin was not done. She smiled coldly, mocking, "In this day and age, still building bamboo forests and waterfalls. How secluded." Accumulating years of disdain, Hanarin wore an expression of pure disgust and said to her opponent, "I can't believe you'd consider making Master stay in a place like this." Naturally, Mission flew into rage, pounding the table, shattering its surface. With a dark smile, Mich-hyung said, "Looks like it's hard for us to continue talking." She furrowed her brows, staring at Hanarin with peak hatred. Her fists tightened further. She threatened, "I'll crush you into dust right now." The command book opened instantly. Hanarin matched her tone still teasing. She replied, "Oh, only at times like this do we share the same thought." Raising the book in her hands, Hanarin exuded a dark aura. She sneered, "I'm about to tear your limbs apart right here." The two girls leapt from their chairs, each hating the other so much they forgot everything else, ready to pounce. Just as they were about to clash, a guard rushed in, reporting, "Master, there's an urgent matter." Seeing the fiery scene, he was terrified but forced himself to speak. "Report." Mich-hyung glared at the guard with overwhelming intensity. She commanded, "If it's not urgent, get out immediately." The guard bowed, trembling, avoiding direct eye contact. "Master, forgive me, but Kim Hyung-gu is urgently looking for you." Hearing Master's name, the two girls instantly forgot their grudge. They stared at the trembling messenger. Mich-hyung asked, "Master is looking for me?" But quickly, Mich-hyung's eyes shot a sharp glance at Hanarin. She smiled and asked again, like a dagger to Hanarin's heart, "Is that so?" Kim Hyung-gu's sword was meant only for Mich-hyung. Hanarin widened her eyes in shock, momentarily speechless. Mich-hyung brushed past Hanarin, flicking her hair with a busy air. "Sorry, I have to go, you've heard it too." Before reaching the door, Mich-hyung glanced back halfway. Her slight smirk stretched to her ears. She said with feigned innocence, "Master is urgently looking for me." Naturally, Hanarin, not called, trembled with anger, stumbling over words to curse. A few seconds later, Hanarin shouted fully, you damn brat. In her private residence, upon hearing Master's question, Michyoung was surprised. Pardon. She stood very properly, keeping a formal distance from Kim Hyungu. Michyoung confirmed, do you want me to ask the chaotic demon force about demon? Kim Hyungu calmly replied, yes, I have some matters to clarify. Michyoung couldn't hide her disappointment, stammering, so you came not for me but for the chaotic demon force? Kim Hyungu, not fully understanding, asked, was I calling you while you were busy? Michyoung waved her hand nervously. No, of course not. With a sinking heart, she reluctantly carried out Master's request. I will ask her immediately. Kim Hyungu watched his pupil's mood shift and felt puzzled. Then Mission closed her eyes, establishing an extraordinary connection. Within this private link, she and the chaotic demon force communicated for quite a while. Kim Hyungu remained completely silent, trusting and waiting for a response. Still partially connected, Michyoung hesitated slightly to speak. Master, the chaotic demon force invites you to enter her dimension. Slightly cautious, he probed. She's suddenly inviting me in. By now, Mission was fully alert. She opened her eyes wide, confirming, yes, she wants to speak directly with you after hearing you mention demon. Kim Hyungu had no further doubts. He said, talking like this is more convenient. How can I get there? Michyoung hesitated. Place your hand on my shoulder. Kim Hyungu wasted no time, immediately standing. Stepping close to her and placing his hand on Michyoung's slender shoulder, he confirmed, like this. Michio stammered shyly, yes, sir. In a blink, another spatial layer opened and Michio vanished. He was left hovering there alone, looking slightly stunned. Everything gradually changed, turning colder and more washed out. The ashen sky completely replaced the bright colors. The clean light from a moment ago, Kim Hyungu hesitated. This place, facing a bleak, ruined landscape, he wondered, is this demon force mad god's dimension? A voice sounded behind him. Kim Hyungu, long time no see. He turned toward the voice and walked over at an unhurried pace. Calm and composed, hands in his pockets, he answered flatly, yeah, demon force mad god. The girl stood before him, razor-sharp horns, distinctive hair, and an outrageously proud, stubborn, tsundere expression. Demon force mad god, night parade of 100 demons. She suddenly frowned and laid down a condition. Before I tell you what I know, there's something I want to ask you. Her expression clearly warned him. She didn't like talking about this person. Demon force mad god hesitated as she asked, Demon, how do you know him? Remembering how lazily carefree she usually was, Kim Hyungu sighed inwardly. What is this? Why did her face suddenly turn so cold? It was completely different from her usual self. After a brief summary of what happened, he concluded, that's the whole story. Demon force mad god looked surprised, with a hint of contemplation mixed in. Softly she replied, I see. So he already obtained a great achievement. Kim Hyungu no longer cared about her mood. He cut straight to the reason he came here. Now, can you answer my question? What's your relationship with him? Demon force mad god was vague at first, then gave a faint, cold smile. My relationship with him is one of a kind. Kim Hyungu blinked, surprised. What? Her eyes sharpened. She told him, because he's my idiot little brother, the one who dared to steal my achievement to climb the tower. The background of that tall, orange-haired demon he'd been curious about for so long turned out to be that he was her own blood. Kim Hyungu was so shocked his jaw practically hit the floor. Still unsure, he asked again, seriously. But the two of you don't look alike at all. Demon force mad god replied helplessly, it's true, to make it even clearer. She pointed out several distinctive traits and their origin. He has 2 horns on his forehead, right? Those horns were originally mine, even though their color changed after being contaminated by his energy. The more she explained, the angrier she became, and Demon Force Mad God's expression darkened. She gritted out, in short, the reason I climbed the tower and stayed by Michio's side until now was to catch him and beat him senseless. They shared the same blood, yet they looked more like mortal enemies than siblings. Kim Hyungu said awkwardly, your sister-brother relationship is seriously terrifying. Suddenly she snapped her head toward him. That's why Kim Hyungu, he refocused. Demon Force Mad God made her request. Can you let me out? Just like what you did with the Great Sage and the Azure Dragon. The request was abrupt. He didn't even have time to react and think it through. Caught off guard, he answered, what? The girl didn't bother explaining in detail. As if hatred had swallowed her reason, she stubbornly tried to make him believe her. If you're worried I'll betray you, I can even wager my soul. Just get me outside. She seemed to snap into resolve, utterly determined. She declared, I'll deal with that idiot little brother of mine and end his life for you. A week passed. On Noah's ship, Kim Hyungu and Wukong were standing in the cabin when the whole vessel suddenly swayed slightly. A streak of blue light appeared. Moments later, the ship's owner, Noah, materialized safely. He chuckled, oh, you finally made it. Hot-tempered by nature, Wukong lunged in and grabbed Noah by the collar, eyes wide as he shouted in his face, enough with the greetings, not giving Noah a second to breathe. Wukong shoved in close and fired questions nonstop. You can really help me get my achievement back. Noah was being shaken so hard he was seeing stars. Noah trembled, coughing as he spoke. Wait, please calm down. If you keep grabbing my collar like that, how am I supposed to explain the mechanism? Wukong immediately let go, his voice carrying a trace of remorse. Hesitantly, he said, I overreacted. From behind them, Kim Hyung-gu cut in with a snide remark. I told you to calm down. A moment later, after they steadied themselves, Noah began slowly. It's fine. I understand why he reacted like that. But before I start my explanation, Noah pulled out a small box and spoke ambiguously. I'll give you this first. Kim Hyung-gu trailed off. Inside the box was a gemstone glowing with every shade of purple dazzlingly bright. Noah added, it's Campa's blue flame. It's made from monolith stone. Kim Hyung-gu sounded pleased. Oh. He took the box and studied the gem closely, then asked Noah. So that means I'll obtain a great achievement after I eat it, the ship's owner replied. Before you eat it, there are a few things you need to keep in mind. But I'll explain those to you privately, step by step, because the one who's the most anxious and restless here, we also have to care about a demon's heart. As he finished, Noah produced a large dark blue-black gem. Both Wukong and Kim Hyung-gu gaped in shock. Kim Hyung-gu picked up the gem to examine it and said hesitantly, don't tell me this is the way to find the great sage's complete achievement. The gem immediately displayed a brief annotation. It began with a string of question marks indicating it couldn't be confirmed yet. Rank, none. Customization, none. This skill is space travel. In terms of information authority, this device was developed by the owner of the Noah ship, the creator of this tower. The coordinates of this space travel device have been set, and when collected, they will be embedded with a series of parameters and scrambled characters. Kim Hyung-gu frowned, muttering angrily. What kind of explanation is this? Noah could only shrug, as that was just the way of expression, maintaining his usual calm demeanor. He continued explaining about a void dimension, where the designer stored all the achievements he had seen. Up until now, the mentioned coordinates referred to the location of his collection room. After hearing this concise and clear explanation, Kim Hyung-gu stared intently at the black and blue gem in his hand. He kept murmuring in awe, the place storing the achievements the designer stole. Then it's basically like hitting the jackpot for us, isn't it? He asked Noah, how did you find that place so easily? Noah replied kindly, actually, thanks to someone. Kim Hyung-gu had no recollection of it, not even realizing he had ever done anything. In the past, something he did had indirectly helped Noah. He asked in surprise, huh? Noah patiently sent that time back to him. He said, back then when the manager went missing, didn't you ask me for help? You once had me locate the system room. That forgotten memory gradually resurfaced. On that day, Kim Hyung-gu had thought, just ask him directly. And he really asked, is there a way to enter the system room? Noah replied, I think I can find its location. Impatiently, he asked, how long do you think it will take? Noah didn't give a specific number but answered confidently, I'm not sure, but it shouldn't take long. At this point, Kim Hyung-gu remembered. He nodded, that time, huh? Recalling the vague moment of searching, Noah recounted. After that day, I searched every corner of the tower to find information about the system room. To his great surprise, Noah found the place. More precisely, it stood there as if waiting to be discovered. He said, then I happened to discover it there in the vast universe. A sphere composed of hundreds of fragments hung suspended like a full moon. However, Noah described the appearance of the place as radiating an extraordinary energy. He gazed thoughtfully, recalling that day while speaking, and found a small gap. At that moment, he approached the sphere, right at that gap. He said, I looked through that gap. Instantly, what he witnessed caused his eyes, normally calm in any situation, to widen in astonishment. In that moment, he was even speechless. Inside the sphere, Noah recounted, still tinged with amazement. Countless achievements collided wildly and rampaged like mad. Wukong listened hesitantly. He looked directly into Noah's eyes, his expression a mix of disbelief and focus, trying to form a question. Are my achievements in there too? Noah answered, yes. The designer must have considered that place the storage for the achievements he stole. Kim Hyung-gu nodded, realizing this guy was truly capable, collecting all those achievements at once. Then turning to Noah, he asked honestly out of curiosity, but why did you come back here yourself? Once there, at least I should retrieve the achievements for the effort. Noah replied faintly, that's impossible, shaking his head to deny it. He said, because my scope of ability isn't sufficient to take the achievements I want among the countless ones. Kim Hyung-gu asked in surprise, what? Then it's no different if the great sage goes. Noah reassured him, you needn't worry about that. All achievements have the instinct to return to their original owner, among the countless abilities still clashing endlessly there. Wukong imagined his own power, brilliant and unique. Noah explained, as long as the great sage enters the collection room, his achievements will naturally return to him. That very day, Kim Hyung-gu was a bit at a loss for words, muttering, are they pigeons or what? No sooner had he spoken than he had another idea. Excited, Kim Hyung-gu proposed to everyone, so if we take all the achievements there, then what? Wukong, usually impulsive, was now unusually calm. He objected, no. His eyes were extremely serious. He explained, if you steal all those achievements, your body won't withstand that chaos. But the opponent was Kim Hyung-gu. capable of more than expected. So Wukong added, unless you've undergone training tailored for each achievement. Kim Hyung-gu scratched his face, losing his earlier excitement. He responded awkwardly, I see. Picking up the lone black and blue gem on the table, Wukong said, he smiled smugly. He stared intently at the gem and continued, I've thought of an excellent method. Skeptical, Kim Hyung-gu leaned back, asking, an excellent method? Thinking, Wukong smirked. Yes. Simply put, Wukong's mind was full of visions of his comrades as he finalized his strategy. An excellent method, Wukong confirmed. Exactly. I will fulfill the duty of a junior brother to my senior brothers. That same night, beneath the silently sleeping tower, a secret meeting was underway. Mu-sin still wore the hat that obscured his eye, making him even more mysterious. In a brusque tone, he spoke, referring to the memories of the fight with Kim Hyung-gu recounted earlier. The thought of Demon flashed through his mind. He continued questioning. The human you met on the 12th floor not only easily dodged your attacks but also knew about our existence. Demon rested his chin, replied with disgust. Well, when I tried to fight him seriously, he used some strange teleportation skill to escape. Demon commented further, truly suspicious. Scarlet and Mu-sin exchanged uneasy glances without a word. It seemed they both had some idea of who Demon was referring to. Scarlet began to activate her ability. She asked Demon, hey, does this human look like this? With that, she produced an exact portrait of Kim Hyung-gu on her palm. Seeing this face, Demon immediately boiled with rage. He shouted, yes, that's him. He turned to ask her, but how do you know he looks like this? Hiding nothing, Scarlet honestly replied, before this, besides you. I had already told the others. Recently, I approached the designer to speak with him. Her expression at the time was serious. Scarlet continued, to ask him what his true purpose really is. Demon was shocked. What? Scarlet also briefly explained it to him. After hearing it, Demon slammed his fist on the table, shattering the stone surface. He cursed, damn it. Grinding his teeth, Demon realized that Kim Hyung-gu had many layers of involvement with him. He angrily said, so the guy I just met is the one the designer is interested in? Without further discussion, he stood up and left, saying tersely, fine, I'm going. Mu-sin did not stop him but still called out. Where are you going? Demon shouted irritably. Where else? He erupted in fury, roaring, I will crush that damn human, not leaving a single bone. Then he turned to look at the group who still made no move at the discussion table. He growled, questioning, don't tell me you plan to just sit there knowing you've always been treated as material to build his foundation. You have no self-respect left. Mu-sin scratched his chin, slightly bowing his head and hesitantly replied. That matter, the one who had been silent finally spoke. He said, I suspect a lot. Though brief, he seemed to have more calculations than they thought. Mu-sin called him. He voiced his doubts and judgments. The designer is indeed very cunning. But he isn't foolish enough to bet so much on something with no hope. Thinking further. Kim Hyung-gu always upright, his tone slightly sarcastic. I mean, perhaps he has seen some potential in that human. A human that we never noticed. Demon couldn't think much. He got angry. You mean I could very well be defeated by him? He didn't look at Demon, just continued. I just mean it would be very dangerous if you were alone. Mu-sin realized Y's intention. He widened his eyes. Could it be? White immediately replied, yes. I think, with eyes colder than ever, he concluded. There is only one way to resolve this. In the separate space of chaotic force god, Kim Hyung-gu and she continued their exchange. She said, the collection room. Also interesting. But to Kim Hyung-gu's expectant gaze, chaotic force god replied, but I have no interest in it. Because the achievement I use probably isn't there. Sitting on a chair amid the ruins, legs crossed, looking extremely smug, she continued, I am satisfied with what I have. Kim Hyung-gu replied indifferently, is that so? Making her somewhat uncomfortable, she said, you don't seem convinced, do you? He scratched his neck. To be honest, well, actually I don't really trust what you say, because you don't seem strong enough right now. He recalled the battle with Demon. The lethal moves he unleashed. He judged that Demon looked rough but was indeed very powerful. Chaotic Force God kept that smile on her face. She said, I know in your eyes the current me seems much weaker than my younger brother. Moments later, that mocking attitude vanished. Eyes filled with concern and calculation appeared. She continued, but for me to beat him, strength is not the key factor. Chaotic Force God explained, that is because this is something predestined from the moment we were born. I see. Hearing this, Kim Hyung-gu frowned and rebutted. You say things I don't understand at all, she mockingly replied. These matters cannot be explained with human logic. Kim Hyung-gu went mad. He decided to pull her out of that space. Frowning, grumbling, then you go outside and warm up for me. I worked hard to find a body for you. But that couldn't happen yet. If pulled out, she would turn into a stone statue. Kim Hyung-gu shouted in frustration. So why do we still have to rot in this bleak, awful place? Ignoring his demonic mood, she smiled. Nothing to do. If he senses my energy, he will run far away immediately. Taking a deep breath, Chaotic Force God said, I am just patiently, carefully waiting, imagining the little baby demon falling in. She curled her lips into a vicious smile and said, not until the moment he accidentally appears right in front of me. stay quiet over there and watch. Kim Hyung-gu folded his arms in frustration, not bothering to respond, only letting out a sound like a sigh. In the end, it was their own grudge to settle. He could only tell her, fine, do whatever you want. At that manner, unlike the dreary, overcast gloom of the monster-ridden dimension, the sunshine here was warm and the air was crisp. Inside was a familiar scene. Kim Hyung-gu's two female disciples were bickering, and Mission's cheek had been pinched red by Hanarin. She forced out, "Stay away from Master." Hanarin was also being bullied into a sorry state by Mission's pinching, yet she still lifted her chin and shot back, "You're the one who should stay away." Standing between them to break it up was none other than the main cause of it all, Kim Hyung-gu. Gritting his teeth, he snapped, "Can't you two show a little restraint?" The two girls kept fighting until they were bruised and battered, not giving him a chance to finish a single sentence. "Are you really going to keep this up?" They both answered at once, "Master." Kim Hyung-gu folded his arms, and the two disciples paused their battle for the moment. Lowering his head, he demanded, "I clearly told you two to get along, didn't I?" Mission and Hanarin both mumbled, "Sorry, Master." With a soft sigh, Kim Hyung-gu pressed a hand to his forehead. "Forget it. Even blood sisters argue and fight hard enough to kill each other. Put your squabbling aside for now." He praised the purple-haired disciple. "More importantly, Narin, you got here fast. I thought it would take you longer since I only called you at the last minute." Hearing her master's praise, Hanarin practically melted, chirping excitedly. "Oh my, if Master summons me, of course I come as fast as I can." Then she gave Mission a meaningful look and added, "Because you were in such a hurry to see me. How could I possibly dawdle and take my time?" Remembering she'd used those exact words on Hanarin before, Mission cursed inwardly. "You little brat, how dare you mock what I said back then?" Kim Hyung-gu didn't want to waste time and got straight to the point. "Anyway, thank you. I have something I need you to do for me." Hanarin beamed while Mission glared from behind. Yes, just tell me what you need, Master." Suddenly, Kim Hyung-gu stepped close to Hanarin, placed a hand on her shoulder and said solemnly, "What I'm going to ask of you is," catching her off guard. She stammered, "Yes." He stared at his disciple seriously and requested, "I want you to stop the fourfold heaven for me." He trusted her completely. He smiled and waited for her reply, but Hanarin's bright smile froze on her lips. Only after a long moment did she process it and regain her senses. In horror, she asked, "Me?" White lowered his head and said, "All right." He told his teammates, "You're all ready, aren't you?" All eyes turned to him. White instructed them carefully, "Remember this well, when we move, we, the fourfold heaven, act together for one purpose only. To completely erase the potential that designer saw, we must kill the human named Kim Hyung-gu." White looked at his teammates and praised them. "Good." Then he said gently, "Looks like everyone understands each other now." He lowered his head again to announce, "Then let's set out to floor 9. At this moment, aboard a ship floating in space, Noah, the ship's owner, sat calmly in his chair with his arms crossed. Noah slowly opened his eyes and said in a mocking tone, "You got here faster than I expected." Noah asked, everything prepared. Standing before him was Kim Hyung-gu, hands in his pockets, brimming with confidence. Kim Hyung-gu replied slowly, "If that's what you want to think." He continued, "I already handed the invention that can prevent thieves from invading Earth while you're away to my disciple. She also entered the passage with Avi and has been working for quite a while now, so everything should be finished." Kim Hyung-gu glanced at the item in his hand and added, "The Ching should be back from the collection room any minute now." Then he moved a chair aside and sat down. You could say everything that needed doing was done. Noah smiled in satisfaction. Indeed, Kim Hyung-gu held a purple sphere in his hand, the thing called an achievement, and continued. "Now there's only one thing left. I have to swallow this great achievement." Suddenly, he shouted in panic, "But how am I supposed to swallow it? This stone is huge." Noah was startled too and quickly explained, "You don't need to swallow it for real. Just hold it in your hand and pour your will into it." He added, "More importantly, what I told you, you must be careful." Kim Hyung-gu rubbed at a growing headache. "That whole divine rejection thing and this great achievement stuff, I've heard enough." Kim Hyung-gu clenched his hand tight and poured his will into the stone sphere. He said excitedly, as if, "Just because it's dangerous doesn't mean I'd be too scared to do it. Besides, there's only one outcome anyway, right?" Kim Hyung-gu was thrilled. If he didn't have to eat it, he could just transfer it like this. A burst of golden light flashed, enveloping his entire body. Before leaving, Kim Hyung-gu didn't forget to say, "I'll be back soon. Make sure to protect everything well." Noah waved and smiled awkwardly in agreement. "All right, I'll do my best." The source of light slowly closed. Kim Hyung-gu seemed to have left his body. He sat motionless, then collapsed onto the table. Noah observed silently. He rested his chin on his hands, staring at Kim Hyung-gu, who had fainted, and whispered, "Please return safely." Meanwhile, in another space, everything around was white-walled, but they looked extremely luxurious. Kim Hyung-gu slowly woke up. He glanced around. What is this place?" He kept looking left and right, wondering. This must be the inner space of Brahma's great achievement. He marveled, how should I put it? Noah kept scaring me with all sorts of threats about this achievement. But this place actually looks pretty nice. Behind him stood a massive statue. Finally, Kim Hyung-gu noticed it. There it was. He stared at the towering statue, its architecture incredibly grand. Kim Hyung-gu said disdainfully, HMPH, building and decorating this place so much for what, while the owner here is this rude, who's so impatient. If a guest comes, you should give them a proper tour. How long are you going to pretend to be a stone statue? Brahma, the enormous statue, was stunned by Kim Hyung-gu's furious scolding. Finally, it reacted, smiling eerily and praising him. I didn't expect you could detect the energy I tried so hard to conceal. Indeed, you are extraordinary. He bowed slightly, pleased to meet you, Kim Hyung-gu. Hearing this, Kim Hyung-gu was horrified. A sharp golden point appeared atop. The being introduced, my name is Brahma. In fact, I've been waiting for you here. Kim Hyung-gu looked at Brahma with the strange heads and asked, you've been waiting for me? That's right, Brahma emphasized. I've been eager to meet you. Then Brahma suddenly glared at him, because you mercilessly killed one of my personalities. Back on Noah's ship, he sat watching Kim Hyung-gu's body. Noah snorted coldly, then silently prayed. Hopefully everything is proceeding smoothly. Suddenly someone behind spoke. Hey creator, is Gordon gone? Noah was startled. He looked up. Manager, you've arrived. Noah glanced at Hanarin and guessed, is this person Kim Hyung-gu's disciple? After greetings, Noah asked, but why are you here? I heard you were setting up enemy blocking devices. Hanarin replied, we've finished setting everything up. The entrance to the 9th floor is now completely sealed. Noah asked curiously, I see, but why were you in such a hurry? Avi looked at Kim Hyung-gu, then broke into a sweat, stammering, that we just detected an enormous energy flow near the path. Noah shouted in shock, enormous energy. Which means before he could finish, Avi confirmed, yes, it seems the 4 heavy heavens are approaching rapidly. Noah turned to Kim Hyung-gu lying on the bed, worried. This is happening much earlier than I expected. Avi also said anxiously. So we came to inform Gordon, but it seems we arrived too late. Noah nodded. That's right, he's just starting, so it'll be a while before he returns. Noah asked further, how long do you think the steel door can hold? Avi answered, that energy is much stronger than we expected. So that gate won't hold for long. Footsteps of breaking the gate were loud. About 3 people stood before the steel gate to the 9th floor. This startled Avi. She held her head in pain, exclaiming, it's being breached. Noah anxiously, what? The 4 heavy heavens have reached the 9th floor and are breaking the gate. Avi held her head, yelling, it could buy us some time, but I don't know how long it can last. The damage is immense. Noah sat resting his chin, pondering, damn, we need to quickly find a way to stop them. Meanwhile, Wukong in some unknown land smirked and said, why are you all so worked up? Wukong's voice came from a black orb beside him. He continued, there's nothing to worry about. Avi was astonished. That voice is Noah exclaimed joyfully. You've returned. Avi stared at the round object on the table. Is this your communication device? In this voice, Noah regained composure, smiling. Yes, this is what I gave the great sage. Wukong sat on a rock, delighted. While seeing everyone happy to meet me like this, it feels amazing. Noah cheered with joy. He said before going to the collection room, he had to meet a few people, so besides the travel device, I also gave him a communication device. Unexpectedly, it's working perfectly now. You've heard everything we just said, right? Wukong scratched his head, embarrassed. Yeah, I've heard almost all of it. So I have this idea. Everyone gathered around the communication device as Wukong began to explain. Or should we just open that steel gate? Everyone's eyes widened. What? Upon hearing the idea, everyone started yelling at once. The reaction was extremely intense. Sir, what the hell are you talking about? Sir, do you realize how much effort we put into creating this? More importantly, without that steel gate, those Tsu Zhongtian guys could rush straight into the 9th floor. Faced with everyone's criticism, Wukong calmly replied, yeah, I know. Just change the coordinates and they'll arrive at my current location after breaking through that gate, that's all. Oh, and deliver these words to that little worm too, Wukong added, although I think even without him I won't have any problems. Avi suddenly realized something and asked, what do you mean, sir? Wukong smirked smugly, because beside me right now are my senior brothers, those who have been eager to unleash their power for so many years. They're all here already. Wukong, now extremely excited, said, so you don't need to worry, just open the gate according to my command. Back in the space of the achievement, where Kim Hyung-gu had just arrived, he wondered, is this one of your personas? Noah already told me about this. He said that the Brahma I killed had stolen half of a persona from the same body. I mean a third of the total persona. Kim Hyung-gu, now angry, said, so he's the thief who stole your persona, and yet you still want revenge. Seeing his attitude, Brahma remained completely silent. He tried to suppress a laugh, but then couldn't hold back and laughed loudly like a madman. This made Kim Hyung-gu even more furious, asking, what are you doing? Why are you laughing like that all of a sudden? Brahma rubbed his eyes and calmly replied, ah, sorry, I was just joking, but you took it way too seriously. Brahma continued calmly, revenge? You think we'd do something like that? That guy, according to what you said, is a thief. We just wanted to. He paused, then continued. Thank you for eliminating that thief, which even shocked Kim Hyung-gu. Brahma quietly stated, although we should have done it ourselves. We were trapped by his sealing technique and could only watch. finally freed like this. We have to thank you for saving us. Kim Hyung-gu, regaining composure, replied, Ah, I see. Then there's nothing to worry about. Brahma said, We also have a gift for you. Kim Hyung-gu frowned, mumbling, a gift. That's right. Surely you came here to obtain Kampa's great achievement. At this moment, Kim Hyung-gu seemed to understand and said, Yeah, but wait. Could it be? His face lit up, asking, You want to give me that great achievement? Brahma, still with that peculiar laugh, replied, Of course we can't give you that great achievement, man. All right. Kim Hyung-gu felt embarrassed and stopped teasing. He looked at the other sitting arrogantly, grinning broadly. Unable to hold back, Kim Hyung-gu gritted his teeth and clenched his fists. Prepare to take my attack. Brahma laughed even louder, stopping him. Calm down, then he slowly explained. It's not that we don't want to give it to you, but we simply cannot. Kim Hyung-gu's eyes glazed, asking, What? This guy keeps being ridiculous. Brahma sneered, forming words, because we've already given it to you. He looked down at his abdomen where a golden source of power hovered in his hands. Kim Hyung-gu stammered, This is, Brahma explained. From the moment you stepped here and were recognized by us, you had already obtained that great achievement. Kim Hyung-gu looked at him in confusion. Are you okay giving me such a great thing so easily? Brahma casually replied, It's fine. Because we have been cultivating an entirely new achievement that belongs solely to us. Brahma lowered his gaze at Kim Hyung-gu, but just absorbing it doesn't mean you can use its power immediately. He still didn't understand. What do you mean? It means we don't have much time to explain further. Brahma gently said, This temple is about to collapse. Because the great achievement we've given you is the pillar of this space. Kim Hyung-gu was shocked seeing everything crumble. What? So you guys are going to disappear too? Brahma calmly replied, Don't worry, my true body isn't in this tower. I will simply return to where I belong. Brahma's expression remained unchanged. Besides, we will meet again soon anyway, which amazed him. Ah, when you truly become the vessel capable of fully containing that great achievement. Kim Hyung-gu frowned in frustration, trying to ask, What exactly do you mean? Brahma smiled with narrowed eyes and replied, Next time, let's finish what we didn't get to say. Kim Hyung-gu roared in fury, Wait, when exactly will we meet again? But Brahma paid little attention to him and vanished without hesitation. Goodbye. Kim Hyung-gu was so furious he ground his teeth. He screamed in despair, I haven't even finished speaking yet. Cut to the steel gate on the 9th floor. The centaur demon panted, cursing, Damn it, looking at the sturdy door in front of him. He kept complaining, Damn, this door is solid as hell. White crossed his arms over his chest and said calmly, That means those humans are pretty strong too. They can resist us like that, it's impressive. He started moving his arm joints as he spoke, but staying like this won't do. Step aside, let me handle this. Seeing his effort about to be snatched, the demon shouted irritably, What? I was almost done breaking it. How dare you cut in? White ignored him and replied slowly, Now is not the time for your foolish pride to cloud your judgment. We can't waste any more time. Suddenly, the sturdy steel door swung open and blinding light poured out. Those outside were stunned. The demon gaped. What? How did it just open? White was equally shocked. What the hell? No way. White looked at the door with suspicion and exclaimed again, They opened the door themselves. A familiar voice rang out. You finally made it, huh? It made them pause for a moment. Why so slow? At the insult. White frowned and looked up at the stranger. He said, Is that the monkey from Flowerfruit Mountain? Sun Wukong hovered in the air, grinning. Long time no see, kitty. He looked at the stubborn fellows beside him and teased. And your friends too, right? Nice to meet you all. Sun Wukong added. But kitty, I think you should greet that person first. Why, King, what? It had been a long time since he met his old friend. Being reminded of the past, White widened his eyes in horror. Sun Wukong calmly continued, He's just overly excited. Just then, the Azure Dragon appeared, greeting. Finally, we meet again, traitor of ideology. The Azure Dragon accused him. You abandoned your duty. Ran out of the tower to flatter and exploit that designer for too long. The throne you gave up your divinity for, what has become of it now? Being despised, White clenched his teeth in anger. Then he spat out each word at the Azure Dragon. So you're here too. White screamed wildly, What the hell is happening here? Don't tell me you set a trap for us. Confidently, he shouted. You think the two of you alone can challenge the fourfold heavenly court? Sun Wukong snorted coldly. I have no idea either. This answer made White even angrier. Such a waste of time. The hot-tempered demon said, Why waste words with them? We just need to get there. As he spoke, the demon lunged forward. Just rip that arrogant mouth off. He moved quite fast. White remained calm above. Oh my, so loud and boastful. Seeing him overestimate himself and charge like a fool, Sun Wukong continued contemptuously. These rotten noodles are no better than that stray cat just now. Each one acts important, trusting the tools given while serving as someone else's hunting dog. But fake goods can't compare to the real thing. Before reaching Sun Wukong, the demon was stunned by a blinding light. The demon screamed in panic. What is this? What did you just give? Sun Wukong asked. Hey, don't forget to smirk at demon. Say again what you just said. Sun Wukong coolly carried the Rui Jingu Bang and asked him, Whose mouth do you plan to rip? Then Sun Wukong shouted using a move. Victorious fighting Buddha Sun Wukong. White saw the dazzling light and gaped. That form. Then he frantically warned his team, fall back immediately, he's dangerous. But the demon, deaf to danger, ignored him and grinned. What do you mean, how could I lose to a filthy monkey like him? White frowned and yelled, stop being stubborn. His victorious fighting Buddha achievement can rival the divinity of a god. But it was probably too late. Sun Wukong charged eagerly, a sly smile on his lips. Come on, don't disappoint me. Quickly Sun Wukong appeared beside the demon like a phantom. You're not going anywhere. This terrified him. Then Sun Wukong jabbed the demon's stomach with the Rui Jingu Bang, causing him pain, vomiting, and hacking. Sun Wukong gripped his staff tightly and angrily continued. I really want to smash your rotten mouth myself, but someone wants to humiliate you even more than me. I'll save your rotten mouth for them. As he spoke, Sun Wukong forced a golden orb into the demon's mouth. He swallowed it before reacting. This is. Before he could understand, Sun Wukong said, bye-bye. A bright golden light appeared in the sky. Sun Wukong exclaimed. Dung, cut him open. Cut to a place beneath an utterly gloomy sky with nothing but gray clouds. An ancient fortress appeared, not a soul in sight. In the sky, a beam of light flashed down. Someone slammed into the ground with a massive explosion. It was Demon, he'd been sent somewhere else. After coughing violently a few times, he kept cursing non-stop. That damn monkey again. He got up, flailing his arms and roaring in despair. Where the hell did it throw me? Just then, behind Demon, a pair of smooth, bare white legs appeared. A gentle voice rang out. Sun Wukong was right. Long time no see, little brother. The voice made Demon jolt in fear. Grinding his teeth, he whirled around in fury, glaring at the person behind him. That voice, it can't be. The other party walked up step by step, even saying with feigned sorrow, oh dear, how sad. To think my little brother, after so long, would look at me with eyes like that, truly heartbreaking. It turned out this person was the mad god of savage strength. She curled her lips into an irritated smile and continued, I'm so heartbroken I could just gouge those eyes right out. White's group stared at Wukong, speechless, as Demon was whisked away. Somewhere else, White frowned furiously and demanded, what kind of freak trick did you pull? He clenched his fists tight. Where did you send Demon? Wukong slung the Rui staff over his shoulder and teased, what's wrong? Planning to follow him, so you're asking me that? Wukong continued casually. Why would you go there and ruin someone's family reunion? Stop sticking your nose into other people's business. White bristled, teeth clenched in rage. You filthy damn monkey. The moment you got your achievement back, you're already acting like you own the heavenly realm, huh? As he spoke, he flaunted his power, his whole body swelling with bulging muscles. A blinding light flared around him, as if he were about to transform. He looked toward his remaining teammates and confidently boomed, you don't even know that for us. Those who have attained great achievements. After he finished, Wukong replied indifferently. Oh, at that moment White transformed into an enormous black and white striped tiger. He continued, the heavenly realm is nothing more than a footstool. Azure Dragon wasn't very surprised to see White change. His current appearance was nothing like what I remember. Wukong hugged the Rui staff and said cheerfully, oh, back then he was just a giant, fluffy housecat. Now he looks way more high class. Wukong didn't take him seriously at all and asked, so this is the great achievement you got. White was very proud of this body. Hearing that, he said, that's right. This is the achievement of one of the 4 great heavenly kings who maintain the order of the world. He spoke and emphasized the great achievement of the AXA virus. He also confidently introduced his teammate. The people with me also possess immensely powerful great achievements and have already obtained divinity. He kept indulging his delusions of power and continued. Compared to us, you're just lowly monsters. With nothing but an ordinary achievement, yet you still dare to boast. And you're still arrogant enough to think the 2 of you can stop us. The tiny teammates at his feet made his sheer size painfully obvious to everyone. White asked smugly, well, now that you understand the situation, hurry up and tell us where Kim Hyung-gu is. Only then did Wukong cross his forearms before his chest into an X and say, wrong. White leaned close to Wukong's face, looking confused. Then he blurted awkwardly, what? Wukong began explaining, you got everything wrong, there's only one thing you got right. Wukong scratched his cheek and continued slowly. It's true that even if I've regained my achievement, facing your whole bunch, with just the 2 of us really would be a little difficult. Wukong paused briefly. So, at that moment, the sky suddenly filled with pitch-black clouds and thunder and lightning boomed without stopping. Wukong said calmly, I invited a few of my senior and junior brothers to come here to help out. As soon as Wukong finished speaking, black silhouettes, like a tightly united, unbreakable mass, appeared. White looked up and gaped in shock. No way. His teammates were also thrown into utter panic when they felt that energy. All of them cried out, the 7 great sages. At that moment, the faces of those figures gradually came into view. Before a cigar, smoke curling outward, a commanding voice spoke. Long time no see, Western Cat. I heard you ran off and became the designer's lackey. This was Peng Demon King, the great sage who shakes heaven. Ox Demon King, the great sage who drives gods. Fish Demon King, the great sage of the plains. Blood Dragon Demon King, the great sage who blesses the seas. Macaque King, the great sage who masters the winds. Who would have thought that when we return? You'd become our enemy like this. The one puffing on the cigar was the Lion Camel King. The great sage who moves mountains, he said excitedly. This'll be perfect for warming up. White asked in confusion, why are all of you here? No one answered his question and he turned his gaze toward Wukong. Then Wukong clasped his hands before his chest and declared, all right. Now it's 8 versus 3. Goi was sweating bullets. Wukong quickly clarified, I really don't like ganging up on someone. But who told you guys to have such impressive achievements anyway? Wukong sneered. With skills like that, fighting 8 of us shouldn't be a problem at all. As soon as he finished speaking, he quickly gave orders. Come on, brothers, deal with them. The rest eagerly rushed toward Ho. Seeing the crowd about to attack, Quiet froze in shock. Then came roars and screams that hurt the ears. Back at Demon's side. Under the extremely gloomy sky, thick black clouds and ancient towers loomed. A blinding explosion rang out and Demon's strikes sounded dreadful. Demon struggled to lower his weapon to the ground. He was panting, sweat dotting his face, thinking, what's happening here? My power should have been enough to overwhelm her. Seeing the girl in front of him uninterested, Demon was extremely confused. Why couldn't I even scratch her? Exhausted, Demon exclaimed. It's as if the achievement in my body refuses to fight against her. At his question, the chaotic power god spoke. It's not refusing to fight me, you fool. This made Demon shudder. She explained, this is simply only the way things naturally should be. Demon quietly asked, what? He repeated, naturally should be. Before answering, I want to ask you something. The chaotic power god sincerely asked, do you intend to beg for my forgiveness? Forgiveness? Yes. She frowned and continued, you didn't just steal my achievement, but while I was temporarily dormant. You also destroyed Mount Tian, my homeland. At this, the chaotic power god was furious, glaring at him. Have you ever regretted those wrongdoings? But Demon clenched his teeth and cursed, damn it. He stood up and shouted. Don't joke with me, Demon frankly admitted. Yeah, I did those things. I stole your achievement and destroyed Mount Tian that you cherish. So what? Demon showed no remorse, yelling. Every demon does things like this, right? The chaotic power god said nothing further, only looked at the agitated demon. It seemed she was scheming something, her eyes turning sad. Suddenly, the chaotic power god held her face and laughed maniacally. Aha. Then she spoke words of gratitude, I truly thank you. Demon gawked in shock. What? She covered her face with her hand and slowly said, I felt a bit guilty because after all we spent a long time as sisters. But after hearing what you said, I no longer feel any guilt. Through the gaps in her fingers, a wicked smile appeared. Suddenly, cracks appeared in Demon's achievement. Then it shattered and fell on his head. Demon was stunned, asking, what's happening? Panicked, he clutched his head and shouted, my achievement suddenly. The chaotic power god, full of power, said, perhaps you know well how a crime should be punished, but you know nothing about achievements. Demon was still bewildered. What does that mean? The chaotic power god smirked cunningly. What does it mean? It means that achievements instinctively return to their rightful owner. At this moment, a blinding light shot straight into the sky. Because of this, the chaotic power god smugly continued. The achievement you stole from me will automatically return to me. She looked at Demon, trembling and sitting on the ground. Come now, my foolish little brother. Tell me, how does it feel to personally forge such a perfect wild lion? Her face turned extremely fierce. Scene shifts to a pitch-black space. The atmosphere was utterly silent, and Kim Hyung-gu had just regained consciousness. He asked, where is this place? Kim Hyung-gu floated in this other space, looking around for a way out, he recalled. I only remember fainting after receiving the great achievement orb from Brahma. Then, the temple collapsed endlessly. When I woke up, I found myself here. Darkness surrounded me, leaving me utterly confused. What the heck is going on here? Suddenly, a powerful voice boomed, you finally woke up. Kim Hyung-gu? The words startled him. Kim Hyung-gu glared, evaluating the opponent. Could it have snuck up behind me so easily? He shouted angrily, damn it, what kind of demon are you? Then he gasped in surprise. What disgusting thing is this? A huge eyeball opened. It could speak and greeted. Nice to meet you, Kim Hyung-gu. But you really don't know me. Kim Hyung-gu stood in the dark void. He asked, what are you talking about? You haven't even introduced yourself. An eye appeared wide and staring. It fixated on Kim Hyung-gu. Kim Hyung-gu's voice rose again. How would I know about the likes of you? The eye replied, I can't believe you're this dumb. Kim Hyung-gu replied in shock, what? Why are you suddenly picking a fight with me? Eyes wide, the voice echoed. Seems like you think your rapid progress all this time is all thanks to your great talent. The eyes squinted in a mocking smile, voice echoing. Truly a clown indeed. Kim Hyung-gu angrily shouted, what the hell are you trying to say, you bastard? The eyes looked into the distance and spoke. Well, it seems I must first explain the situation. You might have guessed a bit already, right? That this place is a virtual space. The image of Kim Hyung-gu lying on the bed appeared, and the voice of the eyes echoed. Your body is currently stabilized with the newly achieved great accomplishment, and this is the only chance I have to talk to you. The eyes chuckled and said, that's why I brought your soul to this place. Kim Hyung-gu showed discomfort. You speak of such a terrifying thing as if it's nothing. The voice of the eyes echoed. Sorry to startle you, but it can't be helped. I think it's time you knew. Kim Hyung-gu was startled and puzzled. A blazing red mouth appeared on the black screen, voice echoing. I have been observing you. A person with long black hair stood before the screens. All of Kim Hyung-gu's memories appeared like pre-recorded footage. The voice echoed, I have been watching you for a long time. Kim Hyung-gu was shocked and shouted. Watching for a long time? He hugged himself tightly, asking skeptically, how much have you seen? The eyes stared at Kim Hyung-gu and said, not like that, don't think nonsense. Hearing this, Hyung-gu asked, then why were you observing me? There must be a reason, right? The eyes stared at him and said, that's a good question. But I think I cannot answer because you are not ready yet. Suddenly, Kim Hyung-gu's body began to dissolve into nothingness. A strange voice echoed, we must say goodbye as well. Hyung-gu panicked, focusing on the fragments of his body. He screamed in fear, what's happening, my body? The eyes continued to provide information. So if you want to hear my answer, remember one thing. The eyes pressed close to Hyun and said, the top of this tower is not the end point of the journey you are on. Hyung-gu's body gradually faded. He asked in confusion. He shouted, not the end. What do you mean? Kim Hyung-gu's body continued to dissolve. The voice echoed, so you must. Everything went dark, leaving only night. The last thing remaining was the strange words of the eyes. Suddenly, a beam of light shone, revealing a hazy scene in mist. The chaotic power asked, what are you doing? Demon, trembling, replied, you. The chaotic power stood before Demon and continued, quickly tell me what you are feeling now. Demon, terrified, stepped back and shouted, what have you done to me? The chaotic power calmly said, after taking my achievement, you should have trained diligently to improve. You should have found a way to become its new master as soon as possible. Images of Demon appeared. The chaotic power added, your falling into this outcome is the result of laziness. After taking a power that was never yours, the achievement you possessed abandoned you like this. Demon, furious, gritted his teeth. The chaotic power poured salt on the wound with a remark. Truly a pitiful fool, eyes glowing blood red. Demon recalled his childhood, yearning deeply. Standing before a hill built from the bones of the sacrifice, Demon whispered to himself, all were born from the same horn as mine. Yet she successfully subjugated all the guardian demons and ruled them with overwhelming power. Demon seemed awakened, but that yearning soon turned into hatred. Hyung-gu saw the gaze of the chaotic power from the high peak. The chaotic power's face darkened. Red eyes appeared before Demon. He remained pensive. He looked as if observing the lowest existence in the world. That gaze made Demon tremble and plead. He said, don't look at me. The chaotic power replied, what did you say? Demon slammed the ground and stood up. He said boldly, don't look at me with that gaze. Demon got ready to fight. A surge of power shot toward nearby buildings. Demon seemed like a different being, power erupting. He shouted, I don't need that damn achievement of yours. Because now I already have the great achievement of the divine. The chaotic power could only stand and watch. Demon jumped up laughing and continued, come on, look closely, Demon has evolved. His hair has turned pure silver. He soared into midair and burst with fierce light, saying, now I'm above you, Vaisravana. The chaos god of monstrous force curled her lips into a smirk. Vaisravana's achievement, huh? You chose an achievement you can't even control. Demon snorted and said confidently, keep running your mouth while you still can, because I'm no longer held back by the Yaksha achievement. So don't even dream of subduing me now. Drunk on the power he had, he figured all he needed to do was tear people apart to make a spectacle. Faced with his arrogant attitude, the chaos god of monstrous force only gave a cold smile and ordered, kneel. His whole body suddenly went out of control, leaving him utterly stunned. What? Demon screamed in pain. His body slammed into the ground with a huge boom. The chaos god of monstrous force calmly watched the one before her. She sneered, that's right, stuck to the ground like this suits you best, doesn't it? Demon still couldn't move. How could this be? I don't have the Yaksha achievement anymore, so why? As questions flooded his mind, the chaos god of monstrous force told him the truth. Little brother, I'm sorry for saying this, but actually you're not my little brother. Dion went pale and snapped his head up in horror. What? What are you suddenly talking about? A fragment of childhood memory surged up, and the chaos god of monstrous force explained slowly. In your memories, we're siblings who have been together since the day we were born. Right? That memory was never accurate. It's just a lie I planted into your brain. An image appeared of a tiny demon lying in the chaos god of monstrous force's palm as she said, I only created you using my own achievement. So the real reason you can't stand against me isn't the Yaksha achievement. It's because I'm the one who made you. Demon frowned, lost in thought, sweat beading as he blurted out. What? Thinking back, she added, maybe I really did go a bit too far, making a whole family just for entertainment. The chaos god of monstrous force asked, well, unchanged, she continued, isn't that exactly what any demon would do? Demon roared in rage, damn it. At that moment, an overwhelmingly powerful aura rose behind the chaos god of monstrous force. She said lightly, "Come on, my little brother." She emphasized, "It's time we settle our family conflict." Demon was pinned to the ground, able only to grit his teeth. The chaos god of monstrous force asked, "All this time, I've been wondering about that lousy great achievement of yours." Her bare foot stepped forward. Her voice carried crushing authority. No one knew how many of her steps they could endure. She shouted, "Wonderful!" The earth and rocks around them shattered into pieces. At that moment, Kim Hyung-gu jolted awake from sleep. He sprang up and scanned the area. "Is this Noah's ship?" Noah's voice rang out. "Oh." "You're awake," startling Kim Hyung-gu. The old man stepped closer excitedly. "Judging by the time, it looks like you've absorbed that great achievement, huh?" Kim Hyung-gu scratched his head. "Yeah, that's right," Noah asked, puzzled. "What is it? Something wrong?" Remembering that pitch-black space in the eye, he said awkwardly, I'll tell you about that later." Kim Hyung-gu asked anxiously. "More importantly, how long was I out? While I wasn't here, was everything okay?" Noah explained. "Let me answer them one by one. First, you slept for about a day. You woke up faster than I expected. That was a surprise. While you were asleep, something did happen, but it probably isn't a big deal." Kim Hyung-gu grew extremely curious. "What are you talking about?" Noah said honestly, "Right after you fell asleep, the fourfold heaven came to attack." Kim Hyung-gu tensed. "What?" He grew agitated. "Then now's not the time to chat. Where are they now?" Noah quickly reassured him. "Calm down. Yes, it was urgent and dangerous at the time, but most of it has already been handled." Kim Hyung-gu was stunned. Then Noah pointed to the images on the mirror. "You'll understand faster if you look." Kim Hyung-gu stepped closer. He blurted out in panic, "What is this? What the hell is going on?" He pointed at the scene before him, eyes wide with shock. He asked, "That guy, he's one of the fourfold heaven." At that moment, he was getting mobbed by the 5 Nihility squad. After getting beaten senseless, he kept begging, "Stop. How is this fair? You've been hitting me all day, don't you ever rest." The battle was brutal, but the outcome already seemed clear. One of the 7 great sages snorted and gave an order. "Lowly demons like us don't know anything about that. Beating someone down like this really does feel good." Wukong pointed and said, "Come over here, breaking his spine will be even more satisfying." The other one replied excitedly, "Oh, is that so? I'm coming over." Only Lion Camel King, the great sage of Mount Dai, lounged around smoking a cigar, trying to calm everyone down. "Phew, take it easy, everyone," he continued casually. "That's the only way we can keep playing with them for a while." Hearing that, he broke into a cold sweat, growled a few times, then cursed. "Damn it, you bunch of lunatics." All of a sudden, he remembered someone watching the fight with glee. He lifted his head and yelled, "You've decided to just stand there and do nothing. As one of the 4 symbols, aren't you ashamed, Azure Dragon?" Azure Dragon was circling in the sky, off to the side, watching the monster. Getting called out, he narrowed his eyes at the guy and said with contempt, "A traitor like you has no right to say that." Riding the momentum, Azure Dragon kept scolding, "Quit spouting nonsense. Take your beating and die already, before I charge in and beat you up along with them." He raised his head, scanning upward for help, but instead got chewed out, leaving him helpless as he growled a few more times. Wukong's familiar voice rang out, asking, "Done showing off your loyalty yet?" That voice made White sweat even harder. As he spoke, Wukong gripped the Rui Jingu Bang tightly. "If you're done, then I'll end this right here." Wukong didn't forget to warn his teammates either. "Senior brothers, move back. If you get caught in it, don't blame me." Macaque King was thrilled. "Oh, going big, huh?" But Boar King felt it was a bit early. "I haven't had my fill of beating him yet." Ignoring the comments, Wukong kept spinning the Rui Jingu Bang high above. The staff's power carved a huge swirling vortex across the sky. Wukong shouted, "All right, spin it and make it bigger, Rui Jingu Bang." Faced with that terrifying power, the monster turned into a frightened kitten, stumbling back a few steps. One end of the Rui Jingu Bang suddenly grew absurdly huge, slowly descending. The monster looked tiny now, pitifully small. He kept screaming. "No!" Wukong roared his technique, annihilating Thunder Drum Crush. The Rui Jingu Bang slammed down in an instant with a thunderous explosion, and he was officially flattened underneath it. The violent shockwave was so intense that Kim Hyung-gu, watching from inside Noah's ship, felt the gusts even through the viewing glass. After a while, the dust and wind finally settled. Kim Hyung-gu blurted out, stunned, "Holy hell." Everyone staring at the horrifying scene in front of them showed clear disappointment and said, "That's it," Noah answered slowly, "Looks like it." Kim Hyung-gu pointed and asked, "So in the 4th heaven, the only one left all the way up to now was that cat?" "Just that one," Noah nodded. "That's right, the rest were taken down earlier." He added, "All that's left are a few drops." Kim Hyung-gu suddenly remembered something and said, "Wait," he challenged Noah. "Then why did you make such a fuss before, saying the 4th heaven was insanely strong?" Faced with the question, Noah scratched his head awkwardly. "Well, sometimes numbers can still overpower quality. Besides, they were up against the 7 great sages. He continued in a lighter tone, "Oh, right, the fight between demon and mad god of freakish strength still isn't over." Hearing that, Kim Hyung-gu perked up. "Oh, for real." He eagerly offered, "Then I'll go help her." But before he could move, a pale bare foot stepped out of another space, and a cold voice said, "You've got quite the big mouth, don't you? Who's helping who?" Everyone froze. Kim Hyung-gu exclaimed, "That voice is—" The mad god of freakish strength appeared in swaggering fashion, still holding the achievement. Staring hard at Kim Hyung-gu, she asked, "What, you don't recognize who I am?" He rubbed his chin, hesitated a bit, and slowly replied, "No, it's not that." Kim Hyung-gu looked at the person in front of him. Her appearance seemed a little different, like she'd grown a few extra horns. So he said, "But something about you has changed." The mad god of freakish strength raised a hand to her head with interest. "My current form is the truly complete one, so it makes sense you'd feel that way." As she spoke, she even reached out to touch Kim Hyung-gu's cheek and continued, "So from now on, don't call me the mad god of freakish strength anymore." She leaned in close and said in a sweet, soft voice, "Call me Night Yaksha instead." She put on an uncharacteristically coy, ladylike act and asked again. "Got it?" Kim Hyung-gu coldly brushed her hand away, practically gagging. "Ugh, why are you suddenly acting so opposite to yourself?" Night Yaksha curled her lip into a scornful smile. "You've got some nerve." She stopped fooling around and handed over the achievement she'd gotten from defeating Demon to Kim Hyung-gu. "All right then, this is your reward for helping me defeat my little brother. This one's pretty top tier too. You'll see, it'll definitely come in handy." With that, Night Yaksha quickly turned her back and left. "I'm heading out first. I need a bit more time to get used to the achievement I just retrieved." The other spatial gate quickly closed as well. "Goodbye." Kim Hyung-gu stared after her, dumbfounded. He thought sadly, "Why do I feel so empty?" Seeing that everything around him had been resolved without needing him at all, Kim Hyung-gu couldn't shake the feeling that he was basically an extra here. A few days later at Kim Hyung-gu's office, following an invitation Kim Si-hyun quickly found as well. "So I came." Hyung-gu said he had something he wanted to tell me. "So I came here." He swept his gaze around the room, things strewn all over the floor, along with a group of strangers. It scared Kim Si-hyun half to death. "But what is this mess?" Wukong was excitedly pointing at the TV screen. It looked like they were watching a concert. "Look, brothers, Pentacle is about to appear. Even the 7 fairy maidens would be unworthy to carry their shoes." At the mention of pretty girls, the whole bunch froze, thrilled. Everyone's eyes turned lecherous as they stared at the screen. Only one person sat there, leisurely sipping a glass of top-shelf liquor. Jaisan Deseong raised his glass and spoke in flowery praise. "This rich, sweet intensity truly is a masterpiece." He eyed the bottles lined up on the table and wondered, what was the name of this famous drink again? Azure Dragon, well-versed as always, replied, "Chamisel." Jaisan Deseong continued slowly, "That elegant name really does suit this liquor." "Haha." Kim Si-hyun stood at the door, seeing this scene, completely at a loss for words. He muttered, "I need to go find Hyung-gu." Just as Kim Si-hyun was about to step inside, "Where is Hyung-gu anyway?" He suddenly noticed 2 girls walking in from outside. He recognized them right away. "Ah, Hyun-woo's disciples." Kim Si-hyun walked up and asked, "Did he call you 2 here?" But the 2 girls in front of him didn't look friendly at all, brimming with killing intent, which made even him shrink back. What happened here? They kept their faces tense and fiercely hostile, making Kim Si-hyun spiral into anxious guesses. What's with their expression? Could there be some battle going on somewhere? Miriam, radiating murderous intent, spoke up. "Master is over there, hurry and come with us, all right." Watching the 2 girls' impatient backs, Kim Si-hyun thought to himself, "I'll just follow them for now." In Hyung-gu's room, Kim Si-hyun blurted out in shock, "What?" Hyung-gu stood before a pile of items gifted from the recent battle. He couldn't believe it and shouted to confirm, "You want to give me an item that holds the achievements of a top-tier conqueror." Hyung-gu generously took out a sword, held it out to him and said, "Here, this is yours now. This one's better than the sword. The one you're using, isn't it?" Si-hyun took it, embarrassed, and replied, "Of course, sir." Si-hyun asked again, "But you really don't need this anymore." Hyung-gu answered, "According to an expert I know." He remembered what Noah had said. The great achievements they once possessed seem to have vanished along with them, which means only their achievements are left now. And right now, I don't really need those. I don't even have the time to train those achievements. Hyung-gu smiled and said, "So I'm giving them to you guys." He even declared solemnly, "You're the only people I can rely on when I'm not here." Si-hyun was deeply moved, tears welling as he blurted out, "Hyung-gu." Hyung-gu's voice rang out, followed by Miri. She put on a strict look and answered, "Yes, master." Hyung-gu presented an item and said, "You use your fists a lot, so these gloves suit you best." Then he asked, "Do you like them?" Miriam didn't answer right away, only staring hard at his face. Holding the gift in her hands, she thought carefully, "This is a gift master personally chose for me. Of course I'm unbelievably happy." As she thought that, Miriam's face suddenly flushed bright red. "Right now, I feel like there's nothing I can't do." Suddenly, she remembered the guidance of the freakish strength mad god. "At times like this, I should use the secret move I just learned from her." After deciding, Miriam softly called Master. Hyungu calmly turned to look at her. Miriam's mouth slowly opened. Thank you, Amo. After finishing, Miriam even struck an innocent kitten pose, acting cutesy for emphasis. But that very act made Hyungu freeze in place. It was like a bolt from the blue. Si Hyun and Hanarin beside him also stood there, mouths agape in horror. Miriam still thought what she did was perfectly reasonable, so she kept that cute, innocent expression. A few hours earlier in Miriam's castle, the freakish strength mad god's smug voice rang out, "Hey, kid, listen carefully." She raised a finger and said with absolute confidence, "Men are almost always drawn to weak things. Weak things they want to protect." Miriam listened intently. Really? Miriam rubbed her chin, sensing something was a bit off, but Before she could finish, the freakish strength mad god cut her off, continuing in a wise, knowing tone. "Yeah, I know you're already very strong now, so you just need to pretend to be like that and it'll be fine." Hearing that, Miriam's eyes went wide in shock. Pretend like what? The freakish strength mad god explained slowly. "You can imitate the most beloved companion aside from puppies." Like a cat. Hearing that, Miriam gaped in protest. What? She flat out thought, how can a person act like an animal? At that moment, the freakish strength mad god put a hand on her shoulder and continued the psychological manipulation. "Come on, kid, think it through carefully." Then she laid out her analysis. "If you pretend to be a pet companion just once, you can become a human companion for life." Exactly. Hearing that, Miriam fell into a fantasy. She started imagining marrying Kim Hyungu in the future, being his lifelong partner. The maddening voice kept echoing, urging her on. A trade like that really was a great deal. No more than that, the deranged voice even gave a thumbs up in confirmation. It was an absolute steal. Back in reality, Miriam's gaze went hollow as she thought to herself. She said that, so I tried it too, but it doesn't seem to do anything at all. Damn you, damn that vicious horned demon. Kim Hyungu was staring at her with fear in his eyes. He kept sweating buckets and couldn't get a single word out. Once he gathered himself, Kim Hyungu coldly turned his face away. "Fine, Miriam, just use that item." His attitude made Miriam's whole worldview collapse. "Master is even looking away." His words rang out. Next came Hana-rin. She was delighted to hear her name called too. "Yes, Master." Seeing Murion get utterly humiliated, Hana-rin was smug as can be. So she was trying to provoke Master's protective instincts by putting on an act. She quietly thought that approach wasn't bad, but making it that obvious would only turn an already ambiguous relationship awkward. The item Hana-rin received was an orange fan, and it looked gorgeous. But the girl didn't care at all. Hana-rin's eyes flashed. The most important thing was to make it sound completely natural. She remembered the days and nights she spent studying her guy's secret playbook. "That's why I read every book in the library that had anything to do with dating. And I compiled every nickname couples usually call each other. Thanks to that, I found the one word all men in this world love." Seeing her stay silent, Kim Hyungu asked awkwardly, Hana-rin, what do you think? Do you like it?" Hana-rin smiled with narrowed eyes. "Of course I do," she went on, "I really like it." Hearing that, Kim Hyungu finally breathed a sigh of relief. "Really?" Hana-rin's lips slowly curled up. With a syrupy voice and a practiced expression, eyes closed for emphasis, she said smoothly, "Thank you, Grandpa and Grandma." Kim Hyungu froze on the spot. Hana-rin was smug. "See, he's totally fallen for it." Miriam, meanwhile, was furious. Standing off to the side, she could only grit her teeth. Kim Hyungu squeezed his eyes shut and pondered for a long while, which made Hana-rin misunderstand even more. Master's heart must be so thrilled he can't even speak. Just look at his expression. A moment later, Kim Hyungu scratched his head and said indifferently, "So, looks like everyone's feeling a bit under the weather today, huh?" Hana-rin was stunned out of her mind. In the end, he tiptoed to the door and slipped away fast. "I need to discuss something with Avi, so I'm heading out first. You kids stay here and rest a bit more. And don't forget to take the gifts with you." Then he stepped through the spatial doorway that was already open, leaving the two girls behind, bewildered. Seeing things weren't looking good for the two of them, Kim Si-hyun, standing behind them, awkwardly said, I'll keep this secret from everyone else." Very quickly he reached Avi. She looked up and asked, "Oh, Guardian, you don't look so good. Did you eat something weird?" Kim Hyungu looked awful after being put through the ringer by the girls all this time, but he only said, "No, it's nothing." Kim Hyungu got straight to the point. "Hey, about what I asked you to keep an eye on, how's it going?" Avi widened her eyes. You mean the information about that higher up the eye mentioned, right?" She recalled all the searches she had run. Across countless screens, everything showed no data. She continued, "I tried investigating with the tower's search system, but I couldn't find anything useful. This has never happened before." While Kim Hyungu listened intently, Avi added, "It seems that higher up is in a place completely separated from the tower. For now, that's all the information I can give you." He sighed and said thoughtfully, "So even Senza is out of options, huh?" Avi asked in shock. "What?" Kim Hyungu judged that the eye seemed to be an existence entirely different from Avi. Knowing he couldn't gather anything more, Kim Hyungu concluded, Fine, we'll deal with it later. I've still got a mountain of stuff to handle. He raised a finger and said, so we still don't have any new information about the upper floor, right? That's right, same as always, Kim Hyung-gu said gloomily. Seriously, even ordinary warlords would lose their minds and rally their troops to start a fight if they saw their underlings get beaten to death like that. Yet that designer guy is unbelievably patient. Still baffled, he said, I just can't figure out what the hell he's thinking. At that moment, Avi kept her head lowered to the floor and spoke slowly. Actually, Guardian, she pressed two fingers together and said awkwardly. Based on what I gathered from the Fourth Heaven achievement, I found some new information. From that, I think we can be sure what the designer is really aiming for. Hearing this, Kim Hyung-gu's mouth fell open in shock. Hey, wait, why are you only telling me now? Kim Hyung-gu demanded. Put on the spot, Avi jolted and stammered. Because I thought you wouldn't like what you're about to hear, so. Kim Hyung-gu curled his lip and repeated irritably, I won't like what I'm about to hear. Growing impatient, he pressed her right away. What the hell are you saying? Say it properly. Sweating bullets, Avi forced herself to state what she had concluded. I mean, the designer actually wants to eat you. As soon as the words came out, Kim Hyung-gu was utterly stunned, too flustered to speak. What? Cut to Kim Hyung-gu's office. Lee Seo-dong asked with curious eyes. I heard the nine-tailed fox is planning to move to Hanam, so I came to ask about it. Hanarin and Miriam were in a severe slump. Seeing how lifeless they looked, Lee Seo-dong panicked too. But why are you two making those faces? Hanarin clenched her teeth, let out a cold snort, then turned and yelled, it's all your fault. If you hadn't pulled that stupid stunt, none of this would have happened. Miriam refused to back down and snapped. What? She pointed straight at Hanarin's face and mocked her. You're the one who ruined the mood with that idiotic, syrupy voice and your cringy, cutesy wording. Hanarin panicked when she heard that. What's? But neither of them would yield. They immediately lunged at each other and started brawling. Fine, today we settle this to the death. Lee Seo-dong stood outside, not understanding what was going on, and gently tried to stop them. You two, stop it. Suddenly an incredibly sweet voice rang out. Miss Seo-jeon, why are they fighting again? Lee Seo-rong tilted her head back to look, eyes wide. Oh, is that the nine-tailed fox? Come over here and help me stop them. Lee Seo-rong cried out in shock. What is this? Hearing her scream, Miriam and Hanarin, who were pulling each other's hair, stopped fighting. What are you fighting about? Everyone, look at the nine-tailed fox. You two, what's going on? Meanwhile, the nine-tailed fox was holding the heavenly demon's arm. He even replied with a smug laugh, what else could it be? The nine-tailed fox then dropped a bombshell. Today is our first date. Lee Seo-rong's eyes widened. Ada said calmly, you could say that. Hanarin and Miriam stared in shock as well. You could say that. In her sweet voice, the nine-tailed fox said to the person beside her, buying VKPON, go back to your room first, dear. I'll come in right after I finish talking with Miss Seo-jeon. The heavenly demon obediently agreed, not forgetting to say, all right then. He hurried back to his room, his face flushed red. The nine-tailed fox cooed, oh my, you're so impatient. Lee Seo-rong, standing to the side, got goosebumps all over. What on earth is going on? She remembered that the nine-tailed fox had always been infatuated with the heavenly demon, following him everywhere. But hadn't she heard that he never reciprocated? Watching the lovey-dovey scene before her, Lee Seo-rong couldn't help but doubt, since when did they become a couple? The nine-tailed fox still stood there, blowing kisses to the heavenly demon. See you later, dear. Lee Seo-rong sternly demanded. Nine-tailed fox, what the hell is going on here? The nine-tailed fox asked. What do you mean? What else could I mean? Lee Seo-rong asked softly. How did you do it? At that moment, Hanarin and Miriam seemed to have found the truth and rushed over at full speed. Lee Seo-rong's voice carried the final words that might have angered the heavenly ghost. Before she could finish, the other two rushed over and shoved her aside. Get lost. Then Hanarin and Miriam stepped forward, grabbed the nine-tailed fox's hands and pleaded earnestly, Nine-tailed fox, please. Teach us how to win a man's heart. Lee Seo-rong was immediately kicked aside, tears streaming down her face. She muttered bitterly, they're way too calculating. The scene shifted to Noah's ship. He looked at the drawings on the table and said, HMPH, it's almost time to use this formation. Noah decided he needed to meet Kim Hyun-gu to discuss it first. Just as he finished speaking, he noticed someone approaching. It was Kim Hyun-gu. Speak of the devil and he appears. Noah was delighted. Oh, Kim Hyun-gu, you're here. I was just about to call you. Before he could finish, Kim Hyun-gu reached out. He seemed furious and grabbed Noah by the collar. Noah asked in shock, what are you doing? But Kim Hyun-gu did not answer, only ordered him. Find it? Noah was stunned and asked again. What are you telling me to find? At that moment, Kim Hyun-gu roared angrily, find a way to get me to that bastard designer. If there's no way, then create one immediately. He seemed completely out of control, glaring as he shouted, I'm going to rip that lunatic's tongue out right now. He looked like he had gone mad. Noah sighed, I never thought Kim Hyun-gu could get this worked up. He must have discovered something related to the designer. Noah tried to persuade him, all right, calm down first. Getting this worked up won't help anything. Hearing him, Kim Hyun-gu's expression softened somewhat. He realized his rudeness and quickly let go. I really did get a bit too emotional. Kim Hyun-gu put a hand to his forehead and said softly, "Sorry about that, I suddenly got angry." Noah probed, "Tell me what exactly happened." Kim Hyun-gu stared at his arm in silence for a moment. After he explained the situation to Noah, Noah was stunned. "Unbelievable?" Noah broke into a cold sweat. "You're saying the reason that designer insisted on attacking the ninth floor was because he wants the growth node?" Kim Hyun-gu replied seriously, "That's right." His face turned cold as he continued. "To be precise, he wants to devour all the achievements I've accumulated up to now." Thinking about it, it made perfect sense. No wonder he kept dragging out the battle, exhausting all those achievements, even though he could easily destroy the entire planet himself. As he spoke, Kim Hyun-gu grew even angrier, cursing repeatedly, "That bastard is fattening me up just like livestock." He even imagined himself trapped inside a cage and said, "I can't believe I went through so much hardship, only to end up as a pig on a plate for someone who means absolutely nothing to me." He clenched his fists in agitation. "How could I not be furious?" Noah agreed. Of course he had every reason to be angry. Kim Hyun-gu snorted. "Besides, after learning about his scheme, I thought of something, and that's what's really troubling me." Noah sat across from him, listening intently. He asked curiously, "What is it?" Kim Hyun-gu's lips curled slightly as he replied, "Could it be that Earth is in danger because of me?" He felt racked with guilt. If I weren't here, the conquerors would never have come, and no innocent civilian would have had to die. Noah awkwardly disagreed, but before he could speak, Hyun-gu kept talking. "I know this way of thinking is completely useless, but I just can't stop dwelling on it." He explained his next plan, "So I want to charge straight at him and put an end to this situation." He pleaded earnestly, "So please help me, Noah." Noah was stunned and didn't answer in time. After coming back to himself, he sighed and replied, "Reaching the top floor won't be easy because every route that leads there, including the side paths, has been sealed off. To move quickly while also disabling the security mechanisms up there, we'll need an even stronger incantation." Noah placed his hand on the blueprint on the table. Slowly, he revealed something important. "Fortunately, that incantation is right in front of you now." Hyun-gu was utterly shocked. "What?" The blueprint's images were drawn in extremely fine detail. Noah calmly explained that because it was very difficult to set up, it would likely take quite some time. "But the array described in this blueprint is that powerful incantation." "What?" Hyun-gu didn't look pleased. He frowned, mouth agape as he demanded, "Hold on, if you had this, why didn't you tell me earlier?" Faced with his impatience, Noah answered evenly, "Because if I did, with your impulsive nature you'd rush straight to the designer at once." Noah's face turned panicked as he made a throat-slitting gesture at Hyun-gu. Hearing that, he was scared stiff and a little embarrassed, said, "I really can't argue with that." Noah kept looking at the blueprint, still not satisfied. "Honestly, I don't think it's appropriate to use it right now, because you still can't fully utilize Brahma's great achievement." At that, Hyun-gu asked in astonishment, "You know about it?" Noah kept his expression flat as he replied, "I can sense the difference in your power. So if you want me to help you set up this array, you must meet one condition of mine." He proposed that before the array is completed, you must completely master Brahma's great achievement. Noah emphasized, "Can you do that?" Hyun-gu broke into a very genuine-looking, satisfied smile. Excited, he affirmed, "What do you take me for? Haven't you known for a long time that this is my specialty?" With that, he stood up, turned his back to Noah and continued, "Help me open a virtual training space first, and bring everyone on Earth here too." Noah looked up, puzzled. Why call them here?" Hyun-gu rolled his wrists and answered excitedly, "What else? If you've got strong manpower you can use for free, you squeeze every last drop out of it." As he spoke, he wore an incredibly punchable expression, itching to throw hands. Cut to the designer's residence, the same dim room as always. The designer sat in his chair like usual. He was growing impatient. It really was almost time to enjoy a lavish feast. He thought of the 7 great sages, people, and bristled, though he felt a slight regret that while fattening himself up, he'd let too many pests get tangled up with him. The designer tapped his fingers on the table. He didn't want anyone to interrupt the moment he'd been waiting for so long. Then he lifted a hand to his chin. Sinking into thought, come to think of it, the creator seemed to be with him as well. The one he meant was Noah, so he surmised. That guy would definitely use that incantation to cross the side path and reach this place. HMPH. The designer smiled with satisfaction, then began plotting, and made his decision. "Fine, I'll have to give them a little surprise." Cut back to Hyun-gu's base of operation. The 9-tailed fox stood before the 2 girls, Hannah-rin and Miriam. She asked seriously, "So you 2 want to ask me how to seduce men, is that it?" The girls' eyes shone as they nodded furiously, "Yes." The 9-tailed fox puffed out her chest, staring at them with admiration. Their eyes were practically glittering. Totally different from last time. She stroked her chin, frowning as she thought to herself, who knew all of this was happening just because they adored one person? Is the master really that captivating? Whatever, if they end up owing me, I get to live even more comfortably. Having decided, the 9-tailed fox quickly agreed. Miriam and Hanarin's eyes sparkled like car headlights. Riding the momentum, the nine-tailed fox bragged. Come on, this is a piece of cake for me. Possessed by the love demon, the two girls believed every word with wide-eyed trust. The nine-tailed fox crossed her arms and pondered calmly. Let's see, what should I teach you too? But after thinking for a while, she just stood there in silence, forcing an awkward smile, still unable to utter a single word. Suddenly, the nine-tailed fox's face darkened, cold sweat beating up as she thought. But I don't actually know anything. How do I seduce men anyway? She recalled her own biography, a creature who had lived carefree for 1,800 years, toying with the hearts of countless men and absorbing their energy to join the ranks of mystical beings. The most seductive demon in the history of demons, the nine-tailed fox. For her, born with lust-based demonic power, seducing men was as natural as breathing. There was no way she could be put on the spot. Yet now, that very inborn talent was getting her into trouble. Lying because she couldn't teach anything at all. The more she thought about it, the nine-tailed fox grew terribly anxious, feeling like she was completely screwed. Her eyes went wide. Beads of sweat dotted her all over. I was born with magical power, so how am I supposed to teach it? That stuff doesn't even work on someone stronger than me. And sure, I do have magic power, but the reason I managed to win over that VKP owner guy was just because of my personality, and because he and I clicked. Somewhere, the heavenly demon suddenly felt his nose itch. Is someone talking about me? All of a sudden, he was into the carefree type, watching the two girls in front of her pouring their hearts into it. Waiting for her guidance made the nine-tailed fox freeze up. But if she told them the truth, then she'd definitely get torn apart by those two crazy girls. The nine-tailed fox kept talking to herself. What do I do now? Miss Lycerong already went home. There's no one left to back me up. After a long wait, Miriam asked, puzzled, why aren't you saying anything? Hanarin stopped her. Hey, be quiet. At that moment, the nine-tailed fox was so embarrassed she couldn't get a word out. But Hanarin assumed that her silence meant she was thinking of something extremely profound and sophisticated. Really? Hearing that only made the nine-tailed fox even more terrified. Tears streaming down her face, she whispered miserably, oh my god, I'm going to lose my mind. The nine-tailed fox focused hard. I have to come up with something. Just then, someone's voice rang out. HMPH, why are you giving demons orders like that? It was a remark from members of the 7 great sages who happened to be passing by. I'm busy reading something insanely interesting right now. That made the nine-tailed fox gasp as an idea struck her. The two of them kept chattering. What is it? The book Wukong recommended to me, of course. The cover showed 2 girls with irresistibly alluring faces. The other continued, you could call it a rare book that's captivated countless demon hearts. The nine-tailed fox overheard it and accidentally obtained a secret technique. She cheered inside, that's it. Putting on a stern face, she turned her back to Miriam and Hanarin and asked, are you two ready? Hanarin blinked in shock. How ready? The nine-tailed fox raised her voice and emphasized again, I asked if you two are ready. The girls were still completely confused and asked back, ready for what? Seeing her holding that mystical book, she explained, ready to make the boy you both secretly love yours yet. Scene shifts to Kim Hyung-goo's virtual space created by Noah. The sky still held blue clouds above jagged slabs of rock. Kim Hyung-goo appeared looking cool as hell, hands in his pockets, and said, thanks everyone for gathering here like this. He swept his gaze over the people present. Then he noticed someone was missing and asked, where did Sun Wukong and Azure Dragon go? Someone replied, that. They said they're busy because Pentacle has a live broadcast today. Hearing that, Kim Hyung-goo was left speechless. Being obsessed with worldly stuff should have limits, you know. Jae-sang Disung was sprawled out on a rock and spoke up first. Kim Hyung-goo, why did you gather us here? He guessed. Is it related to defeating the designer? Kim Hyung-goo agreed. You're not wrong, he continued eagerly. More precisely, I need you to help me with something so I can defeat him. Jae-sang Disung lay on the rock, listening calmly. Kim Hyung-goo passionately clenched his hands together into tight fists. It's nothing serious. Looking at all of you here, I just need you all to fight me at the same time, right now. Hearing Kim Hyung-goo's arrogance, Jae-sang Disung asked, you want to fight all of us? Still lounging there at ease, he murmured. Interesting, so this is the training method you came up with? Kim Hyung-goo looked at him and answered honestly, yes. He recalled his meeting with Brahma and continued. I was just gifted a great achievement, but opening that gift is so difficult that I still don't know how to use it. That's why I really need the help of people with abundant energy like you. Jae-sang Disung sprang up into a seated position. I get what you mean well enough, he worried for the male lead. But is this really okay? Once you open that gift, Kim Hyung-goo's face brimmed with confidence as he listened. Jae-sang sat up straight, thinking it was very possible your limb would get ripped clean off. He darted his eyes toward his ox-headed, monkey-faced brothers and warned, I can hold back, but my fellow brothers aren't good at restraining their strength. Not a chance, but Kim Hyung-goo was the type who wouldn't cry until he saw the coffin. He bared his teeth in a grin. Then that's even better. He reminisced about what Brahma had told him. According to what he said that day, when the true person becomes a vessel capable of truly containing that great achievement, there was only one reason he still couldn't control it. It was because his body wasn't tough enough. Kim Hyung-gu tightened the hand hidden in his pocket as he thought to be able to contain that great achievement. Then the solution was simple. He voiced his resolve. I have to keep tempering myself until I'm tough enough, no matter what. Kim Hyung-gu said eagerly to everyone, so we're moving on right now, yeah. He glanced around and in the end chose his first opponent. His gaze stopped on Heavenly Demon. With a cold, silent air, the man hadn't said a single word. Kim Hyung-gu calculated, if I want to see how much I've improved up to now, shouldn't I invite my first master to go first? Sounding like he knew his opponent well, Kim Hyung-gu continued, you just got your achievements back from the collection room too, right? Then you must have restored all your strength, and you can fight at full power now, yeah. Hearing that, Heavenly Demon lowered his head and let out a sigh. You really are arrogant. Even so, Heavenly Demon slowly drew the sword at his waist to meet the challenge. Fine, I was planning to test this sword anyway. He raised the sword toward Kim Hyung-gu and even gave a rare smile. And you're a fairly worthy opponent right now. Facing a heavyweight opponent, Kim Hyung-gu still looked sharp, hands in his pockets, and wondered, oh, the pattern on that sword looks a little different. It seems a lot bigger than before. Heavenly Demon explained, I was using it and one day it suddenly became like this. Kim Hyung-gu found it fascinating. So that means its shape changes to best suit the person it recognizes as its master. Oh, then your control over it is basically perfect. At that moment, the group known as the Seven Great Sages moved to the open area to watch the show. Let's stand aside and observe. Kim Hyung-gu took his stance and mocked wildly, then I'll have to go all out and try to surpass my master. Heavenly Demon wasn't easily intimidated. He replied lightly, not that easy. Kim Hyung-gu rose onto his toes and sprinted toward Heavenly Demon. On the other side, his opponent charged as well. The two locked eyes razor-sharp, ready to unleash their techniques. The clash between Kim Hyung-gu and Heavenly Demon created a terrifyingly massive explosion, with thunder and lightning cracking across the sky. Meanwhile, at the designer's residence, he raised his arm, touching something that looked like a bagua formation. He parted his lips, revealing razor-sharp teeth, and sneered, well, it's been a long time since I used this, so it'll be a bit of a headache. The designer tilted his head slightly, speaking to someone. So I hope you'll understand, right now I don't have time to entertain an uninvited guest. Behind the designer, a black shadow flickered into view. The designer asked curiously, why are you here today? The one who came was Hammett. With his hands clasped behind his back, he slowly stepped into the light. Then Hammett, standing behind him, said, Tower Master, what are you trying to do? Still with his back turned, the designer deliberately asked, what do you mean? The other man looked annoyed. Don't pretend you don't know. Hammett shut his eyes tightly and reminded him helplessly. The promised date to hand over the achievement you agreed to give me has already passed. That, the designer stayed seated, waving an arm. Ah, so you came here to collect a debt from me, he continued calmly. Then I'll give you a few. Before he could finish, Hammett cut him off. You think we accepted delaying the deadline just for a few random achievements? He pressed insistently. Tell me where the professional achievement you promised is right now. The designer curled his lips into a meaningful smile. It's already done anyway, but how should I put it? He kept dodging. It was here before, but now it's gone, perhaps. Behind him, Hermes slowly approached. His hand was secretly gathering power, taking advantage of the other side's inattention. Without another word, Hammett unleashed his power at the designer. A dazzling beam of light shot out from his hand. In an instant, that light was about to strike where the designer sat. The designer showed no concern at all, merely lifting his arm. Then a huge explosion rang out in midair. Oh, come on! The designer's hand still gave off a faint remnant of power. Turning his face, he asked, what are you doing? I'm about to receive guests, so I can't let you stain this place. Unbothered, Hamid coldly stated the deadline, 2 months. Then with his hands clasped behind his back, he turned to leave, but not without a threat. Considering the value of that achievement, I'll wait 2 more months. After a few steps, he stopped. But if you keep up this attitude when we meet again. Hammett's eyes were sharp. With a stern face, he emphasized, then the wrath from those above won't come lightly. There will be nothing to soothe it. The designer replied, I'll remember your words well. At last, Hamd agreed to leave. Then I'll take my leave. The designer still sat calmly before the circles he had arranged. That guy was unusually cocky today. Well, the uninvited guest is gone. Now I should finish preparing to receive my guests, shouldn't I? Cut to the villa, Kim Hyung-gu's office. On the TV screen appeared a girl who was unbelievably cute and beautiful. Beside it were loud cheers. Wukong held a glowing staff in both hands, pressed close to the screen, his face full of excitement as he praised her. How does Hina's face not have a single pore like this? This program should be broadcast on every floor. Azure Dragon lay sprawled to the side and let out a cold snort. Then he said icily, is that so? Seeing the other's indifference, Wukong looked back curious. He frowned slightly and scratched the fur on his face. Sun Wukong kept his eyes fixed on the beauty, praising her endlessly. Hina really is the center of Pentacle, no wonder. She's stunning, even more beautiful than your bios. Yet Azure Dragon didn't want to argue, remaining indifferent as before. He responded with a few words, probably. Seeing that this guy didn't care about him, Sun Wukong gritted his teeth in anger, snapping both glowing staffs in half. Unable to contain himself, Sun Wukong jumped up and growled at Azure Dragon. Azure Dragon angrily asked, "What the hell are you doing?" Sun Wukong gaped, pointing back. "I'm the one who should ask that. Why do you look so gloomy? Did someone die here or what?" The TV was still airing the show of the beauties. Sun Wukong wondered, "What's got you upset?" Azure Dragon replied softly, "I'm just thinking, not upset." Still curious, he asked his blue-skinned friend, "Thinking? About what?" Azure Dragon remained silent for a moment. After a while he said, "About the remaining time from now until Kim Hyung-gu can defeat them all." Azure Dragon questioned, "Isn't it that you already figured out why Kim Hyung-gu suddenly gathered us?" Sun Wukong hesitated. "Well, yeah." Azure Dragon raised his head, worried, "But we all know that. Your senior brothers and even the Heavenly Demon are no match for Kim Hyung-gu right now." Azure Dragon analyzed, "The point of this is so he can fight with all his strength." Sun Wukong added, "Then we need to find someone of equal rank, at least comparable to you." Saying that, Sun Wukong sat down, but what he needed now was even more than being able to fight at full strength. Sun Wukong explained, "This is the best we can do." He elaborated, "A truly great achievement, if not innate, no one can attain it." Hearing this, Azure Dragon agreed. Exactly. Sun Wukong's gaze became empathetic. He explained what someone striving for such a great achievement needs at this moment. Perhaps not someone of the same level. The person he needs now must possess overwhelming power that can push him to the brink of death. Sun Wukong finished and glanced at Azure Dragon. "HMPH, if no one can do it, then we'll have to step up." He smirked meaningfully, "But you know that already, right? A person with slender legs walking barefoot. A monster." Sun Wukong assessed this person, even stronger than the two of us combined. Heading to Kim Hyung-gu. Meanwhile, Chaotic Force God also appeared in the virtual space. And Kim Hyung-gu has created him. Sun Wukong highly respects this person. If he arrives, we don't need to do anything, just watch. Then he kept his eyes on the TV, advising his companion, "Instead of wasting time there, it's better to admire Pentacle." Azure Dragon agreed, "You're right, so stop making that long face." Outside, the nine-tailed fox's screams echoed. "No, that's not right." The sound grew louder, focus more. Even Sun Wukong and Azure Dragon inside the house were startled. Sun Wukong broke into a sweat, realizing it was Nine-Tailed Fox's voice. Why is her voice suddenly so loud? Outside, under the scorching sun, Nine-Tailed Fox stood with arms crossed, her face dark. "What's going on?" On the ground, Hannarin and Miriam sat down, looking dejected. Nine-Tailed Fox frowned, scolding. "Hey, why can't you focus? You're the ones who want to learn my secret technique. Look so weak." Their pitiful state made Nine-Tailed Fox furious. "How did it come to this? Aren't you ashamed?" Miriam replied shyly, "No, it's not that." She glanced at Hannarin and continued, "I feel embarrassed speaking to the master that way. At least we should address him properly." Nine-Tailed Fox pretended to sigh. "Fine, if you still want to be his ordinary disciple. From now until the end of your lives, that's how it will be." Hearing this, the two girls lowered their heads, deep in thought, shocked and worried. Then Nine-Tailed Fox turned away. "I have nothing more to do here." But Hannarin and Miriam disregarded their pride, constantly chasing and holding her back. "Wait, this is just a misunderstanding." They kept begging, "Please continue, I'll do whatever you say." Hearing this, Nine-Tailed Fox smiled slyly. "Why am I acting this way?" "Ah," she thought, "I plan to make them do the most embarrassing things so they'd give up on their own." She glanced at Hannarin and Miriam, seeing them kneeling earnestly at her feet. But now seeing these two, always powerful and authoritative, kneeling and pleading, she felt so pleased. Nine-Tailed Fox's face suddenly brightened. She said, "Since you're this earnest, let's continue the lesson, shall we?" "All right, thank you, teacher. Now let's start with addressing each other properly." Nine-Tailed Fox, smug as ever, waved their hands up and down and ordered, "You two, speak in the gentlest tone, pour your hearts out, bare your souls, come on." 1-2, Hannarin and Miriam blushed shyly at each other, then sweetly exclaimed, "Master." Inside the house, Wukong and Azure Dragon peeked outside and nearly jumped out of their skins, swallowed. The two men's faces fell. Speechless, what the hell are they doing? Back to the fight between Kim Hyung-gu and the Heavenly Demon, things were still brutal. Each time their powerful techniques collided, it set off a thunderous explosion. Watching the scene, someone calmly remarked, "That Heavenly Demon guy is pretty damn strong." The one-eyed young man agreed. "He surpassed human limits a long time ago. If he gets even stronger than he is now, even we'd have a hard time beating him." Jai-san Di-seong chimed in, "But that's a problem for the future." Right now, Kim Hyung-gu was throwing everything into his counterattack. He clenched his fists, generating surging waves of force. Then came a massive, earth-shaking blast. Jai-san Di-seong said, "Since that's all he can do for now, he's not a match for that monster Kim Hyung-gu." The battle ended, with the Heavenly Demon collapsed at Kim Hyung-gu's feet. Kim Hyung-gu still looked cool as hell, completely unscathed, his eyes turning bloodshot. The heavenly demon lowered his face to the ground, breathing in ragged bursts. This is way more shocking than I thought. The heavenly demon also felt it. Honestly, from the moment the fight began, I had the sense that my current self was already weaker than him. Trembling, the heavenly demon gripped the sword in his hand tighter, continuing his thoughts. But I never imagined the gap between us would be this huge. Those scenes just now flashed through his memory again. Every feint he used to trick me. How he dodged all my attacks as easily as if he were out for a stroll. Hell, even the moves I had to put everything into just to land were casually shut down by him. The heavenly demon felt this match didn't even resemble a real duel. The more he thought, the clearer it became. He ground his teeth as if he'd just realized something. The heavenly demon's face turned deathly pale, and his inner monologue continued. It's like he's telling me not to waste my strength on pointless flourishes, but to focus on the essence of every technique. Your true self isn't something trivial like flashy sword slashing. It's a blade brimming with resolve, so powerful it could split the sky in two. The heaven-sundering sword, where has it gone now? After a long while, the heavenly demon formed a rare, faint smile. Well, I never thought I'd learn from my own disciple like this. A master like me should be ashamed. He slowly sheathed his sword and struggled to stand, but I have to acknowledge what deserves acknowledging. The heavenly demon pressed his palms together. Standing before Kim Hyung-gu, he said respectfully, "Thank you, Kim Hyung-gu." At this, the male lead didn't understand a thing. He just gaped in shock. The heavenly demon spoke with measured gratitude. "Thanks to your guidance, my martial arts can draw closer to the absolute pinnacle." Kim Hyung-gu still stood there, stunned and confused. "My guidance, what are you talking about?" Ignoring Kim Hyung-gu's bewilderment, the heavenly demon turned and left after speaking. "I'm going now. After this enlightenment, I must continue my cultivation." Suddenly he tilted his face back, curling his lips into a meaningful smile. "Next time we face each other, you won't have such an easy time fighting like this." Cao Zai said that, then quickly stepped out of the virtual space. Kim Hyung-gu stood there, still dazed. "Heavenly demon," he dug at his ear and muttered, "what the hell was that?" Then he lightly blew on whatever he'd just picked off his fingertip. Guess it's hard for him to say things like that straight from the start. He's such a drifter. Man, I was even surprised he was stronger than I expected. He recalled in a daze, especially that final attack. "I couldn't dodge it at all. I almost died and only barely managed to block it." Kim Hyung-gu glanced around, "But this still isn't enough. I need someone even stronger, someone who can actually scare me." Kim Hyung-gu stared straight at the ox-headed, monkey-faced crowd watching from up there. "These 7 great sages, are you any stronger than him?" Jaisan Di Seong, cigarette in hand, said, "Heh, fight and you'll find out." Suddenly a mouth lined with sharp teeth spoke up. "No," she said disdainfully, "you're not much different from him." The moment her voice rang out, everyone turned to look toward her because I'm here now. Hearing it, Kim Hyung-gu also looked up. He recognized that voice. It was. Before he could finish, the sound of bare feet strode forward aggressively. A single step unleashed a terrifying wave of force. Even Kim Hyung-gu had to raise a hand to shield himself. He shouted irritably, "Late, and you're still putting on a big show, Grandma." The figure fully revealed herself and Kim Hyung-gu blurted out, "Yaksha." She planted her hands on her hips and said with a bright smile, "Sorry I'm late. I had to fully adjust to the powers I only just regained after so long, so it took a little time." Kim Hyung-gu didn't bother listening to her explanation and quickly asked, "Forget that. What did you mean just now?" Chaotic strength and mad spirit slowly said, "Exactly what you heard. You need someone who can scare you so badly you piss your pants." "You don't need them. I'm stronger than all of them combined." Kim Hyung-gu pointed at her with disdain. "Hey, I did hear that you used to be a roaming demon back in the day, though." His gaze turned toward the 7 great saints as he asked, "How can you let her insult you like that?" But to his shock, they had all disappeared. Jaisan Di Sung's voice rang out, "Hey, Kim Hyung-gu." They had already flown far into the distance. "Good luck." Seeing how far away they were, Kim Hyung-gu's eyes nearly popped out as he gaped. "What the hell is this?" He kept cursing, "Do you have any shame at all?" Jaisan Di Sung shamelessly replied, "Nope, we know our limits." He added cautiously, "So don't worry about us. Do whatever you want, Lady Yaksha." Chaotic strength and mad spirit looked even more pleased. "Did you hear what they said?" Kim Hyung-gu coughed a few times, regained his composure and said, "Fine. I wasn't too sure about their abilities anyway." He still sounded confident. "I'd be more than happy to face an opponent who can force me to go all out." Hearing that, chaotic strength and mad spirit burst out laughing. "Go all out?" she said arrogantly. "Kid, going all out won't even be close to enough." Kim Hyung-gu stared at her in confusion and asked, "What do you mean?" Barefoot, chaotic strength and mad spirit stepped forward lightly and said calmly, "To me, even the current you are just a milk-scented brat." Insulted like that, Kim Hyung-gu roared in anger. "What?" She maintained the same composure and continued, "So at the very least, you'd better stake your life in this fight, kid." Chaotic strength and mad spirit's hand was already on Kim Hyung-gu's neck. She threatened, "Otherwise I might just destroy you." With just a light touch from chaotic strength and mad spirit, Kim Hyung-gu was sent flying far away. Yoon Rang-in reassured himself that he'd probably let his guard down for a moment, but he never expected he wouldn't catch even the slightest movement from her. The smug look on her face made him furious. If we'd actually fought for real just now, I'd be dead. Thinking that, worry flashed across Kim Hyung-gu's face and a few beads of sweat rolled down. He quickly scraped his foot against the ground and steadied himself. And he didn't forget to toss out a few more bluffs. I heard that at your peak, you were the king of all demons. But I thought it was just wild exaggeration. Looks like the rumors really do match the truth. The mad god of monstrous strength curled her lips into a smile. Ah, this is nothing. I'm only just getting started. Her expression turned utterly serious. We used to go all out against each other in a real fight. So wasting time on pointless warm-ups is just a drag. Those words made Kim Hyung-gu wary. The moment she finished speaking, a dazzling stream of golden light shot straight at him. He stood there stiffly, unable to say another word. With terrifying power, the mad god of monstrous strength proposed, "Shall we just fight for real?" Kim Hyung-gu felt a surge of anxiety. He thought, what the hell, that's allowed. He remembered that when the mad god of monstrous strength took each step, this move had already been brutal back then, but her first step wasn't anywhere near this bad. His body rocked as Kim Hyung-gu grit his teeth. Yet now she'd only taken one step, and it felt like she'd taken 10. Seeing him like that, the mad god of monstrous strength asked, "What's wrong, Kim Hyung-gu?" She covered her mouth with a hand and laughed. "This is only the first step." Scared already. Kim Hyung-gu hadn't accomplished a thing yet. All he could do was shout, "Shut up." He spread his arms to the sides and forced himself to stand firm as he spoke. "Fine, I admit you're far stronger than before, but don't think I've been sitting around doing nothing all this time. You dare use the same technique I defeated before?" Several arms manifested behind Kim Hyung-gu's back. He spoke to her with confident certainty. "Don't look down on me too much." Kim Hyung-gu even smirked back. "Well, it's been a long time, hasn't it?" The mad god of monstrous strength seemed amused. "That's more like it." Seeing this scene brings back a bit of nostalgia, but they aren't exactly good memories. Against the dreadful power she unleashed, Kim Hyung-gu charged forward with everything he had. He looked like he understood her technique extremely well. 10-step annihilation is a technique that stores mana with each step and multiplies its power many times over. Strong, sure, but it also has one glaring weakness. Compared to the immense power the technique gathers, the user's own base strength is much weaker. The moment the idea formed, Kim Hyung-gu became completely confident in his judgment. "So all I have to do is bind your arms and legs before you can take the next step." As he stretched his hand out and lunged at her, "That meant your power can't keep stacking no matter how much you want it to." The mad god of monstrous strength lowered her head and chuckled slyly. "That's right, you're not wrong to think that." She extended her arm, but your conclusion isn't entirely accurate. The instant she finished speaking, a tremendous force enveloped them both. Their hands were about to meet. At that moment, Kim Hyung-gu froze in midair. He panicked, "Huh?" Her voice rang out in broken intervals. "That's because the me of today is no longer just a simple mad god of monstrous strength. I'm a yaksha now." Kim Hyung-gu struggled to move within the force she had created. The mad god of monstrous strength asked, "Don't tell me you still think my power is the same as before." She stood there calmly and explained, "Remember this, Kim Hyung-gu. The only reason I could rule the 100 demons was this overwhelming power of mine." Her enormous, gigantic hand swung out. In that moment, Kim Hyung-gu looked as tiny as an ant. She shouted, "God-slaying strike." A thunderous explosion erupted. A blinding burst of light swallowed everything, leaving nothing visible. Jaisen Dseong stood off to the side with a smoking pipe in hand, watching the fight. "Phew, it's been ages since I've seen that, and my whole body is still shivering." Someone among the 7 great sages asked, "Does this scene bring back the past for you?" Jaisen Dseong looked blankly amused. "The past. Back when we were kids full of energy. We tried to fight her once, didn't we? You remember, right?" He puffed out smoke and continued lazily. "Ah, you mean that incident. A memory from their reckless youth surfaced." Brothers sprawled face down on the ground after getting utterly thrashed. Jaisen Dseong said, "If you're going to remember it right." Nobody thought that was a fight. The image of Wukong standing before the mad god of monstrous strength appeared. Even though it was 7 against 1, it was more like we got beaten half to death in a one-sided massacre. Jaisen Dseong rubbed an old injury and sighed. "Man, the spots where I got hit still ache whenever it rained." The other one laughed heartily and chimed in. "Back then, every single one of us got wrecked into pulp, but I think the kid will be fine. Is this fight still too much for him?" Jaisen Dseong didn't think so. The kid really is a monster. So powerful that I'm worried she could genuinely be in danger if he uses his greatest achievement here. But what if things keep going like this? Jaisen Dseong glanced over and let out a ha. In that case, he doesn't stand a chance at all. Faced with the opponent's brutal power, Kim Hyung-gu sank down to the ground. Furious, he clenched his teeth, balled his fists tight, and thought, "Damn it, why is her attack so monstrous? My whole body's gone numb." He forced himself to stand, gathering his strength again. No, this isn't the time to lose focus. The way she uses that skill is still exactly the same. No matter what, I have to end this fight. Kim Hyung-gu got back on his feet before she finished all 10 steps. The monster strength Rakshasa crossed her arms over her chest and sneered. Even from all the way over here, I can hear you racking your brain trying to deal with me. You're trying to finish this before I complete 10 steps, aren't you? As she spoke, she lifted her bare foot and strolled forward at an unhurried pace. But first, you have to withstand my next step. The monster strength Rakshasa kept attacking with her words. Do you really think you've got a chance? Kim Hyung-gu tried to stay calm, ignoring the trash talk. As I am now, I can definitely endure the third step, no, the fourth, just watch. He held his stance, confident that if he poured all his mana into it and pushed to the limit, focusing it to the absolute maximum into a single point, he could end this fight immediately. While he was still thinking, the monster strength Rakshasa's foot came down onto the ground. This time the force was even stronger than before, leaving Kim Hyung-gu unable to move. But right after that, Kim Hyung-gu shouted in alarm. Oh, what's wrong with my mana? Wait, more importantly, the pressure she's been flooding this whole area with since the start, it's gone. The monster strength Rakshasa explained, the 10-step annihilation was never a technique that's literally 10 steps like you thought. Kim Hyung-gu gaped. What? She laughed. The origin of 10-step annihilation is the supreme essence I've tempered and perfected without pause over an incredibly long span of time. It possesses a tyrannical power beyond every other ultimate technique in this world, but it also burdens the user immensely, so much that even I, this yaksha, can't use it lightly. My steps never stop, so I tried to minimize that burden and boost its efficiency by dividing that supreme essence into 10 steps. She stopped, planted her hands on her hips, and said, the result of endlessly refining that technique is the 10-step annihilation you know. The monster strength Rakshasa continued calmly. Of course, if I use the monster strength Rakshasa's body to perform the 10 steps, that power, compared to the supreme essence, is nothing but something ordinary. Kim Hyung-gu stayed where he was and asked, what do you mean? I mean the number of steps I need right now that I've regained my strength and returned to being a yaksha. The monster strength Rakshasa raised 2 fingers to show it. Only 2 steps. She lifted 1 finger and explained, the first step is to start it up, and the second step is to finish the battle. With that, the monster strength Rakshasa tilted her face up to the sky. And the second step, my final step, will take a little longer. Before it appears, Kim Hyung-gu followed her gaze and his pupils suddenly dilated. Her voice continued slowly, because that step can tear the very sky apart. A gigantic, massive foot was poised directly above Kim Hyung-gu's head. The monster strength Rakshasa chuckled. Its name is Yaksha God-slaying Strike. The moment she finished speaking, a powerful golden beam crashed down from the heavens, striking straight into Kim Hyung-gu. Even the group of the 7 great sages had to step aside before this technique. Dust and smoke billowed up. Daisan Desung exclaimed, now that's going all out. There aren't even words to describe this sight. That force pouring down from the sky like a waterfall. Is this the power of a god? Below, Kim Hyung-gu braced with both hands, struggling desperately. Then exhausted, he cursed, holy shit, what the hell is this? It felt like thousands of surges were piercing through his entire body, leaving him terribly wounded. He knew full well that in this virtual space, he could live or die just like when he fought the heavenly demon. But knowing that didn't make the feeling of being burned down until he was ruined any better. It was absolutely awful. Death. Kim Hyung-gu's eyes slowly fell shut like he couldn't hold on anymore. Damn it, I'm about to lose consciousness. He was fading fast. In Kim Hyung-gu's hazy awareness, a beautiful mouth appeared and said, I thought you'd find some way to pull it off. But instead you went with something that reckless. You really are extraordinary. Kim Hyung-gu came to in a pure white space. He shouted in panic, what? Kim Hyung-gu pointed ahead and demanded, what's going on? Wait, why am I here? Brahma replied, why? He brought up the past again. Didn't I tell you before? But this time, Brahma appeared in a completely different form. Only one head and it moves with frightening agility. He said we'd meet again soon. Yet here you are, still acting arrogant in front of Kim Hyung-gu. He steadied himself and spoke slowly. So you came to see me at your leisure, slow, calm, and unhurried. Kim Hyung-gu struggled to stand, his mouth as sharp as ever. If you're so unhurried, why not wait until I'm dead before coming to find me? Brahma gave an awkward laugh. Haha, blaming me won't change anything. Hands on his hips, he explained. Because right now I'm only a sliver of divine consciousness I planted in your mind. Just enough to deliver my great achievement to you. Kim Hyung-gu stared, stunned. Divine consciousness? That's right. Brahma placed a hand to his chest and said sincerely, this is my small token of sincerity, hoping it can help you when you're on the verge of fully obtaining this great achievement. And the result is me. That's why I look so different from my original self. Kim Hyung-gu looked doubtful and turned his face away. Is that so? He snapped impatiently. Then tell me everything you know now. I don't have much time left. Brahma scratched his head, embarrassed. Honestly, it's not useful anymore. Kim Hyung-gu flared up. What do you mean by that? Brahma explained, because you already did what I was going to tell you to do. Kim Hyung-gu blinked, confused. What did I do? Brahma raised a finger. You already know what the great achievement is, right? The great achievement is the power a deity is born with. That's why no one can seize it by their own will. But if someone knows that and still wants it anyway, then what? There are two ways to make it happen. Brahma went into detail. One is to wait without end until the great achievement naturally falls into your lap. Or die and be reborn. Hearing the words die, Kim Hyung-gu gaped in shock. What? Brahma explained, more precisely, you must burn through your mental strength, mana, and even your own life force. Until they're completely exhausted, until you reach the void. And then the only thing left in your body will be the great achievement you desire. At that point, the great achievement will release its energy to protect the shell that contains it. The moment that surge covers your body and mind, it reconstructs everything. Brahma kept talking excitedly, telling the protagonist everything he knew. It will even recreate the shell that contains it, turning that shell into an existence capable of controlling the great achievement itself. Brahma pointed at Kim Hyung-gu. And you've just become such an existence. He recalled the battle from moments ago. Thanks to the yaksha, both your body and your mind reached a perfect state of void. Kim Hyung-gu asked warily, so that means? Brahma replied calmly, exactly. You awakened the great achievement. Hearing that, Kim Hyung-gu broke into a furious grin. Outside, in the virtual space, the chaotic demon force kept coughing non-stop. A mouthful of blood splattered into her palm. Damn it, looks like I pushed myself too far. The chaotic demon force was sweating a little. My powers recovered, but the backlash from Annihilation Kick Stage 3 is too much. She clenched her fist. Even as a yaksha, it's still hard to fully control the supreme essence. That's why I never use it unless my life is on the line. She also recalled her recent fight with Kim Hyung-gu. Even after being struck again and again by her secret arts, he still burned with fighting spirit, ready to counterattack at any moment. The chaotic demon force shut her eyes in self-reproach. I let my desire to win blind my will like this. I never meant to use this much power. Seeing Kim Hyung-gu lying dead on the other side, she felt smug. Well, this is a virtual space. He won't actually die. She walked closer. The protagonist's eyes were empty at that moment. She guessed. Still, I bet he's already started gathering his mana again. Suddenly, Kim Hyung-gu's arm twitched. His eyes gradually regained their light. A colossal power radiated around him, enough to suppress even the chaotic demon force's strength. It made her cry out in alarm, "What? My annihilation kick mana." At that instant, a huge explosion rang out, forcing the chaotic demon force to raise an arm to block. The group above saw the chaotic power surging below, and all wore the same massive question mark on their faces. Jaisan Disung exclaimed in shock. That power can overwhelm even the yaksha's supreme essence. Could it be? Kim Hyung-gu has already reached the realm of a deity. At that moment, a strong, muscular arm awakened. Kim Hyung-gu sprang up as if nothing had happened. Now he looked even more confident than before. He opened his mouth and spoke his first words. Well then, looks like I've just been reborn, huh? That's how I could finally achieve my goal. Even the chaotic demon force's foot faltered. Kim Hyung-gu kept shouting triumphantly. Yaksha, I have to thank you. She raised an eyebrow, still smiling slyly. Oh my, who would have thought my supreme essence, forged through 1,000 years of eternity, could be broken so easily? See, doesn't that sound a bit pointless? And in that body of yours, it seems you didn't revive using the power of the virtual space at all, did you? She looked at his hazy figure and made a judgment. This near-creation-style reincarnation is that the power of a great achievement. The chaotic demon force still tried to stay calm and think it through. It seems that in those brief few seconds, you touched the realm of a god. No, maybe you've become a god yourself. Kim Hyung-gu examined the power spreading through his whole body. I'm not completely sure either, but it does sound plausible. Kim Hyung-gu immediately got cocky. Still, don't tell me you're scared now. He provoked her and even added a scornful smile in reply. She curled her lips into a smile too, glaring straight at Kim Hyung-gu. Nonsense. If I were afraid of something like this, how could I be called the king of 100 demons? As she spoke, the chaotic demon force gathered all her strength. Her hair even got pulled upward. But Kim Hyung-gu wasn't afraid at all. Yeah, that's more like it. His arms stretched out, muscles bulging, wrapped in a golden power. But I just died and came back, so I'm a little worn out. Kim Hyung-gu announced, I'll use the principle of Asura Wrecking Fist. He held both hands horizontally in front of his abdomen as a spark of power gathered. And I'll combine all of Brahma's energy. Behind him, an incredibly majestic image appeared. Alright, let's trade blows and finish this fight, yeah. Fresh blood still lingered at the corner of the chaotic demon force's mouth, yet she kept mocking her opponent. Your mana looks a bit unstable right now, feeling pretty rough. Kim Hyung-gu repeated, so, my proposal's solid, right? The chaotic demon force's hand also gathered power. She clenched her fist and answered with force. Sounds good. Then she quickly unleashed God-slaying single strike. Kim Hyung-gu shouted back, Buddha World Strike. The two massive forces collided once again, creating a huge explosion. Brahma, existing within the protagonist's consciousness, smiled in satisfaction. Aha, I never expected him to use the great achievement so recklessly. He praised him without holding back, truly an extraordinary person. Brahma's body kept dissolving away. so my debt has finally been repaid. As for what happens after this, may the road ahead be smooth for you. Jae-san De-sung, standing outside, calmly stepped back while still calling out a warning. Everyone, use mana to defend yourselves. The chaotic demon force and Kim Hyung-gu were going all out on each other. Jae-san De-sung's voice still came in broken bursts because we're about to take a massive shockwave from this collision. The scene in the virtual space appeared on the crystal orb aboard Noah's ship. Even as he was busy with his research, he had to stop and look up. Noah seemed to realize something and smile. This energy, could it be? Then he burst out laughing. Haha, Kim Hyung-gu, he really did it. Over here, Kim Hyung-gu panted heavily. He braced his hands on his knees and stared at the result ahead. Kim Hyung-gu blurted out, I did it. The chaotic demon force was sprawled out on the ground. He shouted in delight, ha, that was insane. The backlash just now drained me like hell, seriously. After saying that, Kim Hyung-gu collapsed, completely unconscious. On Noah's ship, when Kim Hyung-gu woke up, he looked around in surprise and wondered. Did I pass out again? He sat up and muttered, why do I feel like lately, every time I finish a fight, I end up blacking out? Suddenly, a familiar voice rang out. You're awake. Well done. Kim Hyung-gu looked over and saw Noah sitting nearby with his arms crossed. He asked, how long was I out? Noah replied, don't worry, you only slept for a short while. When she came out of the virtual space, I was scared to death when I saw you were the one who passed out. So I figured I'd scold you for being so careless once you woke up. But the great achievement has taken root in your body so perfectly that I can't complain about a single thing anymore. Hearing that, Kim Hyung-gu smiled. Then I'm relieved. Noah suddenly turned serious. I have 2 pieces of news to tell you. Kim Hyung-gu hesitated and guessed, news? Ah, could it be? Noah pointed to the formation in the corner of the room. That's right, the teleportation array is complete. You can go to the top floor whenever you want. Kim Hyung-gu exclaimed happily, perfect timing. Noah's voice sank. But an unexpected incident happened. Kim Hyung-gu jolted. An incident. Resting his chin on his hand, Noah explained, after the teleportation array was completed, I took a quick look at the top floor and it seems he's noticed. He's detected my energy and reinforced the defense system. That's why the number of people who can pass through this teleportation array is extremely limited. Even if we supply it with mana all day, I think it would only, at most, we can send 5 people through. Kim Hyung-gu sat quietly listening. Noah continued calmly, the problem is, if he keeps reinforcing the defense system, the teleportation array won't be useful later. Kim Hyung-gu frowned slightly. Is that so? Noah seemed to think I'd have to find another way. But Kim Hyung-gu waved his hand and said, forget it. Who knows how long that would take to finish anyway. Actually, I plan to climb up there alone, but if what you say is true, I can bring 4 more people with me. That's way better than my original plan, so don't worry. Noah let out a sigh. I knew you'd say that. Then you'd better think carefully about who you're taking with you. Even though we don't have much time left, you can still spare about a day too. Hyung-gu Kim strode down the corridor of hedges, speaking to reassure him. Don't worry, I've already picked out some promising candidates. I'll bring them here right away. As if he suddenly remembered, he turned back and asked, what about the other news? Didn't you say you had 2 things to report? Noah smiled, this one isn't from me. Your disciples asked me to pass this message on to you. I got a message from them. They asked me that whenever you showed up, I should give you these coordinates. With that, Noah snapped his fingers and a blazing portal array suddenly appeared beneath Hyung-gu Kim's feet. It made Hyung-gu Kim curious. What was going on? Noah was practically buzzing. They said they have a surprise for you. The array beneath him activated and the space around him warped, making him flinch. What the hell? Hyung-gu Kim barely managed a yelp before vanishing from Noah's sight. The portal brought him to a castle. Hyung-gu Kim looked up and suddenly realized, what is this? Isn't this the residence in Henan? He patted his chest lightly and let out a relieved breath. I thought I was going to get sent somewhere weird. Suddenly someone called out, Master. Hyung-gu Kim turned around as soon as he heard it. That voice. Behind him, Hanarin and Mission, dressed as maids, spoke softly. You've worked so hard, you did wonderfully. Master, you must be exhausted, right? Hyung-gu Kim stared at the scene, his mind a mess. What the hell is this? The 2 girls stayed kneeling on the floor, endlessly showing reverence. From now on, we'll do everything we can to help you relax. Hyung-gu Kim felt uneasy and immediately plotted an escape. I'm a bit busy right now. I'll be going. And he vanished in the blink of an eye. Hanarin and Mission made a bizarre okay gesture. Their expressions suddenly shifted and their voices turned much sharper. The 9-tailed fox said she'd come to this residence, right? Fine, I'll kill her. Hanarin waved it off. No, I'm the one who will kill her first. Hyung-gu Kim ran to a room and shut the door tight, shouting, oh my god. This time they were kind of adorable too. Alright, time to gather the team. Noah looked at the group Hyung-gu Kim brought over, a little worried. Are you sure this is okay? It's not like you absolutely had to bring this up, but you should at least say goodbye. Say goodbye to the others instead. He brushed it off. Hey, it's fine. They can't come with me anyway, why bother them? Hyungu Kim looked at the heavenly demon, Wukong, Night Parade of 100 Demons, Azure Dragon, and said confidently, "With a squad like this, I think it'd be hard for us to get into danger even if we try." Everyone stepped into the array, and the Night Parade of 100 Demons smiled faintly. "I don't know about the others, but as long as you're with me, everything you just said is true." Azure Dragon said excitedly, "Finally, it's time to bring punishment down on that designer's head." Wukong looked at the heavenly demon and asked, "Are you sure you're okay to go? Wouldn't it be much better to send one of my senior brothers instead?" The heavenly demon replied softly, "My swordsmanship is much stronger after that fight. This trip won't be a problem." Hyungu Kim pointed at the heavenly demon, grinning at Noah. "See how confident he is?" Noah nodded quickly. All right, Hyungu Kim reassured him. "Even if someone breaks in while we're gone, it's not like the 7 great sages are on Earth now, so we've got nothing to worry about. Just stay here with the others and wait while we give that bastard designer a proper beating. Then we'll come back and really kick back after we return." Yet, imagining everyone relaxing together over coffee, chatting away, while the disciples chase after the fox spirit. Hyungu Kim smiled without realizing it. "After all, every fight we'll face from now on is for that moment." Noah replied with relief, "Is that so? Then there's only one thing left for me to say: come back safely." With that, he activated the teleportation formation. A brilliant light burst forth and the space around them began to distort. Hyungu Kim shouted to Noah, "Make sure you protect this place properly, all right." The glow flared up and then vanished. Only Noah remained in the room. He let out a long sigh and suddenly Avi's voice rang out. "Gordon has already left." Noah turned around and blurted out, "So you finally showed up, but you're one step too late." Avi replied, "Yes, I really didn't expect him to rush off so early." Noah said grimly, "We've done everything we could. Now we can only rely on him." Avi still looked very anxious. "If only I could stay by his side and keep an eye on him. So if anything happens, I can help." Noah's ship fell silent once more. "The only thing to do now is wait." At that moment, the mind demon sat before a large table. One side was full of food, the other only had an empty plate. He sensed a tremor from outside and assessed the opponents. The creator's magic was indeed powerful. Who would have thought all 4 of them could penetrate the reinforced defenses and reach this far? He gave a faint, sinister smile. "Ah, even so, everything is still within my plan." Kim Hyungu and his team arrived at the designer's lair. He looked up and instructed everyone, "Once we get past this area, we can confront that damn designer. Stay alert. We don't know when he might strike." But when he turned around, he suddenly noticed an object flying toward them. The team was shocked. "What the hell is that?" Kim Hyungu wondered, "What is that black thing?" In an instant, the black spot turned into a small tornado, sweeping away all 4, Celestial Demon, Monkey King, Night Walker, and Azure Dragon, leaving only Kim Hyungu behind. Monkey King panicked. What the hell just happened? Azure Dragon guessed, could this be a trap set by that designer? Kim Hyungu stared into the empty space and shouted, "Everyone." Behind him, a soft laugh said, "Gotcha." Finally we meet Kim Hyungu. Startled, he turned to see a tall figure with dark purple skin and a grotesque face. He asked, "Who are you?" The figure smiled smugly, eyes filled with murderous intent, and said softly, "Thank you for traveling all this way. Thanks to you, I think today will be extremely special." Observing his demeanor and tone, Kim Hyungu replied loudly, "Looking at your ugly face, I can tell already. You are the designer, right?" He laughed. "Since you've recognized me, there's no need for introductions, right? I'm truly glad to meet you, Kim Hyungu. I don't know how you'll take this, but I've been waiting a long time for this moment." Kim Hyungu stepped closer and said slowly, "Yeah, I've been wanting to meet you too." Then he lunged at his opponent, grinning, "My whole body is itching to hit you." The mind demon was unsurprised, exclaiming, "Oh wow. You're really hot-headed, but I predicted this." The space suddenly changed and Kim Hyungu realized an illusion. The mind demon scratched his cheek. "Sorry, welcoming an esteemed guest like this isn't proper manner. But I think I should do something to calm you down before we start talking." The lights came on and Kim Hyungu saw himself in a large room. The mind demon was already seated at the table, speaking politely. "Please forgive my rudeness, Kim Hyungu. This may sound strange, but would you like to dine with me?" He looked at the table full of food, puzzled, and replied bluntly, "Dine? With these idiots fat? Forget it, just shut up and let's fight already." The mind demon remained calm. "Your teammates vanished when they arrived. Aren't you curious what happened to them?" Kim Hyungu froze. The mind demon continued, "Sit down and I'll explain everything. You probably have many questions yourself. Wouldn't it be great to get all answers? Sit down. I promise it will only benefit you." Kim Hyungu reluctantly sat, adding, "Damn it, okay?" The mind demon smiled. "Good." Impatient, he asked, "Now answer me, what did you do to my friends?" The demon smirked. "Nothing really, no need to worry. I just locked them somewhere else. Of course, I entertained them by placing the remaining false conquerors under my control." His tone became admiring. "Since your teammates are strong enough to defeat even the 4 heavenly ones, I thought their lives wouldn't be in danger." I only did this to buy time so they couldn't interfere. Oh, by the way, among them, one is a human who must have joined them. What's his name again? Celestial, Kim Hyung-gu impatiently interrupted. You mean the celestial demon? The mind demon exclaimed. Yes, that's him. He's probably near death. Kim Hyung-gu gasped. What? The mind demon was excited. I admire him for daring to come here as a mere human, so I purposely had him face the strongest one. Indeed, he arranged an outstanding swordsman to await the celestial demon. At that time, celestial demon was in a peach blossom garden. I hope you look around and think, I can't understand what's happening here anymore. After being surrounded by those bones, I immediately lost consciousness and fell into a flower forest like this. This must be the designer's trap. The others have been separated too, he thought. Then Kim Hyung-gu will have to fight alone. But at his current level, he won't be easily defeated. He took a deep breath to calm himself. Even so, he must find a way to escape quickly. He had to meet up with the group that was with him. While he was figuring out a way through, a man suddenly appeared behind him, his hand poised to move, and asked slowly, Are you the heavenly demon? The heavenly demon drew his sword in a flash, spun around, and slashed with brutal force. With a whoosh, sword energy burst out and shook the ground, scattering peach blossoms everywhere. He didn't see anyone and his gut clenched. What? Did he vanish? Unexpectedly, that voice came from behind him again. Now that was a sight. I've got to say, that reaction just now was practically perfect. You really do deserve a grand title like Heavenly Demon. He frowned and demanded, Who are you? The man chuckled softly in reply. Me? I'm just a drifting cloud with my sword. Nothing more than a wandering swordsman. Though back in the martial world, people used to call me Sword Immortal Kim. At that moment in the Grand Hall, Heart Demon began introducing the Heavenly Demon's opponent. Sword Immortal Kim Kangul was the strongest swordsman, never defeated even once. He possessed power that could rival the fourth heaven rank. No matter how hard the Heavenly Demon tried, he wouldn't survive beneath the Sword Immortal's blade. Kim Hyung-gu shot back arrogantly. Don't underestimate that bastard, you dog. He may look like this, but he used to be my master. He's not someone you can beat that easily. He's more than capable of grinding you into pulp. Hearing that, Heart Demon said blandly. Well, if you want to believe that, then believe it. Anything else you want to ask? Kim Hyung-gu snorted and said. Even if I asked about your real background, I'm guessing you wouldn't tell me the truth, would you? He glanced down at the table and asked curiously, There's something that's been bothering me this whole time. My side of the table is piled with food, but on your side there's only a single empty plate. What's that about? Heart Demon lightly tapped the tabletop and answered, I think you already knew the answer, but I'll tell you anyway. The reason is simple, I don't need food or drink. The thing I crave most is you, Kim Hyung-gu. Watching his tongue lick his lips, Kim Hyung-gu's eyes flared red as he roared, I knew you'd spew that trash. You sick damn pervert. Heart Demon sprang up in excitement, unable to hide his emotions, and shouted back. Hearing you say that makes me so happy, because I can't hold myself back anymore. I'm so impatient I want to end this time-wasting conversation right now. The sacred thunder art, lightning star, is steeped into your inner core. The azure dragon's energy wraps around your heart. The mana and essence of Sun Wukong surges through your vein. And on top of it all, that sweet holy power of Brahma blankets every last one of those energies. They shouldn't be able to coexist, yet I can smell so clearly the rich aroma of them blending together inside a single body. That scent excites my appetite more than any appetizer ever could. Hearing that, Kim Hyung-gu felt a little nauseated and sneered. Ah, what a load of nonsense. Are you really that hungry? He gathered his energy, struck the table, shoved all the food toward the man's face and barked. Then slurp all of this down, you dog. With that, Kim Hyung-gu sprang up and hurled a punch at Heart Demon. I knew you were starving, so I prepared this whole spread for you. Wearing a twisted, eerie smile, he replied, That is the finest thing I have ever heard. Long ago, in a vast, wealthy capital, crowded and prosperous, an earth-shaking rumor spread everywhere about a certain warrior. According to the rumor, his swordsmanship was extraordinary, and his strikes were so fast that no one could even see them, let alone block them. The rumor traveled far until it reached the king and stirred his curiosity, and so the king summoned him to the palace. Unable to hide his curiosity, the king said, I've heard a great deal about you. They say your swordsmanship is mysterious, an immortal sword art. Will you show it to me? The warrior bowed and replied, The only thing I possess is this humble, crude sword art, but if your majesty commands it, I will show you. With that, he drew his sword and performed. That day, the warrior displayed a sword art that contained the very essence of who he was. Everyone was so stunned they gaped in disbelief. His swordsmanship was supremely elegant, as though it had completely merged with the air itself and carried the essence of heaven and earth. It was like watching an immortal dance right before their eyes. The name of that sword art was Celestial Sword, Heavenly Rain Dance. Now in the Peach Garden, the Heavenly Demon had been cut by the Celestial Sword, Heavenly Rain Dance. He dropped to his knees, his face twisted in pain, thinking to himself, Damn it, I've never seen a technique like this. It's impossible to read. He moves like he's dancing. Has this bastard already reached the pinnacle of martial arts with that sword dance? Even so, he gripped his hilt tight and steadied himself. but I can see it. With that, the heavenly demon swung his sword in a counterattack. Sword energy roared like a fire dragon breathing flames, so fierce that sword immortal Kim Kang-gun had to leap aside to evade it. The man laughed loudly. Ho ho ha ha, you're like a wild beast. But in a flash, the heavenly demon closed the distance and shouted, I've finally got you. A powerful downward slash. Kim Kang-gun instantly raised his sword to block. Inside, he was shaken. My own sword aura was crushing him, yet he could still catch up to me instantly. No climber has ever managed something like that. What a monster. It's not over yet. Heavenly demon quietly gathered his breath and channeled his inner power into the blade. In an instant, countless sparks flared across his sword. Kim Kang-gun realized at once. He detonated the upper half of his blade to force out more energy. Kim Kang-gun immediately slashed down hard, knocking his opponent's sword aside. Heavenly demon unleashed the eightfold blazing spirit strike, blasting Kim Kang-gun backward. He spat, I never thought I'd see a swordsman in this world who swings a sword like it's a club like you. There's not a shred of aesthetics to it. You should be ashamed. Then he counterattacked. His slash was so fast Heavenly demon didn't even notice in time, and once again the blade struck his shoulder. Kim Kang-gun said softly, You're just an ordinary climber, yet you can fight me to this extent. You really are impressive, but if that's all you know, you won't get very far. Heavenly demon rubbed his chin and replied in a low voice. And you're loud as hell. His sword feather kept buzzing around him like a swarm of mosquitoes hunting for blood. Kim Kang-gun said calmly, You know perfectly well how wrecked my body is right now. You may have only been bitten a few times by those mosquitoes, but you're already standing on the edge of death. Heavenly demon sneered. Well, I'll admit, these little tricks are a pain to deal with. I ended up like this because I was too busy chasing that person's afterimages. So what? Hearing that, Kim Kang-gun shouted, What? Heavenly demon said evenly, Your feather sword that can slice time into 1,000 fragments is truly hard to handle, but a mosquito is still just a mosquito. Sword immortal Kim Kang-gun, you rose into the ranks of the heavenly immortals with nothing but swordsmanship, driven by a single desire, to keep refining your blade. With his martial arts carved in iron and nailed in steel, he resolved that even after becoming immortal, he would never stop cultivating his own skill. However, because he lived almost entirely for swordsmanship, the one thing he could never tolerate was having his own sword art insulted by someone else. So when Heavenly Demon said, A feather sword is just a mosquito, he truly snapped. His eyes bulged, veins reddening with bloodshot fury. I held back so I could savor my first battle after such a long stretch of time, and you dare insult my tactics, my true essence, forged through countless awakenings and evolutions. Fine. I won't let you off the hook. Looks like you don't want to live anymore. Kim Kang-gun swung his sword and unleashed Heavenly Feather True Essence, 1,000 transformation. He shouted, I'll grant you death, exactly as you wish. Countless swords appeared behind him, beginning to rotate in a circle. Kim Kang-gun said loudly, My heavenly sword aura will keep moving in from all directions. This is the ultimate move born from every variation evolved from sword aura. Let's see how your endurance holds up against this strike of mine, because I won't hold back on you anymore. With that, he charged in to attack. The heavenly demon muttered to himself, he was holding back against me just now. What arrogance, he shouted. Do you think you're the only one who hasn't gone all out? As he spoke, he gathered his energy. A strange formation appeared behind him, power surging violently, its oppressive force flooding back through the space. Kim Kang-gun suddenly froze. Terror rose in his chest. What is this terrifying lightning pressure? Has this guy been hiding his true strength all along? Seeing his opponent's stunned expression, the heavenly demon said calmly, My martial art hasn't reached its absolute peak, but every principle I possess has long since stood at the supreme summit. After seeing your sword dance with hundreds of thousands of variations, I reflected on myself and thought that perhaps I'd been too arrogant. So I tried to keep myself humble, casting aside the idea of defeating you with a similar technique. But now I've decided to fight in my usual style, domination. Hearing these words and sensing his sword formation being dismantled, Kim Kang-gun trembled and said, You broke my sword aura. The heavenly demon replied slowly, I've been waiting for my eyes to get used to your sword dance weapon, missing not a single movement. Whether you use 1,000 or 10,000 sword auras doesn't matter, because my sword has reached the apex of domination. The heavenly demon raised his sword, continuously circulating inner power to amplify it. The blade in his hand quickly flared like a small bolt of lightning. The formation behind him grew larger and larger. He struck, Heavenly Demon, Divine Art, Swift Demon. Kim Kang-gun's limbs went weak as he cried out in fear, I can't dodge that, why? The heavenly demon roared, I'll cleave them all apart. Then he poured everything into a devastating killing move. Thunder Saint Art, Heavenly Lord Supreme Swift Slash. At that moment in the Great Hall, Kim Hyung-gu had beaten the heart demon to a pulp. He sat sprawled on the floor, torn up and miserable. Kim Hyung-gu stood over him and said slowly, Before coming here, I thought a lot about how I should beat you down. But now all of that has become meaningless. If I'd known you were this weak, I would have come ages ago without wasting brain power on it. Don't you think so? The heart demon, sitting on the ground, gave a faint smile and replied, That's right. You've improved a lot this time. Choosing you really was the right decision. But Kim Hyung-gu, if you've already driven me into this sorry state, why are you still so afraid of me? Kim Hyung-gu asked in surprise. What nonsense are you talking about? Why would I be afraid of someone whose limbs I've already torn apart? Suddenly the heart demon raised his voice. Why did he lose so easily? Is he plotting something? This isn't some imaginary illusion, is it? From the start, did I even have any chance of winning? If I lose here, what will happen to Earth? That's what you're thinking, isn't it? Kim Hyung-gu blurted in shock. How do you know? The heart demon stood up and said slowly. Kim Hyung-gu, even a single drop of fear will give off an incredibly strong scent. And that's exactly what I love most. With that, he moved right up in front of him and gathered his energy. Kim Hyung-gu was utterly stunned, unable to believe his eyes. What is this? Black energy kept billowing from the heart demon's entire body. Suddenly, a thunderous boom erupted. Kim Hyung-gu sprang backward and yelled, "Damn it." He thought to himself, what was that just now? Footwork or teleportation? No, neither. That eerie feeling like space itself was being folded. This is clearly Xion Achima's space compression technique. How does he know that bizarre art? After the shock subsided, Kim Hyung-gu calmed down and thought, no, now isn't the time to question this. Before he pulls more tricks, I need to finish this quickly. The heart demon read his thoughts and spoke up. Hey, Kim Hyung-gu, earlier during the meal, I already answered your question. Now you have to listen to my question too, right? Kim Hyung-gu stared at the heart demon's body, extremely shocked. What is that? His body returned to normal again. Seeing his expression, the heart demon laughed heartily and asked, have you ever doubted the illogical nature of this tower? Kim Hyung-gu asked back, illogical, what do you mean? The heart demon answered honestly, just think about it. I stole the achievements of transcendental beings outside this tower, then forced them to become climbers. Even though they were forced to climb the tower, the outcome they received was completely fair. Because when they climb to the top and become a conqueror, they ultimately reclaim their achievements and rewards. I thought that if I wanted it that way, then in the end I'd end up with nothing if they all made it to the top. So my question is, what do I gain from forcing them to climb the tower if I'll eventually be left penniless? Kim Hyung-gu froze. Before he could say a word, inner demon's feet shifted. He gave the answer himself. This is the answer. All around them, countless other versions of inner demons suddenly appeared, so many that Kim Hyung-gu cried out in shock. What is this? You can not only use space compression techniques, you can even make clones like Sun Wukong. Inner demon's smile was smug. Kim Hyung-gu reasoned to himself. So he's also grafting other people's achievements onto his own body, just like that coordinator. No, unlike the coordinator, who can only imitate a portion of the original power. The technique he's using might even be stronger than the original owner's power. Inner demon pointed at Kim Hyung-gu. Looks like you still don't understand what's happening here, do you? The clones instantly rushed in to seize him. He kept shouting, do you think this is all I got from the tower? Do you think I built this tower and made enemies of countless transcendent beings just to copy a few tricks? Kim Hyung-gu struggled and looked upward. Another group of clones was gathering energy to strike. Think it through, Kim Hyung-gu. Hearing that, he cursed, damn it, this bastard. A barrage of palm force slammed down with thunderous explosions. Smoke and dust billowed, wiping out the clones that were holding Kim. Inner demon laughed in satisfaction, but from within the thick smoke came more cursing. Ah, you're seriously a lunatic, he jolted and shouted while Kim Hyung-gu roared. You keep buzzing around everywhere on purpose to distract me, so how the hell am I supposed to think properly? Inner demon lightly scratched his chin and said, excellent. You've even mastered Brahma's rebirth technique. Even the designer can't use that move. To reach that level, you truly are extraordinary. Kim Hyung-gu replied coolly, what a load of crap. Looks like you don't know what I'm best at, huh? Want me to put on a show for you? He gathered his energy and a radiant Buddha avatar appeared, blazing with light. Kim Hyung-gu struck Buddha's ruined strike slammed toward inner demon. A terrifying pressure shook the entire space. He exclaimed in surprise, I didn't expect Brahma's divinity to be used so brutally. But the more you're like this, the richer your flavor gets. What a shame, I prefer something a bit purer, for example. Like this, a blazing lotus appeared in inner demon's hand, radiating spiritual energy. Behind him, a Buddha avatar instantly formed as well, with lotus sigils at its center. Kim Hyung-gu blanched. What? He unleashed his technique, firing off a ferocious flurry of blows. The two surges of force collided with booming blasts, destroying everything around them. Kim Hyung-gu was knocked backward and grunted. It seemed there was something hidden inside that strike. He cried out, what the hell is this? But quickly, Kim Hyung-gu recognized something familiar and blurted out, this is unbelievable, aren't you taking it too far? You can even use the heavenly demon's ultimate technique too? Sure enough, behind inner demon was the thunder god supreme Holy Slash. He laughed arrogantly, it's over, Kim Hyung-gu. Then he swung his sword and brought it down with all his might. He only managed to spit out a curse. Damn it, damn you. The sword aura was too overwhelming for Kim Hyung-gu to withstand. Meanwhile, in a special room, a young woman sat in a chair, watching the battle between inner demon and Kim Hyung-gu. Seeing him getting overwhelmed, she thought, I only just promised we'd meet again at the top, and now he's getting absolutely wrecked here. This really is making things hard for me. She stood up and sighed. Fine then, should I help him a little? At the same time, in the Peach Blossom Garden, the battle between Heavenly Demon and the sword immortal Kim Kangul had ended. Heavenly Demon spoke softly. I'm sure you know by now that this fight is decided. So tell me where the exit is. The old man smiled as he replied. You don't need to be so impatient. The door that needs to open has long since opened. Heavenly Demon suddenly noticed a door behind him. He exclaimed, "This is the exit. It was hidden by an illusion." Kim Kangul growled in a low voice. "Let me warn you first, the door is a trap. Behind it are starving conquerors. She's waiting for exhausted prey to stumble in after the previous battle. Even if you manage to reunite with your teammates, you'll have a hard time surviving." From his expression, it didn't seem like he was joking or threatening. Heavenly Demon replied calmly, "That doesn't matter." Kim Kangul was stunned by his answer. What? Someone who doesn't care about life or death that much. Heavenly Demon slowly walked to the door, his voice full of confidence. "I don't care what's out there. Didn't I tell you just now? My sword will cut through everything with a single slash." As he spoke, he gathered his energy, inner power condensing along the blade, and strode forward boldly, leaving behind a parting farewell. Kim Kangul paused for a moment, then burst into laughter. "Aha, I never expected to meet someone like him in the final battle of my life. This, too, is a fitting ending." Saying that, the sword spirit vanished into the air, and countless cherry blossom petals scattered everywhere. Hyun-woo stood before the door, observing carefully. If what Kim Kangul said is true, then behind this door lies hell. He thought to himself that this time he might have to risk his life. If I had known this would happen, I would have looked at her face one more time. Hyun-woo involuntarily remembered the cute little fox's face and sighed. He quickly calmed himself and pushed the door with both hands. No, now is not the time to think about things that make my sword tremble. Right now, all I can think about is how to strike down the enemy in front of me. He forcefully opened the door. The scrunched-up face of Sun Wukong appeared, his voice full of teasing. "Yo, you finally made it, huh? I was still wondering whether I should come help you, because the energy over there looks pretty intense." Hyun-woo was a bit surprised. Didn't that sword spirit just say?" He looked down at the floor. The monster was lying dead. "Looks like it messed with the wrong person." Sun Wukong's voice was full of delight. "Seems like you handled the obstacle over there, but compared to us, you're still inexperienced." Night March of 100 Demons sat with his chin resting on his hand, casually saying, "Don't tease him too much. Only Kim Hyun-gu has gone beyond human limits. And that kid is doing just fine." Hyun-woo stepped in, curiously asking, "What the hell is this? So you guys got through my room? You've been here for a while and still don't know where Kim Hyun-gu is." Sun Wukong nodded. "Since this is the highest floor, he must be somewhere around here. Even using energy senses, we still couldn't detect him." Night March of 100 Demons speculated, "I think the problem isn't just that." Hearing her, Sun Wukong turned and asked, "What's wrong? Did you find something?" She pointed upwards, hesitating. "I'm not sure, but up there, up there." Sun Wukong impatiently asked, "Up there how?" Night March of 100 Demons guessed, "It seems there's something up there, but I'm not certain. I have this feeling like there's a fly flapping its wing." Sun Wukong wondered, "Wait, how could that be? If Kim Hyun-gu is that close to us, then why not? How could we not have noticed all this time?" Suddenly, a voice rang out, "No, Nightso is right. Gordon is isolated up there alone." Everyone turned and saw the person at the door, mouths agape in shock. How did you get here?" At that time, Kim Hyun-gu was exhausted from being beaten flat by the mind demon, collapsing on the floor. He raised his voice, "What's up, Kim Hyun-gu? Don't tell me all your persistent resistance amounts to this." The mind demon slowly approached, growling, "Damn, I need to reincarnate quickly." He spoke sarcastically, "Stop resisting, Kim Hyun-gu. You're starting to look pathetic." Saying that, he stomped. A brilliant golden formation appeared beneath him, the pressure making Kim Hyun-gu feel suffocated. He was shocked to realize that he could even copy Dang Zoa's technique. The overwhelming pressure became unbearable, causing him to cry out, "Who the hell are you? What did you do to be able to manipulate the achievements of everyone else? Could this be related to the tower?" The mind demon sneered, "You're getting close to the right answer, but most of your guesses are wrong. Because what I possess isn't just what the people you know have." Hearing that, Kim Hyun-gu was stunned. "What?" He slowly explained, "How should I describe my relationship with this tower? All right, you could say that I share a symbiotic relationship with it. We need each other and benefit from each other. As long as I provide it what it needs and maintain its structure, it rewards me accordingly. These are things that only gamers can obtain." "What do you think it is?" Kim Hyun-gu muttered, "Things that only climbers can obtain." "Don't tell me," the mind demon interrupted. "Yes, it's exactly what you're thinking. Energy appears whenever a strong individual overcomes the challenges set before them and progresses. Thus, all the flavors and experiences of their lives are condensed into the essence of their soul. That is an achievement. Now you know what this means, Kim Hyun-gu. Right in front of you are not just one, but all the transcendent entities that have ever appeared in this tower." Kim Hyun-gu exclaimed, "What really? I never thought my mind would be consumed by a single word like this." He stared at him. The mind demon growled, You're about to die, yet you're still flaunting your power. What are you doing? Come on, Kim Hyung-gu, it's time for you to become my feast. The dark energy of the mind demon surged, quickly engulfing Kim Hyung-gu. He thought to himself, damn, I can't even recover because my mana is completely drained. Besides, how could I possibly defeat him in terms of raw strength? It's utterly hopeless. Maybe I should just give up. He let go, abandoning everything, lying down into the silent space. The space suddenly turned pitch black and a voice echoed somewhere. Oh my, look at you, I told you to stand up already. What are you doing? Kim Hyung-gu opened his eyes and let out a sound. Are you the eye from last time? Before him was a gigantic eye. It spoke strangely, asking, aren't you happy to see me again? I should have asked you that by now. But your current situation isn't too good, huh? Looks like you've been thoroughly battered. Kim Hyung-gu looked at the eye and replied with a slight smile. I just remembered you said you would continuously observe me back then. Then you must have seen it. Designer is absurdly strong. He quickly straightened his pained expression. The eye said gently, looks like this time he really gave you a headache, but you've been tricked by him. Kim Hyung-gu startled, what trick? What do you mean? The eye asked back. When you were fighting him, didn't you feel something strange? Like you felt more tense and uneasy than usual. Thinking back on that feeling, it really was odd. At that time I kept thinking, if I lose here, what will happen to Earth? He replied, I did feel my thoughts were off, really different from usual. Also, I kept wondering, how did he set up his formation so easily? What's he plotting? This isn't some illusion, right? From the start, did I even have any chance to win? The eye responded, he successfully disturbed your mind without you realizing. Kim Hyung-gu recalled that he once said, and this is exactly what I like. When he read your thoughts from that moment on, he began to grow stronger. Didn't you notice something very strange? The eye hinted that is the true nature of the power he possesses. He wields a special kind of dark power. The more his opponents fear him, the stronger he becomes. Kim Hyung-gu finally realized this but could only utter, what? The eye continued. He constantly exploits the hidden fear within those about to awaken, pushing them into an endless abyss. He is the incarnation of fear itself, devouring countless souls in this way to fill his endless stomach. Mind Demon is his real name. Kim Hyung-gu murmured, the more people fear him, the stronger he gets. So the reason he's this strong is because I fear him. He pointed at him, chest puffed out fully. Nonsense. I'm not that scared, although I admit I am a little worried. The eye calmly said, worry, unease, doubt, restlessness. These are emotions everyone feels, even just a little. And just that little mind demon can turn them into fear and amplify them. That's why he had you sit down at the table and take your attacks, putting you in a shattered state to extract the fear inside you as fuel to increase his power. And you fell into those traps exactly as he intended. Of course, you couldn't even realize it or escape his control. Kim Hyung-gu cursed, that damn bastard is really twisted. The eye reassured him, oh, don't sulk like that. You still have a way to get out of this. The ability to absorb others. Fear may sound terrifying at first. It is scary, but if you look at it from a different angle, it's not so bad. If you can overcome all those fears. A strange red sphere appeared before Kim Hyung-gu, radiating dark energy, making him jump and exclaim, what is happening? Why does this suddenly feel so terrifying? The eye replied, these are all the fears I gathered from the stolen achievements of living beings. The negative emotions they endured, collecting all their fears. I specifically extracted the most desperate fears from their achievements to help you. Kim Hyung-gu looked closely at the red sphere and asked, how many of these did you extract from their achievements? Who are you really and how can you do this? The eye reminded him, I think you don't have time to wonder about that now. He is happily devouring all your achievements and vitality from the real world outside. I think you only have about 10 minutes left. So right now you only need to focus on the one thing you can do. To defeat Mind Demon, that is to enter this place. Kim Hyung-gu asked, what happens once I go in? The eye immediately answered, two outcomes can occur. One is that you will overcome all fear, reaching a psychological state so advanced that Mind Demon's power cannot affect you. It won't have any effect on you anymore, or you'll be crushed by those fears, reduced to a dust of consciousness and perish. This is a decision you must make yourself. Kim Hyung-gu didn't overthink it. Every exit carries a risk of death, so he decided to take his chance. He replied briefly, all right, I'll go in. The eye, slightly surprised, asked back, huh, you decided that quickly? Are you sure that's okay? Aren't you going to think it through? Kim Hyung-gu replied calmly, didn't you say this is the only way? Either way, I'm going to die. If I don't go in here, what choice do I have? And I have no intention of dying yet. So, to survive, I'm ready to do whatever it takes. His face was full of determination, making the figure behind the eye smile secretly. Your fighting spirit is truly impressive. Kim Hyung-gu asked again, but don't tell me this will cost me 10 years, okay? The eye assured him, don't worry. Compared to the real world outside, the time from entering to exiting is just the blink of an eye. But the perception of time you experience inside, enduring countless pains, is something even I don't fully know. He raised his hand to stop further explanation. All right, I get it. Let's move. Kim Hyung-gu reached out to touch the red sphere and slowly stepped inside. A wave of dark energy quickly swallowed him. In an instant, all he could see was a pitch-black void. Meanwhile, at the place where Sun Wukong was gathering the troops, he looked up and asked, "You mean up there is sealed with a spatial distortion spell, blocking us from approaching unless the magic is dispelled, right?" Avi replied cheerfully, "Exactly." Sun Wukong asked, "But how did you get up there? Isn't the teleportation gate single-use only?" Avi scratched his head. I honestly didn't expect it to turn out this way. After everyone came up, the protection system of the top floor suddenly cracked. I tried going through the gap, thinking I could use my administrator privileges to pass through the crack." Sun Wukong understood. "So that's how you got here?" Avi nodded. "Yes, and from that moment until everyone arrived, I used an invisibility item to hide and observe the place. Because of that, I discovered a kind of magical matrix set up above. This matrix is very strong, so I couldn't observe what was happening inside. He set up such a powerful matrix it can only be to trap the Guardian. Looks like now he may have fallen into the designer's trap." Blue Dragon pondered for a long moment, then said, "We could use brute force to break his defensive magic. But the cunning guy set up something this complex. Is there a way to dismantle that matrix?" Avi responded, "There is, but the distorted space could be even larger than the distance between heaven and earth. I don't know if the Guardian can hold out until we succeed." 100 Demon Night March suggested, "Then we just need to shorten the distance." Hearing that, Avi, a bit confused, asked, "What do you mean?" "What do you mean?" As he spoke, he felt the enormous aura of 100 Demon Night March, making Avi fearful but thinking to himself, "Her mana is terrifying. Such a powerful yaksha." Suddenly, 100 Demon Night March commanded loudly, "You are Avi, right? From this moment, I want you to use all your strength to dismantle this matrix for me." Avi still didn't understand, stammering, "What?" 100 Demon Night March replied confidently, "I will use my ultimate essence to shorten the distance between heaven and earth and that annoying buzzing fly up there." At this moment, the demon heart was comfortably enjoying the results. He exclaimed, "I didn't expect this to be even better than I imagined. The products from the processing tower are only a tiny fraction. I've only absorbed a small part and already feel such a rich, intense flavor. No wonder, because the achievement is deeply ingrained in him. Oh my, I really can't control myself anymore." Demon Heart raised a hand to wipe the drool. "I originally planned to extract his achievements one by one and savor them slowly. But now it seems swallowing everything at once isn't a bad idea either." But as he approached Kim Hyungu, he suddenly stopped and froze. Kim Hyungu stirred slightly on the ground and called out, "Oh hello. I thought I was about to die. The satisfaction of seeing that damned look on your face is what you call the reward for hard work, huh?" He sat up, rubbing his head in puzzlement. "But what was that expression on your face? So funny. What, did you pee your pants?" Kim Hyungu's eyes sparked with electricity, his expression incredibly proud. Demon Heart froze. He couldn't understand what just happened. Kim Hyungu smiled faintly, the arrogance in his eyes unshakable. "I can't believe he managed to break through my restraint while he was on the verge of death. That close to dying, his mental state completely changed." Kim Hyungu hesitated as he looked at him, then smiled and said, "But I was only kidding." "Why are you so quiet? Don't tell me you actually pissed your pants." Lord Sim, his hand trembled slightly. "What? How do you know my name?" Half joking, half serious, Kim Hyungu replied, "I've got a pretty scary friend. That friend of mine is great at reading people. One glance and they notice right away. They said you're pretty well known, too." The heart demon let out a cold laugh. "Interesting, someone inside this tower knows who I am. I'll definitely look into that. But hey, even if you've learned that much, what can you do with it, Kim? Don't get ahead of yourself. Even if you know it, you still can't defeat me, because this is what's called fear." With that, he swept his hand up. Inner energy erupted violently. Kim Hyungu watched closely and blurted out, "Now I can see it clearly, the strands of fear hidden inside his mana. Come to think of it, what that eye showed me inside the sphere was similar too. Everything was loud, sticky, and unbearably disgusting. That place itself was what you'd call chaos, trapped in that dark, bleak region. It felt like my mind was about to be crushed to pieces. But looking at it now, there's one fundamental difference between what that eye showed me and what the heart demon is displaying in front of me. It's that the owner of this is far weaker." With that, Kim Hyungu circulated his energy, focused his mind, and unleashed a powerful palm strike. He shouted, "This kind of whining is downright cute to me, you bastard." Caught off guard, the heart demon panicked. "What?" Kim Hyungu roared. "You must have been having the time of your life up till now, huh? Building this damn tower, stealing other people's achievements for yourself and living it up." He sprang up and charged in, his mouth never stopping. "What a shame, because it's time for you to puke every last bit of it back up." A thunderous punch smashed straight into the heart demon's face. His mind fell into chaos, endlessly asking, "What is this? Why couldn't I dodge that half-baked punch?" He toppled backward, blood spraying from his mouth. Kim Hyung-gu unleashed a flurry of kicks, beating him black and blue. Blood pooled on the floor as the heart demon muttered a curse. "You bastard. How dare you?" Kim Hyung-gu lightly shook his wrist. "What a pity. I was planning to finish everything in one blow. You're tougher than you look." The heart demon shot back. "You landed one punch and you're already acting arrogant. Have you forgotten? I don't just have mana. I also possess the achievements of other transcendent beings. All of you." With that, he began gathering energy to strike back. Kim Hyung-gu replied calmly, "How could I forget? It's only because we almost died. But in your current state, if you recklessly use them, your body won't be able to bear it." The heart demon suddenly froze. Blood seemed to be leaking from his mouth. He felt an enormous pressure squeezing his body. In an instant, the heart demon collapsed to the floor. Kim Hyung-gu burst out laughing. "See, I told you." In utter panic, he thought, "What the hell is this? Don't tell me my body can't endure activating those achievements. No, it can't be. I should be getting stronger right now, because that bastard's fear is supposed to be rising nonstop." Suddenly he blurted out, "Wait, what's going on? My power is leaking out, but why?" Seeing him struggle, Kim Hyung-gu said, "Ouch," he was spot on. "My friend said that as long as I don't feel fear, your ability won't work on me at all." "What now? So your ability really is exactly like that. This is what you truly look like." The heart demon was utterly shaken. He stared at both hands, crying out again and again, "It can't be. My power is an authority that can rule over all chaos. Even holy beings with sacred power, and saints who attained enlightenment and surpassed the one origin realm, must submit to my authority. And yet an ordinary human pulled it off. Has he reached the transcendent threshold or something?" Kim Hyung-gu stepped up in front of him and said gently, "Judging by your expression, it looks like you've realized what state you're in right now, haven't you? Good, then there's no need for further explanation. I'll end everything right here." Kim Hyung-gu dropped to one knee, bracing a hand on the ground, but suddenly he sensed something strange deep inside. He thought, right, my earlier injuries still haven't fully healed." Kim Hyung-gu let out a grunt and spat a mouthful of fresh blood. Seeing that his opponent was badly wounded, the inner demon thought to himself that this was his chance. If he could, he would love to kill him right now, but at the moment he simply couldn't muster enough strength to do it. So he had to escape this tower first. The inner demon used everything he had and bolted at full speed. Kim Hyung-gu saw the enemy fleeing and shouted, "You mangy mutt. No, if I let him get away now, who knows what kind of trouble he'll stir up next. But my body won't move the way I want it all." As he ran, the inner demon cursed inwardly, "Damn it, this is humiliating. All that time and effort I poured into this tower, and I never imagined it would all be smashed by some human. I won't forgive you, Kim Hyung-gu. Every humiliation you've dealt me, I'll pay back 100-fold." Lost in thought, a massive palm force suddenly slammed straight into him from behind. The inner demon panicked. "Oh, what is this?" He took the hit and was seriously injured, yet he still struggled to figure out where the attack came from. He wondered, was it Kim Hyung-gu? No, there's no way he has any strength left, and this energy feels strangely familiar. Could it be? Before he could steady himself, the voice of Hayeki Yagio rang out, "Got you, you miserable little vermin." She stared at the inner demon and called out loudly, "I sensed two presences here, but I couldn't tell which one was the designer. The moment I noticed an energy trying to flee after being driven into a corner, I immediately knew who it belonged to. I knew exactly who that energy was. The Kim Hyung-gu I know would rather die than run away in such a pathetic way." But suddenly, Hayeki Yagio felt blood seep from the corner of her mouth. She thought, "Breaking through the formation drained too much energy. I've weakened a lot. I can only keep this up for a little while. But for you, Kim Hyung-gu, this is more than enough, isn't it? Enough to crush that gnat." The inner demon lay sprawled on the floor, thinking, no way, she really is a demon god. Who would have thought that even after breaking my formation, she could still unleash an attack that terrifying? He struggled to stand and rasped, "No, this can't be. I can't let everything end in failure like this. I worked so hard just to climb all the way up here." Right then, Kim Hyung-gu patted his shoulder from behind and said warmly, "Quit reciting those stale dying lines and making us watch such a boring scene. Be a little polite, spare us, will you? We've already wasted a ton of each other's time, haven't we?" With that, he grabbed his hand and yanked him aside, roaring, "A pathetic weakling like you has taken up way too much time, get it?" Then he gave him a blow like a bolt from the sky. The inner demon, 3 parts helpless and 7 parts resigned, could only take the punch head-on. Blood filled his nose and mouth as he thought, "Ah, damn it. I can't do anything at all." Kim Hyung-gu kept hammering him, shouting at the top of his lungs, "So shut up and die, you mangy dog." Even though his strength had deteriorated badly, the inner demon was never his match, so before long he was nothing more than a human punching bag, letting Kim Hyung-gu pummel him. In no time, the inner demon was flattened on the ground, and Kim Hyung-gu was panting too. He stopped and gasped for breath. "Fighting you in this condition is honestly exhausting. Still, seeing you in such a miserable state is unbelievably satisfying." The inner demon forced his head up and coughed hard. "Cough, cough, bastard. Fine, I'll admit it, Kim Hyung-gu, today you win. But will you still be this lucky next time?" He glared at him. "Next time?" The inner demon sat up and wheezed, Fear will always exist in the world of every living creature. It's like an endless swamp. Today I may have lost here, but one day I'll return stronger than ever. Suddenly he shouted, I'll come back with ever-growing power because fear exists everywhere. So don't think you'll keep winning forever, you lowly human. Kim Hyung-gu waved a hand dismissively for a moment and sneered, you're not entirely wrong. But most of what you said is wrong. The inner demon blurted, what? Kim Hyung-gu stepped forward with one hand in his pocket. Just like you said, fear is like a filthy swamp. In his mind flashed moments inside the blazing red sphere, the fear of that eye. Terrifying, too terrifying, so terrifying he couldn't even open his eyes. Horror flooded his thoughts as he kept asking himself, can I do it? I don't know, I really don't know. Doubt and anxiety, I couldn't do anything. But I've been like that since the day I was born. Every time I denied myself those thoughts and feelings, endless and unceasing, clung to their owner and tugged at their soul. But that place isn't a swamp at all. The moment a person decides to struggle free, they can keep moving forward even if it's slow. And when they do, they'll finally see their own way out. Beyond that exit is a place that only the strong can reach. Of course, not everyone goes through the same hardships, but I know one thing for sure, that swamp I once thought was truly endless. Honestly, it was just a stepping stone, something to carry me to an even greater height. Kim Hyung-gu looked at the inner demon and asked, well, you think you'll last forever? You want to come back someday and keep fighting me? Fine, I'm looking forward to it. Every time you rise again, I'll crush you again. So I can climb to an even greater peak. Do you understand? Kim Hyung-gu clenched his fist and stomped hard. The shockwave made the inner demon recoil in fear, a sudden unease surging in its chest. What is happening? The trembling came from the depths of its heart. Am I scared? Kim Hyung-gu kept roaring with momentum. So stop wasting my power. And vanish. Starting today, I'll swallow this tower whole. A terrifying punch came crashing down. The force poured out like thunder. The inner demon let out a muffled grunt, thinking bitterly, ridiculous. I'm the embodiment of extreme fear, yet I'm feeling fear. But why don't I feel that constant hunger anymore? I can't even tell if that's good or bad. A deafening boom rang out. It erupted, annihilating a vast stretch of space inside the towering luxury building. Hamd was in the manager's office, reporting, the trouble has been resolved. Next is the meeting with the tower master that's about to take place. The manager raised a hand to stop him. Hold on, oh, that's quite a surprise. Hamd blinked. What is it, sir? Did something happen? The manager let out a short sound. You could call it trouble, sure. The inner demon's mana has completely vanished. I'm not entirely sure, but it seems he's been utterly defeated. Hearing that, Hamd was stunned. What, the inner demon? How is that possible? Did a battle between tower masters already happen? The manager fell silent for a moment, then said, I don't know, but it's probably not that. We need to investigate. If that place has changed owners, we must inform the other tower masters of the truth about that tower. Hamd bowed his head. Understood, sir. Then please allow me to personally handle the urgent matter of Tower 51, which the inner demon used to run. At that moment, inside Tower 51, Kim Hyung-gu's punch had shattered everything around him into ruin. He stood amid the wreckage and sighed, wondering, did I pull it off? After asking, he answered himself, forget it, don't speak too soon. Better to keep my mouth shut. Right then, the system displayed a notice. You have defeated the Tower Master, Inner Demon. You have defeated the Tower Master, Inner Demon. Transferring Tower Master authority now. Congratulations, you are now the owner of this tower. After reading it, Kim Hyung-gu burst out happily, so it's really over. Suddenly, a violent tremor hit behind him. Kim Hyung-gu whirled around. What the heck was that? Sun Wukong said excitedly. I came to help you, Kim Hyung-gu. But it looks like it's already finished, huh? He let out a breath of relief. Hey, don't scare me like that. I was wondering who it was, so it's you guys. He looked at the Azure Dragon and the Heavenly Demon. The night parade of 100 demons, Sun Wukong even had Avi tucked under his arm. Kim Hyung-gu asked in surprise, Avi, why are you with them? Avi looked deathly pale, her voice weak. It's a long story, but thank goodness you're okay, Guardian. Kim Hyung-gu thought to himself what happened to her. But it wasn't the time to ask. He only said, yeah. The night parade of 100 demons hopped down first and walked up cheerfully. Fighting alone must have been tough, Kim Hyung-gu? Sorry we're late. It took us quite a while to clean up the mess that designer guy set up. So did you completely defeat him? Kim Hyung-gu studied the blood at the corner of the yaksha's lips and frowned. That blood, there's no way someone actually beat her up. Could this be the side effect of using the supreme essence like last time? If so, then the one who helped me stall the inner demon earlier. He looked at his teammates standing before him, smiling. These people had always supported him in their own ways. Dark Phantom noticed his focused gaze and spoke up. Why are you staring at us like that? I just asked you about the situation between you and the creator. Kim Hyung-gu smiled with squinted eyes and replied, thanks to everyone, things aren't too bad. so let's head back quickly. Let's go home after defeating the mind demon. Everything quickly returned to normal. I handed the task of cleaning the tower over to Noah and Avi. Because the security system was still incomplete after the mind demon's death, I thought they would handle it better since they understood the tower system more than I did. It wasn't laziness on my part. After that, everyone returned home. Kim Hyung-gu wasn't sure how they knew, but as soon as he arrived, he saw his two disciples were already there. They were waiting at the gate. Seeing the sheepish looks on their faces, he called out, but they remained silent. He asked again how they knew, and immediately the two disciples lunged at him, causing all three to fall onto the grass. It seemed Noah and Avi had already told them what had happened. I had never seen them like this, so I was quite surprised. Kim Hyung-gu asked, "What are you doing?" The two girls sat up, crying loudly. "How could Master go to such a dangerous place without telling us? I thought I was going to die worrying about you." He could only lie still, feeling as if he had done something wrong. And at that moment, he showed them his remorse. Kim Hyung-gu raised his hands to pat the girls and laughed heartily. "Master is back, my disciples, so don't cry anymore." Just that, and the girls immediately stopped crying and smiled brightly. "Yes, welcome home, Master." The girls kept fiddling with Master's hands for a while. Kim Hyung-gu thought, compensation is easy, right? I won't even mention what happened later, with my teammates waiting for hours at the restaurant to lecture me. After a few days of rest to recover, the group held a cheerful celebratory feast, like the Demon King constantly urging, "Eat to your heart's content." Kim Hyung-gu sat here and looked over, exclaiming, "The 7 great saints are really fun." They were the ones who suggested holding a celebration. Even though I nearly died defeating the mind demon, I am grateful they protected Earth while I was away, so I didn't feel bothered at all. Suddenly, he heard Dark Phantom's voice. "They probably just want to enjoy a bit since tonight is the last night." Kim Hyung-gu turned and smiled. "Oh, you're here?" "Yes, why? Are they leaving tomorrow?" Dara pulled a chair and sat next to him, replying, They have regained their achievements and repaid their debts to you, so they have no reason to stay." Curious, he asked, "Then why don't you leave?" Dara looked a little puzzled, responding, "Tun and Go didn't tell Azure Dragon they want to stay to learn more about the tower. I think the real reason is that they like this modern world more. Mind Demon and Azure Fox have settled here, so they don't need to leave." Kim Hyung-gu bowed his head thoughtfully, though still slightly frustrated for not keeping his promise to him. After leaving the tower, Kim Hyung-gu spoke with Mind Demon. Mind Demon felt a bit disappointed. "Ah, so that's it, you couldn't find the Sword Saint's achievements even on the higher floors." He nodded yes. According to Noah, the Sword Saint had never even climbed this tower. "How do you know about him?" Mind Demon picked up a cup of tea, replying thoughtfully, "The Azure Sword can be considered a legend among martial artists, so I thought I could find it." Kim Hyung-gu asked, "A legend?" Speaking of the Sword Saint, Mind Demon became excited. He is skilled in all types of blades and can freely control any weapon. No wonder he is called the Sword Fortress. I think if such a person truly exists, he must be on the higher floor. But it's fine, I just want to learn the cultivation method to reach that level through Than T's memories. That's all. Mind Demon sipped his tea and continued, "If he never existed, then all that would be meaningless. You don't need to worry about it anymore." Recalling that conversation, he looked at Mind Demon and Azure Fox deciding over there. Kim Hyung-gu thought he already said it's fine. He looks very happy too. He said to Dara, so it's understandable why others decided to stay. "But what about you? Does Bo Nuyen still have business here?" Dara replied, "I'm not sure. Honestly, it's because there are still things here I want to experience. That's all I'll say." Kim Hyung-gu hesitated, then asked again, "Things you want to experience?" Meanwhile, Noah and Avi were still working diligently inside the tower. Avi looked at the passage emitting a brilliant glow and asked, "Hey creator, do you know why that exists in this tower?" Noah answered honestly, "No, I don't know anything about it." Avi sighed. "If even a creator like you doesn't know, then what is this passage supposed to be?" The two of them stared at the passage for a long time, still unsure what to do. Avi asked Noah, "Do you think this could be a trap made by a designer?" He replied calmly, "If it were, he would have activated it before he died. But this kind of energy isn't like anything I've ever felt inside the tower. Why do I keep feeling like it's a gate leading to another world?" Avi muttered, "Another world? Wait, could it be?" Noah nodded. "Yeah, just like what Kim Hyung-gu said. Maybe it's connected to a place called Above. But that's only a guess." After watching it for a while, Avi suggested, "We need to discuss this with the Guardian." Noah agreed, "Yeah, for now, let's leave it alone. Kim Hyung-gu will come tomorrow, so we should finish dealing with the challenge floor first. Besides, they're having a feast. We should let the kid rest a little too." Kim Hyung-gu's party with his friends was still lively. Seeing him looking at Yaksha, she asked, "Is there something you want to try? Are you always this greedy?" Night Parade of 100 Demons burst out laughing. "You really are a fool, but whatever. A day like today is for drinking, not for slaughter." With that, she set a wine flask on the table. Kim Hyung-gu asked in surprise, "That's wine?" Yaksha nodded. "That's right, it's called Child of Paradise. This wine is unbelievably rare. There are only a few bottles in the world. People lucky enough to taste it say all other wines combined can't compare to a single sip of Child of Paradise. It's that good. As she spoke, she poured a glass and handed it to Kim Hyung-gu. So, wanna try it? He answered cheerfully, rare enough to be hard to find, huh? Then of course I have to taste it. Kim Hyung-gu took a sip. The aroma really was different from other wines. Let me see. Sure enough, the flavor was unique. There was no harsh bite of alcohol, only a fresh, full fragrance of flowers and herbs. Each drop slid down his throat unbelievably smooth, so good it was ridiculous. He set the glass down and exclaimed, "Whoa, this is insanely good. I've never tasted anything like this." Suddenly, Kim Hyung-gu felt his face growing hotter and hotter. His head spun and he blurted out, Yaksha, why did you suddenly turn into two of you? No, three. Night Parade of 100 Demons laughed. I forgot to tell you. They say all other wines combined can't compare to a single sip of Child of Paradise. And that's not just about the taste, it also makes people get drunk incredibly easily. Kim Hyung-gu froze, mumbling, What? What do you mean? She looked at Kim Hyung-gu's two female disciples and said, I had to use this precious wine to create an opportunity for you. You can handle the rest here, can't you? Kim Hyung-gu still didn't really understand. He turned to look at them, his voice slurring, You too, why are you here? With that, he collapsed onto the table. Yaksha, sitting beside him, laughed loudly. There, he's out cold. Mission asked anxiously, Master will be okay, right? Yaksha replied, Don't worry, he just passed out from the alcohol. He'll sober up soon enough. Then he'll say everything he truly feels and you'll hear exactly what you want. But later, he won't remember any of it. So take him away and don't you dare fight over him. Hanarin and Mission answered at once, Yes, ma'am, yes. Then they quickly carried Kim Hyung-gu to a room to rest. Yaksha sighed, That should do it. Hopefully this will be a meaningful night for you kids. Kim Hyung-gu lay on the bed and slowly opened his eyes. Where am I? The two female disciples cried out, Master's awake, how do you feel? He murmured, You too. No one had ever seen what Kim Hyung-gu was like when drunk. Unlike other people, he beamed, threw his arms around the two girls and cheered. Well, who's this? Aren't you my precious disciples? He was completely blunt, doing whatever he wanted without hesitation. Hanarin and Mission were over the moon. Master was so straightforward when he was drunk, nothing like his usual image at all. Kim Hyung-gu gently pushed his two disciples back, smiled at them and said, Let me take a good look at you too. Just like I thought, the closer I look, the prettier you are. So adorable. Mission clung to his arm and asked, Do you really think we're adorable? Kim Hyung-gu answered loudly, Of course. The girl kept pressing. Then why do you always ignore the feelings we show you so openly? Do our feelings make you feel too pressured? After listening for a moment, Kim Hyung-gu fell silent, then replied, Yeah, I guess it is a bit much. It's not because of you two, it's because my situation has been too tense. I haven't had time to think about romance. When I was trapped in the tutorial tower, I kept thinking all my troubles would disappear the moment I escaped. However, when you face the inner demon, you have to fight all kinds of deranged creatures. I still thought that as long as I defeated them, everything would be settled. But then, out of nowhere, an eye appeared and told me there's someone even more terrifying, someone above even the inner demon. I think the future of my life will be nothing but things like this. I feel absolutely awful for dragging you two onto this turbulent road. Hanarin and Mission truly didn't know what to say. All they could do was blurt out two words. Master, and then fell silent. Kim Hyung-gu continued, But I used to think that way, not anymore. I've changed my mind. He raised his hand, gently stroked both girls' cheeks and said, Everyone who dies returns to dust anyway, so why live so cautiously? Don't you two think so? Hanarin and Mission were utterly stunned. Master suddenly had both of them lie down and spoke seriously. So I've decided I'm going to let loose everything I've been holding back. What do you two think? Hanarin and Mission reached up to touch Kim Hyung-gu's cheek and answered in unison, Yes, we want that too, Master. Early the next morning, when sunlight was already streaming through the window, clothes were scattered all over the floor. Kim Hyung-gu opened his eyes, feeling like it didn't quite seem real. He wondered, What is this? What is this situation? He looked at the two girls lying beside him and panicked. Why am I in the same bed with them? Kim Hyung-gu recalled last night, that yaksha liquor he handed me. I think it was called Child of Paradise. It really was good booze. My mind is blank. I can't remember anything. And yet I don't feel tired or nauseous at all. But actually that's even worse. Because I can feel it incredibly clearly that now I'm completely screwed. After the moment of chaos, he steadied himself. Calm down, Kim Hyung-gu. Today I've got a meeting on the tower's rooftop. So I'll use that as an excuse to get out of this situation. His top priority right now was escaping. Kim Hyung-gu hurriedly put on his clothes. I'll deal with this later. But my hands and feet are all clumsy. Why can't I get dressed no matter what? The two female disciples on the bed stirred slightly, and when they didn't see him, they opened their eyes. They sat up and said to Kim Hyung-gu, "Master, you're awake." Kim Hyung-gu jumped in fright, then pretended nothing had happened, turned back, and forced an awkward smile. "Ah ha ha, yeah, did you two sleep well? Good morning to you both." Hanrin replied, "You don't look too well. It's barely morning. Where are you rushing off to?" Kim Hyung-gu chuckled sheepishly. "Well, today I have a very important meeting about the tower's future, so I have to go right away. And as for what happened, let's talk later, okay? What do you two think?" Hanrin and Mission answered easily. "Master, don't worry." "Yes, Master, we can wait as long as you want." Kim Hyung-gu was a little surprised. "Oh really? All right, thank you for understanding." He quickly turned and walked out, smiling as he said, "I'll be back." But suddenly he realized, wait, have these two always looked at me with those eyes? They look like they could swallow me whole at any moment. No way, must be my imagination. Kim Hyung-gu kept reassuring himself, then quickly vanished. He arrived at the tower and went up to the rooftop. The scene before him left Kim Hyung-gu stunned. Is this the new rooftop? He looked up at the huge chandelier on the ceiling and exclaimed, "Sparkly, brighter than I expected." Avi corrected him from behind, "Sparkly? You mean luxurious." Kim Hyung-gu nodded. "Ah, right. Yes, you two worked hard, but it kind of looks like someone copied all this furniture straight out of a game." Hearing that, Avi's face showed not the slightest bit of satisfaction. Kim Hyung-gu steered the conversation back. "Anyway, let's put that aside for now. Did you two gather anything about what I asked you to look into?" Noah replied at once. "Information about the one above. We heard a little. But right now there's something far more urgent." Kim Hyung-gu was surprised. "Huh, there's something else." Noah pointed at the table. "Let's sit down first." The two of them presented the issues together. A moment later, Kim Hyung-gu suddenly shouted, "What? This tower might collapse." "What do you mean by that?" Avi lowered his head in silence. Noah pondered for a moment, then said, "Calm down first. That's the worst-case scenario. Or to be precise, what collapses won't be the tower itself, but the ecosystem inside it." Kim Hyung-gu asked anxiously, "What does that mean?" Noah explained. "As you know, each floor inside this tower has its own magic array, and those arrays are responsible for maintaining each floor's ecosystem. These arrays are all built from hundreds, even thousands of detailed, meticulous formulas, and they require an enormous amount of mana." Avi continued, "Before we created this tower, we were already wondering where the creator would get such a huge amount of mana to keep those arrays running. So the moment we started working together, we asked him, but he answered, 'I'll tell you once the tower is completed.' At that time, he only said that much, and of course, we never got the chance to hear any further answer from him. As soon as this tower was completed, we were betrayed by him." Noah believed that this was precisely why we always assumed the creator had hidden the mana supply within the tower. "On this rooftop, yet we had already searched everywhere." Kim Hyung-gu interjected, "And we still haven't found the mana source, right?" Noah sighed. Indeed, the mana was clearly circulating from some origin point, but we couldn't locate that source. This means there is someone else behind the scenes we haven't identified, manipulating this mana supply. If one day he suddenly decides to cut off that supply, we would have no choice but to stand by and watch all living beings in this tower fall into chaos. Hearing this, Kim Hyung-gu was startled. "What? This is more serious than I thought. Then we must find the location of that supply." Avi looked serious. "About that matter, we have something to discuss with." Before he could finish, a voice suddenly appeared outside the door. "No, you don't need to worry about that." All three jumped in surprise. Who could appear so suddenly like that? The newcomer spoke politely. "I had to come all the way here just because of that issue to meet you." Kim Hyung-gu stood and looked at the stranger, thinking, what the hell is this? Where did he suddenly jump out from? I don't sense any mana fluctuations at all. Could he be an enemy? He stepped closer to ask. "Who are you?" the guest bowed. "It's late to meet the new tower master. My delay is inexcusable. Finally, after handling a mountain of prior affairs, I have the chance to meet you, new tower master. The reason I've come today is to collect the debt this tower owes us." Kim Hyung-gu asked again, "What, you said debt?" He calmly replied, "Yes, this tower not only owes, it owes a great deal." Kim Hyung-gu felt utterly confused. What the hell is going on? The honored guest hasn't arrived yet, but the creditor shows up first. The man continued, "You must be very surprised, but that is the truth. The repayment deadline is approaching quickly, so it's best for you to settle that debt immediately." Kim Hyung-gu, enraged, roared, "This bastard spouting nonsense I know nothing about, and now daring to give orders to me." Very well, he channeled his energy, surged his inner power, and lunged at the creditor, swinging his fist. "This foolish debt, I'll repay it myself now." With this, boom, a corner of the tower was smashed. Avi screamed in outrage. "Ah, why are you so heavy-handed, guardian?" Her face twisted in shock. "Oh, my dream interior." Realizing his mistake, Kim Hyung-gu exclaimed, "Ah, sorry, I didn't mean to break the wall, but this fly dodged faster than I expected. It seems this guy is quite something." As soon as the words left his mouth, a sword was at his throat. The creditor's clothes were immaculate. He sighed in exasperation. "Ah, the tower master has changed, yet the hospitality remains unchanged." I haven't done anything to you, so why such a reaction? Kim Hyung-gu snapped irritably. What kind of guest are you, barging in without the host's permission? Oh, that's called robbery. He grabbed the sword and said boldly, if you're truly a guest, you should introduce yourself first. If you keep mentioning that ridiculous debt, I'll pretend you're a robber and crush you. Then he channeled his inner power into the sword, making the creditor feel his hand go numb. The man thought, this energy is incredibly strong as expected. He even defeated the mind demon. Clearly, not just anyone can become a tower master. He watched the sword break under Kim Hyung-gu's grip and lowered his voice. New tower master, you need not be so wary. I was going to explain the truth about this tower to you. Kim Hyung-gu frowned. The truth about the tower. He lightly brushed off his coat and replied calmly. Yes, for example, the very thing you just mentioned. Where does the mana that sustains this tower come from? Kim Hyung-gu, Avi, and Noah were shocked. He knew the tower's critical secret. Kim Hyung-gu asked seriously, who exactly are you? He answered nonchalantly, it seems we can finally talk. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Hymed from the management center, and this tower has signed a contract to supply mana. Kim Hyung-gu was astonished. What, the management center? Don't tell me that squinty-eyed guy has something to do with that eye. He looked at Hymed bowing, thinking, but it seems he knows nothing about me. For now, I'll just hear what nonsense he has to say. Kim Hyung-gu spoke. That's enough introductions, get to the point. Tell me the truth about the tower and everything related to it right now. Everyone sat at the table together. Kim Hyung-gu, Noah, Avi, and Hymed. Hymed began explaining to the three of them, actually, you don't need to overthink this. He held up 2 fingers in front of them. As the tower master, you only need to know 2 things. First, to keep this tower operational, you need an enormous amount of mana. Or perhaps the previous tower master signed a supply contract to borrow that massive mana to operate the tower. He placed his hand on his chest. The person he borrowed from is us. The management center Haymet asked Kim Hyung-gu, what do you think, new tower master? I've explained it, so you probably understand the situation now, right? Kim Hyung-gu held his head in confusion. So you mean, if mana is like money, then you guys are the bank I'm borrowing from. And you're here to collect the huge debt that bastard demon accumulated, right? Haymet calmly interlaced his fingers. There are a lot of terms in your sentence I don't fully understand, but the gist seems correct. Kim Hyung-gu gritted his teeth, silently cursing the demon inside. That damned demon again, and yet he acts like he owns everything. Turns out he's just a poor debtor, just look at him. Aha, life's simple. Kim Hyung-gu asked Hammett, what if I don't want to pay his debt? Then you must accept the consequences that may result from your decision. The collapse of this tower due to mana depletion is the consequence I'm referring to. Kim Hyung-gu felt helpless. Damn, with risks this high I can't just ignore it. A thought ran through his mind. Maybe I should just crush this overseer right now. In his imagination, he grabbed Hammett, kicked him down, and laughed ha ha ha. Talk more, oh no, I've been caught. Before he could finish imagining, Hammett warned, a reminder for you. Violence against me here won't change your current situation. Kim Hyung-gu could only shiver, amazed at how accurate that was. A short while later at the management center, after hearing Hammett's report, the manager asked, the 51st Tower Master has changed, and you say he defeated the previous Tower Master, the demon. Haymet kept his eyes closed, only bowing his head. Yes, I've verified this information, manager. The center manager leaned back in his chair and waved his hand. He sighed, indeed he comes and goes so unpredictably. Do you feel that too? Hamath wondered, you mean the first time he came to us, right? Yes, when I met him that day, I was somewhat surprised. He didn't come from any of our own towers, but set up his own legal structure and came to us. That was the first case in the history of the management center. He's that unique, making me think he wouldn't do anything pointless. Haymet stayed silent as the manager asked, why the expression on your face? Is there a problem? Haymet recounted the previous encounter with Kim Hyung-gu. The new 51st Tower Master was hostile to using achievements to pay debts for us. What they discussed afterward, I don't know, but back at the moment in Kim Hyung's Tower 51. After explaining things to him, Hammett left immediately. Then goodbye. Haymet left. Kim Hyung-gu anxiously looked at Noah. Noah was also concerned. Yes, I heard it clearly. It seems the superior he mentioned may very well be the same superior we're seeking. Kim Hyung-gu ran his fingers through his hair, fate weighing on him. What on earth is happening here? Avi, reading the contract, jumped up and shouted. The problem is that right now. Kim Hyung-gu frowned, holding his head. Oh, not again. God, don't stress me out more. Avi put the contract in front of him. After hearing this, you won't just die. The debt written here is unbelievable. What? We can't possibly handle this debt. The repayment deadline is approaching. If what Hermes said is true, we're about to go bankrupt. Kim Hyung-gu suddenly bore a pile of debt from the sky. and had to hear the annoying talk in his ear, extremely angry. Furious, veins bulging, he clenched his teeth, muttering, "Stop!" Then he smashed the table and shouted, "Stop talking that nonsense." Noah and Avi were shocked. Noah held a piece of wood, crying silently, "God, I carved this contract myself." Kim Hyung-goo's veins bulged with anger. "I went through so much to reach the top floor of this tower, and all I get is debts. I won't let that happen." Kim Hyung-goo spoke to Noah and Avi. "You two continue what you were talking about just now." They awkwardly responded, what were we talking about?" He reminded them, "Weren't you two saying you found some information about the superior? Tell me what it is, hurry." Noah and Avi flinched. Noah bowed his head, sighed. I'll carefully explain this." But Senza had no choice and created a magic circle in his hand. "What we found is this." A gate of light appeared in the tower's hall. Kim Hyung-goo was astonished. "What is this, a gate?" Noah analyzed. "It looks like one, but we're still not entirely sure. I've never seen it before, not even as the one who created this tower. But judging by the energy pouring out of that gate, it very likely leads somewhere completely outside. The tower somewhere like the upper realm." Kim Hyung-goo curled his lips into a grin. "Aha, finally some good news. I'm going in." And just like that, Kim Hyung-goo didn't care about anything else and stepped through the gate. Avi and Noah shouted after him in panic. What did you just say?" Avi tried to stop him. "Wait, I literally just told you I don't know where it leads. Even if you reach the upper realm, what are you planning to do?" Kim Hyung-goo raised an eyebrow. "What else would I do? I'll trash the place and make them wipe our debt clean, or give us more time. Got a better solution." Noah hesitated. "No, we don't." But Kim Hyung-goo replied, "Exactly." He thought to himself, "I don't know if that eye will help me like it did before. But since I have no way to contact it, I can't count on being saved. I can't just sit here with my arms crossed and do nothing." Kim Hyung-goo stepped into the gate and said, "More importantly, no matter what's on the other side, I'm not going to be in danger. You two don't need to worry, because right now, nothing is more dangerous than what I'm feeling." Scene shifts elsewhere. Flamelit lamps roared, flooding the space with light. A group of armored people trembled, kneeling with their heads bowed, pleading weakly, Please, spare our lives. We know we made a terrible mistake." My lord of the tower." Standing above them was the 50th Tower Master, Siegfried. Siegfried let out a harsh, scraping laugh. "HMPH, a pack of shameless trash, just sludge living in my tower. And yet you not only plotted rebellion, you even dared to dirty my top floor with your filthy feet. You think I'll forgive that?" One man, face still lowered, clenched his teeth in rage. He couldn't stand Siegfried's arrogant tone, so he looked up and shouted, "Damn it, then what were we supposed to do? The lower floors are basically hell. To escape that nightmare, the only option we had was to take your place." The smile on Siegfried's face faded. He muttered, "You still dare talk back to me?" Siegfried felt insulted. He raised his sword high. "There's no point wasting any more words on you. All of you will be executed right here." The blade came down. The armored young man threw up an arm to block it. At the critical moment, a voice rang out. "Oh, come on, what the hell is going on here?" It was Kim Hyung-goo. After stepping through the gate, he had arrived at Siegfried's 50th tower and caught the descending sword. Siegfried stared, trying to yank his sword free, but he couldn't. "You're talking like you've got everyone here under your boot. Who do you think you are? Are you the leader here or something?" He didn't really care what Kim Hyung-goo was saying. His mind was stuck on one thought. "He blocked my sword with his bare hand." Siegfried demanded, "Why you? Who the hell are you? Where did you crawl out from?" Kim Hyung-goo didn't bother answering, just looking around and sizing up the place. "Looks like you really are the boss here. With this place turned into a total mess, I figured you wouldn't be able to ignore it. Now, answer me properly, since I was polite enough to ask. So how about we take a little time to get to know each other?" Siegfried ground his teeth. "You bastard, what kind of nonsense are you spewing?" Kim Hyung-goo said nothing. He swung his fist and punched Siegfried square in the torso, sending him flying. "What else? We'll talk after I beat you senseless." Siegfried flew back, digging a hand into the ground to steady himself. He stared blankly. "What the? That was just a normal punch. How did it knock me back like that?" Seeing the situation no longer had anything to do with them, the armored people helped each other up and ran. I don't know what's happening, but we need to get out of here now." While Siegfried was still dazed, "What is this?" Kim Hyung-goo grabbed him by the face. "Hey, I don't care about anything else. Just answer me one thing." Kim Hyung-goo's expression pressed the question. "Do you know anything about the management center?" Siegfried stammered. "Why you're asking if I know about the management center? Never thought you'd ask me that. You're not some ordinary tower citizen, are you? Who are you, really?" Before he could finish, Siegfried took a blood-spraying punch straight to the face. Kim Hyung-goo was knocked back 3 meters. Kim Hyung-goo sneered, "I can tell from that tone you know the bosses. Good, then answer me already. Why the hell are you asking me questions instead of answering?" Siegfried lay on the ground, clutching his face. "Why you? How dare you lay a hand on my body like that?" He scrambled up and grabbed his sword. "This is ridiculous. I don't need to hear a single explanation from you." Kim Hyung-goo didn't get it. What's wrong with this guy? He watched like it was a show. "Oh, what's that? That looks nasty." Siegfried raised his sword and swung it in a flourish. Puffing himself up, he fantasized aloud, "You'll be executed on the spot. I declare you will be completely destroyed." Before he could finish crowing, Kim Hyung-goo's voice rang out behind him. Executed, huh? You're going to execute me? Kim Hyung-goo lifted his godlike fist again. He drove it toward him and said, don't even dream about it. Kim Hyung-goo's punch crackled with overwhelming thunder and lightning, slamming Siegfried straight into the ground. Siegfried passed out on the spot, choking up blood. Kim Hyung-goo squatted beside him and taunted, oh, you still haven't blacked out yet. Pretty tough, aren't you? Perfect, I was just looking to blow off some steam. Now I don't have to worry about killing someone by accident. I can beat you to my heart's content. Hyung-goo grinned like a maniac. Oh, and while you're getting hit, if you suddenly feel like fixing your attitude, just tell me. From now until you finally listen. I'll smash you about 10 more times, got that? Clear. After hearing that, Siegfried probably nearly wet himself. He stammered, wait, but once Kim Hyung-goo's fist got going, it was hard to stop. He rewarded him with another blow that sent dirt and rocks flying everywhere. One hit and he was basically seeing stars. Another conversation appeared again at the management center. The manager said at once, oh, really? Yes, sir, I already warned him. But from what I've seen, he's pretty unpredictable. We'll probably run into quite a lot of trouble while collecting. Those achievements, sir? The manager bowed his head and chuckled. Looks like we picked up a troublesome client. Fine, let's wait and see for now. If he ends up beyond our control, we'll just use this chance to cancel that contract. Simple. The manager's face was full of scheming malice. As long as we gather all the tower masters together, we can take everything from them anyway. Besides, that was our original goal when we created that passage in the first place. So the one who created the passage gate inside Kim Hyung-goo's tower was the manager himself, deliberately piquing his curiosity and sending him investigating. After his question was answered, Kim Hyung-goo said, so that gate is a passage connecting Tower 50 and Tower 51, and it's part of a network running through all 51 towers that the management center oversees. He looked at Siegfried, battered and kneeling on the ground, and asked, you're the tower master of Tower 50, right? And where I am is Tower 51. He trembled as he replied. Why, yes, that's right, Kim Hyung-goo frowned. So that passage only links our two towers. Why, there are so many towers, Siegfried explained as best he understood. Actually, moving between towers isn't that simple. How should I put it? Unless the towers are on the same side, there's an unwritten rule between them. People from one tower aren't allowed to enter another. But I had no idea a passage had been set up to my tower like this. It's obvious. Because only the management center can decide something like that. I forgot the passage even existed, so I've never used it. Siegfried lowered his head in humiliation. I never expected a new tower master to crawl out of that passage and beat me like this. Hyung-goo snapped. You bastard. Are you insulting me? He clicked his tongue. You're pretty unhappy, huh? Want me to apologize to you? Sorry, Kim Hyung-goo said, while still raising his fist, ready as always. Siegfried nearly lost his soul and hurriedly said, No, I mean, I just still can't believe what's happening here. Are my words that hard to believe? That guy is really that strong. Siegfried fidgeted. Oh, of course. You know yourself how absurdly overpowered he is. That much is obvious. Not many tower masters can measure up to him. For someone like that to get beaten, it shocked me. Kim Hyung-goo sighed and nodded. Yeah, I'll admit dealing with him is kind of a hassle. Suddenly, Hyung-goo realized something. His eyes widened. Oh, wait. He sat down across from him and asked, how do you know about that? Didn't you say people rarely move between towers? I heard about it at a gathering of tower masters. Kim Hyung-goo had never heard that phrase before. A gathering of tower masters, what's that? Siegfried asked. Didn't Hamet tell you about it? It's a get-together held once a year among the tower masters, organized by the management center. Honestly, it's more like a gala than a meeting, but it's where you can pick up a lot of useful information. Kim Hyung-goo looked satisfied. Oh ho, so you finally told me something useful. How do I get to that gathering? Siegfried lowered his head and said, you don't need to do anything. When the time comes, they'll come and take you there. If you really want to go, just stay on good terms with the management center and protect your reputation as a tower master. Hearing that, Kim Hyung-goo went pale. Something was seriously off. Stay on good terms? He was so screwed. Didn't he plan to beat up Hamet at the start? Well, and it sure looked like he'd already blown that up. No, wait. Hadn't their relationship already collapsed because of the debt his tower was shouldering? Kim Hyung-goo clenched his fist, cursing inwardly. That scheming bastard, so that's why he couldn't be bothered to tell me this. He pictured Hamet in his head, definitely looking down on him with a curled lip. Kinbai said, HMPH, someone drowning in debt like you. How could you possibly join the gathering? Kim Hyung-goo went berserk, only because he thought he was already so pathetic that this was how he would be treated. Kim Hyung-goo swore loudly. That damn guy. He grabbed Siegfried by the collar, making him panic. What are you planning now, oh my god? Kim Hyung-goo shouted at Siegfried. Have you achieved anything? Let me borrow a little and see. Hearing this, Siegfried froze, unable to believe his ears. What did you just say? Wait, what nonsense are you talking about? Kim Hyung-goo glared threateningly. I never said I was taking it all from you. I'll pay back both the principal and interest later. He gripped Siegfried's collar tightly, shaking him back and forth, demanding, "Let me borrow a little and see." This damn guy, wait, take your hands off first. The floating eye observing Kim Hyung-gu from afar clicked its tongue at the scene. Tusk, really? Every time I see him, he always puffs his chest like that, huh? The eye spoke. Calm down, Kim Hyung-gu. Kim Hyung-gu sensed a strange energy and happily turned around. Is this the all-seeing eye? The eye asked Hyung-gu. What's with that silly look on your face? Do you miss me that much? While Kim Hyung-gu was at the 50th tower at the same moment on the 9th floor, Lee Seo-dong looked at a street photo on her phone and pondered. She looked up and asked, "So after seeing this, you want to go out and have fun with the other tower climbers too?" The nine-tailed fox Kumiho wagged her tail happily. Hee, exactly. Everyone has been exhausted from guarding this 9th floor all this time. So I want to take this opportunity to go on a little trip to relax, Seo-dong said with some embarrassment. Ah, you're right, but Tian Ma, I mean the MUFP owner, probably won't have any problem. But other players might have a hard time going together. Their forms are completely different from ordinary humans. Going outside like that would cause chaos. You can handle it because you can transform. As for, Kumiho said excitedly, you don't need to worry about that. The Zoa decided not to go because they weren't interested. And Sun Wukong and Azure Dragon. At that moment a voice called out, "Hey, a nine-tailed fox transformed like that, what's going on? Our guests here." Kumiho happily said, everyone arrived at the perfect time. Those are Sun Wukong and Azure Dragon. Zio Rong gasped in shock. What is that Sun Wukong and the Azure Dragon? Zio Rong stared in disbelief. Really? Are they really Sun Wukong and the Azure Dragon? These two handsome guys. Kumiho the nine-tailed fox, using her skills, had disguised Wukong and transformed the dragon into two tall, handsome, shining young men looking completely human. Wukong smugly said, "Wow, you've got an eye for handsome men too." Seo-jong, still stunned, asked Kumiho, What happened to them?" Kumiho replied, I just taught them how to take human form. See, now if they go out they shouldn't have any more problems, right? She excitedly looked at Zio Rong. Zio Rong, are you okay? Seo-jong had fallen into the charm trap of the Azure Dragon and Wukong in human form. She blushed looking at the scene. They're just too handsome. Zio Rong lowered her gaze and asked Kumiho, "Hey, nine-tailed fox, you said you wanted to go to Mexico, right?" Kumiho scratched her head. What? Oh yes, that's right. But we don't have money for the trip, so we thought of asking you. Zio Rong generously said, "Don't worry, I'll cover all the expenses." Kumiho was surprised, really? But then Zio Rong excitedly jumped at Kumiho. "I want to go with everyone too." Kumiho awkwardly replied, I'm really happy to hear you say that. But why do you suddenly want to go? The Azure Dragon and Wukong stood there, confused. Back at the 50th tower, the floating eye asked Kim Hyung-gu, "You miss me that much?" Kim Hyung-gu helplessly said, "I don't just miss you, I'd be dying if I couldn't see you." He scolded the eye, "Where have you been hiding all this time?" "Sorry, I can't spend the whole day just watching you. Just doing that would be boring to death." The eye teased Hyung-gu, "But every time I show up it's right when you're in trouble, isn't that great?" "Great my foot," Kim Hyung-gu seriously asked. "So how are you planning to help me this time? You know I'm about to go bankrupt, right?" The eye replied, "Of course I know. Since both sides are in a hurry, let's get straight to today's main topic. Join the meeting of the Tower Masters." Kim Hyung-gu was surprised. What, that meeting? Kim Hyung-gu quickly stopped the eye. Wait, you seem to have mixed up the order of events. I don't know the details, but isn't the Tower Masters meeting only for reputable Tower Masters? And only those qualified can participate. I'm about to go bankrupt, still owe a ton of achievements, how could I possibly attend? The eye calmly said, you don't need to worry about that. You think I came all the way here unprepared? A gem radiating pink red light flew in front of Kim Hyung-gu. Kim Hyung-gu was astonished. These are all achievements. You noticed right away? How could I not? It's radiating such massive energy. The eye complained, I put so much effort into preparing this for you. Almost ruined my back in the process. This is exactly how parents feel raising their little child. What the heck? The eye comforted him. Anyway, don't worry. With this, even the management center won't touch your tower. Kim Hyung-gu held the achievement gem. Oh really? Just now you extracted all the fear from an achievement. He remembered the eye's earlier words, that these are achievements from mystical beings the eye collected. Everything negative they've gone through, like tests, all their fears and worries. And now you're handing me all these achievements, there's so many. Kim Hyung-gu asked, "Who exactly are you?" The eye was silent for a moment, then narrowed slightly. "We'll talk about that later. Collecting all those achievements exhausted me, it's not the right time." Kim Hyung-gu sighed, "So how long do I have to wait?" The eye instructed, "Just attend the Tower Masters meeting and find someone named Diblin. I've planted it there, he'll tell you what to do." Kim Hyung-gu crossed his arms in annoyance. "Sounds suspicious. But since you gave this to me, I'll follow your advice." The floating eye said reassuringly, Good, see you next time then. Kim Hyung-gu opened his eyes wide looking around. This is the 50th tower, are you back to normal? Hyung-gu looked at the gem in his hand. The stone was still there. He frowned. I'm exhausted. A groan echoed, making him wonder. Kim Hyung-gu realized he was still gripping the service guy's neck. Siegfried was strangled so tightly his face turned pale. He gasped, I can't breathe. Hyung-gu released him, wide awake, saying, sorry, I completely forgot about you. Siegfried collapsed, coughing harshly. Cough growl, he roared at Hyung-gu, how could you forget like that, you insane tower master? Hyung-gu poked his ear, muttering, I already apologized. In return, I'll quietly leave without bothering you anymore. Siegfried was stunned. You wreak havoc here and now plan to just leave? Really? Hyung-gu waved as he walked away. Yes, my work here is done. Take care, goodbye. Siegfried watched Hyung-gu disappear beyond the gateway, frozen, petrified, speechless. What on earth is wrong with that guy? Back at Hyung-gu's 51st tower, Avi and Noah stared at the achievement gem in awe. Wow, incredible. What is this amazing gem? What is that extraordinary energy? Avi caught the achievement gem and asked Hyung-gu, where did you get it? Hyung-gu couldn't say it was given by the floating eye, so he replied, I'll tell you about that later. More importantly, what do you think? Can we use this to pay off the debt? Avi held the sparkling gem happily. Certainly, with this, we can pay almost the entire debt listed in the contract. She praised him, I don't know what you did, but you did well. Hyung-gu felt relieved and leaned back in the chair. Really? Then I can finally breathe easy. Hyung-gu now regretted, I shouldn't have become the tower master and tied myself up like this. Hey, I wonder if others know what I've been doing to maintain the peace they enjoy. Do they know how much I've suffered? Perhaps Hyung-gu couldn't imagine that right now, at Mexico International Airport, Seorong and Kumiho's group had landed the plane, very cheerful. We've arrived in Mexico City, and surely they didn't care at all about Hyung-gu. Kumiho excitedly praised Seorong, I can't believe we got here so fast. Seorong is amazing. Oh, it's nothing. We just happened to have a private plane for family members to use. Seorong frowned, but how did you get here? There were also groups from Si-hyun, Han, and Anya. Si-hyun smiled, well, we also took Gu's private plane here. We had planned a trip anyway. At that time, Kumiho said it would be great if everyone went together. So we agreed, right, Kumiho? Kumiho was ecstatic. Yes, the more the merrier. Seorong silently thought, why are there so many people? I thought I'd finally get to enjoy a romantic atmosphere. Now it's just a group trip. Am I the only one alone? But seeing everyone chatting happily, Seorong smiled. Well, I guess it's fine. She announced, everyone, let's head to the hotel first. Let's fully enjoy this trip. Everyone raised their hands in agreement. Soon, they arrived. The group happily gathered by the rooftop pool. Anya and Kumiho played and splashed water. Meanwhile, Tenma and Si-hyun sat on the pool's edge watching. Tenma cleared his throat. She's stunning. Si-hyun also smiled absent-mindedly. Nice, that new outfit is adorable. By the warmer water, Than Long and Han relaxed in the pool. Seorong sat on the pool's edge, observing them from afar, holding a glass of juice. Although this wasn't her original plan. The atmosphere wasn't bad. Wukong suddenly approached. Why don't you join them? Don't you like water? Seorong instantly blushed. Wukong, haha, I've always been bad at swimming, so I won't go in. Wukong nodded. Really? Seorong asked, where are you going? I plan to explore the hotel. There seem to be many interesting things around. Seeing her seated, he suggested. You want to come with me? You weren't planning to swim anyway. Seorong was overjoyed. Really? Yes. The opportunity came so fast, Seorong hurriedly stood. I'd love to, let me change first. Unfortunately, Seorong rushed and slipped. She fell backward toward the pool. Luckily, a hand caught her waist just in time. Hey, be more careful. Wukong held Seorong, gently saying, you said you didn't like water. The proximity and posture made Seorong panic. Oh my, her heart raced. Oh heavens above. Wukong was right in front of her, full HD, breathtakingly handsome, causing Seorong to cover her mouth in awe. Truly an extraordinary sight. Wukong didn't understand. He asked her, wonderful sight, where? Seorong realized she spoke without thinking, stammered. I mean that over there, that one. She pointed behind Wukong. I'm talking about the statue over there. It turned out to be a 10-meter statue of Hyung-gu in the city center, looking imposing. Wukong stared helplessly. I'm not sure if I can call this a spectacular view, but I have to admit the scenery really stands out, aside from that enormous statue. Over there, the whole city is dotted with all kinds of statues of Kim Hyung-gu, scattered everywhere. Whether you look up or down, you can see him. Right in the center of the city, there's a huge amusement park and a bamboo forest that somehow stretches along both sides. I had guessed this day would come when I heard that the city was upgraded and designed by his students, but I really didn't expect it to be this chaotic. Two of Kim Hyung-gu's students like Mai Ryung and Hana Rin taking action is truly terrifying. You, the master, will love this. Master, Kim Hyung-gu must constantly struggle to deal with such chaos. Seojong forced a smile, sobbing quietly, but he didn't seem to dwell too much on it. Wukong suddenly turned to ask her, by the way, your name is Ly Seorong, right? Seojong whispered in fear. What? Yes, that's right. Wukong stepped closer. You, with the scenery so exciting, he said. You've been staying in that position this whole time, can't you stand up? Seo Jong was disappointed to realize they were still supporting each other by the edge of the pool. Ah, my arms are numb. Ah, sorry. A few days later at the towers, Avi said, although the sphere you brought back surprised us greatly. I'm even more shocked that there are countless other dimensions out there. Unbelievably, besides us, there are 50 more towers. Noah agreed. Not only that, they're also controlled by a management company. I had guessed this to some extent, but it seems this management company has far more influence than we thought. Kim Hyung-gu replied. Probably so, he sighed. And because they conceal their information so well, even the 50th tower knows little about them. Exactly, Noah folded his arms in thought. If we could at least know the coordinates of this company. We could try creating a teleportation matrix immediately. But, Kim Hyung-gu asked, can't we trace back using the path that the cross-eyed guy took when he arrived here? Noah shook his head. I tried, but it doesn't work. I can't find even the smallest trace. It seems that teleportation technique is a special skill only he possesses, so don't get your hopes up. Kim Hyung-gu clicked his tongue. Then we have only one option left. I'll attend the meeting between the tower masters that the eye mentioned and meet Dai Ban. Since he's cooperating with that eye, I might be able to obtain some useful information from him. Maybe I can even figure out how to defend the tower without needing things like this. Avi and Noah nodded. This is probably our best plan. Kim Hyung-gu slowly stood up from his chair. Then the most urgent matter is arranged. Let's take a short break. Suddenly, a very familiar voice came from behind, making Kim Hyung-gu pale and shiver. Ah, you're still here? He trembled as he slowly turned. That voice is, both said in unison. No matter how busy you are, you must eat lunch properly. So we came to you, Master. It was Mai Ryung and Hana Rin who followed him all the way to the tower. Kim Hyung-gu panicked. Why you too? His face drained of color. How did you get here? Noah asked innocently. Didn't I tell you? While preparing for the top floor, I granted your teammates access to this place. He smiled. That means they can come and go freely. Kim Hyung-gu felt like vomiting. Why would you do that without consulting me? Kim Hyung-gu's students clung to his hands. Come on, master, let's go. Kim Hyung-gu wailed. Gee guys, I haven't even finished talking. His shrieks echoed through the tower. Avi and Noah watched in bewilderment. In a blink, they were dumbfounded. What's going on? He looks like he's been kidnapped or something. No way, right? In another building. The table was laid with all sorts of eye-catching foods. In the center sat Kim Hyung-gu, still stunned, and two shy students beside him. Kim Hyung-gu was sweating profusely. It's just a normal meal. Why is it so complicated and elaborate? Mai Ryung blushed and replied, it's not complicated or elaborate, master. You've been fighting non-stop until now, and there's also what happened last night. I think you must be exhausted. This is how we help you recover your strength. Kim Hyung-gu found it reasonable but looked down at the table. I really appreciate you guys. But there are eels, oysters, abalone, and even wild strawberries on the table. Why is it all food that boosts that stuff? The author appeared and said, I came to express my gratitude. Heartfelt thanks from the bottom of my heart. Kids, this series is intended for readers aged 12 and above. Kim Hyung-gu thought, I need to find a way out of here. He pretended to scratch his head and removed the scarf from his neck. Guys, right now I'm not really in the mood to eat. I'll eat later. He made up a story and stammered, so Hanarin cut him off and poured wild beard wine into his glass. Oh dear, that won't do at all, master. Someone with important duties cannot skip a meal like this. Miss Hong's eyes sparkled. Well, if you really have no appetite now, we will clear the table immediately, and we'll finish discussing what we didn't finish yesterday. I'm truly curious about how it will end. Are you getting engaged right now and marrying immediately, master? Kim Hyung-gu felt pressure from both sides and struggled to breathe. He immediately gave in, slumping down. I am still not ready for that. Hanarin replied cheerfully, yes, it's all right. Maryung also interjected while serving food. We can wait, master, no matter how long it takes, but right now. We've poured all our hearts into preparing these dishes for you, so we just don't want you to waste them like last night. They kept pressing on Kim Hyung-gu's mind. You will eat for our sake, right? Kim Hyung-gu's face was utterly lifeless. A night of struggle with two students. Aha, what a mess. Master, please, master, start eating. Hurry, master. He vowed to himself that from now on he would endure this fatigue. The three lacked restraint at the dinner table that night. Kim Hyung-gu endured an extremely exhausting night. The next day on the rooftop, after a fierce night with his students, Kim Hyung-gu's eyes were dark and sunken like a panda's. Hung, the 51st Tower Master, it seems you've worked hard to gather achievements, right? Kim Hyung-gu snapped, that's your business, you usurers. Without opening his eyes, he replied calmly, your words are a bit harsh. We are only encouraging everyone to pay their debts on time. Kim Hyung-gu reached into his pocket and pulled out a merit gem. Stop talking nonsense. Take it and bite. He tossed the gem toward the 2 meters. The energy radiating from it made Hymed raise his eyes in surprise. What the hell? How did such a huge amount of achievements appear? Where did he get all this? Kim Hyung-gu crossed his arms impatiently. Why are you still standing there? Haven't you finished checking? Isn't that enough? Hamath pursed his lips and said, no, this is enough for you to clear your debt. The contract between both parties will continue. He put the merit gem into his robe. Thank you for paying our debt, 51st Tower Master. He thought to himself that there were still many things he wanted to ask about this, but probably best not to ask where their achievements came from. After all, that's the rule of the management company as presented by Hamath. So now the contract will be renewed without any complications. You still retain the right to manage this tower. Kim Hyung-gu smirked, making a teasing expression, and said, all right, thank you. Hamath's expression, like a faded sugar cane, was at a loss. He also restrained himself from speaking. So now I want to explain the benefits that the 50th Tower Master receives. From behind Hermes, a golden passageway appeared. Kim Hyung-gu gritted his teeth. The 2 meters in unison leaned down and placed their hands on their chests. O 51st Tower Master, we are honored to invite you to attend the meeting of all Tower Masters. Hamath continued explaining the significance of this meeting. First, Kim Hyung-gu did not want to waste time, so he waved dismissively. Well, I already have a rough idea, so skip the useless explanation. Hamath was surprised. You already know? How do you know? Kim Hyung-gu said clearly. Because I used the passageway you created. When I asked the 50th Tower Master I happened to meet via that passageway, he told me freely. Remembering the inquiry with the chief's fist, it was hardly comfortable. Kim Hyung-gu pointed accusingly. That's how I realized you've always treated me as a debtor. Do you have any excuses? Hamath remained silent, thinking he already met the 50th Tower Master. This will surely give the other side a headache. After a moment of silence, the 2 meters spoke. We sincerely apologize. He stood solemnly, bowing his head. I want to offer a heartfelt apology for underestimating you, and for handling everything too hastily. Please do not be angry. Kim Hyung-gu had been furious for days, but seeing this humble attitude, he felt relieved. He even felt a bit overbearing himself. He waved his hand. They reacted more properly and calmly than I expected. Exhausting, but whatever. He pushed back his chair and stood up. So you mean that if I pass through that gate, I'll enter the meeting of all Tower Masters directly? Avi worried, Master, are you really going through there? Hames confirmed. Yes, this is a one-way path leading to the conference hall. So when you want to return, you just need to use the front door. Kim Hyung-gu walked out wearing his Gu Kai support sandals. I heard traveling between towers is incredibly difficult, but that bastard actually managed to make something that hard look this easy. Hermes, do you think he might be the one who created the passageway in our tower? Seeing that Kim Hyung-gu was ready to step in, Hermes quickly slipped away. Then I'll be taking my leave first. I still have something I need to report to my superiors. I hope this meeting proves useful to you. With that, Hermes vanished in an instant. He really said what he wanted and bolted. Kim Hyung-gu didn't care and wasn't worried either. Yeah, it's fine. There are more important things than him right now. So shall we go? After passing through the gate, the corridor brought Kim Hyung-gu to a grand, lavish waiting hall. White furnishings, blue banners and curtains, golden carved designs and huge glittering chandeliers hanging from the ceiling. Even the food counter was packed with gorgeous delicacies, leaving Kim Hyung-gu overwhelmed. This is the Tower Master's conference hall. Isn't this absurdly luxurious? Good grief, everyone here is dressed to the nines, and only our male lead is in workout clothes and flip-flops. Probably bought at a street market, standing there being appraised. There are quite a lot of attendees too, so they're all Tower Masters like the inner demon. But why do I feel like they're all staring at me, and even whispering about it? Being the target of other people's scrutiny is seriously annoying. While they were sizing up his outfit and flip-flops, someone came up behind him and asked, excuse me, are you Tower Master number 51? A pink-haired girl in a maid outfit walked over, and Kim Hyung-gu turned around. Who are you? You know me. The pink-haired girl cheerfully introduced herself. I'm the receptionist in charge of assisting with ceremony support for the Tower Masters in this conference hall. I just received information from Hermes. He told me to come help you since this is your first time attending the conference. Kim Hyung-gu was secretly relieved and asked the receptionist, oh, really? Perfect timing, I was just looking for someone. Can you tell me which Tower Master is Dibran? I need to talk to him. The receptionist stared blankly. Pardon, Dibran, you say? Cut to the management headquarters. The administrator held the achievement gem Kim Hyung-gu had returned, admiring it. This really is unexpected. Hermes asked. You think so too, sir? The administrator examined the gem closely. Yeah, who would have thought someone could gather this many achievements in such a short time? Hermes shared the same doubts, so he suggested, if you're not fully assured, shall I trace its origin? The administrator pondered for a moment, then set it down on the desk. No need. The issue isn't the achievements themselves. There's no point wasting effort on that. Yes, sir. By the way, Tower Master number 51 is attending this meeting, right? Hermes replied, yes. He's probably drawing a lot of attention from the other Tower Masters. The administrator guessed, so the new faction will try to approach him soon, won't they? Most likely. From their perspective, Tower Master number 51 draws attention for all kinds of reasons: spirits, angels, and demons. The Tower Master world is currently maintained by a balance among those three factions. And since Tower Master number 51 is strong, he's risen recently after defeating the inner demon and still doesn't belong to any faction. They'll naturally want him. But among them, the spirit faction has a completely different stance. The administrator asked in surprise, why is that? Hermes laid out his reasoning. As I reported, it seems he already clashed with Tower Master number 50, who belongs to the spirit faction. Tower Master number 50 may only be a low-ranking member, but the spirit faction still has to save face. So I suspect that compared to the other factions, they'll take a more hostile approach to Tower Master number 51. The administrator smirked with interest. Oh, hostile, what do you mean? Hermes said, I think they'll try to drag down his standing so he can't cause any trouble, even if he joins another faction, even if they have to resort to openly using force. Back with the receptionist and Kim Hyung-gu, the receptionist rested her chin and thought for a long time. Dibrin, Kim Hyung-gu asked, what is it? Don't you recognize Tower Masters by their names? The receptionist fumbled. Oh, of course I do. That's something I absolutely have to remember. But I've never heard the name Dibrin before. Kim Hyung-gu nodded. Oh yeah, then maybe that bastard isn't a Tower Master. He shoved his hands into his pockets and headed off in another direction. All right, fine, I'll find him myself. The receptionist called after him anxiously. What? You'll look for him yourself, but how are you going to find him? Kim Hyung-gu pressed his lips together and drew in a breath. Standing in the middle of the banquet hall, he shouted at the top of his lungs, drawing everyone's attention at the party. Hey everyone here, nice to meet you all. You damn Tower Masters have been sizing me up this whole time, like I'm some kind of zoo monster. Is there anyone here who secretly thinks they're Diblin or knows him? If so, step out. Everyone hesitated, looking at Kim Hyung-gu. The receptionist nearly fainted at this lunatic and hurried to stop him. Sir, you can't do that, okay? Kim Hyung-gu still wouldn't stop. Hurry it up, let me finish what I need to do and get out of this godforsaken place. The cheerful mood abruptly sank under the weight of the weirdness, yet no one stepped forward. Kim Hyung-gu muttered, why the hell is nobody answering? A dismissive snort rang out, you two are pretty interesting. Kim Hyung-gu turned and asked the one who spoke, who are you? That arrogant man was from the spirit body faction, the fourth Tower Master, Yipjit. Kim Hyung-gu didn't give a damn about anyone, only about getting his information. He asked him, are you Diblin? Guess not. Yipjit folded his arms. I don't know who Diblin is, but I've got something I want to ask you, human. Are you the 51st Tower Master, the one who defeated the inner demon Tower Master? Kim Hyung-gu answered coolly, and if I am. The man pointed behind him, where Siegfried was standing, and snarled. Then you must be the one who tormented that bastard into that state, and completely ruined the reputation of the Wraith faction. Did I get that right? Kim Hyung-gu blinked. What? He even cheerfully waved at Siegfried. Hey, my friendly neighbor, seeing you here is a huge treat. Hello. Siegfried jolted, cursing Kim Hyung-gu in his head. Don't act like we're close, you bastard. Kim Hyung-gu asked Yipjit, so what do you want to do? You're not even Diblin, what do you want from me? The big man stepped closer. Instead of what I want, there's something I want to say to you. Kim Hyung-gu looked up and asked blandly, something to say? Yeah, not much. Then the man suddenly turned stern and threatened him. That's enough joking around. You arrogant punk, don't get all smug and act like some superstar just because you beat the inner demon. If the spirit body faction wanted to, we could crush trash like you with ease. Anytime, so stop making people want to punch you, unless you want to get your mouth stuffed full of onion. Got it? Kim Hyung-gu burst out laughing at Yipjit's bullshit. What was that? What information am I supposed to take away from this? That you're just some thug bastard who picks fights because you think your faction's the best. The man ground his teeth in fury. How dare you? Seeing things going south, the receptionist cut in to mediate. Please stop, Tower Master. The rules clearly state you're not allowed to fight in the conference hall. Please calm down, and she didn't even finish before Yipjit cut her off. What a pain, he turned and cursed at her. Hey, you little receptionist, how dare you interrupt me? The receptionist stared blankly. Without another word he struck her, blood spraying from her mouth in front of Kim Hyung-gu. She collapsed, clutching her chest and writhing on the floor. HMPH. You two insolent brats, neither of you knows your place. Got any last word? In pain and terror, the receptionist cried. Sob. If I did anything to offend you, I'm truly sorry, Tower Master. Please forgive me. Kim Hyung-gu only lowered his head in silence at the sight. Yipjit strutted past him in smug satisfaction. HMPH, at least you can serve as an example for the others. He tried to put Kim Hyung-gu in his place. See that, Tower Master 51? If you don't reflect on yourself, you'll end up like, but before he could finish his lecture, he turned and found Kim Hyung-gu gone. Where did that bastard go? Before he could even finish wondering, Kim Hyung-gu attacked from behind, gently, affectionately stroking Yipjit's cheek once, sending him flying straight up and sticking to the wall like a gecko. Kim Hyung-gu snapped, furious. I honestly can't understand why you Tower Masters, all of you, love getting your asses handed to you so much. The one with a blazing red body was the Fire Spirit King, Yipjit. He was the supreme ruler of Crimson Flame, praised by all. A wielder of fire, even compared to the tower masters of other factions, he ranked among the highest. He was one of the strongest among the strong, and that was exactly why the other tower masters couldn't hide their shock, frozen in disbelief. Someone like Yipjit had been subdued that easily. This is something no one could have expected. What's more, the person taking action is someone hardly anyone even knows the name of. Kim Hyung-gu braced himself, brushing off his hands. He nudged the pink-haired guide and said, "Hey, guide, I need a moment." The girl, completely confused, widened her eyes and asked, "Excuse me, what do you mean?" Before she could get an answer, a cloud arrived and lifted her up. He said to the cloud, "Nimbus, take her a bit further away." The bewildered guide was whisked away, shouting in surprise. "Huh?" Kim Hyung-gu stared at Hoa Vuong and said casually, "This place is about to turn into a complete mess. From my experience, scumbags like him are about to explode." Sure enough, Yipjit was erupting, flames blazing in his eyes. His teeth clenched tightly, grinding against each other. He was so furious he couldn't speak. Finally he spat out a curse at Kim Hyung-gu in a short burst. "You bastard." Apparently, he was all too used to situations like this. He teased him a little for fun. Yipjit was really hot-headed. At this moment, his whole body was engulfed in blazing flames. He shouted loudly, "I will kill you, number 51. On a screen somewhere, footage showed Kim Hyung-gu knocking Hoa Lin Vuong away, and I watched closely and marveled at the scene. So this all happened right after Kim Hyung-gu joined the meeting, less than 10 minutes in. "Diban," the person asked, wearing a black cloak with their face obscured, answered, "Yes, sir, this is the Tower Master of Unclear Rank, also called Diban." The eye continued, "Oh my, I was wondering why you were so panicked to call me directly, when you should have been holding the meeting instead. But it seems you have no other choice." Diban said softly, "Sir, I truly feel embarrassed. However, in this situation, it seems I cannot secretly approach him as your order commands." The eyeless entity laughed loudly at this. It encouraged the one in a panic. "Yes, I think so too. Well, it has come to this, complaining further is useless. Just leave him be, it's fine, though it seems you'll have something to do later." Diban maintained a kneeling position. "I have no objection to that, but is it really okay to leave him like that? His opponent is Yipjit." The eye made a sound. "Oh right, now I remember. You still don't know what kind of person Kim Hyung-gu is, do you? Then quickly go back and observe closely." Before he could understand the master's words, more information was fed in. "See how fierce the hunting dog I carefully chose is." On this side, Kim Hyung-gu was moving, preparing to engage Hoa Lin Vuong Yipjit. One side is hot-headed, the other unnaturally calm. Yipjit warned the small fry around him, "Whether you belong to the spirit faction or any other." He spoke while rushing toward Kim Hyung-gu. Flames blazed as if wanting to incinerate his opponent. Yipjit boldly declared, "From now on, this place will be this bastard's personal execution ground." He unleashed Fire King mode, extreme heat technique, Fire King destruction. Kim Hyung-gu could no longer sit still, extremely annoyed. He leaped close and wondered aloud, "Hey, why do you all want to execute me the moment we meet?" Kim Hyung-gu's speed froze Hoa Lin Vuong in place. He didn't know what to do. Kim Hyung-gu clenched his fists and said with emphasis, "You really want to die at the hands of someone who just wants to live a long and healthy life?" He accompanied the words with a powerful punch to Yipjit's stomach. If he had organs, his insides would have spilled out. Luckily, he had none, so only a splash of blood flew out, sending him tumbling backward. He looked at Kim Hyung-gu with terror. "Damn it. What the hell, I can't react to his movements. How is this possible?" Before he could find an answer, Kim Hyung-gu vanished from sight. Yipjit was stunned. "Oh my god, where did he go?" While frantically searching, Kim Hyung-gu's voice rang out. "Damn, your back is huge." He spoke while raising his leg, preparing to stomp down. His expression was cunning, even parents would disown him. Kim Hyung-gu added, "The important thing is, I want to step on this too." With a crisp thud, Hoa Lin Vuong was stomped hard, choking. He could only utter one word, "Wah," unclear what he wanted to say. One stomp wasn't enough. He stomped again to vent. Under the impact of two divine blows, Hoa Lin Vuong was like a fly crushed to the ground. Tower Master number 50, Siegfried, shivered at the sight. Unbelievable, he remembered being beaten badly by Kim Hyung-gu before. Back then, he was already formidable, but not like this. Could it be that he hadn't used his full strength then? Kim Hyung-gu's foot pressed down on Yipjit's chest. He stared in shock like a beached fish about to die. Kim Hyung-gu provoked him immediately. "What now? You were just threatening to execute me a moment ago. Why are you panicking already?" Hoa Lin Vuong was furious but powerless. Stomped on the ground, writhing, humiliated and angry. His eyes were bloodshot. He stared in confusion, wondering what the hell was going on. The strongest of the spirit faction like him was getting crushed this miserably in front of every other faction. He ground his teeth and spat a small burst of flame. "HMPH, don't make me laugh." Then Ipsit reached out with both hands and grabbed the leg Kim Hyung-gu was pinning him down with. Caught off guard with his foot restrained, he asked, "Ipsit, you're still alive?" The other roared in fury, "I'm the Fire King Ipsit, damn it." His whole body erupted in crimson flames as he unleashed the Fire King style. Ultimate heat, extreme star and the brutal fire hell. Kim Hyung-gu just watched to see what big move he had, but after seeing this, his body stiffened slightly. Flames roared up like they were rising straight from hell, swallowing the entire space. Ipsit crowed smugly, "Well, what now, you bastard?" The blaze's heat was impossible to dismiss. He had to grit his teeth and hold on. Ipsit thought gleefully, "I had to draw out my own soul just to unleash an extreme star like this. It will never go out unless I put it out myself. This is the true, orthodox fire hell. Whether you fly or crawl, you won't be able to endure flames like these." From within the inferno, the face of the fire spirit king was forged by the fire hell, looming as it rose into the air. Kim Hyung-gu clenched his fist, ready to hit him again. He waited for it to come close, then strike. He taunted Ipsit, "It'll never go out, so you'll only put it out when you feel like it." Boom. A heavy blow landed as his punch connected with the fire spirit king's body. Kim Hyung-gu said, "Then put it out, you mutt, if you don't want to die." Ipsit's huge body was blasted down to the floor once again. Poor guy, he'd been taken down twice already. Everyone watching this screen understood the letter A was illiterate for O and remained speechless. Bob burned and died instantly. He put on an act, wiped the sweat from his hands, and sighed tiredly. Kim Hyung-gu looked at the red-faced guy lying motionless on the ground and said, "Blabbering just leads to bloodshed. Whoever faints once is done for." Then he stepped toward the panicked crowd and said, "All right, now I'll ask one more time. Who here is Diblin or knows Diblin? Raise your hand." Kim Hyung-gu smiled and waved his hand, but everyone was terrified out of their minds. Standing in the corner, sweating from exertion, chanting prayers. "Oh heavens, oh master, a hunting dog, that is clearly a monster." The monster in Diblin's eyes was smiling broadly now. The manager looked at the small virtual screen separating him from Hemet and said, "So this is what the 51st Tower Master made." On the screen, a scene of repeated killings played. Yes, by the time I arrived, everything had already become a mess like this. The manager mocked, clearly showing no restraint. Haim didn't bother opening his eyes and said, "This is rather inconvenient. Not to mention the fact that the meeting among the Tower Masters has been cancelled. We also need to consider the complaints from the spiritual faction of IP DIP. They demanded that we either disadvantage the 51st Tower Master or publicly apologize to them." He stared at Kim Jin-hyo on the device and said seriously, "It seems this incident has hurt their pride. But this was clearly a battle from both sides, so we cannot make only one party responsible." The first to spark all this was IP DI. The cunning manager rubbed his chin. "Looks like someone is about to get caught." He closed his eyes in disgust with Hemet. Then let's do it this way. We'll hold another meeting." Haim asked for confirmation. "Another Tower Master meeting?" He answered calmly. "Yes, we'll try to fix the falsified event and open a forum for everyone to exchange ideas." Haim was a bit worried about his boss's plan and tried to persuade him. "Even if we do that, I think the 51st Tower Master won't obediently apologize, right?" He wasn't surprised and said frankly, "Of course not. Make sure the spiritual faction knows if that happens." The next words carried calculation. "If they plan to return a reasonable achievement, we'll send a request to one of the company's Tower Masters." Tai Duong then, 2 meters hesitant. "Tai Duong then, manager, do you intend to eliminate the 51st Tower Master?" He laughed, waving his hand. "Of course not. He's a valuable client, but I think he should be pressured a bit." He lowered his voice, smiled faintly. He very well might die. But if that happens, we must accept it too. This incident is such a headache." In the Grand Castle, when everyone was asleep, a few rooms still emitted faint light through the windows. Avi crossed her arms and looked at Kim Hyung-gu. "So you not only failed to meet Diblin but also caused trouble and returned like this. Is that what you mean?" He put his feet on the table casually. "Well, roughly like that." Hyun-woo said. "Later I politely asked them, but no one knew who it was. In reality, I screamed like a mortal." "What, you really didn't know him?" The ones asked squirmed, trembling. "We really don't know. He wasn't polite," and Kim Hyung-gu's version was slightly different from the truth. He suddenly remembered something, jumped from his chair, closed his eyes at the battered guy. "Don't tell me he gave me the wrong name." Avi ducked. "Lie," NHI spoke. "Probably not," Noah sighed. "They are clearly people the management company didn't know about, so they had to hide them. Even my identity is out here. What if your deception cost them the chance to reach you? If the nearby eye knew, it would be furious." "That's right, you fool." Kim Hyung-gu felt he had a point and hesitated. Could it be? He scratched his head. "Damn it. Taedeok, who knows? I didn't want to fight anyway. Everything's done. What else do you want me to do? If they really need me, they'll contact me again." Noah carefully continued, avoiding Kim Hyung-gu's anger. "Yeah, that's true," but Noah suddenly paused. He turned to ask, "What is it? What's happening?" Noah carefully sensed again, something had just entered the tower's defense system. Hyun-woo asked, "What?" Those perverted eyes again. Noah slightly frowned, trying to see more clearly, and anxiously reported. "No, this one is even more dangerous," Noah said abruptly. A commanding voice appeared in the vast room. The anti-voice technology was effective too. I am somewhat surprised. Even knowing the coordinates, it's still difficult to transmit my consciousness here. A man in a black cloak appeared at the main entrance. Hyun-woo was so hungry that he jumped up from his chair and shouted, "Wait a minute, is this place a street food stall or something? Why are there so many people in black here? And who are you?" The mysterious man removed his hood and said, "No need to be so wary. I am the person you asked D. Blanc to find. I'm heading to the table." Kim Hyung-gu hesitated before asking, "What? You're Diblin?" Diblin confirmed, "That's right, Kim Hyung-gu. I hold the truth about the management company you're entangled with, and I also bring a proposal from my master." As night fell, the Mexico City casino became lively. Dan Long held a glass of red wine, assessing the scene around him. "I came here because I heard this was a tourist spot, but this casino can't stay quiet for even a second." Seo Jong tried to salvage Than Long's interest, racking her brain to hold onto this brooding guy. "After all, this is a place for fun and entertainment. As long as you don't throw too much money away, it's still enjoyable. Than Long, do you want to give it a try?" Than Long firmly declined. "Well, maybe because I've only lived a life of cultivation and spiritual enlightenment in the mountains, I'm not used to these kinds of entertainment." Very human, Than Long sighed, watching his companion quickly blend into the lively atmosphere. "Ah, that guy once lived like me, yet this activity seems to suit him perfectly." That guy was Wukong. Wukong pushed all the small stacks of multicolored chips on the table forward, grinning challengingly at the other players. "Bet it all." The others at the table were intimidated and didn't dare continue. Seeing no reaction, Wukong started shouting, "Are you playing while dozing off or what? Why isn't anyone reacting? I said I'm betting it all here." Wukong went berserk. "If you're scared, get out and die." Than Long concluded, this place really suits him. Seo Jong could only force a tight-lipped smile. Yes, indeed. Recalling when they first entered the casino, Seo Jong had only briefly explained the cards to Wukong. She silently regretted, "I only taught him for a moment." Yet unexpectedly, he adapted so quickly. Than Long assessed the situation. "At this rate, all the money here will end up in his pocket." Seo Jong crossed her arms in agreement. "Exactly. At this pace, the casino will start controlling him." No sooner had she spoken, a tall, bald man in a black suit grabbed Wukong by the shoulder. Behind him were a few others in similar attire. The bald man spoke sternly. "Sir, please come with us." Wukong's fun was cut short. He asked, What do you want to do? Where are we going? Don't you see I'm playing?" The security insisted. He said someone reported Wukong for cheating. By the rules, they had to check him. Wukong turned irritably to the guard. "What cheating? What nonsense is this? I'm clearly relying on my luck and skill." The guard ignored him and signaled the men behind to step forward and restrain Wukong. Wukong pretended to smile. "Ah, yes, I understand. That's why we just want to confirm a little. Don't disrupt other people's business." Wukong exploded in anger. "Damn you bastards. Not only do you interrupt me when I'm about to win, but you dare treat me like a fraud." Seo Jong widened her eyes, sensing trouble ahead. Meanwhile, Than Long calmly sipped his wine, acting as if it were no big deal. "Ah, we're in deep trouble. They've triggered his pride. I can't stop him." Soon, Wukong turned the tables, throwing the strong guy to the floor. He grabbed the collar of the man who had caught him and slammed him onto the unfinished card table, shouting, "You guys are dead this time." The guards had never met a guest with such skill, freezing in place, stammering incoherently. What, this bastard can fight? Damn it, go handle him." Wukong shot them a bullet-like glare. Then he quickly struck the guards away. Wukong shouted in fury, "Get the hell out of here." Seeing their teammate turn into a beast, Seo Jong froze. Than Long, unshocked, exhaled, "No surprise, I knew this would happen." Seo Jong raised her voice to Wukong. "What do you mean, I knew this would happen? Quick, stop him." Fortunately, Than Long and Tian Ma quickly restrained Sun Wukong. Inside the room, D. Blanc began explaining the immediate situation before the tower was erected in each spatial dimension. The differences are similar, and magic is like nature itself. It flows through all spaces like water. It has no fixed form and is evenly distributed, just like the flow of nature. But one day, because someone interfered, it began to deform. They used an unknown method to gradually absorb magic from each spatial dimension, and the magical energy that should have flowed abundantly to become something only those who enter the tower could access. And only by using achievements to exchange could one receive an amount corresponding to what they invested. After creating a system with no loopholes for others to resist, an omnipotent entity stood up for everything, and that is the management company now. The amount of information I'm sharing with you. Diblin was speaking passionately, then noticed Hyun-woo was asleep, eyes tightly shut. He angrily scolded, "Hey, what's with that attitude?" Kim Hyung-gu jolted awake from his frozen dream. "Oh heavens, I fell asleep. Sorry. He stretched, yawning, and continued the conversation. "In short, the management company is a bunch of frauds, right? Why do you explain it so roundabout? So dull, just the backstory is enough. Get straight to the point. What's the proposal you mentioned? Diblin pursed his lips and said solemnly, all right, I'll go straight to the main point. The master wants you. Kim Hyung-gu is to lead the plan to destroy the management company we set up. Kim Hyung-gu asked loudly, as if to confirm. Damn. Destroy the management company? Diblin nodded with difficulty. That's right. I know this isn't an easy decision, but it's a mission set for this dimension. Please dedicate yourself. He gestured casually with his hand toward Kim Hyung-gu, pretending not to care. Okay, I got it, deal. Uriel's eyes widened in surprise, asking again, really? He lost patience and pointed, saying, do you understand human language? Then I agree. Uriel still found it hard to believe and timidly confirmed. One more time. Joking or for real? Kim Hyung-gu cracked his neck. Yeah, whatever. Pausing briefly, he smirked. I already wanted to do it anyway. I just needed to do it to get a performance bribe, right? Uriel was speechless but had to admit, well, that's true. But Hyun-woo cut him off. Fine, then let's discuss the rest. Surely you didn't rush here without a concrete plan. So what is the plan? Diblin was tongue-tied when asked. That you see. In the quiet night, a lone plane took off into the night sky. Seo Jian, voice trembling, watched teammates laughing and became annoyed. This case is shocking on many levels. My first trip in years, and I didn't expect to get a bill, besides the souvenirs and such. Then there's the medical fees of the injured casino staff that day, repair costs for the damaged building, and compensation for business losses. Seo Jian clenched the paper in his hand. Why? Why do I have to deal with the aftermath caused by Wukong? Wukong nervously fiddled his fingers together. Facing Seo Jian's anger, all he could say was, but actually I don't have that money. Seo Jian gripped the paper, shouting angrily. Then why did you cause the accident? A person with no money, no, a monster, no, damn it. Seo Jian couldn't speak, so he slammed the paper onto the table. I don't know, she entered his mind. Fine. Money isn't the issue. Anyway, this sum isn't significant to me. What irritates me is. A broadcaster's voice came from the small screen on the plane. Next news. A video of a man's fury at a casino in Mexico City is spreading widely. Accompanying him is Lee Seo Jian, leader of the Rearranged Guild, one of Korea's representative guilds. This incident sparked controversy. A witness said Lee Seo Jian went with the man into the casino and taught him how to play like a couple. Moreover, the man is being called a handsome guy. Reports say he has a very attractive appearance. Some believe Lee Seo Jian is supporting him and enjoying a secret romance. The two guys on the flight pointed at the screen, laughing. Secret romance, ha ha ha. The broadcaster's voice continued. At the same time, a gust of wind passed them. In an instant, a ball was thrown right in the middle, shattering the screen. The poor TV made its final sounds. Regarding this, Rearranged Guild has not issued any. No statement at all. Seo Jian threw the ball behind him, eyes blazing with anger at the two. So insensitive, having fun, huh? The other two bowed and replied, we're sorry. Seo Jian restraining himself this. Moments later, she knelt down crying. I'm done, I'm really done. I came here to enjoy some romantic atmosphere and it's ruined. Miriam covered her mouth, whispering, Seo Jian. Chanma behind her covered her eyes. This scene is too scary, don't look. Seo Jian shouted, now who would want to date a girl? And be rumored on the news for keeping a boy as a lover. I want to go die alone. Wukong panicked seeing her like that, rushed over and sat down to comfort her. Calm down, Lee Seo Jian. If you're worried about not dating anyone, fine, then date me. Seo Zhang immediately stopped crying. She lifted her face to look at Wukong. Really? Are you serious? Wukong seized the chance to comfort her, so he quickly agreed. Yeah, I'm free, just call me if you need anything. Wukong reached out to wipe away the tear still on her cheek. So don't cry anymore, okay? Seo Zhang's heart blossomed like a flower of love. Oh my god, this is amazing. That's exactly what she thought. Elsewhere, Kim Hyung-gu began analyzing in detail the plan they had just devised. So, to carry out your plan, I need to find the achievement of the space that the eye lost long ago and open a passage for him, right? Diblin replied, exactly. Hyung-gu clicked his tongue. Wait a minute, how could he clumsily lose something so important? Uriel shyly retorted, he didn't lose it, he was deprived of it. From what I heard, at that time he was fleeing an attack orchestrated by the management company and got injured. Because of that incident, his body was trapped in a dimension that even he couldn't locate. A place where even sending or receiving messages from his own spirit became extremely difficult for a very long time. That battle that happened that day, according to what I heard, Kim Hyung-gu impatiently interrupted. Enough, I don't care. So where exactly is that achievement? My goodness, are you still searching? Uriel, hit in the heart by the comment, made an awkward face. He tried to justify himself. Searching a dimension while avoiding the management company's gaze isn't as easy as you think. You need an extremely high skill level and outstanding meticulousness. Hyun-woo interrupted Uriel again. That excuse is enough. So first I have to help you find it, right? Uriel denied. No, you don't have to do anything right now. I already told you. Searching a dimension isn't just difficult. And what my master wanted from the start, Uriel's hand began to fade, and and he cursed silently. Damn it, Sensata, it's time to go back. Hyun-woo expressed regret. Huh, that fast? Uriel explained, well, visiting someone else's tower secretly is really difficult. To prevent the management company from knowing I was here, I had to set up countless layers of barriers. So in the next Tower Master meeting, we can continue this conversation. Hyun-woo, hearing this, was a bit surprised. The next one among the Tower Masters. They're planning another one. Uriel, using his final moments, reminded Hyun-woo. Probably, since the meeting you disrupted already became a mess, right? They will hold another meeting, not just for the management company's pride. This isn't exactly advice, but I think you should be careful. Because right now, it won't just be me waiting for you there. A hollow ancient tree stood in the middle of a green meadow. That's the shared dimension of the spirit faction, the spirit world tree. Inside the trunk is the conference hall of the Spirit King. Fire Spirit King Ifrit slammed the table angrily. Solve this by sitting down and talking. What a ridiculous way to handle things. Do you know how much that monster Kim Hyung-gu has humiliated me? We're on the same side, yet you not only refuse revenge, but say such nonsense. Water Spirit King Orc and Wind Spirit King Sylphid turned away, pretending not to hear. Ifrit continued venting. Even if limited by the management company, don't you see how absurd this is? Naiad, Water Spirit King, leader of the spirits, Naiad was resting his chin, pondering. Being addressed directly, Naiad massaged his temples and sighed. Calm down and think it through, Ifrit. Aren't you the one who knows best? The power he displayed back then was on a level that even we struggled to counter. Ifrit hesitated, trying to object. Well, that's true, but Naiad calmly analyzed. Of course, if all of us attacked together, the outcome would be different. But we still couldn't avoid getting seriously injured. If another faction took advantage of that moment to invade this territory, could you bear the consequences? Ifrit, hearing this, was crushed by logic. Naiad continued. So if we could receive an apology and end this here, that would be a good outcome. Sylphid expressed his concern. I agree with you, but will he even be willing to do that? He doesn't seem like the type to listen to reason. If he doesn't apologize, what should we do? Naiad replied without hesitation. Then we have no reason to restrain ourselves. Although I don't want to lose a valuable member of our faction. We must accept the management company's second proposal. All three were stunned by Nayat's words. Ors spoke up cautiously as if to confirm. What you're saying means Nayat did not deny it. That's right. I will entrust one of the management company's most powerful forces, the Sun God, to eliminate Kim Hyun-gu. A few days later, on the rooftop of the 51st tower, Hyun-woo sat with his arms crossed at a table, laughing mockingly. Good grief, relax your face a little. Who makes that kind of expression when they come every day to invite someone to a party? You're scaring me so much I don't even dare to go. It turned out he was talking to Hermes, who was standing in front of the spatial gate. Hyun-woo kept teasing him. What's wrong? Did you struggle that much cleaning up the mess I made? Hermes was furious but couldn't do anything, only snapping back briefly. It's time, let's go. Kim Hyun-gu stood up, not forgetting to act flippant. Hey, you're so narrow-minded. Fine, I'm going. Bye. Hermes was livid and didn't bother replying, afraid that if he opened his mouth this brat would bite back and embarrass him. Hyun-woo suddenly remembered something and asked Hermes, by the way, aren't you coming along this time? Hermes frowned and replied, no. Thanks to someone, I've got extra work now, so I can't keep up with the progress of my other tasks anymore. This time there definitely won't be any problems. After all, this meeting is meant specifically for people like you. Hyun-woo didn't understand and turned back to ask, What do you mean for me? Hermes ignored him and left right after speaking. I'm busy, I'm out of here. Hyun-woo looked toward where Hermes had been standing, but he was already gone. He raised his fist and muttered, unbelievable, I'm completely speechless. Kim Hyun-gu thought to himself. They must have cooked up some kind of scheme. He looked at the magic gate Hermes had just created and told himself, whatever, I'll know once I go. As soon as he stepped out, he was surprised to see several people who had clearly been waiting at the gate for a long time and muttered in confusion. What the hell is this? Am I that famous? Why did you all form a group just to welcome me like this? Ignoring the furious faces that looked ready to devour him, Hyun-woo pointed at them and asked Yipsik, who was among them. They're the ones from that spirit faction you mentioned before, right? That bunch of tiny fairies. Yipsik was enraged by the jab and cursed angrily. You bastard again. Nayat politely raised her hand to introduce herself. It's a pleasure to meet you, master of the 51st tower. I am the leader of the spirit faction, Nayat. I've come here to present you with a proposal. Hyun-woo frowned. A proposal? What the hell? Nayat lowered her voice and commanded. Master of the 51st tower, Kim Hyun-gu. Kneel and apologize to us at once. Immediately, seeing her put on such an overbearing expression, Hyun-woo's face darkened on the other side. Apologize? Kneel? What kind of nonsense are you talking about? Why would I have to? Nayat still hadn't realized she was about to be targeted. She continued, explaining calmly. You committed violence against one of our high-ranking members at a level so severe that you nearly killed him. Of course, we are well aware that our side bears part of the responsibility in this matter. After all, Yipsik was the one who provoked you first, but the damage you inflicted clearly went beyond the bounds of self-defense. However, since we are not entirely innocent either, and we have no intention of wasting all our energy on matters like this, as long as you apologize once, this matter will end here. That is, unless you wish to make the spirit faction your enemy. He felt the corner of his mouth twitch and a short laugh escaped him reflexively. Kim Hyung-gu looked at the murderous faces in front of him and put on a pitiful expression. Aren't you going a bit too far? Are you openly threatening me now? Fine then, good. With a sour expression, Hyun-woo's hand moved slightly. Several streaks of lightning appeared in his palm. He snapped angrily. Reckless and bold suits my style better anyway. If you've got the guts, come at me. Suddenly, a voice rang out in his mind. It said, "Stop, Kim Hyung-gu." He turned to look behind him. A white-haired man was leaning against a pillar. Now he was certain the voice belonged to Diblin. Seeing him look over, Diblin silently gestured for him to stop. Don't stare at me like that. If the other tower masters find out I'm using telepathy to communicate with you, it'll be troublesome. But what the hell are you doing, Kim Hyung-gu? Have you already forgotten my previous request? He stammered. About that, well. He recalled when the two of them had been sitting in the meeting room. Diblin pointed at him and warned, "Listen carefully, Kim Hyung-gu. For now, you are not allowed to cause any trouble whatsoever." When Hyun-woo, who had been resting his chin absent-mindedly, heard his name, he was startled. Why all of a sudden? Diblin slid across the table and pointed at him. Because the previous battle didn't result in any deaths, everything remained peaceful, but the distant future is uncertain. If one day you kill another tower master, it would be no different from handing the management company a reason to interfere. They will immediately start suppressing you by cutting off the tower's mana supply. Diblin covered his face helplessly as he reminded him. So if you don't want to lose the tower before we can carry out our plan, you'd better find a way to calm that hot temper of yours immediately. That's something you can handle, right? Hyun-woo waved his hand and laughed. Oh, come on, I thought it was no big deal. Of course I can, I'm not the timid type. He pointed to himself confidently. I'll be a model citizen, obedient and gentle, you don't need to worry. Diblin used telepathy to scold him. Weren't those exactly the words you confidently said yourself, you weird delinquent? Kim Hyung-gu scratched his head and let it slide, preparing to leave. All right, because I'm a good person, I'll tolerate you this time. Whatever. Naiad, failing to get her way, spun around and snapped. What? Where are you going, number 51? Before you leave, you must ask. Hyun-woo's anger flared visibly. Hey, have some sense, damn it, don't get greedy. They broke out in cold sweat. Kim Hyung-gu seized the moment to expose the elves' scheme. All this time, you've been trying to corner me bit by bit. Surely you're trying to provoke me on purpose, right? Why else would you do this? Do you want me to strike first and kill one of your subordinates so you can use that as an excuse against me? I see through you, I'm not stupid. Naiad leapt in shock. You're saying. Hyun-woo didn't give her any room and waved dismissively. As he turned his back, he couldn't resist taunting. Fine. If you hate me that much, go ahead and strike first. I'll play along all the way, but I doubt you have the guts. Naiad, bitter as chili, ordered, let's go back. Izdid trailed behind reluctantly, bargaining with the leader. Should I just let him have his way? What about our pride? Naiad had no choice and said, we have no other option. He clearly has no intention of apologizing, and if we confront him head-on, we gain nothing. Izdid continued, then the only option left is, Naiad didn't deny it. Exactly, we'll contact Hamd as soon as we return and tell him to give Hyun-woo as many achievements as he wants. Naiad's face twisted in anger, her final words eyes blazing, as long as he crushes that arrogant human. Diblin used telepathy to speak to Kim Hyung-gu. Looks like this matter is settled for now, but you still need to be careful. We don't know what those damn elves might be plotting. Hyun-woo picked up a pastry and asked, still puzzled. What exactly are these factions? Are they like some kind of club? Diblin explained, I planned to explain it when we met directly, but there are too many eyes around, so I'll explain telepathically. Factions are. Hyun-woo sat in the chair sighing. Here comes another long, boring explanation. So sleepy. On the second floor, a mysterious figure in a black hooded cloak stood in the hallway, asking the person next to him, is that the monster of Tower 51 you mentioned? The other replied candidly, yes. A bearded face peeked out slightly from under the cloak. He cleared his throat. Looks like an interesting guy has appeared here. Company manager elsewhere observed the elves and Hyun-woo through a large projection screen. He laughed out loud. Just as I thought, this is exactly how it would turn out. After the elves left, the second meeting of the Tower Masters ended smoothly. However, the aftermath began to show immediately in the form of piles of gold right after. Ended elsewhere, a figure sat high above, behind him mountains of gold and countless treasures, asking Hamd below. You said the mission to deal with a being named Kim Hyung-gu was issued by the elves. Hamd respectfully replied, yes, Lord Sun. The one asking, legs crossed and chin propped, was Ra, the sole tower master of the Sun God Management Company. Ra furrowed his brow mockingly. Forced to request aid for something like this, pathetic. That's because they're too weak and need to band together, forming factions like this. Hamd remained silent. Ra continued, Work is work, so I'll accept the request, but how am I supposed to get to Tower 51? You'll take me there, even for money. Hamd wouldn't dare escort this old man. He replied, no, I'm only here to inform you of their instructions. Instead, please use the teleportation stone the elves prepare. Ra received a small green orb from Ham. He examined it with surprise. Could this be a world tree mana vessel? Hamd confirmed seriously. Exactly. Ra held the orb thoughtfully. Ah, I've heard the world tree can infiltrate any security system and connect to transfer gates. Different forms, as long as there is enough mana. It can also be transformed into this shape. Those miserable bastards actually have this talent. Lyrical words were muttered, prompting him to impatiently ask. So can you tell us when these incidents can be observed? Will this entrusted matter be completed? I need to report the progress to the others. Dur remained calm, still holding the small orb in his hand, examining it carefully. Just tell them not to worry. The travel issue has been resolved, so it won't take much time. At this moment at Kim Hyung-goo's house, Kim Hyung-goo crossed his arms in frustration, muttering to himself. I've also caught wind of the three factions during the Tower Masters meeting. But in the end, D-Plan's conclusion is no different from the others. Kim Hyung-goo recalled the time when they scolded each other during the planned meeting. You are not allowed to cause any trouble until I find my master's achievement. Got it. Kim Hyung-goo's expression hardened further. He thought silently that's how it is. Then he sighed, collapsed onto the sofa and said, whatever anyway, the way they handle everything is so annoying. But there's nothing I can do for them anyway. Let's just consider this a moment of blissful rest. Just then, a pair of slender, fair legs appeared, carrying a faint, sweet fragrance. Even lying down, Kim Hyung-goo smelled the fragrance and curiously wondered, oh, what's that? This sweet scent. At that moment, Bak Kwi-dahan's gentle voice rang out. Do you like it? This is the gift I prepared for you. Kim Hyung-goo exclaimed in surprise, really? Then he sat up, looking at Bak Kwi-dahan and said, I was wondering what this scent is it coming from you? Bak Kwi-dahan held up a green lotus bud emitting the sweet fragrance and said, it is an item called illusion perfume. Just by smelling it, your mind and body relax and all fatigue in your body is instantly removed. It is a rare treasure. Kim Hyung-goo opened his hand, then exclaimed in amazement, my body really feels more relaxed, so that's why. Kim Hyung-goo then asked Bak Kwi-dahan, why have you come here? I haven't seen you these past few days because you kept training. Bak Kwi-dahan placed the green lotus down and said, that's because. I think it's time to slowly accept what I deserve from your student. Hearing this, Kim Hyung-goo was quite surprised and asked, my student? Bak Kwi-dahan approached Kim Hyung-goo and said, exactly. Then she grabbed Kim Hyung-goo's shoulder, startling him. Bak Kwi-dahan softly said, that person, Kim Hyung-goo. Bak Kwi-dahan looked at Kim Hyung-goo with a seductive gaze, her scent brushing his lips. Today, I intend to taste that person. Kim Hyung-goo blushed in embarrassment, hurriedly shouting, what nonsense are you saying? Bak Kwi-dahan calmly replied, nothing nonsense about it. You still owe me a big debt after what happened on the day you and the student rebelled. Those two kids thought I did it out of goodwill. Saying this, Bak Kwi-dahan laughed. In this world, there is no goodwill that doesn't come at a price. I went to such trouble because I wanted something, and that thing is right in front of me. Kim Hyung-goo, both scared and panicked, said, I don't understand what you're talking about. Holding Bak Kwi-dahan's hand, he said, all right then. So can you move your hand a bit? Even if you use strength, I'm still stronger than you. Kim Hyung-goo's arm trembled. No matter what he did, he couldn't remove Bak Kwi-dahan's hand. Kim Hyung-goo looked at his clenched hand and panicked, cursing. What the hell? What is this? Why has my hand become like this? Bak Kwi-dahan smirked. It's useless. This illusion perfume is something I infused with mana over the past few days. Just by smelling it, even you will find it hard to resist. Kim Hyung-goo felt his whole body powerless like a fish on a chopping board and hurriedly asked, wait, why did you have to go this far? Bak Kwi-dahan only sneered, hoo-hoo, don't worry. As soon as I dispel this scent, your strength will return immediately. Kim Hyung-goo shouted angrily, do you think I should be worried now? Bak Kwi-dahan lightly touched his shoulder and said, you don't need to be tense. Then she lifted Kim Hyung-goo. Today I only intend to taste a little. Seeing Bak Kwi-dahan's lips drawing closer, Kim Hyung-goo yelled urgently, wait, but Bak Kwi-dahan ignored what Kim Hyung-goo said. She came even closer. Ngao Engia said, of course, if this taste exceeds expectations, I'm not sure what will happen. Suddenly, red flashed in front of Kim Hyung-goo. A red notification appeared, stopping Bak Kwi-dahan's kiss, freezing her in place. Bak Kwi-dahan's kiss completely caught Kim Hyung-goo by surprise, leaving him unable to react. Kim Hyung-goo was also surprised, stammering, what is this? The notification board flashed in red letters, emergency situation triggered. Kim Hyung-goo exclaimed, emergency alert. The announcement immediately appeared. The rooftop is under attack, time remaining 5 seconds, 4-3. Bak Kwi-dahan was furious that his plan was being disrupted. He shouted in frustration, what, right at this moment, are you kidding me? How much phantom perfume do I even have left? Kim Hyung-goo looked at the countdown screen with 2 seconds left, breathed a sigh of relief and laughed heartily. Perfect, wonderful, just in time. The countdown showed 1 second remaining. Kim Hyung-gu cheerfully said, "Let's go." The system immediately transitioned the scene to a castle. Kim Hyung-gu had just been transported there, happily sitting on a chair in delight. "That was truly terrifying back there. Thanks to you, I survived." "Well done, Avi, but what's this emergency about?" Cold voice suddenly sounded from the sun god. "Ah, so you've arrived." Kim Hyung-gu froze, eyes wide at the scene before him. The sun god was gripping Avi's neck with one hand. His tone was mocking. "Too late, lowly creature." Avi weakly struggled, calling, "PR, protector." The sun god squeezed Avi's neck even tighter, taunting, "If you were any later, I would have broken this bitch's neck." In the blink of an eye, Kim Hyung-gu lunged forward, hugging Avi and pulling her away from the sun god. Seeing everyone unconscious with their bodies covered in wounds, Kim Hyung-gu thought, "They're all seriously injured. But luckily their lives aren't in danger, so now." The sun god sneered at Kim Hyung-gu. "Oh, just a lowly creature but with some tricks." Before he finished, Kim Hyung-gu had already dashed like lightning next to the sun god. His eyes filled with murderous intent. "Shut up. Lately I've encountered too many bastards like you, all of them were the same." With that, Kim Hyung-gu raised his fist and punched the sun god squarely in the face, sending him flying into the wall, shattering. But Kim Hyung-gu didn't relent, immediately leaping after him and shouting, "Now I don't even care who you are anymore. You bastard, one beating should suffice." Then Kim Hyung-gu swung another punch, sending the sun god crashing to the ground, making the earth explode. Dust and debris filled the air. Only then did Kim Hyung-gu calm down and slowly look at the sun god, who grimaced. "Hitting you feels strangely satisfying. What are those scale-like things?" Seeing the sun god still composed after several punches, Kim Hyung-gu asked curiously. "Armor," the sun god finally responded. "Didn't miss a single attack, huh? Exactly as I've heard, you're truly violent. Now I understand a bit more. Why those damned elf factions paid such a high price to hire me?" Kim Hyung-gu asked in surprise. "Elf factions hired you? You're saying?" The sun god lost patience, cutting him off. "Don't repeat my words, you pathetic fool. My time is precious. I can't let someone like you waste it." With that, the sun god suddenly exploded with mana, astonishing Kim Hyung-gu. This amount of mana, so much, isn't he on the same level as the inner demon? Realizing this, Kim Hyung-gu was horrified. Could this bastard be one of the privileged tower lords of the management company? Kim Hyung-gu immediately used magic to communicate telepathically with Diblin. "So besides the factions, there are people like him too?" Diblin quickly replied, "Yes, they are special individuals entrusted by the management company. In return, they are exempt from tributes. In other words, the management company takes a loss just to have them follow orders. They are the strongest among the strong." Diblin paused, then warned, "If you encounter them, be careful. Even though each has different strength levels, anyone can face an entire faction alone." Back to the mana-filled sun god, Kim Hyung-gu started to feel intrigued. So this bastard is as troublesome as the inner demon. In his mind, Kim Hyung-gu concluded, the best strategy is to eliminate him before he acts. Kim Hyung-gu began running at full speed toward the sun god. The sun god merely found it amusing, sarcastically saying, "Pathetic. Who would have guessed you'd throw all your mind and effort into this trivial fistfight? The true power isn't just putting all your energy into a single attack. Doing it meaninglessly won't work. You need to manipulate a strong warrior instead." As the sun god said, he had already taken control of a skeletal warrior wielding a sword aimed directly at Kim Hyung-gu. Fortunately, Hyung-gu sensed the anomaly and quickly dodged one of the skeleton's strikes. Kim Hyung-gu narrowly evaded the attack, realizing that this fight would require more than brute force. Kim Hyung-gu panicked and shouted, "What the hell is this place? A skeleton? Where did this damned thing come from?" But the cold voice of the sun god echoed, "That is no ordinary skeleton, you lowly creature. They are the remains of the dead personally chosen by me and revived with mana." Each of them was a formidable warrior. Along with the sun god's voice, countless bony hands began clawing their way up from beneath the rocks. The skeletons stood before the sun god as he proudly declared, "They are heroes of an entire generation, possessing invincible power. They are my solar army." As he listened, Kim Hyung-gu looked around. At some point, the skeletal army had surrounded him, forcing him into a deadly trap. Kim Hyung-gu scanned his surroundings in fear and muttered in disbelief, "Impossible. Every single one of these skeletons has power on par with the conquerors." Seeing that everything was in place, the sun god snapped his fingers elegantly and shouted, "Now then, let us officially begin this commissioned mission." At that moment, Kim Hyung-gu felt like laughing and crying at the same time, thinking bitterly for the 7,749th time, "Good heavens, I just escaped from the yaksha, and now this." Looking at the mana-infused skeletons, Kim Hyung-gu could only wail, out of the frying pan and into the fire. Meanwhile, near the residential area of Tran Ho Dong where Hyung-gu lived, a pair of eyes observed the surroundings, watching people at play. While busy, the voice of the wind spirit king rang out, "Here, and over there," as ragged figures were yanked abruptly. Sighing, he thought gloomily, "How did I end up with this? Why do I have to deal with such a miserable task?" He recalled what had happened earlier in the World Tower. Sinfit's arrogant voice suddenly echoed on the 51st floor. Sinfit. He slammed the table in annoyance and said, "Going alone again." "Why?" The Water Spirit King quickly replied, "It's nothing serious. I just want you to collect a few achievements there, while the Sun God deals with Kim Hyung-gu." Sinfit hesitated and asked, "Is it because you need to nurture the world tree?" Nayet nodded, "That's right. The world tree requires nutrients from achievements in order to bear fruit. The more achievement fruits we have, the higher the quality of the achievements used as nourishment. The higher the grade of the fruit will be, and that means." Sinfitter continued, "If we don't have enough achievements, both the quality and quantity of the fruit will decline." Nayat lifted a fruit and said, "Up until now we've gained more than enough from the lower floor citizens, but you know this. We paid quite a high price for this commission mission. Of course, if we reduce the number of fruits distributed to the tower masters, we could cover the cost. However, who would be happy to see their share reduced? Right, after all, the world tree's fruit is our favorite delicacy." After hearing this, Sinfist hesitated. Nayet did not give him time to think further and immediately added, "So before the 51st floor returns to the management company's ownership, I want you to capture as many achievement holders there as possible, and use them as nutrients for the world tree." Nayat smiled slyly at Sinfit and said, "You are the most proficient in wind magic, so it will be easy for you to infiltrate and capture them. I'm entrusting this mission to you, Sinfit." Returning to the present, Sinfit looked down at the bustling streets and thought, since she put it that way, I have no choice but to come here, but everyone in this place is useless. Using mana to capture them would be a waste. Inwardly, Sinfit wondered, I clearly sensed an enormous amount of mana here. That's why I chose to head in this direction, right? Was I mistaken? Frustrated, Sinfit took out a teleportation stone and muttered, I'll just grab someone at random and get it over with. Even if they're trash, I should be able to squeeze something out of them. The teleportation stone suddenly shook violently, and a voice filled with killing intent rang out. Sinfit sensed a tremendous power behind him. It was staring at her and reproaching her. So you're the one who dared to interrupt my feast. Startled, Sinfit turned around and thought, what is this? Is something coming? Just as she turned, a hand reached out. Then the night parade of 100 demons grabbed Sinfit by the neck and shot off at an astonishing speed. People looked up at the sky and saw a streak of light, asking curiously, did something flash? What was that? A shooting star. The night parade of 100 demons carried Sinfit far away to an open field, then hurled her straight into the ground, causing earth and rocks to explode. Thrown like garbage, Sinfit screamed in pain. Ah! Damn it! The night parade of 100 demons continued striking the spot where Sinfit lay struggling, battering her body relentlessly. Then the 100-demon Night Walker gritted his teeth and said, you better prepare yourself if you dare to intrude into my territory. If you interrupt my fun, I won't let you off easily. At this moment, Sinfit clearly saw the figure before him was the 100-demon Night Walker. His body was brimming with mana and fierce energy, and just looking at him made Sinfit shrink back, crawling on the ground in fear as he tried to explain. Wait, I don't know who you are, but it seems there's some misunderstanding here. But at this point, the 100-demon Night Walker paid no attention. With a step, he unleashed a deadly strike, making Sinfit Chu scream. Turning back to Kim Hyung-gu, Kim Hyung-gu was throwing continuous punches at the pile of dry bones. Left hand, left foot, all striking repeatedly to smash the solar army. Kim Hyung-gu grabbed the skull of one skeleton and smashed it into the others, scattering the bones everywhere. As he watched the solar army pile up in front of him, he swore, another pile of dead bones to crush. Why won't they ever stop? At that moment, the voice of the solar god echoed, what did I tell you, lowly creature? The solar god lounged on his throne, watching the battle with casual interest. Beside him, a skeleton fanned him eagerly. He said with satisfaction, this is the mightiest army created to protect the sun above. Even when broken into pieces, they would never stop. Then, the solar god arrogantly pointed at himself and said, as long as I, the radiant sovereign, the embodiment of the sun, remain alive, you should accept your fate, lowly creature. Just like the sun cannot fall, you cannot survive. Kim Hyung-gu listened and chuckled, replying, oh, is that so? Then there's nothing impressive about it. In short, these guys move based on your mana, right? Kim Hyung-gu gathered momentum with his foot and immediately leapt onto the clinging pile of bones. He said eagerly, then I don't need to waste my energy at all. For now, let's just ignore this pile of bones. This action and words of Kim Hyung-gu startled the solar god. Kim Hyung-gu leapt forward, smiling slyly as he shouted, I just need to destroy you and it'll be over. Suddenly, the solar god sneered, you dare touch the sun, what a fool. Limitless, what do you think, Uraris? Right after the call, a giant serpent shot up from the ground, lunging directly at Kim Hyung-gu, but fortunately, Kim Hyung-gu reacted in time, quickly raising his hand to block the snake's biting jaws. Looking into the deep, sharp throat of the long golden snake, Kim Hyung-gu couldn't help but curse. Damn it, what the hell is this snake? The solar god calmly explained, that is Uraus, a serpent blessed by the sun. If the skeleton army is my shield, then Uraus is my executor, wielding the power of the sun as the strongest spear. As the solar god finished speaking, Uraus immediately expanded its body and shot a stream of mana straight at Kim Hyung-gu. The mana blast hurled Kim Hyung-gu away, crashing into the ground in a cloud of debris. Seeing this, the solar god said in surprise, "Damn, I didn't expect I'd have to bring out Uraus like this. This is trickier than I thought, but anyway, this is all you've got." Kim Hyung-gu sat motionless amidst the rubble. The solar god turned and commanded, "Remember his killing power. Warriors, he'll be a decent soldier. Of course, you must eliminate him." Immediately after this order, the entire skeleton army of the sun surged toward where Kim Hyung-gu was sitting. Before any skeletal arm could reach him, Kim Hyung-gu sighed. "Are assigned to die, this won't do." Then he slammed down, unleashing his massive mana, crushing every skeleton without exception. The solar god stared wide-eyed at the rising mana column, terrified. Kim Hyung-gu's voice gradually sounded. "Actually, I was holding back a bit. Diblin always tells me I'm not allowed to kill, so I went easy on you. But lately, I've been meeting too many weaklings, so I lowered my threshold a bit. So it turns out I didn't need to hold back on you at all. Therefore, I will strike, after a long period of restraint, with my full strength." Kim Hyung-gu said this as he gathered all his mana into his fist. Then he immediately punched forward, unleashing mana and obliterating the entire solar god's skeleton army. The solar god was stunned by the flying debris. Stammering, he said, "W up, my soldiers, they've been annihilated. Just with one sweeping strike, that's impossible." At that moment, the solar god's throat was suddenly squeezed by Kim Hyung-gu's hand, leaving him unable to breathe. Kim Hyung-gu flew in with a devilish smile, saying to him, "Now let's see how spectacular the sun's descent is. How amazing will it be?" The sun god saw Kim Hyung-gu's fist coming toward him. Panic filled his mind. I have to stop it." The fish scale shield quickly spread across the sun god's face to protect him, but Kim Hyung-gu's fist didn't care. Kim Hyung-gu swung both hands, left and right, punching the sun god so hard that his snout twisted in pain. Even the fish scale shield was completely shattered by that terrifying punch. Kim Hyung-gu looked at the scales scattered on the ground and gleefully said, "I've scraped off the scales, now let's chop the meat." Next came a powerful punch from the supreme ruler, hooking straight into the sun god's jaw, launching him across the empty land. His entire body rolled and slammed into the stone wall in agony. The sun god was truly terrified, muttering to himself, This is utterly unreasonable." Seeing his opponent distracted, Kim Hyung-gu had to warn him, "Where are you looking?" The sun god jumped in shock. As he looked up, he saw Kim Hyung-gu soaring through the air, like a bird blocking the sunlight behind him as he rushed forward. His face wild and excited, he said, "Don't be afraid, I won't kill you. But of course, I'll make you wish you were dead." That statement made the sun god feel weak in his limbs. It seemed as if his entire sky and sun had collapsed. In this life-or-death moment, the sun god suddenly remembered and shouted, "Stop him, stop him. Uraus, kill him." The serpent Uraus quickly leapt from the ground at the command, aiming to swallow Kim Hyung-gu whole. But this time, Kim Hyung-gu was ready to unleash his full power. Only his eyes filled with killing intent and a mana-charged fist could be seen. He hissed, "Move aside, you stupid snake," and with a punch, Kim Hyung-gu quickly sent the blocking serpent flying. At this moment, his entire body radiated unstoppable mana power. Kim Hyung-gu roared, "Don't block my way." Then he charged straight at the sun god. No one could save him now. The sun god froze in shock, shouting. He only threw one punch and already dealt with Uraus. Seeing that amplified stream of mana racing toward him, the sun god truly faced a demon. Who exactly is this monster? Who is this creature? But the sun god could no longer answer. Kim Hyung-gu charged in with a brilliant aura of mana, illuminating the entire area. The only sound in the air was the sun god's cries of pain. Meanwhile, at the management company headquarters, Hemet looked at the manager and reported, "So the sun god has started his mission." The manager, quite surprised, asked, "Oh, that picky, stubborn, difficult guy is finally executing his mission promptly for once." The manager looked at Hermes and asked, "So, how long do you think it will take him to complete this mission?" Hermes calculated seriously. "If he fights seriously, one day would suffice, but I think it will take about a week. You know him. Instead of killing his target immediately, he prefers to slowly torment both body and spirit. In terms of cruelty, his personality is extremely twisted." The manager forced a smile and said, "A week? We are still trying to reclaim a tower we put so much effort into. If it takes that long, we can wait." Suddenly the manager's gaze shifted, his face excited as he wondered, "But I'm curious. I wonder how the sun god is bullying that arrogant brat Kim Hyung-gu." Meanwhile, Kim Hyung-gu's cold, even voice echoed, "So you just accepted a commission from the elven faction and came here to deal with me? Is that what you mean?" The sun god was kneeling on the ground, hands raised like a punished child. His voice trembled. "Yes, that's right, Sir Kim Hyung-gu." Kim Hyung-gu sat on the skeletal chair, fanned by a skeleton servant. Extremely satisfied, he proudly said, "That's right, you should have spoken to me respectfully from the start. If you had behaved like this, I wouldn't have had to break all your joints after the match." or go through the exhausting act of stepping on you and making me sweat. Truly boring. The sun god didn't know what to say, just stammered submissively, I'm very sorry, sir. But inwardly he felt resentful, thinking, you seemed very happy torturing me just now. How dare you say that? Suddenly, Kim Hyung-goo's expression turned serious, his cold voice echoing. But hey, why do I feel like you're lying? This made the sun god fearfully reply, yes, sir. Kim Hyung-goo's eyes swept across the sun god and asked, you are the company's dedicated tower master, right? Yet you claim the management company has nothing to do with this. Doesn't that sound illogical? Hearing this, the sun god panicked, breaking out in a cold sweat, waving his arms as he explained. Well, if the management company gets involved in something like this, then I'll lose part of the profit to pay that agency fee. After that, the sun god forced a loud ho-ha laugh. That's why I deliberately didn't let them find out. I have to scoop up all the profit for myself. Deep down, the sun god thought in fear. No matter what, I can't let that slip out. I already failed the mission. If they also find out I leaked information, they won't let my tower off the hook. Avoiding Kim Hyung-goo's probing gaze, the sun god thought anxiously, please just let this go already. Kim Hyung-goo pondered for a moment, then sighed. Fine. Even if that really is the case, there's nothing I can do about it. So I'll let it slide. Suddenly, Kim Hyung-goo stood up and said, now lead the way. I'll deal with the nearest place first. The sun god looked up in shock and asked, what, lead the way? Where are you going? Kim Hyung-goo cracked his knuckles with force as he spoke. Where else? Kim Hyung-goo beamed, his eyes gleaming with excitement. I'm going to take back the manners of the bastards who started this war. Meanwhile, inside the world tree, the Fire King Ipsit laughed as he spoke, while the sun god is handling Kim Hyung-goo. You're planning to sweep every table, everything we can use as nutrients to feed the tree from Tower 51, huh? The more I think about it, the deeper and smarter this plan feels. I'll have to look at Naiad in a new light. Praised like that, Naiad said smugly, heh, this is nothing. The Earth Spirit King Richard asked, so now we just wait, right? Naiad nodded, of course. Sinfit is taking longer than I expected, so they've probably gathered a ton of nutrients. Suddenly, a door of light appeared in front of them, startling all three. Naiad smiled and said, speak of the devil and he appears. Welcome back, Sinfit, you've worked hard. But what greeted Naiad were a familiar pair of striped black and white slippers, followed by the sun god's entire body, covered in wounds, flying straight toward the table. All three of them froze, their faces going blank. By the time they reacted, the sun god had already slammed down with a bang and shattered the table. Naiad screamed, what the hell is this? Suddenly Naiad cried out in horror, wait, that's the sun god's body had been hurled down without mercy. His head smashed into the floor, his butt stuck up in the air, eyes rolling. Naiad hurried closer and asked the miserable sun god, why are you here? Kim Hyung-goo slowly stepped out, crushing a nutrient fruit under his foot, and let out a howl like the Grim Reaper returning from the dead. Ding-dong, making Naiad flinch in fear. With an evil smile on his lips, Kim Hyung-goo said furiously, I'm here, you bastards. The three of them shouted in panic. Ipsit and Reed exchanged a subtle signal, and then the two of them sprang forward together and charged at Kim Hyung-goo, trying to gang up on him. Kim Hyung-goo only gave a thin smile. Oh, look how welcoming you are. Right after that, one in his right hand, one in his left, Kim Hyung-goo swatted them both away, saying cheerfully, you two are really eager, huh? Seeing Ipsit and Reed sprawled face down beside her, Naiad went stiff all over. Even the sun god lost to him. That fast? That's ridiculous. Kim Hyung-goo's cold voice rang out. Hey, I told you before, don't push me. Kim Hyung-goo stepped up to Naiad, clamped a hand down on her shoulder and shouted in fury. Why didn't you listen? Naiad screamed in pain. The veins in her eyes bulged. Kim Hyung-goo, out of patience, snapped, if you have something to say it now. Don't play games, talk honestly or else. Even if the management company probably won't like it, today you're going to die for real. With her shoulder being crushed in his grip, Naiad ground her teeth in pain, her mind in chaos. Think logically. Right now, I'm the only one who still has my full power. If I use the world tree's power, I can call a few other tower lords here. But Naiad swept her eyes over Ipsit, Green, and even the sun god, beaten to a pulp and lying unconscious nearby. Panic churned in her chest. Would that be enough to deal with him? He beat the sun god down to that state. The more she looked at Kim Hyung-goo standing there like an immovable wall, the more terrified Naiad became. How can something this absurd exist in the world? Naiad clenched her teeth and suddenly spoke. I'm sorry. That made Hyung-goo blink. Naiad dropped to one knee and bowed her head. For troubling you with an unfair contract and for throwing your tower into chaos. I hereby offer you a formal apology. Please calm your anger. Kim Hyung-goo let go and sneered. I thought you'd charge me, clinging to your pride, seeing you admit your fault so obediently. Man, that feels good on my hands. What, are you really that afraid to die? Naiad bit down hard and endured the mockery. Kim Hyung-goo stood there with his arms folded, looking down at Naiad's blue head and said with satisfaction, well then, if you're serious, I'm fine with it. All right. I accept your apology, I'm just that easygoing. Naiad exhaled in relief and said, "Thank you for your generosity, Tower Lord of the 51st. Then please leave this place." Suddenly Naiad felt something was off. Kim Hyung-gu stepped close, pressing his face near hers and spoke, but would just an apology be enough? Naiad was confused. What do you mean? She only saw Kim Hyung-gu's fist rushing at her along with his words. "Accept my apology and pay for your sin." Two completely different things. Then Kim Hyung-gu's fist slammed straight into Naiad's face, distorting it, blood flying from her nose. Kim Hyung-gu sneered, bending her fingers, and said, "Fine. Now it's time to destroy this place, isn't it?" Back at the place with Bakyu Yahan, he looked down at Sinfist, who was struggling to get up. He said, "You've been hit by the tenfold annihilation and still fight like this. I thought you might be strong. Truly disappointing." Bakyu Yahan propped himself up with his hand. "At this rate, how am I supposed to release the energy? Doesn't the primordial give anything anymore?" Sinfist, his hands tattered and torn, looked at Bakyu Yahan in confusion. "Impossible. I'm one of the high-ranking members of the faction, and yet being defeated so miserably. How can such a terrifying being be just a regular core of a tower?" Sinfist gritted his teeth, clenching his fists. "I can't face her alone. If I want to fight, I need to summon all the spirit kings here." Sinfist looked at the teleportation stone in his hand. "To do that, I must break the stone, activate the gate, and bring her to the common space. But if my shameful face is exposed, just for some ordinary girl, the reputation of a high-ranking member like me would be ruined." Sinfist recalled Naiad, Ipsit, and Rai always looking down on him, and fear arose. "Besides, if I don't return, damn it, what could Jiaman do?" Bakyu Yahan looked at Sinfist and said with a cold glance, "Looking at you rolling your eyes like that." Gripping Sinfist's wrist tightly, he laughed. "So the thing you're holding is your trump card, huh?" Seeing Sinfist's extreme panic, Bakyu Yahan squeezed her hand tighter, excitedly saying, "If I destroy this, your only chance to escape disappears, right?" Sinfist screamed, Wait. Please do." Bakyu Yahan bared his sharp teeth in a grin. "Amusing. Fine kid, I'll let this one slide." Sinfist froze, dazedly asking, "What, really?" Bakyu Yahan said casually, "I'm telling you, do whatever you want." Bakyu Yahan smiled in satisfaction. "No matter what you do, it won't affect me. So do whatever you like. I want to see the desperate effort of a weakling." Sinfist's pride was hurt. He clenched the teleportation stone in his hand and shouted, "How dare a mere tower civilian like you look down on a tower master like me?" "Fine." Sinfist closed his eyes and yelled, "Let's see if you can maintain that arrogance when all the spirit kings attack. Just wait and see." Bakyu Yahan watched the scenery shift, crossing his arms. "What's this? Your trump card is instant transfer." "How boring." Sinfist returned to his territory laughing. "Now you can't tease me anymore." Sinfist turned halfway around and called loudly, "Everyone, I've brought the best nutrients for the world tree. Hurry and help me." But when Sinfist turned, he only saw a flash of light at the world tree's trunk. As Sinfist went blank, the entire world tree collapsed. Sinfist panicked. "What's happening?" Sinfist quickly jumped to the side to dodge. Bakyu Yahan's face showed no emotion, while Sinfist's face turned pitch black. Stammering the world tree was cut down. In the end, Kim Hyung-gu's voice suddenly echoed. "Oh, what's going on, Daxoa? What are you doing here?" Bakyu Yahan was also surprised. That voice is." From the wreckage emerged a figure. Seeing clearly, Bakyu Yahan shouted in joy, "Kim Hyung-gu." He was horrified. "What the hell are you doing here?" Ignoring Sinfist trembling nearby, Kim Hyung-gu focused only on Bakyu Yahan. "Why are you following me? What strange trick are you planning this time?" Bakyu Yahan shrugged. "I don't have any more illusion perfume left. So even if I wanted to, I couldn't do anything. Don't worry." Bakyu Yahan pushed Sinfist forward. "I only came here by chance while tracking the thief hiding on our floor earlier. She appeared right after you vanished, so I figured she was connected to that emergency." Kim Hyung-gu suddenly realized, saying, Thinking back, she must be part of their group. "You just said she secretly entered our tower." Thinking for a moment, Kim Hyung-gu sneered, then pressed his demonic face close to Sinfist and asked, "Aha, in other words, besides hiring someone to kill me, you also want to steal my stuff." Sinfist, scared out of her mind, trembled and knelt down. "I didn't mean to go anywhere, it's just an unavoidable situation came up. That's why I." Kim Hyung-gu didn't listen further, gently stroked Sinfist's cheek. An overwhelming force sent her flying. He said casually, "Anyway, whatever, I'll let you off since I've already caused enough damage." Sinfist was slapped and sent flying, scraping along the ground. Kim Hyung-gu's voice echoed again, "Remember to drag them out later." Sinfist, puzzled, asked, "Huh?" Kim Hyung-gu continued, "They kept babbling nonsense, claiming I'm weaker than the world tree, making a big fuss. That's why I temporarily buried them underground." Before Sinfist were the 4 heads of her comrades, making her scream in terror. There Sinfist crawled to her comrades, stammering, Are you all okay? Why are you in such misery?" Yggdrasil blushed and shouted, "Shut your mouth, Sinfist." The sun god cried, Why me?" Kim Hyung-gu said coldly, "Realize it yourself, I'll be off." Bak Kui-dahan smiled at the beasts with Kim Hyung-gu. Hyung-gu grasped the teleport stone tightly, cheerfully said, "If we get the chance next time, let's smile and check in with each other, neighbor." Bak Kui-dahan asked, but where did you get that teleport stone? Kim Hyung-gu replied, oh this, I took one earlier. It's a one-time use item. But who cares? Sinfist, terrified, asked, W, what exactly are they? Suddenly Sinfist heard angry teeth grinding behind her. She turned and shouted, N Naiad. She saw Naiad glaring furiously. She growled, I will definitely kill you, Kim Hyung-gu. Sinfist wasn't scared by her at all. Only question marks appeared above the four heads, then they spoke in disappointment. Well, let's leave that for later. Naiad, your current condition is a bit. A few days later, on the top floor, Kim Hyung-gu, Noah, Diblin, and Avi sat at a round table meeting. Diblin asked sternly, you beat the spirit kings to near death and even broke the world tree. I already told you one thing, don't cause any accidents. Diblin slammed the table in anger, staring at Kim Hyung-gu. Was that so hard to understand? Kim Hyung-gu paused, saying, HMPH, it's not that simple. Then Kim Hyung-gu laughed, but hey, don't be so angry. I did exactly as I promised. Didn't kill anyone, I'm great, right? Hearing Kim Hyung-gu's laughter, Diblin ground his teeth. This guy's mouth. Diblin shouted, not killing them alone isn't enough. No, if you had killed them, maybe no future trouble would arise. That day, you not only infiltrated their territory, but also destroyed what they had to protect as the towers. The tower lords in their pride. Diblin angrily shot off a rant. That's why Naiad requested a private meeting with the leaders of other factions. What do you think the discussion topic will be? Avinus swallowed nervously. Kim Hyung-gu froze, then slowly asked, what is it? At this time in the meeting room temporarily set up by the spirits. Naiad glared, this meeting will only discuss one topic. Leaders, please help me kill the 51st Tower Lord. Kim Hyung-gu. At this moment a mocking voice sounded. I anticipated this, but I didn't expect this is what you meant. At our first meeting after such a long time, the angel faction leader Lucifer smirked. The spirits huffed. Looks like you're out of options. See that, my old friend? The demon faction leader Jai crossed his arms and replied. I'm not sure either. Jai's red eye glowed. More importantly, didn't I tell you to address me properly? Lucifer, I don't like being called that by a traitor. Lucifer laughed, shrugged. Fine, you're still the same as before. Always scrutinizing events from billions of years ago. Then Lucifer turned to Naiad. All right, then. You want to kill a neutral tower lord, right? I can help. Lucifer's eyes lit up, excited. As long as I benefit. Well deserved, you've prepared everything, right, Naiad? Naiad closed her eyes, of course, if you agree to this proposal. The spirit faction promises to evenly share the rewards we gather over the next 100 years. At the management company, the manager asked in surprise. Not only was the sun god defeated, but they also held a leaders' conference, truly unexpected. The manager grinned wickedly, delighted. This game is gradually getting out of control, isn't it? The manager looked at Hemet. What did the sun god say? Hemet reported. He said this mission failed, but he didn't reveal any information. So he desperately hoped for mercy. After that, he kept himself locked in the tower, saying he would never again get involved in anything related to the 51st Tower Master. Manager Gao frowned in reproach. That's ridiculous. He rubbed at his aching head and sighed. Ah, forget it. So what do you think that meeting between the leaders will be like? That meeting has to be the factions forming an alliance for revenge. Will the other two factions agree? Hamed narrowed his eyes. One of the two will agree no matter what, of course, if the elf faction offers the world tree as payment. The manager asked in surprise. Didn't Kim Hyung-gu destroy that tree already? Hamed reported back at once. Luckily, its roots are still there. So as long as they gather enough nutrients, they can restore it, though it will take quite a lot of time. But either way, the quality and quantity of achievements the world tree produces will be enough that nobody will see it as a loss anymore. The manager tapped the desk and replied calmly, I understand. That's fine. Sometimes letting them deal with the obstacles themselves isn't a bad idea. In a low voice, the manager ordered, for now, we'll just observe and see how things develop on their own. Over here, Diplin slammed the table and said anxiously, so what are you going to do now? If this keeps up, you'll have to face an entire alliance. At least two factions at that. And if that happens, the management company will start taking an interest in what's going on. In the lower dimensions right away. The more Diplin spoke, the more he trembled in panic. And then the dimension I've been losing sleep searching for will become even harder to find. At that, Diplin couldn't hold back anymore. He exploded, glaring at Kim Hyung-gu and rattled off a whole tirade. Then when am I ever going to get a full night's sleep again, huh? You bastard. Kim Hyung-gu broke out in a cold sweat and could only say timidly, that reason of yours really is pathetic. But then Kim Hyung-gu slumped back in his chair, yawned a few times and lazily said, so in the end, I just need to draw the management company's attention while you search for the achievement from that eye, right? Is that it? Diplin froze for a moment before answering, that's true, but do you already have a strategy? Kim Hyung-gu grinned mischievously. Oh, of course. Looking at the light spilling in from the gate, he said confidently, I'm pretty good at attracting attention. Back to the meeting on the elf side, Lucifer said with a bright smile, I know you don't have enough achievements to pay me all at once. But still, who would have thought you'd use achievements accumulated over a full 100 years instead? Looks like this time, your elf faction's pride that's higher than the sky has taken a serious hit. Stung by the jab, Naiad twitched with resentment but couldn't refute it. She could only lower her voice and say, "Get to the point, Lucifer." That made Lucifer cackle. Hey, what else is there to say? You said if I help you, you'll get the achievements, didn't you? I agree to join your plan. Hearing that, Naiad let out a relieved breath. She turned to look at Jai and asked pointedly, "Good, then what about you?" Jai folded his arms and said coldly, "That means our faction won't be participating." Hearing that, Naiad asked in shock. "What?" Then Naiad sprang to her feet and blurted in panic, "Wait, why? Isn't the reward enough?" Jai snorted and said, "Of course it is. But that 51st Tower Master, like you've seen, I actually like him quite a bit." Naiad looked like she'd swallowed a fly and shrieked in horror. "What?" Jai said calmly, "Relax. I'm not planning to oppose you just because of that. Just keeping an eye on the zealots in my own faction keeps me busy enough. As for this revenge business, handle it yourself." Naiad ground her teeth in irritation, thinking, I knew he didn't like petty conflict and power struggles, but I never thought he'd refuse an offer this tempting. Whatever, fine. Even if it's only the Angel faction joining me. That's still more than enough to kill Kim Hyung-gu. Meanwhile, Lucifer was still busy needling Jai, telling the old man to stop pretending he was so noble. Naiad smiled arrogantly. In her heart, she already had victory in hand. "Just you wait, Kim Hyung-gu, soon both you and your tower will be destroyed." Suddenly an obnoxiously playful voice rang out. "Wow, looks like you're having way too much fun, my silly little lady." Kim Hyung-gu's terrifying demon face abruptly appeared, that hellish voice following with it. "Let me join in too." Needless to say, Naiad was scared out of her wits and screamed. She stumbled back 1,000 steps in panic. Kim Hyung-gu. What? How did you get here?" Trembling, Naiad pointed at Hyung-gu. "No one can come here without using a teleportation stone. How could anyone outside my faction enter this room? How on earth could you possibly?" Kim Hyung-gu shrugged and answered cheerfully. "Oh, that my neighbor helped me. I politely asked him, told him I missed you, and he kindly opened it up for me." As for the fact that he'd really asked with his fists until Siegfried was flattened on the floor, cursing, "That son of a bitch," Kim Hyung-gu didn't mention any of that. Of course, Naiad didn't know the truth behind it. She could only fixate on the thought, did Siegfried betray me for him? Seeing how ridiculous it was, Kim Hyung-gu said, "But what did that matter right now?" Kim Hyung-gu cracked his knuckles with a loud crack, a dense killing intent radiating from him as he slowly stepped forward. "What matters is what you were just talking about. Now tell me quickly, I'm very curious." Suddenly, Lucifer leapt out and blocked Naiad, giggling as he cut in. "Wow, this bastard is giving me a bigger headache than I expected." "So you're Kim Hyung-gu, huh?" Kim Hyung-gu asked back in surprise. "Who are you?" Lucifer beamed as he introduced himself. "I'm Lucifer, one of the 4 great archangels." As he said that, his refined smile shifted into a devilish grin. Lucifer spoke excitedly, "And I'm the leader of the Angel faction. You just agreed to a request to eliminate you." Kim Hyung-gu replied calmly, "Oh, is that so?" Lucifer went on, "You're really curious about this meeting, huh? Then instead of bullying a clueless spirit, why don't you ask your friend?" Kim Hyung-gu asked, intrigued, "My friend?" Lucifer pointed at Jai, who'd been sitting silently the whole time, and said, "Yeah, that bastard leader of the demon faction over there. He's the only one here who refused that person's offer. He even said he likes that person." Kim Hyung-gu said in surprise, I've never met him before, but thanks, because of you I can finally tell who's who." Lucifer blinked, startled. Tell who's who, you mean?" Before Lucifer could finish, Kim Hyung-gu's voice cut in, "What else? The one I'll probably get closer to in the future." And with that, a slap so hard it smashed Lucifer into the wall, his face caving in like a mess. Kim Hyung-gu grinned with excitement and said, "The one I need to beat to death, that's who." With his mangled face, Lucifer wailed miserably, "Unbelievable, I lost like this." So pissed. Watching the awful performance, Kim Hyung-gu frowned. "This guy's a lunatic too. What the hell are you doing? That ridiculous act is enough. It's so disgusting I can't even look." Lucifer's shattered face spread into a crafty grin. A swirl of purple magical smoke drifted behind Kim Hyung-gu and formed into a hand that clamped down on his shoulder. Lucifer asked, "How did you know that was?" "Just an illusion I made." Feeling Lucifer stuck to his back, Kim Hyung-gu sneered. "Isn't it obvious? As if I'd let you die from a single hit like that. I'm going to take my time grinding you into paste later. Just you wait." Lucifer smiled. "Good, that's what I was thinking too." Clinging to Kim Hyung-gu's shoulder, Lucifer chuckled in delight. "We really do click, don't we?" That flippant attitude made Kim Hyung-gu lose his temper. He raised his fist, ready to settle it. "Quit yapping, shut up and get lost, you freak." Then Kim Hyung-gu smashed half of Lucifer's face to pulp again, but Lucifer only laughed it off. "Oh wow, aren't you sensitive?" Lucifer's eyes lit up, his tone suddenly turning serious. "Anyway, doesn't matter, I'm finished here, so I'm leaving. Next time, let's have a proper game, Kim Hyung-gu." With that, Lucifer vanished. Kim Hyung-gu turned around and said, "Fine, then, my foolish young lady," but Naiad was already gone from behind him. Kim Hyung-gu sighed in annoyance. Yeah, she bolted. She's quick when it comes to stuff like this." All he could say was, "Whatever, that should be more than enough to draw the attention of those bastards up there." Now then, Kim Hyung-gu walked up to Jai and said, "Looks like it's just the two of us now, Mr. Identity Unknown." Kim Hyung-gu asked, "What are you planning? I know you're the leader of the demon faction. But why would demons choose to side with me?" Jai was silent for a moment, then said, "Demons, I don't like being called that. It's just a label the other factions slapped on us. Besides, our nature is nothing like that title." The more Kim Hyung-gu listened, the more blank he looked, and he asked, "What do you mean?" Jai didn't let Hyung-gu finish, slowly removing his hooded cloak and saying, "Let me introduce myself first. I am the one who guides the lambs beneath the heavens." Seeing Jai's face left Kim Hyung-gu utterly stunned, Jai seemed to have expected it. He continued calmly, "In certain places, I am called a savior, a messiah, and countless other names. My name is Jesus Christ. In my previous life, I was the most famous prophet across all religions, legends, and history. Even if many people still don't believe in me, there's no one who doesn't know this name, one of the most sacred and exalted existences." Kim Hyung-gu stared at the figure before him and shouted in horror, You're Jesus? You?" Jesus Christ looked quite pleased by that reaction. He laughed cheerfully. "Oh, from that expression, it seems there's an existence like me in your tower. You don't need to think too deeply about it. He and I probably just happen to share the same mythology, that's all. We are completely different individuals." Kim Hyung-gu rubbed his aching neck, calmed down, and said, "Well, I'm not that shocked. I've seen plenty of stuff like this before." Kim Hyung-gu leaned closer to Jesus and started telling him, "In my living room, Sun Wukong and the Azure Dragon are still obsessing over that idol." Hearing that, Jesus nodded. "Oh ho, you're really interesting, but I don't know what obsessing over an idol means." Kim Hyung-gu looked at Jesus again and sighed, "I'm honestly a little surprised, because the one I know in my tower is kind of different from you." Jesus smiled, "Of course, this appearance holds many stories." Then Jesus continued, "But the reason I chose to side with you is simple. Like you heard earlier, I rather like you. Besides, I don't like other factions either. In fact, I even hate them." Kim Hyung-gu asked curiously, "Huh, you hate them? Why?" Jesus replied, "We don't have much time to discuss that. Since Nayat has left, I think she won't leave this space alone." As soon as Jesus finished speaking, the meeting room shook violently. Chunks of earth and stone fell from the ceiling, and Kim Hyung-gu cursed in frustration. "Damn it!" Suddenly Jesus tossed a space-warping stone into Kim Hyung-gu's hands and said, "Wait, take this." Kim Hyung-gu asked curiously, "What is this?" Jesus explained, "This is a space-bending stone linked to my tower. Come find me at the crucial moment. Then, I will explain everything in detail about what they are doing in my tower." Jesus' face was furious, his eyes glowing red, and he growled, under the pretense of gaining this achievement. A moment later, Kim Hyung-gu suddenly leaped out from a space gate on the 50th floor. After escaping, he breathed a sigh of relief. Phew, that was close. If I hadn't been careful, I would have been crushed. Without realizing it, someone's arm had grabbed his leg. Kim Hyung-gu looked at Siegfried flattened on the ground and quickly said, "Ah, right, I completely forgot about this bastard." Siegfried crawled on the ground, still cursing. You bastard. What exactly did you do?" Kim Hyung-gu scratched his head nervously and said, Well, a moment later, Siegfried grabbed Kim Hyung-gu by the collar, then tearfully shouted with teary eyes, "Kim Hyung-gu, are you crazy?" Kim Hyung-gu just yelled back, You startled me." Siegfried shouted in horror, "So not only did you intrude into the meeting room by threatening me, but you also made Nayat think I betrayed her. Do you have any conscience at all?" Siegfried ranted so much that spit flew everywhere. "So my tower is really gone. If they issue a destruction order, I'll die before you even react. Say something, you madman. How do you plan to take responsibility for this, you dog?" Kim Hyung-gu, having been soaked in spit, was enraged. He quickly struck the back of Siegfried's neck, making his eyes bulge. "Shut up!" Kim Hyung-gu yelled, fists ready. "You keep calling me dog this, dog that. Do you want to be reincarnated as a dog too?" Siegfried held his head in pain, rubbing the bump, saying, "But I only said it once." Kim Hyung-gu glared, "You still dare to argue?" Then he asked, "You mean because you risk being eliminated by my faction, you want me to take the blame? Is that all, and you're still panicking like this?" Siegfried tearfully protested, What do you mean all? Do you even have a plan?" Kim Hyung-gu calmly replied, "Of course." Then with a cunning smile he said, "I have a brilliant idea." Turning back to the management, the manager asked, "So that's how it is. So the elf and angel factions have formed an alliance." And that Kim Hyung-gu appeared in the meeting room while they were discussing the formation of that alliance. Hamit replied, "Yes, that's the case." The manager said in surprise, "Strange indeed." The manager thought, let's assume he threatened the 50th Tower Master to get into that meeting room. But how did he know they were holding a meeting? How could a Tower Master with no ties to any faction obtain that information? Hamit reported, "I was very curious too, so I investigated, but have yet to find any results." The manager pondered, then ordered. Then Hamit put all other matters aside and find the origin of this at the 51st Tower for me. Hamit looked at the stone in the manager's hand and asked, Isn't this the achievement stone that the 51st Tower Master returned to us?" The manager nodded, "Yes, the achievement inside has been extracted." Hamid asked in wonder. Why did you suddenly? The manager replied. There's something to ponder here. He achieved what no one could do alone and possesses information he shouldn't have known. It's as if these things are too obvious. I feel he is being assisted by an existence similar to myself. Hamid exclaimed in shock. An existence comparable to you? You mean? The manager said sternly. Yes, that is my suspicion. The one supporting Kim Hyung-gu could very well be that entity. Hamid said in confusion. But that, the manager replied. Of course, nothing is certain yet. That's why I told you to investigate. If my guess is correct, the 51st tower must be destroyed. At the 51st tower being discussed, Avi was whistling while Noah avoided eye contact. Siegfried held a pile of papers, panicking as he asked, What is this? What on earth is going on? Kim Hyung-gu. Seeing Kim Hyung-gu's bright, cheerful face, Siegfried grew more curious. Why did you give me this? Kim Hyung-gu said, How could I trust you? Speak plainly. If those damn elf faction people say they'll let you off, you would immediately go back to them. Right. Zikrin, nervous and stammering, was telling the story, while Kim Hyung-gu just pointed toward Noah, who was coughing. Said Avi quietly. I've already revised it into the best version possible. Kim Hyung-gu said with satisfaction, so I consulted the experts to create something that could firmly ensure our friendship, and that is this friendship contract. Free is the slave contract. Oops. The friendship contract where Kim Hyung-gu is the boss and Zikrin is the subordinate, under the condition that Kim Hyung-gu will protect Zikrin's side. Pride follows all orders, or rather, requests from Hyung-gu, and if Siegfried causes trouble, obviously Hyung-gu will crush him. Kim Hyung-gu continued to explain, as long as you use Maliki on this contract, a kind of matrix will activate, turning all the contents inside into clauses that both sides must follow. Kim Hyung-gu smiled mischievously, showing his two fangs. Siegfried, cracking his shoulder, asked, How about this? Then we don't have to worry about betrayal anymore, right? Siegfried stomped on the contract, saying, As you said. Right, exactly, but some of the clauses here are a bit. Kim Hyung-gu chuckled. Come on, it's nothing serious. If you want me to protect you, just tell me the weak points of the elf side guarding our path, and occasionally do a bit of work for me. Siegfried widened his eyes, confused, and asked. Kim Hyung-gu started giving examples, like turning off lights when I want to sleep, bringing snacks, asking me first, and doing the chores I'm too lazy to do. Just this list alone makes Fried go crazy. He immediately spoke up. Wait. Kim Hyung-gu gave a thumbs up, saying, How do you feel? Very simple. Siegfried will go mad. Angry, rambling, you really are a thug. Not a friend, and as a slave, Siegfried clenched his fist, saying, I'm still the head of an entire tower. Who do you think I am? Unbearable. Suddenly, Kim Hyung-gu's cold voice rang out. So what? Want to fight? His sharp eyes stared straight at Siegfried. Siegfried froze, trembling and sweating, holding the contract. After a moment, he reluctantly smiled and asked Noah, Where should I sign? Noah helplessly pointed over there. Noah kept pointing. On the next page, Zikrin signed while sobbing. Kim Hyung-gu, quite satisfied, crossed his arms, thinking everything is basically settled. Looking at the stone Jesus handed him, he thought then, I have to meet him. In Jesus' tower on the top floor, Kim Hyung-gu looked around in alarm. I know you call yourself Jesus, but this is really unsettling. Seeing Jesus in white robes kneeling at the end. Kim Hyung-gu was scared. What is this sacred atmosphere? Peter respectfully joined his hands and said, Sir, the guest has arrived. Jesus replied, I know, Peter. We'll talk for a long while. Can you step aside for a bit? Peter immediately bowed and replied, Yes, sir. Watching Peter leave, Kim Hyung-gu thought, this guy feels oddly familiar. I've clearly never met him before. Could I be mistaken? A sound startled Kim Hyung-gu. Jesus sat at the table and invited, Sorry to keep you waiting. Kim Hyung-gu, thank you for responding to my invitation. Come here. Kim Hyung-gu pulled out a chair and said, No need to thank me. I'm the one who has questions for you. Kim Hyung-gu sat down and asked, Since we are both busy, I'll get straight to the point. What exactly are they doing in their tower? Jesus replied, Before I answer, I want to ask you, why are you curious about that? Why does what they do to achieve their goals concern you? Kim Hyung-gu paused, then sighed, scratching his head and said, Well, it's nothing impressive. I just think they're all crazy. So I figure they won't be using any normal methods. They're surely exploiting innocent people to benefit themselves. The previous tower master of my tower did the same, so I know these behaviors well, and because of him, we've faced all sorts of trouble. Kim Hyung-gu angrily knocked the table, saying, This is why. Just seeing things like this frustrates me. So frustrated that every time I encounter them, I want to smash them to pieces. Kim Hyung-gu adjusted his emotions and asked, Even if I don't know what they're doing, I'll still fight them. Does this answer satisfy you? Jesus nodded, smiling. You're right. I really do have a good eye for people. Jesus said seriously, Then I'll tell you how they achieve their goal. Meanwhile, in the shared angel space, the sky archangel Gabriel looked at Lucifer and asked, So we've formed an alliance with the spirit faction to kill the 51st floor tower master. Gabriel immediately said, Then we need to start gathering our forces. But Lucifer cut him off, raising a hand in a calming gesture. For now there's no need for us to waste our strength on this. Gabriel asked curiously, What do you mean? but to obtain the world tree's fruit. Lucifer shook his head and explained, that's true, but that Kim Hyung-gu guy isn't as easy as we thought. When I was in my astral form, even though I couldn't see clearly, I could still tell that attacking him without a thorough plan would bring unimaginable danger to us. Lucifer gave a sinister smile and said, so after the spirit faction makes the first move, we'll wait until Kim Hyung-gu is exhausted from fighting them, then end everything with one spectacular finishing blow. What do you think? This plan is perfect, isn't it? Archangel Gabriel hesitated. Yes, but will the spirit faction really act that recklessly? They've already suffered devastating losses. Lucifer laughed. Don't worry, they'll know that if they want our help, then they have to act first. More importantly, the bait has already been cast. Just as Lucifer expected, Naiad on the other side was so furious her veins were bulging. She slammed the table and shouted, we have to move first. Naiad looked at her three companions in disgust. Lucifer will definitely try to avoid casualties and losses by staying put and waiting for someone else to make the first move. So first, we need to catch the traitor in our ranks, Siegfried, and punish him. Reed stroked his beard. This is baffling. Why Siegfried? Of course we can't let a traitor go. But right now, we should be gathering all our strength to stand against Kim Hyung-gu. Naiad said at once, that's exactly why we must deal with Siegfried. As you all know, to face Kim Hyung-gu, every member of the spirit faction has to charge in at the same time. And to do that, we need a gate of the right size. With the world tree in its current state, it's hard to create a gate like that. Even if we squeezed out every last drop of energy, at most we could only open a gate that lets 4 people pass. And only after we accumulate power over a long period of time could we open it. So what we need most right now is nutrients to restore the world tree's portal activation function. To do that, the nutrients we need must be high quality, at least at the level of a tower master. Edith was stunned and asked back, you mean you want to use Siegfried as nutrients to feed the tree? Naiad said coldly, exactly. Does anyone have a different opinion? All three fell silent. Seeing that, Naiad said, all right, then we'll form a team to capture him. I want to end this as quickly as possible. With hatred surging, Naiad ground out, I want to take that dog's life, Kim Hyung-gu's fast, back in the heavenly realm. Lucifer took a sip of coffee and ordered, of course, we need to prepare properly as well. So tell the other tower masters this. During this period, we'll use all the tribute from each tower to reinforce the heavenly realm. Gabriel asked in shock, you mean you want to bring Kim Hyung-gu here? Lucifer nodded. That's right, no matter how much of a bastard he is, he can't do anything in the heavenly realm. This place only amplifies angels' power. Lucifer smiled brightly. Forcing a creature whose power far surpasses a tower master to teleport here is very difficult. But with your technique, it's absolutely possible. Isn't that right, Uriel? Hearing Lucifer call his name, Diblin jolted and froze. Then as Archangel Uriel, also known as Diban, Diblin could only force a smile. Yes, of course. Even though inside, Diblin was panicking. So now things were getting complicated again. Diblin smiled and said, please don't worry, leave it to me, Lord Lucifer. Inside, Diban had cursed Kim Hyung-gu 7,749 times already. How the hell are you going to handle this, Kim Hyung-gu? On the other side, Kim Hyung-gu's startled voice rang out, is that true? The nutrients and tribute they mentioned. Jesus nodded. That's right, achievements are a natural attribute. And when taken from another person's efforts, they're called the power of legends. That's why, for ordinary people, achievements are something unreal, hard to obtain. But the towers are the living history those beings have created in the present world. The energy produced there begins to be used as achievements. And the stronger the history, the more achievements are born. That's only natural. Kim Hyung-gu stammered, the history you're talking about, what does that mean? Jesus replied coldly, exactly wars where countless people were swept in and died. From hatred and jealousy, natural disasters where innumerable young, innocent lambs lost their lives, and accidents and unjust tragedies that were recorded. Throughout history, countless painful scars have been created by various incidents. Even in despair, those events became the achievements you know of. Now do you understand, Kim Hyung-gu? Kim Hyung-gu's gaze gradually filled with rage and hostility. Jesus' voice remained steady. Have you realized what those factions have been doing to achieve accomplishments under the guise of nourishment and tribute? That is, constantly killing the citizens living in the layers of the tower they govern. Kim Hyung-gu trembled as he said, they slaughter the citizens in their own towers just to gain achievement. Is that really allowed? Jesus laughed, it's simple. Whether it's war or natural disasters, as long as the tower master agrees, it's all permissible. Because the tower master is essentially the god, the saint of the tower he rules. Kim Hyung-gu buried his face in his hands, sighing in disappointment. I had already suspected part of this. But those bastards, Kim Hyung-gu slammed his hand on the table. With a gritted voice he said, I never expected they'd surpass limits established over generations like this. Kim Hyung-gu trembled as he said, it frustrates me that I can't just smash all of them immediately. Jesus nodded, I think the same as you, though your words are a bit extreme. That's exactly why I like you. Kim Hyung-gu asked in astonishment, What do you mean? Jesus began to explain. The very first time I entered the conference of the Tower Masters. I wasn't there because not all faction leaders are required to attend that meeting. However, I heard about the situation from my followers. The reason you intervened was to save that innocent receptionist that day. I also heard you defeated Itzhak right in front of everyone, leaving him utterly broken. Jesus smiled faintly. Upon hearing this, I was certain that unlike those two evil leaders, you possess a profoundly righteous soul and are stronger than all the others. Kim Hyung-gu frowned. I sense some kind of scheme here. From my experience, such sweet praises usually hide ulterior motives. What do you want from me? Jesus smiled. Not exactly, don't worry. His tone shifted, but I do hope that with your unparalleled strength and unpredictable growth, you can restore the order that has long been thrown into chaos by the other Tower Masters in this dimension. Kim Hyung-gu, irritated, said, so all that fancy speech is just a way to tell me to deal with those bastards myself, isn't it? Jesus laughed heartily. If that's how it sounded to you, then I apologize. This is a bit awkward, but we don't have the power to rise and fight. You'll have to spend quite some time gathering achievements to bribe and manipulate without sacrificing Tower citizens. And because this skirts the rules, there will be some side effects. Kim Hyung-gu asked curiously. Skirting the rules, is that really possible? How? Jesus smiled meaningfully at this question. After returning to his 51st floor, Kim Hyung-gu immediately recounted everything to the others. Avi, shocked, covered her mouth. Is it true, guardian imposter? No matter how much they desire achievement, how could they commit such horrifying acts? Noah broke into a cold sweat, terrified. I can't believe it. Siegfried sat silently, scratching his face fearfully at everyone's scolding. Avi was fuming with anger. How can such shameless people exist in this world? Noah joined in. All the mana wasted on people like them. No, even the air they breathe isn't worth it. Suddenly, Avi and Noah shouted in unison. Wait, could it be? Then they both glared at Siegfried with utter contempt, making him jump up and scream. Why are you looking at me like that? Siegfried explained. Hey, even if that's the case, I've never massacred anyone. That would be troublesome, you know. I only occasionally create droughts or floods. Hearing this, Avi and Noah started looking at him like filthy maggots, making Siegfried furious. Bride yelled, oh heavens, stop looking at me like that. Kim Hyung-gu said, I understand how you two feel right now. But enough. To properly deal with those monkey faction bastards, we need him. Siegfried, relieved to have support, said, that's right, he's right, I'm very important. You must treat me well. Suddenly, Siegfried froze in fear as Kim Hyung-gu glared at him with eyes blazing with hatred, grinding his teeth in threat. That's why you must cooperate properly. Siegfried, that's the only reason I'm not smashing you into pieces right now. Understood. Siegfried, knowing his own inferiority, lowered his head and obediently replied, I understand. I'll remember clearly. Hearing that, Kim Hyung-gu finally exhaled. Avi looked at him and asked, so how did this guardian, this guy named Jesus, collect achievements without slaughtering everyone in the tower? If the only achievements you get come from training efficiency, there's no way you can meet the quota. Kim Hyung-gu explained right away. It seems he had some kind of loophole, though I'm not even sure what to call it. Kim Hyung-gu remembered that moment. He was stunned when he heard Jesus say it. Bracing himself with one hand, he asked in a panic, what? You lowered your own soul rank? Jesus replied calmly, yes. From what I've seen, when you replace some kind of incident with an achievement, the negative consequences you receive are worth far more. That's exactly why. Things like the despair and suffering of the people in the tower pay a much richer price. And in that moment, the collapse of an existence closest to divinity is something I can explain even by my own reasoning, especially the collapse of myself or divine existences like my followers. That earns an even higher price, and it's also much easier. The more Kim Hyung-gu listened, the more shocked he became, but Jesus continued. That's why my soul has been worn away quite a lot. Jesus pointed at the pair of horns on his head and said, that's why I ended up like this. Kim Hyung-gu sighed. My God, at this point, it'd be better not to be a tower master at all. How did you end up like this? Jesus said seriously, the reason is simple. Someone has to sit in that seat, and I understand that better than anyone. A radiance spread out behind Jesus, though it felt more like his sense of justice and compassion than anything else. With a gentle smile, Jesus asked, all right, is there anything else you need to know? Kim Hyung-gu snapped back to the present and pressed them, but that doesn't matter right now. I called everyone here for something else. Can you think of any way to make sure those bastard spirits can't collect achievements anymore? Avi asked curiously, stop them from collecting achievements. Why? Kim Hyung-gu fell silent, then said, the more I think about it, the best way right now is to split those two factions and make them tear each other apart. They're not cooperating because they're close, right? They're together because each side has something the other needs. So if we stop them from pooling achievements to help each other trade, they'll fall apart quickly. Doesn't that sound right to you? Noah nodded. That makes sense. Kim Hyung-gu leaned back in his chair and said irritably, Atita can't destroy their tower the way he destroyed the world tree. So we'll need some kind of technique, but I'm totally in the dark on that. That's why I want your help. Avi thought for a moment, then said, well, that depends on how the management company's tower is operated. I still can't come up with anything yet. Siegfried offered his opinion too. I've never even thought about that. So Kim Hyung-gu worried, I see, maybe this plan is a bit. Suddenly Noah spoke up. No, I don't think so. It's possible we can solve this pretty simply. Kim Hyung-gu cried out in surprise. What, really? Siegfried looked at Noah with curiosity. Noah nodded. Of course, I can't be certain yet, so we'll have to go to their towers and observe the lower floors where they collect achievements first. But luckily, we've got the tower master of one of those towers right here. When Siegfried heard his name, he stiffened and pointed at himself, stammering, me. Avi beamed and clapped lightly. Ah, what a relief. So we've found another use for our trash. Noah beside her nodded in agreement. I laughed and said, exactly. We've got to find a way to recycle the garbage. Kim Hyung-gu perked up again. Oh nice, I've been curious what the lower floors of other towers look like too. What do you say, trash? Siegfried clawed at his hair in misery and yelled, stop calling me that. Fine, fine, I get it. I'll lead the way, okay. Then Siegfried suddenly slammed the table and demanded, but if all of us go down there, who's going to handle everything else up here? What if the spirit faction sends assassins? Don't tell me you're planning to leave the upper floors empty with nobody watching them. Kim Hyung-gu scratched his cheek, thinking, you're not wrong. Then Kim Hyung-gu pointed at Siegfried and said blandly, but aren't they just a bunch of bastards? No stronger than someone like you. I already destroyed their world tree, so there probably aren't many left anyway. Siegfried shouted in annoyance, what do you mean, someone like me? But thinking about it, it did sound right. He replied stiffly, I guess that does make sense. Kim Hyung-gu grinned brightly. Oh, come on, then there's nothing to worry about. I've got a few people who are great at dealing with blockheads like that, at a clothing shop. The female staff all blushed. As for Lee Seorong, no need to ask, she clapped in delight and cried, oh my god, this outfit suits you so well. Wukong was wearing a sleek all-black outfit from head to toe. His handsome face and perfect physique were truly top-notch. Wukong shyly asked, really? But Lysio was no longer concerned with Wukong's opinion. Extremely excited, Lysio simply circled the store and said, next is that jacket over there. No, bring all the items hanging on that rack over here for us. The sales clerk, seeing the customer so thrilled, said, yes, ma'am. Seeing Lysio clearing out the store like this, Wukong was speechless. He sighed, thinking, well, as long as she's happy. Looking at the large and small bags Lysio had bought, Wukong felt a bit intimidated. But he told himself, isn't this a bit too much? Wukong, feeling tired, thought to himself, playing the part of her boyfriend might be over the top. My whole body is tense, I need to loosen up a bit. Suddenly a notification appeared in front of Wukong, making him exclaim in surprise. What's this notification? Kim Hyung-gu's message appeared. Coming here is. Show some usefulness. Don't forget to bring the dragon stick and the night essence along. Reading the message, Wukong wondered, what's this about? The next day at the fairy spot near the world tree, Nayet folded her arms and instructed, be careful, everyone. We must capture Siegfried alive and bring him back. That's why I gave you this rare teleportation stone. Can I count on you? Fury, the fire spirit, asked. Storm forest spirit Strophen and the dense forest spirit Rhea replied in unison. Of course, ma'am. Fury smiled confidently. I don't know what the Spirit King thinks, but the three of us can handle this easily. Don't worry. Just focus on preparing to eliminate that Kim Hyung-gu. Nayet chuckled. Hee, you really are trustworthy. Good luck. The three, Fury, Strophen, and Rhea, stepped into the teleportation gate and said together, yes, we'll be back soon. Then they vanished quickly. Just after passing through the gate, they heard Wukong's voice. Oh, they've arrived. Is that you, the Tower Lords of the Fairy faction? Facing the 100 demons of the night, the dragon stick, and Wukong, they were all standing proudly before the battle formation. Fury asked in confusion, who are you? Where is Siegfried? Wukong quickly interrupted, extremely excited. You don't need to know that, just tell me who's the biggest bastard among you. The Tower Lords of the Fairies, seeing Wukong, the 100 demons of the night and the dragon stick, were taken aback. Wang Hun asked again, did you just say what, bastard? Seeing Fury's reaction, Wukong laughed heartily, thoroughly enjoying it. Like it, that's what our Tower Lord said. He called the newcomers a bunch of bastards. Wukong's eyes widened, glancing at Fury with contempt, then continued, and I can beat them to my heart's content. As long as I don't kill them, it's fine. That's why I asked you that. My master means no harm. If you feel offended, I apologize. Fury, angry, veins popping on his forehead, said irritably, ridiculous. Then he began releasing mana from his body, moving toward Wukong and said, if you were a Tower Lord, there's no way we wouldn't know about you. This means you're just a mortal inside the tower. Fury confronted Wukong's mocking face and threatened him. Hey you, do you really want to die? How dare a mortal speak such nonsense? In front of a Tower Lord like me, where do you get that confidence? But you should know me before acting so arrogantly. Wukong secretly raised the Rui stick into the air, making Fury curious. What's that? Wukong shouted. Extend Rui stick. Wukong flew up, gripping the stick tightly, then ascended vertically, pretending to strike Fury's head. He immediately buried Fury in the ground, leaving Strophen and Rhea in shock. The 100 demons of the night laughed happily at the dragon's stick. He seems to enjoy this a lot. At this moment, Wukong turned and warned, "ECIN worm. If Mai is smart, don't interfere, and neither should that night essence girl." Wukong's eyes shone brightly, full of excitement. "It's been a long time since I got to stretch and loosen up like this." Meanwhile, on a lower floor of the 50th tower, a lonely person, frail and emaciated, clung to life. Kim Hyung-gu, bewildered, said, "Really? These are the lower floors of the tower." Looking at the scene, everything was ruined and desolate. Corpses were everywhere, the living were wandering aimlessly. Kim Hyung-gu was stunned. This chaos, what the? Siegfried remained silent, too scared to say a word. Kim Hyung-gu, furious, gritted his teeth at him and shouted, "Should I just kill your cursed self right now?" Siegfried trembled with fear, quickly replying, Wait, actually this is peaceful. Besides, they rarely die in large numbers." Seeing Kim Hyung-gu's cold, razor-sharp, bloodshot eye, Siegfried's voice grew smaller and smaller. It's rare for them to die alone or from hunger." After saying that, Siegfried voluntarily clasped his hands behind his back and slammed his forehead to the ground, begging for forgiveness. Kim Hyung-gu was still furious and shouted, "When are you coming back? Make sure you deal with this." "Got it." Siegfried, a sobbing mess, whimpered through tears. I understand." Kim Hyung-gu turned to Noah and asked, "You're done scouting, right?" Noah nodded. "Done. This tower's structure is simpler than I expected, so progress is pretty fast. If the other places are like this, then the odds of my plan succeeding are basically guaranteed." Kim Hyung-gu was surprised. That favorable. Siegfried was still stuck with his rear in the air, taking punishment. Kim Hyung-gu looked at Noah and asked, "What's your plan?" Noah answered at once, "Let's talk while we walk. I've got something I want to show you, come on." Kim Hyung-gu said, Okay, but he still looked back at the desolate wasteland, his heart heavy with guilt. So the situation in the other towers was even worse than this. Seeing the skinny child by the roadside, Kim Hyung-gu cursed under his breath. Damn it. He couldn't stop himself from thinking back to his own childhood. Alone and terrified, sitting in front of an abandoned orphanage, Kim Hyung-gu's whole body trembled with rage. The flames of hatred flared up. "Those bastards are making me remember the past again." Noah saw Kim Hyung-gu still standing there, trembling, and hurriedly asked, "What is it? Do you still want to do something here?" Kim Hyung-gu steadied himself and replied, "It's nothing, let's go." Kim Hyung-gu's face tightened, but he still acted like it was fine. "It's nothing." Back on Kim Hyung-gu's 51st floor, shattered earth and stone showed a fierce battle was underway. To be exact, Wukong was swinging the Rui staff again and again, smashing it into Jifen, leaving him no choice but to raise his arms to defend. Jifen panted hard, forcing his eyes wide to read Wukong's strikes, thinking in panic, "This is ridiculous, just blocking is already draining me. Is this really the power of a mere mortal?" Wukong's eyes flashed, and he immediately drove the tip of the Rui staff straight into Jifen, knocking him flat on his back. Jifen quickly dug in his heels, gasping, and yelled at Drehad, "Damn it, how much longer do you need, Drehad? I can't keep fighting alone like this. Support me now." A flash burst from where Rayed was sitting. She hurriedly replied, "Don't worry, Jifen, the preparations are all complete." From Rayed's magic orb, a torrent of gigantic tree roots erupted, twisting and surging like raging dragons, charging to attack toward Wukong. Seeing that, Wukong sneered, gripping the Rui staff tight, mocking, "I was wondering what you'd been doing over there this whole time. So all you did was drag out a root? Sorry, but I've dealt with this kind of thing in this tower a long time ago, so many times it's gotten annoying." Wukong tightened his grip on the Rui staff and said, "I could wipe it out with a single sweep." But before Wukong could do anything, a massive bolt of lightning slammed down, blasting those pesky roots to bits as Rayed stared in shock. "And Jifen too." The arrogant voice of Azure Dragon rang out. "But truly annoying, you're still too inexperienced, haha." Wukong was extremely frustrated seeing Azure Dragon jump in and claim his toy. What the hell is this disgusting worm? I told you not to interfere." Azure Dragon calmly replied, "You're out of breath already, don't be stubborn. Keep competing recklessly." Also, Azure Dragon stepped back. Wukong turned around curiously and saw the Night Demon King sitting extremely dejectedly on the throne. Mana surged uncontrollably, not knowing where to release it, so Azure Dragon instructed. "The Yaksha is already very bored. She said watching you fight gives her a headache, so we must deal with them quickly." Under Yaksha's piercing gaze, Azure Dragon ordered the kill. Otherwise, she would personally take action. Wukong excitedly grabbed the Rui staff and said, "Since she said so, I'll have to speed things up." Then Wukong shouted loudly, "Did you hear that, you guys? Charge forward so we can deal with those guys too." Azan fumbled with his hands and feet, stammering. He couldn't believe his ultimate move was broken so easily. Gofen quickly said, "We can't let things continue like this. We must help the troops first." Drihat gritted his teeth and spoke. "I agree, but..." Drihat pointed at Fury lying flat on the ground after a heavy strike. Wukong said, the one holding the teleportation stone is Fury, but he's ended up like that. Thinking this, both Rayard and Fan resolved themselves. Then, we must prioritize bringing Fury back and escaping immediately. No matter how strong they are, we can still manage somewhat. But we can't let these two have any chance to act. The legendary black and white striped slippers appeared again. Seeing one in blue and one in green, they cursed. What the hell, I just went down a floor not long ago. Wukong lifted the Rui staff onto his shoulder side and said, oh, he's back. Azure Dragon was also surprised. He returned sooner than expected. Kim Hyungu calmly stepped forward, one hand on Fan's shoulder, the other on Dri Ap's shoulder, grinning and asked, so we have visitors, huh? Fan was terrified. Jun called out, why you, Kim Hyun? After this, Kim Hyungu held both of the Kims by the shoulders. When the operating area forced them to flip over, vomiting blood after sending the two enemies flat on the ground, Kim Hyungu said, perfect timing, I needed you here. Kim Hyungu turned to look at them and asked wickedly, do you have the teleportation stones on the elf side? Nihat looked down from above and said, our tower leaders and elite troops are ready. Finally, preparations for the upcoming battle were complete. The scene was truly magnificent. If the angel faction joined too, no matter how strong, Kim Hyungu would have no choice but to submit. Suddenly, someone furrowed their brow. Then she exhaled and said, hopefully, we've suffered too many losses because of him. Now we just wait for the capture team to return. Suddenly a dark figure fell, blocking Nayet's view, and it was Fury's body dropping straight down. Nayet screamed in horror. Fit also panicked, covering his face. Green asked in confusion, what, isn't this the capture team? Naya stepped back in fear. IP Dit panicked. Why did they suddenly? Reed was sweating heavily. What the hell is happening? Naiad stammered, this familiar situation, could it be? Familiar smiling faces and fangs appeared again. Kim Hyungu's polite voice made Khan Ayat flinch. Oh hello, sorry about that. I intended to let them down gently, but accidentally slipped. Then Kim Hyungu landed on the ground. Naiad, stunned, asked, who is that? Kim Hyungu. Only Kim Hyungu's eyes shone brightly. Naiad wanted to continue, how could you? But Kim Hyungu wasn't patient to hear more. He lunged and grabbed Nayat by the neck, angrily shouting, making her struggle to breathe. Kim Hyungu looked around and said, if you don't want to be humiliated in front of all your subordinates, then shut up and listen. I didn't come to fight but to propose something to you, understand? Nayhat's face was twisted, tears and sweat streaming. Propose? Things have already come this far and you still intend to. Kim Hyungu's gaze was cold. Then he suddenly released his grip and said unexpectedly, it's nothing much. Recalling the brutal scenes on the lower floors of Tower 50, his anger surged again. Kim Hyungu could only suppress it, forcing a controlled smile and said, how about we reconcile? A few hours earlier on the top floor of Tower 51, Wukong looked at the three tied up in chaos and curiously asked Azure Dragon, are they dead yet? Meanwhile, Kim Hyungu held a sphere in his hand and curiously asked, Noah, stranger, will this prevent the elves from accumulating achievement points? This is what the inner demon uses to distribute achievements to the conquerors. A fake, an achievement-absorbing orb. So if we put this inside their tower then, Noah nodded. That's right, of course. Before that, you have to find the coordinates that guide you to their tower first. Then Noah turned to Siegfried and asked, according to what this guy told us, there's some way to do it, right? Siegfried Reuser replied, yes. As long as we have a sample of the world tree, it's not impossible. The world tree stretches its roots to every floor of the spirit faction, so it can freely absorb nutrients. So if we collect and analyze a sample and its mana, Kim Hyungu understood and answered immediately. We can learn all of the spirit faction's coordinates, right? Noah nodded in satisfaction. Exactly, and as it happens, Noah pulled a spirit faction teleport stone from his pocket and said with a grin, we also have a mana-collecting item specifically used for ecological research. So the preparations are basically complete. If we analyze the teleport stone they possess, we can even find the coordinates of their public zone, too. Getting to those places won't be difficult at all. The only hidden variable depends on our patience. Hearing that, Kim Hyungu asked in confusion, what do you mean? Noah only smiled with narrowed eyes and asked in the most syrupy tone possible. Kim Hyungu, have you ever considered making peace with the spirit faction? On the spirit faction's side, Nayet glared at Kim Hyungu in disbelief and shouted, you just said reconciliation. Why all of a sudden would you? Kim Hyungu rubbed his head wearily, then sighed. I'm tired too. I can't even sleep because I'm so sick of your nonsense. And when I come here to ask for peace, this is the scene I find. Seriously, taking all of you down like this would take a mountain of time. Kim Hyungu stood calmly and said clearly, so let's stop all these pointless actions against each other, you understand, don't you? even if you keep fighting me to the bitter end. You'll only rack up more defeats and losses. Nayet rubbed her aching neck. No matter how frustrated she felt, she had to admit Kim Hyung-gu was right. She thought bitterly, he's infuriating, but he's not wrong. My rage over being humiliated is making everything spiral out of my control. An all-out war brings no benefit at all. The achievements our side gained from the commissions for the Sun God are indeed substantial. But the price I promised to pay the Angel faction has already reached an astronomical figure. Nayet knew that no matter how this ended, the Spirit faction would suffer massive losses without gaining anything. And Nayet had an even bigger worry. On top of that, to be honest, I'm still not completely sure our faction can actually defeat this man. Just look at the spirits in ruins down there. Nayat was anxious. But if we've gone this far and then retreat obediently, the honor of a leader like me. At that moment, Nayat sensed the crowd beginning to stir. What happened? Nayat clenched her teeth and made a decision. Fine, I accept your proposal. When Ipsit heard that, he exploded in anger. What though are you saying? But Nayat raised a finger for silence, then continued, but I have one condition. Kim Hyung-gu asked curiously, a condition? Nayat nodded. That's right, I actually have many demands I want to make of you. But first, what I want is for you to finish what you were supposed to do at the last meeting between the Tower Lords. Kim Hyung-gu found it baffling and asked, the last meeting? Huh, you mean? Nayat stepped forward slowly, then widened her eyes and pointed at the ground by her feet, grinding out, that's right. Kneel before me, Kim Hyung-gu. Immediately, Kim Hyung-gu frowned even more deeply and said, irritated to the point of laughter. Wow, you're stubborn. Why are you so obsessed with that? What, do you have a grudge against my knees or something? Nayat shot back. Say whatever you want. Either way, you're kneeling in front of me first. Or were you just proposing reconciliation at random without being prepared to do something like this? Huh. Kim Hyung-gu thought for a moment, then replied. Fine. Then he slowly lowered one knee before Nayat and said, it's not that hard. Seeing that, Nayat was overjoyed, exhilaration bursting inside her. I did it. Then this battle will end, and my dignity will remain intact. Kim Hyung-gu's action left the spirits behind her, Sinfit, Reed, and Ipsit, stunned and panicked. What? He's really going to kneel. Nayat looked at Kim Hyung-gu, satisfaction swelling in her chest. The victor is me. At this moment, Addie had no idea that she was on the verge of celebrating a victorious moment. Kim Hyung-gu was also stalling for time so the absorption orb could finish its task. 96%, now 97%. Addie's eyes were fixed on Kim's knee. Kim Hyung-gu was so excited he wanted to shout. Once those knees hit the ground, victory would be certain. But unfortunately, the orb reached 98%, then 99%, and finally 100%. The notification immediately blared, collection complete. Nayad froze, then gritted her teeth and asked, what was that just now, Kim Hyung-gu? Only the murderous glare and devilish smile had returned to Kim Hyung-gu's face, leaving Nayad stunned. That scene had roots in earlier moments when they were discussing things. Kim Hyung-gu glanced at Noah and asked, do you want me to pretend to reconcile until this has collected enough mana? Noah nodded. Exactly, I fear we will need a lot of samples. Only then can we determine the full coordinates of the towers on the Spirit faction's side. Of course, I had already considered secretly collecting, but Siegfried hurriedly warned, the defense systems in those public areas aren't lax. If you step in, they'll detect you immediately. Then, you'll face a full-scale assault from the Spirit faction. Kim Hyung-gu thought for a moment and replied, that would indeed be troublesome. Noah smiled. That's why I suggested you stall a bit so it can finish collecting mana by pretending to come here and reconcile. It won't take long. You just act until it notifies you that collection is complete. After that, do whatever you want. And Kim Hyung-gu indeed obeyed Noah. Once it succeeded, he immediately rushed forward and grabbed Nia's chin. Catching her off guard, her face twisted in confusion and extreme fear. Kim Hyung-gu could no longer hold back, and he began beating Nayad relentlessly, making her choke and scream. His voice was ice cold like a messenger from hell. You just asked me what that was, didn't you? Seeing Nayad like this, even Ifrit, Sylphid, and Hydron couldn't react in time. Kim Hyung-gu kept crushing Nayad while taunting. It's nothing, it's just my persona erupting. So how do you plan to handle this? Earth Spirit King Reed shouted. Kim Hyung-gu, what do you think you're doing? Kim Hyung-gu pressed Nayad harder to the ground. His massive body threatened them. Right now, the only thing I want you to do is shut up and stay put. The three Ifrit, Reed, and Sylphid almost held their breath. Kim Hyung-gu grinned madly, only speak when I say so. After a while, they dared not speak or move. Kim Hyung-gu was satisfied. Good, it seems you're all listening to me now. He secretly grabbed a piece of the world tree sample. It's much better when you're obedient from the start, isn't it? I told you I didn't come here to fight. I wouldn't have beaten you like this if you hadn't tried to mess with me. Maybe. Nayad gritted her teeth. Girl, how cruel. Kim Hyung-gu said calmly with a terrifying tone, afraid. You better not get the wrong idea. It's not because I fear you. Surely you all know I'm not an empty barrel making noise. So remember this, the reason you can still stand here breathing is because I'm restraining myself. By myself, after threatening them, Kim Hyung-gu smirked. thinking, of course, my patience won't last much longer. He said to them, anyway, I've finished what I came to do, so I'm leaving. He waved and smiled before teleporting, see you later. Later, at the 51st tower, Kim Hyung-gu placed the item on the table. Here, I brought it back as you instructed. A piece of the world tree and mana. Well, is this enough? Noah examined it. This should be sufficient as a sample. He explained at length. Now, I just need to put this into the mana analyzer I developed and separate all the mixed mana into distinct parts, then proceed. Kim Hyung-gu got a headache and interrupted. No matter how much you explain, I don't understand. So skip the explanation, he asked them. So how long will this preparation take? Avi calculated. Determining coordinates shouldn't take too long. But the absorption orb needs some improvements. I think it will take another week. Kim Hyung-gu nodded. Longer than I expected. I need to increase its capacity and add invisibility so it won't be detected anymore. In short, it still needs a lot of upgrades because we need to make at least 10 orbs, which takes time. Right. Kim Hyung-gu waved and listened. I'm done. He also stood up. Well, it's fine. Anyway, I need some free time. Avi asked, do you have something you need to handle? My students have been pushing me a lot lately. They want me to go shopping with them. Noah and Avi looked confused. Your students? What exactly do they want? Kim Hyung-gu awkwardly scratched his face. It's nothing much, probably just some furniture. Scene shifts to a furniture store. Wow, this is amazing. Miriam and Hanarin exclaimed with delight. Could it be because this is a newly opened shopping center? There are so many cute furniture pieces here. Seeing them in person like this is really satisfying. If you hadn't come with us, would you regret it? Master, teacher. Kim Hyung-gu felt helpless just mumbling, but he sensed something was off. Am I the only one who feels something strange? Why isn't there a single customer in this enormous shopping center? Not even a staff member in sight, unless someone has booked the whole place. His adorable students, of course. Hanarin quietly smiled. Does it even matter right now? Teacher, I'm touching this bedsheet. How do you feel about this bed? The one you're using seems a bit small. Do you think this size is just right? Hanarin imagined a series of scenarios in her mind. With such a big bed, we wouldn't have to worry about positions at all. Next to it, there are 27,749 other positions already. Just there, Kim Hyung-gu paled. What are you talking about? Miriam wasn't backing down either. Master, look at this too. How do you feel about this sink? Look, it's so wide. Isn't it great, Master? With this much space, we won't have to worry about splashing water while washing dishes. We just need to, oh dear. Kim Hyung-gu exasperated. Wait, you two, didn't you come here just to buy furniture? I thought neither of you had any interest in these things. But Miriam and Hanarin no longer paid attention to his words. Their eyes lit up seeing the large furniture pieces. Oh my. The bed and sofa over there look amazing. That table is spacious too. While Kim Hyung-gu was dazed, the two students approached. Master, what should we do? Master, why are you just standing there? You should come with us, hurry up. Kim Hyung-gu sighed, all right. Okay, I'm coming. I'm not sure if this is the right thing to do. But well, from now on, this doesn't seem too bad. Scene shifts to the management company, deep underground in the building. In the achievement storage, Hermes stands with the manager. The manager looked at the achievement gems and asked, Hermes, what have you discovered? Hermes reported, I investigated the source of the achievement that the 51st tower owner gave us under your orders, but suspiciously I could find anything. The manager continued. So that means, yes, you guessed correctly. It's very likely that achievement didn't come from any tower, but originated from a completely different existence. Hermes added, of course, that doesn't mean we can treat it as proof of that existence. It only means that too much time has passed, leaving no trace behind. The manager, still calm, gazed at the achievements. I understand. Let's assume it's like that for now. Hermes, surprised and uneasy, sir, are you all right? The manager smirked. Am I all right? What could I do otherwise? Suddenly, an earthquake-like force crashed over Hermes' head. Perhaps it was the manager's anger manifesting. He frowned. All I want right now is to smash that 51st tower, as it might be linked to that person, for that reason alone. The manager clenched his fists. But I cannot let my emotions override reason. If I use military force based solely on my suspicion, the factions will lose trust in our contract. After reaching this point, creating such a huge problem would only make things harder. Soon, I will gather all the achievements I desire. I cannot afford mistakes like before at such a crucial moment. Hermes sank to his knees. Before, you mean you're talking about the farm? The manager's eyes were sharp, exuding murderous intent. Exactly back then as now, when my entire plan was obstructed. I could not control my emotions and almost destroyed all the sources of those precious achievements. Every time I think of all the wasted time and effort back then, it pains me deeply. So this time I will try to be patient. He turned around. But of course, if he dares to cross the line or provides concrete evidence, the manager's face tensed with anger. Then everything will change immediately. 1 week later, at Kim Hyung-gu's 51st tower, Noah displayed the crafting item for him. Here, it's done. It has absorbed a total of 11 achievements into a zero-dimensional compass. Kim Hyung-gu held the dimension compass and asked, how am I supposed to use this? Noah explained, Just pick the coordinates and pour a little mana into it. Creating a technique that can punch through security barriers is normally very difficult, but the analysis results from the 50th tower turned out to be quite useful. It helped us see that the structure of the towers built and managed by the company is much simpler than our tower. In short, we won't need to worry about being blocked by their security systems anymore. Kim Hyung-gu whistled in admiration. Whoa, this is obviously a cheating tool. But why are there only 11 stones? Doesn't the Spirit faction have 15 towers? Avidab, according to what Zik said, the Spirit King's tower isn't connected like the other towers. Seems like it's some kind of special perk reserved for senior managers. Kim Hyung-gu curled his lip in a sarcastic grin. And yet they never stop stealing the benefits earned through other people's hard work. What a bunch of selfish bastards. Avi continued, even if they connect their towers later on, it'll still be very hard for those 4 towers to increase their quota. Our quota is going up, so we'll be fine. Kim Hyung-gu stuffed his things into his bag and stood up. Fine, I'll take your word for it. There's no point wasting any more time, so I'm leaving now. A circle of light suddenly appeared beneath Kim Hyung-gu's feet. Kim Hyung-gu reached out in confusion. Oh, what is this? Instant transfer. Avi sprang up anxiously. Guardian, what's happening? In the blink of an eye, Kim Hyung-gu was teleported somewhere else. It was a large room, exquisitely decorated. He looked around. What the hell? What is this blinding room? I thought my 2 apprentices were calling me back, but it doesn't look like that. Then who is it? A voice spoke up. It's me. The one who summoned Kim Hyung-gu there was the Archangel Uriel. He was already seated at the table, waiting. I'm the one who summoned you here, Kim Hyung-gu. Kim Hyung-gu asked, if I remember correctly, you said you're one of the managers on the angel side, right? So this means this place is what they call the heavens paradise? Uriel replied, exactly. Kim Hyung-gu was baffled. But can dimension transfer really be done like this, without even needing the other person's consent? Normally it's impossible, unless the one who created the technique is me. Uriel was immensely proud of his technique. Kim Hyung-gu found it disgusting. Oh, is that so? He clapped to humor Uriel. So you brought me here just to make me praise you or what? Uriel turned serious. Of course not, though that's part of it, but I have something more serious to tell you. Lucifer is putting a plan into motion that uses this technique to capture you. Kim Hyung-gu blinked. What the hell? He propped his chin on his hand, bored on the table. I thought it was going to be something badass, since you called it a plan. Turns out this time they're just trying to drag me into their home turf so they can gang up on me. He's an angel, so why does he think like some street thug? Uriel folded his arms helplessly. I can't argue with that. Anyway, that's how things are now. You need to be careful. After all, using magic harms everyone here who isn't part of heaven. Even for you, under these restraints, you won't be able to deal with the entire angel faction easily. Not the way you think. Kim Hyung-gu tried moving his hand. HMPH, now that you mention it, my body does feel a bit stiff. Yeah, I get it. You went this far just to let me know what's going on. Then I'll act carefully. He stood up. And now I'm busy, so I'm leaving. You seem like a pretty capable engineer. Do you know how to handle various items and stuff? Uriel hesitated. Well, I do. But why are you asking all of a sudden? Kim Hyung-gu lit up like he'd struck gold. Aha, perfect. Then do me a favor. Cut to another place. The tower of the volcano spirit Fury slumped gloomily on his throne with his attendants below. Fury, the volcano spirit, let out a long sigh. Ah, damn it. The attendants glanced at their master nervously. John-Jen asked, Tower Lord, why are you sighing like that? Is something wrong? He answered gloomily. You ask that because you truly don't know what's going on. What's been happening lately? At first, I agreed to go because I thought the mission would be ridiculously easy. But then I ended up losing to some ordinary guy in the tower without accomplishing a damn thing. And when I came back, I saw with my own eyes Nai App getting beaten by Kim Hyung-gu until he couldn't fight back at all. And the army we worked so hard to assemble had to be disbanded. We didn't just fail to capture Siegfried. And I can't even deal with the problem of the warp gate. How could I not sigh at a situation like this? Damn it, the attendants watched something in nervous suspense until Kim Hyung-gu's sharp, teasing voice rang out. So that's how it is, just acknowledging it outright, huh? So many deaths, it's insane. The volcano spirit Fury didn't realize and kept ranting as if nothing was wrong. I've never fallen into anything this humiliating. Then he realized something was off. Fury jolted and shouted, Kim Hyung-gu, Kim Hyung-gu. Turning around, it wasn't a hallucination. The spirit Fury stammered, what? How can you? Kim Hyung-gu, annoyed, drove a punch straight into his jaw. Why do you talk so damn much? You're loud as hell. Why is it that every time you see me, you all start screaming your heads off? You're about to tear your throats apart. The attendants nervously raised their swords in front of them. T-Tower Lord, Kim Hyung-gu slowly slid his hands into his pockets and walked up to them. His voice turned commanding. What are you staring at? You want to die or something? He struck them with a bolt of lightning, sending them tumbling to the ground, eyes spinning. Kim Hyung-gu glanced around the tower. This place is like Jai's tower too. Then the lower floors probably use that route. Kim Hyung-gu went down to the lower floors of the volcano spirit Fury's tower, where a deep crimson haze covered the sky. and the ground was cracked and parched like splintered wood. Trees were nothing but lifeless scenery. Kim Hyung-gu clicked his tongue just as he thought. This place was just as chaotic. The people on this floor were like dried sticks, in torn clothes, dragging themselves across the ground. It was really just the heat that was far worse. One person buried his face in a tiny puddle and licked desperately at the water. Kim Hyung-gu silently watched the miserable figure, annoyance on his face. Damn it, I only meant to observe, but this is seriously irritating. He set a stone on the ground and stomped it deep into the earth, then turned and walked away, still unsettled. Back on the upper level, the volcano spirit Fury was still dazed from the earlier punch, snoring like a log. Kim Hyung-gu hated the sight of his face, so he slapped him once, knocking him to the ground. Hey, wake up, you bastard! Fury's face went pale with fear. Why you, Kim Hyung-gu? What do you want? How dare you barge in here? What are you trying to do? Kim Hyung-gu didn't answer. He threw an extremely heavy punch into empty air beside Fury's left shoulder. The force was so immense that with that single punch, a section of the tower wall behind Fury was blown away. Kim Hyung-gu muttered, speaking frankly. Even though I really don't like what you people are doing, I can't go around everywhere fixing every single thing one by one. You see, lately I've been busy as hell. So while I'm busy, you'd better take proper care of your tower. Because when I have more time, I'll come back and check. Kim Hyung-gu grabbed Fury by the head and stared him down with a terrifying look. And if things are still like this, then I'm going to do something truly awful. The volcano spirit Fury was terrified. I don't need to explain what I mean by that, do I? He let go of Fury's face. All right, I'm busy, so I'm leaving. If I catch you running your tower into the ground again, I'll beat your ass till it blossoms. So you'd better get it together. Fury hurriedly called after him. Wait, what do you mean, get it together? If you want to see the changes you want, you've got to tell me what I'm supposed to do. Kim Hyung-gu admitted he had a point. Is that so? Then first. A single droplet slowly fell from the sky and splashed into the puddle where the suffering man lay face down. The man blinked in confusion. Something just fell. He lifted his head, the hollow eyes from before widening as he stared up at the sky in disbelief. Tears of emotion welled up. The crimson veil in the sky dissolved. Rain came, washing away the darkness. Everyone stood up, raising their hands to catch the precious drops. Look, it's raining. Kim Hyung-gu in his clacking sandals kept moving. He pulled a map token from his pocket and pressed a button. Seriously, when am I going to finish hitting every place? This is such a damn pain in the ass. And then the next day, in the heavenly realm, the angel leader Lucifer sat at the table with the archangels Jibriel and Gabriel. After hearing the report, Lucifer asked, "You're saying that lately Kim Hyung-gu has been actively barging into the territories of the spirit faction Tower Lords. Is that correct, Gabriel?" Gabriel nodded. Yes, that's my conclusion after reading every report. All reports from the Tower Lords overseeing the World Tree. However, the mana they observed was minimal. There doesn't seem to have been any battle at all. Of course, we haven't actually entered the interior, so we don't know what the real situation inside is, Lucifer pondered. That is strange. Just from that brief clash, I could tell that man isn't the type to sit down calmly and talk properly. We need to dig deeper into the secrets behind this. A voice spoke from behind Lucifer. Oh, there's no need for you to be so sneaky about it. The three angels jolted, shoved back their chairs and turned, only to see Kim Hyung-gu sitting smugly atop the railing. Anyway, I'm already right here. The angel Lucifer gritted his teeth. What the hell is this? Kim Hyung-gu laughed cheerfully. Hey there, sweethearts, I've got something to tell you. He stood tall, facing the three angels head-on. Lucifer sneered. You want to talk? Looks like I've misjudged you all this time. Who would have thought you were the type who likes to chat? Especially the type who sticks his own head in the noose and jumps into his own grave. Kim Hyung-gu snorted with laughter. My grave here? How could that be? It's not like I've done anything so deserving of death. The angel Lucifer waved a hand and crossed his legs on the chair. You truly do know? I already told you back when we first met. We made a deal with the elves' side to kill you for an extremely generous price. You really think we'd just let you run off that easily? Kim Hyung-gu understood, yet didn't care in the slightest. If anything, he laughed even harder. Right, that's because those troublemakers and their friends can't afford that price. Lucifer frowned, confused. What do you mean? Kim Hyung-gu snapped his fingers calmly. I can't explain the details right now, but those guys have probably started figuring it out, little by little. That their lives are totally screwed. Cut to Naiad watching over her world tree. Naiad, the bandit king Greed, Sinfit, and the fire king Iblis stared up at their world tree in shock. What the hell is this? Their world tree had completely withered away, leaving only the stump. Sinfit stammered, I think this happened because it hasn't been supplied with enough achievements from the other towers. Naiad clenched her teeth. What did you say? How the hell did this happen? Why would this happen? What caused this? Greed spoke up uneasily. After contacting the other tower masters, it looks like this was all caused by Kim Hyung-gu. Naiad's face fell on the verge of collapse. Him again? What does he have to do with this? According to the reports I received, Kim Hyung-gu suddenly raided every tower master connected to the world tree. After that, he often went down to the lower floors and did things no one could make sense of. But from that point on, achievements stopped being gathered like they used to. I told them to investigate, but I don't know why every one of them turned to stone. They can't get anything done anymore. Naiad's face went deathly pale. Trembling, she lifted a hand to her forehead, teeth grinding, veins bulging across her face. Muttering under her breath, Kim Hyung-gu, Kim Hyung-gu. Then she shrieked up at the sky, "Ah, you damn bastard," back to heaven. Kim Hyung-gu dug at his ear. "Man, why is my ear so itchy? Someone cursing me or something?" Still smiling, he flicked out the earwax and kept talking to the three angels. "Anyway, that's the situation. You'd better cut your losses. Your two factions aren't close enough to fight for them for free, are you?" The angel Lucifer exhaled and gave a thin smile. "True. If that's really the case, then we should cut our losses. But there's no concrete proof that what you're saying is true. So why should I listen to you and let you leave here safely?" Kim Hyung-gu smirked. "Come on, of course there is. Because it's the only way for you lot to keep living safely, too." All three angels frowned. Gabriel and Jibril hid behind Lucifer. Kim Hyung-gu turned serious. "Well, still not enough. You can tell for yourself whether I'm lying or not." Lucifer furrowed his brow, furious. Kim Hyung-gu had said what he came to say, then used a spatial compass to leave. He didn't forget to wave as he said, "But now I've gotta go." Lucifer dipped his head slightly. "You heard what he said, Gabriel. Go investigate, see whether he's telling the truth, and find out how he got in here without knowing the coordinates and how he breached the system. The security system here too." Gabriel hesitated. "Ah yes, I'll go right away." Lucifer glided over to the remaining empty chair, the seat of the Archangel Uriel. Then he asked, "Speaking of which, why is Uriel absent today?" "He said he had a bit of personal business to handle today. Seems like he's been really busy lately. He doesn't even have time to sleep." Lucifer stared coldly at the chair. His voice was heavy with suspicion. "Is that so? Strange, I don't recall ever giving him that much work. What could he possibly be busy with?" The Archangel Uriel was in another dimension, waiting for someone. Someone stepped up from behind. Uriel turned and said, "So you finally made it, Peter." Peter replied calmly, "It's been a while." The floating eye teased, "This is the first time we've all met up since you started reporting to the Lord." "Here comes the king." Uriel interrupted, "Enough joking, your majesty. Why did you call me here?" Peter slowly reported, "I'm not entirely certain myself, but it seems I may have found some traces related to the king's achievement." "The king, huh?" Uriel widened his eyes in surprise and asked urgently, "What, really? Where? Where did you find them? We've clearly searched everywhere." Peter agreed, "I thought the same at first, but upon reconsideration there's still one place left. It's where the hunting dog chosen by the king is located." Uriel was startled. "What do you mean?" Peter nodded firmly. "Exactly. I believe the king's achievement is very likely inside Kim Hyung-gu's tower." "Tower 51, Uriel asked Peter with a surprised look. "You think the king's achievement could be in Kim Hyung-gu's tower?" "What do you mean by that?" Peter calmly replied. "Recently he visited my master's tower. I'm still hiding my identity, so I had to pretend not to notice. But the energy I sensed, though slightly weak, strongly resembles the energy of the king's achievement." Hearing this, Uriel suddenly froze. Peter continued, "And that energy is emanating from Kim Hyung-gu himself." Uriel then asked, "Could it be that by encountering the king, he got affected by the king's energy?" "You're extremely sensitive to energy. Maybe that's why you're mistaken," Peter quickly responded. "That's possible, since this territory isn't under the management company's control. We haven't investigated it thoroughly yet. You should find an opportunity to check it out. We can't let things get any worse." Uriel rested his chin on his hand, thoughtful. "You think so? All right, I understand." Peter replied, "Thank you. And when you meet Kim Hyung-gu, be direct and extra cautious. After all, the elves are colluding with Hermes." Uriel asked in surprise, "Really? Are you serious?" Peter answered, "Yes, I happened to learn of it, but I don't know the details. In short, it seems they're plotting some dirty scheme." At a ruined tower, the sword saint appeared, holding an old sword. He sat on the rubble, staring ahead. Suddenly he spoke, "Long time no see. What wind has blown you to this place forgotten by the gods?" Behind him, someone stepped forward. Sword Saint called out. Hamid approached, bowed, and said, "I'm just a messenger. Haven't you already figured that out? I bring a new request. To the master of Tower 1 and the other tower masters directly under the management company." Sword Saint said, "It's been quite a while, hasn't it? You come to me immediately, without contacting the others like this. So something urgent has happened, right?" Hamid replied. "It's not that we didn't contact them, it's quite the opposite. This mission isn't just for you, but for many other tower masters as well." He was surprised, gripping his sword tightly. "What?" He turned to Hamid and asked. "A mission for everyone, why to such an extent?" Hamid replied. "This is indeed an unprecedented case, never before in the history of the tower system. The importance of this mission is extremely special. Someone wants to unleash all their anger on a single person, and only that person. Of course, not everyone can carry out this mission. King of Greed has been imprisoned for a long time, and the Sun God panicked just upon hearing the target's name." Sword Saint asked in confusion, "Sun God?" Hamid continued, "It seems you haven't heard the rumors yet. He has suffered his first crushing defeat in life. The target of this mission is Tower 51, specifically its master, Kim Hyung-gu. Hearing this, he was astonished and said, "Today I've really heard some interesting things." Hamet took something from his coat and replied, "Anyway, this is something you must do." Hamet handed him a blue orb and continued, "You just need to use the teleportation stone provided by the elves to reach Tower 50 immediately. Then find the passage leading to Tower 51. The rest depends on you." Sword Saint raised his hand to catch the orb and asked, "But why do I have to go through Tower 50? Can't I just go straight to Tower 51? Hamet replied, "That's difficult. After the Sun God's attack, that defensive layer has been reinforced. However, with the power of the World Tree, we can still move there. Yet due to certain reasons, this has now become unexpectedly difficult, almost impossible. The management company's involvement cannot be exposed, so I can't use my own power. Given the current situation, I think it's best if you use the passage at Tower 50. He paused in thought, then stood up and said, "Very well. I understand. Then I need to prepare a bit before setting off. I look forward to meeting the one who defeated the Sun God." After saying this, he left. Hamet thought silently, glanced at him and said, "I'm saying this just in case, but try not to fail, Sword Saint." Hearing this, he froze in surprise. Hamet continued, "At least for the sake of the others." Sword Saint pondered and replied, "All right, I will be careful, but can I be sure to pass through the passage in Tower 50? What if Tower 51's defenses have been strengthened further? Maybe by now they have already blocked the passage." Hamet looked at him and smiled. "That can't happen, don't worry." Suddenly Hamet's face turned cunning and he said, "Because I created it." Meanwhile, Siegfried in the tower was forming a hand seal, panting. He said angrily, "When will this damn tower return to normal? I've been working like a dog and still can't finish." Siegfried shouted, "And I have to worry about the lower floors too. Who exactly is in charge here?" Siegfried thought, but that's Kim Hyung-gu's command. He calmed down and said, "That guy is terrifying. I have no choice but to keep going. I've been working all night, exhausted, need a break," and suddenly someone approached. Sword Saint came up behind Siegfried and said, "Sorry to interrupt, but may I ask you something?" Siegfried panicked, turned and asked, "What?" He leapt back holding his sword and shouted, "Who are you? How did you get in here?" Suddenly Cyro shot out. Siegfried froze as his legs were sliced, causing Cyro to shoot out. He screamed in pain and sat down, clutching his leg. As he groaned, Sword Saint approached and said, "I don't need to know what kind of demon you are, you just answer my question." Sword Saint raised his sword in front of Siegfried, face full of menace, and asked, "Where is the passage?" Inside Tower 51, Hyun-woo, his assistant, and Noah were watching something. Hyun-woo said, "So that means our tower's security system has been upgraded a level. And the rest is thanks to this type of magic, right?" A magical pattern appeared on the floor. Noah replied, "Exactly. After a series of previous intrusions, I thought upgrading the defensive system was extremely urgent, which is why I created this." Noah glanced toward the glowing door and continued, "Of course, I wanted to seal that passage off, but it's not that simple. The very foundation, structure, and power are propping that passage up. I tried my best, but I still couldn't analyze it at all. My skills aren't enough to handle that passage. This is beyond the realm of technique, like there's something inside it." Hyun-woo looked at him and replied, "Oh really? That's pretty intense. I didn't expect it to be that special." Suddenly, Hyun-woo fell silent when he saw the Sword Saint approach. All three were confused, and Hyun-woo immediately asked, "What is this? Who's this old man?" The Sword Saint said at once, "Greetings, young man. Forgive me for barging in so suddenly, but I have something I want to ask." "Are you Kim Hyung-gu?" he asked, puzzled. "Why are you asking that?" The Sword Saint suddenly went quiet in thought. Then he smiled and lunged at Hyun-woo. The Sword Saint slashed at Hyun-woo, but he blocked it. The old man said grimly, "It seems you really are the one I've been looking for." Meanwhile, on the 50th floor of the tower, a gloom blanketed the entire space. Siegfried lay sprawled on the ground and spat out a mouthful of blood. He was barely breathing, unable to move. Then footsteps approached, followed by a voice complaining, "That old man really is. I told him to wait until I'd had a nap and then go together." The person yawned repeatedly, grumbling to himself, "He's so impatient, it's ridiculous." He was Milesian, the tower master under the management company. Seeing Siegfried on the verge of death, Milesian muttered in amazement, "He really went overboard." Siegfried let out a few faint groans in pain. Milesian nudged his head with a foot and asked, "How are you?" "Still alive. I hate pointless killing." Then he didn't really care either way, and besides, Milesian figured the old man was reliable, someone you could hand any job to. Just then, a beam of light flashed from the doorway, illuminating the whole area. As Milesian strode forward, he complained irritably, "What a hassle. Do I seriously have to go find him?" He went on, "Honestly, I'm not even sure I need to go there at all." At the same time, a strange surge of energy suddenly appeared. Then, it spread over the area, forming a veil before Milesian's bewildered eyes. He blurted out in shock, "Whoa, what is this? Some kind of barrier?" Milesian cautiously reached out to test it. "Pretty sturdy, huh? Whoever made a barrier like this is no ordinary person." Milesian suddenly remembered something from earlier. "Oh, right, Hammett said someone seemed to be helping Kim Hyung-gu too. That must be the one who set up this barrier. Then Malaysian forced his hand through the barrier and made a quiet guess. That's probably it, but there's nothing in this world I can't break. He abruptly paused. Then Malaysian stopped this pointless effort. Forget it, what a pain. He sprawled out on the ground, laziness written all over him. This gives me an even better excuse. Time to rest. Malaysian cheerfully figured that since the old man had already gone there was no way he'd lose. Then he added, he's the inspiration for the whole bunch. At that moment, a powerful foot stomped down, making heaven and earth tremble. Violently, Malaysian continued, because he's the strongest one. His overwhelming attack was unleashed. Noah and Avi flinched at the terrifying shockwave. They cried out in fear, "Ah, what was that?" Noah shouted, "Kim Hyung-gu, are you okay?" Kim Hyung-gu calmly replied, "Yeah, I'm fine." Then he told the two of them, "Get out of the way." Kim Hyung-gu's arm was now injured. That slash earlier had torn his clothes to shreds. He took a stance and thought to himself, "This old man is pretty formidable." Avi, terrified, hurriedly obeyed. At the same time, the white-haired old man drew his sword. He stared at his opponent with murderous intent. Then he spoke first. "I heard you defeated the sun god, but I never imagined you'd be even more impressive than I expected." Facing Kim Hyung-gu, he clicked his tongue in admiration. "You can block one of my slashes that easily. It's been a long time since I found someone like you." Kim Hyung-gu shot back arrogantly, "That was an easy block. What's so special about it?" "But how did you get in here?" He frowned and continued. "Someone was clearly guarding the passage." The white-haired old man replied, "Don't worry, your friend guarding the passage is still alive." Then he recounted harshly, "But since he wouldn't give me the answer I wanted, I got careless and seriously injured him." Then the old man added, "Still, the wound won't threaten his life, so you don't have to worry too much." Kim Hyung-gu looked uneasy. HMPH, unbelievable. He thought to himself that Siegfried must have been defeated by this old man, to slash out something that terrifying in an instant. In terms of raw strength, he had to be at least on the same level as the Yaksha, maybe even stronger. The image of mad strength, rampant gods flashed through his mind. Kim Hyung-gu frowned, wary. A man with a truly frightening level of power. Then he called out bluntly, "Hey, old man." Facing the one-armed elder whose aura was overwhelmingly oppressive, Kim Hyung-gu asked, "Are you working directly under that management company?" The old man was silent for a moment, then asked again, "Working?" He thought the word wasn't quite fitting to describe it, but couldn't deny it. Hearing this, Kim Hyung-gu smirked cunningly. "Ah, so I've figured it out." Then he continued, "In that case, I have no reason to hold back." As he finished, Kim Hyung-gu and his sandals rushed toward the opponent. He stared with determination and said, "I'll go all out." Instantly, Kim Hyung-gu leapt forward at dizzying speed. The old man with white hair flinched slightly. Suddenly, a sword appeared right before Kim Hyung-gu, making him jump in surprise. The old man swung his sword in response. The fierce strike's energy smashed into the building across, leaving a massive shockwave. "Dodge," Kim Hyung-gu called lightly, then laughed mockingly. "Why do you always like destroying other people's buildings?" The old man looked up in surprise, not expecting Kim Hyung-gu to slip beneath and successfully close in. Observing him, the old man clenched his fists and shouted, "I'll kill you now." Then he launched a powerful strike, and the old man countered with his sword. Their clash created a tremor that shook the heavens and earth. Kim Hyung-gu showed no hesitation, pushing forward with resolve. The white-haired old man was equally fierce, glaring at him. They entered a parrying battle, striking back and forth. Neither yielded. Despite the old man's formidable strength, Kim Hyung-gu refused to lose. After a moment of maneuvering, Kim Hyung-gu successfully landed a punch on the old man's body. He muttered in admiration, "Impressive." The tip of the old man's sword pressed against Kim Hyung-gu's neck, yet he remained unharmed. The old man wondered, "His body can actually withstand my sword energy. And he has regenerative abilities." Seeing the wound on Kim Hyung-gu's arm heal, he witnessed a powerful explosion. The old man moved swiftly to defend and charged again. Kim Hyung-gu landed coolly and counterattacked with force. Both leapt simultaneously, like a high-speed chase. The old man grew frustrated. Half-hearted attacks couldn't defeat him. He gripped his sword tightly, then swung it in a powerful arc. Kim Hyung-gu showed a brief look of surprise at the terrifying strike. He remained calm, observing the situation, then jumped while shouting, "You look skinny but strong, huh?" He immediately counterattacked. "Then I'll show you the power of you." Kim Hyung-gu summoned a dragon instantly. With an overwhelming stance, the golden dragon appeared, roared, and caused a massive explosion, sending rocks flying. The old man flinched and retreated a few meters for safety. He hissed, facing Kim Hyung-gu with full vigor. He silently praised, "Incredible." Then the old man executed a move, striking one of Kim Hyung-gu's arms. Blood spattered, successfully injuring him. He spun around, immediately taking a defensive stance for the next attack. He thought to himself, "I must go all out, I can't lose to him." Suddenly, Kim Hyung-gu leapt agilely back and forth, closing in with blazing eyes. The old man was shocked. Kim Hyung-gu laughed mockingly. What's with that expression, old man? Then he continued aggressively. You only cut one of my arms, and you already think victory is yours. Another earth-shattering explosion occurred. Amid the smoky chaos, Kim Hyung-gu called out straight, old man. Then he praised, you've gotten pretty strong. Facing the one-armed old man with sword ready, Kim Hyung-gu continued, so you actually blocked that strike. The old man frowned, assessing. His energy is like a beast. Looking back, he had to admit it. Even with such power, losing an arm is psychologically hard to accept. Yet the battle turned into an intense PK. Unexpectedly, he could counterattack immediately. Observing Kim Hyung-gu's moves, the old man couldn't help but nod in respect. Moreover, each of his attacks carried overwhelmingly destructive power. His speed was unmatched. He's truly skilled. From his ground movements, the old man thought his strength defied conventional logic. Meanwhile, Kim Hyung-gu's arm glowed and gradually regenerated. The old man was astonished. He even has resurrection ability. Kim Hyung-gu stared at his restored arm full of vitality. The old man couldn't help but remark, wow, that's fast. In the blink of an eye, Kim Hyung-gu surged forward. He launched into the air, fists aimed at his opponent. Facing this stance, the old man realized this kid was much stronger than him. He thought to himself, perhaps the day has finally come. When the old man thought his soul would finally be set free, he remembered Hammett warning. I'm only saying this as a precaution. But then the man's tone hardened. Try not to die, sword saint. The old man could feel the pressure of ancient soul. They were like boulders weighing down his shoulders. Hamid's words kept echoing in his ears. At the very least, do it for the ones still left, and to atone for every sin you've committed. Back in the present, he had to face Kim Hyung-gu's attack. The old man let out a dry breath. Thinking back on it now. That guy clings like a leech. Suddenly, a dazzling beam flashed, making Kim Hyung-gu flinch hard. The old man continued, either way, I have to use this very soul to accept all my faults. The blinding light forced Kim Hyung-gu to raise a hand to shield his eye. He stumbled back in surprise and shouted, what now? Only then did the old man speak again. I still haven't answered your question, have I? You asked who I am, right? Hearing that, Kim Hyung-gu jolted for a split second. The white-haired old man replied calmly, I was once a warrior who guarded Asgard, but I became a traitor, bowed to power and betrayed my friends. He added, I'm the one who must shoulder Asgard's legacy, an unforgivable sinner who has to complete his duty to atone. Now the old man looked youthful again. His silver hair had turned black. He hovered in midair with a steady stance, thousands of swords gathering around him. Only then did he give his name. I am the Sword Saint Thayer. At the same time, atop the tower above a sea of white clouds, someone clenched a fist and hissed, damn it. Uriel was watching Kim Hyung-gu's situation. Annoyed, he said, I was careless, who would have thought. Uriel went on anxiously. The management company contacted Tiger that fast. He thought to himself that maybe Malaysian, someone else under the management company, had been sent after Thayer, but Malaysian was still lounging in this half-formed barrier, legs crossed. Uriel had already noticed and judged the man. He just needed to wait for someone else. The guy was even sprawled out asleep. With a headache, Uriel pressed his fingers to his forehead. This won't do. He believed the situation had been evenly matched until now. But the moment Thayer revealed his sword saint power, the balance tipped. So no matter how strong Kim Hyung-gu was, he couldn't possibly defeat Thayer. That was because when building the tower across all dimensions, the management company never stopped eliminating the rogue gods. And along the way, he was the one who killed every last one of them at the company's request. Thinking that, Uriel sprang to his feet. I can't just sit here and do nothing. Facing this bored position, he told himself, I have to do something. Meanwhile, Kim Hyung-gu stared blankly at Thayer. Uneasy, he thought, what is that old bastard doing? Why did he suddenly get younger? And why are there so many weapons? Now that he thought about it, there were even more than when Guildmaster Ares opened his pocket space. Is this another kind of artifact? Then he looked the other way. No, the feeling they give off is different. The pressure radiating from them was nothing to take lightly. Staring at the swords before him, Kim Hyung-gu felt. The energy stored inside them was overwhelming. He lifted his head toward Tiger and assessed the situation. Not just one, every single one of these weapons. Kim Hyung-gu remembered. If that old man is the sword saint, then John Ma once said he's a legend among warriors. Only now did he realize. Then he's the one the heavenly demon mentioned before. He can control any kind of weapon and wield them however he wants. He's undefeated. That's what everyone knows about Thayer. Kim Hyung-gu started to shiver. So that means he can use countless abilities, do whatever he pleases. Thayer stood proudly, watching his expression. Then Thayer spoke. Judging by that face, it looks like you understand the situation now. Not that it's surprising. The energy coming off my weapons is far too strong. Then the sword added, don't worry, I can't use all these weapons at the same time. Thayer affirmed, I only need the power stored within them. And I'll borrow that power to fight on the battlefield, protect others, and sharpen my experience. Thayer tightened his grip on the sword in his hand. A terrifying aura burst from the weapon. Thayer said in a low voice, then I compress it and unleash it in one place. At that moment, the sword silently struck at Kim Hyung-gu. He jerked his head around. Before he could make sense of it, a thunderous explosion hit. Faced with hundreds of violent lightning bolts, Kim Hyung-gu hurriedly leapt backward to get a clearer look at Tiger. He hissed. Kim Hyung-gu panicked. What the hell him, this speed? Thayer looked amused. Your reaction is pretty interesting. Just now you truly could match my speed. However, the situation has changed. Thayer continued, but compared to this crude friend of mine here, he is far faster and stronger. Then Thayer's sword emitted incredibly powerful bolts of lightning. Let me see if you can withstand this. As soon as he finished speaking, the sword shot toward Kim Hyung-gu. Faced with the overwhelming strike, he cried out in shock. Ah, that oppressive aura nearly knocked the legendary Lao flip-flops off Kim Hyung-gu's feet. He cursed irritably. Damn it. Then Kim Hyung-gu kicked Thayer straight in the face while in a handstand. He shouted loudly, you scared the hell out of me. Suddenly, Kim Hyung-gu felt a flicker of panic. Tiger's face was completely unharmed, instead sagging like that of a faceless being. Kim Hyung-gu stared wide-eyed in shock. What kind of slimy liquid monster is this? What the hell is he anyway? At that moment, attacks burst from Thayer's head and shot straight toward Kim Hyung-gu. He groaned in pain. Then Thayer spoke in a low voice. Loki, the god of lies. He truly enjoys playing tricks on others, but when it comes to binding enemies, he is second to none. After that, Thayer's weapon flew toward Kim Hyung-gu. Once an enemy is bound like this, victory will surely be mine with a single finishing blow. With that, Thayer decided to deliver the fatal strike with this gungnyeon. Seeing Kim Hyung-gu struggling, Thayer continued. I can only wield it to borrow a fraction of its power from Odin, but I cannot fully control it as I please. At the same time, Kim Hyung-gu cursed angrily. Damn it. Thayer tightened his grip on the weapon and declared, even you. Then Thayer aimed the weapon straight at Kim Hyung-gu. You won't be able to withstand it. Thayer's attack caused a deafening explosion. Kim Hyung-gu hurriedly raised his hand to shield himself. He fumed inwardly. Damn it, what the hell is going on? I can't stop this old man at all. Suddenly, a voice echoed beside his ear. Oh my, what a grand scene, isn't it? She said with amusement. Looks like you're about to die, Kim Hyung-gu. Kim Hyung-gu turned in surprise. Seeing the familiar yet strangely unfamiliar hazy figure, Kim Hyung-gu asked inwardly, who are you? While Kim Hyung-gu was distracted, an attack pierced straight through his arm. Kim Hyung-gu gritted his teeth in pain and let out a low groan. He thought anxiously, I'm screwed. Then another strike sent him flying. It pierced through massive boulders, creating an immensely powerful shockwave. In the blink of an eye, the rocks shattered into countless fragments. Tyler stepped forward with interest and the sword spoke. I see now. Looking at Kim Hyung-gu pinned against a rock. Thayer mocked lightly, it seems you've finally reached your limit. Now, Kim Hyung-gu struggled to catch his breath. His trembling voice rang out, damn it, I can't even remember the last time I was in this much pain. Why is this guy so strong? He wondered, and what about all those great achievements he can use at will? Without them, he wouldn't stand a chance against me. Kim Hyung-gu thought he was the toughest opponent he had faced in a long time. Before he could finish, the female figure interrupted again. Well, it's not that surprising. Her hair fluttered in the wind. That management team may have truly taken him, but once upon a time I intended to turn him into a hound. For myself, hearing that, Kim Hyung-gu turned in surprise. Then that eye continued. But I must admit, you truly have brought me quite a few surprises. When that guy came to tell me what happened, I thought I would see you utterly defeated, unable to fight back. Then she sneered and continued, yet here you are still barely clinging to life. Kim Hyung-gu finally realized. That sarcastic tone, at first I was unsure, but now there's no doubt anymore. Looking at the figure before him, he concluded inwardly. You must be that floating eye. The girl smiled calmly in greeting, long time no see. Hyun-woo, this is the first time you've seen me in this form, isn't it? You look rather pale. Then the eye asked casually, how have you been lately? Doing well. Asking that in this situation sounds a little crazy. Kim Hyung-gu replied speechlessly. Hey, are you kidding me? I'm clearly not fine at all right now. Cough. Before he could finish speaking, his whole body trembled and he spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. Seeing that, the eye burst out laughing. You really don't look well. It glanced toward Thayer and said, but don't feel disappointed because of that. I know you just said he is the toughest enemy you've faced in a long time. Then she continued to remind him, but now you can defeat him. Make sure you use it properly, okay? Just when he thought the battle would end here, Kim Hyung-gu asked in surprise, what the hell are you talking about? The eye sneered and replied, isn't it painfully obvious? The thing I gave you a long time ago, come here. She pointed straight at my eye. At the same time, one of Kim Hyung-gu's eyes began to radiate a blue aura, and he looked stunned. Kim Hyung-gu asked blankly, what did you just say? He was completely flustered. And what the hell is going on with my eye? Seeing that, the eye said, let me buy us a little time first. If I explain it, it'll take ages. Then space suddenly shifted. The two of them flashed into a pitch-black place and the eye spoke up, let's move somewhere else. Kim Hyung-gu stared at his hands in a daze. His wounds were gone. Is this my inner world? Without beating around the bush, the girl asked bluntly, have you ever wondered, Hyun-woo, why you can use other people's achievements so easily? Kim Hyung-gu looked confused. What, then? He grew wary. Why are you suddenly asking me that? the eye answered calmly. Think back on every battle you fought. You used holy lightning in the fight with the heavenly demon, and then learned the technique of amplifying magic when you battled the Holy Light King, and there were countless other fights too. And in all of them, you took your opponent's achievements and skills and used them as if they were your own. The eye said softly, use your head. Do you really think just anyone can do that? Kim Hyung-gu stammered. Well, then. He added, I read a few web novels and online comics, so I figured they helped me understand how to use those skills. Hearing that ridiculous answer, the eye couldn't help but snort. Then she threw her head back and laughed. From the start, those crappy excuses of yours were complete nonsense, ha ha ha. The eye moved closer to Kim Hyung-gu and pressed on, if all of them had to say, that everyone else had to train brutally for hundreds of years to earn those achievements. Then how can you copy them just by watching them use it? Because you read a few boring web novels and comics. Suddenly she paused for a moment. Then the eye turned aside and said gently, I don't mean to offend any of the lovely, precious authors out there. Some of you are pretty sensitive, so watch yourself. Kim Hyung-gu asked in confusion. Who are you even talking to? The girl immediately got back on track. Ahem. Anyway, the reason you can so easily master their achievements is all thanks to the power of the eye I gave you. Hearing that, Kim Hyung-gu lightly touched his right eye, which was still radiating energy. So this is your eye, she affirmed. Exactly. It grants you the power to see the history of every achievement you've ever encountered. And by comprehending the foundation buried deep within each one, you can use it to uncover the true essence of any achievement. At that moment, a strange, surging energy roiled within Kim Hyung-gu's eyes. The girl asked, do you understand now the true nature of the power you possess? Then she raised a hand and pointed to her left eye as well. Back in reality, the entire area was choked with dust and smoke after that earlier attack. Seeing Kim Hyung-gu barely hanging on, Theo thought to himself, what a shame. Theo stared hard at his opponent. I thought this guy would show me something new. Theo tightened his grip on the sword in his hand. I was even planning to entrust one of my greatest wishes to him if he had the ability to do it. Then he let out a sigh, but Senza is only that much after all. Theo figured he'd been fantasizing for nothing. Suddenly, Kim Hyung-gu's figure vanished from right in front of him. Theo jolted in shock. What? His mind fell into a tangled mess of thoughts. I knew he was still alive after my attack just now, because his regenerative ability is truly extraordinary. And I'd already expected I wouldn't be able to keep up with his movements. His physical ability is that terrifying. At the same time, a weapon brimming with overwhelming power appeared. Theo kept thinking, I know that much too, but there's still one thing I just can't understand. He subconsciously looked behind him. How is that even possible? In this world, who could possibly lift Odin's great achievement? So how the hell can he swing Gungnir like that? At that moment, Kim Hyung-gu powerfully raised Theo's cherished weapon and aimed it straight at him. He smiled, his white teeth bright from using the eye. Remembering what had just happened, Kim Hyung-gu had grasped the truth. This eye can see through the true essence of any achievement. He wondered in shock, does that mean I can use every achievement I see? Then Kim Hyung-gu's doubt flared up. If that's really the case, then why have I never questioned it until now? It's useless. The eye answered, that's because you still don't have the ability to wield the eye's full power from the start. She continued explaining. The stronger an achievement is, the heavier the burden it places on the user's mind and body. That's why I set 2 conditions when I gave you my eye. First, you can only use achievements that your body can endure. Second, you won't unlock my eye's full capabilities until you temper your mind to a certain level. And you met those conditions so fast it's hard to believe. The eye added, you obtained Brahma's great achievement in your battle with the Yaksha, and you even succeeded in gaining a holy body. In the battle with the inner demon, you even pinpointed the abyss I chose, and your mind reached a near-perfect state. The eye lightly lifted her hand and went on. All you still need to do is fight those who possess even stronger achievements and reap even more experience. Images of Tyler appeared one after another. You completed all those conditions in a single fight against him. The eye said it should be pretty obvious, right? That he's someone who can use all of Asgard's great achievement. He's truly a monster among monsters. Then she withdrew those images and said, and just like that, you've completely unlocked the eye's full potential. Do you know what that means? The eye revealed a triumphant smile. This very moment is the birth of an unprecedented existence, one no one can rival in the history of all dimensions. The most overpowered one has been born. Returning to reality, Kim Hyung-gu charged forward ferociously with Thayer's weapon in hand, eyes blazing. He thought to himself, I can feel it clearly. The moment I touch this weapon, the intense emotions and memories hidden deep within this spearhead surge through my entire body. Countless battles Odin fought, his glorious victories, the sacred legends of ancient times that became the rising sun. He raised the blade toward his opponent. Thayer, stunned, hurried into a guard and couldn't help blurting out, Kim Hyung-gu. He drove his momentum straight in. This is the power of a great achievement. The clash of the two weapons erupted into an explosion that shook heaven and earth. Earth and stone blasted up from the ground, trembling violently. Thayer gasped, "Huh." Kim Hyung-gu split a massive boulder in half with a single swing and said, "Hey, old man, brace yourself." His eyes flared as he surged with momentum, holding Odin's weapon as lightly as a feather. "Now it's my turn to use these ridiculously cheating weapons against you." After laying everything out, the eye lightly snapped her fingers and said, "All right, I'm done explaining, so I'll send you back right now." She piled on the pressure with a teasing remark, "After I've gone this far, if you still lose, you'd better go home and wear diapers." "Aha," Kim Hyung-gu, annoyed, pressed her. "Just send me back already, you old hack." Suddenly the eye added, "Oh, right, come to think of it, you should finish him with a divine weapon. Now you can use as much as you want anyway." Hearing that, Kim Hyung-gu stubbornly said, Why, I like fighting barehanded." He wondered, is that really necessary? The eye replied sternly, To put it simply, it's probably the only way." She continued, "So that poor kid can forgive himself." Back in reality, Thayer gritted his teeth and resisted Kim Hyung-gu's assault. He thought in shock, what the hell? It's like he's become a completely different person. Now Kim Hyung-gu attacked with calm ease, nothing like his earlier, wounded, panting self. He said smugly, "Hey, old man." Then Kim Hyung-gu sprang upward, divine spear aimed true. "You've got way too many openings." He took the chance to drive a kick into Thayer's groin, making him spit blood in agony. Kim Hyung-gu kept going, kicking his opponent away several dozen meters. Thayer slammed hard into the ground, now vomiting blood. He let out a few pain groans, Still, his sword dropped straight down and struck the ground, letting out a piercing screech. Thayer stepped back and guarded, keeping his center steady. He struggled to regain his breath. In panic, he cried inwardly, "Oh no," watching Kim Hyung-gu rush at him at alter speed. Thayer thought wearily, this guy isn't giving me even a second to recover. At the same time, Thayer tightened his grip on his weapon and began to unleash his technique. Winter Goddess Skadi Ice Pillar. A frigid air instantly blanketed the entire area. A massive block of ice abruptly appeared, blocking Kim Hyung-gu's line of sight. Annoyed, he unleashed the technique Ferocious Fang, the victorious fighting Buddha. Then he combined it with the Heaven and Earth Mandate Slash and casually shattered the troublesome ice blocks before him. Seeing this, Thayer could only stare in shock. What the hell is that? He just combined two achievements from two completely different dimensions. Recognizing a familiar strike, he thought, and isn't that? At this moment, powerful sword beams struck directly into Kim Hyung-gu's ice, his eyes blazing with determination as he lunged forward. Before he could even react, Kim Hyung-gu swung his weapon in a perfect arc, sending his opponent flying. Tyler let out a sharp hiss, then quickly drew his sword. He activated the Him Dimension Swiss spatial skill, slicing endlessly in the blink of an infinite-dimensional slash. Even though Thayer hit Kim Hyung-gu's body, he had learned a special technique. His body became soft like molten matter, taking no damage. Thayer gasped in astonishment. "Mr. Kim," he gritted his teeth. "He can even use Loki's replication ability." Tyler couldn't believe his eyes, but how could it be possible? As if reading his opponent, Kim Hyung-gu spoke. "If you're wondering, the blink just now relied on his skill, but I didn't use any of his great achievements." At the same time, a sword beam flashed toward Thayer, forcing him to halt in worry. Kim Hyung-gu continued, "That's pointless." The hero leaped with Odin's weapon, golden energy, binding the entire sky. Then Kim Hyung-gu charged straight toward his opponent, his eyes blazing with murderous intent. He hissed under his breath, "Because I'm far stronger than that." For an instant, Thayer was utterly horrified. Then Thor's lightning bolts came crashing down, creating an immensely powerful explosion. After the cloud of dust and smoke gradually cleared, Kim Hyung-gu still stood proudly with his weapon in hand. He called out, "Man, I'm starting to get tired of this." The attack just now had left a deep crater in the ground. However, Thor remained completely unharmed. Seeing that, Kim Hyung-gu asked, "How did you dodge that?" However, when he looked closer, he realized, "But it seems you didn't dodge it completely after all. You're injured." Thayer was now struggling to support himself with his sword and catch his breath. A long slash had been carved across his chest, fresh blood gushing out and staining his clothes red. He sighed once and thought that Tyr had originally been the fastest god in Asgard, yet even he had been unable to completely evade that attack. Even after using that boy's achievement, Thayer thought to himself, "How long has it been since I was pushed into a corner like this?" He suddenly realized, right, this is the first time since that fateful day. Thayer's thoughts drifted back into the past to the day he lost everything. It was when one of his arms was cut off. The manager spoke up. "You called yourself the soul of the sword, didn't you? I quite like someone as talented as you." Thayer painfully clutched his arm, which was bleeding profusely. The manager continued aggressively, "You are the first person on this farm to leave a scratch on my face like that." Then he said, "That is why I have a proposal for you." The manager glared at Thayer and said, "Are you willing to wield your sword in my service?" He added, "As long as you agree, I will spare all your friends, all the innocent citizens of Asgard." Hearing this, Thayer hurriedly asked, "Are you telling the truth?" the manager confirmed. Of course, but I have two conditions. Then he raised his hand and said sternly, first, you must obey every order I give you, no matter what it may be. And second, to prove your loyalty to me, you must kill everyone who dares oppose me. As the manager spoke, he grabbed Odin by the head. His eyes blazed with murderous intent as he continued. For example, this Odin here. Odin let out a cry of pain, but the manager did not stop there and added, and everyone else here too. All around them were warriors who had been gravely wounded. The manager stepped toward Thayer and pressured him loudly. Well, they're going to die soon anyway, so it should be easier for you to do it. He loudly indulged his own amusement. Don't you find my offer extremely appealing? Returning to the present, Kim Hyung-gu asked. After ending up like that, you still intend to keep fighting? Thayer answered shakily, of course, I may not be able to defeat you. Then he gave a deeply miserable smile. But sadly, I no longer have the right to give up either. Thayer said firmly, that is why I will continue fighting. Hearing that, Kim Hyung-gu let out an irritated sigh. Listen carefully, old man. Then he continued, I hate sticking my nose into other people's business. But let me tell you this, you don't need to blame yourself that much. Your friends don't hate you at all for what you did. Those words touched the depths of Thayer's heart. He asked in surprise. What? Thayer stammered, unable to form a proper sentence. What are you? Kim Hyung-gu gently continued. I'm sure you'll find it hard to believe. But a friend, someone I suppose I can call fairly close, told me a few things about you. But even without that friend, I can see and feel memories and emotion. Inside the great achievements when I obtained them, he said slowly, it seems they all had the same feeling. In the past, Thayer had suffered terribly after being forced to kill his comrades with his own hands. That had tormented him for his entire life. Kim Hyung-gu said softly. They wanted to apologize for making you endure it all alone like that. The image of Thayer bursting into tears had always been engraved in Odin's eyes. Kim Hyung-gu continued, they hope you won't feel guilty anymore and that you'll simply find somewhere peaceful to rest. Oh, upon hearing this, Thayer seemed to take a fatal blow, unable to believe this truth. Then he curled his lip and said, don't joke with me, memories. And emotions, you say? Then Thayer's face darkened and he replied, I spent thousands of years with the achievements they left behind, yet I never saw or felt anything from them. And yet you expect me to believe that you can feel the thoughts and emotions deep within their hearts. After obtaining those achievements for the very first time, and only today at that. Facing Kim Hyung-gu, he asked loudly, what do you take me for, some kind of fool? Then Thayer declared firmly, sorry. But I will not believe your baseless words. Perhaps that guilt could not be erased by a single simple statement. Tiger said in a low voice, the burden I carry is so heavy that empty words can't shake it. Then he took a stance, ready to fight. Kim Hyung-gu's image reflected on Thayer's blade. He said calmly, yeah, my friend said you'd react exactly like this. Because you've always been unbelievably stubborn. Then Kim Hyung-gu continued, she said you definitely wouldn't stop fighting. Until you die, he tightened his grip and set his stance. Then I guess there's no other way, I've said everything I wanted to say. The two stared each other down, so let's put an end to this once and for all. A rush of memories suddenly flooded back. Thousands of years ago in Asgard, veins of glowing stone on the volcanic mountains lit up the night. Tiger sat down and groaned, I'm exhausted. He had just defeated a monster 100 times his size. Thayer exclaimed, that thing was seriously tough. Looking at his teammate, he worried, you're badly hurt too, sir. Odin smiled calmly. This is nothing. It was so strong it did this to you too, mine is much better by comparison. As he steadied his breathing, he went on, but I've always known that. There's always a chance I could be wounded, or even have to face death. Odin added evenly, especially when my duty is to protect all of Asgard. Hearing that, Thayer snapped, you're getting all sentimental because you almost died. Oh, don't talk like that, Odin said softly, if I die. Then Odin smiled, I hope I can entrust what remains to you. He looked at Thayer and continued, because you're the only one I trust more than I trust myself. Back in the present, Thayer's sword tip flared with overwhelming power. One line echoed in his mind, my precious friend. Furious, he charged at Kim Hyung-gu, determined to fight to the death. Kim Hyung-gu deftly swung Odin's weapon in a sweeping arc, breaking the attack. Their energies collided, throwing off brilliant, forceful sparks. They exchanged blow after blow, neither giving an inch. A thunderous explosion erupted, rock and soil blasting everywhere. Both men nimbly dodged the cannon-like bursts of light. Ki-ho and Kim Hyung-gu each planted a foot on their weapons to steady their balance. They glared at each other, eyes blazing. In an instant, a flurry of techniques came pouring out. Kim Hyung-gu swiftly dodged Tiger's sword strikes, then rushed straight at him with murderous intensity. He swung his weapon down with brutal force. Tiger blocked in time. The clash rang out with a sharp jolt. The tension was suffocating. Cracks appeared on Tiger's blade. Seizing the advantage, Kim Hyung-gu pressed on with another powerful strike, forcing his opponent back several steps. Tiger, exhausted, sprang backward and landed in a crouch like a frog, struggling to control his breathing. Kim Hyung-gu's legendary flip-flops also moved in. Without giving his opponent time to regain his footing, he immediately lunged at Thayer with a vicious glare. Thayer hurriedly tightened his grip. Swords pointed toward Kim Hyung-gu from every direction, forming a protective barrier. Thayer was briefly surprised. Taking the opening, he charged forward. He swept his blade across Kim Hyung-gu's throat, but Kim Hyung-gu slipped away. Thayer thought to himself, "Man, I'm really worn out today." At that moment, Kim Hyung-gu counterattacked, leaping up and closing in. Then Kim Hyung-gu kicked straight out. His flip-flop planted squarely on Thayer's face, rattling his teeth and lips with brutal force. Thayer was sent flying more than 10 meters. He squinted at his opponent when a voice suddenly rang out, "But hey, don't misunderstand me." He paused slightly as the voice continued, "I know it sounds grand and heavy, but I'm not asking for much." He remembered Odin's words, "If you've done everything you can and still can't win, it's fine to retreat. Don't push yourself for no reason." Odin smiled. "I'm always worried about you." That voice echoed in Thayer's ears. He really did crack sometimes. Back in the present, Kim Hyung-gu's strike triggered a violent explosion. Thayer clenched his blood-soaked hands. As he fought to steady his breathing, Odin's words returned to him, but he'd almost always pushed himself too hard. He wondered, is that truly what you meant? Kim Hyung-gu's sword tip kept surging in, and Thayer sank deeper into thought. So can I really say I did my absolute best? Faced with Kim Hyung-gu's relentless ferocity, he still didn't know. Suddenly, Kim Hyung-gu lifted his head, looking irritated. Then he said, "Hey, I don't like saying stuff like this to anyone. Loki, Hindu, Thor, Scuddy, Hodgeblah, Thien Phi, Uller, Seth, Idol." He listed the names one by one. Kim Hyung-gu raised his sword and said, "But I owe you a lot, so this will be the only exception in my life." He shouted, "You're the strongest person I've ever faced." The moment he finished, Kim Hyung-gu charged in, unleashing a killing blow. A fierce beam of light shot straight toward Thayer. He nearly threw himself forward, determined to fight to his very last breath. Yeah, Thayer's hands trembled violently. He forced himself to steady his body. No, there were still things he had to do. Then he met the attack head-on. Suddenly, Tiger's sword snapped in two. He could only stare in shock. Thayer turned slightly and saw an invisible hand gripping the broken half of the blade. It flared with light and gradually took form. A familiar voice rang out. "Thayer Hop, my precious, foolish friend." Odin smiled proudly. "Thank you, you've worked so hard all this time. Now you can rest easy." Behind Odin stood all of their old comrades. They all smiled, looking at Thayer with longing. Odin finished, "Come with us." On the battlefield, all that remained was the broken half of Thayer's sword. Kim Hyung-gu struggled to control his breathing and let out a sound. "Damn, it's been a long time since I've felt this exhausted." With that, he collapsed to the ground. Meanwhile, on the 50th floor of the tower, light from a window cut through the darkness. Then a powerful explosion erupted. Someone's voice echoed, "Unbelievable. I did feel a slight disturbance in energy just now." Only then did Millennium stand up. Frowning, he said, "But who would have thought the sword's soul, the sword's spirit, would be killed like that?" Then he faced the window. "If it's come to this, then there's probably no other way. I'm not thrilled about it, but I don't have any reason left to refuse either." Milesian bristled with murderous intent and added, "Looks like I'll have to go kill him right now." Meanwhile, Kim Hyung-gu was in a deep sleep, recovering his energy. After the intense battle, he had no idea what awaited him. Milesian slipped a finger into the spatial vortex. Then in an instant, a bolt of lightning flashed. Its power kept growing until even Milesian flinched. He stared at his hand crackling with electricity and asked in shock, "What's going on? Why is the passage blocked?" Right now, Milesian couldn't step through that doorway. He stood there stunned, not understanding it at all. "Impossible," he clearly said. "No one could block it. That passage other than him, no one." Suddenly Milesian jolted. "Wait." He looked up, his face aghast. Could it be him? At the same time, Hammett watched the situation with a grim expression. Tilting his head, he murmured, "What a surprise." Seeing Kim Hyung-gu snoring on the ground as he recovered, Hammett looked like he couldn't believe it. Who would have thought that guy would actually defeat the sword spirit? Recalling how majestic he'd looked earlier, Hammett couldn't help but be astonished. And on top of that, he had a strange ability that let him copy achievements like those. Then he reached out and touched the screen, speaking in a scheming tone. "Looks like you're worth keeping alive, Kim Hyung-gu. So I can complete my plan." Behind Hammett, all kinds of weapons lay scattered across the ground. Inside the mental realm, a woman's voice rang out with amusement. "That was really a close call this time." Kim Hyung-gu blinked a few times, hazily taking in the situation. She asked, "Right." Hyun-woo, standing across from him, was the embodied form of that spirit vessel I. Kim Hyung-gu asked, "How long was I unconscious?" She replied cheerfully, "Not that long. In the real world, it's probably only been about a day. Sleeping this much, you're going to get sick of sleep." Then the eye continued, "But you overused a whole pile of great achievements you weren't even proficient with. So honestly, these symptoms of yours are still pretty mild. It's probably because you used a holy relic as a conduit for the power of those achievements. Without it, the pressure on your mind would be enormous. You would have needed at least a week before you could wake up." Then the eye reassured him, "But don't worry, your mind has already recovered, so it won't be long. You'll wake up soon enough." Kim Hyung-gu slowly sat up and said with relief, "That's great." Then he pointed at the eye, glowing with a mysterious aura, and felt a question rising. "But first, I have a few questions about this eye. Since when did you give it to me?" He added, baffled, "You said you've been watching me for a while, but I clearly remember that I've never met you." The eye spoke with delight. "Oh, that," she answered. "Of course I gave it to you in secret. Back then, when you were locked in the guidance tower, you were sprawled on the ground, barely hanging on. Desperately trying to find a way out, you kept yawning nonstop. At that moment, a hand reached toward you and the eye said, 'I came to visit you in secret.'" Hearing that, Kim Hyung-gu asked in shock, "So I've had this eye for that long?" She smiled with narrowed eyes and confirmed, "Yes, there are many reasons I chose you, but the most crucial reason isn't much different from why Noah locked people in that tower." Her calm eye thought that, among all the people I have met, you look the strongest. Noticing Kim Hyung-gu's odd expression, she asked, "What's wrong? Is it too simple?" He snapped irritably, "If I get any stronger, are you planning to drain all my energy too?" The eye nodded in agreement. "I must admit, I did use too much power back then. For a long time, I could only endure being imprisoned without being able to do anything." Then she suddenly smirked, "But I think I made an extremely correct choice, especially seeing you now facing me." Kim Hyung-gu murmured, "It's unbelievable that you could so easily give me that overpowering ability that can copy everything I see." Then he added, perhaps before I could even finish a sentence, the eye had already risen hastily. "Speaking of which, it seems like your wives are waiting for you. They must be very worried. You should head back quickly." Then she cleverly snapped her fingers. "Here, let me give you a hand." Kim Hyung-gu hurriedly blocked, "Let go, hey, wait a minute." Hearing that made him extremely uneasy. "What do you mean by your wives?" The eye replied, "When you return, you'll see there's another person who will also be very happy to see you." Then the eye added, "He's also quite useful. So remember to treat him well." Kim Hyung-gu snapped, "Hey, answer me, don't change the topic like that." Without further words, the eye concluded with a farewell. "See you later." In reality, Kim Hyung-gu didn't wake up after a long sleep. He softly moaned, Suddenly he felt two heavy disciples on top of him. Kim Hyung-gu involuntarily said, among them, blushing with embarrassment. He asked worriedly, "What the hell are you doing?" Mitchell cheerfully said, "Finally you've woken up, Master Hyun-woo." Then she added, "This is the latest healing method we just learned. It seems you woke up too early." "Oh, our child," both said in unison. "You're feeling much better, which makes us really happy." Master Kim Hyung-gu looked down, confused. What kind of healing method is this? In this state, he couldn't help feeling uneasy about his clothes. Suddenly, a voice rang out, "I taught them this." Kim Hyung-gu turned toward the chaotic demonic force. She continued, "Just consider this a trauma recovery technique passed down from demon to demon." Then the chaotic demonic force smiled cunningly. "It can accelerate healing by focusing magic into the fingertips and pressing on certain special acupoints." Ms. Thich Thur said, "The effectiveness depends on the quality and amount of magic pushed into the body." Kim Hyung-gu was extremely bewildered. "Is this really a healing method?" he asked dazedly. "Really?" The chaotic demonic force laughed heartily. "Ah, this is the first time I tried it, but it seems to work quite well. Because you woke up immediately." Suddenly her expression changed 180 degrees. "Thanks to you, I gained an amazing experience." Hyun-Yue, the chaotic demonic force concluded, making Kim Hyung-gu's hair stand on end. "You're really impressive." He thought to himself, hey, is this really appropriate for someone of youthful age? A dark thought flashed through his mind. In another mansion, the atmosphere was extremely cold. Inside, a stern voice rang out. The manager angrily asked, "Did you fail to eliminate Hyun-Yu and the sword spirit and end up being killed?" Haemet bowed and replied, "Yes, sir." The manager was very upset, truly surprising. "I can understand that he was defeated by the sword spirit, but I didn't expect this to happen while Malaysian was also there." He kept asking, "Could Hyun-Yu have killed both of them?" Haemet replied, "No, they weren't together at that time." He recounted everything. The sword spirit left immediately upon receiving the order. Malaysian had to linger and prepare for a long time as usual before departing. The manager asked further, "So the sword spirit was eliminated before he arrived?" Haemet replied, "Yes, sir." Then he added, "I could have sent him to chase Hyun-woo, but I decided to minimize our casualties and ordered him to temporarily retreat." Hearing this, the manager nodded in agreement. That makes sense." Haemet continued, "Once we finish analyzing Hyun-woo's strength, I will immediately send someone else to handle him, so please wait a little longer." The manager turned his back and said tersely, "All right, I'll leave that matter entirely to you." He looked up amused and said, "I'm about to get busy preparing all those achievements anyway." Then the manager instructed, "Handle it properly so I don't have to intervene. Understand?" Haemet replied politely, "Yes, sir. This task will probably be assigned to me again." Haemet said softly, "Thank you, sir, for giving me this opportunity." Back in Kim Hyung-gu's room, he asked, "So after I fainted from the battle with sword spirit, Noah brought me here, and even brought this along." Looking at half the sword on the table, Kim Hyung-gu was at a loss for words. He asked loudly, Isn't this the sword that sword spirit used? Kim Hyung-gu folded his arms, puzzled. But what am I supposed to do with this? It's broken, how can I use it? The chaotic force replied, at first I thought the same, but he brought it back for a reason. Then she said to Kim Hyung-gu, just take it up. That will make it much easier for you to understand. He grabbed the sword and asked. Like this, suddenly a flash of light startled Kim Hyung-gu. He felt this feeling is familiar. Then Kim Hyung-gu was transported to a strange illusion. He wondered, is this the inner world? They spoke in a deep voice. I thought it would take you much longer to recover. Who would have expected me to meet you so soon? You really are a monster, Hyun-woo. His words startled Kim Hyung-gu. He turned and recognized the voice, asking in surprise, aren't you sword spirit? They replied gently, do you feel better now? Then he spoke softly, I hope you're feeling stronger because I have a favor to ask. Amid the rubble, Kim Hyung-gu stared at the old man before him. Impossible. Seeing the old man grin, Kim Hyung-gu doubted. Didn't you die already? The man smiled mysteriously. I should have truly died then. He recalled his companion. That was also what I must have wished for. Escaping the course of fate, he looked at Kim Hyung-gu's astonished face and continued, I accepted fate and was ready. Pausing briefly, he remembered the moment of wide-eyed shock at something floating, until suddenly encountering a drifting eye. It resurrected my soul, an eye appeared in his mind. After hearing this, Kim Hyung-gu quickly asked to confirm. Receiving an eye, she was the one who saved you. The man replied calmly. Exactly, she saved half of me. My body had completely turned to dust. The image of a broken sword appeared in his mind. He paused briefly and continued. But by placing my soul into this sword, she preserved my consciousness. Speaking of which, he began recalling what had happened. She also said she possessed things with the power to create a new body for me. Yet she advised me to observe the situation first. The image of herself in his eyes left an impression. If that management company discovers I'm still alive, they might consider me a traitor and destroy me. Everything, both me and my tower, always comes to this. The image of a man not crushing the tower appeared. After telling everything, he spread his hands and grinned. So now I only have this soul and we must converse like this. So strange. Witnessing this, Kim Hyung-gu felt 30% helpless, 70% wondering. Did I imagine this or has they really changed? Breaking from his thoughts, Kim Hyung-gu voiced his inner question. Why did you agree to that? I thought you wanted to die. The old man replied matter-of-factly, indeed. But when given a chance to survive, he opened his eyes and looked at him sharply. I suddenly remembered something I wanted to do but had forgot. The scene of him stabbing someone under a third party's witness appeared. There was something I had to do to let their soul rest. The man's face darkened, speaking dangerously. I want to take revenge on the management company. Hearing this, Kim Hyung-gu couldn't believe his ears. Revenge. The old man observed his reaction, speaking calmly before explaining. Let me ask you something, have you ever heard of the farm? Hesitating briefly, he completed the question. Kim Hyung-gu couldn't help but feel confused. Surprised, he asked rapidly, what is that? Is that area different from the tower? From that expression, the old man slowly explained. It's like the tower, and its main function is to gather achievement. Not stopping there, the old man continued with more information. However, unlike an ordinary tower, the farm is shaped exactly like a gigantic pit, so deep it's hard to believe. There you'll find Asgard and Olympus. They're the only dimensions imprisoned inside it. As he spoke, images of enormous, pristine white ancient structures appeared. After hearing the explanation, Kim Hyung-gu asked like a model student, imprisoned? The old man explained in more detail so he could understand. Just like the residents currently living in other towers, they were forcibly relocated to the farm by the overseer. When he finished, the old man asked him in return, you know the reason, don't you? Kim Hyung-gu put his hands on his hips and answered casually, I guess so. After replying, he began to state his understanding. He did it to control and to mix up the flow of magic. The magic that should have flowed into your dimension. After saying that, he asked again, is that right? To that question, the old man nodded decisively. That's right. Of course, back then I had no idea. And I thought it was an unprecedented catastrophe. As he spoke, a scene appeared of a crowd gathered around three strange figures. So we were once deeply grateful to him for finding us a new home. The man at the time silently watched his companions shake hands with the manager. We never imagined it was nothing more than a small test, just to let him set up his current system. In a corner where no one could see, that manager was smiling completely. Sinisterly, the next day the villagers, their faces deathly pale, looked in terror toward a certain direction. That fateful morning arrived and he began his slaughter. That day, countless black gates appeared in the sky above, with the manager standing atop them. A moment later, he swept his hand downward. Countless fireballs rained straight down on the village like a meteor shower. Back in reality, the moment Kim Hyung-gu heard this, he froze. Terrified, unable to believe his ears. What? After staring blankly for a while, he couldn't help it and stammered as he asked again. Why would he do that? Sitting on a boulder, the old man answered calmly, I don't know. We suddenly had no choice but to face him. After slaughtering the entire village, the manager grabbed the old man's companion by the head, while the old man knelt helplessly on the ground. Though I'm sure you've already guessed. We didn't stand a chance. Snapping out of that train of thought, the man added. But just yesterday, I finally discovered why he did it. From that floating eye, a scene surfaced in his mind, himself holding a sword, staring at the eye. With a horrified face and seething anger, the man demanded of the eye, What did you just say? He murdered us. Because you launched a raid on his management company. On the other end of the line, the old man furiously interrogated the girl through the screen. Yes, after confirming it, the girl lifted her head and explained more clearly. Thanks to my spies, I learned that. That overseer was preparing to test a new method of collecting achievements. Not stopping there, she went on to explain the method. What now serves as the foundation of the towers is a system that replaces past injustice with achievement. After a brief pause, she added, Put simply, back then he planned to sacrifice everyone on the farm as raw material for his achievements. I attacked the overseer company's building to stop that from happening, and I managed to destroy part of it. As she spoke, an image of the company exploding rose in her mind. She paused, then added more. However, there was one thing I didn't foresee. After that attack, the girl was quickly subdued by the manager, forced down to her knees, helpless at his feet because he was far stronger than I was. After failing, she hugged her knees and bowed her head. I was forced to use all my strength to escape, and to accept the fate of being imprisoned. In another dimension, powerless with all my strength gone. Thinking it would end there, she continued, after I fled. He became convinced my allies were hiding on his farm. After slaughtering the entire village, he slowly removed his gloves, sticky with syrup. That's why, so he could erase every trace of me completely. He decided to kill everyone. After taking off the gloves, the manager tossed them onto the ground and walked away. Back in reality, the old man spoke in a drained, emotionless voice. After finishing all this, he looked at Kim Hyung-gu and asked bluntly, You can probably guess why I want revenge, can't you? Put on the spot, Kim Hyung-gu hesitated. He killed everyone. Everyone you knew just to eliminate a single person. After voicing his guess, he asked, How could he do something like that? To that, the old man slowly replied, I don't know either. I've thought of countless reasons, but it seems he was enraged because the achievements he had amassed vanished. After a brief pause, he added, He's obsessed with collecting achievements to that extent. After the old man finished explaining, Hyung-gu Kim frowned in confusion. He's already that strong, so why does he still need other people to help him collect achievements? Not stopping there, he pressed on. Wouldn't it be much easier for him to collect them alone? In response, the old man stroked his beard and replied, To be honest, I've wondered the same thing. After that, he explained more carefully and in greater detail. It's truly shameful to admit it, but I gave up trying to understand all of this. Right from the moment I started working for them. Hearing that, Hyung-gu Kim folded his arms in thought. After a while, he opened his eyes, killing intent flaring. Something about this is really strange. Before the old man could ask anything, he took the initiative to explain. I've got a feeling this could be a lead, something that helps us find his weakness or even his real objective. After that, he voiced the doubt in his heart. Is there really no way for us to investigate? At the question, the old man slowly stood up. Well, he stared straight at him and hesitated before speaking. You can ask someone. Before introducing that person, the old man didn't forget to warn him, but finding him might be a little dangerous. That only confused him. Why? Before the old man could answer, curiosity got the better of him. Who is he? The old man lowered his head, avoiding his gaze. After a moment, he finally said a name. His name is the Greed King. An image surfaced in the old man's mind of a man bound by countless chains. He was the master of the final tower under the management company's control, and across all dimensions, he was the administrator's only son. The revelation made Hyung-gu Kim's eyes fly wide, stunned in sheer shock. In a hidden corner, a man knelt respectfully before an eye. The eye stared at him and asked, Are you sure? Devilang, the achievement I'm looking for is in Tower 51. At the question, he bowed his head and affirmed firmly, Yes, I'm certain. As he spoke, he raised his eyes and fixed them on the eye. More precisely, it's located in the corridor connecting Tower 50 and 51. As he said that, the image of a pitch-black door appeared. The girl on the other side of the screen tilted her head and spoke, I see, so that's why we couldn't find it. Even after probing every dimension. When she finished, she looked at the man kneeling on the ground, her voice cool and flat. Even you couldn't detect it in a place like that. Devilang lowered his head even further. Please forgive me, master. After apologizing, he began asking about the next steps. Should I retrieve it immediately and begin preparing the resurrection process? The girl ordered, Yes, do it now. After issuing her command, the girl fell into thought. It made no sense. An achievement she had lost at the farm had appeared there. Still, it would probably be fine. Then another possibility surfaced in her mind. This might even be a trap. There's no way he'd leave his achievement abandoned. and unmonitored like that. An idea flashed through her mind. If that's the case, then his purpose is very likely. In a place of green forests and white clouds, a man lounged lazily atop a boulder. Suddenly, he spoke up. "Why have you come here?" Not stopping there, he asked again, "Do you have something you need to say to me?" Then a possibility appeared in his mind. "Or did you come to send me to my grave?" Hearing that, the other man looked terrified. At that, the white-haired man didn't answer. He asked back instead, "Why are you so silent?" As he walked closer to the man lying there, he continued talking. "You clearly know I'm the one who kept you from entering the corridor." As he spoke, the white-haired man with dead fish eyes stared down at the man sprawled on the rock. On the day the sword spirit passed on, no less. Hearing that, the man finally glanced over. He gave a small laugh and said calmly, "It's simple." A gust of wind rose and the man appeared 2 meters behind Hemet, whispering in his ear, "Because it's a huge pain in the ass." He set a hand on Hemet's shoulder and explained carefully, "But don't misunderstand me. If you try to pin everything on me, I won't stay quiet about it. Still, since the administrator hasn't made any moves, I figured you found a pretty decent excuse to cover it up." As he said that, the image of 2 meters behind the manager surfaced. Not stopping there, the man kept his hand on Hamid's shoulder and continued, "And if that's how it is, even better. You know what I'm like, I don't care about other people's plans." Hemet closed his eyes, resigned to the man's rambling in his ear. "Just don't drag me and my tower into that plan and we're good. As for whatever scheme you're plotting, I don't give a damn." When the man finally fell silent, Hemet asked again, "You're serious?" The other man replied as if it were obvious. Just when it seemed it would end there, he added, "But even if I were lying, what could you do to me?" With that, the man pushed himself up, staring at Hemet with a frightening look. "You really planning to send me to heaven?" Seeing him stay silent, he widened his eyes in menace. "Go on, try it. But I don't think it'll be that easy." Matt still didn't answer. A moment later, Hamlet flicked the man's hand away and said calmly, "No need." "That's enough." Hamed closed his eyes, his voice cool and even. "Just keep being a passerby, someone with nothing to do with any of this." As he spoke, his body blurred and dissolved into the air. Before disappearing completely, Hamed gave one final reminder. "Until everything is over." Somewhere in a castle, everyone was gathered in front of a board covered in writing, discussing something. Noah seriously voiced his doubts to Avi. "How about we use this formula here?" At the question, Avi lifted the paper in his hand and looked up to answer. "It's not a bad idea, but wouldn't that make it even more unstable?" Right after that, the two of them leaned in close, whispering as they discussed something. "I think instead we can use this formula." Kim Hyun-woo rested his sword on his shoulder, quietly watching the two die-hard enthusiasts. After a moment, Kim Hyun-woo spoke with a deadpan expression. "What are you two doing?" Hearing the familiar voice, Avi was startled. "You're here, Guardian." Noah beamed when he saw him arrive. Hyun-woo. Noah hurried over to him and asked how things were going. "You got here faster than I expected. Are you feeling better now?" Faced with the concern, Hyun-woo answered honestly, "More or less." "What are you two busy with?" Hyun-woo didn't stop there and asked another question. "Planning to boost our defenses again." The question froze Noah on the spot. No. I already reinforced the tower's security system to the maximum a long time ago." It seemed like that would be the end of it, but Noah continued. "But I realized something when the sword spirit attacked us. Relying on that security system alone still isn't enough." As he said that, Noah's gaze landed on the board packed with writing, and he shared his guess. "That's why I'm developing a new security system. One that can stop intruders from destroying our tower, even if they manage to sneak inside." And Noah added, "It's still in the design phase. So once there's progress, I'll explain it to you later." Hearing that, Hyun-woo couldn't believe his ears. "Really? If I can leave this kind of stuff to you too, I couldn't be happier." After speaking, Kim Hyun-gu took a piece of paper from his jacket pocket and with a serious expression said, "By the way, I came here to ask for your help. This paper records the coordinates of another dimension." Before they could ask anything, he had already made a detailed request. "Can you input the destination into the dimensional compass and prepare some items to conceal the magic?" Not stopping there, he added another request. "I need to secretly help someone without the management company noticing." At this, Noah agreed. "All right. That's simple, but if you have to go to another dimension to meet that person." At this point, Noah couldn't hide his curiosity. "Who exactly is this person?" Hearing this, Kim Hyun-gu scratched his cheek and replied, "Well, it's someone who might be able to help me." It turns out, until now, the parent company of the management firm had always hidden the existence of their only son. These words made Noah and Avi question life itself, freezing on the spot. After a moment, regaining their composure, they asked in unison, "Who?" An hour earlier, Kim Hyun-gu, in a state of shock, shouted like never before, "The parent company has a son." Not stopping there, Kim Hyun-gu pressed on rapidly, "Really, Dad? Don't tell me he's a single dad or something." To this question, the old man hesitated. "I'm not sure. I don't know the details." He paused briefly and then began recounting. "Long ago, I once had the chance to meet him. It seemed like it would end there, but the man added. And he called the parent company his father. Hearing this, the old man felt like a new horizon opened before him. I thought he might share some information about the parent company. So I asked him a few questions, but he didn't say much. He only said that it wasn't the right time yet. At this point, the image of him raising a finger to his lips to signal silence appeared in the old man's mind. Breaking free from that thought, the old man said bluntly and said nothing more. Hearing this, Hyung-gu was confused. What does that mean? After a moment, Kim Hyung-gu voiced his inner doubt. Then, is meeting him even beneficial? Faced with his suspicion, the old man was helpless. We have no other choice. When we meet him, I will try to persuade him again. Fearing he wouldn't agree, the old man used all his strength to try to persuade him. If I fail and conflict arises between us, I'll let you decide what to do with him. After speaking, the old man suddenly thought of something. Although, given his current situation, I don't think that scenario will arise. These words made Kim Hyung-gu even more puzzled. What do you mean? To this, the old man didn't answer but changed the topic. In short, I'll give you his coordinates, have your tech-savvy friends assist, then we will go together. Hearing this, Kim Hyung-gu closed his eyes and sighed resignedly. All right then. Back in a space full of rocks, Kim Hyung-gu's lamenting voice echoed everywhere. I really don't understand. Among these big stones, there's someone bound, so I might as well see for myself. Kim Hyung-gu slung his old sword over his shoulder and glanced lightly at the person below. He walked closer, observing from head to toe. Now I understand why you thought neither side would attack. Seeing the man's limbs bound by chains, Kim Hyung-gu said bluntly, they've tied him up so tightly. After saying this, Kim Hyung-gu raised the old sword and shouted like never before. Can he even speak? To this question, the old man reassured, don't worry, his body is bound, but his mind still exists somewhere in the mental world. Then he suggested, I'll try speaking with him first. Place the sword on him. Hearing this, he quickly complied. Like this, placing the sword for a while, nothing seemed to happen. Kim Hyung-gu felt partly helpless, partly amused. Does this even have any effect? After saying this, Kim Hyung-gu noticed something. Is the old sword glowing? Probably it seems to be reacting. After a moment, Kim Hyung-gu couldn't stand it and tried to grab the sword, but who knows how long he'd have to wait. The moment he touched it, Kim Hyung-gu was shocked back. What the hell, what just happened? Sensing danger, Kim Hyung-gu gritted his teeth and stepped back, fists clenched. I knew it, it's come to this, I have to act first. Thinking this, Kim Hyung-gu raised his fists to strike. But before the punch could land, the space shifted. The bound man appeared unharmed, a joyful expression greeting him. Are you all right? Hyung-gu, hearing this voice, Kim Hyung-gu froze in combat stance. However, it was too late. His punch hit the man's stomach. Nice to meet you. After the punch, the man flew straight and slammed into a wall. Kim Hyung-gu still couldn't regain his composure. After the impact, Kim Hyung-gu stood there dazed, trying to recover, while the other man got up with a grin, seemingly unfazed by the hit. He looked around in confusion. Where am I? This is. Witnessing the previous scene, the old man appeared, his voice trembling. What do you think you're doing, Hyun-woo? Immediately, Kim Hyun-gu pretended nothing happened, simply staring at the old man. Weren't the two of you fighting just now? Hearing this, the old man was shocked and his eyes widened. No way, he looked at the figure amid the rubble, shouting in anger. Actually, things have progressed far beyond what I expected. Not stopping there, the old man faced him, scolding enthusiastically. He was the one who told me to bring you here because he wanted to speak with you. Kim Hyun-gu scratched his head awkwardly. Is that so? After a moment, a terrifying thought arose. That means the person I just punched away. Kim Hyun-gu looked over there anxiously, voicing a possibility. The most likely possibility was the Tham King. At this point, Kim Hyun-gu had no words. The old man on the other side grew bored, no longer speaking. Kim Hyun-gu stubbornly tried to salvage the situation. Seriously, meanwhile, on the upper floor of Jesus Christ's tower, Dai held a cup of tea and spoke calmly. I'll tell you something. I have never closed any doors leading to this place. Dai looked at his reflection in the tea before continuing. That's because I always welcome anyone to my tower when they need a place to talk. But right now, I am extremely displeased. I opened the doors to welcome your flock. At this, he stared intently at the person before him. It seemed like it would end there, but Dai added, yet instead, I have to welcome the one who has betrayed you. Hearing this, Lucifer laughed. Why be so harsh? He leaned back in his chair, arms crossed. Long ago, we were still brothers. Aren't you even going to offer me a cup of tea? Dai flatly refused to answer. No, if you have something to say, say it. Then leave here. Dai added, suddenly I really want to lock those doors now. Still playful, Lucifer said, you're careless. Finally, he got to the main point. Well, it doesn't matter. Once you hear what I'm about to say, you'll beg me to stay. Seeing his curiosity, Lucifer revealed shocking information. I'm here to tell you about his second descent to the mortal world. Hearing this, Dai became more terrifying than ever. What? Immediately he asked again. Impossible, what do you mean? Lucifer rested his chin on his hand. Yes, it's exactly the one you're thinking of. Our origin was once the supreme god of the most powerful dimension. I'm talking about our reincarnation. A sinister smile appeared on Lucifer's face. This made Jeter freeze in disbelief. the reincarnation of our father. But Lucifer gave no answer. Observing his confusion, Ji explained. Lucifer clarified. Actually, I'm not trying to resurrect him, but to reuse him. Master Ji said nothing. Lucifer continued. What I want to resurrect is what he left behind after passing away. Not stopping there, he finished the sentence. That is his essence. Hearing this, Ji's eyes widened in shock. Unable to swallow his anger, he stood up and slammed the table in rage. Furious, Ji glared at Lucifer, gritting his teeth. You've done so many things like this, and yet. Despite the reaction, Lucifer smiled like a wealthy man with a bountiful harvest. Ah, I finally sparked a bit of your interest, huh? Ignoring everything, Lucifer stood up. Sorry I have to say this to you, but today I came here just to make you angry. Then Lucifer turned and left without looking back. He waved, smiling, heading toward the door. From now on, keep the doors shut tight. With that, Lucifer grinned wickedly, eyes scheming. Next time I come, I'll bring disaster, and I'll use it to wipe out all the demonic factions completely. Hearing this, Dai's face turned pale with sweat, terrifying. Just when it seemed over, Lucifer added one last thing. One more thing. Those who meet Hyun Woo pass this message along for me. Hearing that name, Dai was stunned. Lucifer paid no attention, leaving while speaking at the door. The detailed plan was still being prepared. Stepping out, Lucifer looked back with a terrifying gaze. But I'll soon give him a truly unexpected gift. Meanwhile, at Kim Hyun-goo's location, he scratched his face awkwardly. Sorry about earlier. Observing his hesitation, the Tham King poured him a cup of tea. Receiving the apology, he smiled as if nothing had happened. It's okay. After pouring, the Tham King handed the tea to the two of them, joking. Cheer up, in this inner world, I can't be harmed anyway, don't worry. Hearing this, Kim Hyun-goo felt clearly comforted. That puts me at ease. The old man sitting next to him stared at him one last time. Under that gaze, Kim Hyun-goo felt genuine sincerity. This whole thing has my head completely scrambled. He looks composed on the outside, but inside he's fighting a vicious battle. Every Tower Lord I've ever met has been like that. So why the hell did a guy like him suddenly show up, and why would he be so normal? With that thought, he couldn't help watching Tham Vuong warmly invite him to drink tea. Careful, it's hot. After reminding everyone, Tham Vuong lifted his own cup. Thea has already told me why you came here. After a brief pause, Tham Vuong spoke again. He said you want to know who the overseer really is. At that, Kim Hyun-goo snapped out of his thoughts, stunned for a moment. Right, according to what I've heard. You once even called him father. After saying that, he paused, then asked his question. Is it true? Are you his son? Faced with the question, Tham Vuong's expression was unreadable as he raised the cup and took a sip. After drinking, he set the cup down and stared at it as he answered. There was a time when I regarded him as my father. Seeing his own reflection in the tea, Tham Vuong hesitated. But I'm afraid he never once considered me his son. After finishing, he set the cup down before continuing. That's only natural, the farm is still there. The destruction of the former management squad wiped out all the achievements he had gathered. As he spoke, the scene of the farm exploding rose vividly into view. Pulling himself from his thoughts, he looked at the two of them and spoke slowly. So he used them to create me. Hearing that, the two of them froze, unable to believe their ears. What? A moment later, when he finally came back to himself, he hurriedly asked, what do you mean? In response, Tham Vuong replied calmly, I'm sure you two have seen that happen before. Afraid he wouldn't understand, Tham Vuong explained in greater detail. Those who have stepped into the divine realm can use their power to shape creation of their own, things that can think and possess consciousness. After explaining for a while, Tham Vuong concluded with one last line. And that is how I was made. The moment he finished speaking, the old man couldn't help but spring to his feet. But beings created that way are usually far weaker than the one who made them. And before he could stop, the old man pressed on. Yet he could create a Tower Lord, something so divine. Hearing that, Tham Vuong slowly lifted his teacup. That's right, at that his face darkened visibly. It's because he's transcendent, far, far beyond all of us. After a short pause, he added, he's not just one of the key factors of this dimension. He's also a gigantic root sunk deep into this place. Those words made Thea and Kim Hyun-goo turn ashen. Watching their terrified faces, Tham Vuong delivered a chilling verdict. He is the incarnation of magic. A moment later, Thea couldn't help asking again, what is he exactly? The more he thought, the more horrified he became. What does that even mean? Beside him, Kim Hyun-goo glanced away, silent. After a while, Kim Hyun-goo crossed his arms and spoke. Fine, let's say everything you said is true. That left Thea stunned. The old man turned to him, trying to convince him. This can't just be brushed off like it's nothing. But he remained unshaken. Then why is he collecting achievements? Before Tham Vuong could answer, he fired off two more questions. If he's the incarnation of magic, then why would he go through all the trouble of gathering achievements? By building towers like this, that's right, you'd think it would end there, but he kept going. If he's really that transcendent, wouldn't it be easier for him to gather every achievement himself? The question left the man across from him frozen, speechless. When he finally recovered, Tham Vuong avoided Kim Hyung-goo's gaze and said, "Well, that's unexpected. I didn't think you'd trust me that easily." After marveling for a moment, Tham Vuong looked at him and suddenly asked, "Aren't you shocked?" Kim Hyung-goo folded his arms and replied blandly, No, not really." Worried he wouldn't believe him, Kim Hyung-goo explained more clearly. He doesn't just have the ability to control magic across every dimension. He can also distribute it anywhere, wherever he wants, and he didn't stop there. So him being the embodiment of magic itself isn't really something worth being that surprised about. As for me, I don't give a damn whether he's actually magic or not. Those words left Thea sitting there, frozen. And it wasn't just him. Tham Vuong was starting to question his entire existence too. Kim Hyung-goo lifted a hand and controlled a few tiny sparks of electricity. Because none of that changes the fact that I'm still going to beat him into the ground. After that, he lowered his hand and returned to normal. So let's talk about something else. That lightning-fast face change left Tham Vuong startled. Seeing he didn't react, Kim Hyung-goo added, "I need some information that can help me bring him down so I can get out of this place." Tham Vuong was taken from one shock to another by him. After a moment, he finally regained composure, a faint smile appearing on his lips. He truly was exactly as people had described. "Now I can understand why they kept mentioning you," he thought quietly while observing Kim Hyung-goo, who was staring at him seriously. Seeing him gaze intently, Kim Hyung-goo could not help but ask, "What's so funny? Is there something on my face?" Snapping out of his thoughts, he quickly waved his hand. "Ah, no, nothing. I was just thinking about something else." Finishing his words, he raised a hand and pointed. "Let's talk about what we just discussed. I can answer both questions at once." He had gathered these achievements because soon, he would no longer be able to collect them himself. These words left Kim and Thea so stunned that they sat upright. "You mean?" Thea arranged her words and spoke her doubts silently. "There is an achievement he needs that he himself cannot obtain." Tham Vuong clasped his hands to confirm, "Exactly." Pausing briefly, he revealed the ultimate goal. He only wants one thing. That is a name belonging solely to him. Hearing this goal, Kim Hyung-goo could hardly believe it. A single name, that's all, he did all of this just for something like that? Seeing no answer, Kim Hyung-goo slammed the table in anger. Then why doesn't he just register a new name? "What the hell?" Tham Vuong raised a hand to push up his glasses and replied, "It's not that simple." To make sure they understood, he explained, "A name serves as proof of an entity's identity. He does not want to exist merely as a concept anymore, but to become an independent being." At this point, an image of a magical orb appeared. The basic forces that form a divine entity are achievements and magic. Finishing his explanation, he pushed up his glasses again. Yet he himself is the embodiment of magic. It is impossible for him to personally acquire pure achievements. As he spoke, images of spheres rolling at the man's feet appeared. No matter how hard he tries, those achievements will be filled with magic, and that cannot help him reach his goal. At this moment, Thea suddenly understood. That is why he created the tower, so they could act as a collection system. To obtain the pure achievements he needs, exactly. Then Kim Hyung-goo asked, "But once he gets the name, what does he plan to do?" Tham Vuong lowered his face and gave a cold answer. "I'm afraid even I cannot know that. All I know are the fragments of memories and emotions flowing into my mind when he created me. They contain a whole ambition." As he spoke, his sinister face appeared, almost a lifelong obsession of his. After finishing, he declared grimly, "That is all the information I can provide you right now. I do not know if it will help you at all." Kim Hyung-goo listened quietly and did not ask further. "I understand." He slowly stood up. "It's all right, I just have one last question for you." He leaned on the table, staring at Tham Vuong. "What are you scheming?" As he spoke, his expression became more terrifying than ever. To this question, he pretended innocence. "What?" Seeing no answer, Kim Hyung-goo said bluntly, "I find it hard to believe that you shared all that information freely with me." "Then speak quickly. What are you scheming?" He frowned threateningly. Hit directly in the dark heart, he had no choice but to tell the truth. "Well, to put it briefly so you understand, you're not the only one obsessed with him. I also want to see the one I once considered my father." Humiliated, beaten to pulp. At this, Tham Vuong lifted his head, showing a relaxed face. Hearing this, Kim Hyung-goo could not believe his ears and jumped up. "Huh!" He stared at him in disbelief, unable to help asking again. "What did you just say?" To this, Tham Vuong closed his eyes, lowering his face in explanation. "As I said, my master created me by gathering damaged achievements from a farm that had long been destroyed." After speaking, he opened his eyes. Without a trace of emotion. Surely, he thought, since those achievements would be discarded anyway, better to use them for experiments. Hearing this, Kim Hyung-goo became even more confused. "Experiments?" Seeing his bewildered expression, Tham Vuong calmly replied. He was then trying to restore the damaged achievements to their original state. "Many things happened during the process, but I do not wish to speak too much about them." As he spoke, an image appeared of himself standing with a bundle of wires in a water-filled chamber. The master conducting the experiment stood outside, expressionless, observing. That time had nothing worth remembering. The scene shifted to when Tham Vuong was released outside, gasping. But then he abandoned the experiment immediately. Gasping, Tham King erupted. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't restore those achievements. And I cannot manipulate their power. I have lost control and destroyed entire areas many times already. Immediately after, the scene shifted, as if I were bound by a tangle of chains. Because of that, he decided not to restore the damaged achievements, and instead focused on collecting new ones. Tham King was imprisoned like this for many years. He knew he could use my body as a weapon of mass destruction. So he chained me in this tower for thousands of years. Back in reality, Kim Hyung-gu listened to the story and scolded fervently. Truly insane, the more I hear about him, the more disgusting he becomes. After venting, Kim Hyung-gu voiced the thoughts in his mind. I get it, you helped us because he used you, and then discarded you, right? Not stopping there, he added. So that means you want me to take revenge for you too. At this, Tham King slowly stood up. No, I don't care about that, I just want the world to be a little quieter. Saying this, Tham King turned toward the books. The books behind, his words confused Kim Hyung-gu. What do you mean? Tham King didn't answer directly but began to explain. Surely you know achievements are experiences that their owner received. Finishing his sentence, Tham King tapped his head a few times. Because I was created from many achievements, my mind holds countless memories and emotions. Then, he picked up a book. I have always written down these memories and emotions. After all, it's the only way for me to pass the time here, and it's the only meaningful thing a being like me can do. Saying this, Tham King turned, facing Kim Hyung-gu directly. He handed him the book and explained. I wrote this when I had little experience, so the content is rather chaotic, but you can take a look anyway. At this offer, Kim Hyung-gu was puzzled. Oh, back then. Still, Kim Hyung-gu took the book and opened it. What's so important? The moment he saw the contents, his eyes widened. Terrifying, the pages were filled with countless scribbled cries of "Save me." Finally, when he regained composure, Kim Hyung-gu asked Tham King to confirm. Seeing his skeptical reaction, Tham King explained. Most of the memories in my head are heart-wrenching cries. Pleas for help like that. Images of countless fallen people flashed in Tham King's mind. The overseer must have used his own system to create achievements by harvesting energy through slaughtering countless lives. Just when it seemed that was all, Tham King added more. For thousands of years, I have had to hear their cries and endure suffering with them. I realized just how horrifying and unjust the scene was. Through every muscle, every cell in my body, Tham King seemed immersed in endless darkness. Breaking from his thoughts, Tham King looked at him and spoke his true feeling. That's why I want to see those overseers turn to ashes. It's the only way. These words made Kim Hyung-gu clutch the book, eyes wide in shock. Seeing this, Tham King crossed his arms and answered honestly. To prevent all those with malicious intent from repeating such acts, and to create a truly peaceful world. At this, Tham King looked at him seriously. I hope these words answer your question. This move took Kim Hyung-gu by surprise, his eyes wide. After the conversation ended, only the sound of pen scratching remained in the room. Tham King sat there intently writing. While writing, he spoke. I did exactly as you said and provided them with the information. Do you think that's enough? As he finished, a familiar figure appeared. Hermit materialized from thin air and praised. Well done. After praising, Hermit inquired. Did your conversation go smoothly? To this, Tham King smiled, writing while answering. Talking to him was very interesting. Everything that happened earlier played out like a slow-motion film. When we first met, he seemed extremely aggressive, so I was a bit worried. But he possesses the strongest soul of anyone I have ever met. After speaking, Tham King closed the book and declared, so now I feel much more at ease since he is part of your plan. The greed king turned back to Hammett, grinning like a wealthy landowner after a bumper harvest. Then I can rest easy and focus on polishing up my preparations on my side. Not wanting to dwell on that expression, Hammett returned to his usual calm. So everything is going exactly according to plan, huh? At that question, the greed king turned back with a bright smile and confirmed, that's right. There are just a few steps left that are a bit tricky to handle, but up to now, the plan has been moving along pretty smoothly. I just need a little more time. Hearing that, Hammett closed his eyes in understanding. I understand. We're not in any rush anyway, so take your time. As he finished, Hammett opened his eyes and stared ahead, his gaze sharp as a bullet. What we need to deal with right now is pretty similar to what Hyung-gu has to do. The next day, on the 9th floor, inside a certain shopping mall, Kim Hyung-gu picked through clothes with one hand, his mind still a tangled mess of thoughts. Thanks to the Greed King, he'd gathered some extremely useful information. But he still hadn't found even a single weakness of the administrator. He stared at the pile of clothes in front of him with intense focus. He was a little uneasy, too. He didn't know if that guy was hiding something from him, but there was something about his expression that made him think the things he said were true. As he thought that, the image of the Greed King surfaced. Kim Hyung-gu rested a hand on the clothing rack and wandered around. Until that floating eyeball recovered its achievement, there wasn't much for him to do. So he planned to rest and relax for a while. Right then, two coquettish voices rang out, making Kim Hyung-gu's eyes go wide in shock. teacher, master. Then two swimsuits in completely different styles appeared right in front of him. The two girls held them up, eyes sparkling as they looked at him. Which one do you like more? Looking at the two girls, Kim Hyung-gu started questioning his life and somehow ended up picking swimsuits with them anyway. After some rummaging, he finally understood why. When they heard Seo Ian had recently gone on a trip, they decided to travel too. They probably had some other scheme in mind again, like always. The two girls started bickering. You don't know a damn thing, teacher likes sexier swimsuits. Nonsense, master likes cute ones. Watching everything unfold, Kim Hyung-gu was 3 parts helpless and 7 parts done with it. Well, it's not that important, might even be fun. A moment later, he came up with an idea. All right, just put them on, then we'll see whose taste looks better. The two girls agreed immediately without the slightest hesitation. Deal! From inside the changing rooms, they called out, teacher, please take a look for us. Being asked that, Kim Hyung-gu stiffened in obvious awkwardness. He still couldn't tell if those two were close friends or bitter rivals. After a little while longer, he accepted the reality. At least they weren't fighting anymore. That was a relief. Just then, a notification screen appeared. You have been summoned to the rooftop. Time remaining 5 seconds. Reading the words on the screen, Kim Hyung-gu couldn't believe his eyes. Seriously? For real? 1,000 why questions exploded in his head. Why did they suddenly want to meet him? Right then, the two girls came out of the changing rooms. Master, I'm done. Teacher, what do you think? The two girls struck their best poses and asked him, who looks prettier? Master, teacher, the one being asked had vanished at some point. Standing inside his own tower, he couldn't hide his irritation. What is it again now? You summon me out of nowhere like this, you'd better have a reasonable explanation. But when he saw who was in front of him, Kim Hyung-gu couldn't help being surprised. Hell, what happened? Aren't you Jesus? Knowing he'd been recognized, Jai greeted him first. Long time no see. Hyun-woo, sorry for coming here without any warning. With the other party putting it that way, he could only stammer back, it's fine. Before Jai could explain why he was here, Kim Hyung-gu spoke up first. Do you remember the promise we made last time? We promised that if something happened, one side would have the right to break through the security system to contact the other. Pausing, he voiced the suspicion in his heart. You came here in person like this. Did something happen to your tower? Jai lowered his head and said cryptically, it's not just my tower. This new problem could very well decide the fate of our entire faction. Those words made Kim Hyung-gu freeze on the spot. What do you mean? Before he could ask anything else, Jai grabbed his hand, his voice pitiful. I'm begging you, Hyun-woo. The more he spoke, the more emotional Jai became. Please help us. Meanwhile, in heaven, Uriel, cloaked in a robe, walked step by step down a corridor. Finally, it was done. Smiling brightly, Uriel pulled a dazzling golden orb from inside his robe. This item should be powerful enough to contain the master's achievement now. Thinking that, he headed toward his room. Now all he had to do was go to Hyun-woo's tower, retrieve the achievement, and hand it to Peter so it could be revived. Uriel held the orb in one hand and pushed open the door with the other, his mind rapidly running through the plan. At last, all of his preparations were complete. However, the moment he stepped through the doorway, a familiar voice rang out. Hey! Lucifer sat inside, chin propped on his hand. Behind him was a formidable army. What's got you so excited, Uriel? When Uriel didn't answer, Lucifer, looking frightening, made a suggestion. Mind letting me join in? Seeing this, Hyun-woo shot a pleading look toward Noah and Avi behind him, but both of them were 3 parts helpless and 7 parts over it. At last, Hyun-woo pulled out a table and chairs and suggested, sit down and tell us what happened. After the 4 of them sat at the table, Kim Hyung-gu's incredulous voice rang out, I didn't mishear that, did I? A moment later, the spirit floated right up to Kim Hyung-gu's face again. Staring at life in disbelief, Jesus asked, you mean that Lucifer is planning to use your father's body to resurrect him? In the face of that shock, Jesus affirmed solemnly, that's right. With that confirmation, Kim Hyung-gu voiced the doubt in his heart. Your father is the one they call the Almighty. Hearing that, Jesus only explained gently. His own view of him might not match what we imagine. Because we exist in different dimensions, but broadly speaking, that's the idea. Once he understood everything, 1,000 questions sprang up in Kim Hyung-gu's mind. Does Lucifer really have the ability to resurrect someone like that? No, more importantly, an almighty being can die. Not stopping there, he added, so you're saying you don't have a father anymore right now? At the question, Noah was at a loss for words. How could he ask Jesus something like that? Of course not. To clear up the confusion, Jesus began to explain in detail. Before the tower was created, that day the upper realm ascended to a higher dimension. He paused, then added that it was to guide the young lambs here and pass on his teaching. He left behind his mortal vessel in this place, and among the crowd was a Lucifer, head bowed in deep reverence. After the tower was created, we continued to treat that shell as our father and tried to protect it, completely unaware. When no one was paying attention, he lifted his head, his gaze brimming with killing trembling and tense. One of the children he created had his eyes clouded by dreadful temptations and desire. The scene shifted to Lucifer having brought down everyone there, betraying his companions and stealing his mortal vessel. After defeating them all, he cradled the body, laughed sinisterly, and became a traitor. After hearing the story, Kim Hyung-gu asked, "So that traitor was Lucifer, right?" "That's right," the man paused, then continued. He and several other traitors formed a pact with the management team. Using the power of achievements and magic, they changed their forms and lured useful people from other dimensions. And that's how the angel faction came to be as it is today. Hearing that, Kim Hyung-gu couldn't swallow his anger and lifted a hand, about to strike. "Then why didn't you do anything to them? If it were me, I'd have smashed his head in already." At that reaction, the man closed his eyes. Making that decision was never easy. "We suffered far too many casualties." He paused, then added, "Besides, to be honest, we didn't think he could actually pull it off." With the body he had stolen, the image of a figure with a glowing heart surfaced in Jesus's mind. To become the new master of that body, he would need a soul strong enough to wield Father's achievements. Returning to reality, Jesus's mood darkened. "I believed Lucifer, someone consumed by ambition and willing to cast aside all order, would never reach that level." At that, he regretted it bitterly, then looked back again. "Only then did I realize it was a foolish decision in this tower, where even sin can become achievement. Nothing is impossible." After listening, he summarized. In other words, his goal is to put his soul into that mortal body and become the Almighty, right? When Jesus didn't answer, he pressed on. But why? Faced with that question, Jesus fell silent for a moment. Given his nature, there's only one answer. The image of Lucifer's sinister grin appeared. He would use Father's mortal vessel to control every dimension. When that happens, the management team will definitely intervene. But Lucifer, it seems he's already thought of a way to deal with them. As he finished, Jesus sprang to his feet. "That's why I called for Hyun-woo," he shouted as if he'd never shouted before. "You have to stop Lucifer." Jesus lowered his head, begging without pride. "We're too weak and exhausted now. We don't have the strength to stop them anymore. You're the only one we can rely on." He grimaced and replied, "I understand, calm down." A magic circle appeared beneath his feet. "Anyway, it's almost time for me to meet the liaison, so let me look into the situation first." Kim Hyung-gu sat there, his entire body wrapped in a surge of power. He raised his hand, smiling like he never had before. "Speak of Cao Cao and he appears. He's answering me right now." Before disappearing completely, Kim Hyung-gu looked at Jesus and left his final words. "Perfect timing, too, once you've made up your mind. I'll tell you later, for now just go back to your tower. You seem tense," he comforted. "Relax, I've got a little unfinished business with that skunk anyway." Hyung-gu Kim raised his thumb. "Maybe I can settle your issue while dealing with mine." "What do you say?" "Okay." This was a move Jesus didn't expect. He froze in place. After a moment, he bowed his head full of gratitude. "Yeah, thank you, Hyun-woo." Then he disappeared, reappearing somewhere else. After regaining his balance, he looked up. "Perfect timing, David Lang. I just met Jesus, had a little issue, but the person I need isn't here yet." Another voice spoke. "So it seems you've met Jesus already." Seeing who it was, he couldn't help but feel fear. It was none other than Lucifer. He ignored his reaction and continued speaking. "Then you probably already know about my little surprise, huh? What do you think?" Lucifer sat on Uriel, looking at him with delight. "Do you like it?" He didn't answer, focusing on something else. "What's going on here?" Lucifer stood at that question. "I was going to ask the same thing. Didn't you just call him David Lang?" He pierced straight to his heart. "Isn't that the name of the one you were looking for at the Tower Masters meeting, the one you destroyed that day?" As if recalling something, he lifted Uriel's head. "So that means, at least, you've been planning with this little mouse since then." Lucifer glared at him. "What are you two scheming?" Hyung-gu Kim paid little attention, rubbing his head. "Ah, looks like I can't ignore this anymore. Well, it is what it is." Saying that, he clenched his fists. Hyung-gu Kim went full killing mode. "I'll have to take all of you down here." Faced with this, Lucifer slowly stood, looking playful. "Oh dear, I'm so scared." "Well, I guessed you'd react like that anyway. But if it were you, I wouldn't do the same." Saying that, Lucifer looked up at the ceiling. A magic circle appeared, especially here in this holy place. As he finished speaking, a strange shock hit his body. He raised his hand to look. "What the heck? Why did my power suddenly?" The effect didn't last long and he realized. "I heard there's a special spell in this world. It amplifies the power of all angels and weakens all other beings. Is this it?" Lucifer confirmed as he stood. "That's right. We're also casting another spell just to trap you here. But that's not all," he added. "In other words, no matter how much you struggle here, you can't defeat us." Lucifer walked over as he spoke. "But there's no need to panic just yet. I still have one chance for you." These words confused him. "What do you mean?" Lucifer looked at the surrounding soldiers and calmly spoke. "Even if this is a holy place, I can guess that. If we fought you now, we'd likely suffer heavy casualties." After some chatter, Lucifer got to the point. So, Hyun-woo, let's not waste each other's time. Uriel sensed danger trying to sit up. He held his hand out, offering, I want you to cooperate with me. Before he could respond, the man spoke first. If you met Jesus before coming here, you probably already know about Evening Shadow and my upcoming plan. The moment I become the master of that body, I will not compromise with anyone at all. Having tasted that power, I have no reason to make deals or agreements with anyone. So this is your last chance to join forces with me. He proposed with a terrifying expression, worried I might refuse, so he began to entice. Shake hands with me and I'll make an exception and spare your tower while conquering the others. Kim stared at the hand, saying nothing. After a moment, I slowly raised my hand. You want me to cooperate with you, huh? I thought. Kim Hyung-gu shook hands with Lucifer smoothly. Not a bad idea. Witnessing this, Uriel stood up abruptly. Hyun-woo, what are you thinking? Yet Lucifer laughed with delight. No hesitation at all, just my type, I knew we'd click. Once I agreed, he said, all right, now we just need to sign the pact between us two officially, yet his grip on my hand tightened. Lucifer, with a fierce look, said, confirm, then his face twisted, teeth bare. Immediately he sank to the ground. Seeing him collapse, Kim Hyung-gu mocked without restraint. Ah, you gave me a scare. Why suddenly scream right by my ear? Kim Hyung-gu looked at him, laughing mockingly. Weren't you the one who wanted me to shake your hand? Hyun-woo, angry, clenched the hand of Lucifer sitting on the floor. Gritting his teeth, he thought in fury, this can't be happening. No matter how strong he is, he should only be able to use 1/10 of his power in this sacred ground. Could it be? Thinking this, Lucifer nervously looked up. Seeing Hyun-woo's slightly mocking smile, he thought, has he become even stronger? Hyun-woo frowned and asked, hey friend, why are you staring at me like that? Is that still not enough for you? Makes sense, that's not quite right yet. He then grabbed Lucifer by the collar and pulled him along. Hyun-woo threw him to the floor forcefully and continued, that's more fitting than the handshake earlier. Then he grabbed him by the collar again and pulled up. Hyun-woo repeatedly dragged him around, smiling loudly. Friends should give each other the best, right? A confused soldier asked. Is this Kim Hyung-gu's ultimate attack? The friendship missile? Hyun-woo slammed him to the ground, making Lucifer scream in fear. He hit the floor, shattering it, groaning in pain. Uriel looked at him in confusion. What the hell just happened? Suddenly, a hand shot from behind. Hyo grabbed his shoulder, making him scream in fright. Don't just sit there. Let's leave before things get worse. With that, he pulled out a watch. The design on its cover suddenly glowed. Both of them instantly teleported, leaving a magical circle on the floor. Lucifer, helped to stand by the soldiers, looked over, puzzled. What the hell? He shook off the soldier's hand, went to the circle, angrily shouting, he dares to escape. Prepare to summon him again now. We must bring him back no matter what, Gabrielle said, but the summoning still needs time to recharge. We'll have to wait a while before we can restart it. At least a week. Lucifer turned angrily, shouting, shut up and bring him back now, you idiots. I didn't bring you here to listen to nonsense. Suddenly, a light appeared behind him. As Lucifer continued to speak, a hand rested on his shoulder, asking, did you really want to see me that much? Hyun-woo smirked mockingly, or are you coming with me too? With that, he pulled him along. Both disappeared, leaving the soldiers dumbfounded. Gabriel turned pale, too scared to react. At the tower, Noah frowned and asked, Hyun-woo, what on earth are you thinking? He suddenly came back, threw this guy at us, and vanished again. The support helped Uriel face grim and sat down. Noah continued, I don't understand a thing. Suddenly, a flash appeared behind. Hyun-woo called Noah. He turned and replied, oh, you're back, Hyun-gu. What the hell? Noah was surprised to see Hyun-woo grabbing Lucifer by the collar. He said, I'll explain later, open the gate for me. Noah quickly activated the seal. Right away, just go through. Hyun-woo rushed to the gate saying, okay. He jumped through and as he landed, his eyes suddenly glowed. He threw Lucifer forward, making him scream in pain. He struggled to rise, groaning. Lucifer gritted his teeth angrily saying, Hyun-woo, how dare you? A blue sphere formed in his palm. It transformed into a sword. Lucifer stood up, shouting, insult me. Looking ahead, he suddenly asked, what's this? Hyun-woo smiled. Why so quiet all of a sudden? Something wrong? In the air, countless versions of Hyun-woo stared at him. He folded his arms and went on, you look like you've seen a ghost. Lucifer trembled and asked in panic, what the hell is this? Hyun-woo smiled and replied, honestly, I'm kind of enjoying how this turned out. Recently, I picked up a new kind of power, but it's been a little disappointing. There's been no one around to test it on. And then I just happened to run into you, the leader of an entire faction. What better punching bag could I ask for? Oh, but don't worry. No matter what happens here, you won't be in any real danger. Even if you want to leave, he smiled, eyes blazing as he stared at him. Lucifer was scared out of his mind. Hyun-gu continued, so get ready to die over and over again. Though to be clear, you're the only one who's going to be dying. The moment he finished, a shadowy streak dove down. Lucifer blurted out in terror, wait. Hyun-woo smiled and said, I'm coming. A shockwave erupted, shattering rock and dirt and blasting debris everywhere. That day, Lucifer had his head smashed in, his body torn apart, his heart's weak point pierced, and so on. He was finished off in around 100 different ways again and again. He died a total of 1,012 times. Meanwhile, in heaven, Gabriel asked, what are we supposed to do now? At this rate, our plan will be delayed indefinitely. Even if we let someone else enter that mortal vessel, it would be useless. All the achievements we collected and transferred into that body were custom-fitted by Donnie for Lucifer alone. We have to find a way to rescue him. Gabriel slammed the table and snapped. You think I don't know that? Then tell me, how are we supposed to do it? If we break into their security system and try to rescue him without Uriel's skills, there's no chance we can breach their solid defenses. And even if we did, do you really think we could defeat Hyungu? You saw it with your own eyes, didn't you? He can move freely even under the influence of the holy ground, and he's far too strong. We could try to forcibly summon him back here. But they'll definitely have countermeasures during the time we need to activate the formation. Besides, Uriel, the one who created the summoning formation, betrayed us. Gabriel stammered. Then what are we supposed to do now? Gabriel answered, all we can do now is pray. Pray Lucifer can hold out until we find a way to save him. Back at the tower, the helper looked down at the ground and asked Noah, are you kidding me? That's Lucifer, the brutal leader of the angel faction. Lucifer's body shook as he sat on the floor. His face was blank with terror as he kept mumbling, please don't kill me, spare me. Noah looked at him awkwardly and asked, what did your helper do to him? Seeing Lucifer trembling on the ground, the helper asked, what on earth did you do to him? Hyunwoo grinned, baring his fangs. Trust me, you don't want to know. Then he asked, where's David Lang? Noah replied, he's resting over there on the bed we set up for you in the corner. Luckily, he isn't badly hurt, so he'll wake up soon. Hyunwoo said, good, then we can put that aside for now. Did you bring what I told you to? He turned to look behind him and continued. The chaos god nodded. Of course I did. You need something that can control him, right? Then this is perfect. She held it up. A 108-bead sealing rosary. Hyunwoo excitedly reached out to take it and asked, can you guarantee it works? He's one of the most terrifying tower lords. Even Noah's wish doesn't work on him. Are you sure this bracelet is really okay? The chaos god smiled. How can you compare something sacred like this to that pile of ordinary trinkets? Noah, standing behind them, was stunned. The chaos god pointed at Lucifer and said, put it on him and you'll see for yourself. Though there is one condition that's pretty annoying. The user has to agree to wear it. Lucifer's face was slick with sweat as he panicked. Hyunwoo and the chaos god eyed him viciously and went on. But in his current state, that won't be hard at all. Hyunwoo added, come on now, he and I are friends. He'll gladly help me with this tiny favor. Right, Lucifer? My dear friend. Lucifer stared at the beads in front of him and stammered, no, Hyunwoo asked. What's wrong, you don't want to? Then he pointed at the teleportation gate and asked him, want to go back and keep playing? Then we can keep spending those wonderful moments together. Lucifer's face gradually filled with fear. He blurted out, I'll wear it. Hyunwoo held the bracelet in his hand and smiled wickedly as the beads hung around Lucifer's neck. Hyunwoo teased, oh wow, look at that, it suits you perfectly. Then he turned to the chaos god and asked, so how is this any different from a regular pack? Does it force him to obey every order I give? She smiled and replied, sure, you can put it that way. The only difference is that it can turn anything into reality, as long as it's within the limits of this sealing bead bracelet. Hyunwoo asked, confused, what do you mean by that? Then he added and pointed at Lucifer, making him flinch. Go on, if I say turn into a girl, does he really change? All of a sudden, the bracelet lit up. Seeing it floating and glowing, Lucifer blinked and asked, what's going on? A beam of light suddenly flashed beneath his feet. Hyunwoo frowned and muttered, what the hell? The woman beside them marveled at the sight. He said in disbelief, no way. The light grew brighter and brighter, making Lucifer shout. Over on the other side, Uriel, who had been lying on the bed, slowly opened his eyes. He sat up, rubbed his head, and said, oh no, I fell asleep again. What happened? He asked, looking around. I clearly remember Hyunwoo came to save me. Then he looked toward Hyunwoo and Noah and called out in surprise, Hyungu. Uriel walked closer, thinking, what kind of trouble did they run into? Hyunwoo rested his chin on his hand and said, so it really works. The helper added, this is unbelievable. Uriel asked, what are you doing? Hyunwoo turned to him and replied, you're awake. How do you feel? Uriel moved his legs and answered, thanks to you, I feel a lot better. But more importantly, what happened to Lucifer? Uriel looked down and saw Lucifer, tears welling up, had turned into a girl. His eyes went wide in confusion. Uriel thought, who is she? Why does she feel so familiar? Her magic reminded him of. Uriel stared, utterly shocked. No way, Lucifer. Lucifer's face flushed. What? Where the hell do you think you're looking? That traitorous bastard. Uriel froze and pointed at Lucifer. What's going on? Hyunwoo put a hand on his shoulder and said, let me explain. I used the sealing beads, blah blah, and so on. That was the whole story. After hearing it, Uriel felt strangely unsettled. He thought this kind of thing only happened in comics. A moment later, everyone gathered in front of a magic circle. Uriel raised his hand and grasped a sphere that was absorbing power. All the power was drawn into the sphere. Hyunwoo walked up and asked, are you done? Uriel looked at the sphere in his hand and replied, yeah, it's done. I successfully recorded his achievement into this sphere. Now we just need to hand it to Peter to activate it, Hyun-woo said. I still can't believe it. We searched everywhere for this achievement, and yet it's been right under our noses this whole time. I never expected Peter from the Jesus faction to be working for that floating eye too, like a lackey. He thought so that's why he felt familiar when I first met him. Is that it? Hyun-woo, annoyed, demanded, why didn't you tell me about this? What would it have cost you to warn me first? Uriel stammered. It's not like I tried to hide it, I just missed the chance to bring it up. Hyun-woo asked, all right, so what now? We go to Peter. Uriel replied, yeah, I contacted him earlier. He's probably finished preparing by now. Uriel suddenly frowned and glanced to the side, thinking, but are they really just going to leave Lucifer like that? Hyun-woo asked. What is it, something wrong? Uriel answered awkwardly, no, nothing. Hyun-woo smiled at the woman of chaotic power and said, take good care of this place while I'm gone. You can handle this for me, right? She laughed, of course. Hyun-woo started walking, then looked back and added, oh, looks like I'll be gone for a while. A pretty long while. Can you pass a message to my students? Off to the side, Hanrin and Michai sat there blankly, staring up. Hyun-woo continued, they must miss me a lot. Just tell them to be patient and wait a little longer. When the whole group goes on break, they'll see me again. She asked, puzzled, what are you talking about? Hyun-woo waved without turning back and said, just tell them that they'll get it. As he was about to step through the teleport gate, he turned around and added, anyway, see you later at the cabin. Uriel and Hyun-woo arrived in front of Peter. Peter said, I've been waiting for you too, Hyun-gu and David Lang. Did you get that achievement? Uriel took out the sphere and replied, yes, Peter, it's inside this sphere. Peter said, great, you did well. He turned and continued, let's go inside, all preparations are complete. We just need to begin. The image of the three of them suddenly appeared on a screen. Hyo-met stood there watching them. He spoke up. Welcome, Hyun-woo. At last, we're about to bring this disgusting story to an end. The door was pulled open. On the ground, a sphere appeared within a magic circle. Peter spoke up. Over there, are you ready yet? We can begin the resurrection process right away. Standing behind them, Hyun-woo asked, I have a question. What exactly is this process? Are we about to activate that achievement or something? Peter answered immediately, it's similar. The only difference is, we won't directly alter the achievement itself. We'll simply amplify its traits 1,000-fold so it can find its way back to its owner on its own. This will let it travel through dimensions and return to our Lord. We just need to follow it. Hyun-woo pressed on. Do we really have to make it this complicated? Can't we just use it across space directly? Peter replied quickly, if that worked, it'd be great. But even a single mistake, no matter how small, could leave us trapped in some twisted dimension. Without our Lord here to use it, this is the safest method we can carry out, Hyun-woo said at once. So that's how it is, all right, then let's transfer, let's finish this quickly. With that, he stepped forward. Suddenly Peter called out, wait a moment, David Lang, there's something I need to discuss with you. Uriel turned his head and asked, what is it you can't? Before Uriel could finish, Hyun-woo stepped onto the magic circle. In an instant, the circle lit up and the sphere blazed with light. Hyun-woo stared down in shock. His body seemed to be shifting. Confused, he asked, what the hell is this? He turned to look at them, continuing, hey, what's going on? Why did it activate already? I thought we were going to. Behind him, Peter drove his sword straight through Uriel's body. Go together. Seeing the scene before him, Hyun-woo frowned, his expression turning grim. He shouted, David Lang. Uriel grabbed Peter's hand and asked with difficulty, Peter, why are you betraying us? Peter replied quickly, I'm sorry for doing this to you, my lord. But the more I thought about it, the more I realized this is the best way. Uriel demanded, what the hell are you talking about? Hyun-woo charged forward, shouting, you damn traitor, what the hell do you think you're doing? Before he could finish, his body was abruptly displaced. Peter looked at him and said, goodbye, Hyun-woo, I'll never forget your sacrifice. Hyun-woo snarled, you bastard, and then he vanished. Hyun-woo suddenly fell in free fall into a stark white place. He landed, looked around, and asked, where am I? Why is everything so white? What is this place? Suddenly, footsteps approached from behind. The administrator came up behind Hyun-woo and asked, hey, what are you doing in the administration building? Kim Hyun-woo. He turned around, his face going pale with shock. Hyun-woo stumbled backward, thinking, what the hell? That can't be. How did he get this close without me noticing anything? Feeling the huge, threatening power bursting from the administrator, he thought, what is that absurd, freakish energy? But more importantly, he just said. Hyun-woo frowned and asked, what did you just say? Where am I? This is the administration building. Does that mean you're the administrator? The administrator looked at him and said, why are you looking at me like that? You act like you don't even know where you are. Didn't you come here yourself? Hyun-woo snapped. What the hell are you talking about? Wasn't it you who ordered Peter to set up this trap? The administrator replied, Peter, you mean the tower master allied with the demons. He brought you here, hard to believe. How could a minor tower master pull that off? Hyun-woo thought, what is going on? He looks just as confused as I am. Then why did Peter bring me here? The administrator stared at him in silence, pondering. He frowned, then said quickly, Looks like someone's lurking in the shadows, pulling the string. Power suddenly seeped from the administrator's hand as he continued. Normally I hate things like this, but it's not so bad either. Now the tower masters have nothing to worry about. Something suddenly lunged at Hyun-woo. The administrator swung an attack and Hyun-woo blocked it. The administrator said coolly, "Because the thorn in our side has delivered himself to us." Hyun-woo struggled to hold on, thinking, what the hell is this? He only just flicked his hand and already the administrator instantly moved behind him. Raising his hand, he said, "Struggling is pointless. This will all end right now." After speaking, he brought his hand down. Hyun-woo cried out in pain and raised his arm to block. The administrator's strike cut him, blood spraying out. Hyun-woo screamed in agony. The next blow came crashing in and knocked him down. The impact was violent, kicking up a thick cloud of dust. The administrator hovered above and looked down, saying, "Just as I thought." Hyun-woo coughed up blood. The administrator continued, "You're still alive after that hit from me, but take that back." He darted down, a foot shooting straight in. Aiming for Hyun-woo's head, the administrator said, "The outcome won't be any different." A loud explosion rang out, the surrounding smoke slowly dissipating, revealing the figures of both of them. The manager continued, "Now you've surprised me. I knew you were tough, but I didn't expect you to be this tough." Hyun-woo caught it with his hand. Breathlessly he said, "You bastard. When will you let me attack?" That strange fellow, the manager said, still had the strength to respond to me. "I have to admit I underestimated you." Suddenly, Hyun-woo's body emitted a surge of power. Seeing the manager's surprised expression, he said, "That eye. Could it be?" His left hand formed a fist as lightning crackled. He lunged forward, punching straight at the manager's face. The punch caused a shockwave with lightning spreading everywhere. Elsewhere in the tunnel, Hamit looked up and said, "Looks like they've started up there. Get ready, Cam King. It's time to begin phase 1 of the plan." The power surged as it descended straight toward Kim Hyun-woo. He struggled to shield himself, fearfully staring at the power and shouting, "What?" The manager held his stance, hands still channeling energy. His face twisted like a monkey's when he saw Hyun-woo unharmed. Did he really block that? The manager shrank back, eyes glowing red with anger. "How dare you?" Then he kicked Hyun-woo's arm, threatening, "Now you've angered me." Kim Hyun-woo clenched his fist, trying to block, letting out a grunt. The manager kicked him hard to the ground. Kim Hyun-woo was thrown, blood flying everywhere. He looked at him and smiled, evaluating. "He probably just nudged me." The manager's earlier kick shattered one of his arms. The blood that flew hundreds of meters came from this wrist. He had severed his own arm. Before he could react, the manager lunged again. His fingers aimed to gouge Hyun-woo's eyes, emitting a red surge of power. Kim Hyun-woo quickly dodged, escaping the blinding strike. He shouted as the power from the finger created a tremendous explosion. If he hadn't dodged, he'd have lost an eye or worse, his head. Kim Hyun-woo stared at the aftermath, cursing in shock. "What are you doing?" The manager still didn't relent. He raised his hand above his head. A terrifying black-red power emanated. Now was no time to be distracted. Swoosh, a slash cut through the hero. His face frozen, the manager's power split Kim Hyun-woo in two. But he noticed there was no blood. Clearly, he hadn't cut a human body. The two halves melted like wax oozing sticky sap. He exclaimed, "Just a clone." The manager folded his hands behind his back, pondering. So the real one must be somewhere above. Before he could finish, he looked up to see Kim Hyun-woo hovering with multiple sources of power above. Looking down, each clone fired continuously at him. Streams of multicolored power surged toward the manager, but he remained unafraid. Calmly, he raised a hand, a red power flashing. "How foolish," he mocked. The red power shot into the sky, eclipsing the hero's multicolored powers. The power soared so high that any clone caught in it dissolved. Kim Hyun-woo gritted his teeth, shielding against it. The manager extended his hand, coldly saying, "It's over. Seems I have no other choice." As he turned, Kim Hyun-woo tried a sneak attack from behind. Before he could strike, the manager raised his hand above his head, channeling a surge downward. His face full of malice, hand poised before him. Behind, he still attacked the clones. Swoosh. A powerful energy shot skyward. A massive explosion followed, dust and debris flying. In the smoke, the manager stood motionless. As you can see, the energy left a long trench in its path. Seeing no trace of Kim Hyun-woo, he smirked coldly. "So even this strike you dodged. You used the achievement of Tianfei, huh?" The manager taunted, "Learning a few moves from a sword spirit, you're not bad." Kim Hyun-woo dodged the deadly strike but was still wounded, clutching his arm. Gritting his teeth in pain, the manager glanced back at him, but it didn't change the fact that it was just a minor obstacle. Hyun-woo gritted his teeth in fury. "Damn it." Angry, he tried using the floating eye's power but still couldn't predict the manager's next move. Kim Hyun-woo thought, this means he isn't using any special techniques. He's just channeling an immense amount of magic power he possesses. The manager's eyes flashed, terrifying. All that power was aimed directly at him. Even his own regenerative ability slowed. The wound on his arm was healing, while this other arm had fully regenerated. "But if I keep going like this, I'll reach my limit soon." The manager slowly stepped forward, Don't waste time thinking up tricks. I already have a rough sense of how strong you are. He looked at him holding his arm and continued speaking. I assure you, the manager's face darkened, his eyes flashing as he looked up at the sky and said grimly, from this moment on, you won't be able to withstand what I've held back for you. The manager's form reflected your pitiful figure. I could easily eliminate you like that. He continued, however, I have a special offer just for you. Work for me, Kim Hyung-gu. Hearing this, he was stunned, his mouth agape in disbelief. Kim Hyung-gu asked, what did you just say? The manager calmly explained, just as I said. In truth, I greatly admire your strength. He went on to make his offer. After battling you today, I am more certain than ever of how useful you will be for my next plan. Kim Hyung-gu smirked, seeming to recall hearing similar words before. So what do I have to do? His tone implied agreement. The manager added, it won't be hard, don't worry. Nothing difficult at all. He clenched his hands. You just need to tell me everything you know. The manager clenched his hands tightly. Veins stood out on his face, seemingly furious at the master of the power dwelling in your eye. He grimaced, his body shrinking back. Not only will I spare you, but I also promise to leave the 51st tower untouched. So you just need to say a few things. This offer isn't bad, right? Kim Hyung-gu smirked. You're right, this offer isn't too bad. He recalled the previous battle, which meant he would sit back and watch his minions slaughter the innocent to seize achievement. He once spoke with Jesus Christ, pointing out that the demon leader thrived while the good, like Jesus, were treated as fools and gradually corrupted. Jesus Christ's image smiling, the fool chewed happily. He continued, face dark, eyes cold, hand gesturing a thumbs down, full of contempt. Damn you. You worthless lackey. The manager, thinking he had been convinced, now heard the curse and tensed up, his face darkened in anger. Kim Hyung-gu continued speaking. The manager grimaced, uncomfortable. He gritted his teeth as Kim Hyung-gu surged forward. The impact was so great the ground cracked, creating a small quake. He leaped forward yelling, go to hell. One of his eyes flashed with power. Behind him, sparks like electricity shot up. He charged forward as if using all his strength to kill the man before him, but the manager stood calmly. His power shot forward like lightning. He nearly fell. That was my answer. He swung his fist. Yet unlike the hero, the manager remained calm. Watching the lightning punch, he gently said, is that so? Too bad. With a hum, the strike poured all his inner power toward the manager's face. The force was so great it lit up everything, but the manager remained unharmed. He stood still. Kim Hyung-gu's face went pale, his body shrank back in disbelief. The manager sneered, what's the matter? He blocked the attack with just his index finger. Your eyes blazed with anger, did I warn you? Then with that finger, the manager sent him flying backward, power flaring intensely. He continued, you will never. Kim Hyung-gu gritted his teeth, fists still clenched. He refused to submit. The manager's entire hand darkened. Behind him appeared a colossal hand, also pointing, surrounded by a dark aura. Is there any chance to fight me? The manager stood on the clouds, looking down like a god at a humble subject. He commanded the giant hand to strike straight down at him. It's over, Hyung-gu. The index finger shot down as if to kill. He opened his eyes wide, frowning, a hint of fear in his expression. Whoosh, the hand tore through half his body. He widened his eyes, shrinking back in disbelief. The speed was so incredible he couldn't dodge, only stare in shock. Blood splattered everywhere. He could only utter, huh, in another collapsed building. A groan rang out. Devi Lang moaned and cursed. Damn it! Peter calmly wiped his sword in front. Calm down, Devi Lang. This is probably just a tranquilizer, but it's still very strong. If you don't use this magic formation, you will be harmed. David Lang shouted angrily. Stop spouting useless words and answer me now. David Lang clutched his stomach with one hand, glaring at Peter. Why did you betray us, Peter? Peter remained calm. Are you really asking me that now? You are stubborn, truly. Peter looked at David Lang's disheveled state and continued. I have no grand reason. The choices each person makes are just the result of weighing options. And after considering those options, I realized that Hyung-gu had no chance against him, and that wasn't surprising at all. Who could possibly defeat that monster? At this moment in the previous battle, Kim Hyung-gu had died, blood flowing freely. His eyes remained wide in disbelief at his death. Peter continued, he is the embodiment of calamity. He is the administrator. He stood upright, eyes glowing red with a cruel gaze, looking down at Kim Hyung-gu lying dead, half of his body torn apart. David Lang asked what plan. Then, as if imagining something, David Lang leapt up. Don't tell me you're collaborating with the administrator. Peter waved his hand, denying, don't misunderstand me. I also want him to face the consequences. Peter continued, I was only shown a plan that maximized the probability of success for our mission. And that person knows the administrator team better than anyone. Peter recalled their previous conversation. The demeanor then varied. Contemptuous, and it was Hammett. Hearing this, David Lang panicked. Hammett, you mean the administrator's errand boy? David Lang turned pale. How could you? Peter replied. He has his reasons, but that doesn't matter now. Peter continued, recalling his conversation with Hammett. The important thing is he knows everything from our plan. The method of executing it, our team members, to the critical weaknesses we hide. At first, hearing this from Hammett, Peter was worried. our critical weaknesses. Peter stammered, "What the hell are you talking about?" Hammett, hand on his chin, said calmly, "The biggest issue in your plan is how to amplify the traits of the achievement so it returns to its original owner. The dimension she's trapped in is extremely hard to locate, impossible to determine coordinates for creating the necessary power to reach her. You must amplify those traits hundreds of thousands of times." Peter listened anxiously, absorbing every word. "You really think the administrator won't detect such massive energy fluctuations?" Hammett leaned his chin, turning away. His other hand spread out as he said, "Unlike communicating mentally, transferring between two physical entities takes at least half an hour, maybe longer." Suddenly, Hammett glared, "I assure you, none of you will survive. Before reaching her, the administrator will hunt you all down and kill everyone." Hammett said the administrator will kill not only Hyung-gu, but even David Lang. Hammett continued, "And then everyone you know will be slaughtered. Every single person, especially the demons who have gathered the least achievement. He will wipe out all your residents first." The image conjured is the administrator coldly strangling Jesus Christ, standing atop thousands of skulls. And it seems Jesus Christ will become one of the skulls at his feet, as he has almost acquired all the achievements he needs. So even if the demons vanish, it makes no difference to him. Hearing this, Peter was shocked, head drenched in sweat. Hammett continued, "Even if your master successfully returns, what makes you certain she can defeat the administrator?" Hammett recalled the previous battle. The victorious administrator stared coldly at the defeated. She had once been utterly defeated by him. Peter clasped his hands nervously. Well, Hammett cleared his throat. "But don't worry, there's still a way to handle this. A method to eliminate him without directly confronting him." Peter clenched his hands on the table, eager at the mention of a solution. "Really?" Hammett closed his eyes. "You only need to do one thing for me. Do exactly as I say." Then the memory gradually faded. Back in reality, Peter bowed his head. "Lure Hyung-gu to the administrator building." Peter held his sword in one hand, staring at David Lang. "That's all I need to do. He said he would handle the rest." David Lang angrily, "Are you kidding me? You're just going to trust him. Then push one of our own allies to certain death." "How can you?" Peter, looking solemn, eyes downcast, replied, "I said it, this is the best plan. Our mission is to save all dimensions. How can I give up that chance and sacrifice only one life?" Returning to the battle between the administrator and Kim Hyung-gu, his blood stained the ground red, yet he was still alive, holding C, his sword tightly, preparing for one final strike against the administrator. Dunn let out a pained groan. Yeah, he forced himself to sit up, but the injuries were too severe. He gasped for breath with his mouth hanging open, blood spilling from between his lips. He cursed under his breath, "Damn it." His face twisted in agony. His body was in chaos. He'd lost way too much blood. He had to treat himself fast. Blood poured out like water, enough to clearly reflect his face as it slowly turned pale. All this time he'd been pushing himself nonstop, trying to draw out his power, yet he couldn't. He wondered if it was all because of that man. The administrator still tilted his head, hands clasped, staring down at him from above. And Kim Hyung-gu was still struggling, his wounds so severe he couldn't even stand. He spoke at once, "All magic in this area and inside your body is under my control, which means you can't use your power or do anything at all." After saying that, the administrator raised his foot to stomp. He asked, "Well," then drove his foot into Dunn's face, grinding him into the ground. The impact was so brutal the earth and stone shattered, and he screamed in pain. With a vicious look on his face, the manager glared and asked what it felt like to become completely powerless again. His pupils tightened like a wild beast's. Then he suddenly changed his mind. "If you want to tell me what I want to hear, then spit it out." He pressed a disdainful foot down on him. "At least I'll spare your life." Even after that, Kim Hyung-gu still didn't bother to answer. His anger hit its peak and his face twisted. "Ah, I get it now." Kim Hyung-gu raised his middle finger and cursed right in the manager's face. He said, "So that's your answer?" The manager lifted a massive hand and coldly said, "Fine, you're worth something. I'm grateful to you for clearing away every doubt I've been keeping in my heart." Furious, the manager snarled, "Today, you and your 51st tower will vanish." The moment he finished, a terrifying surge of power slammed in from behind, making him freeze mid-motion. The manager whipped around, tense, and asked, "What's going on?" He assessed the source, this kind of energy. At the same time, someone was continuously unleashing an enormous force. The manager wondered, from the basement, exactly as he suspected. Somewhere, someone was pouring out power, and the wall in front of him cracked as if it were about to collapse. On guard, the manager realized the intruder here was just this one guy. With that thought, he shot off at once, leaving behind a curse. "Damn it." Kim Hyung-gu lay in a pool of blood, writhing in pain. Ugh, how humiliating. He remembered the time he went shopping with Hanarin and Mishio. Without a hint of regret, he'd said he'd be back soon. The image of the two of them happily holding up swimsuits to show him came rushing back. He acted so cool back then and now. His consciousness slowly faded, his eyes dull as if they were about to go out. He couldn't move at all. Elsewhere, the chain of rings suddenly cracked. A girl panicked, tears welling up, and screamed. "What's happening? Why is it drawing the attention of monster strength chaotic deity?" monster strength, chaotic deity went pale. All of a sudden, what? She anxiously said, Big Brother. On the manager's side, he was closing in on the source of that overwhelming energy. Across the wall, violent streams of power crackled like electrical sparks, blanketing the entire area. He stared and blurted, What is this? The wall ahead had turned bright gold, layered with diamond-shaped patterns. The manager wondered, a barrier. But who would? Before he could finish the thought, a voice rang out, Well, hello, you got here sooner than I expected. At that voice, the manager stiffened. This voice, could it be? One name flashed through his mind, 2-meter. And yes, this barrier's creator, the one radiating that immense energy, was 2-meter. 2-meter stood with his hands in his pockets, unbelievably handsome. 2-meter smirked. I thought that guy could hold out 5 more minutes. Looks like he wasn't anything special. Up against a disaster like you. Hearing that, the manager's face turned purple with rage. I don't understand. What the hell do you think you're doing? Then the manager reached out to the barrier and said, You know perfectly well this pathetic, paper-thin barrier can't possibly keep me here. The manager extended his hand and struck at the barrier wall from the outside. But unlike what he expected, the barrier immediately sparked with streaks of energy. It wasn't easily destroyed at all. Blazing golden arcs surged in to attack, catching the manager off guard. A huge explosion erupted, lighting up the whole area. Those arcs seemed to be actively trying to strike him. The manager dodged quickly, but the force still blasted him back. He was hurled backward, raising an arm to guard himself as he grunted. The manager's expression turned serious as he judged it. This barrier wasn't made of magic. It was formed from many different achievements, and this lightning belonged to Russ. Hammett replied at once, It's not just my father's achievement. 2-meter began explaining the barrier. Behind that blazing gold, it was made of countless different colors, layered like a rainbow. It was created by combining the power of my father, my mother, my aunts and uncles, and my brothers and sisters too. 2-meter concluded, in other words, it carries the power of every Olympian divine envoy. 2-meter bent forward, hands braced on his thighs, and added, Back then, when all the farms were destroyed, they resisted, so every last one of them was executed. After hearing that, the manager replied, So that's how it is. He pictured the defeated side's weapons scattered across the ground, so they handed over their legacy when they accepted submission to me. The manager looked at Hammett and continued his thought. You and I are the ones who inherited their achievements, which means you came here for revenge, didn't you? Hammett silently stared at him, then spoke the truth. Hammett suddenly formed a bewitching smile. Ha ha! But immediately after, his face twisted with rage. Veins bulged across his face, his eyes brimming with murderous intent. Of course it is, you lowly insect. A space of hypnotic, grid-like magic squares unfolded. Showy golden brown hues and a mournful echo rang out. Traitor! In the background stood a man in white. The man, his wrinkled face lit with delight, laughed out loud. Well now, that's impressive. His eyes were bloodshot with bulging veins. You must have been suffering. Trying to keep your rotten, lying mouth shut all these years. 2-meter replied, Pathetic vermin. 2-meter calmly kept his hands in his pockets. Thanks, with furious eyes, knitted brows, and a voice full of provocation, he said, That's the only thing I've learned all this time. The man had golden brown hair swept back like wings, a high forehead, and hollow cheeks. He spread his arms and laughed as he looked at 2-meter. So what are you going to do next? Planning to use that pile of achievements to burn through my money while you dodge and hide behind this barrier. The man frowned. Even if I can't recover the mana I've already spent, I still have only one option left, break through this barrier. Magical currents crackled like lightning in a raging storm. In the illusory golden space, these Dalot barriers were stuffed full of a heap of great achievement. The blast caused by breaking the barrier won't amount to much for me, but I think the shockwave will shatter this entire room. Which means I have no choice but to do what you ask if I want to protect all the achievements I've collected. Right. Hermes stood proudly and calmly answered the man's threats. The man slammed his hand on the table. If that's what you think, his words were like a spark, a vicious provocation that drove the man mad, making him want to crush Hermes's body. His face went pitch black. He crawled on the floor, legs stretched out like a spider. You're looking down on me, you trash. Then he sprang forward, eyes flashing red, shooting ahead like a missile. His combat force triggered a huge explosion. He seemed brimming with power, laughing loudly as he charged through a stream of golden force. If I compress the explosion with magic, then all I need to do is punch straight through this barrier. Is that all you've got? After all this time, that's the best half-baked plan you could come up with. Hermes stood with his eyes closed, silent. Facing the man rushing right at him, Hermes had already quietly formed his own power barrier. The man shot forward like an arrow, roaring. If that's the case, then a slick of water on the stone floor interfered and blocked his charge. He jolted to a stop, eyes wide in shock, frozen as if his pressure points had been sealed. He stood rigid in front of Hermes in a lunging posture, while Hermes remained calm, eyes still closed, standing straight and looking completely relaxed. Like a hunter staring at prey he couldn't bite, while that tiny prey innocently played him for a fool. It burned like swallowing 1,000 chilies. Sweat poured down the man's face, soaking his forehead. He collapsed to his knees on the cold stone and looked up. What? There, Hermes's body was gently rising, brilliant rainbow powers radiating around him like a halo. He opened one eye halfway and looked at the man. Below, his face twisted with anger, the man stared in disbelief at a figure throwing his head back. Is that the Holy King? What is it doing? Hermes faced the anxious man. Why are you acting so surprised? He's just making full use of the ability you gave him. After countless centuries of tempering, it's simply been raised a little higher, that's all. The man frowned, gritting his teeth, cold sweat beating as he stared at Hermes. But Hermes spoke with utter calm. First, he'll absorb the achievements in the storage vault, then fuse them together and finally detonate them. The moment he finished speaking, an explosion rang out. At once, golden light burst from the Holy King's mouth and eyes. The man panicked, raising a hand to shield himself as he retreated. You're going to blow up countless achievements at this distance. Don't tell me you're planning to drag me down with you, he demanded furiously, but Hermes only grinned, flashing teeth white as ice. Who says I am? This is where my life was reborn. After I kill you and take my revenge, I'll finally be able to. Cracks spread across his body, splitting and crumbling like overcooked pork knuckle falling apart. Hermes spread his arms to embrace it all and shouted, "To face my lost family with pride." The man clenched his fists in rage. A flood of power light slammed into his face, twisting his features. He ground his teeth in hatred. You right in front of him. Everything detonated, flaring into blinding light, the aftershocks rolling. Damn it. Hermes's body shattered, and he accepted it all without a shred of regret for his choice. How wonderful and how quiet. His hazy gaze drifted into the distance. Now I can finally rest. The explosion was enormous. Rocks in the ground were kicked up and sprayed everywhere. Hermes lay on the floor, blood leaking from his body and pooling into a reeking red puddle. A silhouette was blasted out of the explosion. In the room, power surged as if unleashed, blasting outward and cracking the brick walls. Back in reality, he broke out in a cold sweat and looked up at the sky in confusion. Sitting in a corner on the dirt floor, he said, I can feel an energy source coming from another dimension. Is this the plan you mentioned? Is everything over now? Peter heard the question. Peter stayed silent, lost in thought. Looking at him, Peter answered, It seems so. I'm sorry, David Lang. Uriel looked up at Peter. What? Peter's eyes brimmed with tears, trembling. I was wrong. Peter stared straight at him as if facing the truth. With the courage to admit it, no, we're the ones who are finished. The fate of all life in all dimensions. At just that, Uriel's face flushed bright red and he frowned. Peter continued, it's all been sealed away again. The scene now was bleak and brutal. Boulders scattered everywhere, smoke and dust churning. Imet's mouth opened wide, blood streaming from both sides. He opened his eyes, his body battered and sore all over. Struggling, he asked, what kind of monster are you? How are you still alive? Imet tried to lift his head to look at the man standing tall. His shadow was like that of a walking corpse, blood pouring from his chest. The manager raised his gloved hand, observing the black aura radiating around. Actually, that move just barely worked. There wasn't enough magic here for me to fully stop that explosion. He clenched his fists. That's why I had to absorb magic from other dimensions. It was the only way. The manager's gaze was cold, dark with anger. Quite wide, probably 3 towers were destroyed because of it. But now, that has nothing to do with you. Imet frowned, struggling to lift his head. How could this be, all in such a short time? The manager propped himself on his elbows and sat beside Imet, who was sprawled on the ground. How could you? The manager cut him off. Forget it. I had a question for you, that's why I spared you for now. The manager's face darkened. Imet, why aren't you cooperating with Hyungu? You need someone to draw my attention until the preparations are complete. Hyungu is the most suitable for that role. He's not only the strongest fighter, but also possesses my power. He's probably the only one who can withstand me for that long. The manager recalled how he had tried to crush him with his foot, but he blocked it with his hands. His eyes were deep. But knowing this, why aren't you cooperating with him? Instead of relying entirely on this plan, you had a higher chance of success by helping Hyungu find her. Imet remained silent, trembling. Could you have another plan? As soon as the manager finished speaking, Imet stayed still, shivering, not responding. Could you have another plan? The manager had just finished speaking when Imet shouted in anger, do you have to ask that? His eyes widened at him. Killing you is my duty and the reason I live. He recalled the pain of holding his family's corpses alone. I was the only survivor when you massacred everyone at Olympus that year. Remembering the time he had to bow to the enemy, confirming that I clung to life just to seek revenge. His rage peaked. He couldn't remain calm, veins in his eyes reddening with anger. I must tear you into 1,000 pieces. He lay on the rubble after the battle. Now do you understand? That bastard, he sobbed, not only from pain. The manager looked at him silently, rising to his feet. I see now. Then he turned away. He waved as if to say goodbye. I let you live thinking you were smart, but it seems you are just a fool. The manager waved 2 fingers. I've lost all interest in you. disappear. Immediately, a wave of power engulfed Haimet's body. He gritted his teeth, enduring the pain. His clothes were torn, mostly battered with injuries. He lay dazed. A fool, he paused briefly then. Smiled, you thinking of me that way makes me happy. Blood spurted. Haimet felt satisfied at ease. My job here is done. The rest is up to that person. The silhouette of a young man sat in the dark galaxy. Through mind communication, he heard someone call his name. Hyungu looked up in shock, suddenly alert. I'm here, what's happening? He was stunned for a moment. A week before the meeting between Hyungu and the manager, Haimet arranged to meet Tham Vuong and discuss. Let's review this plan once more. We need the manager to think we're using Hyungu to eliminate him, while our true goal is to buy some time for Hyungu. Haimet pulled out an information board and continued. That's why. We integrated a dual function into the matrix we gave Peter. The first function will absorb her achievements and transport Hyungu to the manager's building. He will confront the manager, fight a few moves, then die immediately. The moment his heart stops and his soul leaves his body, the second function will activate. It will amplify the achievements it absorbed, merge them into Hyungu's soul and guide him straight to her. Haimet's voice was determined. We must ensure the manager doesn't notice. Extract her achievements by drawing his attention to the storage room full of powerful, invincible artifacts. What happens next I probably don't need to spell out. You know much better than I do. Tham Vuong nodded in agreement. Thank you for your concern. Haimet continued discussing the plan. Our goal is to deceive the manager into thinking we've completely failed. Only then can we make him let his guard down until Hyungu returns. That's why we can't let anyone know our true purpose, nor the details of this plan, not just Hyungu and her, but also Peter, whom we persuaded. The only exceptions are us, because we will surely die after executing this plan. The Void King's soulless eyes stared straight ahead, his voice flat. I don't care what happens to me, but are you sure you're ready? You'll have to risk everything for revenge, a scene you will never witness. Matt sat silently with his eyes closed. Then a satisfied smile spread across his face. Haimet said, honestly, I thought I'd feel sadder thinking about it. But in reality, my emotions aren't that bad. I don't know when, but I've started feeling this way again. Then back at the ruins, with fresh blood, the tired eyes of the 2-meter figure slowly looked up at the vast sky. Before dying, only one thought crossed his mind. I'm too exhausted to keep living like this. The manager saw Haimet's blood-soaked form on the ground and clicked his tongue, turning away with a sigh. He was supposed to handle the matter himself, not create an even bigger chaotic mess. It's ridiculous that the manager created a magic matrix. He thought to himself comfortably, but it's fine, he failed. Kim Hyungu is dead and she has no hidden cards left. I can always gather more achievements and rebuild the management building. The manager looked at the rubble and quickly transformed it back into a grand management office building. He told himself, this time I'll do it properly, relying only on myself. Suddenly, his eyes changed. Filled with sharp intent, he gritted his teeth. But before that, I need to eliminate all the remaining pests first. Back at the place where Peter and Diblin were hiding, Peter's desperate voice rang out. It's all over. Even such a massive explosion had no effect on him. That means, from the start, we couldn't defeat him. Seeing Peter panic, Diblin tried to calm him. Stay calm, Peter. Losing Hyungu now feels like the world is collapsing. But if we come up with another way, suddenly the planner froze, then spoke a warning. Run, Peter. Peter closed his eyes, shaking his head in despair. It's useless. Even if I run now, I'll never escape him. I might as well accept my fate. Diblin said sternly, I'm not talking about him, look behind you. Behind Peter stood the night demon with a massive, ominous aura, staring intently at his back. Only now did Peter realize in shock. He turned, stammering, why are you here? The night demon remained silent, looking around at the sword, then at Diblin's wound. I don't need to ask, I understand everything. It's all because of you. Saying this, the night demon leapt, kicking Peter squarely in the face, sending him flying meters away. Peter crashed through the wall, then into the rear wall, spitting blood. He collapsed, groaning in pain. I understand. I heard that in Tower 51 there are people extremely talented, even stronger than the Tower Master. You're one of them, right? At this moment, the night demon was blinded by rage, unable to hear anything. While Peter was still in the air, the night demon immediately grabbed his throat. She slammed his head against the wall, shattering stones and debris. The night demon screamed, only I have the right to ask questions here. After breaking Peter's neck, she asked, what have you done with my husband? Back on the top floor of Tower 51, Noah's stunned voice rang out. What the hell happened? You made me open the teleport gate thinking Hyungu was in danger. Noah looked at the night demon carrying Peter on her back. Noah rubbed his aching head, complaining, then why did you only bring Peter back? The night demon quickly put Peter on the ground despite his cries of pain. She said bluntly, a fool named Peter tricked Hyun. According to him, Hyungu is dead. Noah and Avi were horrified, both shouting, what are you saying? The night demon's cold voice rang out. I dealt with Peter personally, I did it all myself. He received his punishment for daring to use my husband as a sacrificial pawn in the plan, and lying to me. Avi asked, lying. The night demon nodded. He's probably still alive, but Kim isn't safe with him. The end. After that, the night parade of 100 demons bowed his head and said firmly, I'll go find him. No matter where he is, no matter what it costs. I won't stop searching until I bring him back. At that moment, Kim Hyung-gu was in some kind of cosmic dimension. Surrounded by a star-filled void, Kim Hyung-gu panicked. The administrator had clearly killed him. So was this hell? There was no way he'd made it to heaven. He got up and looked around, wondering curiously. But why did this place feel strangely familiar? Suddenly, a wave of energy appeared, along with a girl wearing a faint smile. A gentle voice rang out, Don't worry, Hyung-gu, you're not dead yet. A mysterious purple light spread out, leaving Kim Hyung-gu stunned. That gentle voice spoke again. Well, it'd be more accurate to say you're not completely dead. Kim Hyung-gu turned around and said, bewildered, Wait, I recognize this feeling. Kim Hyung-gu stared at the platinum blonde girl in front of him and asked, You're that floating eye, aren't you? The platinum blonde girl looked at him and laughed. What do you mean, that look? You miss me that much? The floating eye gazed at Kim Hyung-gu smugly. It said, well, fair enough. I've helped you a lot this whole time, so I get it. But before it could finish, Kim Hyung-gu struck. He smacked it on the head, making her yell, Ow, ow. The eye clutched its throbbing head and shouted, What the hell is wrong with you hitting me like that? Kim Hyung-gu scratched his head and stammered, sorry, you've been mysteriously saving me this whole time, so I thought I was dreaming. Then Kim Hyung-gu grinned brightly, waved, and said, But my hand hurts, so you're not a hallucination. I'm really glad I finally get to meet you. The eye rubbed its aching head and sighed. I already knew. Still, there's seriously something wrong with your head. For real? Kim Hyung-gu asked seriously. Hey, tell me what's going on. I know you've been watching everything all along. The floating eye fell silent for a moment, then sighed and began, Fine, I'll do my best to explain so you understand. I don't know every detail, but I'll start here. It's been 2 weeks since the day you set up that formation against the administrator. Hearing that, Kim Hyung-gu froze and asked in shock, What? How the hell? The floating eye continued. For the past 2 weeks, he's been relentlessly searching for your tower. He intended to wipe it out completely, and I'm sorry to tell you this, but now there's nothing left of it. The news left Kim Hyung-gu both stunned and terrified. He panicked, his voice ringing with despair. No, that can't be true. What are you saying? Don't tell me my friends, the beings from other worlds I brought here, Mishio and Hanarin too. Are they all dead? Kim Hyung-gu lunged forward in agitation and grabbed the floating eye by the arm. It immediately tried to comfort him. Calm down, Hyung-gu. Kim Hyung-gu, his eyes bloodshot with rage, shouted. Enough, how am I supposed to calm down after hearing something like that? He glared at the eye and ordered, Take me back to my tower. Now, I won't believe it until I see it with my own eyes. The floating eye watched Kim Hyung-gu's agitation with an utterly cold expression as he kept jumping around. Hurry up! The floating eye raised a hand and slapped Kim Hyung-gu hard across the cheek, sending him flying. Kim Hyung-gu quickly braced himself against the ground and roared, furious, Why you? What the hell are you doing? But before he could finish, the floating eye rushed to his side, its voice commanding, Looks like I don't have a choice anymore. I'll have to knock some sense into you. With that, the floating eye immediately swung a kick straight at Hyung-gu's face. But luckily this time, Kim Hyung-gu dodged, because with that much force, his neck would have snapped. Kim Hyung-gu clenched his fist in fury and growled, You damn brat. You want to fight? Kim Hyung-gu charged in, trying to drive a straight punch right into that eye's face. But facing that strike, the floating eye kept its contemptuous attitude. Then boom, when the dust and smoke cleared, Kim Hyung-gu realized in shock. His punch had been stopped cold by a single tight grip from the floating eye. Kim Hyung-gu stared at the scale-like patterns running across the eye's hand and body and said, startled, Wait, that's the sun god's barrier. The floating eye looked down on Kim Hyung-gu with disdain and sneered, How disappointing. She wrenched Kim Hyung-gu's arm down and said, What do you think you can do when you're this weak? Suddenly, the eye's other hand swelled larger, crackling as lightning gathered. She asked, planning to die one more time. Kim Hyung-gu was stunned again, thinking, Is that the Azure Dragon achievement? He stared at the eye's fist, chilled to the bone. The different power inside it terrified him. He could clearly feel the force of countless different achievements. As he thought that, the eye swung her arm and smashed a punch into Kim Hyung-gu's face without holding back, warping his features. The surging powers kept exploding violently. When the blow was over, Kim Hyung-gu lay flattened on the ground, coughing blood, both arms clenched tight in pain as he cursed. Damn it, the eye stared at Kim Hyung-gu and spoke in a praising tone. That one really did catch me off guard. I used immensely great achievements to create this barrier. The eye glanced down at its severed arm and spoke calmly. And yet I never expected you'd tear it apart, then exploit that opening to land such a devastating blow. Put it this way, your battle instincts are far sharper than mine, but in your current condition, that's meaningless. Because the gap in our power is still overwhelmingly wide. Kim Hyung-gu saw that the eye's hand had already healed, and in frustration he slammed his fist into the ground. Then Kim Hyung-gu slowly sat up and said, Ever since you casually handed me countless great achievements, I've been suspicious. But now I finally understand why I can sense so many achievements radiating from you. It's because you yourself. Kim Hyung-gu looked at the eye standing there, proud and lofty, and declared firmly, "You're the embodiment of all achievements, aren't you? Just like the administrator is the embodiment of magic." Hearing that, the eye burst out laughing. "Looks like that guy can be useful sometimes. Now I don't have to waste time explaining it to you myself." Kim Hyung-gu wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and said, "I still have a lot I want to ask you, but it doesn't matter. I don't give a damn who you are or what you are." Kim Hyung-gu slowly stood up, power, presence, and killing intent surging like a tide. With determined eyes, he said, "The only thing I want to do right now is tear that bastard piece of trash apart for daring to lay a hand on my tower." Kim Hyung-gu frowned and looked over. The eye still stood perfectly motionless and said, "I'll only say this one more time. Take me back to your tower. Now, right this second, or I'll force you." As Kim Hyung-gu was about to leap forward, the eye raised a hand and summoned a monitoring screen. Instantly, an image of Kim Hyung-gu's tower, floor 51, appeared. Kim Hyung-gu cried out in shock, "That is my tower." Kim Hyung-gu stared at the eye in confusion and asked, "W, what the hell is this? Didn't you just say the administrator destroyed it?" The eye chuckled at his impatience and replied quickly, "Did you even let me finish? I said he never stopped searching for it. I didn't say he managed to wipe it out." The eye smiled brightly. "But I have to say, the residents of your tower are seriously impressive. They successfully teleported the entire tower, along with its system, and its ecosystem, into another dimension. Before the administrator arrived, I'd never seen a security system that advanced. Who designed it?" Caught off guard, Kim Hyung-gu yelped. Inside, he thought, this must be what that new security system Noah and Avi mentioned can do. The eye hovered, staring at the screen, and continued, "In short, they hid your tower inside an extremely complex dimensional network. So complex that even the administrator will have to struggle for a long time before he can find it. In other words, it's still safe." Hearing that, Kim Hyung-gu let out a sigh of relief. "You should have said that from the start." The eye floated upward and said, "Sorry for ruining the mood. But you still can't relax, we've got a whole pile of trouble ahead." Kim Hyung-gu jolted. The eye hovered anxiously and said, "At this point there's no one left. Who can defeat the administrator anymore?" Kim Hyung-gu asked in shock, "Even you? Even your invincible power isn't enough." The eye replied, "Do you remember what the sword spirit said? I lost to him before. Worse, ever since then, he's kept accumulating even more experience and power by sweeping through all kinds of different dimensions. And me, I've been trapped here for so long that all my senses have grown dull. In my current state, I'd lose even more miserably than last time. And you don't stand a chance against him either, because you're even weaker than I am." Kim Hyung-gu asked warily, "Then what are we supposed to do? Are we just going to stay here forever?" The eye stared straight at Kim Hyung-gu and said, "Of course not. I can only think of one way." The eye floated closer, pointing at Kim Hyung-gu, and laughed sharply. "Hyung-gu, you have to absorb me. You have to swallow everything I am. Not a single scrap can be left behind." Hearing that, Kim Hyung-gu froze, gaping as he blurted, "What?" His mind involuntarily flashed back to those three creatures who had once tried to pull perverted tricks on him. His whole body trembled. Clutching his chest in panic, he said, "No, I've had more than enough of that." Seeing Kim Hyung-gu's reaction, the eye sighed and hurried to reassure him. "Don't worry, it's not what you think. But you must have been through a lot, huh?" The eye floated up and said, "Come on, let's sit down and talk first. You've been unconscious for far too long." Then she raised a hand and conjured a table of pastries with premium tea. Smiling brightly, she said, "I have a lot I want to tell you." Meanwhile, in the new administrator building, the administrator's flat voice rang out, "I'm truly grateful to all of you for gathering here today. Though my request may have been rather sudden," the administrator said as he looked at Gabriel, Naiad, and all his confidants from both the Angel faction and the Spirit faction, lowering his voice. "Leaders of the Angel faction and the Spirit faction," Gabriel spoke up. "How surprising. The management has always been a mysterious force. And yet I never expected you to contact us personally today. Could this be related to that tower being destroyed 2 weeks ago?" The old manager shook his head and said, "That's a good guess, but no." The manager glared, frowning. "It's because the 51st tower still hasn't been destroyed." The news left both Gabriel and Nayet horrified. Nayet reacted faster, shouting, "What the hell are you talking about? It clearly vanished completely from this dimension." The manager replied, "Please don't misunderstand. It really is about to be destroyed. I'd bet that the living conditions inside that tower right now are no different from hell." Just as the old manager said, Kim Hyung-gu's 51st floor tower was currently surrounded and under a ferocious assault by monsters. Avi watched the chaos on the monitor and sighed. Unlike before, there was no sign the situation would stop. Avi said anxiously, "I can't believe every kind of disaster is breaking out all at once." Noah added, equally shaken, "I knew moving to another dimension would bring side effects, but I didn't think it would get this bad." Diblin spoke up then, "I'm not surprised at all. The tower system is far too sensitive. How could it possibly cope with such sudden changes? Diblin looked at the chaos outside and comforted them. You don't need to blame yourselves, you didn't do anything wrong. Diblin's gaze lowered, and he said sadly, this is all my fault. If I hadn't let myself be betrayed like an idiot then, you wouldn't be facing this terrifying reality, Avila said. Don't say that, you've already helped us so much. Now that we no longer have the management's support. If it weren't for the emergency magic you set up, our world would have collapsed a long time ago. Luckily, we still have strong forces to keep things under control. On the 9th floor is the Azure Dragon Guardian team, Wukong. And even Siegfried, who fled with us, is fighting tirelessly to protect the tower floors. As he said this, Avi turned around, looked at the enormous door in the middle of the room and said, that's why I'm sure we can all survive. As long as Yaksha and Hyungu's disciples can open that door and step out. 2 weeks earlier, before moving to another dimension, Night Parade of 100 Demons held Lucifer by the collar chain, and along with Mission and Hanarin, walked up to the enormous door. Night Parade of 100 Demons declared firmly, I guarantee Hyungu is still alive. Night Parade of 100 Demons pointed at the prayer bead chain around Lucifer's neck and said, if not, the beads bound to his soul would have shattered long ago. There are clear water stains on the beads, but they're still tightly linked, which means he's badly injured. But his soul is still intact, so we'll use this bead chain as a medium to carry out a ritual to search for his soul. Hanarin nodded. For this ritual to succeed, she needs a soul with an extremely strong will, Michai hurriedly added. That's why we'll let her use our power. Night Parade of 100 Demons, Avi, Noah, and Diblin all accepted their roles and instructed them, because it requires maximum concentration. To perform the ritual, we won't be able to move for a while. We're very sorry, but the rest is up to you. Night Parade of 100 Demons touched the door, and it immediately swung open. Night Parade of 100 Demons promised with absolute confidence, I swear to you, I will definitely find Hyungu. Back in the present, Diblin stared at the door gloomily. It's been 2 weeks since she said those words and went through that door. Can she really find someone after an explosion that massive? Noah answered firmly. We have to believe in her. Then Noah turned toward the enormous door, clenched his fist, and said, finding Hyungu right now is our only hope. Back at the management building, the old manager glared and said sternly, to sum it up, I need only one thing. Find that tower's coordinates and destroy it before it causes more trouble. I hope you'll handle this for me. You can do that, can't you? Gabriel and Nayat flinched. The manager smiled slyly. I'm already busy enough creating a new management team. Thank you very much for your help. Hearing that, Nayat immediately stood up. Slamming the table and chair, I've had enough. Nayat glared at the old manager and kept cursing. You seriously expect us to do that? Have you forgotten how much we accomplished, all just to destroy that damn tower? What's more, you know that tower is still out there, and you're telling us to deal with it? How dare you? Before Nayad could even finish cursing, the old manager flicked his hand and snapped his fingers lightly. In an instant, Yipsit and Sinfit behind Nightad were beaten to a pulp. Both screamed in agony and collapsed into a pool of blood, leaving Nightad frozen in shocked terror. Nightad whipped his head around, stammering in disbelief. What just happened? Gabriel's faction was terrified as well. The old manager's hand was smeared with fresh blood dripping onto the floor. He slowly stepped toward Naiad, his voice ice cold. I should have mentioned this from the start. You were waiting for it, weren't you? Once this place is repaired, I plan to replace every dimension that isn't under my control. Starting with the demon faction, those who dared to ignore this summons, and everyone else who's had the nerve to offend my eye. Naiad stared at the manager in fear as his pressure surged. The old manager hissed a threat. No one will escape, so before that, you'd better prove you're useful to me. Otherwise, I'll wipe all of you out as well. Those words terrified Naiad and the Angel faction to their core. Back at the tea and pastry table with the floating eye and Kim Hyungu looked at the eye and asked, so, right after I died, a secret spell activated, split my soul from my body and brought me here. Do you know who created that spell? While nibbling on a pastry, the floating eye replied, even I don't have the authority to tell you that. It's not like I can just look up everything I want in your dimension whenever I feel like it. She looked at Kim Hyungu and said, I've got a few theories of my own, but for now, let's put that aside. It's not that important yet. Kim Hyungu folded his arms and thought for a moment, then asked, then let's continue what we were talking about earlier. What exactly do you mean? Why would I have to absorb you to beat the administrator? The floating eye laughed and replied, don't overthink it. Just take it exactly as it sounds. Do you still remember what I told you after our fight just now? No matter how sharp your battle instincts are, in the face of overwhelming power, they amount to nothing. In other words, if you possess power that can suppress the administrator's magic, you'll have a very high chance of defeating him. Kim Hyungu trembled as he stared at the energy flooding the space, forming an endless abyss behind the floating eye. The eye smiled meaningfully and continued, so what if you had something that could create this world, like my achievement, for example? Meanwhile, in another dimension, the mind demon designer's smile appeared again. He laughed maniacally and said, the final door has finally opened. I can't wait any longer. I'm dying to see how much my prey has grown. Kim Hyung-gu stared at that immense power and asked in shock, your achievement? You're saying I can really take it? The floating eye immediately chuckled in response. Why so surprised? I've done something similar before. Back then you only had to pull out fear, but this time, you'll have to face everything. All 1,275,867 achievements that I've carefully selected over the years. You'll have to absorb every single one. The moment Kim Hyung-gu heard the number 1,275,867, his face went blank. Then what the hell, what is this? In utter chaos he blurted, what? After that, Kim Hyung-gu's whole body started shaking. He said in fear, how many achievements did you just say? Seeing Kim Hyung-gu react like that, the floating eye burst into roaring laughter, then shrugged and said, it's not that bad, is it? I already removed the minor and neutral ones. It'll be a piece of cake. The more he listened, the more outrageous it sounded. Kim Hyung-gu instantly flared with rage, slammed the table and shouted, a piece of cake? How the hell is that easy? You think I'm a newborn? Just mastering control of a single achievement nearly killed me. How am I supposed to control over 1 million achievements? The floating eye replied calmly, that was before, now it's different. You've obtained my eye and with it, the ability to claim achievements simply by looking at them, just like she said. Kim Hyung-gu suddenly felt his right eye blaze with vitality, startling him. Then the floating eye pointed at the achievement vortex behind it and said, just go over there and you'll find the core essence of all achievements compressed into over 1 million moments. I know it sounds like a lot, but it won't take that long. Just remember they're a collection of different moments. But whether you can keep your true self intact through countless experiences of those moments depends entirely on you. Kim Hyung-gu fell into thoughtful silence. The floating eye hurriedly added, oh, and you don't need to worry too much. My achievement itself holds power. You don't need magic to use it. You know the administrator can use his magic to do all kinds of things, right? Mine works similarly. Kim Hyung-gu jolted and asked, you mean his ability to suppress magic won't work on it? The floating eye nodded at once with a grin. Exactly, so what are you going to do now? Kim Hyung-gu sighed heavily, clutching his head. I can already tell this part is going to be insanely hard, but I don't have any other choice. Kim Hyung-gu's divine eye flashed and his gaze hardened with resolve. Fine, I'll do what I always do, I'll fight. I'll charge in with everything I've got, even if I fail. Kim Hyung-gu and the floating eye stood together before the achievement vortex. Suddenly, the eye turned to Kim Hyung-gu and warned him. Alright, one more thing. Once you step through this teleport gate, you'll have to face him first before you can officially begin. Kim Hyung-gu asked curiously, him? The floating eye nodded and said, yeah, his achievement is pretty special, so it took me a lot of effort to condense it. Normally, I'd set it aside, but I'm sure that in the long run, it'll help you a lot. So do your best to settle things with him. That guy is tied to you in more ways than you think. Kim Hyung-gu found it hard to understand. Weird, do I really know someone like that? Suddenly, Kim Hyung-gu's eyes turned cold. I think I know who you're talking about now. After that, Kim Hyung-gu slowly stepped into the teleport gate. This wasn't going to be pleasant, but he had no choice. Kim Hyung-gu found it hard to understand. Weird, do I really know someone like that? Suddenly, Kim Hyung-gu's eyes turned cold. I think I know who you're talking about now. After that, Kim Hyung-gu slowly stepped into the teleport gate. This wasn't going to be pleasant, but he had no choice. Kim Hyung-gu waved to the floating eye and said, see you later. The moment he stepped out of the teleport door, Kim Hyung-gu looked around the room ahead and sensed the aura in the air. He exclaimed, this place feels ridiculously familiar. I can pretty much guess who she's been thinking about. Kim Hyung-gu stared at the hazy silhouette behind the black smoke and called out, architect, or should I call you the heart demon? The heart demon stood there waiting, the corner of his mouth lifting with interest. Long time no see, you been well. Kim Hyung-gu looked at the heart demon and asked, don't tell me you've come back. The heart demon shook his head and shrugged. Of course not. This physical form of mine is only temporarily pieced together from power, achievements, and memories. Then the heart demon clicked his tongue, meaning I'll vanish the moment you leave this place, but it doesn't look like that's what matters. He wore a grotesque smile, eyeing Hyung-gu provocatively. At least I get one last chance to see my precious friend. Kim Hyung-gu bristled at the flippant tone. He frowned. What a load of crap, you're still just as irritating as ever. Shut up and get ready. Kim Hyung-gu clenched his fist, starting to pour power into his punch. He said decisively, let's finish this. The heart demon didn't move, still folding his arms as he asked with a grin, finish what? Kim Hyung-gu replied, you're asking like you really don't know. You know exactly why I'm here, for your achievements. And I've only got two options. Either I beat you half to death and force you to acknowledge me, just like I did to Azure Dragon, or I teach you a lesson until my eye finishes analyzing your achievements. The heart demon's eyes lit up, battle lust flaring. He laughed. Ha, is that so? Sounds pretty fun. Kim Hyung-gu and the heart demon understood each other without words. They both lunged at once, throwing everything they had into their blows. Outside, the floating eye was watching the situation unfold. She clicked her tongue and muttered, "I knew it, you'd throw hands first and think later, same old you." The floating eye let out a sigh. "But this time it won't be that easy. Before he became the tower master you defeated. He was the one who appeared before transcendent individuals on the verge of obtaining achievements, and made them endure countless. The harshest trial, he was the true embodiment of evil, a being who specialized in destroying innumerable achievements." The eye looked at her own hand and thought, "You could say he left an immense mark on history. And part of why I couldn't seal his power was because he once interfered with the development of achievements for an unimaginably long time. Luckily, thanks to the innate nature of his power, he also carries a fatal weakness. Hyungu once exploited that weakness and overwhelmed him." But the floating eye grew more serious and muttered, "You've noticed it by now, haven't you, Hyungu? Things are different now." Hyungu and the heart demon slammed into each other, their punches detonating in a huge explosion. After that, like moths to a flame, they charged again and again, throwing punches and kicks in a relentless frenzy. The heart demon's punch sent Kim Hyungu reeling. Hyungu thought in disbelief, "What the hell is going on? He's clearly much weaker than before." Which makes sense, back then he had equipped himself with every achievement in the tower. But now he can only use the power of the achievements that are truly his. Kim Hyungu was confused but stayed resolute, swinging his arm out. Then why, the heart demon hesitated too, then swung as well. They crashed together again and the two surges of power exploded. In the brief pause, Kim Hyungu realized in shock that his fist had been stopped cold by the heart demon. He froze. He can still be this strong. I thought his achievements were. The heart demon suddenly curled his lips into a sly smile and reached out. His hand rapidly morphed into tentacles, wrapping tightly around Kim Hyungu's hand. He laughed, "Looks like your mind's running wild, thinking about all sorts of things. Hyungu, that's understandable." Kim Hyungu's whole body was lifted into the air by the tentacled arm. Then the heart demon twisted and slammed Hyungu straight into the ground, the impact so painful he coughed up blood. The heart demon smiled in satisfaction, withdrew his hand, and said calmly, "Normally, I wouldn't be stronger than you if you could get past the fear in your heart." Kim Hyungu forced himself up, staggering as he said, "Bastard, what did you do?" The heart demon cackled, "Heh heh, don't get it twisted, I'm the same as I always was, the one who changed is you." Kim Hyungu shouted in shock. "What you mean?" The heart demon grabbed Kim Hyungu by the head, leaned in with a grin and enunciated clearly, "You're drenched in that stench. Hyungu, just like the first time we met. You're giving off a stench so strong I can't possibly mistake it. It's the smell of fear." The inner demon grabbed Kim Hyungu by the hair, yanked his head up, stared him in the face and let out a smug little laugh. Kim Hyungu ground his teeth and hissed, "You said fear." Suddenly, his inner energy erupted, blasting the inner demon backward. He shouted, "Bastard, don't test me." The inner demon jeered, "You really haven't changed, have you? Still as hot-headed and impatient as ever." Kim Hyungu lunged to attack. But the inner demon was lightning fast, slipping aside while continuing to mock him. "But are you really fine? You sound confident, sure. Yet the way you look says the exact opposite." Furious, Kim Hyungu threw a punch and charged. He yelled, "I told you to shut your mouth." To his surprise, the inner demon easily stopped the thunderous blow. Its arms suddenly warped, turning grotesque like a mass of writhing vines. The inner demon kept talking. "I know everything that's happened, Kim Hyungu. Ever since we last clashed, you ran into a real nasty opponent, didn't you? And you suffered a pretty humiliating defeat. Couldn't even fight properly. So that incomprehensible thing you faced is what's made you this terrified." Kim Hyungu was shocked. How could this monster know it should have been dead ages ago? Then, remembering the manager's face, he froze without realizing it. "Was I really afraid?" The inner demon kept prattling on. "But I don't think it's that simple. This scent is far more complicated. I can't ignore it. At first, I only meant to see you again for a moment, but I've changed my mind. I'm going to drag it out of your heart." The inner demon's arm suddenly turned into a thick vine with countless smaller branches. It sneered, "Even if it's something you've been hiding from me all this time." With that, it shot its arm forward to attack. Countless thin branches became razor-sharp weapons, forcing Kim Hyungu into a desperate scramble just to dodge. He shouted, "I thought you de-learned your place by now. What the hell are you even talking about?" The inner demon slipped behind Kim Hyungu and lashed out, wrapping him tight with a branch. Kim Hyungu stared in disbelief. "What terrifying speed!" The inner demon raised its voice. "You heard what I said. I'm going to find what's producing that delicious aroma, one that's had me drooling this whole time." With that, it swung its arm again and again, slamming Kim Hyungu into the ground until he was completely overwhelmed. Kim Hyungu clenched his teeth. "Damn it, I have to get out. But I can't even gather my strength." Watching his expression, the inner demon guessed, "You must have thought you'd never feel fear again, didn't you?" It pulled its arm back, then fired off another fierce palm strike. Kim Hyungu jumped back to evade, but it was too late. He took the hit and rolled across the ground, pain exploding through him. The inner demon kept hammering at him mentally. The reason's obvious. Fear only works on weak, miserable, cowardly creatures. Maybe you believed you'd never have to feel that emotion again, not even once, because you'd become so perfect. Kim Hyung-gu struggled to stand. The inner demon drew its arm back, gathered its energy, and its eyes burned crimson with killing intent. Then it suddenly roared. But look at yourself right now, Kim Hyung-gu. Every day you grow weaker while I grow stronger. Then it unleashed a relentless barrage. Its arm was like a giant tentacle, crashing down again and again, forcing Kim Hyung-gu to brace himself just to endure, unable to fight back. The inner demon screamed, "What are you afraid of, huh? The manager's limitless power? Or are you afraid you'll die again after being resurrected? What pathetic trash! Who would have thought the one who defeated me would fall into despair over something as trivial as power? If that's the case, I almost feel sorry for my former opponent." Its arm abruptly stopped, then reshaped into a massive blade. The inner demon chuckled softly. "In that case, just die right here, Kim Hyung-gu." He looked at the huge blade, a flicker of hesitation crossing his face. The inner demon continued, "That way you won't have to fear anything anymore." With that, it brought the blade down in a brutal slash. Kim Hyung-gu gritted out, "Enough. Stop making up your own little drama. You mangy dog." He raised his hand and caught the strike. Boom, the inner demon sneered. Well, look at that. I just decided to let you rest in peace. And yet, how did you block it?" Kim Hyung-gu answered coolly. "Quit talking with that half-smile. There's no way I'm going to rest that easily. Not against a pig-headed, disgusting bastard like you." He then crushed down on the arm, bringing the blade, cracking it. "Sorry, but I have no intention of dying. I'll do whatever it takes to get stronger and come back." Kim Hyung-gu threw a powerful counterpunch. He said firmly, "There are still plenty of things in this world I want to protect." The dark spirit appeared calm and said, "Oh." He looked at Kim Hyung-gu, thinking to himself, "He's starting to regain his fighting spirit again. But my power hasn't weakened. That means he still hasn't overcome the fear like he did in our previous encounter." The dark spirit examined his palm carefully and confirmed, "I see. The fear you buried deep inside, that you couldn't protect those dear to you, is what made you stronger." The dark spirit looked at Kim Hyung-gu's entire body, his inner power surging, eyes glowing coldly, and said, "So you finally achieved my accomplishment, huh?" Kim Hyung-gu replied, "That's right. Now I have nothing more to say to you, so leave. You've lingered here long enough. You arrogant demon." Saying that, he charged at his opponent. The dark spirit showed no fear, standing calmly and saying, "Interesting, very interesting indeed. Who would have thought your fear would turn into your strength? Not too bad at all." He stood there taking a full-blown punch from Kim Hyung-gu, leaving even Kim Hyung-gu surprised. "What the hell is this? You deliberately let yourself get hit just now, didn't you?" Meanwhile, on another floor of the tower, Sun Wukong lay on the ground, groaning. "Oh God, I'm exhausted. When will this ever end?" Avi sat down beside him and asked, "Is it the same on the other floors of the tower?" He replied, "Yeah, probably not any better. We managed to control things before coming back here, but after a short rest we'll have to keep moving, Siegfried." The 50th Tower Master got up and shouted, "What did you say? This is our first rest after fighting for days and nights. And now we're expected to keep going. Don't you think you're pushing us too hard?" Sun Wukong raised his head and said, "Stop complaining, we have no choice. Only we can protect this entire floor." Siegfried pointed at the gate and shouted, "Then at least bring that Zoa or whoever along with us. Isn't she strong? Why is she just sitting in there messing around? Why, I've had enough." As he finished speaking, the door suddenly opened. Avi, Siegfried, and Sun Wukong were surprised. Zoa, Hanarin, and Mission stepped out. Zoa, smiling brightly, said, "Oh, all of you are here? Perfect, I need your help to revive Kim Hyung-gu." Meanwhile, Kim Hyung-gu looked at his destroyed right arm and gradually regained composure. He shouted, "What the hell? You deliberately let yourself get hit." The dark spirit looked at him and replied, "Yes, because from the start I never intended to prolong this fight. Playing with you is fun but tiring. You seem too drained to recover your spirit, so I just helped you a little." Kim Hyung-gu was stunned. "Huh, I don't understand. Why would you help me?" The dark spirit laughed. "Who knows? Consider it me feeling I owe you something. Think of this as my act of gratitude for helping me escape the extreme hunger I've endured for so long. But don't get any stupid ideas, Kim Hyung-gu. This doesn't mean I'm your ally now. I'm not on anyone's side. I just want to slowly savor the fear I sense in this world. And today I'm quite satisfied with your fear. Now that you've overcome it, I'm very curious which path you'll take. I'll be watching you from over there." Saying this, he vanished into the air, leaving Kim Hyung-gu standing in shock. He scratched his head. I can't make sense of this. What is he thinking? What was that just now?" Suddenly, the ground beneath shook violently. Kim Hyung-gu shouted, Why is the ground collapsing all of a sudden?" Kim Hyung-gu fell into the space below. He looked at the objects in front of him, astonished. What is this pile? Are these scenes? After careful observation, Kim Hyung-gu thought, wait, could these be the countless moments she mentioned? But what am I supposed to do with this pile? Maybe I should try touching one. Kim Hyungu touched the image of a swordsman, and suddenly a stream of golden light flashed. The heavenly eye radiated a mystical light, startling him. What the hell, what is this thing? Kim Hyungu was extremely shaken, his head pounding like a hammer. He screamed in pain, what the hell is happening? The space before him darkened, then a strange scene appeared. On a bright moonlit night, the swordsman had just gone through a brutal battle. Blood streamed along his sword, drop by drop falling to the ground. Bodies lay scattered at his feet. Across from him, a group of people brandishing weapons confronted him. The swordsman said softly, "You all are quite numerous, such pitiful and pathetic sacrifices." His opponents, however, were not intimidated and shouted loudly, "We have nothing to fear. Charge and capture him. He is just a cold-blooded murderer who has slaughtered thousands of warriors and turned the martial world into a sea of blood. Kill that demon." With that, everyone recklessly charged forward. The swordsman sighed, "Why can't you see what even the blind could recognize?" He drew his sword from its sheath, shouting, "This day next year will not be my funeral yet." The blade flashed violently, tearing through the air before him. The sword rang out repeatedly. Countless corpses piled up on the ground. The pursuing group was terrified, and the swordsman asked loudly, "Do you know why? It's because the ones about to die are you." As he spoke, he unleashed a full sword strike that struck down everyone. That moment suddenly vanished. Kim Hyungu, emotionally stirred, held his face and wondered, what just happened to me? He looked at the swordsman on the film, questioning, is this his memory? Kim Hyungu pondered for a moment and then answered himself, "No, it's not just that simple. This could very well be the greatest battle he ever fought, a perfectly recreated moment, condensing a lifetime of mastery into a single instant." He looked at his palm, thinking, in that brief instant I felt as if I had become him. The emotions were intensely real. Thanks to that, I now know how to use his accomplishments. Does that mean all these films work this way? Thinking this, Kim Hyungu smiled faintly. So, watching this entire segment gives me all of this knowledge. I will also learn a bunch of useful skills. Just watching one part of it made my head feel like it would explode. I wonder if I will even survive this experience. But what other choice do I have? I might as well keep going. Kim Hyungu eagerly continued watching the next segments. Meanwhile, under the world tree, water spirit King Nayat stood in deep thought. Ray sang, the forest spirits behind her gently spoke. "We have restored the bodies of the other elf kings, Your Majesty." Nayat replied softly, "Thank you." Ray, curious, asked, "But who can tell us what happened inside the management tower? Why is Your Majesty the only elf king to return alive? And how did you resurrect the world tree?" She frowned, recalling. At that time in the management tower, he sat on a chair and said to her, "Nayat, I have prepared a very special gift for you." Nayat knelt on the floor, listening respectfully. He said, "I intend to use my magic to resurrect your world tree that Kim Hyungu destroyed." Hearing this, Nayat was extremely surprised and asked, "Really? But why?" He calmly replied, "According to what I've heard, the angels might find the 51st tower, but they will not be able to break through its defenses. If the world tree survives, all defensive layers are neutralized. Thus, if the tree lives, your burden will be much lighter." Nayat was puzzled. That's true, but the manager smiled close by, having poured all effort into preparing the materials. "I've helped this much, and if you still fail, then you know what will happen, right?" With that, Nayat sighed softly. "Those matters are no longer important. We should focus on our faction's future. Everyone stay alert and be ready. As soon as we receive news from the angels, we will move to eliminate our old enemy." Before he could finish, suddenly a voice rang out in the air, "Your enemies. Are you referring to us?" Water Spirit King Nayat, hearing the voice, turned pale, looked back, and shouted, "Impossible, this energy clearly belongs to you are the ones from Tower 51. Diazoa, Hanarin, and Mission, along with Than Long and Sun Wukong, stepped out from the passage. Diazoa laughed loudly, "Long time no see, little water demon. Sorry for coming without prior notice, but otherwise it would lack sincerity. We have some business with that tree." Rayard's people were extremely shocked at the appearance of these terrifyingly powerful figures. Water Spirit King Nayat asked, "How did you find us? No, more importantly, what do you mean by needing this tree?" Diazoa smiled calmly. "Due to an urgent matter in our family, we need some of that magic. Normally, we would handle this ourselves, but because our tower is barely functioning, we don't have much magic left. Take a guess." By chance, we discovered something while desperately searching for the greatest source of magic nearby. That is the location of the world tree. Hearing this, Nayat said in fear, "Don't tell me you intend to steal the magic of the world tree." Diazoa gave a sinister smile but said nothing. The Water Spirit King froze for a moment, then shouted, "Everyone, prepare to engage. Do everything you can to kill those shameless intruders. We must protect the world tree at all costs." Nayat's army obey immediately, form up for battle. Dizoa sneered, "I hope you all will show a bit of friendliness and warmth." After all, we are neighbors. But looking at you now, it seems there's no other choice. We have to side with the monk in saffron robes and the spirits in paper robes. Isn't that right, my little sisters? Hanarin shouted when she heard Dazoa speak. Who are your little sisters, huh? Mitch, I frowned and snapped. Just because you're helping us find someone doesn't mean you can claim to be his wife. You stop, don't forget, who would really be a wife? Saying this, she used the guardian spell of level 5, controlling space, Queen Yu Lin. Ultimate skill 10 steps to annihilation. It's me, it's truly me. Using the guardian spell, Queen Yu Lin, annihilation set. The battle formation is established, radiating terrifying pressure that makes the Rayard scream in fear. The pressure is so immense, why can't I move? Even Nyat, the water spirit king, is restrained, screaming in shock. Unbelievable, how can even others besides Kim Hyungu possess such terrifying power? At this moment, Sun Wukong stepped forward with his Rui staff. Azure Dragon channels energy lightly touches the Rui staff. Instantly, sparks of electricity burst out. Sun Wukong laughed, if it were you, I'd grind my teeth hard. Here we go, he shook the staff continuously, shouting, grow, Rui staff. In moments, the staff became a colossal pillar, shaking the ground violently. Most could not withstand it and fell. Even Fury, the volcanic elemental, felt overwhelmed. Ah, what the hell is that? Rayard screamed too, I want to leave but my body won't let me. The chaos was so extreme that Nyack couldn't believe her eyes. Impossible, how can this be? Azure Dragon and Sun Wukong coordinated an attack, striking Nyack, but she swiftly leapt into the air to avoid it. Her subordinates couldn't dodge in time and were crushed by the staff. Sun Wukong smiled, surprising you actually dodged that. Truly befits a leader. Nyack seemed exhausted, panting heavily. Sun Wukong suddenly asked, but did you forget something? Our leader is much stronger than you. Nyack turned in shock. Just then, Dazoa rushed in, grabbing the Water Spirit King's neck, making her scream in terror. Wait, but in this world no one seems capable of making Dazoa stop. Nyack couldn't withstand that strike, collapsing to the ground. Dazoa slowly approached the world tree, muttering. What did Noah say? Just activate this orb near the tree, and it will handle the rest. Hand it over, simple enough, I like it. Seeing this, the Water Spirit King shouted, no, we just revived it, stop it. But Dazoa ignored her. She quickly activated the orb, emitting a gentle light, absorbing the world tree's magical energy. Shortly after, the process was complete. Dazoa said with satisfaction, now we have the magical energy needed to perform the ritual. Now there is only one thing left to do. At that moment in the space, the white-haired girl still. You are watching Kim Hyungu absorb the achievements. She pondered for a long moment and then spoke. He absorbs much better than I expected. The user must endure extreme pain to absorb even one of these achievements. Yet he absorbed many at once. He appears dignified, but could he have a penchant for being tortured? Suddenly she remembered, this method indeed speeds up absorption, but it creates another problem. As soon as his soul absorbs all the achievements, he will be completely reborn, yet I am unprepared. For a body capable of containing such immense power, who would have guessed he discarded his body? His body can temporarily withstand it, but the moment he leaves his territory, it will vanish, making it nearly useless. Had I known this would happen, I wouldn't have used so much power to create it. I should have saved some. Oh, what a headache. If only there were a suitable body somewhere for me to use. If only there were a body, at least durable and strong like some tower lord, that wouldn't disappear, right? That would be perfect. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Lucifer, the angelic leader, sat on the ground, trembling, drenched in cold sweat. In a trembling voice, can I ask why you all are looking at me like this? Hey, are you even listening to me? Dazoa sat opposite Lucifer, smirking. Listen carefully, little angel. Then she lifted the angel's chin, bringing her face close. I know this is a bit abrupt, but I need your body. Lucifer was restrained by Dazoa, unable to escape, and could only ask helplessly. Why do you need my body? You think I'd let you just say. She pushed Dazoa's hand away, but as she raised her hand, her eyes radiated killing intent, and Lucifer immediately changed her mind, deciding to continue. I mean, of course, it's fine. At least you could tell me why you need my body. Dazoa snorted and replied. All right then, you do have the right to know. This is your body, after all. You must have seen it during the ritual. Only my husband's soul survived, and right now it's in prison, in a place extremely far away. Luckily, I already have a useful holy relic, so tracking his soul was easy. But the problem we have to solve now is finding a body that can hold his soul. Most vessels aren't strong enough to contain his soul, Kim Hyungu. Lucifer, pale as ash, stammered. So you're planning to put Kim Hyunwoo's soul into my body, Yaksha added. I'm not thrilled about this decision either. Since you've turned into a woman, you no longer have your important parts. But aside from that, everything else is fine, so we'll just have to live with it. Hearing that, Lucifer's mind churned in chaos. What did she mean by that? Yaksha placed a hand on Lucifer's head and concluded. That should be enough for you to understand. Now I'm taking your body. Yaksha's hand surged with immense energy. Lucifer screamed with all her strength. Wait, you don't care whose body you use, as long as it can hold Kim Hyunwoo's soul. Right? Give me one chance, I'll bring you a vessel that's perfect. Seeing Yaksha stop immediately, Lucifer raised her voice even more. That body is way better than mine. It's the most perfect vessel there is. A few hours later in the upper realm, Gabriel, the Archangel Commander, sensed a terrifying power suddenly. Peering, he blurted out, "What the hell? This flow of magic and this power, don't tell me it's really that dick." "Lucifer, Lucifer." Lucifer, tense-faced, replied softly, "Long time no see." An angel hurried over and cried out, "Oh my goodness, we rushed here thinking an intruder had broken in. Who would have thought we'd see you like this? You escaped Tower 51 alone." "But your body," Lucifer cut him off. "Don't make me remember that. Every time I think about it, I get furious." With that, Lucifer strode off quickly and asked in a rush, "Forget that, how's the vessel? It's still safe, right? Where did you store it?" The angel, a little confused, asked back. "Why yes, you mean," Lucifer snapped. "What other vessel would I be looking for, huh? That holy body, tell me where it is now." The angel quickly led Lucifer to where the holy body was kept. Lucifer asked sternly, "Is everything ready?" The angel replied, "We removed all barriers as you requested. We can proceed with implanting the achievements and the soul at any time." Then he turned to Gabriel. "I can't believe this day finally came. We've been waiting for this moment for so long. All dimensions will kneel before us soon." Gabriel smiled. "After suffering endless humiliation lately, I'm actually getting emotional. We'll hunt down and destroy Tower 51 the moment he gains control of that body." The angel said excitedly, "Exactly. With Kim Hyung-gu not here, we have to make them pay a steep price. What do you think, Lucifer?" Lucifer answered offhandedly, "Yeah, you're right. I need two of you to stay here and hold the line until I give the signal. I still have a few preparations to take care of." The angel replied cheerfully, "Yes, take your time." Lucifer walked away with heavy steps, thinking to herself, "Revenge, if I'm doomed either way, I'd rather take this body for myself. It has limitless potential. If I get that kind of power, maybe I could even survive the effect of that damn rosary. This was probably a dangerous gamble. But if I succeed, I can take revenge on all of them." Lucifer gave a bitter smile. "At least, that's what I used to think." But an hour earlier, back in Tower 51, Yaksha had warned her first. "Hey, don't tell me you're thinking of betraying us." Lucifer widened her eyes. "What? How could I do that? Don't think such nonsense." Yaksha toyed with the bead necklace around Lucifer's neck. Still smiling, and growled, "Why are you getting so worked up? I was just asking. But I'll remind you of one thing, try it if you dare." "If you want to die, go ahead." Lucifer asked. "What do you mean?" Yaksha explained calmly. "Do you still remember how I poured my own power into this necklace to use it? It's holding both my power and Kim Hyung-gu's. That means it will obey my command and respond to it. Even if my command isn't as strong as its original owner, S. It still carries a certain authority. For example, I could order it to crush your heart the instant it detects any change in your soul, for instance." Lucifer's eyes went blank white. Cold sweat poured down as she stared at the bead necklace. Yaksha continued, "But when I heard you say you had no intention of betraying us, then I am very pleased. Remember this well in case you decide to change your mind. No matter where you go, you are still in the palm of my hand." Just thinking about Dazoa's expression sends chills down Lucifer's spine. Ada does not seem to be joking. Lucifer signals, "All right, let's begin." The angel asks back, "Sir, are you ready? Let's start." Lucifer places one hand on the holy artifact. The other hand holds the compass. Jibril and the angel, seeing the compass, are astonished and let out a loud cheer. They then ask, "Lucifer, isn't that the compass that Kim Hyung-gu once used? How do you have that?" Lucifer responds helplessly, "Exactly why you should have come to save me earlier. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been forced to do this. Now I have no other choice. I want to live." Jibril and the angel suddenly realize Lucifer's intention and shout, not to betray him, then rush toward the holy artifact. Meanwhile, in the management office of the 51st Tower, the manager is speaking with Nyat, the water spirit king, via a connected screen. He asks her, "Do you mean that you haven't even used the world tree I just revived, and it's already been drained again? Not only that, you still haven't captured the remnants of the 51st Tower, even though they led themselves straight into your trap." The water spirit king stammered, Yes, that's right." Seeing the world tree reduced to nothing but a withered, brittle trunk, the administrator snapped, "And now you still dare to tell me to revive it again after everything that happened? I misjudged you, Nyap. I never thought you'd be this shameless." The water spirit king begged, "But we still need the world tree's power to get revenge on them. Isn't that what you want too? Just this once, please have mercy." "We will," the administrator sneered. "Fine, I understand. Now I understand." The water spirit king lit up, his face bright with hope. "Really?" But in the next instant, the administrator had appeared behind Nyap. His eyes were icy enough to chill the blood, and he hissed, "You're all nothing but useless trash." Before she could even grasp what was happening, his hand swung down at Nyap. A deafening boom erupted, and dust billowed in a violent cloud. Nyap was in agony, coughing up fresh blood again and again. The administrator stared up at the withered world tree, fists clenched tight. The water spirit king collapsed on the ground and demanded, "Why would you do this to me? I know we messed up, but you didn't have to take it this far. Please, I'm begging you, just give me one more chance. The administrator sneered. And you still dare to raise your voice at me. That's some backbone, I'll give you that. If you could, you'd smash my face in right here, wouldn't you? Nyap tried to explain, that's not what I. He crouched down and said softly, don't be afraid, I'm praising you. All right then, as a reward for that courage, I'll share a little secret with you. Nyap blinked. Huh, a little secret, what secret? The administrator met her eyes. From the very beginning, I never intended to spare a single one of you. I had no intention of leaving behind any loose ends. The Water Spirit King gasped in horror. What? The administrator continued in the same calm tone. I planned to use you to clean up this mess while I searched for another dimension to rule. Turns out that approach didn't work at all. Now I don't have any other choice. The administrator rose. Nyap trembled, her voice shaking. You, what the hell are you saying, trash like you? But before she could finish, the administrator struck without mercy with a killing blow. Blood sprayed everywhere and splattered onto the ground. The administrator looked at his blood-smeared palm and calculated in silence. Elves and angels have 15 towers in total, and the demon side seems to have around 16. This will take a bit of time. He tossed the blood-soaked glove behind him and turned away. Meanwhile, within the dimension, Kim Hyun-gu remained seated in deep focus, absorbing cultivation arts as his inner power grew stronger and stronger. He thought he had come to a startling realization. From the start of this training, he'd noticed that there were countless kinds of achievements in this world. One of them belonged to a red ant that lived in an underground tunnel within a distant dimension. It was the leader of a nearby ant colony. With its innate strength and leadership, it helped its colony withstand attacks from enemies all around. That was how it became the queen of the colony. But another trial still awaited it. One day, while leading the worker ants out to gather food as usual, it encountered a hungry young mantis. No matter whether it tried to flee or stood its ground to resist, the colony would still be forced to face certain death. That truth left the other ants frozen in terror, unable to move. That was when the ant queen charged straight at the mantis without hesitation. It had no intention of killing the mantis at all, only of protecting the others in sheer desperation. Everyone could see it had no chance, and yet the ant queen succeeded in protecting her people. She still might not have realized it. But that was the moment she gained her ant queen achievement. When he learned this, he was utterly stunned. Up to now, he had always believed achievements were something only mighty beings from myths and legends could obtain. Yet the life of a tiny ant could be considered an achievement like that. And it wasn't just that ant somewhere far away. A blacksmith also earned an achievement of his own by ceaselessly digging through a mountain with nothing but a hammer and a nail, carving out a transit passage. Likewise, the director of a childcare center was also recognized when, from youth until the moment of death, that person cared for countless orphan boys and girls. As he lived through all those different lives, his own consciousness drifted off into the void more times than he could count. Yet every time, he managed to return to himself. After enduring those endless processes, he finally began to understand one thing. Achievements have nothing to do with anyone's inborn talent. They are simply rewards for those who keep striving, refuse to give up, and reach the pinnacle of their own potential. It is a power hidden deep within every single will. At that moment, a violent burst of light suddenly flared up. A white-haired girl appeared, a satisfied look on her face. Helping you succeed counts as my success too. Congratulations, Kim Hyun-gu. How does it feel to have almost reached that immeasurable power? Kim Hyun-gu stood up, looking at his hands, and replied softly. Ah, it feels amazing. The white-haired girl scratched her face. Then I'm relieved, especially since I have some bad news for you. Kim Hyun-gu exclaimed, what, right now? Oh, come on, I'm happy I came back in one piece, and yet you. So what's the bad news? Meanwhile, in the higher realm, a devastated landscape showed the aftermath of a massive battle. Gabriel clutched his neck as blood flowed endlessly. On the other side, a manager was strangling an angel, asking, what are you saying? The angel groaned in pain. The manager kept wondering, why would the fools in Tower 51 steal the holy relic? Don't you know? Then why would they? After some thought, the manager concluded, I don't know. By now, it's too late. Why would they even bother with something like that? What exactly are they plotting? He frowned. HMPH, never mind, it doesn't matter. Let them do whatever they want. It's just a bit of futile struggling before death. The manager clenched his hand as the angel with white eyes screamed. Wait, but he broke his neck in an instant and tossed him aside. So the angels were finished, only the demons remain. Convenient, I also have something to discuss with him. The manager thought of Jesus Christ, the demon leader, and a new idea formed in his mind. At Tower 51, the Yaksha told everyone, we've mixed the purest magic from the world tree. Now it's the scale Noah and Eve upgraded, and we even have a replacement body for Hyun Woo. All preparations are complete. But passing through this dimension isn't easy. We don't know what could happen. Are you sure you want to come with me? Hanarin and Mission replied immediately, of course. Do you even need to ask? Mission affirmed. From the moment you saved me in the training tower, my life has belonged to you. Hanarin's face was resolute. I'll follow you to the depths of hell. And one more thing, I'm your primary wife, remember. Both girls shouted in unison. Yaksha chuckled flirtatiously. We'll discuss that when we return, okay? Now let's go. The compass activated, emitting a deeply sinister aura. The surrounding space began to shift, and in another dimension. Kim Hyung-gu sat at a table, exclaiming in surprise, "What? None of these bodies can contain my soul. What the hell does that mean?" The white-haired girl, seeing his agitation, reassured him. "Calm down, it's not that serious. I've already prepared a new body for you as soon as you enter." She pointed to a creature resembling a newborn, rolling in a corner. "You just need to wait a few more days. It's almost ready." Kim Hyung-gu looked at the tiny body, replying dejectedly, "So I have to sit here idle until you finish. It feels so empty I might die of boredom." The white-haired girl thought for a moment and then exclaimed, "Wait, I know, if you want something to do, try experiencing another achievement next." Kim Hyung-gu was curious. "What are you talking about? You still have achievements?" The girl nodded. "Yes. Since we don't have much time, I've skipped what I deemed useless. But now I realize you might need this. It's called the Achievement of the Immoral King." She produced a glowing purple orb. Kim Hyung-gu examined it closely and asked, "Immoral King? Who is that?" And he immediately found the answer. As the Immoral King, he saw countless delicious foods and many beautiful women pressing him down, kissing him endlessly. He was startled, noticing the thin silk robe and lipstick marks on his chest, screaming in despair. "What the hell is this?" The white-haired girl pointed and laughed. He was the first to achieve this because he made so many women happy. Kim Hyung-gu was shocked. "What the hell?" The girl continued, "From what I heard, he could serve 20 women a day." Hearing this, Kim Hyung-gu asked with a gray face, "Serve them? What do you mean?" She chuckled and replied, "Just experience it yourself." He shouted in outrage, "Wait, what are you thinking?" "Ah," the white-haired girl was amused. "Isn't this scene exciting? Meanwhile, I'll complete your body." Suddenly, a bright light flashed. The white-haired girl gasped, turning to ask, "You guys inside there?" Kim Hyung-gu struggled against the women pressing him down. "Stop, don't come any closer. I may look like this, but I'm already taken. If they see me like this, they'll surely kill me." As soon as he said it, he saw Yaksha along with Hanarin and Mission appear. Kim Hyung-gu couldn't believe it and asked, "What are you three doing here?" The three girls stared him down with killing intent in their eyes. The Yaksha hissed, "Looks like we just crashed somebody's fun. You look like you're enjoying yourself quite a bit, Kim Hyung-gu." Kim Hyung-gu was speechless, not knowing how to explain. Inside, he gave a bitter laugh. "Yeah, I'm screwed." The white-haired girl looked at what the three girls were carrying and couldn't stop exclaiming, "Wow, I really did not see this coming. They even brought an entire real body. That's impressive. How did they pull it off so well? Your wives are seriously something else," Kim Hyung-gu. Only then did she notice Kim Hyung-gu lying on the ground, beaten black and blue by the Yaksha and tied up. He wheezed, "Yeah, in a way that's true. But hey, now that we've got a body, you can revive me, right?" The white-haired girl beamed. Yep, soul transfer is a piece of cake. I can do it right now. And that body even has an ability that can alter its appearance to match. It'll fit the new owner's soul perfectly too. You'll get used to it soon enough." Kim Hyung-gu blinked. "Wow, that's pretty useful." The white-haired girl sat down and smiled at him. "Right, and while we're at it, congrats on your rebirth, Kim Hyung-gu." She began the soul transfer technique. A brilliant golden glow appeared. She looked at him with sincere eyes. "This time, remember to be a good boy, okay?" Kim Hyung-gu smiled back. Who knows, I'll think about it, but first I need to teach someone a lesson." The halo flared for an instant, then vanished. At that moment in Tower 51, Floor 9, the Jewel Lake District, devastation lay everywhere, and amphibious monsters roamed across a vast area. A purple-haired young man looked exhausted, fresh blood leaking from his mouth, as if he'd hit his limit. The people behind him shouted, "Hunter Si-hyun, you can't go on like this." Si-hyun knelt with his sword braced against the ground, trembling all over and cursed, "Damn it, is this how it ends?" A dragon-headed beast stared at him with blazing fury. He thought to himself that no help was coming. Every hunter who'd come with him was already dead. His master and the other teammates had all gone to hold the line in other districts. "Looks like this is as far as I can go." Across from him, the monster gathered power, preparing to strike. It opened its jaws wide. A fireball formed inside its mouth, swelling larger and larger. Knowing he couldn't withstand it, Si-hyun said, "I did everything I could to protect them, but I'm sorry." Kim Hyung-gu looked at the ruined scene before him. His flip-flops slapped as he stepped onto a concrete ledge, eyes scanning the battlefield below. He rolled his neck and clicked his tongue. "Well then, guess I'm starting now. To celebrate my rebirth, it's about time I pour myself a little birthday drink." He stood atop a high-rise as monsters swooped down and circled overhead. Hyun-woo muttered curtly, "All right." His familiar rubber sandals stomped hard on the concrete, cracking the slab and shattering it. "Let's go." The moment he finished speaking, he dipped his body and launched straight into the air. Seeing that, the monsters shrieked in unison with piercing cry. But Hyun-woo wasn't about to let them run wild. Each beat of his freefall was a beat of fists and kicks raining down, sending them reeling as their bodies were battered aside. Still, the one he was truly aiming for wasn't those small fry. It was the colossal dragon in the distance. Without hesitation, Hyun-woo used the beast's bodies as foothold, chaining steps in a zigzag path. At that very moment, the massive dragon roared. The swirling energy in its throat reached its peak, about to burst out and flatten the sky itself. At the same time, Hyeon-woo arrived without the slightest pause. His figure blazed in midair, his fist tearing through the wind high above. Without a shred of hesitation, he poured all his strength into one decisive blow. In the blink of an eye, the colossal dragon's body was ripped clean in two, its roar snuffed out in midair. It was an overwhelming arrival. Si-hyun looked up at the terrifying sight as it settled, and a calm voice echoed in his ears. "You did well. Now go rest for a bit, all right?" The thick black clouds from earlier dispersed, revealing a blazing sky shining down on Hyeon-woo. From here on out, to Si-hyun, the person standing before him was like a god who had yanked him back from the Reaper's side. He lifted his chin with unshakable confidence. "Leave it to me." In that instant, Si-hyun trembled and choked out resentful words between sobs. "Where the hell have you been?" Before Hyeon-woo could answer, Si-hyun burst into tears, wailing, "Why did you only show up now?" He wrapped his arms around Hyeon-woo in a desperate grip, unable to hide the hurt he'd been bottling up. "I thought I was going to die for real this time." Hyeon-woo flinched in surprise at the pitiful sight. "Oh, look at you." Faced with that tear and snot-smeared face, he burst into loud laughter. "Ahaha, are you crying?" Si-hyun awkwardly shot back, "I am not crying." But when he saw Hyeon-woo's teasing gaze still wouldn't go away, he hurriedly mumbled an excuse. It's just something got in my eye." Suddenly, Si-hyun remembered something and blurted out in alarm. Wait, now's not the time for this. This entire floor has already been taken over by those monsters." He turned so pale he went ghostly white as he hurriedly continued, "If we don't send aid soon." Before she could finish, Hyeon-woo interrupted. "Oh, don't worry, you don't need to concern yourself." Then he reassured them, "While we've been talking, the situation has already been handled smoothly." Those words made Si-hyun pause briefly in confusion. "Huh?" Then he asked, puzzled and doubtful, "What do you mean?" "Who handled it?" Meanwhile, elsewhere, Seo-kun and Seo-eung were overjoyed to have survived despair, hearing Hyeon-woo's resonant voice. "Who else is involved? The real reason everything went smoothly is because you cleared out the monsters yourself." "Naturally, that would be me." He clearly stated his plan. "The first thing I did upon returning was to scatter my clones everywhere. By now they've probably cleared nearly all the monsters." Hearing this, Si-hyun could finally slump back and breathe a sigh of relief. Thank heavens, but before he could enjoy the moment of peace, Hyeon-woo broke the silence. "You still can't relax yet. We still need to deal with the main trouble." Meanwhile, the other copies simultaneously relayed messages to restore the tower. "We need to return it to its original position and replenish all the magic as soon as possible. That means we have only one choice, which is..." Hyeon-woo paused briefly to inhale before emphasizing, "I have to go and defeat the administrator. But I can't maintain my cloning technique here while fighting him. I must focus all my power if I want to defeat him. That means, once again, protecting this tower depends entirely on everyone else. Do you think you can handle it?" Just then, a voice rang out unexpectedly. "You're still as arrogant as ever, huh? Seems someone has underestimated their master a bit too much." The heavenly demon drew his sword decisively. "Stop worrying about irrelevant matters. Just go, you hunchback." Similarly, on Ngo's side, with a voice full of energy, "Leave that tower." To us, Seo-young also smiled, deeply moved, her previous fears dissipating. "Actually, a moment ago I was about to give up, but now I'm fine." At this moment, Si-hyun pressed his lips, representing them, and raised the issue. "You know why?" he boldly declared. "Because we saw you come back." Those words shook Hyeon-woo briefly, his pupils tightening for a moment. After a brief silence, he laughed with emotion. "Hey, you've all grown up, so I'll entrust this task to you." Then sharpness and authority spread everywhere, focusing to resolve this matter once and for all. At the same time, in another voice, the red sky spread across the area, rays of warm light shining down on the ancient castle. A figure sat upright at a desk, silent amid beams of light streaming through the window. Jesus squinted calmly and slowly spoke. "So in the end, you've come all the way here." He kept his eyes on the other but noticed the presence. The administrator, hearing this, didn't flinch, only pursed his lips and questioned in the silence. "You dismantled the tower's entire security system. What's the difference from openly luring me here?" The ease of entry only deepened his suspicion. "I thought you'd set traps, but it seems not." Jesus shook his head in rebuttal. "I have no reason for such a thing, I just don't want to hide behind my own progress." Not wanting further quarrels, the administrator pursed his lips and pulled out a chair. "Fine, whatever, now that it's like this, I have something to ask you." He was surprised. "What is it?" Sitting down, he slowly framed the question. "How do you feel being known as Jesus Christ?" The challenging question left him momentarily vague. "What do you mean?" He continued slowly. "I've traveled through thousands of dimensions and met countless beings. Some possess the greatest powers in the universe, others rule vast lands, and even those called deities incarnate, and so on. Many of them could be considered omnipotent beings." Not a word of objection or argument was made. Jesus only listened carefully to every word emphasized by the administrator. "But none are as famous as you. Every movement matters," he wanted to point out, "so I want to ask you, The administrator's face lit with excitement. His eyes gleamed with curiosity and a desire to understand. How do you feel being a special individual with such a famous name? Can you tell me how that feels? Jesus' response caused his expression to shift with agitation. Sorry, but I have no answer for you. Unwilling to accept this, he immediately asked, seeking a reason, why not? He did not hesitate and explained immediately. A title is simply a word people use to identify who you are. But more important is the life you have lived. What meaning does my answer have for you when you only know how to take the lives of others? His gaze was firm, directed at the manager, bowing his head. Whatever I say now doesn't matter. Every word of Jesus rang sharp as a blade, cutting through the space and revealing an undeniable truth you will never understand. Once he finished speaking, the entire hall fell into absolute silence, so heavy that every breath felt suffocated. The manager clenched his fists, a murderous aura flashing through the space. Senzata was wrong. He was furious, eyes glaring with madness. In the end, all of you are just utterly useless. Then he stood up and ground his teeth as he spoke each word. This conversation ends here. He reached out toward Jesus, intending to use magical power. To destroy him from within, it's time for you to disappear. At that moment, he merely closed his eyes, feeling only sadness, no other reaction. Everyone's heart was restless. Father, please forgive me. I don't think I can stand by you when the devil's hand touches you. He only closed his eyes, whispering a prayer. I beg you, continue to care for the living beings still in this world. Suddenly, a crashing sound echoed, the wall shattered, and Hungu appeared, stopping the unfolding events. The manager and Jesus were immediately astonished, eyes wide as they saw him jump in. As he entered, he greeted enthusiastically, "Long time no see, neighbor friend." He pushed the man's face aside like a toy, smiling warmly at Jesus. "Been keeping well, my friend." The manager held by his enemy, pupils shrinking in terror. "Hungu, you're still alive." Before he could finish, a whirlwind shaped like a fist slammed down. A fierce punch sent the manager flying backward. His body shattered the wall and shot far into the void. As the dust hadn't settled, Hyun-woo coldly warned, "Shut up, you little brat. Didn't you see adults talking? How dare you interrupt?" Before he could respond further, he heard Hyun-woo shout directly. Yet lost, immediately after he took another hit, body hurled across the space along with a warning. He flew much farther than expected, but that wasn't really important. Amid the chaos, Jesus stammered, unable to believe what he was witnessing. "Hungu, how did you?" Yet he turned to tease, "Why do you look so shocked? Never seen someone come back from the dead." Remembering something, Hyun-woo covered a mischievous smile with his hand. "Wait, isn't this your field of expertise? Anyway, you've already experienced that yourself." Jesus was flustered, not knowing where to hide his embarrassment. I think my situation back then was a little different." Taking slow, steady steps, he walked forward, speaking leisurely. "In short, I'm glad to know you're still here. I just wanted to stop by and say hi before dealing with him." The corner of his mouth curled high. Hyun-woo revealed bright teeth, a mix of pride and arrogance. "You've saved me quite a bit of energy. No need to run around looking for that person." After speaking, he waved leisurely and turned to leave. "Stay here and you'll be safe. See you later." Hearing this, Jesus suddenly slammed the table and leapt up in confusion. What do you mean by that? Are you planning to face the manager alone?" He reached out in desperation to hold him back, voice full of panic. "You can't, he's not someone you can face alone." Yet as he struggled to intervene, his throat felt blocked by fear. "Why risk yourself?" At that moment, a massive surge of energy suddenly erupted from Hyun-gu. Blinding light radiated throughout the room. Jesus stood frozen, mind spinning, unable to comprehend what is happening. The infinite energy emanating from him that I'm sensing now. Amid the whirlwind of emotions, Jesus glimpsed a familiar figure radiating from Hyun-woo's presence. Just like that. That figure imprinted deeply in memory. Thought long faded, making him tremble. "I'm standing before my father." Jesus was lost in overlapping thoughts, continuously asking himself, how can this be happening? Then Hyun-woo's voice suddenly cut through everything. It's obvious. He slowly put his hands in his pockets, corners of his mouth curling into a calm smile. "This is a necessary task, and I'm the most suitable person to do it." Right after that, he planted his hands on his hips in pride and declared with clear confidence, "What other reason would I need?" Jesus watched him quietly for a long moment. At last, the corner of his mouth eased into an understanding smile. "I see. Now I understand." With sincere goodwill, he inclined slightly and said, "Then I pray you return safely." Hyun-woo immediately tossed back a mischievous line. "Now that's more like it. I can already feel your prayer working." He slammed his foot into the stone floor, and cracks tore outward in every direction like a spider web. Then his body sprang up and shot straight out of the castle, leaving behind a lively farewell. "See you later, yeah." Beneath a blazing red sunset that stained the sky, smoke still billowed from the slab where the impact had struck. The cause of it all was the manager Hyun-woo had just kicked away, still sprawled there without moving a muscle. Just then, a voice rang out like a shot of stimulant, making him jolt and look up. "Why are you lying there like that?" His body arched into a perfect bow before he unleashed a straight kick to the face. "Get up already, you pathetic idiot." In an instant, the entire space detonated with a thunderous crash. The ground shook violently, and the surroundings were quickly swallowed by thick gray fog that smothered all visibility. Wearing tough rubber flip-flops, he stepped right onto the manager, each stomp laced with his own mocking words. Does this scene remind you of back then? Because I really remember the first time we met, even though our positions have completely reversed now. I bet you can't possibly guess what's coming next, can you? At last, the man blurted out what had been gnawing at him. Back then, I clearly saw you die. So how the hell did you come back like this? And on top of that, you can use a whole pile of achievements, even though I'm controlling all the magic in this entire area. As the words fell, his eyes narrowed with suspicion, as if he'd arrived at a conclusion. His breathing grew heavier with each beat, and his voice turned cold as ice. He stared into the empty air. This has to be. At that very moment, the avatar of the achievements, who had been watching from start to finish on the other side of the screen, quietly listened to his judgment. It was you, wasn't it? Her face remained calm, as though she'd known he would figure it out. The avatar of the achievements, with his hatred surging to a boil. He ground his teeth and spat out his contempt. You're nothing but a faint shadow of your former self, and you still dare stand in my way. But don't tell me you've forgotten. Back then, you never stood a chance against me. And now I'm far stronger than I was before. Do you really think a mere mortal who's only just gained your power can stop me? Don't make me laugh. In the end, the manager couldn't keep his composure any longer. Familiar black energy coiled around his body. Just sit there and wait. I'll come and wipe you out myself. As he spoke, the manager only edged forward slightly, then drove out hard with one leg to shove Hyun-woo back. Next, the repeated words made Hyun-woo falter in startled hesitation. You said this situation reminds you of our first clash? Then you're wrong. This time is completely different, because this time, I won't leave even a shred of your soul in this world, not even the tiniest trace. It's time for you to disappear. Hyun-woo, with that, he unleashed a murky cyclone that roared toward him like a tornado. But Hyun-woo didn't so much as tremble. He simply stood there calmly, waiting for it to crash into him. In that brief instant, his eyes flicked toward the castle behind him as he calculated in silence. I can't just dodge this one. At once, a concentrated surge of force flared in his hand, and the corner of his lips lifted as he murmured to himself. Then I'll use all 1,178 sword energy achievements and fuse them together. In that very moment, Hyun-woo's arm transformed into a gigantic sword, veins bulging with power. The distance between them vanished in a blink, making every movement feel as heavy as a mountain being shoved. A wild, dazzling glare flashed from his pupils, like a warning that the power was about to erupt. A supreme god-slaying sword strike came down. The slash cleaved straight through the sky, ripping open the heavens and splitting the black storm clean in two. Watching his entire attack get pulverized, the manager's mouth fell open, unable to form a word. No way, the blade skimmed over his head, leaving him frozen in shock. This can't be real, how could this happen? But Hyun-woo's technique wasn't finished. The sword path continued straight down into the enemy's body, dragging a violent explosion in its wake. Within the lingering haze of dust that hadn't yet settled, his figure gradually came into clear view. When Hyun-woo lifted his head, his lips were already stretched into an excited grin, with the faint stiffness of a straight face still clinging to it. He looked down at the land below, split by a deep gash several meters long. He felt a brief twinge of guilt, like he'd gone a bit too far wrecking someone else's territory. He glanced toward the manager's arm that had vanished and spoke cautiously, probing. So what do you think? The man didn't answer. He only erupted with fury, killing intent compressed to the brink, his stare like he wanted to erase him on the spot. Where the missing arm had been, black energy rapidly reconstructed into an enraged voice. Hyun-woo, you're nothing but a mere mortal. In utter madness, the man suddenly shrieked, how dare you? At the same time, Hyun-woo's figure shot forward, closing in at lightning speed. You see it too, right? In an instant, a dazzling flash burst forth, washing over the manager's contorted face, and along with it came an offer. Then, how about we? Radiant power flared brilliantly from Hyun-woo's hand. Beams of light traced a path, illuminating the excitement on his face. Want to go play somewhere else? The scene immediately plunged into darkness, space filled with a chaotic roar of mixed sounds, shifting and morphing without pause. No one knew how much time passed, but the surroundings around Hyun-woo and the manager changed completely. When the two of them arrived somewhere within a strangely altered space, the man scanned his surroundings, suspicion laced with vigilance. Huh. The manager looked up, so bewildered he blurted out, where is this? Hearing that, Hyun-woo slowly shrugged and explained, it's not really anywhere special. If I had to describe it, I'd call it an important landmark in my tower. He curled his lips into a meaningful smile, laying the words on with dramatic emphasis. It's called, the towering spire beneath their feet rang out with a clear introduction, the guidance tower. Then Hyun-woo tilted his head, enunciating each word slowly with crushing authority. This is where everything began for me. What came next hit straight on, turning the manager's face. As dark as night, and it's where you end. Rewind a few hours earlier, back when they were still on the 51st tower. In the vast space, someone's panicked voice rang out. W, what are you talking about, Hyun-woo? All three of them, plus RV and Uriel, were left gaping. To Noah, it was unbelievable. He'd only just been revived and he already wanted to settle things with the manager. Noah was full of doubts, truly unable to understand what he was basing this choice on. And of all places, why insist it had to be the guidance tower? But Hyun-woo ignored every attempt to stop him. That's right. No matter where we fight, the surrounding area will be destroyed. So I need a place to fight where nobody's around. And even if it gets ruined, it won't cause any problems. Any serious problems? His tone turned firmer and sharper than ever. And there's nowhere that fits those conditions better than the guidance tower. Do you remember what you told me when I became the master of this tower? You told me the tower had already been layered with all kinds of spatial transformation spells, and that those spells were far more powerful, far more terrifying than the ones the inner demon used to imprison me in our previous battle. And then Hyun-woo shot the question right back at him. Didn't you also say it was so outrageous it could affect everything beneath the upper heaven? Noah smacked his forehead, regretting his loose tongue back then. Yeah, I did say that. Having heard what he needed, he decided on the spot. Good. That means no matter how fierce the battle gets, I won't have to worry about anyone getting hurt because of it. At that, RV couldn't hold back and cut in. But that also means we can't help you at all. To her, the manager's figure now looked no different from a terrifying monster. You'll have to face him alone. Are you sure you'll be okay? Hyun-woo blanked for a moment, then curled his lips in self-mockery. I mean, all this time, even without anyone's help, I've still been able to fight. Just stay calm, don't worry. You all just focus on what you need to do. I'm not sure it'll work, but I've got a backup plan too. And that was exactly why Hyun-woo wanted to bring the manager to this tower. Dragged to a place like this, the man couldn't help grinding his teeth. You're planning to destroy me, are you? You've got a big mouth, don't you? Daring to spit out such arrogant words. But Hyun-woo stayed silent, offering no reply. The man stomped hard, making the floor quake violently. I swear, I'll make you suffer the longest, most painful death. Hyun-woo, I'll grind your body into ash and turn you into soulless fragments. Then use that ash as fertilizer for my new tower. Before he could finish, the manager suddenly stopped. Something unexpected had entered his sight. Remember my words. I will. The venom on his tongue was swallowed back before it could be unleashed, because he realized something. His pupils abruptly constricted, violently, as if locking onto a specific target. Because the manager saw Hyun-woo's hands clench tightly, trembling slightly, whether from tension or rage, he couldn't tell. The man's lips finally curled into a sinister grin. Ah, so that's how it is. The dark aura surrounding him dissolved right before their eyes, making Hyun-woo halt. That move only put him even more on guard. He's just releasing all his energy like that. But why? At that moment, the manager swept a hand through his hair and let out a theatrical sigh. Oh my, you've seen an unflattering side of me. Losing my composure like this really isn't like me at all. His expression turned twisted, especially since there was no need for any of it. His words grew more and more insidious, probing. Don't you see it? Hyun-woo curled his lips, intrigued. So what are you planning to pull now? Do you think suddenly acting calm and unhurried will change anything? The manager cut him off. Don't misunderstand me. Honestly, I'm a little shocked right now, because I never imagined a mere human would dare block my path and even chop off one of my arms. Even if I can restore it, it's obvious you're not someone easy to deal with when it matters. A situation like this is hard to believe. This tutorial tower is far more unusual than the others. It makes me feel like I'm standing alone in the vast universe, an oddly lonely sensation. I also realized my control over external magic is a bit delayed. Then he exposed the truth, making Hyun-woo freeze as a chill ran down his spine. This place has hidden space warping spells, doesn't it? To prepare enough to drag me all the way here. She must have told you plenty about me, huh? In an instant, the manager appeared right in front of him, declaring, let me show you just how weak you really are. Surging black energy, along with his warped face and triumphant voice, made it perfectly clear how utterly useless you are to me. Caught off guard, Hyun-woo only managed to raise his arm to block. His whole body shook from the impact. A full-force punch left him in agony. And yet he went on, explaining that the fundamental power of such achievements is directly proportional to the number of people who have attained them. My magic is the opposite. It creates countless worlds, surpassing all life and spanning every dimension. The violent aura of the man hurled Hyun-woo's body backward by sheer force. It was this very difference that created the fundamental gap between achievement and magic. He lifted his head to look at the gigantic shadow closing in, blending with the enemy's earth-shaking voice, drawing the contrast ever more clearly. Hyun-woo's pupils seemed to shrink smaller than a speck of dust, for before him now was a hand formed from countless strands of darkness. A terrifying aura reached out, along with the manager's contempt. This was the difference in power. So you can never defeat me, even if achievement and magic are both used to create. Even if it means creating a universe. Hyun-woo's entire body immediately tensed at the long-winded speech. You don't need to think, surely you've known that from the start. Otherwise, why would you drag me all all the way here. What? You want to use a high-level spatial alteration spell around this tower to interfere with my control over magic, hoping it would give you even the slightest advantage. Other than that, what reason would a reckless brawler like you have? As for Hungu, he remained silent from beginning to end, listening to the manager's monologue. Coming up with such a devious plan, it's simple. At that, he suddenly burst into booming laughter, his whole body trembling at the moment of declaration. It's because you're afraid of me. You don't dare face me without resorting to those childish, underhanded tricks. I've got proof. The manager emphasized each word with glee and frenzy. From the very beginning, your hand has been shaking like that. You mortals truly are pitiful. Even after gaining a power that is almost the very root of the world, you're still paralyzed by fear. He snapped his fingers meaningfully. But you don't need to worry, I'll let the darkness directly engulf this entire area. I'll free you from that suffering at once, by manipulating the magic surrounding you just now. I will block every signal transmitted to your senses. The manager's thin lips curled upward, stretching all the way to his ears. From now on, you won't feel anything except my voice. I'll crush your body into ashes, then release your soul afterward. Dozens of dark hands reached out at once with a menacing echo. If I were you, I wouldn't resist. It would only make the pain worse. Yet contrary to his remark, Hungu remained silent, his expression unchanged. Unlike others, he calmly closed his eyes, suppressing the storm within while searching through fragments of memory that had. There once was a man with blind eyes, known as the Mad Demon, who had lived half his life in darkness. He never knew when death would strike. Every minute, every second, he had to grip his sword tightly in endless fear. Wherever that fear led, he swung his blade, destroying his enemies whenever it commanded him. By the time he realized it, it was too late, for in the end, he was the only one left alive. For him, fear was no longer a sign of weakness. Hyun Woo's hand tightened even further, as if grasping everything within his heart. Instead, it allowed him to see what he once could not with his eyes, and to feel what he had never known before. In the thick darkness, Hyun Woo raised his head, letting the pitch-black void surround his entire body. At the very moment those colossal hands spread everywhere and the darkness seemed ready to devour all, a new kind of sense was born. Then he lowered his stance, every muscle taut and firm, preparing for the long-awaited counterattack. In the next instant, Hungu shot forward, his figure piercing through layers upon layers of dark hands at a speed ordinary vision could not. The gigantic arms grasped at empty air, some slamming down by inertia and striking the ground, explosions echoing throughout the space. In the blink of an eye, Hyun Woo shattered the dense magical barrier and appeared right before the manager. When his figure suddenly appeared, the man was so stunned he couldn't react in time. No. Impossible. At that moment, Hyun Woo no longer avoided the truth and admitted it plainly. You're right. I'm afraid. I'm afraid I'll die before I can defeat you. Afraid that I won't be able to protect anyone. That's why I will become strong enough to face my fear, no more, no less. As the words left his lips, the manager's face instantly twisted under the thunderous punch from the one he had always despised. The impact was so violent that the ground around them cracked and sank. Only Hyun Woo's cold, low voice resonated. Why don't we test it right now? He spoke slowly like a blade twisting into wounded pride. Let's see whose power is stronger, my fear. And without forgetting to raise his fist soaked in terrifying killing intent, or your magic. The tense battle between Hyun Woo and the manager was suddenly forced to give way to a strange current. The memories belonged to him from many years ago, when the sun still shone brightly. The manager was once one of the fundamental elements binding the world, until one day, his body could condense into a form, appearing no different from a human except for the face. Even the manager couldn't understand why he suddenly had his own consciousness and could perceive this world. This was something he had never imagined, yet it wasn't entirely surprising, for the manager felt as if he had always been waiting for this moment. With his newly awakened body, the manager easily noticed the peaceful sky, with clouds drifting lazily. Even everything on the ground, aside from those tiny creatures, he understood fully. They were all creations derived from himself. Finally, the manager suddenly realized an undeniable truth. He was the origin of this world. That moment of enlightenment brought an overwhelming sense of transcendence. That overwhelming sensation was immense. Countless eras had passed since that moment, yet this truth had never changed. Each surge of energy shot outward, creating waves that followed the manager's thoughts. Now, back to the present. As he struggled to escape Hyun Woo's relentless attack, what was this feeling he was experiencing now? The manager's body was so stiff he could barely move. Each motion felt like carrying a 1,000-pound stone on his shoulder. Every muscle tense etched sharply onto his angular face. Could it be that? Not letting him linger in days too long, Hyun Woo suddenly propelled himself forcefully. He leapt into the air, preparing his next strike. 5 punches, each channeling his full strength, swung straight at the manager, who was shocked to realize the truth. He was afraid. His teeth clenched tightly, he hissed each angry word through the gap. No, impossible. A human at the bottom of the food chain like you will never. The manager erupted directly, like a volcano in a rage. Surpassed the origin of the world. Dark magic materialized into a tangible form, rushing straight at him, despite confronting a barrage of blackened hands. Hyun-woo still hesitated. Even now, he's still using that attack. A sneering, contemptuous smile. I had noticed it before, yet I must say, his fighting style is indeed very simple. The way he uses his power reminds me of a boy swinging a toy knife wildly, with no technique at all. He has no skill whatsoever, but that's understandable. Skill is the product of countless struggles and efforts by the weak to compensate for their lack of inherent power. For someone born with everything like the manager, it is truly unnecessary. Of course, everything has two paths. Opposite him is Hyun-woo with a different background, but I am not like him. From birth, I started at the bottom of society, and my whole life has been a struggle to survive endlessly. I have learned much from each challenge to reach the position I hold today. At this moment, he ignores everything, summoning all 781 speed achievements. No way am I losing. He plants his feet powerfully for momentum. Hyun-woo immediately rockets forward like a missile tearing through space. I cannot lose to an amateur like him. Sparks crackle back and forth, letting him evade the slow attack using the ultimate extreme speed technique. And of course, the goal is to pierce straight through the dark vortex toward the manager standing motionless. Unfortunately, he doesn't let Hyun-woo pass that easily. From the corner of his eye, he sees something rushing toward him. It turns out all of the manager's magic energy was concentrated in that move, forcing him to admit, this is a bit tough. But it doesn't end there. Hyun-woo immediately combines all 814 achievements. Accumulating every bit, the ultimate wind skill erupts, condensed into a massive storm, filling the sky with destructive force. Without a single pause, he swings the sacred wind storm slash violently like lightning, breaking every rule of the world. Of course, every terrifying slash targets that massive technique. Hyun-woo swiftly breaks through what seemed impossible. Shards of darkness fall midair, yet he remains steady, focusing more of his energy. It is only now that the manager flinches, cold sweat running down his face. Who are you? How can you? Panic spreads through his mind, invading every cell. Controlling his own body, how is that possible? Meanwhile, Hyun-woo pays no attention to such meaningless thoughts. His brows furrow while combining all 2,000 blocks of. With 12 punching achievements unleashed, the power behind it instantly erupted, taking form and condensing into a single massive strike. Holy fist! In the next instant, the ultimate technique shook the air itself, surging with terrifying momentum as countless fist afterimages hammered down without pause. That brutal clash also took a heavy toll on the hardened walls, sealing everything around them. The entire tower trembled violently. It was so frightening it felt like it could collapse at any moment. Si-hun's group down below was also drawn to the horrifying commotion. A savage shockwave even burst out from that area, as if it would sweep away everything. Nearby was this tremor coming from Hungu's battle. Worry was plain on Mission's face as she called out in alarm to that familiar name, Hungu. Meanwhile, only Night Parade of 100 demons stayed calm and offered an appraisal. The space inside the tower is obviously huge, and yet even from all the way over here we can still feel the vibration. Just how fierce is the battle in that tower anyway? At the same time, in that duel drowned in murky gray fog, both the manager and Hyun-woo were clearly still going strong, crashing into each other again after unleashing everything. So for the third time, the formation was triggered again, and now the two faced each other head-on at close range. He clenched his fist and smiled calmly at the man, then sneered with open contempt. I thought you said you could deal with me using just one finger, but look at you now. You're using both hands. What? Are you starting to get a little tired? Now the manager was struggling and seething under that overwhelming pressure. Quit running your mouth. In the end, unable to endure it any longer, the energy inside him erupted with explosive violence. Shut your mouth right now. It was enough to successfully knock Hyun-woo back a good distance. But it didn't stop there. An array of shrunken arms formed from the manager's magic suddenly appeared. Only then did he realize it, reacting late as he forced out an immediate counterattack. Did they just crawl up from beneath the ground? Shock showed in every thread of his thoughts. He attacked through the earth, just as Hyun-woo had observed about the manager's straightforward offense. The guy fought in the same style all the way through, no worse than him. Finally got you. That surging advantage even lifted the manager's battered confidence to new heights. Die, Hungu. That gigantic hand swung down with a momentum that seemed impossible to stop. Whether he could escape or not was unclear, but the shock from this single blow was beyond measure. Ragged, heavy panting spread across the area, coming from the one still standing. As the dust and smoke slowly cleared, the scene gradually came into view. The manager still hadn't stopped forcing his lungs to work. Staring at the spot where rock and earth had exploded in every direction, he choked out strained sounds. Is it over? Ha ha ha, of course it is. I knew I'd beat you until there wasn't a scrap of flesh left. This is the price a pathetic little creature like you pays for daring to challenge the source of life. Who would have thought a twist would come right in the middle of his smug, long-winded rant? From the very start, you were destined to. Of course, it was none other than Hyun-woo. who had escaped that threatening blow and was driving ultimate divine speed to the extreme. Facing a look of stunned terror mixed with panic, he simply asked, as casually as an old friend, "What's got you laughing so happily?" As that terrifying energy closed in, Hyun-woo's grin stretched ear to ear as he drawled, "Let me join in too." Without giving the manager even a chance to utter a single word, he drove a straight punch into the middle of that frail body in a frenzy of momentum. Carrying a physical force the manager had no hope of withstanding. Even as the manager vomited blood in a gruesome spray, Hyun-woo's movements didn't stop until the whistle of wind rang out, of course, taking a shock like that would make even the elements that build the world cry out in pain. Gritting his bright white teeth, he hissed through the discomfort, "You're not just going to passively endure his attacks anymore." His leather shoes sank into the ground, and even the hardened earth seemed to groan before crumbling apart. It was nothing more than a single tightly clenched punch, every ounce of fury packed into that one strike. Just a miserable human. No mercy, no hesitation. The manager threw a punch straight into Hyun-woo's jaw. "How dare you?" Unfortunately, besides twisting the opponent's expression, nothing could stop his biting remark from escaping. "Is that so? Well then," he said, "looks like you've finally decided to let your fists do the talking." It became a true exchange of blows, 3 to 4 times more intense than anything Hyun-woo had executed with finesse. A searing pain struck the manager's weak spot, immense even from a single strike, yet the thrill on his face only intensified. His delight matched his style perfectly. Without allowing the man to regain his footing, he targeted the most vulnerable point. The manager fell right into his grasp. Hyun-woo slammed him down with forceful steps, propelling him in the intended direction. He even sent the manager sliding a long distance, leaving a trail of devastating destruction. But the man was no ordinary opponent. His arm was strong enough to seize the pliers near his neck. Hyun-woo countered with raw power and decisiveness, flinging it far away from the body. Energy surged uncontrollably through him, erupting with a yell, "Bastard!" as his life force surged in a torrent. The manager once again managed to land a punch squarely on Hyun-woo's face. Knocked out. Clearly, he could not endure being suppressed. The punch radiated an immediate blazing light. In the next moment, the terrifying aura exploded like a nuclear blast, filling the scene with sheer terror. Even this single, simple strike wiped out nearly a third of the manager's body, leaving him horrified. What on earth was happening? Before he could recover, another unprovoked strike landed, leaving him defenseless. How could this be? It was evident that the battle was far from over, with Hyun-woo preparing the next attack. Shock and panic surged uncontrollably through the manager's chaotic mind. Its force was overwhelming. No matter what he did, it seemed he could not find a response while taking the full brunt of the counterattack. Each successive blow compounded in strength, ultimately tossing the manager's heavy body aside. Every technique left him only able to cry out in pain. Hyun-woo's grin widened to the ears, still unchecked. Signs of retreat disappeared. The next assault came as a full sequence, no longer broken into smaller strikes. It was the colossal Saint Fist, refined from countless achievements he had mastered. A cataclysmic tremor roared, shaking the entire guidance tower as if it might collapse. And it was clear to the naked eye that Hyun-woo's ultimate skill showed no sign of fading, but instead grew stronger. The pressure bore down on the manager, who could do nothing but scream in despair, gritting his teeth through the excruciating pain. Amid the brief calm, he advanced steadily in his familiar, sturdy sandals, one deliberate step at a time. Contrasting the manager's struggle, Hyun-woo, covered only in dust, exuded satisfaction. "Let's see what we have here," he sneered at the manager's second-tier facade. It was beginning to crack open. Observing the dramatic change, he commented disdainfully, "So this is your true form." The manager focused all his rage into closing the distance. "Kim Hyun-woo, I swear," but Hyun-woo interrupted him mid-sentence. "You should have stayed put, fulfilled your role, and nothing more. Who told you to stir trouble and waste my effort? But while we're at it, I have a question. Why do you crave a name so desperately that it drives you mad? I see it in your drifting eyes. Tell me you understand better than anyone why you have no name. The moment you obtain a name and become an independent entity." A sudden recollection unfolded, tracing the chain of incarnations from achievements. All worlds across every dimension would collapse. At that moment his eyes widened in terror. "What?" She remained calm as she explained. "It was natural for one of the fundamental forces that created this world would vanish. Imagine a skyscraper suddenly losing its internal steel framework. What happens next surely everyone knows." Hyun-woo finally realized the truth, exhaling a long, frustrated sigh. Wait a moment. So he knew everything all along, yet still caused chaos just to acquire a name like that. Naturally, questions arise. Why? The incarnations of achievements shook their heads firmly. "I do not know. I have asked him countless times. Perhaps we will never discover the answer. But I'm curious too. All this time, he's always diligently carried out his responsibility. So I can't help wondering what changed him." Her face was bright with eager curiosity as she asked, "If you get the chance, could you ask him?" Back to the present moment. Hyun-woo couldn't help emphasizing it again, since he'd become laconic thanks to the achievement's transformation. Come on, tell me. Rage surged up, and what made it visible was the spiritual power continuously erupting from his body. How the hell did you do something like this? Just because of something as trivial as a name. Those blunt words dripping with contempt couldn't help but stir his emotion. The administrator froze, then faltered. Something trivial, that's right. A flood of memories swept back far into the past, returning to a place filled with a fresh, fragrant scent. The vast forest and the sudden pounding in his chest. Maybe to you it really is trivial. Long ago, the administrator became intrigued by names when he suddenly became aware of his own existence. It all began when he overheard a conversation between two mortals. Connie came running up with her greatsword slung over her shoulder, smiling brightly. Hey, David, he was truly at a loss for words. You're late again. Connie, what took you so long? He replied cheerfully. Aha, sorry, last night I drank a bit too much. After sulking for a moment and hearing that, David let it go. All right then, let's set off. We have to get there before sunset. Connie immediately raised her hand and shouted, Okay. All this novelty left him more than a little bewildered. The administrator even thought, David, what is that? I've never heard of any object or creature like that. Before long, he learned they were names. A way ordinary humans used to identify and distinguish one another. And at the time, it didn't mean much to the administrator. Connie, David, watching the two young men chatting excitedly about the adventure ahead, he fell into thought. In the end, even the administrator had to admit they had a nice way of addressing each other. It sounded good, that was all. From that day on, he began spending more time in mortal villages, listening to them call one another's names from afar, whenever he had spare time after adjusting the flow of demonic energy between dimensions. And that was when the administrator started thinking names were truly strange things. They're often made from nothing but different letters, yet sometimes they're spoken with an entire emotional state. From greed to hatred between two states, two kinds being sharply divided in a costly moment like this. To the inscriptions carved deep into revered monuments, to the criminals named on terrifying wanted posters. He found it amazing that those names could define the people who bore them. The administrator's body flickered in and out, taking form within the mortal world. By then, even he understood it clearly. But strangely, the opposing force, condensed from elemental currents, suddenly made the administrator question himself. Not again, what's happening this time? What is this sharp pain I feel whenever I hear a name? Could this be emotion? But why does it feel like this? Right then, a child cheered excitedly, eager to show off. Mom, look what I can do, Mom, I made water. She immediately laughed, proud. Oh my goodness, my sweet baby is amazing. Looks like you've got talent for magic. Even though he was just a child, his explanation was clumsy yet fascinating. Magic is really incredible, Mom. All we have to do is pour it into an incantation, and we can make water, fire, or anything we want. The remark struck deep into the mind of the administrator, standing nearby in silence, like a god that existed everywhere. But the mother only answered gently, That's wonderful. My son really does have a vivid imagination. Still, he was directly stunned by what she explained next. But magic isn't exactly like that. Just like the air we breathe every day isn't something you can truly grasp as real. Those final words made even the very source of the elements, the administrator himself, bow his head in contemplation. Magic is just magic. To them, it was only a brief passing encounter, just an offhand comment with no ill intent. But it made him realize something for the first time. At last, the administrator understood what that stabbing pain in his heart really was. It was fury because his own worth had been insulted, because even such lowly creatures had names of their own. In his mind, the administrator couldn't stop stoking his disgust. Only he had no name. The administrator leaned back against the rubble. A cold voice echoed through the empty space. Each sound pressed down on the air itself, making the listener's heart feel stifled. I can't have a name. Instinct had already told me that truth from the very moment I gained consciousness of my own. To have a name means becoming an independent individual, one distinct part of the world. He forced himself upright, his body aching from every blow, legs trembling as if he could collapse at any moment. His breathing came in ragged bursts, as though it were about to go out. Every breath was a struggle, yet he still tried to enunciate clearly. But Vita is a form of magic that runs through every world and every dimension. So choosing to become part of a world also means making sacrifices. For everyone who needs me. The manager straightened up and tilted his head back. As the left half of his body was gradually swallowed by darkness, black vapor rose and coiled around him. He stared straight at Hyun-woo across from him, his mouth releasing a gloomy cadence. But you know what? The manager's eyes were hollow, yet they brimmed with cruelty and contempt for life. Why should I care about any of that? The warm memories he'd spoken of instantly became meaningless. Not worth a cent, those pathetic creatures live without any purpose or clear direction. Their lives don't truly mean anything, and yet they take for granted everything I've always struggled to maintain, like the air they breathe every day. In those memories, the manager didn't exist at all. He was like a drifting, purposeless ghost. They don't even know how much I've endured. Yet they get to enjoy peace and choose how to live their own lives. That thought dug deeper with every passing day. He asked himself again and again until he reached his final conclusion: why do I have to sacrifice myself over and over? For selfish creatures like them. When the darkness around the manager suddenly erupted, he could no longer accept all the injustice he'd been forced to bear. None of you deserve it. I deserve far better things than you ever will. The only one in this world worthy of happiness deserves a name. As time passed, his shadow spread wider and wider, engulfing Hyun-woo's body. Yet Hyun-woo stood there calmly, one hand in his pocket, utterly unthreatened. At last, the manager transformed into a colossal, otherworldly mirage, speckled with glittering lights, and roared in fury. I'll make the space around us tremble and drown in dark energy. He clenched his fist, preparing to smash down and destroy Hyun-woo. His muscles bulged tight. So stop getting in my way, get lost. He bellowed with hatred the name he'd carved into his mind long ago. Hyun-gu lowered his hand at the same time, stopping about a meter above his head. The pressure whipped up a gale that sent debris flying, creating an overwhelming force. Hyun-gu's hair fluttered wildly. He still didn't move even a single step, his tone plainly impatient. All you've done is spout a bunch of nonsensical thoughts. I can't make out what you're even trying to say. But then he clicked his tongue and lifted his gaze, raising his hand lightly and loosening his joints. Keeping that laid-back attitude while standing in the middle of a tantrum, fine by me. At that moment, the manager's 5 punches aimed straight at Hyun-woo, slamming down with terrifying force, the impact booming like thunder in the air. Chunks of stone burst upward. Everything fell silent for an instant. Pale smoke drifted past the manager as he held his stand, certain that Hyun-woo had been smashed into pulp under his hand. But then a familiar voice, slow yet heavy with authority, rang out through the stifling space. Honestly, I wanted to try using this achievement at least once. An out-of-control variable startled the manager, his face twitching. Hyun-woo stood firm, and with a single finger he effortlessly withstood the full pressure of the manager's punch, offering praise. In truth, it was laced with mockery, but the activation condition is a bit of a hassle. Good thing you gave me a hand and completed the condition for me. He flashed a provocative smile. Thanks. As he finished speaking, the ground beneath his feet sank slightly. In that instant, the system's icy notification sounded: the Ant Queen achievement. This achievement requires exceptionally special conditions to be met before its effect can be activated. The user must stand alone on the front line to protect the people important to them, against an enemy far larger and many times stronger. Once those conditions are satisfied, this achievement increases the user's power by 100 times. Magic power enveloped Hyun-woo's entire body as he became a blazing beam of light, piercing straight through the manager. The manager froze, too stunned to react to the unimaginable strength. The mirage he had projected shattered instantly, fragments scattering everywhere. Hyun-woo's foot touched the opposite wall. He crouched and gathered force, muscles taut as if ready to unleash something monstrous. The manager sensed danger and told himself to grit his teeth. Now it's my turn. All around him, his frantic movements betrayed his panic. Hyun-woo launched himself hard enough to blow the wall apart, drawing his arm back. He clenched his fist and charged straight at him. The compressed power in that punch made the space around them ripple. His voice dropped low like an ironclad decree: I have no intention of stopping. The stab drove straight into his face, the force so brutal his whole body reeled. His teeth clacked together with a grating crack. One side of the manager's cheek instantly caved in, his head snapping to the side as his entire body was hurled along the blow's trajectory. In a split second of unbearable pain, he let out a piercing scream. Hyun-woo's fingers slowly closed, fluid and decisive. Then in the blink of an eye, they formed into a razor-sharp sword. Hyun-woo didn't stop for a moment, striding forward with icy intent to finish the manager. The blade ripped through flesh, accompanied by agonized howls. It didn't earn even a flicker of pity from him. Instead, he immediately unleashed a relentless barrage, driving his opponent into despair with nowhere left to retreat. Hyun-woo moved so fast his figure became nothing but blurred afterimages. Each slash interwove into a net that bound the manager tight. He judged the torment had been enough. Then, at the decisive moment, the slashes stopped. The manager could no longer endure. His outermost barrier cracked, then shattered into drifting mist. The phantom shell peeled away, revealing the real body within. He panicked completely, unable to believe he'd been forced into this corner. Hyun-woo had understood everything long ago, yet he deliberately pretended to be surprised, letting out a mocking little "oh." A sneer tugged at the corner of his mouth as his gaze locked onto his prey. So that's where you were hiding. Not giving him time to recover, Hyun-woo kicked off the wall for leverage. his body shooting forward like an arrow straight at the manager. Hanging in midair, the manager had no way to dodge at all. He could only tremble and stammer, no. In desperation, he threw an arm up to shield himself, trying to raise a flimsy barrier as his shriek echoed wildly, "Don't come any closer." From his body, roiling dark energy morphed into savage tentacles that lashed out, surging forward to block the attack. Hyun-woo didn't flinch, choosing to face it all head-on. Power erupted from him in a violent burst, that blazing radiance sweeping straight through the curtain of darkness. It crushed each tentacle to pieces and spread all the way to where the manager hovered. He clenched his teeth, chest heaving, his heartbeat skipping so hard it felt ready to burst from his ribs. Terror tore his reason to shreds. What is happening? Is my ability to control magic slipping away? He stared, eyes stretched wide. But the more he looked, the more the truth stunned him. No, that's not it. My magic is gathering toward him. Every stream of magic spiraled, then shot straight toward Hyun-woo. Brilliant golden power wrapped around the darkness and swallowed it whole. The corner of Hyun-woo's mouth lifted in delight. He hadn't expected to receive a gift like this. Well, that's a surprise, but Noah did say something like this might happen. The tutorial tower is the only place where people on this floor can use their own power enough to. Still, I never thought it would happen right now like this. A system screen appeared before Hyun-woo, visible only to him. An achievement has been detected. You have conquered magic, the origin of this world. Notifications poured in one after another. This is the first time across all dimensions that such a feat has been created under the tutorial tower's regulations. This mysterious feat is officially recognized as an achievement and has become a one-of-a-kind achievement. He suddenly felt an abundant current of power surging through every channel in his body, so strong it made him tremble all over. Hyun-woo's eyes widened. He was startled for an instant but quickly regained his composure. An excited smile bloomed on his lips. Listen closely, now I'll make you taste your own medicine. A chill ran up the manager's spine, and he shuddered on instinct, unconsciously stepping back. Hyun-woo slowly lifted his foot, calmly bending down to take off his flip-flop, then gripping it firmly in his hand. His cold voice rang out like a verdict. From this moment on, he shot straight toward the manager. The manager panicked and strained with all his might to widen the distance, but the gap kept shrinking. In Hyun-woo's palm, golden power blended with darkness, spiraling into a dazzling torrent of energy. That light reflected off his face, highlighting an aura both sacred and demonic. You won't be able to withstand the power this flip-flop is about to deliver. The manager gaped in horror. In that instant, he was utterly helpless, able only to watch as that force drew closer and closer. What is that? He was witnessing something he'd never believed could exist, an absolute anomaly. It's using the achievements it took from her, along with the magic it stole from me, and fusing them together. The image in the manager's mind became clearer than ever. It was as if it had seized an entire planet. No an end. He denied it, though even he couldn't fully grasp it himself. It couldn't be possible. He was just a mortal, yet he possessed all these accomplishments. And he had advanced to a level neither she nor I had ever reached. The manager's thoughts swirled at a dizzying pace. Only a few fleeting seconds passed, but for him, time stretched into an endless river. In the manager's eyes now, the Lao staff wasn't ordinary anymore. It carried the terrifying power of the entire universe. Hyun-woo's figure merged with that magical power, gradually becoming colossal, beyond human scale. He neither dodged nor scorned, but evaluated honestly and objectively. I must admit this person is extremely formidable. The manager raised an eyebrow, throat tight, waiting for the strike. In his hand, Hyun-woo's voice was icy, like a death sentence, but this time it was truly the end. The Lao staff in his hand swept through, leaving a golden light radiating. It enveloped his entire body, and the surge of wind threw the manager away like a fallen leaf in a storm. That terrifying power spread outward, shaking the outer walls of the tower, cracks forming, debris scattering. From the cracks, bright golden light spilled out, filling the dark space. The sound of cracking continued in succession. Small cracks quickly spread into a web engulfing the entire tower. Seconds later, the whole tower shook violently. A massive pillar of light erupted from below, piercing the top and bursting through the sky. The roar was deafening, rocks shattered everywhere. Others who were fighting immediately stopped. All attention turned toward the source of the event. Si-hun gaped, eyes wide in disbelief. What is that? Could it be? The 100-demon Nightwalker laughed calmly. A proud smile mingled with unhidden pride. Clearly, that power could belong to only one person, my husband. Mission and Hanarin were equally thrilled, knowing that Hun-gu had won. Finally, it's done. She shone with his power, piercing the clouds, soaring into the sky, spreading in floating ring, returning the sky to a deep, clear blue. After the tower collapsed, the sky brightened again, white clouds drifting gently. Peace returned, sunlight gently pouring down, as if no destructive storm had occurred. The once towering tower was now only a charred ruin, dark dust swirling in the wind. Hun-gu held the broken sandal, only half remaining. He raised it to the light, stared for a long moment, then sighed. It's real. A trace of regret crossed his eyes. That sandal had been with him through countless battles, now it ended miserably. I need to buy a new pair. Lost in thought, Hyun-yu suddenly paused. Turning, scanning around, he remembered. His voice echoed softly in the empty space. I don't see that guy anywhere. Did he just disappear, leaving no trace? Honestly, I didn't expect him to be this strong. Seems everything ends here, he muttered to himself, unaware that right behind him on the silent mound, massive stones began to move, seemingly crushed earlier. The manager suddenly rose like a ghost from his body. Waves of dark energy coiled into eerie streaks, radiating a suffocating chill. Seizing the moment, Hungu hadn't reacted yet. The manager lunged with all his strength, magic condensing in his hand, forming a pitch-black spear aimed at his opponent's back. Yet, contrary to expectations, he remained calm. Slightly turning his head, his eyes flashed with an unreadable command, or maybe not. The sudden pause made the manager hesitate, slowing a step, but he quickly regained composure. The black spear was less than a handspan from Hyun-yu's back. The air tightened unbearably, all sounds vanished, leaving a deadly silence. The world seemed to slow at that moment. The blade seemed about to pierce him, but a short distance away, the black magic reversed and dissipated. Facing this, he remained unusually calm. I didn't expect you to be this prepared. Moments later, all surrounding energy was drawn into a glowing pink orb in Hyun-yu's hand. The manager's gaze fixed on it, carefully probing. Did you get that from her? He didn't dodge. Thang Thuong admitted, yes, she didn't just sit idle. During her long imprisonment in that dimension, she refused to give up. Memories surged. Just before entering the tower, Hyun-yu was given that object. He squinted, thinking, a sealing orb. You mean I can seal his consciousness in that orb? The embodiment of the achievements nodded slightly in confirmation. Exactly, I created this masterpiece by pouring almost all unrefined time from this place into it. However, it only works after he has completely exhausted all his magic. That's why I can't call it a flawless finished product yet. This Hyun-yu catches on fast. A familiar image immediately surfaced in his mind. Ah, I get it now. It's like those monster capture orbs from Monster Moan, right? She froze, a flicker of bewilderment crossed her face. She couldn't follow his bizarre, slightly childish train of thought at all. I don't know what that is. But there in that. In short, if you successfully seal his consciousness, all the magic he controls will return to normal. And all the trouble caused by the imbalance of magic will be resolved immediately. The incarnation of the achievements pointed to the sealing orb and gave the task. As soon as this succeeds, I want you to bring that sealing orb back to me. The rest I will handle myself. Returning to the present, the administrator's heart grew half cold after hearing those words. His steps faltered, staggering as if lost. His gaze lost part of its fighting will. It seemed I was a step too slow. Unexpectedly, she came up with the exact same plan. Well, that doesn't matter anymore, especially with a monster capable of mastering both achievements and magic, the two foundations of this world. Hyun-woo appeared like that, scratching his cheek and giving a slight, fake shy smile. So you even compliment your enemy, how kind of you. The administrator did not respond. He just quietly watched him. Deep in those dark eyes hid a weight that had been suppressed for a long time. Finally, after a moment of hesitation, he clenched his fists. His voice trembled but remained resolute. I have this final question I want to ask you. How do you feel having a name like that? I don't know why, but I have this sense that I can relate myself to your answer. This time, there was no trace of mockery on Hyun-woo's face. He remained silent for a moment, then sighed, running a hand lightly through his messy hair. I'm tired of hearing you deal with this name thing. What kind of question is that anyway? A name isn't an object or anything. But I can tell you one thing. If you acquire a name by destroying all dimensions, then you will feel the same way as you do now. The administrator's whole body shook. All his steadfastness and all the obsessions he had pursued for so long were completely negated in that instant. Hungu slowly exhaled. Images of his companions appeared in his mind. A name is just a word made of letters strung together. It has no meaning if there's no one beside you to call that name aloud. Isn't that painfully obvious? The administrator tilted his head to the vast sky. In that moment, his heart felt strangely light. The burden he had carried for years vanished. Thinking of names, he recalled. The first time he heard names was when two people called each other. Distant memories flooded back, Connie and David. The harmony in their existence together made him feel even more bitter. So different from him, a being who had only known solitude and darkness all his life. As the memory faded, the dark aura around the administrator was completely absorbed by the sealing orb. The once solid body began to dissolve under the sunlight. So that was it. If a name is like that, then I should have. Silence filled the space, leaving only the wind whispering with unspoken regret. Just 1 second later, the dark aura was entirely sealed within the orb. A life ended, leaving no trace. Hyun-woo quietly stared at the glowing orb in his hand. For the first time, he seriously considered the matter. How does it feel to have a name like that? Suddenly, hurried footsteps echoed from behind, cutting through his thoughts. Kyong and Hanarin led the group, running and shouting, their voices full of worry. Hungu, are you hurt anywhere? Bakui Dahan and the others appeared one by one, their faces bright with relief. The calls followed one another, overflowing with joy and relief. I knew you could do it. Hungu, that's my husband, so you're still alive. So incredibly lucky. Hungu, He paused briefly in surprise, staring blankly at his companions opposite him. At that moment his lips curved slightly. The answer had become clearer than ever. Yes, perhaps that feeling. The two of them were wildly overwhelmed. Tears welled up as they rushed forward. They spread their arms and embraced Hungu. He closed his eyes, letting the warmth surround him amid the laughter. Crying and familiar voices, Hyun-woo realized this was it. After that day, the situation in the tower was quickly resolved. Thanks to Noah, Ivy, and David Lang, Tower 51 returned to its original position and was restored. To the internal system, the issue of the nested explosion was also immediately resolved. Casualties on the floors had been severe, but by now everything was nearly under control, thanks to Hungu distributing his almost infinite clones everywhere. After weeks of dizzying busyness without a single proper moment of rest, Hyun-woo once again entered that familiar space. A long table silently stood amidst endless darkness. Around it, countless stars shone, forming a magnificent galaxy. At the far end of the table, the incarnation of the achievements sat ready. She reached out to receive the sealing orb from him, praising him generously. "Well done, Hungu, so everything has finally ended." Still, he remained uneasy. "I give this to you because you said you would handle these matters. That's everything, okay? But what are you planning to do? Do you actually have a real plan?" She assured him confidently and explained the solution in detail. "Of course, I'll wrap it in a barrier formed by stacking hundreds of thousands of achievements on top of one another. You don't need to worry, he won't be able to escape. Right now, all he has left is nothing but consciousness." Hearing that, Hyun-woo trusted that his achievements, Avatar could do it flawlessly. "All right, then what about the other dimensions and towers? Have they all returned to normal?" she confirmed calmly. "Yeah, everything's fine. I don't really want to praise him, but the two factions that used to keep draining the other towers were all wiped out by the administrator. The remaining towers will be overseen by Jesus, the one you saved, and his followers, so there won't be any problem. Their tainted achievements have probably been restored too. Oh, that reminds me. How is Sword Nin doing now? I told him to contact me if he wanted to be resurrected, but I haven't heard anything from him." Hyun-woo leaned back in his chair, relaxed. He's really busy. Lately he's taken in a disciple who's incredibly passionate and driven. He's completely fascinated by that disciple. He doesn't even have the headspace to think about being resurrected. He'll find his own way to Valhalla eventually. Once she understood why, she stopped worrying. "I see. I'm glad he's found his own path. My last question is this: what are you going to do now?" When the topic suddenly turned to him, he looked briefly puzzled. "Me." The achievement's avatar nodded. "Yes, you felt it too, right? You have far too much power. So much that a tiny dimension is nothing to you anymore. If you want, you could become the supreme ruler of all dimensions. You could even create a dimension of your own and shape its ecosystem however you like. On the other hand, you could also become a great calamity and destroy every other dimension, just like the administrator, if you wanted. That's the kind of power you're holding." Her expression turned grave as she met Hyun-woo's eyes. "So I want to know, what will you do with that power?" He laced his fingers together in front of his chest, his voice thoughtful as if asking himself, "My plans?" The silence lasted only a moment. Then Hyun-woo suddenly flashed a bright grin. "Yeah, I've already thought it all through. But before I start putting those plans into action." The clear clink of glass cups meeting rang out. The purple liquid inside sloshed lightly, catching the light in a shimmering glow. At the center of the party, Hyun-woo raised his glass high with gusto. "First, we celebrate." Cheers erupted all around him. His teammates lifted their glasses together, the air brimming with joy. Pale moonlight spilled across the villa's roof tiles, illuminating the pulse of life surging through the late night. Out in the yard, the bustle was the complete opposite of the quiet sky. The clatter of bowls and chopsticks, bright laughter and chatter. Everyone gathered around a long table, eating and talking without end. Saehi was flushed from the alcohol, hugging Yeonhee tightly, rubbing cheeks and fussing nonstop. "You're so cute." Meanwhile, Elvie's eyes darted frantically, spinning as she tried to wriggle free from the crushing embrace, struggling helplessly like she'd been trapped in a maze. At one corner of the table, the heavenly demon leaned in and gently fed the kumiho. Around them, thousands of sweet pink bubbles seemed to float in the air. Lucifer couldn't be bothered with anything around him, absent-mindedly swirling the wine in his hand. His gaze was dreamy, as if still lost in some lingering dream. While the party was still roaring, Si-hun suddenly sprang to his feet, tipping his wooden chair askew, his shout cutting through everything. "All of it for real? You finally got your own achievement, and you just handed it over to that sky, I think." Hyun-woo still held up his golden beer. The fine bubbles shimmered in the moonlight. He gave a faint, casual smile, speaking as if it were no big deal. "Yeah, pretty much. Honestly, I have to admit that thing was a massive burden. Having power that can govern dimensions or create a new dimension is just too heavy. Even now, your buddy still hasn't fully wrapped his head around it." Si-hun let out a long sigh and collapsed back into his chair. He didn't know whether to be furious or agree. All he felt was a wordless sense of exasperation. Hyun-woo suddenly turned his head, his smile twisting into something strange. "Heh heh heh, just think about it. With power like that and my personality, Even I don't know what kind of crazy stuff I might do later. After hesitating for a long while, Si-hun had to face the truth. You're not wrong. This time, Hyeon-woo's voice dropped. There was a rare note of seriousness in it. The stronger you are, the more responsibility you have to carry. And I have zero interest in shackling myself like that. Just thinking about it makes me want to lose my mind, so I handed it off to the most trustworthy person I know. At that very moment, in another dimension, the achievement's avatar stared at the ceiling gem on the tip of his finger and couldn't hold back an exclamation. That Hyeon-woo guy is really something. Back to the other side. Hyeon-gu set his empty beer glass on the table, yet he still held on to every achievement he'd recently earned. He'd gotten them only through hard work and relentless effort. Thinking about having to hand all of that over made him feel a real sense of loss. After all, he wasn't exactly a generous man. Seeing how at ease Hyeon-gu was, Si-hun stopped being stubborn about what happened earlier. That's understandable, man. So what are you going to do now? You've made plenty of money, you don't need to worry about working anymore. But I don't think you're the type to just sit around and enjoy yourself. Have you made any plans yet? Hyeon-gu laid out his future plans without hesitation. Of course, I'm thinking of opening a military academy. You could call it a reform school, too. The strange idea left the boy momentarily stunned. Why would you suddenly think of that? Hyeon-gu had wanted to do this for a long time. Think about it, you still remember those idiots in Zillers, right? And those thick-skulled brutes, there's no hope for the elf and angel factions anymore. The moment I put them through their paces, they fall in line immediately. So I figure I've got a knack for teaching, and it's fun too. Si-hun recalled their painful memories and couldn't help but feel sorry for them. He let out an awkward laugh. You really think that counts as normal teaching? Well, teaching someone a lesson is still a kind of education. Good luck. Hyeon-gu was delighted by his support. He felt positively noble. That was why he wanted to take in the people the association labeled as scum and help them become decent again. And to do that, he'd already picked a perfect place to build the school. It would still be a few months before he relocated the base. Footsteps sounded from behind, cutting into the conversation between Hyeon-woo and Si-hun. Right after that, the voice of Night Parade of 100 Demons reached Hyeon-gu. What are you two talking about over there? Both of them tilted their heads and looked back. Their gaze froze at once. Before them was a skirt fluttering in the night wind and smooth, pale skin that stood out under the moonlight. I'm here, darling. 3 figures approached at the same time. Each had a different style, yet each was beautiful in her own way. Hanarin gently brushed her hair back. Michai smiled with refined elegance, still pure yet graceful. Night Parade of 100 Demons carried an aura that was mature and alluring. Si-hun blanked for a moment, stunned by the scene before him. But he quickly regained his composure, stood up, and continued to Hyeon-gu. I'm just planning to take it easy for a while. Only with them, in that moment time seemed to slow across 5 peaceful months. All chaos and busyness were set aside. 3 years later, the sky was vast and clear without a single cloud. Light spread across all things. In the heavenly realm outside the celestial palace tower, billowing clouds drifted by, embracing towering pavilions and magnificent structures. The ruler within the celestial palace was the Jade Emperor. He sat immovably upon the high throne, arms folded across his chest, his solemn face watching what lay below. 50 years had passed. I hope you've reflected on all your actions during your cultivation in the heavenly prison. Erlang Shen stood at the foot of the steps, the Jade Emperor's son. Unlike his father, he carried himself with blatant indifference. One hand resting loosely, he stood straight, leaning back slightly. The posture radiated arrogance and defiance. Like a silent provocation in the majestic hall, he frowned, annoyed, flicked his head aside, and spoke with open dissatisfaction. HMPH, ridiculous. Why would I need to do something like that? I can't believe I was sentenced to 100 years in prison, just for destroying one building during construction. Those rebellious words instantly darkened the Jade Emperor's expression. Fury flared as he slammed his hand down on the dragon throne, the boom shaking the entire celestial palace. You unfilial wretch, what you destroyed wasn't some ordinary building. It was the main framework of the heavenly realm, where the previous Jade Emperors once lived. Your stupidity erased thousands of years of history. Do you understand? How dare you act as if you did nothing wrong? Irritation was plain on Erlang Shen's face as he sneered and waved a dismissive hand. I don't see what was so special about that place anyway. Besides, father already built a newer, grander one to replace it. What's the big deal? Hearing that, a surge of hot anger lodged in the Jade Emperor's chest. He sprang to his feet. His last shred of patience vanished, replaced by icy finality. Now I understand. Keeping you imprisoned can never change your nature. So I prepared this. In an instant, a magic circle appeared beneath Erlang Shen's feet, ancient symbols blazing to life. He was always headstrong, but now all arrogance vanished. His eyes went wide and he blurted out in horror, Isn't this an interdimensional teleportation array? The Jade Emperor curved his lips in a faint smile at his rebellious child. Even though the child had always been confined in heavenly prison, he probably still caught wind of some rumors, right? Rumors about the hero who single-handedly stopped a catastrophe, threatening magic and the very existence of our world 3 years ago. His name was Kim Hun-gu. A terrifying thought surged in Erlang Shen's mind. His heart clenched. The Imperial Father is the master of that bizarre tower. Right in the middle of that continent, the Jade Emperor gently stroked his long beard. His tone was calm, but each word was like a cold dagger. Exactly. Recently, I heard that he opened a most intriguing service, like a military academy for fools who love to cause trouble, just like you. Erlang Shen was momentarily stunned. Then his blood boiled up to his head. He ground his teeth, pointing at himself. A military academy. Wait, do you mean you intend to have a lowly human teach my child? What an absurd idea, the Emperor interrupted indifferently, not paying attention to his resistance. You can experience it yourself and see whether it's unreasonable. Farewell, my mischievous child. With that, the Jade Emperor lightly snapped his fingers. Instantly, the formation beneath Erlang Shen blazed fiercely. A violet aura swallowed the space. The transmission power shook the palace floor, pressing against his body until he struggled to breathe. The surrounding space suddenly warped. The light rain faded, replaced by an ancient room with rustic wooden architecture. The scent of incense wood lingered in the air. The intricate patterns from the formation engraved on the floor still glowed, spinning into circles before gradually fading. Erlang Shen staggered, his face full of caution as he observed the unfamiliar surrounding. Where is this? Just as the question formed on his lips, a mocking voice rang out, shattering the silence. Oh, you finally arrived. On a long chair in the center of the room, Hun-gu lay sideways, resting his chin leisurely as if he had been waiting for a long time. So you are Erlang Shen, the one the old Jade Emperor said he would send here. He jerked around in surprise. Who are you? Momentarily stunned, Erlang Shen's mind suddenly lit up. He gritted his teeth. Wait, I think I know. You are the Tower Master Kim Hun-gu, right? Hun-gu slightly raised his lips, waving in a friendly manner. Yes, that's me, pleased to meet you. After confirming the identity, Erlang Shen curled his lips in disdain. That old man is utterly untrustworthy. Yet unexpectedly, he really did this. Why would he let a lowly human meddle in heavenly affairs? That old man can wait until this one returns. Listen here, mortal. He tilted his chin, pointing his index finger straight at Hun-gu. His tone was imperious, as if issuing orders to a subordinate. Open the portal back to the heavenly realm immediately. If you don't want to die here. The space in the room seemed to freeze under his arrogant words. But Hun-gu merely raised an eyebrow, unshaken. He leaned back comfortably, teasing. Oh my, how infuriating, I don't know about you. But I'm conducting business here. This is where you will be disciplined until you recognize the mistakes you've committed. After all, that is the request I received from the Jade Emperor. Therefore, I cannot return you until you kneel in repentance. Erlang Shen rarely stayed calm. Is that so? Hun-gu shrugged indifferently. Yes, it is. Erlang Shen deliberately drew out his words. Then he shot up like an arrow, his legs striking the wooden floor so hard it cracked, sending dust flying. Without warning, he lunged straight at Hun-gu, fists clenched. Through gritted teeth, he muttered, I have no choice but to use force. Magical energy surged in Erlang Shen's palm. A wide smile spread across his face, full of ambition and arrogance as he imagined the future. I will conveniently take over your tower as well. Then that old man will not be able to. Before he could finish, his boast was cut off. A rough hand clamped over his jaw. Hun-gu, who had been leaning on the chair moments ago, seemed to dissolve into the air and reappear in a flash arc. He pressed Erlang Shen's head down. His eyes bulged as he tried to speak, but no sound emerged. What the hell? In this moment, only the pounding of the heart and the scent of cracking wood filled the air. Erlang Shen's head was pressed firmly against the floor. Wood splintered and his screams tore through the space. His one-sprout head was now sunk deep into the floor. When Hun-gu released his grip from his mouth, blood immediately gushed from Erlang Shen's throat. Bright red spurted in jets. Hun-gu calmly lectured, We've just met, and you've already spoken rudely and attacked me. How convenient. A sinister smile curved his lips. His leg rose and came down straight on his opponent's chest. Erlang Shen's breath was cut off, his lungs seized. Hun-gu bent his body, one hand supporting his knee. His full weight pressed into the foot on the chest. Otherwise, you wouldn't even be worth my time to teach. We have plenty of time, so let's begin with. He was about to continue the lesson when a holographic screen suddenly flashed beside him, interrupting. On it, 3 girls were already dressed in swimsuits. I spoke in a sweet yet reproachful tone. Honey, why haven't you arrived yet? Immediately after, Hannarin handed over the voucher. Her eyes sparkled with sadness. Don't tell us you forgot that you promised to go to the beach with us today. Hyun-woo froze, his earlier confident and carefree demeanor vanishing instantly. He nervously scratched his head. Ah, today, huh? Both girls puffed their cheeks in anger at the same time. You really forgot? How could you do that? Then all three turned and posed, their skin glistening in the sunlight, curves barely concealed. "We dressed up like this all for you. If you don't show up, all our effort goes down the drain. We'll wait right here, so you better hurry up." "Got it." While the twin deities lay sprawled on the floor, dizzy and bewildered by what had just happened, Hungu quickly nodded repeatedly. Okay, all right, just wait a little longer. I'll handle this quickly and come over right after." The virtual screen abruptly shut off, and Hyun-woo slowly turned his head to look down at the twin deities. "Hear that? I don't have much time. So we'll start today's lesson right now." A shiver ran down the twin deities' spines. What do you mean?" Hyun-woo casually twisted his wrists, the cracking sound echoing like hammers pounding on his opponent's hearts. His tone was gentle, as if soothing a frightened child. "You have nothing to fear. It might be a little tough, but I'm not the type to do things half-heartedly." He leaned in closer, smiling widely, revealing his gleaming white teeth. It should have been a friendly smile, but in this context it felt strangely terrifying. "Are you ready now? I've prepared this place just for little chicks like you. Welcome to the training tower." Meanwhile, elsewhere, at the headquarters of the U.S. International Hunters Association, in the office of the association president, Liam's face was filled with shock. He lost his composure and kept questioning, "What did you just say? What are they planning?" His subordinate cleared his throat and reported, "Let me start from the beginning. I'm sure you've heard of them, but a criminal organization has recently been rising to prominence. They call themselves the Wolves." Wolves? They're a terrorist group operating under the belief that only individuals with special abilities are the true rulers of the world. All members are known to be high-ranking. They attacked about 100 civilian facilities in less than a week after gaining notoriety. They are now wanted globally. They tend to flaunt their power and often leave clues about their next target at the crime scene. However, after yesterday's attack, they left no specific location or facility, only a name. They wrote the name of the world's strongest hunter, Kim Hun-gu. Liam became dejected upon hearing this, so I wasn't mistaken. He sighed in frustration. Why are these terrorists targeting Hyun-woo? Yet the more Liam thought, the stranger it seemed. His subordinate, momentarily stunned, said, "Sorry, Liam," and unabashedly mocked. "Are they mentally deficient? I don't understand why they would choose that path." He mumbled to himself. Maybe they've been imprisoned so long they know nothing about him. Do they think he has 9 lives like a cat? His subordinate was terrified by these words. "Sir, I'm not sure either. I've never heard anything like that." Liam leaned back in his chair, clearly disheartened. "This is troublesome. There's no way they could threaten him. But I'm worried about what he might do if provoked by them. Just thinking about handling it makes me nauseous." "Wait, maybe things won't go that far if they act today. It's possible he might overlook it." His subordinate looked skeptical. "Are you serious? Is there something special today?" Liam scratched his head, trying to piece together the sparse information. "I heard, but I'm not sure. What did they say exactly?" A moment later, he exclaimed excitedly, "Ah, I remember now. They're celebrating someone's first birthday." Outside, the sky was clear and breezy, perfect for an outdoor birthday party. Hyun-woo staggered forward, struggled to stop, and groaned. "Why did I drink so much yesterday?" Suddenly, a familiar voice rang out. "I know you're celebrating your best friend's special day, but I told you not to drink so much." I smiled brightly. "Honey," then feigned seriousness. "You can't drink for a while, understand?" Hanarin added beside her, "I agree." The demon hunter shook his head in exasperation. "This time you definitely can't escape. Even I can't help you." She giggled to tease him. "Stay obediently at home for a while to show your remorse." Hyun-woo, being bullied by all three, looked utterly miserable. "Why does it feel like they keep teaming up on me more and more?" He then looked off into the distance for his 2 companions. "I wonder how Wukong and Kinglong are doing today. They were drunk yesterday too." But what met his eyes was Wukong happily drinking, though he seemed to be pouting. An Azure Dragon was obediently admitting his fault. "I get it." Hyun-woo couldn't help feeling sorry for the fate of men. He got married. That's just what married life is like. As he spoke, he swept his gaze around with curiosity. "And what about today's main character's father? He should be fine. High alcohol tolerance, after all." Hyun-woo stood there muttering to himself. Hopefully he doesn't get scolded for reeking of booze at his daughter's first birthday party. But he had no idea he was being watched. The wolf pack focused on monitoring the target through the screen. Ram giggled. "He really looks like an idiot." Then he sneered, mocking, "This is really the hero who saved the world. People will believe any rumor." Radon watched the screen as he sized up Hun-gu. He didn't look like anything special. After that, Jong Kam looked pensive. "Chances are the story about him saving the world 3 years ago was made up." Then she nodded in agreement. "Just like you said, Kam." He gave a cold snort. "Of course," and kept analyzing everything in a delighted tone. "Think about it, if magic suddenly erupted and went berserk, who would believe that ridiculous story that he defeated everything by himself? It's obviously a rumor." Spread by Hun-gu's 2 wives, Miriam and Hanarin. Both are influential figures among hunters and leaders of 2 guilds. The mighty ruler Zil and Dark Zil clans. Everything follows Holgu's orders. "I don't understand why the world's top-ranked hunter would lower himself like that." but it doesn't matter anymore. In fact, this is our chance. If we defeat the so-called strongest in the world in front of the public. At that I suddenly grew fired up. We'll take that title, get ready, the party is about to begin. The moment we spot an opening, we'll teleport in and ambush him. Ah, he looked flustered when he saw a familiar back on the screen. Isn't that the chairman of the International Hunters Association? On the other side, Hungu couldn't help feeling confused about an organization called the Wolf Pack. Why are they targeting me? Is that for real? It is. Liam sighed and admitted, I know this is absurd, but honestly I don't think you're in danger. Mission found it ridiculous the moment she heard it. You're kidding us, right? Hannarin just froze, eyes wide and face stiff. What a bunch of idiots. And the night parade of 100 demons took the chance to burst out laughing. I almost felt sorry for them. Still, Liam kindly warned, but we can't take it lightly. I don't want them ruining this special day. He nodded in agreement. Right. Then Hungu offered his thanks. All right, thanks for the heads up. Over here, Kanai's blood boiled instantly. So the association reacted fast this time. Now he knows about us, we have to act first. The moment he finished, Hungu's voice drifted into his ears. You people are a terrorist organization. He suddenly appeared behind Kanai, turning him pale. You're targeting me, aren't you? Kanai whirled around in shock. What the hell? The rest shouted in unison. Kim Hungu. They immediately demanded, how did you find this place? He put on a blank look. What do you mean, find? I just followed my instincts and traced the killing intent you were directing at me. Then Hungu hesitated for a moment after all this time. The wolf pack turned deathly pale at those words. What is he talking about? Does he know how many S-rank barrier talismans we set up here? What's more, this base is hidden deep in the mountains, more than half a mile from the party venue. There's no way he could sense killing intent from that far. But more importantly, Kanai glanced at the screen and scared himself. He's still there. His mouth fell open at the impossible scene unfolding before his eyes. What the hell is happening? Only then did Hungu speak calmly. Don't worry, I won't kill you. I don't want to stain my hands with blood again. They might blame me for ruining this special day and go crazy. But don't misunderstand, I won't go easy on you. As soon as he finished, his lightning power erupted violently, leaving the wolf pack staring in stunned silence. At the same time, wet streaks began to spread across the ceiling with a crackling sound. Then spiritual energy burst out at once, lighting up the whole sky. The energy was so immense it could be clearly seen from 1,000 miles away. Back at the party, Hungu still looked calm. It's done. Liam was baffled by those words. Huh, what did you say? Only then did he bother to explain, you know. The wolf pack or whatever. They were hiding in a building pretty far from here, so I sent a clone to deal with them. As Hungu spoke, he pointed toward the column of smoke rising. They're still alive, I'll leave the rest to you. The man looked where he pointed and asked in surprise. You took them down already? It's not that I don't believe you, of course. I'll handle the rest myself, especially since this is an international matter. Excuse me, don't worry about anything, just keep enjoying today. Suddenly, a voice rang out and drew Hungu's attention. Sorry to keep everyone waiting. Siegfried cleared his throat and continued the announcement. It seems today's star is ready. And now, please give a warm round of applause to welcome. Allow me to introduce today's main guest. Siegfried kept hosting as the main guest's family appeared. By the miraculous union of two souls, one a warrior and one a demon. Their love blossomed after 2 wonderful years, and Iran's ears gently swayed back and forth. The back of the little girl's cheeks suddenly flushed red with shyness. Please welcome Iran, their daughter. Understanding the situation, she immediately raised her hand to greet all the guests. Everyone was stunned to the core by the sight, but soon they all burst into applause and admiration. She's so adorable. Hyunwoo stood at the back, murmuring to himself. People always say life is full of surprises, and I think that's absolutely true. Who would have thought that the tower climbers who once tried to destroy this floor would become residents here and host their daughter's first birthday party? He hesitated for a few seconds before smiling, his face clearly showing satisfaction. Hyunwoo's eyes suddenly took on a rosy glow as he looked at the happy family of 3. Right before him was exactly what made this story even more wonderful. With that, he suddenly let out a soft chuckle. Since when did Iran grow so big? Luckily, she doesn't take after her father. Seeing his expression, Hannarin couldn't help but feel happy as well. She suddenly looked up at the sky, her gaze drifting into the distance as if dreaming of something. For those who don't know, Hyunwoo has 3 wives. They are all crazy about him and constantly compete for his attention. In the end, he had to come up with a special measure to protect himself. Hyunwoo suggested spending weekdays with all 3 together, then going on individual dates on weekends, rotating each week. And this weekend, the date location would be the #1 tourist destination of the 21st century. Mexico City. They wouldn't go anywhere else except the most famous symbol of this place. He had just taken a sip of wine when he hurriedly gave his verdict. What is this? Hyunwoo kept exclaiming. Is this really one of the most expensive bottles of wine in the world? It's so pricey, he spoke with clear skepticism. Are you sure about this, Hannarin? She lifted the glass to her nose and evaluated it again. Of course, I don't remember the exact price, but one bottle can cost up to 200 million won. Just from the aroma, I can tell the grapes were carefully cultivated. but I won't forgive them for making a wine that doesn't suit your taste. As she said this, Hanarin suddenly went crazy, her entire body radiating killing intent. Do you want me to burn down the vineyards in the country that produced this wine? Hyunwoo was terrified by her expression. No, no need. Deep down, he could only silently endure. She really hadn't changed at all. Suddenly, he recalled Hanarin's past self. Even so, compared to when they first met, she had changed quite a lot. Back then, she was always guarded like a hedgehog with raised spines toward anyone but me. Now she looks more at ease, and her clothes are much more natural than before. Seeing him staring at her, Hanarin couldn't help but feel confused. What is it? What are you thinking? Hyunwoo stammered in response. Oh, it's nothing. I was just thinking your style has changed a lot lately. It's not that your old style didn't suit you, but it felt a bit restrained, like you were trying to hide yourself from the outside world. Hearing that, she lowered her head in acknowledgement. You're right. Actually, I still have some lingering trauma, even after leaving the guide tower. Hanarin hesitated for a few seconds before continuing what she had left unfinished. But after you saved me, suddenly Hyunwoo cut in. If I remember correctly, your companion betrayed you just to increase their own points, right? I would have been heartbroken if I were in that situation too. His tone dropped slightly, feeling sympathy for Hanarin, but he didn't think it would traumatize you that much. She grew contemplative. To outsiders, it might look like a case of betrayal. Hanarin looked outward, a trace of sadness appearing in her eyes. But from the perspective of someone involved, I'm certain. The 5 bitter words escaped her lips. It was only an excuse. What they truly wanted was to satisfy their primal desires, the urges they had suppressed for so long just to survive. Hearing this, Hyunwoo couldn't stay calm any longer. What? Inwardly, he reconsidered everything and then thought again. Even though I remodeled the guide tower for my own purposes, it used to be a lawless land where rules didn't exist. Of course, the scum took the opportunity to run wild, taking pleasure in tormenting those weaker than themselves. Instead of focusing on climbing the tower, I devoted myself to eliminating those bastards while trapped there. As he thought about it, he angrily crouched down. But I never realized Hanarin had almost gone through those terrible things too. Hyunwoo scratched his head. Looking embarrassed, I'm sorry, I shouldn't have brought that up. Hanarin, of course, wouldn't hold it against him. It's okay, you don't need to apologize. Even though it still hurts every time I mention it, that day I also felt something even more precious. Honestly, Hyunwoo was so heroic that day. It felt like a shooting star blazing brightly right before my eyes. He shone so brilliantly that Hanarin didn't dare look straight at him. Returning to the present, she laughed it off. So don't worry, can't you see that I'm very happy? Hearing that, Hyunwoo finally let out a sigh of relief. If you say so, then I'm reassured. Suddenly, a series of sharp whistling sounds rang out. Then a dazzling display of fireworks lit up the entire night sky. He couldn't help but wonder, fireworks? Hanarin laughed and asked, seeking his opinion. Do you like it? I've been preparing this for a long time. Hungoo didn't expect her to be so thorough. But why? Hanarin exhaled deeply. Have you forgotten? Actually, I anticipated this would happen. This is one of the last items on your wish list from when you were in your old world. Then, she repeated Hungoo's words exactly, word for word. You wanted to watch a grand fireworks display while drinking the most expensive wine in the world in a skyscraper, without worrying about deposits. Hearing this, he finally realized, I remember now, actually that wasn't a wish list, I just said it offhand. Still, Hungoo had to admit. But the fireworks are beautiful. Suddenly, he grew pensive. Looking back, you've done so much for me and I've never properly thanked you. Thank you, Hanarin, for being my disciple. Hyunwoo's next words filled her with bliss. I mean it. Then Hanarin's lips curved into a satisfied smile. Right after that, she sprang to her feet. Oh my God, how can you say that like it's enough? Do you know how hard I worked to make your dream come true? You think a single thank you will do? As she spoke, she looped an arm around Hyunwoo's shoulders. If you really appreciate what I did, then it's your turn to fulfill my wish list. Hyunwoo smiled teasingly. I don't know what's on it, but I've got a feeling it won't be easy. She immediately stomped her foot and pouted at him. Don't worry, I only have 2 wishes. First, marry the knight of my dreams. Second, have a child who looks exactly like you and live happily ever after together. Hanarin leaned in close, her eyes hazy and seductive. You'll help me, won't you? Hyunwoo flushed red at once, drunk on liquor and drunk on her. He was sure he'd figure something out. Right after that, his hand slipped out of control, tracing the curves of her body. It might take time, but he always pays every debt in full. A few days later on the weekend, at Hyunwoo's private house by the lakeside, the tap's steady drip echoed in the bathroom. Along with the soft humming of the 100 Demons Night Parade, her sizzling figure flickered in and out behind the misty steam. Outside, Hyunwoo was still dead drunk. He slept so soundly he didn't even notice himself drooling. After a while, the 100 Demons Night Parade walked over to the bed, towel drying her hair, and demanded, it's almost noon, how long are you planning to sleep? Then she suddenly shrieked, it's time to get up. Honey, Hyunwoo jolted upright. What? Half asleep, he asked, what is it, 100 Demons Night Parade? Then Hyunwoo looked surprised. You already showered. He quickly realized something was off. Usually you're so enthusiastic in the morning. Got other plans today? The 100 Demons Night Parade flipped her hair as if it were obvious. You're right, I really enjoy that stuff. But you remember your promise from yesterday, don't you? She winked meaningfully. Today, we're taking a special trip. Just the two of us. Then the 100 Demons Night Parade urged him on. So don't waste time, the destination is pretty far. Hyun-woo couldn't help feeling confused. What do you mean? We can teleport anywhere in this space. He couldn't hold back his curiosity and pressed on. Where are we going? The 100 Demons Night Parade wouldn't answer directly, staying deliberately vague. We're going outside the tower, but there's somewhere I need to stop by first. So stop talking and follow me. We're going to my homeland, the Heavenly Mountains. It has been the 100 Demons Night Parade's domain for thousands of years. All the mighty monsters who swore loyalty to her live in this demonic fortress. However, even in this remote place, there was a creature living peacefully without submitting to her. That was the 100 Demons Night Parade's longtime friend, and the only demon craftsman in the Heavenly Mountains. His name was Wigo. Puffing on a pipe, the old man questioned them. Is that him, 100 Demons Night Parade? The man you chose to marry? I'll admit it. I'm very curious what kind of man he is. Let's see whether he can handle someone like you. Even an old man like me, who doesn't care about worldly matters, can tell he's not ordinary. Hyun-woo turned to the 100 Demons Night Parade. Is this the old friend you wanted me to meet? She immediately confirmed, that's right, his name is Wigo. The 100 Demons Night Parade continued. He's famous around here, a master who crafts rare and precious items. Most of the holy relics I brought back and used were gifts from him. Then she suddenly teased him, deliberately loud enough for the other man to hear. But to me, he's really just a freeloader squatting on my land. Wigo could only clear his throat. How cruel. Think of all the holy relics I made for you instead of charging you rent. As he spoke, he reached into his coat pocket. Anyway, this is the item you asked for. I had to cram a lot into it, so it was down to the wire. But I still finished it in time. I used a part of your soul to create it. The gem in the 100 Demons Night Parade's hand shone so brilliantly that it looked like it could light up Wigo's entire cave. The old man introduced it confidently, a soul gem. Hyun-woo couldn't help asking, what? After examining it, the 100 Demons Night Parade offered a bit of praise. It's clear and bright, proof it was made very well. She didn't hold back her compliments. Nicely done, Wigo. Even so, he stayed humble. You flatter me. I never thought the day would come when you'd need something like this. Suddenly, Wigo spoke with pointed meaning. I'm only asking to be sure, but you know what that means, right? The 100 Demons Night Parade understood and quickly confirmed. Of course, but Hyun-woo still looked lost. Is that blue stone really that important? The 100 Demons Night Parade continued to keep things vague. I told you already. Today is our special trip. She deliberately angled the stone toward him. This is for the trip. It holds my entire life. The glare was so strong Hyun-woo had to squeeze his eyes shut. Only then did the 100 Demons Night Parade reveal a little more, a record of all my experience. A few years earlier, in the mountain ranges of the Heavenly Mountains, a deafening crash suddenly erupted from the forest. Then a pillar of light abruptly appeared in the heart of that deadly, cursed wilderness. The residents there were utterly shocked. Impossible, how could the Crimson Demon King, who had ruled this land for 100 years? At this very moment, the Demon King was so gravely injured that there was a huge hole in his stomach. They were stunned and screamed aloud. Defeated by a young demon like her, Baekgwa Yahin confidently declared, yes, that's right. I believe no one will oppose me now. I will be the new ruler of this Heaven Mountain region. If anyone has a problem, come challenge me. Otherwise, if you're powerless to speak, I will crush each one of you. Hyun-woo watched this scene with curiosity. Is that her? He couldn't believe it, but it was true. Was that her when she was young? Baekgwa Yahin nodded in confirmation. Yes, this is the day she became the strongest demon in Heaven Mountain and earned the title of leader of the wilderness thousands of years ago. I thought I hadn't changed much, but looking back now, I see how young I really was then. Baekgwa Yahin spoke while admiring herself. I used to be so innocent and gentle. Hyun-woo was stunned by these words, frozen in place. He didn't know she could speak of gentleness after all that, but she truly looked adorable. Immediately after, Baekgwa Yahin took his hand. Let's move on to the next memory. Hyun-woo, you've chosen and condensed the most important memories, but they still span thousands of years. She seemed hurried. We must move quickly if we want to see everything this weekend. Yet Hyun-woo hadn't spoken yet. But why do you suddenly want to show me these memories? Baekgwa Yahin wasn't ready to reveal yet and continued. I'll explain later. For now, stay silent and follow me. There's so much I want you to see. After a while, Hyun-woo was truly enlightened. Her entire violent childhood appeared vividly, from the moment she began befriending Wigo to the time she rose to become the Demon King and was revered by the monsters there. In an instant, the sky had darkened. The two of them had just returned home when Baekgwa Yahin let out a sigh. Perhaps I really am old. I didn't expect to be this tired. Her next words made Hyun-woo turn pale. Just from walking for a few days, she then quickly turned to ask him, how do you feel after seeing my entire past? Hyun-woo scratched his head, trying to find the right words. It was quite enjoyable. I even got to see you when you were young. Still, he couldn't help but wonder perhaps she wasn't as happy as he was. Why did you want to do this? Beak Guai Yihing let out a long sigh. Honestly, I've wanted to do this for a long time. She whispered her confession. I was a little jealous of the time Hannah Rin and Mission spent with you. Hearing this, Hyun Woo went blank. I don't understand. Beak Guai Yihing continued to open up. It's nothing, it's just that you knew them longer and went through more with them. You even shared past memories with them while in the guidance tower. Then suddenly, she became angry. So I always felt like I was the only one missing that special connection. Honestly, I was a little jealous. I wanted to learn more about your past, but a proper relationship requires give and take. So I decided to show you all my memories first. I want you to reciprocate tonight and tell me all about your past. Everything about yourself will be even better if you make up for the time we missed yesterday morning. Hearing this, Hyun Woo chuckled softly. That's quite an interesting proposal. He stepped onto the bed and with a suggestive tone agreed. It would take quite some time to recount everything, but that's fine. Hyun Woo gently touched Beak Guai Yihing, his voice deep and inviting. The night was still long. On the other side, Weigo's pipe continued to smoke. He puffed thoughtfully on his pipe. The soul gem, it's like a gift that monsters give each other on their wedding day. A heartfelt proposal, symbolizing the desire to accept each other's past while sharing a future. Thinking of this, he laughed joyfully. Life is truly full of surprises. I never imagined that the troublemaker would one day seek the soul gem. Weigo guessed for herself. It seems she's completely fallen for him. 3 years ago, no matter how modern the human world became, there were still dark corners where dungeons and monsters appeared alongside the Tower of Trial. This caused shocks in global market. Real estate was no exception. Previously, obtaining development permits required only strong financial back and a clear plan. But now, with the constant threat of dungeon outbreaks weighing heavily on construction, the participation of famous hunters has become a mandatory requirement for approval. As a result, forming alliances with them became a top priority for corporations worldwide. And Jin Lun was no exception. This was the corporation that had led China's industry for over 20 years. Chung Li was thrilled beyond words. It's a great honor to meet you here. I can't believe one of South Korea's strongest S-rank hunters wants to marry my daughter, Yen Li. Duquan bowed slightly, staying humble. You flatter me, sir. But right after that, his face revealed a calculating look, nothing like his earlier warmth. He's even ranked among the world's top 200 hunters. If I can ally with him, I'll gain a clear edge in the competition for development rights in the Vietnam region. There were rumors before about him fooling around and becoming violent because his possessiveness was too extreme. So what if that's true? Aside from the look she inherited from her mother, that girl has no value. Finally, I'll have a use for her. What luck! Suddenly Du Huan cut into his thoughts and asked Han, how has Yen been lately? Is the young lady well? Chung Ni nodded rapidly. She's well, that's exactly why I invited you here. Only then did he let out a relieved breath. Thank goodness, but my heart still aches when I think about what happened a year ago. Du Huan chuckled and added, my fiancé even flew in to see me. But before the other man could finish, Chung Li immediately defended him blindly. That wasn't your fault. No one could have stopped it from happening. Just like no one could have expected the trial tower to summon her while she was on her way to meet you. Chung Li kept rambling, unaware that Michio was about to arrive. But that useless girl, my daughter has actually turned out pretty well. She contacted me right after she escaped the tower in under a year and told me to arrange this meeting. She used to oppose arranged marriage no matter what, but it seems after struggling inside the tower, she's matured. That's why I always say young people need hardship to come to their senses. As the elevator doors opened, he put on a welcoming smile. Oh, you're here. In contrast to his tone, she appeared in the elevator looking completely fed up. Yen stepped out slowly, then greeted him calmly. It's been a while, father. Michio's next words made Chung Li go pale. Your shameless, ugly face hasn't changed, so I don't feel like asking how you've been. But I suppose I should ask Han a little, since that's a child's duty. As soon as she finished, she unzipped her hooded coat, revealing her refined features. Niji calmly asked Han, have you been well lately? A little earlier, by the flickering firelight, someone's voice rang out. I see now. Hyun Woo sympathized with her situation. Your father is forcing you to marry this man, someone who's basically trash. So now you don't know what to do after leaving the tower. He read her like an open book. And why do you still look so miserable? Niji could only bow her head and admit it. Yes, master. She spoke through the pain of her unhappy past. Ever since I was born, I've never disobeyed my father, and I never meant to. He was always an obstacle I could never overcome. But thanks to your kindness, master, I've grown much stronger than before. Still, I don't know. Michio hesitated for a few seconds, then asked, do I have the strength to defeat him? Hyun Woo let out a knowing laugh. You still have a long road ahead, my student. You don't understand yourself yet. But don't worry. Once you leave the tower and face your father beneath the dancing flames, Hyun Woo's eyes hardened with resolve as he gave a firm guarantee. Everything will become clear. You'll see just how strong you've become. You're so strong now that, aside from me, his next words left her stunned. No one will beat you easily. Back in the present, after that mental breakthrough, Niji boldly stepped forward to confront Chung-ni directly. Hearing the earlier sarcasm made him furious. What did you just say? Are you planning to refuse the marriage to Hunter Du-Kwan? Chung-li finally lost control and yelled, after holding it in for so long. She, on the other hand, remained calm. How ridiculous. You talk as if I wanted to marry him from the start. I gain nothing from this, so I'm refusing. Is there a problem, father? Chung-li slammed his hand hard on the table, raging. Insolent. How dare you speak to your father like that? I was going to go easy on you since we haven't seen each other in a year. But it seems I need to teach you a lesson first. The moment he finished, Niji unleashed her spiritual power right in front of them. Chung-ni was terrified by the sight. What kind of pressure is this? I felt something was off the instant she walked into the room. Is this really the same person who used to fall silent the moment I spoke? Suddenly, Du Huan sprang to his feet and praised her enthusiastically. The young lady's spirit is truly impressive. He stood there stunned, his mind still catching up. Hunter Du-Kwan clapped eagerly in admiration. I can't believe the innocent girl I once knew has a side like this. I really like this new look of yours. And I don't blame you for acting this way, because the trial tower grants a special power to anyone who reaches the top. That's why some people leave the tower thinking they've become the strongest, only to get humiliated after they swagger around. I really hope the young lady won't think that way. I like women who are innocent, not overly stubborn. If the young lady resists while I'm enjoying myself, I will handle it. Despite those twisted words, Michai remained calm. As for Trung Lai, fear made him retreat completely. I guess his rank isn't just for show. The atmosphere in the room shifted entirely after a few words. That's the consequence of pretending to be strong. Yen, only by doing that do you get a chance to fight against an S-rank hunter. While he was still deluding himself about his power, I worried for nothing. This will soon be over once you deliver a crushing blow to Du-Wen right in the face. He was thrown backward, everything shattered. Trung Lai was pale-faced from the scene he just witnessed. What just happened? He trembled, speechless, unable to comprehend. Did she just take down an SX rank hunter with a single punch? Micha immediately confronted him. Is that all you can do, father? She suddenly raised her voice, radiating intense energy. Or should I call you the one who used to be my father? Trung Lai struggled to protest. Wait, let's speak calmly. Then he tried to justify himself, saying he had gone a bit too far with her. Right, but you must understand, everything I do is for your own good. Thanks to me, you grew up surrounded by luxury others could never afford. Yet Trung Lai's words only left her feeling bitter. Beautiful clothes, delicious food, a home you live in. You wouldn't have these if you weren't my daughter. Trung Lai gritted her teeth, gathering courage to say the last thing. Then he pointed directly at her face and shouted, "Show me respect, Yen." Micha remained silent. A moment later, she raised her voice in rebuttal. You're wrong, he no longer exists. You are no longer a child trembling before her just because she was once weak. She spoke while casting magic, making Trung Lai shiver in fear. Now you have reached the top and serve a higher purpose without stopping. Don't do that, she screamed as if affirming a certainty. Now your name is Mission. In an instant, the sky outside darkened. She placed her hand on the glass, lost in thought. What a beautiful view. A scene perhaps worthy to be offered to my master. This is a perfect place to start building. Once the master leaves the tower, I will welcome him with warm arms. Right here in this building, almost touching the sky. The scene changed as Michai opened her eyes wide, seeing a familiar figure at first glance. We came all this way to have a picnic together, didn't we? Are you planning to sleep all morning like that? Seeing the corners of her mouth curl up, he asked instinctively, what are you smiling at by yourself? Did you just have a beautiful dream? Michai didn't reply, just a face full of happiness. A moment later, she began teasing, of course not, my love. Michai turned around, looking content. No dream in this world could make me happier than being here. Michai smiled and casually asked, do you see? Hyun Yu giggled, you just woke up and are already saying awkward things. Then Hungu hesitated for a moment but softly admitted, you're right.